I died, just moments before conquering the continent of Colradia. I transmigrated, becoming the most wretched and ugliest goblin in another world. But the mountain blade system that killed me came with me. While my fellow goblins are still eating raw meat and cannibalizing each other, I, with my human soul and the M&B system, have already started forging, fighting, and recruiting my very first soldier. From this day on, a goblin will raise his own banner in this forest swarming with monsters. In the demon forest, within a goblin tribe that resembled a garbage dump, hundreds of ugly goblins, less than half the height of a normal person, greedily surrounded a freshly caught wild boar, gulping down saliva. But the tall figure feasting by the boar, the tribe's chief, kept them at bay. After the chief had eaten his fill and lumbered off to his thatched hut, his snores signaled the start of the real feast. The goblins swarmed, tearing the remaining half of the boar to shreds. Once satiated, the adult goblins scattered to sleep. Only then did the goblin cubs dare to crawl out from various corners to greedily lick the blood mixed with mud. This won't do. I have to find another way out. A goblin cub fought fiercely as he watched his kin gnawing on dirt. His name was Li Chen. A week ago, he was a mountain blade player on the verge of conquering Colradia before he died from exhaustion. He transmigrated and became a goblin, the lowest of all monsters. Just as he was about to give up and start over, the mountain blade system that had caused his death followed him, granting him 3 attribute points to start. Li Chen, on the verge of death, was jolted back to life. He immediately put all 3 points into vigor. These life-saving points allowed him to survive the toughest cub period by eating grass. 14 days. A goblin's growth cycle is extremely short. He was almost an adult, capable of walking upright. He looked at the cleanly gnawed boar skeleton, his mind racing. He picked up a stone, knocked out 4 tusks, and planned to fashion them into daggers or a spear. As he was planning, a sharp pang of hunger almost made him faint. I need to eat some grass, make a weapon, then go hunting. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes fell on the intact leg bone. Marrow! There was marrow inside. He laboriously broke the joint with a stone and dragged the heavy leg bone into the forest. He didn't dare to start a fire in the tribe, fearing the chief would discover the secret of the marrow. He didn't know that several other hungry goblin cubs were quietly following him. In a small valley, Li Chen used the knowledge he'd learned from Bear Grylls to quickly make a fire drill. Smithing proficiency +1. Li Chen was surprised to find that even making such a small tool increased his smithing proficiency. He checked his skill tree and saw that he could eventually learn to forge mithril and enchant weapons. The system had adapted. I swear, from this day on, I will never eat grass again. He put the leg bone on the fire. Soon, the aroma of roasting protein filled the air, nearly driving the carnivore who had been eating grass for half a month insane. He crafted a crude spear by tying a sharpened tusk to a stick. You have forged a shoddy spear. Smithing proficiency +1. When the bone was ready, he smashed it open and ravenously sucked out the hot marrow. The rush of fat and nutrients made him almost pass out from pleasure. I am a carnivore. Just as he was savoring this long-overdue delicacy, he heard the snap of a twig. He looked up to see 8 half-grown goblins surrounding him, their green eyes fixed on the bone in his hand. Grass eater, give us what you're holding, the strongest of the cubs demanded. Li Chen's brow furrowed. He knew he couldn't escape. His mind raced, and he made a decision. All right, you can have it, he said with a grin, tossing the remaining bone in front of them. The goblin's reason was instantly overwhelmed by the scent, and they scrambled for the bone. Now was his chance. Li Chen, stone in one hand and spear in the other, charged into the fray like a tiger. He accurately brained one goblin with the stone and ruthlessly stabbed another in the abdomen. Arg! The piercing screams finally alerted the other goblins. Li Chen, having succeeded, quickly retreated to create distance. On the field, 4 were down, 4 were left standing. You have killed a goblin cub. Experience +1. You have killed a goblin cub. Experience +1. You have killed a goblin cub. Experience +1. So killing really gives EXP. Li Chen saw his 3-7 experience bar and a cruel smile formed on his face. For more, and he would level up. My dear goblin brothers, there's no need for us to fight to the death, he said, trying to confuse them while looking for an opening. Kill him. We'll split the food. The lead goblin didn't fall for it and led the charge. The chief, how did you get here? Li Chen suddenly pointed behind them, shouting in terror. The fear of the chief was ingrained in their bones. All the goblins subconsciously turned around. Damn it! The lead goblin realized he'd been tricked, but it was too late. Li Chen's spear had already plunged into his stomach. The remaining goblins, terrified and enraged, threw their stones at Li Chen. He took a few hits, twisted his spear viciously, and finally brought down the leader. But in the fierce struggle, his spearhead broke off. Seeing this, the last two goblins lost their nerve and fled. I can't let them go back. Li Chen knew that if his ability to make fire was exposed, he would be dead for sure. He forced himself up, finished the remaining marrow to regain some strength, and chased after them with a sharpened tusk. As expected, not far away, he found the two goblins collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. He mercilessly finished them off. You have killed a goblin cub. Experience +1. Level 01. Attribute point +1. Proficiency point +1. The power of leveling up dispelled his dizziness. He put the attribute point into vigor and the proficiency point into running. Survival first. He returned to the battlefield and tied up the one goblin he had knocked unconscious. You are victorious. Enemy captured. 1. Loot gained, grain x2, dinars, 23. It even drops items and money. Li Chen was overjoyed. He opened his party screen and looked at the captured goblin cub with a kind smile. After a round of failed persuasion followed by a loving beatdown, he finally got the terrified cub to submit. Recruit one goblin cub for 5 dinars? Yes. He had recruited his first soldier in this world. From now on, your name is Gabumo, Goblin Spear. Li Chen taught him how to reinforce a spear with resin, and Gabumo learned quickly. With a soldier and a weapon, Li Chen's ambitions grew. He led Gabumo to a river to fish, making fish traps and storing the cooked fish in his system inventory, which also boosted his army's morale. However, the smell of fish attracted a more powerful predator, 3-meter-long, horned crocodiles. Seeing their massive jaws that could crush a fish trap in one bite, Li Chen grabbed the petrified Gabumo and ran for his life. He noticed the crocodiles were slow on land and immediately began to formulate a new plan. They returned to the tribe to find it in chaos. A large number of goblins were on the ground, groaning in agony and foaming at the mouth, mass food poisoning from eating some unknown red berries. Li Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the field of 6 soldiers. He dragged a lightly poisoned adult goblin to the back mountain and used his modern knowledge to induce vomiting, curing him. Acknowledge me as your leader, and I'll stop your stomach from hurting. Recruit one goblin for 10 dinars? Yes. Another soldier acquired. Although the system showed him as wounded, Li Chen knew that in the M&B system, as long as they weren't dead, they would recover after resting. Looking at the field of moaning, incapacitated goblins, a meaningful arc formed on Li Chen's lips. The great revival of the goblins would begin with recruiting this army of poison remnants. On the second day, as dawn broke, Li Chen got up to check on the poisoned goblin's condition. He first opened the soldier management interface and saw that the troop strength had recovered to 4, and the injured poison goblin had regained its health. In reality, that guy was the same. After being nudged awake by Li Chen, he was bouncing around full of energy with no signs of poisoning. In contrast, the 30 or so goblins from his hunting team who had eaten the red poison fruit were all dead, with none surviving. Li Chen said to the poison goblin, "From now on, you will be called Gobude. Take me to where you pick the poison fruits." The 4 of them sneaked out of the goblin tribe without attracting anyone's attention. Li Chen first grabbed a spear from the bushes, and then Gobude led the way towards the west side of the tribe. After walking for a short while, Li Chen called a halt to the group and took out some roasted fish from the storage to share with everyone. The newly joined supplies and Gobude looked surprised. It was the first time they had seen a goblin able to conjure items out of thin air. After their astonishment, their attention was quickly drawn to the roasted fish and they began to devour it ravenously. From now on, you are not allowed to eat anything without my permission. This is an order. Anyone who disobeys will be fed to my big belly. Li Chen threatened. He was afraid that the food poisoning incident from yesterday would happen again. He didn't care if others lived or died, but his soldiers couldn't have any issues. Right now, he had not a single dinar left on him, making it impossible to recruit a full team. If there were any unexpected casualties, he would be devastated. The main task now was to hunt monsters and earn dinars. If they couldn't hunt wild monsters today, he wouldn't have money to pay the troops, and their morale would plummet quickly, leading to the 3 of them leaving the team. At that point, without the system's constraints, the 3 might spill his secrets, and he absolutely could not allow that to happen. After finishing their meal, Li Chen urged Gobude to lead the way, and they quickly arrived at the spot where the hunting team had picked wild fruits yesterday. "Boss, look, that red one is the poison fruit." Gobude pointed at a small bush, trembling all over. Just seeing the red fruit made his stomach ache. Li Chen saw that the small bush was laden with many red fruits. They looked like strawberries, but the surface was very smooth and extremely red, almost unnaturally so. Such eye-catching fruits, yet no small animals were nibbling on them, indicating their strong toxicity. Li Chen made a storage box out of large leaves and filled it with red poison fruits. Then he led the group quickly north to the place where they had encountered the horned crocodile yesterday. He ordered Gobu Chang, "Do you remember how to make a fish basket? Let the supplies and Gobu help you and immediately make a few fish baskets, then go catch fish by the river." Gobu Chang was so scared that his hair stood on end. "Boss, there's a horned crocodile by the river. I don't dare to go near." Li Chen looked at him coldly and raised his right hand in a threatening manner. Seeing this, Gobo Chang immediately stood at attention. Boss, I guarantee I will complete the task. Then Gobo Chang took the two guys to find materials for making fish baskets. After the three left, Li Chen first gathered dry branches and leaves to start a fire, then found 2 straight sticks and used the remaining 2 wild boar tusks to make 2 spears. Once he dried the resin on the spears over the campfire, Gobo Chang came running back like a madman, holding a large fish he had just caught. Well done. Eat something and take a break. Don't mess up when we start fighting later. Li Chen took the live fish and pulled out a unit of roasted fish from storage to share with the three. When the three saw they could eat roasted fish again, they cheered and began to eat, not even noticing what he meant by his last sentence. Li Chen used his nails to open the fish's belly, removing all the internal organs, then stuffed a handful of red poison fruits into the fish's belly and pressed down hard, squeezing out all the juice from the red poison fruits. There were still many red poison fruits left, so he used a stone to mash half of them into a paste and coated the outside of the fish with it. Then he also smeared the tips of the 4 spears with the red poison fruit paste. Having completed all this, the 3 goblins were full. Li Chen held a long spear in his right hand and a vine in his left, on which hung a poisoned fish. Full now? If you're full, follow me. He strode towards the riverbank. The goblins seemed to understand his intentions, their faces pale, but the other 2 had already followed him, leaving him no choice but to go along. Li Chen arrived at the tributary of the river where he had encountered the horned crocodile yesterday. From a distance, he spotted several horned crocodiles basking lazily in the sun on the riverbank. He picked out a solitary horned crocodile and crept closer. When they were about 20 meters apart, the leisurely crocodile became alert, its bright red eyes fixed on Li Chen. Li Chen picked up a stone and threw it at the horned crocodile, the stone hitting its thick, horned back. The horned crocodile was enraged, opening its massive jaws and letting out a hiss before launching itself forward. Wah wah! The goblins screamed in fright and turned to run. Stop! Form up! Li Chen commanded, instantly, freezing the goblins in place. Now in combat mode, Li Chen could forcibly control the soldiers' actions through commands. The 3 goblins were terrified, yet they stood their ground, trembling as the horned crocodile charged at them like a low-profile tank, causing them to scream in panic. Li Chen remained unfazed. The horned crocodile would only charge a short distance before entering a slow crawl mode. Sure enough, the crocodile dashed forward for less than 10 meters before it began to wobble and crawl. Li Chen felt it was time and said to the goblins, maintain formation, slowly back away. He kept the formation about 10 meters from the horned crocodile and led the group in a slow retreat. In fact, he could have lured the horned crocodile by himself, but he brought the 3 goblins along to test the control of the cavalry system over soldiers and to toughen up their nerves. As the 4 of them slowly retreated, the 3 goblins were nearly in tears, howling and sniffling, yet their bodies remained steady, holding their spears, looking as bizarre as could be. Li Chen was speechless. Was it really necessary to be this scared? Before long, the horned crocodile was led about 100 meters away from the riverbank. Li Chen felt it was enough. If he continued to tease the crocodile, it would escape. He threw the poisoned fish he had been holding. The horned crocodile, having lost its patience, thought it could no longer catch the little green creatures and was about to give up and return to its familiar spot on the bank to bask in the sun. But before it could turn around, it saw something bloody thrown in front of it. The horned crocodile looked down and saw its favorite fish. Although the fish smelled strange, a fish was still a fish, and fish were edible. It gulped down the fish in one bite, its bright red eyes fixed on Li Chen, as if asking, is there more? Bring me more. Li Chen also widened his eyes, staring at the horned crocodile, unsure if the red poison fruit would affect this amphibious creature. The 2 creatures stared at each other for a while. The horned crocodile confirmed that the little green creature would not feed it anymore, and it let out a series of heavy breaths, seemingly dissatisfied, before turning to leave. Li Chen felt a bit disappointed. The red poison fruit seemed ineffective against the horned crocodile. According to Goblin Da's description, once the red poison fruit was ingested, it would almost immediately cause excruciating pain, as if the intestines were being torn apart. But this horned crocodile had eaten the red poison fruit for a while now, and nothing unusual had happened. Li Chen gave up on hunting the horned crocodile. He wouldn't resort to tricks. He couldn't hunt creatures of this level. The cavalry system indicated it was a level 3 creature, while the cavalry units were level 6. Level 3 was already quite formidable, far beyond what they, mere potatoes and rotten eggs, could handle. Just as he was about to call off the operation, suddenly, the turning horned crocodile abruptly stopped in its tracks, as if time had been paused, remaining completely still. Until something broke through the critical point. The horned crocodile suddenly opened its massive mouth and let out a hiss, then wildly swung its tail and head, its 4 short legs digging into the ground as if it were experiencing immense pain, spinning around like a little top. Useful. Li Chen was overjoyed, brandishing his spear as he approached, intending to find an opportunity to take down this horned crocodile. Li Chen didn't charge directly. He didn't want to court death. Instead, he held his spear and stayed at the edge. The horned Crocodile, in extreme pain from the poison, instinctively reacted when it saw the little green creature still swaying in front of it, curling its body and retracting its tail, then whipping it out like a whip. Li Chen focused intently on the horned crocodile's movements and, seeing it curl its tail in a poised manner, quickly jumped aside. With a loud crack, the horned crocodile swung its tail fiercely, striking a large tree and leaving an imprint on the trunk. With such force, if it hit a person, it would surely break bones and tear muscles. Li Chen felt no fear. Instead, he was even more excited. The stronger the enemy, the more experience gained from killing it. This guy was so powerful. Killing it might just allow him to level up directly. He began to harass the horned crocodile more frequently, throwing stones, tossing branches, and shouting loudly. After all, the horned crocodile was a wild beast, and anyone who has raised reptiles knows that these creatures are easily stressed. Li Chen's actions indeed provoked it, as it occasionally stopped to open its massive mouth at Li Chen, issuing threatening hisses. However, as time passed, the pain in its abdomen reached a certain threshold and it could no longer endure it. It stopped paying attention to Li Chen's harassment and frantically tried to run towards the riverbank. Wild animals behave this way when they are injured or frightened. They instinctively want to flee to familiar areas. The horned crocodile focused on escaping, but Li Chen was anxious. He wanted to deliver the finishing blow to this horned crocodile to maximize the experience gained. If it returned to the river and swam out of the battlefield range determined by the system, it would be considered out of combat. And even if it died from the poison, it would have nothing to do with him. It couldn't escape. It had to be killed on the shore. Li Chen made up his mind and ordered 3 goblins to run in front of the horned crocodile. Of course, he didn't want them to risk their lives. All 4 of them attacking together would be suicide. He just wanted everyone to make some noise to see if they could scare the horned crocodile. Everyone, shout, throw stones at it, scare it. After giving the order, Li Chen started to yell, picking up dry branches and stones from the ground to throw at the horned crocodile, and the other 3 followed suit. The scene became quite chaotic, resembling wild men hunting in the mountains. However, the horned crocodile was not scared at all. It was in so much pain that it just wanted to return to the familiar river, crawling straight ahead. Li Chen quickly ordered everyone to disperse. There could be no casualties. But what should they do now? If the horned crocodile continued to crawl towards the riverbank, it would escape. Li Chen felt a bit flustered, quickly turning his mind to think of a solution, and he actually came up with one. He took some grass rope from the warehouse and made a lasso, carefully approaching the horned crocodile from the side and throwing the lasso at its head. He threw it 3 times without success, then adjusted the lasso to make it larger and carefully observed the horned crocodile's crawling posture to aim. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that blood was actually dripping from the corner of the horned crocodile's mouth, flowing steadily. Li Chen was taken aback. Was the red poison this potent? It made such a large beast cough up blood. He seized the opportunity to throw the lasso, and this time it hit the horned crocodile's head, catching around its plump neck as it crawled. Li Chen was overjoyed, tugging on the rope and running to a large tree, circling it twice to tie the rope around the tree and knotting it before jumping back to a safe distance to observe. This grass rope was not very sturdy. It was about the thickness of an adult's finger, and using it to tie up a creature of this size was quite risky. If the creature struggled desperately, it might break free, but this was his last resort. If it didn't work, he would have to accept defeat. After the horned crocodile was tied up with grass ropes, it struggled to crawl forward a few steps, pulling the grass rope taut. Li Chen took a deep breath and waited for a while. The grass rope didn't break, but instead, the horned crocodile seemed to lose its spirit and collapsed. The red poison fruit it had consumed had fully taken effect, severely damaging its internal organs. The fact that it still had the strength to crawl was a testament to the horned crocodile's vitality. The exhausted horned crocodile struggled to move forward, swinging its tail and shaking its head, but it was all in vain. The grass rope, which it could easily snap with a little effort in normal times, now felt as if it were a binding rope of the gods, firmly locking its neck and preventing it from advancing even an inch. Time passed second by second. 5 minutes in, the horned crocodile struggled occasionally. At 10 minutes, it began to convulse violently, gasping for breath. Half an hour later, the horned crocodile lay still on the ground like a dead dog. If not for the blood frothing from its nostrils, it would have seemed lifeless. Li Chen felt he could wait no longer. If he did, the creature would die from the poison, and he wouldn't be able to deliver the critical blow to absorb the maximum experience. However, to prevent the horned crocodile from playing dead and launching a surprise attack, Li Chen didn't approach directly. He said to the expendable, "You, get on its back." The expendable was so scared he nearly wet himself and refused to follow the order. Li Chen raised his hand and gave him a few hard slaps. The expendable cried out in pain but still didn't dare to climb up. Li Chen cursed under his breath and directly opened the battlefield command interface of Mountain Blade, creating a separate infantry group for the expendable, then dragged the command flag and planted it on the horned crocodile's back. The expendable, who had already been trembling, suddenly moved. He was drawn by a mysterious force and, disregarding everything, walked onto the horned crocodile's back, standing there When the expendable came to his senses, he realized he had somehow ended up on the horned crocodile's back. Wow! The expendable urinated in fear, his soul nearly leaving his body, but he stood there for quite a while and the horned crocodile made no move. Seeing that the horned crocodile was still inactive, Li Chen knew it was completely out of energy and felt relieved. He ordered the expendable to get down and stepped up himself. He stepped on the horned crocodile's forehead. From behind, in this position, if the horned crocodile went wild, he would only be thrown off without any harm. Time to hit the road. Li Chen gripped his spear and thrust it fiercely into the horned crocodile's eye, the entire spear tip piercing into its head. The horned crocodile trembled all over, shook for a while, then suddenly went limp and finally died. The system notification sounded. You have achieved victory. Enemies killed, 1 enemies captured, 0 experience gained, 30 friendly casualties, 0 loot obtained. Grains x2, monster meat x5, horned crocodile skin x1. Dinars gained, 90 level, 1-2 experience, 10 40th attribute points plus 1, specialization points plus 1. Finally. That was so damn exhausting. Li Chen shook the blood off his spear. After all that effort, he had finally killed the horned crocodile, and it was all worth it. Just killing 1 horned crocodile had leveled him up and earned him 90 dinars, bringing his finances above the safety line. Li Chen eagerly opened the attribute panel and added the attribute point to vitality, raising it from 4 to 5. At the same time, his body underwent a change, his height rapidly growing to 1.3 meters, reaching the level of an adult goblin. As for the remaining specialization point, he directly allocated it to running, increasing his running skill to 2/5. It would max out at 5 specialization points. Next, Li Chen checked the loot. 2 units of grains x2, which drop from any monster. Monster meat x5, marked by the system as meat infused with magical power. Long-term consumption can increase the amount of magic power in the body, making one stronger. Horned crocodile leather x1, a complete piece of horned crocodile skin, with the system describing the back leather as very tough, capable of resisting sword attacks, while the belly leather is softer and can be used to make linings. The armor made from horned crocodile skin not only resists physical attacks but also offers slight protection against magical attacks, making it a better armor material than steel. Li Chen's eyes lit up. Armor material. What a good thing. Right now, he was completely bare, with only a hand-woven grass skirt covering him, which was no different from being naked and made him feel very insecure. Without a full set of armor, he couldn't heal properly. Putting away the warehouse management page, Li Chen looked at the horned crocodile corpse on the ground. There was still a piece of skin on it. The monster slaying system dropped 1, and in reality, he could also skin 1. This was too profitable. If he farmed a few more times, he could assemble a heavy infantry unit. However, Li Chen didn't even have a proper knife in hand, let alone making armor. He couldn't even skin the dead horned crocodile. What a pity, it can only go to waste. Li Chen shook his head at the horned crocodile corpse. This thing could only sit here and rot. If he had a few big goblins in his troop, they could flip it over together, and then he could use wild boar tusks to process the softer belly of the horned crocodile. Speaking of big goblins, they were an upgraded variety of goblins. The upgrade path for goblins is Goblin. Pup level 0, Goblin level 1, Big Goblin level 2. After upgrading to a big goblin, the goblin undergoes a transformation, reaching a height of 1.6 to 1.8 meters, similar to an ordinary person. However, because they are magical creatures, their internal magical energy concentration is relatively high, and big goblins are generally stronger than adult human males. Thinking of upgrades, Li Chen opened the troop management page and found that there were already soldiers ready to upgrade. He directly spent 5 dinars to upgrade a pup goblin to a goblin. In the next moment, the goblin spear, which had been poking the horned crocodile, let out a gasp, and then his body quickly changed, growing taller and stronger. After a while, his height reached 1.2 meters. I've grown taller. I've grown stronger, the goblin spear shouted excitedly, comparing his height with the big goblin. However, once they grow into adult goblins, they gain human rights and can no longer be casually killed like pups. It would require the chief to do so. Now, all 3 members of Li Chen's team were goblins, with only the material still in the pup stage. The material looked at the others, all taller than him, with envy in his eyes. Li Chen patted his shoulder and encouraged him. From now on, you must obey my orders and not be so timid. Timid goblins don't grow tall. After saying that, he sent the goblin spear to catch a few more fish. He needed to continue grinding for experience. Over the next few hours, Li Chen used the same method to take down 7 more horned crocodiles, leveling up 3 times to reach level 6. He allocated all his attribute points to vitality, increasing his vitality from 5 to 8, and his height reached 1.4 meters, looking somewhat human-like, similar to a young human boy. His dinar count accumulated to 710, which would be enough to maintain the troop for a long time without doing anything else. Additionally, the material harvest was very rich, with 8 pieces of horned crocodile skin, 3 horned crocodile horns, and 2 horned crocodile tendons lying in the warehouse. The horns of the horned crocodile were very short, about the length of an ordinary person's thumb. The system entry stated that this item was used by horned crocodiles to detect the flow of water magic. In rivers, a unique organ developed by creatures from another world. The system entry also mentioned that this item could be used in medicine and was a very good magical material. Items related to magic are definitely valuable, so Li Chen let them rest securely in the warehouse, as they should be useful in the future. As for the two-horned crocodile tendons, that was very interesting. They were natural strings that could be used to make bows. However, the bow body was a big problem. They currently couldn't find a material that was both strong and elastic. Even if they found one, they didn't have suitable tools to process it. They could only randomly find a sturdy and straight wooden stick to serve as the bow body. Li Chen instructed the goblins to scatter and search for sticks. After a while, each goblin returned with several straight sticks. Li Chen selected two that were the most sturdy and flexible, using his sharp nails to carve grooves on both ends of the sticks. With all this added vitality, he not only grew taller, but his nails also elongated and sharpened, barely usable as blades. After carving the grooves, he tied the sinew to the two grooves, creating two extremely rudimentary wooden bows. Li Chen tried pulling the bowstring and found it satisfactory. Once drawn, it provided elasticity, but he couldn't pull it too far, or the bow would break. He set the bow down and told the goblins, "Next, go find branches. They need to be this thin and straight." Li Chen gestured to indicate the thickness, and the goblins scattered again, soon returning with a handful of branches. He chose the most suitable one, using his sharp nails to strip the bark off. He lit a bundle of firewood and placed the peeled branch by the fire to roast. This was to dry out the moisture in the branch. During the dehydration process, the branch would warp, but as long as he kept adjusting its position, it would become straighter and straighter. Before long, Li Chen had a small stick that was of moderate thickness and length and very straight. But that wasn't the end. He then placed the tip of the stick in the fire, and once it was charred black, he ground the tip against a stone, repeating the burning and grinding 2 or 3 times until he had a very rudimentary arrow. Li Chen was very focused while doing all this, not noticing that 3 goblins were staring intently at his actions, their eyes filled with curiosity and eagerness to learn. After completing a series of tasks, he stood up, knocked the arrow onto the bow, drew it back, and released. The arrow was successfully shot 20 meters away. The 3 goblins' eyes widened, and they began jumping and shouting, "Oh, oh, oh! Wow! 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 Arrow! Arrow! Arrow!" Li Chen's face darkened. Damn, these 3 idiots. He walked over to the landing spot and pulled the arrow out of the ground. With this range and penetration power, he could only say it was utterly disappointing. But at the start-up phase of entrepreneurship, the troops could gain precious ranged power, which was already a very good condition. What more could he ask for? And wasn't there also the red poison fruit, this super poison? If the power wasn't enough, he could always enchant it. When the time came, just applying a bit of poison juice to each arrowhead would make it lethal upon contact. Li Chen set down the bow and arrow, giving orders to the 3 goblins. "Using the method I just showed you, each of you make 20 arrows. Go quickly. If you finish, there will be meat to eat." Upon hearing there would be meat, the 3 became highly motivated, quickly searching for materials around them, then squatting by the fire to strip bark and roast arrowheads, busy as bees. Li Chen didn't idle either. He made 2 rudimentary quivers from vines to store the wooden arrows. By the time he finished, the 3 had yet to complete their work. He took out a 5-kilogram unit of beast meat from the warehouse, cutting it into strips with his nails, then skewering them with sticks. Li Chen wiped the grease off his hands, thinking how unbearable life was without tools. He had to find a way to get some knives, or else production in daily life would be impossible. He was truly fed up with this primitive existence. He placed the meat skewers by the fire to roast, and perhaps due to the beast meat, the rich aroma wafted out even without any seasoning. The 3 goblins couldn't help but swallow, but they knew that Li Chen wouldn't allow them to eat until they finished their work, so they quickened their pace. Li Chen was very satisfied with their performance today and planned to let them eat their fill once they completed their tasks, but an unexpected visitor approached. Suddenly, a crack sounded from the bushes in the distance, and Li Chen's long ears perked up. "Everyone up! Grab your weapons!" Li Chen shouted, picking up his bow and arrow. The 3 guys were puzzled, but seeing Li Chen so serious, they all stood up, picked up their spears, and lined up beside him. The forethought of beast had wandered nearby, their eyes fixed on the bushes. The atmosphere tense. Li Chen slowly drew his bow, the arrowhead coated with red poison aimed at the bushes not far away. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the bushes rustled, and all 4 tightened their grips on their weapons. In the next moment, a green head popped out from the bushes. It was a goblin. The 4 let out a collective sigh of relief. It turned out to be a goblin from a nearby tribe. What a scare! The goblin in the bushes, seeing 4 of its kind, was also a bit surprised, thinking to itself, why were they not lying in the tribe but out here? If it weren't for being sent on a hunting mission by the chief, it wouldn't have come out. Suddenly, it spotted the skewers of roasted meat by the campfire, and smelling the aroma in the air, its eyes instantly turned green as it jumped out of the bushes and dashed towards the roast. At that moment, it only had eyes for the meat, completely ignoring the other 4 goblins. Li Chen saw this guy charging like a hungry dog and kicked him back, sending him tumbling to the ground. Now, Standing at 1.4 meters tall, Li Chen was much stronger than an ordinary goblin, and this kick knocked the goblin down, leaving it groaning and unable to get up. Li Chen wanted to ask how it ended up here, but then more rustling came from the bushes, and a whole bunch of goblins emerged, numbering over 20, quickly filling the area. Seeing so many of them, Li Chen's heart tightened, and he took a few steps back to stand with his 3 soldiers, his gaze warily fixed on these creatures. The newly arrived goblins all spotted the roasted meat by the campfire, their faces showing greed. A goblin with a huge scar on its face stepped forward, fixated on the roast, licking its lips. It was the leader of this hunting team, and the scar on its face was from a wolf bite during a hunt. Not many goblins survived a wolf's jaws, which added to its experience and earned it the title of leader, along with the nickname Scarface. It pulled its gaze away from the roast and looked warily at Li Chen. Normally, it would have led its team to snatch the meat, but Li Chen's height was an issue. Aside from the chief, no goblin in the tribe was this tall. The two sides eyed each other warily for a long time, while the roast by the campfire reached the most delicious state, the fat sizzling as it dripped into the coals. Scarface's mouth watered uncontrollably. Having never eaten fine food, its rationality evaporated, and its beastly instincts took over. It no longer cared why Li Chen was so tall and threatened. Give me the roast, or I'll kill you. Li Chen thought to himself, typical goblin, so straightforward. He wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, sure, that's fine, but how about you all become my little brothers? Upon hearing the agreement, Scarface thought the big guy was really weak, but the latter part of the statement was a bit confusing. What did he mean by wanting to take over? Scarface got angry, pointing at Li Chen and cursing, big guy, if you don't want to suffer, just behave and listen. Don't think being tall is impressive. I have more people than you. Is that so? Li Chen showed a playful expression, looking at the other goblins, smiling as he said, brothers, how about you recognize me as your boss? I'm taller and stronger than Scarface. I can catch more and bigger prey. He pointed at the roast on the campfire. If you become my little brothers, you'll get to eat your fill every day. Those who agree now can go eat the roast. Immediately. Ding. Would you like to spend 210 dinars to recruit goblins times 21? You can recruit 16. Li Chen counted. There were 22 on the opposite side, with one not agreeing to be recruited, which seemed to be Scarface. This guy probably didn't want to give up his position as the leader of the hunting team, so he didn't agree to the recruitment. Goblins, as greedy creatures, also coveted power. Li Chen chose to confirm, paid, and recruited 16 goblins, bringing his troop strength directly to 20/20ths. The scarred face was furious to see that Li Chen dared to undermine him, break his bones. With a roar from the scarred face, the scene of more than 20 goblins rushing forward did not occur, as most had been recruited by Li Chen. Only 4 unrecruited goblins foolishly charged ahead. A few unfortunate ones thought everyone would rush together and didn't even look back. When they reached Li Chen's team, they were immediately taken down by 4 long spears. As they clutched their wounds and howled, they realized that the main force was still standing in place, and only they had rushed forward to be picked off. The scarred face, seeing so many not charging, became even angrier and bellowed, "Get in there, all of you!" His subordinates exchanged glances, then all walked towards Li Chen. The scarred face thought his roar had worked, but to his surprise, these goblins stood beside Li Chen, without attacking, appearing very cooperative. The scarred face was dumbfounded. What was going on? A rebellion? But why? Li Chen laughed heartily and waved his hand. Go! Beat him! In a rush, 19 goblins charged forward and began to pummel the scarred face, who screamed in agony and soon fell to the ground. After he fell, the remaining goblins surrounded him and kicked him, making him roll over and over. Li Chen felt it was enough and called for everyone to stop, then walked over to step on the now pig-headed scarred face, raising his spear to deliver a finishing blow for experience points. The scarred face spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth and mumbled, You can't kill me. I'm the leader of the hunting team." Li Chen scoffed and thrust the spear down hard. The scarred face's eyes bulged as he felt his strength rapidly draining away. He never expected to die so easily. Feeling both fear and resentment in his heart, he issued his final curse at Li Chen. You've grown so tall, you must be becoming a big goblin. The leader won't allow you to grow like this. You will die too. You will die. He screamed hysterically, and Li Chen frowned, pulling out the spear and stabbing down again, several times in succession, until the scarred face breathed his last, and the system notified him of increased experience points. Li Chen shook off the blood from the spear and pondered the scarred face's last words. The leader wouldn't allow him to become a big goblin, meaning there had been goblins who grew into big goblins in the past, but were killed by the leader during their growth? It made sense. This goblin tribe had over 300 adult goblins, but only one big goblin leader, which was a very low ratio. If there were human factors involved, it would be much more reasonable. It was also normal to think that goblins were inherently greedy creatures. If 365 bones had 366 rebellious ones, if a tribe had a goblin successfully grow into a big goblin, the first thing they would do is challenge the leader and kill them to take their place. The fat leader, in order to maintain his position, would immediately crush any goblin that showed abnormal height. Li Chen thought this was very goblin-like, but wouldn't this suppress the tribe's development? This dead fat man killed all the potentially strong goblins, and with the goblin tribe's quality remaining so low, how could they expand their territory? Well, that dead fat man never thought about development. During the half-month Li Chen was grazing, the leader either ate or slept, never stepping out of the tribe. The goblins were all as thin as skeletons, while he alone had grown into a tall figure. If it weren't for the weak goblins instinctively gathering around the strong, the tribe would have fallen apart long ago. Now, with Li Chen's height at 1.4 meters, he stood out prominently among the goblin crowd, which generally ranged from 1 to 1.2 meters. As long as he appeared before the leader would definitely kill him. But Li Chen looked at his 19 subordinates and smiled confidently. I have 19 death warriors, what can you, a big goblin, do to win? Li Chen had gathered the ragged-faced troops, and their numbers had reached a peak. He planned to take them back tonight for a fight before the leader could kill him. 2. Boost the morale of the new recruits. The first meal had to be something good. He took out 2 units of beast meat, tore it into strips, and roasted it by the campfire. Once cooked, he took out a bag of grains and wrapped the roasted meat around the grains to distribute to the goblins. The carbohydrates from the grains provided ample energy. Eating this filled their stomachs, but the taste was poor, and the goblins didn't like it. Fortunately, wrapping it in roasted meat made it acceptable. After the troops were full, Li Chen had each of them find a long, straight stick, instructing them to roast the end in the campfire until it carbonized, then sharpen the tip with stones to make wooden spears. He handed the bag of grains to Gobu to go pick some red poison fruits and fill this bag. Gobu took the order and ran off. Li Chen found a newly recruited goblin with slightly broader shoulders and longer arms and gave him the other bow. From now on, you will be called Gobu Bao. Pay attention, I will teach you how to shoot. Li Chen taught Gobu Bao how to shoot arrows, not expecting him to be very accurate, as the range was only 20 meters, making it almost a point-blank scenario. After a few tries, Gobu Bao could shoot the arrows out, though his aim was concerning. Li Chen had him practice on the side while gathering the spear-wielding goblins. He opened the battlefield command page, grouping all the spear-wielding goblins as spear infantry, then had them line up. Watch closely, do this action with me. Li Chen stood at the front of the line, demonstrating a thrust with a long spear. The goblins mimicked his movements and began to thrust. In such a short time, Li Chen didn't expect to turn them into elite soldiers. He just needed them to know how to thrust the spear tip. With the mounted combat system, they could be forced into battle, which was enough for the upcoming skirmish. After practicing for a while, perhaps due to the system's support, the heavy goblins' movements were quite impressive, giving Li Chen more confidence. After more than half an hour, Gobu De returned, panting, with a bag full of red poison fruits. With everything ready, Li Chen took out roasted fish for everyone's second meal, then ordered them to lie down and sleep. One by one, the goblins fell asleep. They felt incredibly happy to be full, thinking their new leader was truly wonderful. As midnight approached, Li Chen woke all the goblins. Now that the goblins in the tribe were all asleep, it was the perfect time to move out. He quietly led the goblins toward the tribe, and they thought their new leader was taking them back to sleep, completely unaware of how crazy Li Chen's next actions would be. He didn't tell them what they were going to do because he understood goblins too well. If they heard they were going to fight the leader, they would surely be scared out of their wits and ruin everything. It was better to keep them in the dark, bring them to the battlefield, and use the system's functions to make them charge before anyone could react. Since goblins had night vision, marching at night posed no difficulty for them, and they quickly reached the grass around the goblin tribe. Li Chen ordered them to stop and instructed the goblins to crush the red poison fruits, evenly spreading the juice on the tips of their spears. He checked each spear tip one by one to ensure the juice was evenly applied. Once everything was done, he ordered everyone to stand still and remain silent, while he quietly sneaked into the goblin tribe to observe the situation. At that moment, everything in the goblin tribe was normal. The goblins found random spots to lie down and sleep, and there wasn't even anyone assigned to keep watch. The morning's ragged-faced team had been gathered by him, and a hunting team hadn't returned, yet no one seemed to care. Especially the leader. That fat guy was lying in a grass hut, snoring loudly, sounding like thunder, showing no intention of sending anyone out to look for them. Perhaps, in this guy's eyes, the goblins under him are expendable. When he needs more, he can just pick a few from the younglings and raise them up. As long as the goblins die, that's all that matters. The leader has much more to consider. Being a leader is exhausting, and he must maintain 18 hours of sleep each day. On a dark and windy night, a perfect time for killing and arson, Li Chen no longer waited. He directly selected all troops with F1 and initiated the charge with F3. He sent all his troops forward, planning to use the tactic of ants biting an elephant to take down this fat guy. The goblins behind Li Chen were puzzled, not understanding why the new boss was standing at the tribe's entrance instead of going in. Suddenly, they felt as if their souls were being guided, and one by one, they charged out with their spears. They rushed into the goblin tribe at the fastest speed, heading straight for the only building in the tribe, a small thatched hut. The commotion from the charge startled the other goblins in the tribe. These guys scrambled up from the ground, looking bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Li Chen saw his 19 goblin spearmen rush straight into the thatched hut and thought to himself that the big event was accomplished. Next, all he had to do was stab wildly with spears. Even if the leader was a big goblin, he would only meet his death. Kikikikikikik. Li Chen began to lose his mind, already planning several 5-year plans for when he took control of the tribe. But what he didn't expect was that after a while, there was no commotion at all. The scene of the leader being stabbed and screaming did not occur, and the spear-wielding goblins were surrounding the leader, at a loss. What the hell are you doing? These guys rushed in but didn't kill anyone, they just stood there watching like they were waiting for Sleeping Beauty? At this moment, the goblin leader's snoring stopped. He was awakened. He opened his eyes to see a bunch of little brothers surrounding him, and he was so scared that he let out a howl and jumped up from the ground. Not good. Li Chen was shocked. He remembered that according to the system judgment of Mountain Blade 2, they were not in a hostile relationship with the goblin leader. Moreover, the spear-wielding goblins usually obeyed the leader's orders, so they wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. What do you want? The goblin leader was furious. He regarded the thatched hut as his core territory and would never allow any goblin to step inside. Anyone daring to enter the hut would be killed by him. You dare to howl, 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 howl. The leader wanted to say something more, but suddenly he jumped up, clutching his backside. He reached back and pulled off a wooden arrow that had lodged there. Who shot me? Who shot? Howl, 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 howl. Li Chen, having found his position, shot a second arrow with his wooden bow and then ordered the spear-wielding goblins kill him. Because Li Chen had taken the initiative to attack, the goblin leader was classified as an enemy, and the spear-wielding goblins, who had just been at a loss, raised their spears and aimed at the goblin leader to stab him. 19 spears came stabbing from all directions, and the goblin leader screamed in pain. Traitor! The goblin leader howled in agony. He pulled out an axe from his bearskin skirt, and it was made of iron. Traitor! Die! The goblin leader swung the axe fiercely at a spear-wielding goblin in front of him, directly smashing the opponent's head. Li Chen's pupils shrank sharply. He didn't expect that there would be iron weapons in this primitive tribe, which caught him off guard. Fortunately, there was only one iron weapon, while he had 19 spear-wielding goblins. Even if a pair of fists can't fight against 4 hands, 20 fearless children can overturn an adult. The goblin leader swung the axe wildly, taking down 3 or 4 spear-wielding goblins in quick succession. With his physique, anyone touched by him would almost certainly be killed in one hit. But what terrified the goblin leader was that despite having killed so many traitors, logically, the remaining traitors should have fled in fear long ago. Yet the remaining goblins still surrounded him, attacking him with wooden spears, showing no signs of fear or retreat. This is not normal. This is far from normal. How could a goblin be so brave? Even with such painful casualties, they still want to surround and kill him. This goes against the goblin's instincts. He didn't have time to think much. If he didn't take action soon, it would really be over. He wanted to charge out with his physique, but there were too many goblins surrounding him, and the spears were quite long, poking at him from all directions, making him nearly lose his balance. Unable to break through the encirclement, he shouted loudly to the other goblins in the tribe, "Come on, kill them, kill these traitors." His shout left the goblins who had just woken up somewhat bewildered. They were filled with fear, seeing their once high and mighty leader being stabbed and bloodied by his own kind. Their little brains couldn't comprehend such grand terms as a coup. Come on, kill these traitors. The goblin leader shouted anxiously again. He had already killed 2 traitors, but he was also on the verge of collapse. He felt the wounds being pierced burn painfully, and his head began to spin, making him feel nauseous. His strength was fading. The goblin leader still had some residual authority. After his second call for help, some goblins indeed began to stir and slowly surrounded him. Li Chen felt a tightness in his heart. He had to act quickly to deal with this guy. If he let him shout a couple more times, the goblins might really be swayed. He seized the opportunity, brandishing his wooden spear and charging at the goblin leader. The goblin leader was still hacking and calling out, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a larger goblin than the others had thrust a spear into his gut. This was a fatal wound, causing him to let out the most intense scream of the night. His eyes were bloodshot and fierce as he glared at Li Chen, gritting his teeth. You are the big goblin. This explained everything. For goblins, rebellion was as traditional as making dumplings during the spring festival. He was furious. How had he not noticed someone evolving into a big goblin in the tribe? Goblins instinctively gather around the strong. It was normal for the other to rally so many traitors, but what was abnormal was how this guy managed to make the traitors unafraid of death. Li Chen had no intention of getting entangled with him. He twisted the spear fiercely, the tip turning inside the goblin leader's belly, severing his intestines, and he let out another painful scream, losing much of his strength. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen pressed all his weight forward, toppling the guy, and his axe was also flung aside. The chubby goblin fell to the ground, kicking up dust, resembling a mound of meat. The fat on his body created waves which had protected him, allowing him to survive the attacks of 20 spears, but that was it. The spear-wielding goblins surrounded him, and the spears quickly fell, piercing nearly 100 holes in the goblin. leader's body. They weren't very strong, and the wooden spears weren't sharp enough. The wounds were mostly superficial, but they were painful enough, akin to slow slicing. The goblin leader couldn't endure such pain and stopped resisting. He looked up at the towering Li Chen, his voice weak as he pleaded, spare my life. Li Chen glanced back. The goblins who had just been about to rush in to save him stood frozen in place, looking at each other, utterly confused. After the goblin leader begged for mercy, he naturally lost his status as a strong figure, and the other goblins began to question his orders. With the threat gone, Li Chen ordered the spear-wielding goblins to stop stabbing. He threw out a grass rope, instructing them to bind the bloodied goblin leader, then picked up the axe to examine it closely. It was just an ordinary axe, but due to poor maintenance, it had rusted, and the blade was very dull. Li Chen approached the goblin chief, resting his axe against the chief's neck and asked, "Where did you get the axe?" The goblin chief's eyes darted around. "You promise you won't kill me first, and then I'll tell you." Li Chen wasn't going to negotiate with him. Gripping the wooden spear still lodged in the chief's belly, he twisted it fiercely, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "I'll tell you. I stole it from a human village to the west." Li Chen was taken aback. "Humans? You mean there are humans to the west? What's going on? Be more specific." Yes. If you follow the Great River west for 4 days, there's a small village of humans near the river. I attacked them before and got killed, and I stole the axe at that time." Li Chen asked, "How many of them are there? How many men and how many women?" This question stumped the goblin chief, who looked troubled and didn't know how to respond. Seeing his expression, Li Chen realized he couldn't count. He pointed at the goblin tribe and asked, "Is the human village bigger than our tribe?" With a comparison to work with, the goblin chief finally knew how to answer. He awkwardly extended 3 fingers with his bound hands. "That many humans would make my tribe this big. So that's over 100 people. You said it takes 4 days to reach the human village. Does that mean the 4 days' journey is the edge of the forest?" This question was crucial. He needed to know how large the magical forest was and their current position within it. If the tribe was only 4 days away from the human-controlled area, he would have to lead the tribe deeper into the magical forest the next moment. In his previous life, Li Chen had read plenty of fantasy works, and goblins like this were usually farmed for experience points by human armies and heroes. Moreover, in this world, goblins had no females and often captured females from other races to reproduce. He could easily imagine that if humans saw goblins, they would likely turn into ruthless killers, chopping them down. Given the current situation of the tribe, encountering humans would mean certain death. They could only retreat and seek other opportunities for development. "No, I don't know where the western edge of the forest is, but it's definitely more than 4 days' journey. The forest is very large." Li Chen felt relieved. As long as they were far enough from the terrifying upright apes, the tribe would be safe. Now that he had become a goblin, his way of thinking was also goblin-like. There was no helping it. After all, he had reincarnated as a goblin in this life, inherently hostile to humans, and could only think of ways to survive. Not only that, but he also wanted to see if he could conquer that human village and obtain more iron tools. After all, the people of this other world had nothing to do with him. They weren't the humans from his previous life, and he felt no guilt about fighting the people of this world. So the question now was, why did those humans venture deep into the monster forest to build a village? The monster forest was filled with dangerous beasts. There were wolves and bears on land, crocodiles in the water, and in the great river, there was that unknown giant creature over 100 meters long, along with intelligent, social monsters like these goblins. In such a vibrant and perilous environment, did the humans come to the monster forest to challenge themselves? He suspected that these humans might have committed some crime and were exiled here by the mainstream human world. Next, Li Chen asked many more questions to understand the situation around the tribe. First, there were many goblin tribes in the forest, but they were all in a primitive and backward state. The goblin chief said that the tribe he controlled was considered relatively large. Secondly, there were other intelligent, social monsters in the forest. The goblin chief had discovered dog-headed people to the east, a type of medium-sized monster with dog heads, generally standing about 1.4 to 1.6 meters tall. They were stronger in combat than goblins, but fewer in number. The goblin chief had clashed with them a few times, with both sides wanting to kill each other and viewing the other as food. After several battles, neither side could eliminate the other, so they reached an understanding. A large tree would serve as the boundary. The hunting grounds west of the tree belonged to the goblin tribe, while the east side was for the kobolds. To the south stood a tall mountain, beneath which lay many caves. The goblin chief said there were cave spiders there, a very dangerous magical creature that could spit silk and spray poison. Any goblin that ventured there never returned. That was all the goblin chief knew. He claimed to have once been a member of a goblin tribe that was destroyed by a forest demon bear, allowing him to escape and gradually grow into a big goblin during his travels. This information was gathered during his time as a wanderer. Later, the goblin chief found the current tribe and settled here, and eventually, some weaker wandering goblins gathered around him, causing the tribe to grow larger. With the support of These goblins, his life became increasingly comfortable and he slowly lost the desire to explore the outside world, spending his days lying around, waiting for death. After that inquiry, Li Chen pressed his axe against the goblin chief's neck. Since there's nothing more to say, let's get going. The goblin chief trembled in fear. No, I've told you everything. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. He wanted to struggle, but he was severely injured, and the weapon that attacked him was smeared with red poison, which was now taking effect, leaving him unable to exert any strength. Li Chen opened the prisoner management panel and glanced at it, seeing that the icon representing the goblin chief showed he could be recruited. This guy had already submitted to save his life, but Li Chen chose not to recruit him. Instead, in the face of the chief's terrified gaze, he brought the axe down and severed his head. This guy had ruled the goblin tribe for too long, and all the goblins recognized him as their leader. If he wasn't eliminated, Li Chen would never be able to fully control the goblin tribe. Li Chen kicked the head into the crowd of goblins, causing them to scatter in fright. He walked to the center of the tribe, stepped on the former chief's head, and smiled at the goblins. From now on, I am the boss. Who's in favor, and who's against? The next day, the sun rose again, and the goblin tribe had a new leader. As the tallest and strongest goblin, Li Chen naturally took the position without contest. As a goblin with a human soul, he would not allow the goblin tribe to remain in chaos. He organized the goblins into groups, sending half to the hunting team, with 30 in each group, forming 5 groups that spread out in all directions to find prey. Li Chen warned them that any prey they caught must be brought back for him to distribute. Anyone who dared to keep the prey for themselves would meet a terrible end. The remaining half became a work team, and Li Chen's first task for them was to dig pits to bury the more than 30 corpses that had died from the red poison fruit. Damn it! Those corpses had been in the tribe for 2 days and were already starting to smell. The former chief was truly impressive. He had no sense of management whatsoever. Although goblins are as resilient as cockroaches, they can also get sick and die. If the corpses caused a plague, it could wipe them out in one go. After assigning the tasks, Li Chen recruited 7 goblins to make up for yesterday's losses and then took 19 soldiers to hunt horned crocodiles. It had already been proven that hunting horned crocodiles with red poison fruit was very effective. Li Chen spent the entire day in a frenzy of hunting, killing a total of 21 horned crocodiles, which directly leveled him up to level 10. His vitality increased from 8 to 12, and his height reached 1.8 meters, making him relatively tall even among big goblins. Meanwhile, his running skill was maxed out at level 5, and the extra specialization points were all allocated to one-handed weapons. Now he had obtained an iron axe and planned to practice his proficiency with one-handed weapons, as it might come in handy later. The hunting stopped by evening. Li Chen instructed the goblins to work together to turn over the horned crocodiles they had killed today. He used an axe to slice open the belly of a horned crocodile and peeled off the entire hide. The leather of the horned crocodile was a very precious material for armor, and now that they had iron tools, they had to collect it all. He also smashed off the horns with the back of his axe, preserving them properly. The loot from the day's monster grinding and the items collected from the horned crocodiles were as follows: grains times 42 horned crocodile hides times 37 horned crocodile horns times 5 horned crocodile tendons times 11 dinars. 1890. Such a large haul made Li Chen grin from ear to ear, but he was troubled by the many horned crocodile corpses on the ground. Could their meat still be eaten? These horned crocodiles had been poisoned by Li Chen using red poison fruit, which exhibited an almost otherworldly toxicity. This plant was likely a magical one, otherwise, the poison wouldn't be so potent. However, looking at the 21 horned crocodile corpses before him, he couldn't bear to leave them to rot here. He had seen a documentary that said many natural toxins lose their potency when heated to high temperatures, as the proteins would be destroyed. He wasn't sure if this rule applied in another world. He planned to process the meat and have someone taste it to see if it would be poisonous. Li Chen took a piece of horned crocodile meat, washed it thoroughly with water, skewered it on a branch, and roasted it over the fire, turning it into jerky, cooked until it was so tough that it would be hard to chew. He called Gobu over. You performed bravely today, so here's a meat skewer for you. Li Chen had no moral qualms as he handed the skewer to Gobu. Gobu's face lit up with surprise as he devoured the skewer in a few bites. Li Chen stared intently at Gobu, who stared back at him. Do you feel anything special? Li Chen asked. Gobu scratched his face. No, oh, yes. Li Chen grew anxious and urged him to speak quickly. Gobu looked shy. Boss, I feel like I'm still not full. Li Chen rolled his eyes, letting him eat freely to see if the poison was insufficient. He also let the other goblins eat. If they died, he could recruit more, and if they didn't die, it would be a huge profit. The results were promising. After more than an hour, none of the 19 goblins showed any signs of poisoning. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He figured either the toxicity was concentrated in the horned crocodile's intestines and hadn't spread elsewhere, or that high temperatures could indeed destroy the proteins of the red poison fruit's toxins. Now, none of this meat would go to waste. Li Chen immediately ordered everyone to start processing the horned crocodiles, cutting all the meat off and skewering it to take back to the tribe. He specifically warned the goblins not to touch the internal organs of the horned crocodiles. Due to the large workload, Li Chen sent Gobu back to the tribe to call over the goblins from the work team. When they saw the ground covered in horned crocodile meat, they were all stunned. They had never seen so much meat in their lives. Each horned crocodile weighed at least 500 kilograms, and the meat they had processed was over 300 kilograms. Once they handled this meat, it would be enough for them to eat until next month. The morale of the goblin tribe soared instantly. They looked up to Li Chen with admiration. Being able to gather so much meat made their leader shine like the sun. The era of the former leader was gone for good. Li Chen instructed the goblins to take the meat back to the tribe and warned them not to steal any, mainly fearing that the unprocessed meat might be toxic. Upon arriving at the tribe, Li Chen built a huge bonfire in the center and sent the goblins to the spring in the back mountain to wash the cut meat clean, slice it thin, and roast it by the bonfire. It had to be dried into jerky. Listen up, everyone. Work hard for me. No stealing. As long as you all do well, tonight I'll let you eat until you're full. Li Chen's promise plunged the goblins into a sea of joy, and they worked with renewed vigor, their movements quickening. Before long, several thousand strips of processed horned crocodile meat were laid out to roast over the bonfire, and a rich meaty aroma spread throughout the area. By this time, the sky had darkened, and the hunting team returned one after another, astonished to see so much meat in the tribe. They had been running around the mountains all day, only finding a few small animals and wild fruits. How could the tribe be filled with meat upon their return? Did they wander into the wrong tribe? Li Chen saw the hunting team had returned and instructed them to stand in line, placing their finds in front of him for inspection, one by one. The first hunting team had a few dead rabbits and some berries, not a lot, but enough for their daily consumption, indicating they had put in some effort. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction and approached a few of the goblins, carefully sniffing them. The goblins were puzzled by Li Chen's actions and could only stand still for him to smell. After checking each of them, Li Chen casually slapped the head of the hunting team. Damn it! Have you all not bathed for days? Get your asses over there and wash up until you smell clean, or you're not allowed to eat meat. The head of the hunting team, who had been slapped, looked delighted, understanding that if they washed up, they could eat meat. He immediately led the goblin hunting team, scampering off to the spring on the back mountain to bathe. Li Chen continued to check the harvests of two more hunting teams. Their situations were similar, having caught small game, neither too much nor too little. After sniffing them, he sent them off to wash up and then eat dried meat. When he checked the fourth hunting team, he found only a few berries and a pitiful amount of insects. Li Chen frowned. This was too little. Something was off. He looked at the head of the hunting team, who was gazing at him with a fawning expression, clearly eager to wash up and eat meat. Li Chen leaned in closer, sniffing him carefully, and detected a strong smell of blood. Instantly furious, he grabbed the goblin by the neck and slammed him to the ground. I told you, all captured prey must be brought back for me to distribute. You thought you could sneak a bite, huh? You think you can outsmart me? Li Chen tightened his grip on the goblin's throat, nearly choking him. He had just smelled blood on him, meaning this hunting team had eaten their catch before returning. He absolutely would not allow anyone to defy his orders. Goblins are creatures devoid of humanity and family values. The only thing that can restrain them is the ruler's might. If even that fails, his rule could easily collapse, so any signs of rebellion must be crushed decisively. Li Chen didn't give the goblin a chance to speak, drawing his axe from his waist and swinging it at the goblin's forehead, delivering a fatal blow. Li Chen pointed his axe at the panicking goblin hunting team and ordered the spear-wielding goblins, go. 3 for 1 kill. The spear-wielding goblins immediately sprang into action, surrounding the hunting team with their spears, causing the hunting goblins to sit down in fear. However, the spear-wielding goblins looked puzzled. What did 3 for 1 kill mean? Li Chen was exasperated, holding up 3 fingers. This means 3 goblins. He then folded one finger down. Kill one of the 3. The spear-wielding goblins suddenly understood and began their slaughter. The sounds of screams filled the air as the hunting team goblins were quickly stabbed down one after another. Li Chen was very satisfied with this. The other goblins were filled with terror, which was exactly what he wanted. To rule over goblins, one could only establish a reign of terror. But as the killing continued, Li Chen noticed something was off. Damn it, the hunting team of over 30 had lost fewer than 10. What kind of math was this, taught by a gym teacher? Li Chen quickly called for a stop. He wanted 3 for 1 kill, not 3 for 3 kills. However, the orders had already been carried out. One couldn't slap their own face, so they could only move on to the next page. Li Chen pointed at the corpse on the ground and roared at the goblins. Look clearly. This is the consequence of disobeying orders. From now on, if you follow my commands, you'll eat your fill of meat. If you don't, you'll die. Having established his authority, Li Chen inspected the last hunting team's catch. The little leader of this hunting team had only one ear, and when he saw Li Chen approaching, he immediately knelt down. Li Chen asked, "Did you steal the prey?" The one-eared goblin trembled and shook his head. No. Then it's fine, as long as you don't disobey orders, it's all good. Kneeling won't help if you break the rules. Li Chen looked at the prey they had brought back. It was quite standard: rabbits, wild chickens, bird eggs, berries, and some fruits that were hard to identify, in considerable quantity. The hunting team didn't smell of blood, and Li Chen was very satisfied. He was about to send this hunting team to wash up and eat, but suddenly he spotted something familiar: potatoes. Damn! Li Chen grabbed the potato and held it up for a closer look. Looks like a potato. He scraped the skin off with his nail and brought it to his nose to sniff. Smells like a potato. He opened his mouth and took a bite out of the potato, chewing carefully. Tastes like a potato. Damn, this is a potato. Li Chen yanked the kneeling one-eared goblin up and shook his shoulders wildly. Where did you find this? Is there more? Near the spider's nest by the cave, and there are many more. The mountains are full of these roots. Li Chen's breath became heavy, and his face twisted with ecstasy. Potatoes. They could provide a large amount of starch, adaptable to a wide range of planting regions, and had an extremely high yield. Good, very good. You've done well. Li Chen patted the goblin's shoulder. I bestow upon you the name One Ear. From now on, you will be the captain of this hunting team, and you will receive double the food every day. Now, take your team to wash up, and after that, you can eat as much dried meat as you want. One Ear was overjoyed. This meant he had made it, right? He was now a leader. Seeing the envious gazes of the other goblins, Li Chen decided to take the opportunity to establish a hierarchy. He picked up a piece of dried meat and waved it in front of the goblins. This was roughly the amount a goblin could barely fill their stomach with. Listen up, from now on, the work team will get to eat one piece of meat like this every day. The hunting team, due to the dangers they face, will get 1.5 pieces daily, and the hunting team captain will get 2 pieces. If they encounter enemies, soldiers participating in the battle can eat 3 pieces a day, and if they achieve merit, they can receive 10 pieces at once. One Ear found useful crops, which counts as merit, so he gets 10 pieces of dried meat. The little goblins couldn't grasp the meaning of those numbers, so Li Chen simply stacked the dried meat into several piles, letting the goblins know what kind of treatment they could expect based on their status. The goblins' eyes all fell on the stacked 10 pieces of dried meat, and at that moment, they had formed an impression in their little heads. As long as they achieved merit, they could get lots and lots of meat. In the following days, the tribe developed steadily. Li Chen assigned many tasks to the goblins, starting with the construction of a pen for raising wood mice. Wood mice are large animals that look like rats. They are docile, unconcerned about anything, and just keep eating grass, trees, anything. Of course, as the only animal in the goblin tribe that hadn't been eaten, they had their special qualities. They breed exceptionally well. Moreover, their size was just right, making them suitable for the goblins to use as breeding tools. When the previous leader was in charge, these wood mice were loosely tied up by the trees for free range. Li Chen intended to implement strict management, and in the future, only goblins who achieved merit would be allowed to reproduce. In addition, the second building he had constructed was a nursery, a simple hut made of wood and leaves, with a rudimentary earthen bed in the middle, where a fire could be lit for warmth. During the goblin cub stage, Li Chen faced death every day. He was acutely aware that the goblin tribe's laissez-faire attitude towards goblin cubs resulted in a mortality rate exceeding 80%. A change had to be made. This was not a moral perspective of wanting future generations to avoid the rain that their predecessors had endured, but purely for development. Population was the key factor for growth. To secure enough adult goblins, it was essential to protect the goblin cubs and help them survive their weakest phase. After the nursery was completed, Li Chen had his own housing built. He instructed the goblins to construct a wooden house using sticks, about 40 square meters, which was infinitely more refined than the grass hut of the previous goblin leader. In a tribe where everyone had to sleep on the ground, he could sleep in a small house, which seemed a bit corrupt. But, as the great leader of the tribe, should he not enjoy some comforts while shouldering the rise and fall of the tribe? Ordinary goblins only needed to think about how to work, but as their leader, he had much more to consider. The tribe was thriving, but Li Chen discovered a serious problem. Without iron tools, the tribe's development was painfully slow. If this issue was not resolved, the tribe would remain stuck in the primitive era. Li Chen stood at the entrance of the leader's wooden house, looking westward. The human village, it's time to take a look. Li Chen made up his mind to raid a human village. After all, they were people from another world, and he felt no psychological burden in doing so. However, with these stinky goblins under his command, he was genuinely afraid of sending them to their doom, so he needed to prepare in advance. First, he initiated conscription. Aside from the 19 system soldiers he could absolutely trust, Li Chen recruited 200 goblins to become full-time soldiers. He prepared wooden spears for each goblin and then had them undergo military training. The training content was simple: thrusting with spears to enhance their combat power, running to improve their mobility, and standing at attention to boost their obedience and team spirit. The first 2 tasks were manageable. Under the temptation of food, the goblins could complete them. However, the last task of standing at attention was a real challenge. Goblins were naturally restless, each one like they had ADHD. Asking them to stand still under the sun for an hour was sheer torture. Li Chen personally supervised, but after several attempts, it was still ineffective. These guys would start fidgeting, whispering, or even just sit down on the ground, giving Li Chen a severe headache. Standing at attention was indeed torturous, not to mention goblins, even humans found it hard to endure without veteran supervision. This exercise was primarily to cultivate individual obedience to military orders. After all, was there any meaning in making troops stand still under the sun for an hour? No. But if soldiers could resolutely obey such meaningless orders, wouldn't they be even more compliant when sent on various tactical missions in the future? Especially for goblins, these magical creatures, they should undergo the baptism of standing at attention to instill in them unconditional obedience to commands. For this reason, Li Chen was determined the goblins had to pass the standing training. He corrected them several times, even resorting to using a military stick, but it still didn't work. This clashed with the goblins' chaotic instincts. Li Chen finally lost his temper. He called over the spear-wielding goblins and had them stand in front of the goblin formation. Keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to move, speak, or wander around, kill them on the spot. Li Chen was tired of arguing with them and directly used the language the goblins understood best: disobey and you die. Sure enough, this method was very effective. Faced with the deadly spears of their kind, the goblins stood there, not daring to move or speak, remaining silent for 3 hours. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, goblins were still in need of discipline, and this was the way to do it. If things continued like this, he was confident he could cultivate the obedience of these goblins within a month, and after a month, he would be able to send troops out. In addition to military training, Li Chen had other preparations. First was to continue leveling up. Every day he took the soldiers to hunt horned crocodiles. Not only did he need to level up himself, but he also needed to upgrade the goblins under his command. These goblins were simply too short. Fighting them against humans was like children battling adults. He had to train all 19 soldiers into level 2 big goblins. To this end, he had been continuously hunting horned crocodiles for 2 days. Finally, the first goblin spear that followed him accumulated enough experience. Li Chen clicked to upgrade on the soldier management page, spending 80 dinars to upgrade the goblin spear into a big goblin. The height of the goblin spear instantly rose to 1.7 meters. He looked at his strong body in disbelief. The surging power made him feel a refreshing transformation. Li Chen pulled the goblin spear in front of the other goblins and shouted, "The goblin spear has fought bravely. I have bestowed him with strength. From now on, he will be the second big goblin in the tribe. Don't you want to gain the same power? Do you? If you do, then fight hard for me." Ding! You have successfully delivered a speech, igniting the enthusiasm of the goblins. Charm proficiency +1. Seeing the goblins' fervent fighting spirit, Li Chen was very pleased. As long as they could maintain this enthusiasm, conquering the human tribes would truly be no problem. In the following days, the horned crocodiles by the river suffered greatly, lured ashore and slaughtered by the goblins. Many goblins accumulated enough experience, and Li Chen upgraded them all to big goblins. The combat power of big goblins was stronger than that of human males, and their intelligence was comparable to that of humans. Li Chen decided that once all the goblins in his hands were promoted to big goblins, he would send troops to the human villages. In addition to increasing the quality of soldiers, Li Chen was also crafting weapons and equipment suitable for big goblins, mainly armor and crossbows. As for armor, he currently had axes, and by sharpening the axes, he could perform simple processing on the horned crocodile skin. However, the skin on the back of the horned crocodile was very thick and hard, and the axe couldn't cut through it, making processing impossible. Unless he had tools like iron picks or chisels, he could only process the hardest part of the crocodile skin by drilling and connecting. Li Chen temporarily gave up on processing the back of the horned crocodile and began cutting the softer belly skin. Although this white leather was soft, its defensive power was also impressive, capable of withstanding small poundage crossbows and knife slashes without issue. Li Chen immediately ordered the goblins to make 20 sets of soft armor. He personally demonstrated to the goblins how to make it, cutting the soft belly leather of the horned crocodile with an axe, using 2 pieces of leather for the front and back, tying them together with rope to finish. The shoulder armor was attached to the chest armor with a large piece of crocodile skin, followed by the skirt armor, leg armor, and hand armor. This crocodile armor was quite lightweight, allowing for agile movement while providing decent defense. Li Chen was very satisfied. Now he had 19 light armored infantry. To showcase his status, Li Chen focused on crafting a special armor for himself, essentially a thickened version made of 2 layers of crocodile skin, enhancing the defense at the chest. Then he took a horned crocodile skull, separating the upper and lower jaws to wear on his head. From a distance, it looked quite imposing, like a crocodile. Man! The other goblins, seeing this operation, were all inspired and borrowed axes from Li Chen to chop off horned crocodile heads to make helmets. Now all 19 big goblins wore crocodile helmets, looking somewhat like a demonic army, which should serve to intimidate their enemies. The set of horned crocodile leather armor crafted by Li Chen has been recognized by the system and can be stored in the warehouse, or its attributes can be viewed. Name: reinforced horned crocodile leather armor. Weight 15 kilograms. Armor type light. Armor head defense 12, body defense 24, shoulder defense 13, hand defense 13, leg defense 13. Description: lightweight armor with slight magical resistance, affinity to water. Elements: the wearer will confuse horned crocodiles into thinking they are kin, preventing them from attacking. Li Chen was very satisfied. The armor's attributes were quite impressive, and it was made from leftover horned crocodile materials. If he could obtain other iron tools, he could process the thickest part of the horned crocodile's back. Imagine the defensive capabilities of armor made from that. Li Chen felt even more eager to raid human villages. With the armor ready, he also needed to arrange for weapons. Given the current conditions of the tribe, he couldn't make any good melee weapons, but Li Chen had plenty of horned crocodile tendons, which meant he could craft crossbows just in time. Li Chen had forged so much armor recently that his forging skill had increased to 25 points, unlocking a two-choice skill branch. 1. Pottery making, you will gain knowledge related to pottery production. 2. Bow and crossbow making, you will gain knowledge related to bow and crossbow production. In Mountain Blade 2, when a player's skill proficiency reaches 25 points, they can choose one from two subskills, and every additional 25 points allows for another selection. Now that Li Chen's forging skill had reached 25 points, he could make a choice. The first option, pottery making, was quite tempting. Firing pottery is a significant symbol of human civilization's progress, and it would be the same here among goblins. However, with the expedition imminent, increasing armament was the top priority, and pottery technology wasn't particularly difficult. Li Chen could already make simple pottery himself, so he directly chose the second option, bow and crossbow making. After clicking confirm, Li Chen felt a wealth of crossbow making knowledge flood into his mind, and it took him quite a while to fully absorb this information. At that moment, he was a master crossbow maker, and looking at the two simple wooden bows he had made earlier, he felt nothing but disdain. How could such shabby things be his creations? He destroyed both wooden bows. Just looking at those broken items made him want to explode. The goblin bow looked at him with a pitiful expression, like a child with a broken toy. Why are you crying? Are you going to keep this junk for the new year? Come on, I'll make you something better. Li Chen took the goblin bow into the forest, searching for a type of tree called pine nut wood. The newly acquired knowledge about crossbows informed him that the trunk of this tree is very tough and has good flexibility, making it an excellent material for crafting crossbows. However, Li Chen didn't plan to use it for a bow. He wanted to make a crossbow. Training archers takes too long, and Li Chen didn't have time to wait for them to develop. Comparatively, training crossbowmen was much simpler. Crossbowmen only need to pull back the string and charge it to aim calmly, unlike bows, which require effort to maintain the drawn state. Shaking hands, like having Parkinson's, makes hitting a target very difficult. After running for half a day, they found a pine nut tree. Li Chen instructed the goblin bow to chop down the tree with an axe, strip the bark, and cut it into suitable wooden blocks. Li Chen chose to make a crossbow with a simple cross design, just two wooden sticks pieced together with a few small wooden blocks to create the mechanism. By the end of the first day, he had completed a crossbow and successfully tested it. Its range exceeded 120 meters, with impressive penetration. Even with wooden arrows, it penetrated the tree trunk by a finger's depth. In the cold weapon era, this thing could be considered a low-end handgun. Li Chen stored the completed crossbow in the warehouse, where the weapon's attributes were displayed. Name: extremely simple crossbow. Weight: 3 kilograms. Weapon type: light crossbow. Damage: 35 piercing. Ammunition flight speed: 70 meters per second. Effective range: 120 meters. Evaluation: an emergency product. The crossbow body has not undergone drying treatment, has not been painted, and the crossbow mechanism is wooden, with limited strength. It may be damaged in intense combat, and there is still much room for improvement. The system evaluation is acknowledged by Li Chen. This crossbow is indeed an emergency product. If there were enough time and more materials, he could create a more powerful crossbow, but fortunately, the current ones are sufficient. Li Chen immediately began to expand production, working alone at a rate of 3 crossbows per day, producing a total of 20 crossbows. There was no choice. With only one axe available, productivity was too low. However, this also had its benefits, as it allowed him to brush up on his forging skills. The making of crossbow bolts was also quite simple. Using the teeth of the horned crocodile for the arrowheads would suffice. He assigned this task to other goblins, asking each to make 40. He also had them use horned crocodile leather to make quivers. After a month of preparation, it was time to march out. Li Chen filled the writing and hacking warehouse with various jerky, dried fish, and grains. The 20 big goblins under him were dressed in horned crocodile armor, wielding wooden spears and crossbows. 200 goblins who had undergone preliminary military training lined up in formation, armed with wooden spears and small stones, serving a role of filling lines and harassment. As they set out for the human village, Li Chen found a goblin with one ear and said to him, "From now on, I appoint you as the executive vice leader. During my absence, you must manage the tribe well." The one-eared goblin was stunned. He thought the boss would take him along on the expedition, but instead, he was left behind. "Be boss. Take me with you." I want to achieve military merit too. Li Chen patted the one-eared goblin's shoulder. Don't worry, during my absence, just manage the tribe well, and when I return, it will count as your military achievement. Additionally, I have a few tasks for you. Li Chen pointed to the wooden house in the center of the tribe and said, first, that is my house. No one is allowed to enter. Anyone who dares to go in will be killed without mercy. The one-eared goblin was startled and hurriedly nodded. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely keep an eye on the house. No one can go in. Li Chen smiled sinisterly. I hope so. In fact, he didn't care whether anyone entered the house. He was conducting a compliance test. He wanted to see if the remaining goblins could be intimidated during his absence. If they could be intimidated, that would be great, and he would be very happy, leading to further trust in the one-eared goblin. If they couldn't be intimidated and the wooden house was occupied by other goblins, he wouldn't be angry. He would simply kill 1 out of 3 to reassert his authority, so he wouldn't lose anything regardless. Then, Li Chen raised his second finger in front of the one-eared goblin. The second task I give you is to increase the population. There are 70 goblins left for you in the tribe, and there are over 30 wood mice. These creatures can give birth to at least 3 goblin pups per litter, with a half-month gestation period, and the goblin pups mature in half a month. I hope that when I return, the goblin tribe's population will at least double. If you can achieve this, I will reward you handsomely. The one-eared goblin was stunned. Was this even a task? This was completely a reward. For goblins, reproduction is instinctual, and being able to satisfy their reproductive desires made this task very appealing. The one-eared goblin looked at Li Chen with reverence, feeling that he could never repay the leader's kindness. Li Chen raised his third finger. The third task is to cultivate the land around the tribe by any means necessary and plant the potatoes you found last time. Ha? Plant potatoes? But I don't know how. The goblin tribe had never domesticated any other plants or animals besides wood mice. To the one-eared goblin, planting seemed like high-tech. No problem. I'll teach you. Li Chen found a wooden spear, loosened the soil, dug a hole, buried a potato inside, and then dug a pit every so often to throw in more potatoes, leaving their fate to the heavens. Li Chen didn't expect such a crude planting method to yield a high potato harvest. It was just a way to keep the remaining goblins occupied with some productive activity. After all, the brothers were fighting hard on the front lines while those at home enjoyed a carefree life, right? Work hard, my executive vice chief. After arranging matters in the tribe, Li Chen gathered the troops, brandishing his axe and pointing westward. March to the human village. The goblin army set out, and Li Chen led the troops west along the Great River. The journey was nothing but travel, marching for 16 hours a day. Li Chen was worried the goblins might not be able to handle it, but he wanted to test their physical limits, and he was somewhat astonished. As long as they were provided with enough water and food, they could keep walking indefinitely. Li Chen developed a little marching trick. Whenever the goblins' morale dipped, he would hand out jerky, 1 piece for each, without needing to stop, and they could merrily continue marching. The consequence of this was a significant food consumption. Each goblin needed to eat 6 pieces of jerky a day. Fortunately, Li Chen had hunted a lot of horned crocodiles over the past month, so as long as they could speed up their march, they could eat as much jerky as they wanted. With ample food supplies, it didn't even take 4 days. By the 3rd day, the goblin army had reached the vicinity of the human village. Around noon that day, Li Chen led the troops along the riverbank when suddenly, he raised his fist to signal the marching troops to stop. Li Chen twitched his nose, catching the scent carried by the wind. The smell of smoke. In the vast magical forest, there weren't many creatures that could start a fire, and Li Chen knew he had arrived. All troops enter the forest to camp, eat, and then sleep. No talking, no wandering around, violators will be killed. Li Chen ordered the troops to hide in the forest, making sure they weren't spotted by humans, or they would lose the advantage. He divided the big goblins into 2 groups, sending one with the big goblin to keep an eye on the little goblins while he took the other group to sneak towards the human tribe to scout. Bow and crossbow ready, keep your ears up and eyes wide open. If you see anything unusual, shout for me immediately. Li Chen led the way forward, with the big goblins closely following him. Before long, the smell of smoke grew stronger, and there were numerous signs of human activity on the ground. In the game Mountain Blade 2, Bannerlord, there's a scouting skill that allows Li Chen to glean various information from the traces on the ground. There were many signs ahead, quite mixed, but the scouting skill marked all the information. Trace 1, number of people 3, time 3 days ago. Trace 2, number of people 5, time 2 days ago. Trace 3, number of people 4, time 1 day ago. The number of people who left these traces wasn't large. Li Chen speculated they might be a human hunting party, and this was the main activity area for humans. Everyone be careful, we might encounter enemies here, Li Chen instructed, leading the troops to continue forward. As they walked, Li Chen had them stop again. The scouting skill indicated danger among the grass ahead. Li Chen used his wooden spear to sweep away the dead branches and leaves, revealing a trap. He picked up a stone and smashed it onto the trap, which snapped shut with a loud crack. Li Chen picked up the trap and handed it to the goblin behind him, telling him to hold it. It was a rare piece of ironware. The group continued forward, finding 4 more traps, and they encountered other traps that Li Chen eliminated using his scouting skill. They stealthily advanced 3 kilometers from where the main force was stationed, and the forest began to thin out. Li Chen saw the human encampment and was left dumbfounded. Damn, how am I supposed to play this? They had indeed found the human village, but the damn village had walls. Outside the forest, a piece of land had been cleared, where some human farmers were tilling the soil. Behind the land stood a wooden wall, about 3 meters high, obscuring the view of what lay beyond, but it was likely just housing. Inside the wooden wall, there was a watchtower, approximately 7 meters tall. Li Chen saw 2 humans on the watchtower, chatting, each holding a longbow, resembling the English longbow style. They wore helmets and chainmail, with long swords at their waists. Li Chen felt a pang of frustration. He wanted to drag out the former goblin chief and whip the corpse. Didn't BYD mention a village? Wasn't this a castle? Yes, the wooden fortress before him was recognized by the mounted combat system. The buildings in the mounted combat system mainly fall into 3 categories: villages, castles, and towns. Villages serve the purpose of conscription and supply, nothing special. Castles, however, are formidable. Players can garrison troops inside, and the walls can withstand attacks from multiple enemies. Additionally, players can construct various buildings within the castle slots to produce resources or train troops. Towns are even more powerful. Once players occupy a town, they can use it as a base to declare themselves king. The fortress before him was marked by the system as difficult garrison, and Li Chen nearly laughed out loud upon seeing the name. He was 100% certain that this group had been exiled here by the mainstream human world, and they had a rather grim sense of humor to name it difficult garrison. Laughing aside, the problem was how to take down difficult garrison. He had no engineering tools, and with just the few people he brought, attacking a village was one thing, but a castle was truly suicidal. Li Chen pondered for a while, found no solution, and decided to retreat, waiting for nightfall to seek an opportunity. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 3 figures emerged from the open castle gate, 2 soldiers clad in chainmail, with long swords at their sides. The other was a young man dressed in bright green clothing, also with a long sword, longbow, quiver, and leading a hunting dog, looking like a young nobleman heading out to hunt. The nobleman led the dog straight toward where Li Chen and his group were hiding. Seeing this, Li Chen wanted to pull back. He didn't want to expose himself, and he needed to plan carefully for the castle assault. However, just as he was about to leave, the nobleman's hunting dog suddenly barked loudly. Vic, sit. Vic, sit. The nobleman tried to calm his dog, but it seemed possessed, barking toward the forest. One of the guards behind the nobleman said, "Young Master Lance, it seems Vic has spotted something." The nobleman named Lance's eyes lit up, and he immediately let go of the dog's leash, which dashed out. Just as Li Chen was preparing to leave, the hunting dog charged at him like the wind. Li Chen narrowed his eyes and drew his axe. The dog leaped over the farmland, through the bushes, and into the forest, jumping high in front of Li Chen, its jaws wide open, ready to bite. Li Chen had been prepared. He swung his axe down with great force, splitting the dog's head in half, the blade driving deep into its abdomen, turning the dog into a zombie dog from a horror game. At that moment, young Master Lance, along with the 2 guards, rushed in. Since being exiled here, hunting had become his only source of enjoyment. Vic, did you catch something? Vic, you, young Master Lance dashed into the forest and suddenly locked eyes with 10 pairs of green, glimmering eyes, freezing in place. Li Chen squinted slightly, observing the young man's attire. He seemed to hold a significant position in the castle, and now that he had delivered himself right to Li Chen, there was no chance of letting him go. Li Chen swung his axe fiercely, tossing the dog's corpse aside, and then lunged forward. Gee, Goblin! Young Master Lance finally reacted, his heart filled with terror. He wanted to draw his sword, but Li Chen's fist was already upon him. With all his strength, Li Chen delivered a powerful blow to young Master Lance's face, knocking him down. Young Master! The 2 guards, seeing their master knocked out by a goblin, immediately panicked and drew their long swords to confront him. Li Chen would not engage in a hard fight. He took a step back and shouted behind him, "Fire the arrows!" The 9 goblins behind him, who had been holding their crossbows, immediately raised their hands and shot upon hearing the command. 2 soldiers let out a scream as several crossbow bolts pierced their bodies. However, since they were wearing chainmail and had padded armor made of compressed cotton underneath, they had some degree of protection. With the 2 layers of armor, although the crossbow bolts penetrated their defenses and embedded themselves in their flesh, they did not go in deeply, at most causing minor injuries. The goblins' archery was a bit slow, mainly because they were aiming. When Li Chen saw that his companion's crossbow bolts had not killed the 2 men, he quickly adjusted his aim at the unprotected faces of the soldiers and pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the arrow struck one soldier in the face, knocking him down instantly. Taking advantage of the other soldier's pain from the arrow, Li Chen charged forward and slammed into the other soldier's chest, knocking him over. The soldier tried to get up, but Li Chen jumped on him, yanked off his helmet, and swung an axe down. With a crunch, 12 experience points were credited. The 2 soldiers made a loud commotion as they died, which was heard by the farmers who were working the fields. They looked toward the forest and saw the goblins stripping the armor off the soldiers, causing them to scream and run toward the castle. The two archers in the watchtower also noticed that something was wrong and immediately rang the alarm bell, the sound echoing around the castle. Inside the castle, in a relatively tidy wooden house, a woman was fiddling with glassware, concocting some kind of potion, occasionally flipping through a book in front of her to check the necessary knowledge. Hearing the alarm bell, she frowned. Were there monsters attacking again? There were too many monsters in the magical forest. And every day, monsters would sneak into the castle, already affecting their agricultural expansion. The woman thought the soldiers would handle it well, so she ignored it and planned to continue her potion research, but a soldier came to knock on the door. "Miss Hannah, it's bad. There are enemies in the forest." The woman named Hannah frowned, set down her work, picked up a long sword to hang at her waist, and grabbed a wooden staff. She opened the door and asked, "What happened?" "Miss Hannah, the soldiers on the wall reported that a group of goblins has sneaked into the forest near the castle, and the young master happened to encounter them while hunting. We don't know if the young master is safe." "What?" Hannah was shocked and ran out of the wooden house to the wall, climbing up in just a few steps. At this moment, all the soldiers in the castle had gathered on the wall, but upon a careful glance, there were only a little over 50 who could fight, and there were fewer than 10 professional soldiers in armor. The rest were militiamen in simple clothing, holding hoes. Hannah rushed to the side of an elderly man in a robe and a tall man clad in full Western armor, anxiously asking, "Butler Mond, Knight Leo, what's going on? What happened?" Butler Mond looked anxious as well, trembling as he replied, "Farmers saw goblins sneaking around the edge of the forest, and the young master happened to take his guards to hunt in the forest, running into this group of goblins. Now 2 soldiers have been killed, their bodies left at the forest's edge, and the young master is missing." Hannah immediately panicked, her beautiful face tightening. "Then why are you still standing here? Hurry and send troops to find the young master." Knight Leo's brows were deeply furrowed as he explained, "This group of goblins is not simple. They were able to kill 2 armored guards in an instant. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the farmers said these goblins are very tall, all big goblins, and they seem to have crossbow-like weapons." "Miss Hannah, I don't need to explain what crossbows mean, do I? These are weapons that even we are not allowed to possess." Knight Leo sighed. The kingdom's laws prohibited the private possession of crossbows, and violators faced execution. Only the regular army could be equipped with them. Before Master Lance's father participated in the coup, the Baron's Guard had a quota of 50 crossbows, but now they and the young master had been exiled deep into the magical forest to clear land, without even a single crossbow. How tragic. Miss Hannah was furious when she heard them say they wouldn't go to rescue the young master just because the goblins had crossbows. "You're just going to stand here and watch the young master get captured over something like this? He could be in danger at any moment. As his vassals, how can you just stand by and do nothing?" Faced with her accusations, the two felt a bit ashamed, but it was only a slight shame. They stood there without even shifting their weight. Ever since they were exiled to the depths of the magical forest, the splendor and wealth of the kingdom's capital had nothing to do with them anymore. Glory, money, and power had all slipped away, and they had become numb, living like walking corpses, taking each day as it came. Butler Mond and Knight Leo exchanged glances, and the butler spoke up to advise, "Miss Hannah, please calm down. Goblins are bloodthirsty monsters. If the young master has fallen into their hands, he may have already met his end." Knight Leo added, "Yes, I know goblins well. These bloodthirsty bastards eat anything. The young master has probably already become their dinner. Moreover, Miss Hannah, you know the habits of goblins, they have no females. Goblins reproduce using other female animals." He looked Hannah up and down, his gaze carrying a certain implication. "Miss Hannah, that group of goblins is of unknown number, and they have powerful weapons like crossbows, with fewer than 10 regular soldiers. Here and a bunch of old farmers. Do you really think we can defeat them and rescue the young master? Do you understand the risks of going into battle? If we men lose, it's one thing, we can die. But if you, Miss Hannah, were captured." He didn't finish his sentence, but Hannah's face turned pale immediately. As an apprentice at a magic academy, she knew a lot. Goblins were a cursed species by the goddess of life, and they did not give birth to female goblins. However, before the goblin god died, he used all his divine power to bless the goblin race, removing their reproductive isolation. This was the greatest mockery of the goddess of life and a revenge left by the goblin god for the world, a disgusting race like psoriasis. Hannah knew all too well what goblins would do to human women, but as vassals of Master Lance, how could they just ignore it when their master was captured by the enemy? Meanwhile, Li Chen was hiding in the forest with the goblins. He hadn't left, he was waiting to see if the human troops would come out to rescue. If the rescue team was small, he would lead his men to attack and deplete the military strength within the fortress. However, after waiting for a long time, no one came out of the fortress, and the wooden door was tightly locked. Li Chen glanced at the noble young master sleeping soundly. This guy's status wasn't that great, after all. Even when captured, no one came to rescue him, unaware that the person before him was the highest ruler of the castle. Since he had already been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. Li Chun ordered the goblins, "Go gather everyone and prepare for battle." The three leaders of the difficult encampment were still standing on the city wall, debating whether to send troops to rescue the young master, but Li Chen had already taken the initiative to lead the goblin army forward. "The enemy is coming." The soldiers in the watchtower saw a group of goblins emerging from the forest and panically sounded the alarm. The three immediately stopped arguing and looked toward the forest's edge, then gasped in shock. The goblins surged out of the forest, standing at the boundary between the woods and the farmland. Although there were only a little over 200 goblins, they all held wooden spears and formed a square formation. Among them were 20 larger goblins dressed in strange leather. It's important to note that goblins are chaotic beings. While they are social monsters, their organization is extremely weak. To be able to form a square like humans is simply unbelievable. Miss Hannah looked on in shock at this scene, and then something even more shocking happened. "Master!" A tall pillar rose up in the goblin formation, and hanging from it was the young master Rance, whom she had been thinking about. At that moment, Rance was still in a daze, stripped of his clothes, bound at the very top of the pillar, resembling a flag made of dough. Miss Hannah's eyes turned red, and she drew her long sword, shouting to the soldiers, "Soldiers, rescue your lord! Charge with me!" However, instead of a scene of enthusiastic agreement, everyone on the city wall stared at her in disbelief. "Sister, do you want to listen to what you're saying? There are over 200 of them, and we only have a little over 70. Although most of the opposing goblins are childlike, they have only 7 armored soldiers, while the rest are just a bunch of old farmers with farming tools. To put it plainly, they belong to the South Mountain Nursing Home versus the North Sea Kindergarten. Neither side is particularly impressive. Now they hold the advantage of the city wall, standing in an invulnerable position. To abandon the wall and actively engage in battle with the enemy would be sheer madness. Knight Leo coughed. "Miss Hannah, calm down. Abandoning the wall is not a wise move. Let's observe the situation first." Miss Hannah immediately jumped up, pointing at the young master Rance, who had become a flag. "Knight Leo, has the magic forest dulled your knightly spirit? I have never seen a knight of any kingdom remain indifferent when their lord is humiliated." In response to Miss Hannah's accusation, Knight Leo simply replied, "Well, my warhorse died of plague last month because it couldn't adapt to the forest climate. I am no longer a knight." Miss Hannah was furious, her blood boiling. Just as she was about to continue arguing, Butler Mond interrupted them. "Stop arguing, look at the goblins over there." Li Chen had raised the captured noble young master as a battle flag, hoping to humiliate the guards in the castle and lure them out to rescue him. However, the opposing side remained indifferent, standing on the city wall watching the show. He was 100% sure that this guy was not an important character at all. Even with him raised up, the castle guards showed no reaction. This guy was probably just a playboy with a bit of money who bought a nice outfit. Li Chen scratched his head, feeling helpless. He decided to attempt a feint to see how many people were in the castle. However, before attacking, he needed to distribute the equipment he had just acquired. The weapons obtained from the noble young master and his guards were a finely crafted noble longsword, name finely crafted noble longsword, weight 1.8 kg/speed 103/damage 58 stab speed 92 stab damage 41 length 78 cm. Description: an elegant weapon highly favored by nobles, often used for ceremonial purposes but also quite good for actual combat, with better quality than ordinary swords. 2 battle swords. Name: battle sword, weight 1.5 kg/speed 101/ damage 51 stab speed 85 stab damage 35 length 71 cm. Description: a standard longsword for humans, with decent quality. 1 finely crafted noble dagger. Name: exquisite noble dagger, weight 0.3 kg, swing speed 127 swing damage 18 stab speed 103 stab damage 34 length 28 cm. Description: a tool favored by nobles, adorned with rubies. If ambushed by enemies, this will be the last resort for survival. An exquisite noble longbow. Name: exquisite noble longbow, weight 0.8 kg. Weapon type: longbow. Damage: 80 piercing. Ammunition flight speed 100 meters per second. Effective range 180 meters. Evaluation: made from very solid materials, this longbow has been crafted by a master, boasting excellent quality. In the hands of a skilled archer, it is a deadly weapon. 2 pieces of chainmail. Name: chainmail. Weight 12 kg. Armor type: light armor. Body defense 31. Shoulder defense 21. Description: a lightweight armor with limited defense and coverage, excelling in flexibility and softness. 2 helmets. Name: helmet. Weight 2.5 kg. Armor type: light head armor. Body defense 31. Description: a lightweight helmet, a mass-produced item commonly equipped by human regular troops. A splendid noble armed outfit. Name: splendid noble armed outfit. Weight 2 kg. Armor type: light armor. Body defense 8. Shoulder defense 8. Hand defense 8. Leg defense 8. Description: made of cotton. This Cotton armor is worn under the armor as cushioning material, providing a small amount of defense. The noble armed outfit is very exquisite and can also serve as ordinary travel. Clothing. 2 armed outfits. Name, armed outfit. Weight, 2.1 kilograms. Armor type, light armor. Body defense, 6 shoulder defense, 6 hand defense, 6 leg defense, 6 description, made of cotton. This cotton armor is worn under the armor as cushioning material, providing a small amount of defense. A pot of iron arrows, 36 pieces. Li Chen promptly stripped off his horned crocodile armor, donned the noble armed outfit, put on a piece of chainmail, and then wore the horned crocodile soft armor over the chainmail, topped with a helmet. The exquisite noble longsword, exquisite noble dagger, and exquisite noble longbow set were all stowed away, bringing his total weight to over 30 kilograms. Fortunately, with 12 points of vitality boosting him, his body was very strong, and wearing this gear only gave him a slight sense of burden. Compared to this burden, the sense of security provided by the 3 sets of armor was unparalleled, and the 3 sets of weapons maximized his output, making him a heavy infantryman capable of holding the line. There was still a set of heavy infantry equipment left. Li Chen thought for a moment and called out Gabo. Gabo, come here and kneel. Gabo, confused, still approached and knelt before Li Chen. Li Chen picked up a guard's sword from the ground, drew it, and placed the sword on Gabo's head. Gabo, you fight bravely, are observant, and after discovering that the crossbow could not take the enemy's life, you shot at their face, killing 1 enemy. I reward you with a piece of chainmail, an armed outfit, a sword, and a helmet. Gabo was overjoyed, almost wanting to rush up and hug Li Chen's thigh and kiss his toes. Seeing this guy trembling on the ground without saying any words of gratitude, Li Chen waved his hand dismissively, letting him put on the equipment. Thus, Gabo became the first heavy crossbowman in Li Chen's troop, a versatile existence capable of long-range shooting and holding the line. The other goblins looked at Gabo with envy, then their gaze shifted to Li Chen, filled with desire, as there was still half a set of equipment left on the ground. Li Chen thought for a moment and pointed at Gobspear, saying, Gobspear, step forward. Gobspear was instantly delighted, sliding on his knees right in front of Li Chen. Li Chen picked up another sword, drew it, and placed the sword on Gobspear's head. Goblin Spear, you have followed me the longest, capturing crocodiles, battling scarred faces, killing leaders, with the deepest qualifications and outstanding achievements. I reward you with a sword, a helmet, and a set of armor. Goblin Spear took the equipment, his eyes filled with little stars. Although the boss liked to slap him around, the boss had him in his heart. The boss's kindness was enough to repay with a mouthful of teeth. Once the equipment was distributed, Li Chen drew his long sword and pointed it at the difficult encampment. Attack! The goblins immediately let out howls, rushing towards the city wall. Groups of goblins carried wooden ladders, trying to climb the wall. Soldiers on the wall quickly shot arrows, attempting to stop the approaching goblins. Miss Hannah on the wall began to chant a spell, and a fireball appeared in the magic circle. The next moment, she hurled the fireball fiercely down at the goblin siege team. The fireball smashed into the goblin crowd, causing a violent explosion. Goblins directly hit by it were instantly killed, their bones and flesh blown apart, while the surrounding goblins were knocked down by the shockwave of the explosion. The nearby goblins were terrified. The sound and light of the spell explosion were frightening enough to scare the wits out of goblins who had lived their whole lives in the forest. Miss Hannah gathered a second fireball spell and smashed it down at the goblins below, knocking down several more goblins. With another loud explosion. After the second fireball, the goblins' morale plummeted. With a shout of mommy, they dropped their ladders and turned to flee. The next day at dawn, Li Chen regrouped the scattered troops from the previous night and took stock. 5 were killed in battle, 14 lightly injured, all from burns, and 1 had twisted an ankle. The fireball thrown by that monkey drunkard looked impressive, but its lethal range was small. After the flames exploded, they had no stickiness, like a lighter blowing up. If the goblins had been wearing clothes, even minor burns wouldn't have occurred. Li Chen gathered the troops and brought out the 14 injured soldiers, addressing the goblins. These 14, injured in battle, they deserve a reward. Li Chen pointed at the 20 or so wood mice captured yesterday. I reward you with reproduction. Go. The 14 injured soldiers were instantly overjoyed, not expecting that being blown up by a fireball would earn them a reward. How delightful. The other goblins, seeing this good fortune, breathed a little heavier, eager to achieve military merit immediately. Unfortunately, in the following days, Li Chen did not launch an attack due to the scarcity of engineering equipment and the presence of a mage who could throw fireballs. Li Chen did not want to rush for quick results. He planned to adopt a strategy of soft grinding and hard bargaining. It seemed that both sides were at a stalemate, but in reality, the advantage lay with Li Chen and his group. While the castle provided protection for humans, it also became a cage. Li Chen only needed to place a few spies behind the castle, while the main force kept a close watch on the city gate, effectively surrounding them. Once the garrison's food ran out, they would collapse without a fight. Li Chen had the goblins set up camp, using axes and swords to chop down nearby trees to build houses suitable for long-term habitation. Li Chen planned to establish a permanent base here. Although the wooden fortress had not yet been taken, in his eyes, it was already in his pocket. Therefore, his construction requirements were high. He wanted to dig foundations and insert large beams, aiming to turn this place into a second base. He divided the goblins into 2 teams. One team would surround the wooden fortress to prevent the townspeople from rushing out, while the other team would go hunting, seeking wood mice to breed more goblins. Days passed, and the people on the wall transformed from initial panic to extreme unease. On the first day, they saw the goblins digging pits with simple tools. On the second day, they saw the goblins erecting wooden beams in the pits. On the third day, a small wooden house was completed, and it looked quite sturdy, capable of lasting 20 to 30 years without issue. In the following days, small wooden cabins were completed, and the goblins lit bonfires, roasting the captured prey collectively every day. What shocked everyone even more was that the tallest goblin led a group of smaller goblins into the fields, teaching them how to weed and protect crops. This truly left the old farmers on the walls in disbelief. Could it be that these magical creatures could actually farm? The backdrop of the hero's tales turned out to have such intelligence? The goblins displayed a posture of long-term residence, causing the struggling townspeople to feel extremely uneasy. Previously, they had fantasized that the goblins would retreat if they couldn't take the castle, but now they had to face reality. In a conference room of the wooden fortress, with a loud clap, Miss Hannah slammed her hand on the table. This can't go on any longer. This group of goblins clearly intends to settle here. If we continue to be trapped in the castle by them, we will have no way out. Steward Mond, how long can our food last? The old steward Mond also wore a worried expression. He pulled out a small notebook from his pocket, glanced at it, and said, "There are 2 months' worth of food left. If we cut back on supplies, it should last about 3 months. Miss Hannah looked at Sir Leo, who was sitting silently beside her. Sir Leo, we must do something. Even for our own sake, we should take action. After careful consideration, Sir Leo replied, Miss Hannah, a frontal assault is impossible. Our number of soldiers is too few. Even with all the farmers, we can muster at most 70 people, while the enemy outnumbers us 3 to 1. Of course, that doesn't mean much. They are just a bunch of unarmored goblins. Normally, we could easily cut them down, but have you noticed those 20 goblins in leather armor? They are the ones I worry about the most. 20 armored soldiers leading a group of goblins is simply beyond our capacity to resist. What should we do then? Miss Hannah asked, her face filled with helplessness. Since the war began, those 20 big goblins had always exerted tremendous pressure on everyone. Once a goblin advanced to a big goblin, their physical abilities and strength were slightly higher than that of adult males, and with armor and crossbows, taking down 2 or 3 of them was no problem. Sir Leo sighed, Miss Hannah, if the situation deteriorates to a certain extent, our only way out is to protect a portion of the people and break through the goblin encirclement, escaping from the back of the castle. We can save as many as we can. Miss Hannah could only smile bitterly at this suggestion. Not to mention that it took them nearly 30 days to arrive. They now had no supplies. Could they survive 30 days in the forest? The magical forest was a forbidden area for humans. They had come with more than 3 times the current number, and how many had died on the way due to monsters and malaria? Even if some were lucky enough to make it back to the kingdom, they would still face death. After all, Master Lance's father had participated in a failed coup. The old king spared them not out of kindness, but because of Master Lance's father's significant contributions to the kingdom, allowing them to live in the magical forest. If they dared to return to human society, it would be seen as ungrateful. Oh, speaking of Master Lance, it seemed he had been captured by the goblins for several days. Had he really turned into barbecue? Just as Miss Hannah was thinking about the unfortunate Master Lance, a soldier rushed in a panic. My lords, the goblins are escorting Master Lance to the foot of the wall. What should we do? The 3 of them widened their eyes in shock. It had been a week, and Master Lance was still alive? Surely he hadn't been turned into a puff pastry by the goblins. They immediately got up and went to the wall, where they saw several big goblins holding rough wooden shields, protecting the tallest goblin behind them on the small path by the fields. The tallest goblin held a grass rope in his hand, and our esteemed young Master Lance was being led around like a dog. Li Chen saw that the city wall was filled with people, and he yanked the grass rope hard, causing young Master Lance to let out a delicate grunt and fall to the ground, pitifully pleading for help from the crowd on the wall. Miss Hannah, Butler Mond, Knight Leo, save me from this goblin. After being captured by Li Chen, young Master Lance had been unconscious for an entire day. When he woke up, he found himself hanging on a pole like a chess piece, completely terrified, especially with goblins all around him, making him feel like he had fallen into a den of monsters. Afterward, this guy was brought to Li Chen's side. Li Chen wanted to ask him for some information, but the guy was screaming in fear, babbling in an unknown language that sounded to Li Chen like the ramblings of Crazy Dave, completely incomprehensible. Li Chen planned to make use of this person's last value, cosplay as the King Louis XVI, to put some pressure on the people in the castle. Young master! Miss Hannah cried out in despair, seeing her young master turned into a toy for the monsters. Heartbroken, she immediately wanted to go down and save him, but was stopped by Knight Leo. Miss Hannah, calm down. The despicable goblins want to lure you down to weaken our strength. Do you see those big goblins at the edge of the forest? Their bows and crossbows are all drawn. Miss Hannah glanced at the edge of the forest and realized that several big goblins were ready for battle, glaring at the wooden fortress. Butler Mon suggested, Miss Hannah, don't you know language magic? This guy brought the young master here probably intending to say something. Why not listen to what he has to say? Miss Hannah nodded, and at that moment, Li Chen's voice came through. Humans inside. Is there anyone who can speak Goblin? Come out and be a translator. Or this guy is going to cosplay as Louis XVI. Li Chen drew his sword, kicked young Master Lance's leg joint, sending him back to his knees, and then placed the sword against his neck. Young Master Lance screamed in fear. 9 lives. I don't want to be eaten by goblins. Miss Hannah was furious. Stop it, you damned goblin. Don't be disrespectful to our lord. A clear female voice reached Li Chen's ears, and it was a language he could understand. Li Chen was astonished. Upon looking at the wall, he realized it was the monkey who was speaking, and it made sense. Translation magic was a standard feature in another world. Moreover, the content being spoken on the other side. So you're the lord, huh? Damn, I thought you were just a minor character. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Mage. Turns out I've caught a big fish. Li Chen let out a laugh that could only be produced by devouring a soul elder every day, causing Miss Hannah's face to turn pale as she realized she had done something foolish. Knight Leo and Butler Mon noticed Miss Hannah's pale complexion and, not knowing what she had said to that goblin, urged her to translate. After stammering through the translation, both of them changed their expressions, looking at Miss Hannah as if she were an idiot. Damn, the goblin had no idea it had captured the number 1 figure in the castle. You just leaked the answer to them. How adorable, little piggy girl. However, this was not the time for mutual accusations. Knight Leo said firmly, Miss Hannah, I am now the highest military commander of the castle. From now on, do not say anything unrelated to translation. I will say one sentence, and you will translate it. Ask that goblin who he is and why he is invading our territory. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Miss Hannah nodded, not daring to make any further movements, and obediently translated Knight Leo's words. After hearing Miss Hannah's translation, Li Chen burst into laughter. Humans, what do you mean I'm invading your territory? The magical forest has belonged to us monsters since ancient times. It's you humans who are the invaders, right? Isn't it our duty as monsters to kill and expel you invaders? This left Miss Hannah dumbfounded. It was the first time she had been accused of being an invader by a monster, and it felt so bizarre. But thinking about it, as humans, they had indeed intruded into the magical forest to build a castle, so they really were invaders. Miss Hannah awkwardly translated this for the two, who also looked bewildered. After a moment of silence, Knight Leo said, Tell him we can guard the castle until we die. His attack is meaningless. Li Chen, upon hearing the translation, spat a thick phlegm towards the castle. What the hell? You guys came from afar to build a castle in the magical forest, and you probably didn't bring much food, right? I reckon you have at most 2 months worth of supplies left. You might as well starve to death. Knight Leo's expression changed. He hadn't expected this goblin to accurately guess their food reserves. He bluffed, not 2 months, in 1 month our reinforcements will arrive, and by then you and your monster army will vanish into thin air among the kingdom's iron troops. Miss Hannah translated this, which made Li Chen fall silent. If these people really had reinforcements, the situation would be dire. It wouldn't take many, just 50 armored soldiers, and he would have to scurry back to base with the goblins. Li Chen had too little information. He was skeptical about these people's origins. One suspicion was that they had made a mistake and were exiled to the forest by the human mainstream world, while another was that it was a large-scale policy by the human empire to migrate and cultivate the forest. If it was the latter, then the magical forest surely had more than just this wooden castle. There must be more human castles under construction, which would put him in danger. Even if he quickly took down the wooden castle, he would have to abandon it. Otherwise, when the other human armies arrived, he would be trapped in the castle. However, all's fair in war. Who knows if this monkey is just bluffing? So he chose words that would benefit his side. Hey, are you kidding me? You smelly potatoes and rotten eggs. Didn't you just make a mistake and get exiled to this place by the human kingdom? What are you pretending for? I've led people through 100 miles around here, and besides you, there are no other human castles. You are completely isolated. As he spoke, he tightened his grip around young Master Lance's neck, making him gasp for breath. Li Chen's expression also turned ferocious. Listen up, humans in the castle. Standing before you is the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of gods, the one true master of the magical forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff Qin Shi Huang. Now, open the gates and bow before my feet, and I will spare your lives and reward you by making you my servants. In negotiations, isn't it all about boasting? Just look at how many titles he has thrown out. Even the monkey on the wall was left dumbfounded. The wall fell into a long silence, and finally, the monkey managed to say, Let's talk about the conditions for releasing young Master Lance. Now that they had gotten to the point, Li Chen released his grip on young Master Lance's neck, allowing him to kneel on the ground and cough. He was thinking about what he could exchange for this guy. This fellow named Lance should be important to the people in the castle, but being important doesn't necessarily mean he was crucial, putting him in a sort of Schrodinger's important state, so he couldn't ask for too much. Otherwise, if the other side gave up on him, he would get nothing. A few minutes later, Li Chen spoke. 100 axes, 100 hoes, in exchange for your lord's life. Now the three on the wall fell silent. After several minutes, Miss Hannah refused. Impossible. We will not provide any iron tools to you monsters. The other party responded firmly. Li Chen's troops had limited ironware, and providing so much at once would significantly enhance the enemy's combat capability. Even if they managed to rescue young Master Lance, they wouldn't last long. In that case, it would be better not to negotiate at all, as they could at least survive for a while in the castle. Li Chen kicked young Master Lance hard, sending him sprawling on the ground. You're useless, aren't you? Have you been cutting your subordinates' wages all this time? You wouldn't even be willing to trade your life for 100 axes and 100 hoes. You're a complete failure. Young Master Lance cried out in pain and hurriedly shouted towards the city wall. Miss Hannah, what are you talking to this guy about? Don't provoke him any further. Whatever he wants, just give it to him. Quickly, make him let me go. Miss Hannah was in a difficult position, and Knight Leo whispered, don't engage with the young master for now. The less we seem to care about him, the lower the price they'll offer. Trust me on this. Miss Hannah thought for a moment and decided to ignore young Master Lance's cries. Seeing that even the adorable Miss Hannah was ignoring him, young Master Lance felt utterly hopeless, thinking they were going to abandon him. He cried and shouted the names of familiar people in the castle, hoping they would come to his rescue. The people on the castle wall looked on with pity. After all, he was their sworn lord, now kneeling below and begging desperately, while they remained indifferent on the wall. It was truly a disgrace. Moreover, the 100 axes and 100 hoes that the enemy demanded, they actually had plenty. When they arrived, there were over 300 of them, bringing more than 300 sets of axes and hoes, along with other tools. Young Master Lance had nearly spent all his possessions on clearing tools, thinking he would be far from human society. However, they hadn't anticipated the dangers of the monster forest. Out of the more than 300 people, fewer than 100 survived upon reaching the exile site, and the surplus tools were all locked away in the warehouse. Now, because they were concerned about the goblins' enhanced combat power with ironware, they couldn't bring out the tools to exchange for young Master Lance's life, which made them feel ashamed. Li Chen and the other party were at a stalemate for quite a while. They were unwilling to provide him with ironware and pretended not to care about young Master Lance, only offering 10 bags of food and a seemingly precious but utterly useless glass cup in exchange for him. Li Chen was fed up with their antics and shouted, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Trading a broken glass cup for a lord's life? Are you kidding me?" There was a long silence from the castle. After Li Chen cursed several times without a response, he was furious. But as he fumed, a light bulb went off in his head. And he had an idea. Li Chen pulled young Master Lance up from the ground, gently patting his face while wearing a meaningful smile. Young Master Lance tensed up, about to plead for mercy, but Li Chen had his men hold him down and pulled out his right arm. Li Chen drew his sword, gesturing several times at his arm as if to chop it off. Young Master Lance screamed in terror, and the people on the wall began to stir. Miss Hannah shouted even louder, "Stop! Don't harm young Master Lance." Li Chen chuckled, "Don't worry, I won't take his life. At most, I'll take away his little finger. After that, I'll let him go." The people on the wall were somewhat confused. What did it mean to let young Master Lance go after taking away his little finger? The one who understood the situation the fastest was Butler Mond, whose expression changed instantly. He realized what the goblin leader was planning and broke out in a cold sweat. Was this really a goblin? To come up with such a vicious scheme was truly malicious. Li Chen smiled and said, "When your young Master Lance loses his little finger, he will suffer despair and rage. When I put him back, he will hear that his vassals were unwilling to exchange 100 axes and 100 hoes for his life, causing him to lose his 5-fingered girl. Can you guess how much he will hate you? He. I can't wait to see how he will treat you when he returns." The 3 people in the castle turned pale upon hearing Miss Hannah's translation, especially Knight Leo, who trembled visibly. "Damn it, this goblin is ruthless, hitting him right where it hurts. If Lord Lance returns missing a hand, having heard that he was the one who refused to give the goblin axes and hoes, causing him to lose an arm, he figures Lord Lance will execute him on the spot. What if we just give him what he wants? Lord's life is at stake." Knight Leo stammered. Yes, Lord's life is more important. I'll immediately send someone to pick out 100 of the most worn-out axes and hoes to give to this monster. Saving the Lord comes first. Butler Mond quickly chimed in, having previously suggested not to rescue the Lord when he was kidnapped. Now, he was eager to show his willingness, fearing that he might end up wearing shoes 2 sizes too small. Miss Hannah looked at their behavior with exasperation. When the Lord's life was in danger, they were indifferent, but now that it concerned them, they were all jumping higher than each other. Fortunately, the Lord could return, that was what mattered. Miss Hannah hurriedly shouted to Li Chen, "Stop! Don't harm Lord Lance. We agree to your demands. But why should we trust that you will keep your promise?" Li Chen, satisfied, sheathed his knife and gave Lord Lance 2 hard slaps, knocking a tooth out. "Miss, you need to understand, it's not me begging you, it's you begging me. Now, immediately bring me what I want, and take your useless lord away, or I will return the battle-damaged lord to you and let him bite you to death." With no other choice, the people in the castle could only throw 100 axes and 100 hoes over the castle wall. Li Chen sent someone to retrieve these precious iron tools, then kicked Lord Lance in the backside and laughed heartily as he returned to the forest. Lord Lance was finally free, crying pitifully as he ran to the castle wall and shouted, "Open the door! Let me in! Please let me in!" The wooden door opened a small crack, and Lord Lance squeezed through, greeted by Miss Hannah and the others. He rushed up, clinging to Miss Hannah like a large gecko, hanging onto her as he cried loudly, his tears and snot all over her. Miss Hannah felt a bit disgusted but still gently stroked his hair. "Lord Lance, you are safe now," Knight Leo interjected. "Lord Lance, after our struggle with these monsters, we finally rescued you. Thankfully, your life is safe, otherwise, it would be hard for us to atone for our failure." Butler Mon took off his coat and draped it over the bare Lord Lance, his old face beaming with joy. "Don't worry, Lord Lance, everything is fine now, we will protect you. Mina-san, it's so good to have everyone here. Woo woo woo." Lord Lance cried uncontrollably, and the 3 present comforted him in unison, creating a scene of a wise lord and loyal ministers. However, where Lord Lance couldn't see, the 3 exchanged glances, each noticing the guilt in the other's eyes. Having obtained a large number of tools, Li Chen was overjoyed. At this moment, he didn't care about the struggling humans in difficult camp. He had only one thought: construction. Construction, and more construction. Except for the big goblin still monitoring the humans in difficult camp, all the other goblins began to work. Li Chen had them chop down trees, dig up roots, and process the felled trees on the spot into building materials to be used for beams underground, while the cleared land was dug up to plant the brought potatoes. Once all the goblins had their own shelters, Li Chen had a pit dug underground, where a large amount of wood was thrown in, set ablaze, and then covered with mud. The next day, when they dug it open, it was filled with black charcoal. With the charcoal ready, Li Chen immediately set up a kiln. He walked along the riverbank and found clay, which he used to mold pottery. Making pottery wasn't particularly difficult. One could shape the clay into the desired form, fire it up in the furnace, and thus obtain pottery. If the first firing failed and the pottery cracked, it didn't matter. One could crush the failed pottery into powder and mix it with the clay for the second firing, significantly increasing the success rate. That day, Li Chen successfully fired a batch of pottery, including pots, bowls, and pans. He lined up the cooking pots and gathered all the goblins together. Holding a ceramic bowl, Li Chen excitedly shouted to the goblins in a news channel tone, "Brothers, from now on, we are stepping out of the savage era of eating raw meat and blood into the age of cooked food. This is a small step for the tribe, but a giant leap for the goblin race. Although you may not yet understand what this means, it doesn't matter. Time will prove everything. Today, you don't have to work, eat as much as you can." At his command, the goblins plunged into a sea of joy. Following Li Chen's instructions, they lit bonfires, set up ceramic pots, poured in water, and added fresh meat and vegetables to cook. From that day on, the goblins under Li Chen's command would never return to eating raw food. Anyone caught consuming raw food or water would be punished with a whipping. The people on the city walls silently watched the cheering goblins, unsure of what had gotten into them. For the past few days, the goblins had not attacked the castle. They had been busy chopping trees and digging pits for construction, pushing the edge of the forest further back and building more goblin huts, creating the semblance of a small village. The speed of goblin construction left them astonished. In less than a month, the goblins had built a small village, while for humans, it would require a massive amount of funds and food, with the lord and his steward working day and night to manage the population just to achieve a project of similar scale. Miss Hannah, Steward Mond, and Knight Leo stood on the city wall, their expressions grim as they stared at the goblin village. Those rascals had been making noise since early morning, making them tense, and they thought the goblins were about to launch an attack. Instead, they were throwing a party, cooking meat soup, and the smell of the meat wafted over, making the few who hadn't eaten well in days feel uncomfortable. Did the goblins cook this well? They had discovered a critical problem in recent days. Compared to the food that could last 3 months, they had run out of water. At the beginning of the castle's construction, they had only thought about defending against monster attacks and hadn't considered being besieged by enemies, so they hadn't thought about a water source. Now, after being surrounded by goblins for over a month, their drinking water had been completely consumed, and every day they relied on Miss Hannah to use magic to condense water elements. Miss Hannah had now turned into a human water dispenser, either using magic to create water elements or waiting for her magic to recover to continue making water. She looked exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes. Tired, Miss Hannah sniffed the air. She could smell that the meat soup being cooked on the other side contained a lot of ingredients: rabbit Meat, deer meat, carrots, onions, a rich pot of meat soup that made her mouth water uncontrollably. Damn it! What are these bastards up to, making a racket so early in the morning? Are they celebrating the Festival of Light? Steward Mons swallowed hard as he caught the scent of vegetables in the air. Our food is running low, and without fresh vegetables, I've been constipated for a long time. Sir Raymond lamented, without fresh meat, the soldiers will grow weaker and weaker. If the goblins launch an attack, the soldiers won't even be able to lift their weapons. And ever since the young master was rescued, he hasn't stepped outside. He's become a nervous wreck. Sigh. The three of them sighed. After being rescued, young Master Raymond had become neurotic, hiding in his little room and afraid to come out. The highest leader of the castle was in such a state, which led to a very low morale among the people in the castle. Just as everyone was feeling emo, they suddenly saw a big goblin walking over, which made their hearts race again. The goblin spear walked straight to the base of the wall and shouted up to the humans, "Hey, is there a female human who can speak Goblin? Our boss has something to ask you." Miss Hannah was taken aback and translated this to the other two. The three exchanged glances, and Miss Hannah asked, "What does your leader want to know?" The boss said, "Today is a day worth commemorating. The goblins have crossed from one era into another. I don't understand what that means, but just tell me what date it is today. This date will go into the goblin textbook." The three looked at each other in confusion. What on earth was that about? Miss Hannah felt that this question didn't involve life or death, so she replied, "Today is the 20th of April, 4352 in the era of the gods." The goblin spear stood there for a few minutes memorizing the string of numbers, then he picked up a bag and waved it at the people on the wall. "Our boss says he wants to make a trade, 1 bag of vegetables for a set of writing tools." "Ha? Goblins want writing tools? Is the world really going crazy?" The three looked at the bag of food, swallowing their saliva like mad. As Butler Mond had said, they hadn't eaten vegetables in a long time. Without dietary fiber and only eating black bread, it wouldn't be long before they couldn't relieve themselves, and even the beautiful Miss Hannah had developed pigmentation issues because of it. As the three hesitated, the goblin spear grew a bit impatient. "Are you going to trade or not? Just give me a straight answer. The boss said you humans are just dragging things out." In the great name of the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of gods, the sole legitimate master of the magical forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff, and Qin Shi Huang, he promises there's no poison in the vegetables, so hurry up. I'm waiting to go back and eat. In the end, old Butler Mon threw down a set of writing tools over the wall in exchange for the vegetables. Later, after testing, they found that the vegetables were indeed not poisoned, so a few high-ranking officials divided the vegetables among themselves, which slightly alleviated their constipation. As for the ordinary farmers, they couldn't care less, they were just stuck. The goblin spear ran back to the camp, handed the writing tools to Li Chen, and then ran off to show off his meal. Li Chen spread out the parchment and began to draw with a quill dipped in ink. He was planning the future capital of the Goblin Empire. Li Chen sketched a simple city plan on the parchment, including the road system, drainage system, farmland area, livestock area, and even a commercial area. He decided to develop a large town based on the difficult settlement. There was a reason humans chose this location. The terrain around was flat and the soil loose. As long as the big trees were cleared, a large amount of arable land could be obtained. It was not far from the Great River, about 200 meters away, and could develop into a port city in the later stages, with a very advantageous geographical position. More importantly, humans had already cultivated a circle of land surrounding the wooden fortress, and the food produced from these lands would be enough for Li Chen's troops for a long time without needing to hunt, allowing the labor force at hand to focus on construction. After completing the simple plan, Li Chen walked out of the wooden house, holding a wooden spear, while the goblin work team followed behind with axes and hoes, bustling along. Li Chen began to draw lines on the ground, and wherever he drew, the goblins started to dig. The squares he drew were transformed into houses by the goblins, and the straight lines became sewers. With ample food, the goblins worked at an astonishing speed. What delighted Li Chen even more was that the first nest of goblin pups had nearly 200 goblins born. He dispatched 10 goblins to manage the goblin pups and moved them to the nursery. The nursery was dry and warm, and every day, each goblin pup could enjoy a thick meat soup made from a mix of meat and vegetables. With such rich nutritional support, the growth rate of the goblin pups was further enhanced, often allowing them to be pulled from the nursery to participate in production and construction within just 10 days. With the new population joining, Li Chen began to implement a major project. He noticed that after overseeing the construction of many wooden houses in recent days, his engineering skill proficiency was rising significantly, quickly, approaching 25 points. The first dual-choice skill of the project, cement, caught Li Chen's attention. He wanted to quickly raise his engineering proficiency to 25 to unlock this skill point. To this end, he initiated a special project, first sending people to dig ditches in the fields, then having the goblins cut down trees in large quantities and drill holes in the wood to preset rivet holes. Once all the wooden parts were processed, though somewhat rough, they were sufficient. When all the wooden components were Completed, Li Chen led a team down to the river to install them. The nearby waters were also inhabited by horned crocodiles, which seemed to occupy the ecological niche along the riverbank, making them visible everywhere, causing considerable difficulties for those wanting to work in the river. However, it was not a problem. Li Chen sent the big goblins, wearing horned crocodile armor, to carry out the work. The armor would confuse the horned crocodiles, making them think the goblins were their own kind, thus their project proceeded very smoothly. Several large wooden beams were laboriously driven into the riverbed, and then Li Chen operated on the beams, stacking the previously made wooden tools, slowly forming a massive wooden structure. The project lasted nearly 15 days, and the first wave of newly born goblin pups had fully grown into adults, with 218 out of 237 successfully surviving, a very high survival rate. Li Chen assigned the older goblins to lead the younger ones, distributing them into work groups to become the new productive force of the tribe, further increasing Li Chen's construction speed. The humans on the city walls watched as the forest's edge receded, with more and more land being cultivated, more houses being built on the land, and numerous goblins working and living on it, all of them lost in confusion. Was this world accelerated? So much construction, how could it be completed in such a short time by a group of monsters? What left them even more bewildered was that the big goblins had been working in the river recently. At first, they couldn't see what the big goblins were installing in the water, but as time went on, an old farmer with a hoe shouted, "By the light of the gods! A water wheel! They are installing a water wheel!" Everyone felt a wave of absurdity. A water wheel was a very complex device. How could goblins possibly make a water wheel? Moreover, it appeared to be a large water wheel, towering 4 to 5 meters high, capable of directly delivering water to the shore. Impossible. They are just monsters. How could they build a water wheel? Impossible. Impossible. Miss Hannah shook her head frantically, cursing the absurdity in her heart. They were goblins, not humans. They were just mindless monsters, surrounded by goblins. In the city, tormented daily by fear and scarce resources, they had become somewhat deranged. Now, seeing the goblins complete projects that only humans could accomplish, they felt both panic and a crumbling sense of pride in being human. If even goblins could do what humans could do, then what were they? The inexplicable competitive spirit drove Miss Hannah to make the round trip between the city wall and her little wooden cabin 10 times a day, as she eagerly anticipated the failure of the goblins' water wheel project. When the second wave of over 300 goblin pups grew old enough to work, Li Chen's water wheel project was officially completed. A massive circular wheel stood upright in the river, turning with the flow of water, which was lifted high and then poured down. The water was caught by wooden channels elevated on wooden frames that stretched 200 meters to the land, directing the water into a grid-like irrigation system. An old farmer, witnessing this, gasped in astonishment. "We have irrigation channels. We can water the land anytime, and the crop yield will increase by at least 20%. The old farmer trembled all over, and to his surprise, envy flickered in his eyes, an actual human envying goblins. In contrast, Miss Hannah looked dejected, murmuring to herself, "Impossible, impossible, they are just goblins, they are just goblins." Meanwhile, after the water wheel and irrigation system were completed, Li Chen gave the goblins a day off, and they indulged in feasting once again. Li Chen felt that this group of goblins was incredibly simple-minded. As long as they were well-fed, with the occasional 3-for-1 kill, they would complete his tasks 100% without any slacking off. Goblins truly were so simple-minded. Li Chen opened his personal attribute panel. After completing the water wheel, his engineering skill proficiency reached 23, just 2 points away from unlocking a choice-based minor skill. His gaze turned to the wooden fortress, a glint of coldness in his eyes. With 2 waves of goblin pups born, his forces had reached 600, and with 3-for-1 kills at 0, it was time to firmly grasp what was rightfully his. Li Chen immediately initiated a new project, dividing the goblins into 3 teams, one to monitor the human castle, another to chop wood, and the third to dig the foundation. Once they dug the foundation to a certain depth, tall wooden beams were driven into the ground, and the goblins extended upwards using a riveting structure. Li Chen aimed to create tall arrow towers that could directly strike the houses within the wooden walls. 4 arrow towers were erected at the corners of the castle. Once completed, they could indiscriminately target any objective within the fortress. This left the townspeople in despair, with no way to counter the growing number of goblins, which had already reached 6 times their own numbers. They could only watch as the 4 wooden towers grew taller by the day. Finally, after the third wave of goblin pups was born, the 9-meter-tall arrow tower was completed. Li Chen climbed the tower with a longbow, having someone bring a fire basin to his side. He picked up a specially made wooden arrow, its tip wrapped in dry grass, soaked in oil rendered from hunted animals' fat, mixed with some flammable resin. He placed the arrowhead in the fire basin to ignite it, glancing at the panicked and chaotic wooden fortress before drawing his longbow and shooting. The flaming arrow was launched at a steep angle, traveling over 200 meters and striking the roof of a house covered in hay. The flames ignited the hay, and the fire spread instantly, engulfing the entire roof of the small house. Fire! Fire! The soldiers on the lookout tower of the wooden fortress were horrified, ringing the alarm bell with a clanging sound, while the people inside rushed to extinguish the flames. However, surrounded by goblins, there was hardly any water left in the fortress, and after a frantic rescue effort, they only managed to prevent the fire from spreading. That wooden house was still burned down. Everyone's faces were blackened, and many suffered burns, looking utterly disheveled. This was just from one arrow. If the enemy had filled all 4 arrow towers with archers and shot simultaneously, they would all be burned to death. What to do? What to do? Think of a way quickly. Miss Hannah shouted anxiously, trying to get the other 2 to think of a way out, but Knight Leo just stood there with a gloomy expression, and Butler Mond was only sighing repeatedly. Knight Leo helplessly said, "There's no way out. The 4 arrow towers set up by the enemy have us completely in their sights, and with their forces increasing so rapidly, they have completely surrounded the castle. We have nowhere to go." Miss Hannah's face turned pale. "Is there really no way out? Is this our end?" Knight Leo nodded helplessly and drew the dagger from his waist, handing it to Miss Hannah. "At least you still have time to decide your own fate. Miss Hannah, you are a woman, I don't need to tell you what will happen if you are captured by goblins. Sigh, may you return to the realm of the light god." Miss Hannah trembled as she took the dagger. She really didn't want to die. As one of the top 10 students at the Kingdom's Magic Academy, she should have had a bright future, yet here she was, about to take her own life in this desolate magical forest. How did it come to this? Tears streamed down her face as she shakily pressed the dagger against her neck, while Knight Leo and Butler Mond closed their eyes in sorrow. Between life and death lies great terror. Miss Hannah hesitated to take her own life, feeling uneasy after several attempts. In the end, she put down the dagger, contemplating whether to go back and drink some potion to end it all. At that moment, the goblins surrounding the castle stirred, and a big goblin approached the wall, holding a shield. "Goblin!" Spear shouted loudly, "Is there a female who speaks Goblin here? Our boss says he's giving you a chance to surrender, which could save your lives." Miss Hannah was taken aback and instinctively translated this for the other 2. The other 2 also breathed a little heavier. They were all human and didn't want to die. Even if the one making the promise was a goblin, they still wanted to see if there was a chance. Miss Hannah approached the wall and asked tremulously, "What did your leader say?" Goblin Spear shouted, "The boss said our forces are 6 times yours, and we can burn the wooden fortress to ashes at any time. Taking your lives is just a thought away. But this wooden fortress is built quite well, and he doesn't want to destroy it. You humans are also important labor. You can become the boss's slaves, helping him with work. Those who possess knowledge will gain higher power, and your lives will be guaranteed." Miss Hannah translated this to the others, and Knight Leo said, "Ask him how he will guarantee our safety." Miss Hannah inquired as instructed, and Goblin Spear scratched his head, mimicking the boss's tone. "Humans, I'll screw your fairy. Surrender or not. Just give a straightforward answer. The boss said if you don't surrender before lunch, he'll fire rockets and turn you all into roasted pigs. If you want to surrender, throw your armor and weapons down from the wall. Oh, and especially for the magical human females, you must throw down your staffs. The boss wants to see them." After discussing among themselves, Miss Hannah said, "You must guarantee that you won't harm the women." Goblin Spear turned to leave. "Whether you surrender or not, I'm out of here. It's annoying to drag this out, making it seem like I'm begging you." Goblin Spear turned and walked away, looking as if he couldn't be bothered to say another word. He didn't understand why the boss, who could easily take care of these humans, would bother to negotiate. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to just burn them and have a feast? The 3 on the wall watched Goblin Spear walk away, feeling a wave of melancholy. Should they really surrender? After all, they were goblins, and goblins were everywhere in this world. Their crimes were well known, and many human villages that had been robbed by goblins were left in horrific states, especially the goblin nests that had been eradicated, where the rescued women had suffered terribly. Could they really trust goblins, who would eat people without spitting out the bones? The 3 of them couldn't come up with an answer, but there was no way out. Time passed second by second, and it was clear that the deadline set by the goblins was approaching. Some goblins had already climbed up to the arrow tower, preparing to launch fire arrows at them. At that moment, the frail and weary young Master Lance emerged from the room. He approached the 3 and said, "Miss Hannah, Butler Mond, Knight Leo, let's surrender." The 3 were taken aback and hurriedly asked about young Master Lance's condition. He shook his head. "You 3, when my father failed in the coup, His Majesty the King gave us a choice: immediate execution or exile to the magical forest. We all chose the magical forest. Who doesn't know that coming to the magical forest is a matter of life and death? Yet we still chose to come, didn't we? It was all for a chance at survival, right? What's the difference between now and then? It's just that asking for life from His Majesty has turned into asking for life from the goblins. Our lives are now in the enemy's hands again. It's better to continue to show submission. Even if there's only a 10% chance of survival, living is always better than dying, isn't it?" Sigh. Upon hearing this, the 3 felt as if their last strength had drained away, tearing away the final veil of dignity. Li Chen saw that the time was almost up, and the humans still showed no signs of surrendering. He picked up a wooden arrow again, lit it in the brazier, and drew his bow. Li Chen thought it was a pity to burn down such a wooden fortress. If left intact, it could be used to store food. But since they wouldn't surrender, there was no choice but to burn it down and rebuild. Just as Li Chen was about to shoot, he suddenly heard the human soldiers on the wall shouting something loudly, as if trying to attract his attention. He turned his gaze that way, and the human soldiers began to remove their armor, swords, and throw them down to the ground below the wall. Next were the farmers, who tossed their axes and hoes down. And then came Miss Hannah, who reluctantly caressed the magical inscriptions on her staff before resolutely throwing it down from the wall. Knight Leo struggled to remove all his armor and threw it down, and finally, he lingered over a very long great sword, taking a long time to let it go. He knew that from now on, this companion that had accompanied him in battle would no longer belong to him. Seeing that the people on the wall had almost thrown down their weapons, Li Chen let out a hearty laugh, descended from the arrow tower, and shouted to Goblin Spear, "Goblin Spear, send someone to collect the weapons." Goblin Spear responded and led a few goblins to the base of the wall to gather the weapons. With the loss of these items, the humans had no power to resist and became lambs for slaughter. A few minutes later, the city gate was opened and the humans inside the wooden fortress hesitantly walked out, led by a group of men, followed by women who surrounded the children in the middle. Li Chen scanned the scene. There were 73 male humans, 21 females, and 3 children, all under 10 years old. Li Chen was very satisfied with their surrender, waved his hand, and the goblins rushed up with grass ropes to bind their hands. The people instinctively tried to resist, but the goblins immediately raised their bows, crossbows, and spears, threatening them with growls like beasts. The people, frightened, could only allow the goblins to tie them up. After binding the men, the goblins began to tie up the women. At this moment, some goblins became unruly, breathing heavily with bloodshot eyes, making creepy laughter while pulling and tugging at the human women, causing them to scream in panic. Seeing this, Miss Hannah shouted angrily at Li Chen, "Goblin Chief, you are untrustworthy. You promised to protect our lives." Li Chen glanced at her, drew his sword, and pointed it at those goblins who were tugging at the human women. Disobeying military orders, kill. The big goblins surged forward in an instant, and about 10 goblins binding human women were killed with screams. The human women were startled, huddling together and trembling. Li Chen surveyed the scene with his sword, and the new generation of goblins present shivered in fear, all lowering their heads. Li Chen said coldly, "Here, my orders are authority, they are absolute, they are the life creed that you must obey even if it costs you your life. What I say is not allowed is not allowed. What I say must be done even if it means death. Those who disobey will die." The goblins present were too frightened to utter a word. Li Chen snorted coldly, sheathed his sword, and waved his hand. A new group of goblins stepped forward to bind the human women, and this time no one dared to make any excessive movements. Miss Hannah felt relieved and then looked at Li Chen with a strange gaze. This goblin was peculiar. The aura he exuded was completely different from the chaotic atmosphere radiating from the surrounding goblins. Rather than a monster, he seemed more like a human. Once the binding work was completed, Li Chen had a wooden chair brought over. He casually sat on the chair and said to Miss Hannah, "Have your people kneel and show submission to your supreme master." You. Being humiliated like this, anger flashed across Miss Hannah's face. Knight Leo tugged at her clothing, signaling her to look at the goblins eyeing them hungrily. Only then did Miss Hannah realize that they were now prisoners and could only translate truthfully. The crowd, upon hearing Miss Hannah's translation, exchanged glances, and seeing the spears and crossbows pointed at them, they could only kneel down in a flurry. Li Chen beckoned to Miss Hannah with his finger. "Come here." Miss Hannah, full of vigilance, took a step back, clutching her chest. Seeing this, Li Chen mockingly asked, "Beautiful sorceress, what is your name?" "Ha, Hannah de Aining." "Very good, Miss Hannah. From now on, I appoint you as my exclusive translator. From now on, when I say within 3 meters, you must immediately comply and come within 3 meters of me, obeying my orders. Otherwise, I will kill your people. Now, within 3 meters. Miss Hannah shivered all over. Did he want her to stand next to this big goblin? She felt that this big goblin would pounce on her and do something outrageous in the next second. She really didn't dare to move. Seeing that she made no move, Li Chen took out a crossbow and aimed it at the kneeling young master lance. Miss Hannah was instantly alarmed and took several big steps to stand next to Li Chen, joining the group of goblins, making her feel as if she had stepped into a den of monsters, with goosebumps rising all over her body. Li Chen let out a satisfied grunt, lowered the crossbow, and said loudly, "All humans present, listen well. I am the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of gods, the sole legitimate master of the magical forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff Qin Shi Huang. From now on, you are my slaves, my property, my currency. In my kingdom, only those of value can survive, and value is also ranked. The lowest value is labor, and the highest value is knowledge and technology. The questions I will ask next will determine your status, so you must think carefully before answering. Of course, do not lie, or you will die a miserable death. Now tell me, who among you is an expert in smelting, including finding minerals, smelting iron, or simply being a blacksmith. Those who possess the above skills, step forward. After saying this, Li Chen elbowed Miss Hannah in the stomach, signaling her to translate. Miss Hannah took a step back in disgust and hurriedly began to translate. The crowd exchanged glances, and an old man pulled a young man forward, who was kneeling. Goblin Lord, my son and I are the blacksmiths of Lord Lance's household. We know how to forge swords and armor, and we can also build blast furnaces for smelting iron. We know a bit about finding iron in coal mines as well. After speaking, the two looked at Li Chen with anxious expressions. Li Chen was overjoyed. Talents. SSR talents. He pointed at the two and roared at the other goblins. From now on, these two will be the core members of the tribe. Anyone who dares to harm them will die. After saying this, he stepped forward, personally helped the two up, untied them, and had them stand aside. He glanced back at Miss Hannah. Within 3 meters, Miss Hannah was taken aback and reluctantly walked over to his side. Li Chen pointed at the blacksmith father and son and said to Miss Hannah, tell them to work hard for me, and their lives will get sweeter in the future. Miss Hannah twitched her lips, feeling that this sounded a bit like the promises made by the big merchants in the royal capital to their subordinates. Miss Hannah translated Li Chen's words to the two, who felt both joy and worry, thinking that they finally had a future. Next, Li Chen found many more talents, including but not limited to brewing, carpentry, sericulture, papermaking, and leatherworking. They were all carefully selected by young Master Lance, each mastering a skill, and Li Chen painted a bright future for them, encouraging them to work hard. Of course, there were also useless ones, like the 7 professional soldiers and a knight named Leo, who stood at 1.9 meters tall. These guys didn't know anything. Li Chen asked Knight Leo what he could do if he had any special production skills, and the guy said he could fight. After saying this, he puffed up his chest muscles, which could compete in the Olympics. In his view, if the goblins could even reuse old farmers, wouldn't he be promoted to a great general? Little did he know, Li Chen waved his hand. This guy and his 7 soldiers will be the lowest slaves, and they'll dig ditches and clean out latrines in the future. What are you so proud of when you can't do anything? After all the humans announced their submission, Li Chen heard the system's notification sound in his ear. Ding! You have achieved victory. Enemies killed, 7 captured enemies, 97 experience gained, 520 own casualties, 18 loot obtained, grains x35, sides x28, logging axes x25. Hose x19, daggers x11, armed swords x8, rags x17, tattered armored clothes x8, helmets x5, tattered chainmail x1. Dinars gained, 3,890 ding. The owner of Hardship Camp has changed. Now Hardship Camp belongs to you. Hardship Camp Prosperity, 280. Please choose your attitude towards Hardship Camp. 1. Forgive, 2. Plunder, 3. Completely destroy. Li Chen looked at the word plunder. According to the Mountain Blade system, if he clicked plunder, the castle would suffer some degree of damage and he would receive a lot of plundered resources and dinars. It sounded quite tempting, but doing so would significantly reduce prosperity. Currently, the castle's prosperity was 280, which was already very low. Normally, it should be over 1,000. Li Chen planned to develop this place as a base, so he chose to forgive. After making his choice, the system presented another option. Would you like to rename the fortress? Li Chen clicked yes, and the system brought up an input box. After thinking for a moment, he typed Goblin Fortress in the input box with his mind. Ding! Hardship Camp has been renamed Goblin Fortress. Just like that, Li Chen acquired his first castle. He opened the castle management page, clicked on Garrison, and saw that Goblin Fortress had a garrison capacity of 80 people, meaning Li Chen could place 80 soldiers inside. He immediately transferred the 19 big goblins he had into the castle, freeing up his forces, and then ran to the goblins working the land, catching one and asking if he wanted to join his army. After receiving consent, he directly paid them dinars and transferred them all to the castle garrison. After several trips back and forth, Li Chen filled the 80 slots, spending 400 dinars, leaving him with 5,640 dinars remaining. He couldn't take the troops stationed in the castle away. These people could only operate near the castle. Nevertheless, it transformed the chaotic and disorderly goblins into system soldiers who would absolutely obey his commands. This way, even if he wasn't in Goblin Fortress, these soldiers would maintain order in Goblin Fortress, preventing other goblins from causing trouble and stopping humans from escaping, thereby increasing the security of the castle. More importantly, the soldiers stationed in the castle received only half of their salary while there, and the castle could also collect taxes, offsetting the output in soldier salaries, resulting in almost no burden of dinars. Another benefit of the castle garrison was that they enjoyed training bonuses from the castle training grounds. In other words, by throwing goblins into the castle, regardless of what happened to them, they would gain experience every day, and in a month or two, they would all become big goblins, or even higher tier units than big goblins. Li Chen opened the castle building panel to check the existing buildings and those that could be constructed. The existing buildings were Level 1 barracks, which could provide 80 slots for castle. Garrison, level 1 blacksmith with 2/20 personnel could choose to produce either 2 work axes, or 2 spears, or 2 daggers, or 2 hoes, or 2 sickles, or 1 combat sword each day. Level 1 lumberyard, with 1/20 personnel, level 2 farmland, which had a hydraulic irrigation system, increasing crop yield by 20%, level 1 walls, and 1 vacant building slot. The options for construction included training camp, which would provide a bit of experience to the garrison daily, warehouse, which would increase the castle's resource cap, prison, which could hold more captives and reduce the chance of escape, moat, a defensive structure surrounding the walls. Because you have a paper-making talent under your command, you can build a paper mill. Because you have a brewing talent under your command, you can build a brewery. Because you have a textile talent under your command, you can build a textile factory. After scanning through the uses of these buildings, Li Chen placed the training camp in the vacant slot. This thing could increase the experience points of the defenders, and the sooner it was arranged, the better. He clicked confirm and assigned the 80 defenders as laborers. Li Chen's vision suddenly shifted, and he found himself looking down from the sky, experiencing a god's eye view. Li Chen was somewhat surprised. He saw the castle, the walls, the fields, and the water wheel. In the center of his view, there was a green square labeled training camp. After some exploration, Li Chen discovered he could drag this square with his mind, somewhat similar to an RTS game. He found a relatively flat area in the forest and placed the training camp there. The 80 goblins he had recruited as defenders picked up their tools and began to chop and dig in that forest, with a message appearing in the upper left corner: construction time 48 days. Li Chen thought to himself that this thing was incredibly useful. With it, managing and constructing the castle would be much more convenient. After arranging the construction of the training camp, he could also plan for the second sequence of buildings. Once the training camp was completed, the defenders would construct the second sequence of buildings. Li Chen looked around at the buildings he could construct but did not choose immediately. Instead, he went to his attributes page and opened the engineering skills. After completing the construction of 4 arrow towers, his engineering skill proficiency reached 25 points, unlocking a 2-4-1 skill. The options for the 2-4-1 skill were as follows. 1. Coal mine, unlocks the coal mine building, construction time 32 days, allowing you to produce coal with very high efficiency. 2. Lime kiln, construction time 35 days, allowing you to produce lime with very high efficiency, can only be placed on limestone mines. Li Chen chose the lime kiln as it was an excellent tool for production and development, useful for both paving roads and building houses. He clicked confirm and returned to the castle building page, where the lime kiln had entered the selection construction page. Li Chen immediately clicked on the lime kiln as the second sequence building. His perspective returned to the view of God, and he could drag the lime kiln with his consciousness to choose a placement location. However, no matter where he dragged the lime kiln, it was marked in red, and the system indicated it could not be placed as no limestone mine was found. What to do? Li Chen scratched his head and suddenly saw an option to automatically find a suitable building location. Without hesitation, he clicked on it. In the next moment, his perspective quickly moved north, arriving at the edge of a large mountain, where the lime kiln displayed green and could be placed. This mountain was about 1 kilometer away from Goblin Fortress, and he could see it from the walls of Goblin Fortress, so it seemed limestone could be mined there, allowing the lime kiln to be placed. He clicked confirm, and now he just had to wait for the progress bar. Li Chen successively clicked on the textile factory, paper mill, and brewery. They would be built in sequence. One advantage of buildings constructed by the system was that in reality, people could enter these workshops to produce resources, and in the system, these buildings would also produce resources which would then be stored in the system warehouse. Just like when he killed the horned crocodile, in reality, he could skin a horned crocodile from its corpse, and the battle settlement system would also drop a horned crocodile skin. This was equivalent to a factory with double production capacity. In short, it was quite delightful. Li Chen looked at the blacksmith shop. Currently, there were only 2 people working there, and the daily output was too low, with a maximum capacity of 20 people that needed to be filled. However, after clicking to recruit for the blacksmith shop, there was nothing in the recruitment basket, and the system popped up a prompt: your territory has no suitable blacksmiths. Li Chen thought for a moment, then took Miss Hannah to the blacksmith shop, found the blacksmith father and son, and handed them 20 goblins. Li Chen smiled at the 2 of them and said, from today on, these 20 goblins are under your care. You must teach them the knowledge of blacksmithing well. The blacksmith father and son looked at the group of drooling, finger-chewing goblins, and their expressions immediately turned bitter. The old man named Tai Oak suddenly knelt down. My lord, it's not that I want to shirk responsibility, but blacksmithing is a technical skill, even ordinary people find it difficult to learn, not to mention we can't communicate. Miss Hannah translated, and Li Chen waved his hand. Language barrier is not a problem, you can teach them by doing and gesturing. Don't underestimate my beloved friends. As long as you spark their interest, their desire to learn is quite strong. As he spoke, Li Chen drew the sword from his waist and waved it in front of a goblin who was sniffling, chewing on its fingers, and had a face full of wisdom. Do you want this? The goblin stopped chewing its fingers staring at the shimmering sword with sparkling eyes. I want it. Li Chen gave it a big slap and pushed it in front of the blacksmith father and son. If you want it, learn blacksmithing from these two humans, and once you master it, you can forge your own swords. I will also improve your treatment so you can eat well without having to fight. On the battlefield, the 20 goblins immediately looked at the blacksmith father and son with eager eyes, surrounding them and chattering in goblin language, urging the two to teach them blacksmithing. Miss Hannah translated Li Chen's words to the blacksmith father and son, and they could only agree, mainly because they felt that if they refused again, Li Chen's patience would run out and they would be in trouble. Seeing that the two agreed, Li Chen stepped forward and patted their shoulders. Very good, I am very satisfied with your attitude. Remember, attitude is very important. Whether you can do it is one thing, having the right attitude is another. Show me your attitude. After saying that, Li Chen left, leaving behind 20 green goblins. The blacksmith father and son looked at these chattering creatures, feeling helpless. The blacksmith's son said, Dad, do you think these goblins can really learn blacksmithing? What if the big goblin comes to trouble us if they can't learn? The blacksmith father also felt helpless, but the order had been given. What else could they do? In short, let's teach first. Didn't the leader say he wanted to see our attitude? Then let's show our attitude. Anyway, we are teaching seriously. And if they can't learn, there's nothing we can do. Saying this, he lit the furnace and melted down a dozen swords and the full armor of Knight Leo. Right now, Goblin Fortress is in a developmental stage. Swords, being specialized combat tools, are too extravagant and unnecessary. Axes, on the other hand, can be used for both combat and production. As for that full set of Western armor, Li Chen tried to wear it but couldn't. Full armor is custom-made, only suitable for Knight Leo himself. It was useless to keep it, so it had to be melted down. However, he kept the large sword as his main weapon. After leaving the blacksmith's shop, Li Chen took Miss Hannah to find a carpenter, who also arranged for him to have 20 goblin apprentices. Next, he went to the land outside the castle and found some old farmers working the fields, assigning 3 goblins to each farmer. These goblins were to learn about farming crops from them, but they were also there to keep an eye on these guys. Anyone who dared to run away would be killed by the goblins. After finishing today's tasks, Li Chen stretched and glanced at Miss Hannah, who was lingering a few meters away. Within 3 meters, Li Chen shouted, causing Miss Hannah to shiver and reluctantly walk over to him. Li Chen scrutinized the woman with admiration. Hannah was beautiful, tall and slender, with long red hair that was incredibly charming. She was the perfect fit for a heroine from another world. Aside from being a goblin, the only looks she received from others were filled with disgust and fear, which was not too bad. Li Chen had heard online that the feet of a certain type of liquor were fragrant and wouldn't produce a foul smell, and even if they did, it would be a pink one. With a certain type of liquor right in front of him, Li Chen's curiosity was through the roof. Kak. He let out a strange laugh, sending chills down Miss Hannah's spine. Elbow, come inside with me. Li Chen unceremoniously grabbed Miss Hannah's hand and pulled her into a wooden house. It was almost the 30th chapter. As a goblin, he should be doing what goblins do, or else the readers would lose interest. Miss Hannah's face was filled with terror. Is it coming? Is it finally happening? She felt despair. Was she really going to discuss a 200 million deal with that damned goblin? Li Chen closed the wooden door, rubbing his hands together, making a sound like kekekek, just like Tom Cat when he was about to do something bad. Today, he was going to investigate whether the feet of a magical girl smelled bad and if they would produce a pink foul smell. He leaned in close to Miss Hannah and sniffed carefully. Miss Hannah's face was full of despair, but she did not resist. She just tightly shut her eyes. She knew that resisting was futile. It was better to comply and let things end sooner. Young Master Lance was right. As long as she could live, it was better than anything else. However, after Li Chen caught a whiff of her scent, his whole body froze. With her eyes closed, Miss Hannah was somewhat confused. She opened her eyes a crack, wondering what was going on. Did this need to brew for so long? Wasn't he supposed to pounce immediately? Li Chen was shocked, looking at Miss Hannah's deeply affected expression. Miss Hannah was also bewildered. What kind of expression was that? Not sure. Let me smell again. Li Chen muttered to himself, raising one of Miss Hannah's hands high and then sniffing her armpit. Ugh, so stinky. Li Chen roared, jumping back 3 meters. Fuck. How can a certain type of liquor smell bad? Miss Hannah was completely stunned. What kind of reaction was that? She instinctively raised her hand to sniff her armpit, and the strong odor made her gasp, quickly putting her hand down and turning her head away, her face turning crimson. Li Chen pressed against the wall in terror. Ever since he became a goblin, his sense of smell had become quite exceptional. Miss Hannah was wearing a thickly wrapped mage robe made of leather mixed with coarse fabric, and on her feet were tightly sealed knee-high leather boots. In short, everything was well sealed, locking in all odors. As he leaned in to take a whiff, a violent stench hit him. Sweat and leather fermented together, invading his nostrils and instantly destroying half of his olfactory cells, making him vomit on the spot. He recalled the times he went drinking with friends who worked on construction sites where the dorms were filled with freshly changed socks and clothes. The smell of sweat-soaked clothes after a long day of work was eerily similar to the odor coming from Miss Hannah. Damn it! Who said that Maho Xiaojio was fragrant? I'd kill him. Li Chen cursed inwardly, then pressed against the wall, avoiding Miss Hannah as she moved toward the door. He quickly opened the door and slipped outside, awkwardly saying to Miss Hannah, "Auntie, let's talk about this tomorrow. In any case, you should go wash yourself first." Bang! The door slammed shut. Miss Hannah's face turned from slightly red to cherry bomb red, steam practically bursting from her head as if she was about to explode. Aha! She let out a scream filled with shame and anger. How could she be deemed smelly by a goblin? How infuriating! What could she do? After being trapped in the city for a month, there was no water left in the castle. The water she conjured daily was given to everyone else to drink. Where would she find water to clean herself? Even for a girl, not bathing for over a month would make anyone smell bad. Damn it. All girls are like that, damn it. The next day, before dawn, Li Chen stood on the walls of Goblin Castle, inhaling deeply and tightening his abdomen, shouting loudly into the city. Within 3 steps, his voice echoed, causing many people to push open their doors and windows to check. These humans were still arranged by Li Chen to live in the castle, mainly for easier management. Once the city gates were closed, no one could leave, resembling a large prison. After shouting, Li Chen stood still, waiting. A few minutes later, a flustered Miss Hannah, with messy hair and disheveled clothing, rushed over. She had dark circles under her eyes, clearly having not slept well, summoned by Li Chen before dawn, which made her irritable. Miss Hannah stood in front of Li Chen, hurriedly trying to fix her messy hair. Li Chen stared at her. After being called smelly yesterday, this Maho Xiaojio had clearly cleaned herself thoroughly. Even her mage robe and shoes were tidied up, making her look quite radiant. He. Li Chen chuckled creepily as he leaned closer, circling around to stand behind Miss Hannah, placing a hand on her shoulder. Miss Hannah stiffened. Was he really going to do that today? She shouldn't have let her anger prevent her from cleaning up. The foul smell was indeed her protection. As she was lost in thought, Li Chen leaned in closer to her ear. Miss Hannah. His warm breath on her ear sent shivers down her spine. Teach me magic. Ha! I won't yield, you know? What are you saying? Li Chen shrugged. I said teach me magic, Miss Hannah. Why is your face so red? Are you thinking of something strange? Miss Hannah was at a loss. Was there really such a development? Looking at Miss Hannah's bewildered face, Li Chen felt helpless. This Maho Xiaojio was very beautiful, and he was quite taken with her, but the problem was he was a goblin. Goblins give birth to offspring that are emotionless monsters. Li Chen couldn't bear to think about it. If he had children, they would be bloodthirsty monsters, unable to communicate, unable to share feelings, unable to look forward to the future together. They would occasionally stare at their own offspring with a sinister gaze, waiting for them to grow stronger and usurp their position. What use would such children be? To annoy him? Fortunately, Li Chen has a mounted combat system where one can marry in the context of horseback riding and slashing, specifically by marrying a female lord. After marriage, the children born will have a fixed affection level of 100 towards their father, which will not decrease. Once they reach adulthood, they can become upgradable NPCs and join the player's army. Players can assign their children to manage towns or let them lead their own troops. In other words, children born through system certification are normal humans, allowing Li Chen to enjoy all the joys of fatherhood. Therefore, his partner can only be a female lord. Miss Hannah is certified as an NPC by the system, but she cannot be recruited for now due to insufficient affection, making her unable to become a system-certified female lord. So, it's a no-go here. This is a tomato. After all, writing nonsense could land you in the little black room. Miss Hannah confirmed that Li Chen would not do anything to her, thinking to herself that she was just scaring herself, and then began to explain what magic is. Magic is a magical factor that dissipates into the air. To use it, one needs to use magical script to draw upon the magical power stored in the body, and then arrange the magical script in a certain pattern to export the magic as needed. To learn magic, you must first learn the common language of humans, then the ancient Elvish language, and finally the magical script. Li Chen asked, why can't I learn the magical script directly? Miss Hannah looked at Li Chen as if he were an idiot. The common language of humans is a subordinate language to the ancient Elvish language, which in turn is a subordinate language to the magical script. It is said that the magical script is the writing used by the gods, with each character containing the laws of the world's operation. To grasp its subtleties, one must have a deep understanding of the languages of various races. Learning from a lower-level language to a higher-level language is much simpler. Learning the magical script directly is like trying to build a tall building without a foundation. It won't get far. This explanation was quite clear, and Li Chen nodded. Then Miss Hannah, please teach me the human language first, then the ancient Elvish language, and finally the magical script. Miss Hannah looked Li Chen up and down. You learn the common language of humans? Li Chen confidently nodded. Yes, I will learn the common language of humans. Even if it's not for learning magic, I need to learn the human language to manage you slaves more conveniently. Miss Hannah trembled with anger at this remark and could only huff in response. She thought to herself that this goblin was thinking too simply. The language differences between different races are vast, and the physiological and living conditions of different beings vary, leading to the development of different languages. It's not as simple as learning English in later generations. To learn a race's language, one must find ways to understand that race, which is fraught with difficulties. Li Chen was not worried about this. He could allocate points to his intelligence attribute and enhance his magical skill specialization. With these advantages, learning the languages of foreign races wouldn't be difficult. Li Chen took Miss Hannah around the territory, asking how to say anything interesting he saw in the common language of humans. Miss Hannah was somewhat taken aback by his attitude towards learning. This goblin really wanted to learn the common language of humans. She couldn't help but ask, "There are many types of magic. What kind do you want to learn?" Li Chen asked, "Is there any wood magic that can increase crop yields? Or earth magic that can facilitate digging ditches and manipulate stones to directly create livable housing? Or fire magic that can continuously generate heat, melt iron, and boil water?" Miss Hannah was taken aback, wondering what this goblin was talking about. How could sacred magic be used for such farmer tasks? Do you not want to learn powerful spells like Fireball, Lightning Blade, mind-bending illusions that create hallucinations wielding the authority of the gods, or spells that change the weather? Li Chen's eyes lit up. Magic can change the weather? Then can't mages artificially induce rain to increase crop yields? Miss Hannah let out a sigh. You really learned magic just to do these trivial things? Li Chen also pressed on. How could matters concerning the development of people's livelihoods be trivial? He fixed a serious gaze on Miss Hannah, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Miss Hannah was dressed very elegantly. Even now as a slave, there was an unshakable pride on her face, a quality cultivated over years in a certain environment, much like a university student who has never entered society from their ivory tower. Observing her fully, Li Chen suspected that wizards were granted a high social status in the human world, and people learned magic not for practical applications but to elevate their own social standing. It was similar to the imperial examination, not for research or understanding the world, but to become officials. The two of them exchanged glances, each secretly looking down on the other. Li Chen was determined to learn the common language of humans, and for a long time afterward he kept Miss Hannah by his side, forcing himself to communicate with her in his halting human tongue. To be honest, learning a foreign language was indeed a painful endeavor, so tedious that it drove Li Chen to madness. Those who proclaimed their love for learning were practically anti-goblin elements. Yet, Li Chen still overcame his aversion to studying and devoted himself to learning. Ever since capturing Goblin Fortress, he felt an inexplicable sense of urgency, as if some dangerous thing was slowly approaching. If he couldn't seize the time to grow stronger, when danger arrived, he would only end up as fish on the chopping block. Therefore, whether it was territory production and construction, military training, or improving his own qualities, he was doing everything he could to become stronger. Miss Hannah was quite shocked by Li Chen's attitude. She could see that he was very averse to learning the human common language, yet he endured it, forcing himself to study. What could possibly drive this goblin to go against his biological instincts? Time flew by, and half a month later, another wave of goblin pups was born, bringing the number of goblins in Goblin Fortress to 800. Li Chen felt the pressure of food supplies and ordered a halt to breeding activities. It was time to stop the population increase and let things settle for a while. Fortunately, in the past half-month, more and more land had been cultivated, and after planting potatoes on all this land, they would soon be able to fill the granaries, at which point they could increase the population again. During this time, humans and goblins coexisted peacefully, and humans were surprised to find that the goblins did not eat humans as rumored, nor did they harass human women. They showed remarkable restraint towards humans. Those who lacked restraint were ordered to be killed by Li Chen. Their bodies hung in the forest as a warning to the new generation of goblins with questionable judgment. In short, the conflict between the two races in Goblin Fortress was not so sharp. There would be no breakthroughs in development here for the time being. Li Chen planned to take some people back to the original tribe. He wanted to bring some human farmers and crops to develop along two lines. One shouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. If Goblin Fortress were to suffer an attack from humans or monsters leading to its destruction, at least the goblin tribe could continue to develop. Li Chen took 20 adult goblins, 300 new generation goblins, 20 human farmers, the father of the blacksmiths, Knight Leo, and all the human soldiers, Steward Raymond, young Master Lance, Miss Hannah, various vegetable seeds, and 100 sets of farming tools. One could say he brought all the threatening individuals with him, leaving behind only some indecisive human farmers. Before the troops set off, Li Chen called Gobu over. "Gobu, I need you to stay and help me manage Goblin Fortress. We need a big goblin stationed here to keep the new generation of goblins in check." Gobu was completely stunned. Why wasn't he being taken along? "Boss, I can't do it. I'm afraid it will cause trouble. Take me away." Li Chen patted Gobu's shoulder encouragingly. "Gobu, don't hesitate. This is an order. Don't worry, the 80 goblins I left in the castle will listen to you. If humans try to escape, catch them and kill them directly. If the new generation of goblins causes trouble, catch 3 and kill 1. With these two measures, Gobu Castle will definitely be secure." You don't have to do anything in the castle, just cultivate the land according to my plan. When you have free time, train the new generation of goblins. If they don't listen, kill them. If you kill too many, let the wood rats breed. In short, just keep an eye on the castle. It won't be long before I come back, and when I do, it will count as your military merit. 100 pieces of jerky. After saying this, Li Chen left. With 80 system soldiers stationed in over 800 new generation goblins, there would be no danger unless 200 human soldiers came. As the troops marched, Miss Hannah kept looking back, feeling that she was going to the demon cave with Li Chen, and she was also worried about the human women in the castle encountering misfortune. Seeing her like this, Li Chen laughed heartily and comforted her. Don't worry, the human women are all professional textile workers. They are my high-value assets, I won't let them get hurt. Miss Hannah was still worried. After you leave, will your people still obey your orders? Li Chen assured her, as long as the humans don't run away, my people will definitely not harm them. The troops marched through the wilderness until it was slightly dark. Li Chen ordered to set up a pot and cook. The goblins began to boil water in a ceramic pot and then cook jerky and vegetables. Within 3 meters, Li Chen shouted, and Miss Hannah angrily came to his side. Can you call me by my name? I am not within 3 meters. Li Chen ignored her and pointed at a ceramic pot with fresh crocodile meat and vegetables. Cook. Miss Hannah was taken aback. You want me to cook? Li Chen nodded seriously. Hurry up. Eat well and sleep. We need to set off before dawn tomorrow. Previously, Li Chen had always cooked for himself, mainly because he was afraid the goblins wouldn't pay attention to hygiene. Now that Miss Hannah was here, it was natural to let her cook. Miss Hannah quickly finished cooking, and after the two of them ate with ceramic bowls and chopsticks, Li Chen spread a piece of rag on the ground and directly fell asleep by the campfire. Miss Hannah curled up in a corner, sleeping uneasily. It was unclear how long she slept, but in a daze, she heard a voice by her ear. Within 3 meters, Miss Hannah suddenly opened her eyes, and Li Chen's green face was right in front of her, almost making her scream. Li Chen quickly covered her mouth. Don't shout. No shouting. Miss Hannah's face was filled with terror. Li Chen held her mouth for a while and then loosened it a bit. Don't shout, I'll let go, understand? Miss Hannah nodded, and Li Chen released his hand. Follow me. He carried a large sword, the weapon of Knight Leo, an absurdly heavy two-handed sword weighing 8 kilograms. Li Chen led the way, and Miss Hannah followed. Where are you taking me? Li Chen replied casually, to check the posts. The two quietly circled to the edge of the temporary camp. Li Chen had set up 4 watch posts at the corners of the camp, wanting to see if the goblins would obey his orders and stand guard carefully. However, he was disappointed. At the first post, 2 goblins were lying on the ground, sound asleep. Li Chen was furious, rushing over and slapping each of them awake. Damn it! You two are asking for death. Everyone, gather! Li Chen roared, waking all the goblins in the temporary camp. They gathered around Li Chen with their weapons, thinking that enemies were attacking. Seeing everyone had arrived, Li Chen spat on the ground and pointed at the 2 bewildered sentinels. These 2 were sleeping on duty. If enemies come, we will be caught off guard. You 2 have violated military discipline, and I sentence you to death. Li Chen swung his great sword twice, beheading the 2 culprits. He stood there with the bloodied sword, pointing at the goblins. Military discipline, I have repeated it countless times. You can choose to ignore it, but if I catch you, this will be your fate. Steward Manga and Knight Leo stood together, and Knight Leo sighed. He really is different. Steward Manga looked astonished. You can't even understand goblin language. Do you know what they are doing? Hey, isn't it obvious? Knight Leo pointed at the headless goblin on the ground. 2 sentinels sleeping on duty, caught and executed on the spot. I'm familiar with this. When I was under Master Lance's father, I often caught lazy soldiers on night watch. But this is too ruthless. We would just give a couple of military canes to lazy soldiers, but he killed them directly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Steward Manga watched Li Chen roaring and howling, feeling very uneasy. This goblin displayed various traits that made him feel the other party would become a great disaster. The troops had been marching for 2 days at a very slow pace, mainly because the humans in the troop had too many issues. Their endurance for long marches was extremely poor, and they often needed to stop and rest, becoming easily ill. The mosquitoes in the rainforest were a piece of cake for goblins. Being bitten only caused some itching, but for humans, it could be deadly. On the 2nd day of marching, a human fell seriously ill due to poisonous insects, and Miss Hannah could only stay by his side, casting low-level healing spells to help him. The rainforest was humid at night, and Li Chen's troop had very few camping supplies. The goblins lay directly on the ground to sleep, but the humans couldn't stand it. They lay on the ground and woke up the next day with sore backs and stomachs, all due to the dampness. Li Chen didn't want these high-ranking talents to have problems, so he ordered a slowdown in the marching speed, creating simple wooden beds for them. At night, they placed the wooden beds next to the campfire, so at least while sleeping, they wouldn't be in contact with the ground. The troop dragged on for 3 days. If it were a pure goblin troop, they would have reached the tribe long ago, but now, Li Chen estimated, they had covered less than half the distance. However, this morning, after crossing a mountain, Li Chen suddenly caught a familiar goblin scent in the wind, and there were many of them. He wondered, they hadn't reached the tribe yet. How could he still smell goblins? Could it be that the tribe's hunting team had come this far? But that seemed too far, even for hunting. It wouldn't be possible to run this far, right? Li Chen couldn't figure it out and led the troops cautiously forward. When they pushed through the bushes, they arrived at a relatively open area. There were less than 100 goblins here. Many of them injured, lying, or crouching with dejected expressions, as if they had suffered a significant blow. Li Chen recognized the leader among this group of goblins at a glance. One ear. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Li Chen and the many well-equipped goblins behind him, One Ear burst into tears. He hurriedly ran to Li Chen and knelt down, hugging his thigh. Boss, woo. Our home is gone. Li Chen's heart sank, and he quickly lifted the guy up. What happened? Tell me in detail. Woo. Boss. Dog-headed people. It was the dog-headed people who attacked us. During the time Li Chen was away, One Ear had cultivated land to plant potatoes as he requested and increased the number of goblins, at one point raising the tribe's population to 500, which was quite an achievement. However, while he was steadily developing, the dog-headed tribe to the east suddenly launched an attack. Originally, the goblins and the dog-headed people were roughly equal in strength, and they had coexisted peacefully for a long time. However, the dog-headed people somehow managed to gather a group of ogres. These giants, standing 5 to 6 meters tall, with low intelligence and tough skin, inexplicably obeyed the dog-headed people's commands and helped attack the goblin tribe, which was utterly destroyed. One goblin, named Yi fled westward with the few remaining goblins, aiming to catch up with Li Chen and inform him of the theft of their home. Li Chen stroked his chin. He didn't feel much regret about losing his old home. He hadn't left any precious assets in the tribe, so it was just a loss. Anyway, he planned to return to rebuild. However, with the dog-headed people attacking, whether for revenge or for safety reasons, they had to be eliminated. Li Chen asked, how many dog-headed people are there? And how many ogres? Yi scratched his head and extended his fingers. The number of ogres is just as many as the fingers on one hand, and there are slightly more dog-headed people than our tribe had before. 5 ogres and 300 to 400 dog-headed people, huh? Li Chen turned to look at the troops he had brought, which included 19 big goblins, each equipped with crocodile leather armor, axes, crossbows, and a wooden shield. After 2 months of military training, the elite goblins, honed through 5 rounds of 3 draws and 1 kill, numbered 300, equipped with 52 2-meter-long iron spears and wooden shields. The remaining personnel were all armed with sickles, axes, and hoes, which could be fitted with long poles to become pole weapons. This heavily armed force would indeed cut through the dog-headed people like chopping vegetables. But what to do about the ogres, such giant units? Li Chen thought for a moment and shouted, within 3 steps. Miss Hannah appeared beside Li Chen with a stern expression. Ignoring her demeanor, Li Chen asked, do you know about ogres? Miss Hannah nodded. Tell me everything you know about ogres. Miss Hannah didn't understand why Li Chen was asking this but answered. Truthfully, ogres are creatures with a very large appetite and low intelligence. Adult ogres stand 5 to 6 meters tall and have a lifespan of 300 to 400 years, with a natural affinity for earth-type magic. Their skin is very thick, and ogres develop stone-like horns as they age, becoming harder the older they get. Ogres also possess strong regenerative abilities. They can regrow severed limbs. They have high physical and magical resistance, are omnivorous, have a massive appetite, and possess a strong sense of family, often living in groups of parents, children, and grandchildren, usually forming a family of 5 to 7 members. Li Chen took a deep breath. Damn, magical resistance, giants, and super strength. How was he supposed to deal with that? Don't ogres have any weaknesses? If ogres had no exploitable weaknesses, Li Chen would have to consider retreating. It wasn't worth it to engage in a futile struggle. He might as well find another place to develop. Miss Hannah shrugged. If we talk about ogres' weaknesses, it would be their low intelligence and slow movement. Oh, right, their family concept is also a weakness. Some wizards, in order to obtain magical materials, will capture ogre cubs when adult ogres go hunting, then threaten the entire ogre family, luring them into a pit to drown them, thus acquiring a large amount of earth-type magical materials. Wow! Li Chen gasped. Are human wizards really that ruthless? He instinctively took 2 steps back, looking at Miss Hannah with a different expression. Miss Hannah was taken aback and quickly explained, hey, what kind of look is that? I'm just a wizard apprentice. I haven't done anything like that. Li Chen coughed without responding. Capturing the small ogre was definitely not an option. He suspected that the small ogre had already been controlled by the dog-headed people. Otherwise, how could they drive the entire ogre family to do their bidding? So, he could only rely on brute strength to charge in. The ogres had high physical and magical defenses, and the weapons in his hands could hardly break through their defenses. However, an idea flashed through Li Chen's mind about a crossbow. If he used iron-tipped arrows, it should be able to inflict damage on the ogres, right? He called over Tai Oak and described the crossbow he wanted to create. In his previous life, Li Chen had seen a documentary featuring a simple Roman crossbow made entirely of wood except for the string. This device had 2 wheels on either side, and it only required 2 soldiers to turn the wheels to gradually tighten the string, making it a simple yet practical crossbow. Li Chen communicated with Tai Oak for about half an hour and finally deemed it feasible. He instructed the goblins to chop down trees, and the 2 of them used small knives and axes to carefully process the relatively intricate gear components. With everyone's cooperation, the first crossbow was completed after 4 hours. This crossbow measured 1.8 meters in length and 1.3 meters in width, requiring 8 people to carry it. For the bowstring, Li Chen used 5 crocodile tendons, weaving them together like a braided rope. When tightened, it could provide tremendous kinetic energy. As for the ammunition, they simply needed to carve a suitably sized wooden stick and insert an iron spearhead at the front. Li Chen sent 2 big goblins to operate the winding mechanism, and it took them 2 minutes to complete the loading, which meant that after encountering the enemy, they would likely have only one chance to shoot. However, all of this was worth it. Li Chen aimed the loaded crossbow at a tree that 4 people could embrace and pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the thick crossbow bolt was shot out, and as wood chips flew, the entire iron spearhead penetrated the tree, losing all kinetic energy only when the bolt snapped and got stuck in the tree. The terrifying power made everyone gasp in awe, and Li Chen smirked. Wasn't this a sure thing? The explosive kinetic energy of the crossbow at close range was probably greater than that of a small caliber pistol, which should be enough to deal with the ogres. Li Chen immediately ordered everyone to work through the night to produce 5 more of these crossbows. By the time dawn broke the next day, the 5 crossbows were completed and functioned well after test firing. With the deadly weapons ready, Li Chen ordered the army to set off towards the tribe. Because they had to carry the crossbows, the army's speed slowed down a bit, and after 2 days of marching, Li Chen finally arrived at the familiar forest. Here, he smelled a very strong scent of beasts. It was unmistakably left by the dog-headed people during their activities. These guys had completely taken over the goblins' hunting grounds, considering themselves the masters of this forest. Li Chen snorted coldly. He would make these dog-headed people pay the price. Looking at the dense jungle, he felt it necessary to find a suitable battlefield, one with an open view and no trees obstructing the line of fire. One goblin suggested, "Boss, we can go near the cave spiders, where I found the potatoes. The ground there is covered with potato roots, and there are no big trees blocking the view." Li Chen readily agreed and led the troops to the area near the cave spiders. Upon arrival, he found that this location was indeed suitable for crossbow attacks. In the distance, there was a tall mountain, bare and covered in black-gray stones, with many caves where large spiders could be seen moving about. Additionally, the surrounding mountains had no large trees, and the ground was filled with potato roots. For some reason, the potatoes were thriving here. Li Chen chose a small hillside and had the crossbows set up there, aimed directly at the forest. Once the enemy emerged from the forest, they would be about 500 meters away from the crossbow position, providing a wide field of fire. Li Chen had some potato roots chopped up and laid them on the crossbows, then instructed the other goblins to crawl into the potato vines to conceal themselves. He pushed far into the forest to look at the crossbow position, which was well concealed, showing no signs. Everything was ready, and Li Chen said to One Ear, "Take your men to attack the dog-headed people in the tribe and see if you can lure them over." One Ear's eyes widened, fear flashing in them. Without waiting for him to speak, Li Chen continued, "Don't be afraid, it's not like I'm sending you to fight, just lure the enemies over. The dog-headed people must have a very keen sense of smell, and they definitely remember your scent. Just pretend to approach the tribe, throw a few stones to provoke them, and let them chase you." One Ear was still scared. Indeed, the dog-headed people's sense of smell was exceptional. When One Ear led the goblins out of the tribe before, there were 200 of them, but the dog-headed people, relying on their acute sense of smell, chased them down to less than 100. If it weren't for One Ear's resilience and their ability to run far enough, the dog-headed people would have chased them to death, fearing they would run into the territory of powerful beasts. Seeing this guy still hesitating, Li Chen got annoyed and drew the great sword from his back, pressing it against his neck. "I'm not bargaining with you. Go execute the mission right now, or your head will roll." One Ear, quick-witted, suddenly remembered that the boss was not someone to mess with, often resorting to a 3-strike execution, euphemistically called purifying the team. One Ear hurriedly promised to carry out the task, and Li Chen sheathed his sword, patting him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. If you succeed, I'll count it as military merit, give you 100 pieces of jerky, and even 2 wooden mice as wives." Upon hearing he could have his own exclusive wooden mice, One Ear became excited, his fear dissipating. "Boss, I guarantee I'll complete the mission." One Ear ran into the forest with his subordinates, while Li Chen lay back in the potato vines, waiting patiently. He was curious and scratched the dark soil beneath him, wondering why it was so black. Hiding behind, Iron Ore clutched a piece of black stone, noticing colorful spots on it, his expression changing. Time passed second by second, and Li Chen, chewing on a blade of grass, felt somewhat idle. After waiting for half an hour, a commotion came from the direction of the forest. Li Chen spat out the grass and shouted, "The enemy is coming, everyone get down." One Ear rushed out of the forest with his men, looking very flustered. He ran into the potato vines, reaching the spot where Li Chen was lying, completely exhausted. Boss. I completed the mission, all the dog-headed people in the tribe have been lured over. Li Chen glanced at the forest's edge. There's nothing there? Boss, those dog-headed people are waiting for the ogre. That big guy moves slowly. Oh, right, boss, there's only one ogre and the number of dog-headed people has decreased a lot. Li Chen was taken aback and asked for details, but One Ear said he didn't know. Li Chen pondered for a moment, thinking it might be that after the dog-headed people's main force attacked the Goblin tribe, they returned to their original territory, leaving only a small number of dog-headed people and one ogre to control this hunting ground. This was a fortunate turn of events, making the situation favorable for him. If there were only a few dog-headed people and one ogre, wouldn't the 5 crossbows easily handle them? Li Chen felt his chances of winning had increased a bit, and he immediately ordered One Ear, take your men forward 50 steps and line up. Ha! Li Chen slapped him. Hurry up and do as you're told. Oh! One Ear quickly led his subordinates forward 50 steps to form a line. At that moment, the dog-headed people chasing them also arrived, and the leading ogre, towering at 5 meters, pushed aside 2 small trees, holding a massive wooden stake in his hand. This huge creature resembled a mountain of flesh, its skin cracked and rough like parched earth, appearing very tough. Surrounding it were about 100 goblins, some completely naked while others wore scraps of animal hides. They wielded stone weapons, looking like a disorganized mob of mercenaries. However, they had at least entered the Stone Age, and with the presence of the ogre, a giant unit capable of wiping out a troop of goblins, it was not surprising. Among the goblins, one stood out with a height of 1.6 meters, towering over the others who were generally between 1.3 to 1.4 meters tall. Besides being taller, this goblin was dressed quite differently, adorned with many animal bones, wearing a hide outfit, and holding a cow bone staff in his right hand. He was the shaman among the goblins. The goblins laughed when they saw a line of nearly 100 goblins on a small hillside in the distance, brandishing wooden spears and stones, posing as if ready for battle. The noble goblin's skin was like natural armor, with claws and sharp teeth as natural weapons, and now with an ogre servant, what could the inherently evil goblins use to fight against him? However, it was somewhat strange that the timid goblins dared to linger here and confront them head-on. The goblin shaman sniffed the air, detecting a peculiar scent, one he had never encountered before. It was an animal smell, but it smelled quite pleasant. There was a rule in the magical forest: the more fragrant the animal, the weaker its combat power, and the more tender and delicious its meat. Thus, the goblin priest ignored the faint human scent. He raised his cow bone staff and waved it forward. Kill them! Turn them into food! The goblins barked in response, and one of them struck the ogre's backside with a thorn whip, causing the ogre to howl in anger and lumber toward the goblins. Li Chen's eyes were fixed on the ogre. He clearly saw the ogre's expression of humiliation. The goblin's whip couldn't hurt it, yet it still chose to obey. It seems this guy's child really has been captured by the goblins. Li Chen murmured, noticing the enemy was about 150 meters away, and shouted, "Ready the crossbows." With that, he jumped up from the potato vines, yanked the potato vines off the crossbow, aimed it at the ogre, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A giant arrow shot out quickly, instantly embedding itself in the ogre's massive belly, the iron tip piercing through the ogre's tough skin, with 50 centimeters of the 1.5-meter-long arrow buried inside. Roar! The ogre let out a thunderous howl of pain, staring in confusion and rage at the arrow lodged in its belly, reaching down to pull it out. At that moment, 4 other crossbows also fired. 2 arrows went astray, piercing into the goblins following the ogre, skewering them like gourds. The other 2 arrows struck the ogre's chest, driving deep into its shoulder. Gurgle! The ogre howled in pain again, then suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. The arrow in its chest had pierced its lung, making it hard to breathe, and it knelt down on the ground. The goblins were instantly in an uproar. The invincible ogre was actually injured? Their not-so-bright minds had yet to grasp what had happened when Li Chen's goblins had already raised their bows and crossbows, launching a volley of arrows that knocked down several goblins. Li Chen, wielding a noble bow, kept shooting, while shouting to the goblins, "Charge! Kill them! Earn military merit!" The goblins armed with melee weapons all jumped up. 300 goblins shouted, brandishing spears or various long weapons as they charged down. With a high charge and low speed boost, the leading spear-wielding goblin let out a howl and instantly charged into the chaotic ranks of the dog-headed men, the first wave of the charge skewering about 10 of them. Following closely were goblins wielding hoes, sickles, and axes. Although they were numerous, their lethality was significantly lower. Often, they would swing their weapons to hack and smash 7 or 8 times without taking down a single dog-headed man, merely knocking them to the ground, howling like dogs. In comparison, the spear truly was the king of melee cold weapons. A single thrust could nearly take the life of a dog-headed man. However, regardless of the situation, having lost the ogre and taken a volley of crossbow bolts, the dog-headed men were now faced with goblins 3 times their number closing in, causing them to panic, with signs of a rout beginning to show. The dog-headed wizard, witnessing the drastic change in the situation, was also taken aback. He hurriedly raised his staff, muttering an obscure incantation, jumping and dancing as if performing a shamanistic ritual. This series of movements lasted about 10 seconds, after which he squatted down with the cow-bone staff, looked up, and let out a howl. The dog-headed men who heard this howl began to breathe heavily, their eyes turning red, and they all howled in response before recklessly charging at the goblins. Grabbing one goblin to claw and bite, quickly tearing it apart, leaving it a bloody mess. After casting the frenzy spell, the dog-headed wizard temporarily stabilized the front line. He saw a group of large goblins standing on the hillside, shooting arrows from a distance, while a few were operating those powerful weapons. He noticed two large goblins turning a crank, sharply realizing that they were preparing to use that powerful weapon just as he needed time to cast his spells. We can't let that weapon fire a second time. The dog-headed wizard gritted his teeth, glancing at the ogre kneeling on the ground, bleeding, and jumped again in a frenzy. With the incantation and his frenzied dance, a mass of purple-black energy gathered at the tip of the cow-bone staff. Go! Once the purple-black energy solidified to its peak, he pointed at the ogre. The energy shot out with a whoosh, diving into the ogre's body, and the ogre's black and white pupils were engulfed by the purple-black mist. From the ogre's perspective, he saw his family all killed, his father, who had accompanied him for 100 years, his 80-year-old child, and his often brawling wife, all slaughtered. And the ones who killed them were the little green ones on the hillside. Whoa! The ogre let out a thunderous roar, accompanied by a massive spurt of blood. Ignoring the pain from the crossbow bolts, he charged up the hillside, crushing several dog-headed men and goblins that stood in his way under his massive feet. Li Chen saw the ogre charging towards him, now running, the ground thundering under his feet as if a mountain was coming at him, sending chills down his spine. He glanced at the crossbow. The large goblins were still spinning the crank, but it was clear he wouldn't make it in time. Damn! Li Chen could only rush forward to buy time for the large goblins to load. He raised his bow and aimed for the ogre's eyes, but even after 2 shots, he missed. Li Chen drew the giant's sword from his back, lowered his center of gravity, and assumed a stance. Roar! The ogre reached Li Chen, its face twisted in rage, raising a tree stump thicker than Li Chen's waist to smash down. Li Chen rolled to the left just in time, the stump crashing down where he had just stood, sending dirt flying and leaving a large pit in the ground. Li Chen quickly got up, taking advantage of the ogre's recovery time after its attack, and struck fiercely at the ogre's thick waist with his sword. Swinging this thing was akin to wielding a block of iron, somewhat similar to the great sword that Gus used before he obtained the Dragon Slayer. This massive creature, when struck at the waist, produced a sound of metal distortion, leaving only a faint white mark on the ogre's skin. The ogre raised the wooden stake and swept it towards Li Chen. Li Chen nimbly rolled to the side, easily dodging the ogre's attack. He stood up, resting the great sword on his shoulder, and fixed his gaze on the ogre's movements. Although this guy was incredibly strong, his attacks were too broad and obvious, and he was quite slow, allowing Li Chen to easily maneuver around him. If he could just hold on for another minute, the 5 crossbows would be fully loaded, and this guy would undoubtedly be dead. With that thought, Li Chen stepped back again, avoiding the ogre's third attack. Li Chen, a mere mortal, provoked the giant, causing the humans hiding in the back to feel a wave of fear. Butler Mond approached. Miss Hannah, it would be best to do something to help the goblin leader. Miss Hannah was taken aback. She never expected Butler Mond to actually assist the goblin. Butler Mond sighed. Miss Hannah, if we lose the stronghold, it will be difficult for us to survive in the magic forest. We can only rely on this goblin leader. Although he is a monster, he has shown an unusual level of rationality, and he values order greatly. Have you seen how many goblins he has killed to maintain order these past few days? At least none of us humans have been harassed to death by goblins under his command. If we want to survive, we must rely on him. If this guy dies, his goblin troops will surely be defeated, and then we will either be captured and eaten by other goblins or by the dog-headed people. This, I understand, Miss Hannah replied, but her staff was in Li Chen's hands. Without her staff, she couldn't cast powerful spells, only a few weaker supportive spells. Meanwhile, the dog-headed wizard saw that Li Chen was entangled with the ogre, and the 5 terrifying weapons were steadily being loaded. He immediately sensed that something was wrong and jumped up again. Another ball of purple-black energy gathered on the cow-bone staff. Once the energy condensed to a certain level, the dog-headed wizard pointed the staff forward, and the purple-black energy shot out directly towards Li Chen. At that moment, Li Chen had his back to the dog-headed wizard, fully focused on the ogre, unaware of what was happening behind him, and was struck directly by the energy. Li Chen felt a surge of energy crash into his body from behind. Part of it was blocked by his armor, but 70% entered his body. As this energy entered him, his eyes instantly turned purple-black and he froze in place. From Li Chen's perspective, he saw a blurry image. In the future, his goblin tribe would grow immensely, boasting millions of goblins, becoming a monster empire. But suddenly, one day, humans, elves, dwarves, dragons, and other powerful intelligent races from the continent launched an attack on the Goblin Empire. They came from 4 directions, and within months they destroyed the empire that Li Chen had worked so hard to build. Li Chen, the king of goblins, stood at the highest point of the royal castle, watching as the various intelligent races carried out indiscriminate slaughter against his people. Pain, screams, bloodshed. Li Chen raised his broken sword and watched it all, powerless to do anything. Finally, a massive red dragon flew to the castle, unleashing a breath of fire that turned Li Chen into a being of flames. A tremendous sense of unwillingness and fear flooded his heart, and Li Chen stood there, frozen, with no reaction. Li Chen did not move, but the ogre was still moving, raising the wooden stake high, ready to smash it down on Li Chen. Just as it seemed Li Chen would be turned into a pulp, Miss Hannah, hiding in the back, raised her hand, a ball of light blue energy in her palm, and threw it out. The light blue energy dove into Li Chen's body, dispelling the purple-black energy in his eyes and restoring his clarity. Li Chen shook his head, the illusion of his nation's destruction fading away, and his eyes regained their brilliance. In the next moment, he saw the wooden stake crashing down towards him, nearly scaring him out of his wits, and he quickly rolled away. The stake grazed the edge of his body, almost taking his life. Li Chen looked at the large pit the ogre had created in the ground, his back soaked with sweat. He glanced back at the Knoll wizard, who was jumping up and down, cursing. The recent illusion must have been his doing. Miss Hannah's voice came from behind. Be careful. Don't get hit by his fear spell. Fear spell, huh? Li Chen recalled the feeling of helplessness and humiliation from just moments ago when his country was destroyed, causing him to grit his teeth, his resolve shaken. The fear spell was something to reckon with. Li Chen immediately adjusted his position, no longer facing the Knoll wizard but instead turning his back to his own side, allowing him to observe the ogre's movements while also keeping an eye on the Knoll wizard. After circling around the ogre a couple more times, a shout came from behind him from the goblin archer. Boss, it's ready, get out of the way. Li Chen was overjoyed, leaping forward in a dive, and the next moment, the sound of arrows whistling through the air filled the space as 5 crossbow bolts shot out. At this point, the crossbow was less than 50 meters from the ogre, and at such a close distance, the bolts were even more powerful. Each of the 5 bolts struck the ogre, 2 pierced its chest, 2 lodged in its belly, and 1 went straight through its thigh. The immense power of the bolts made the ogre let out a howl of extreme pain, the purple-black mist covering its eyes dissipating. In agony. With a loud crash, the ogre fell to the ground, vomiting blood, unable to stand again with the bolt embedded in its thigh. With 2 rounds of crossbow fire taking down the ogre, Li Chen let out a sigh of relief. The greatest threat had been eliminated. He looked towards the goblins entangled with the gnolls and ordered the big goblins behind him. Go, kill the gnolls and capture the wizard with the bone staff alive. The big goblins charged forward with a roar, and with their involvement, it was only a matter of time before the battle ended. Li Chen no longer focused on the battlefield. He shouldered his great sword and approached the group of humans hiding in the back, looking at Miss Hannah. You saved my life, you can make one reasonable request of me. Miss Hannah's face lit up with joy, but then she scratched her head, pondering what could be considered a reasonable request. After much thought, Miss Hannah extended her hand and said, return the staff to me. Li Chen narrowed his eyes, staring at Miss Hannah, whose heart began to race. The two locked eyes for a long time, and Li Chen reached out, retrieving the staff from the storage. This scene of pulling something out of thin air left Miss Hannah stunned. How could this goblin summon items out of nowhere? Did he possess a rare storage magic item? Li Chen handed the staff to Miss Hannah, who instinctively reached to take it, but he pulled it back again. Miss Hannah, you won't attack my back once you have the staff, will you? Miss Hannah huffed. A noble mage would never stoop to such underhanded tactics. Li Chen offered the staff again. I hope so, Miss Hannah, you wouldn't want to know how cruel I can be to traitors. On the battlefield, the gnolls quickly exhausted themselves after a burst of energy. They were surrounded by goblins, being stabbed with spears and bludgeoned with long weapons, soon overwhelmed by the goblins. From Li Chen's side, the victory notification came through. You have achieved victory. Enemies killed, 57 enemies captured, 21 experience. Gained 560 friendly casualties, 0 loot acquired. Grain X56, Knoll Tusks X12, Stone Axes X11, Stone Picks X8, Animal Hide Clothing X28. Dinars earned, 1780. Level, 1113 Attribute Points plus 2, Specialization Points plus 2. After this wave of battle, he leveled up twice, and Li Chen felt quite pleased. He opened his personal attribute panel, checked his current stats, and allocated 2 attribute points to intelligence, and 2 specialization points to engineering. Next, Li Chen needed to accelerate his development, requiring the support of engineering skills. Now, Li Chen's attribute panel was as follows. Name, Li Chen. Race, Goblin, Big Goblin. Title 1, Bloody Tyrant. Because you occasionally kill 1 out of 3, the goblins are very afraid of you. Title effect, Goblins' obedience to you has increased. Title 2, Clear. Rewards and punishments, rewards for the meritorious, punishments for the guilty. Title effect, the initiative of the goblins under your command has increased. They dream of achieving merit even in their sleep. Level, 13 experience, 124/980 magic power, 0 affinity, dark faith, native faith in the goblin god attributes, vitality 12, one-handed weapon proficiency 12, two-handed weapon proficiency 19, polearm proficiency 8. Control 0, bow proficiency 11, crossbow proficiency 5, throwing weapon proficiency 1. Stamina 0, riding proficiency 0, running proficiency 28, forging proficiency 41. Cunning 0, scouting
Proficiency 19, Tactics Proficiency 5, Rogue Habits Proficiency 3. Social 0, Charm Proficiency 3, Leadership Proficiency 5, Trading Proficiency 0, Prayer Proficiency 0. Intelligence 2, Management Proficiency 8, Medicine Proficiency 1, Engineering Proficiency 28, Magic Proficiency 0. Li Chen saw that his running skill proficiency had reached 28, unlocking a choice of skills. 1. Your and your troops movement. Speed increases by 5%. 2. You and your troops become slightly healthier. Li Chen directly selected 1, increasing troop movement speed, which is crucial whether in the cold weapon era or modern times. After finishing the skill selection, Li Chen felt refreshed. He arrived on the battlefield and looked at the dog-headed people pressed to the ground and tied together. The dog-headed people's sense of smell was excellent, almost more than twice that of goblins, making them great functional monsters. If trained well, they could enhance his tribe's combat power. At that moment, Li Chen heard the dog-headed wizard let out a barking roar. Although he was being held down by 2 big goblins, he still bared his teeth, looking like a fierce dog. Li Chen picked up a broken spear shaft from the ground and approached, striking the dog-headed wizard's mouth with 3 blows, causing the wizard to spit out dragon fruit and his eyes to clear up. Li Chen opened the prisoner management page. This guy was a high-level unit capable of casting spells, and he wanted to see if he could recruit him. However, upon opening the prisoner management, Li Chen was stunned. This was not an ordinary unit but an NPC. Li Chen gasped, opening the quest panel to look at one of the quests. Recruit Partners 0/1. The writing and slashing system has quests, and the first quest requires obtaining 2,000 dinars, 50 reputation, and recruiting a partner, after which he could upgrade his family level from 0 to level 1. Upgrading the family level could increase the number of troops he could command. Currently, he could only lead 20 soldiers, but after leveling up, it could increase to 40. Li Chen licked his lips. He already had enough dinars and reputation, just lacking the recruitment of an NPC. Miss Hannah was indeed an NPC, but when Li Chen asked her if she wanted to join him, she directly refused. Li Chen felt that if he couldn't find a female lord in the future, he might have to develop with Miss Hannah, so he didn't resort to any means. But this dog-headed wizard. Within 3 steps, Li Chen shouted, and Miss Hannah ran to his side. Li Chen pointed his stick at the dog-headed wizard. You tell him to join my troops. Miss Hannah translated truthfully, and the dog-headed wizard began to bare his teeth again, occasionally making chattering sounds, looking like he was cursing. Miss Hannah translated, he said that the noble dog-headed people will not yield, and the lowly goblins are just food. When the leader comes, all goblins will turn into dung. As she spoke, Miss Hannah let out a laugh. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and swung his stick at the dog-headed wizard's head, making a loud clanging sound. He cursed as he struck. Noble dog-headed people, ha! Lowly goblins, ha! The leader, ha! Dung, ha! The hardest part of a dog was its skull, but even that couldn't withstand such blows. The dog-headed wizard's head swelled up and his eyes grew clearer. What nobility or lowliness! I'll break it all apart with 3 hits. With a crack, the wooden stick broke and the dog-headed wizard fell to the ground, bloodied, but fortunately he managed to hold on. He was not afraid of the goblin's silver might. Then he saw Li Chen lift a stick as thick as a bowl, nearly scaring him to death, letting out a howl. Miss Hannah reminded, he said that from now on he will ensure you are well fed every day, and you will be his leader. Li Chen dropped the stick and opened the prisoner management page. The icon for the dog-headed wizard showed that he could be recruited. Li Chen clicked to recruit, paying a hefty sum of 2,860 dinars, adding a blooded NPC to his army. Name, Dog Wizard. Race, dog-headed, large. Dog-headed, level, 9 magic points, 120 affinity, dark faith, cursed dragon attributes, vitality 7, one-handed weapon proficiency 5, two-handed weapon proficiency 2, polearm proficiency 3, control 2, bow, proficiency 0, crossbow proficiency 0, throwing weapon proficiency 9, stamina 2, writing proficiency 0, running proficiency 13, forging proficiency 0, cunning 4, scouting proficiency 12, tactics proficiency 1, rogue habits proficiency 1. Social 1, Charm Proficiency 0, Leadership Proficiency 2, Trading Proficiency 0, Prayer Proficiency 22, Intelligence 9, Management Proficiency 8, Medical Proficiency 1, Engineering Proficiency 28, Magic Proficiency 68, a Magic Proficiency of 68. Quite impressive. Li Chen patted the dog wizard's shoulder. Good, from now on, we are family, and I, the boss, will not treat you poorly. The dog wizard spat a mouthful of blood on the ground, his swollen face revealing an ugly smile. Li Chen wanted to draw him a pie, but his attention was suddenly drawn to the ogre on the ground, groaning in pain. This guy was pierced by a crossbow bolt and looked like a porcupine, yet he was still alive. Gurgle gurgle quack. The ogre made incomprehensible sounds, blood and foam spraying from his mouth and nostrils, indicating he was likely bleeding heavily inside. Li Chen walked over to the ogre, looking down at this massive figure. With such severe injuries, it was astonishing that he was still alive, a testament to his vitality. Li Chen had someone bring over a crossbow and load it. He planned to shoot this big guy's head at close range. With such a large body, the experience gained from defeating him should be several hundred at least. As the crossbow was being prepared, Miss Hannah walked over to Li Chen and pointed at the ogre, saying, "Just now, he said gurgle quack, don't die." Li Chen was taken aback and asked, "What does gurgle quack mean?" Miss Hannah shrugged. "I don't know either. Ogres have low intelligence and their language is very chaotic. However, I suspect these two words either mean father and mother or son and daughter." Li Chen recalled how the first wave of crossbow bolts had taken down this ogre, and then the dog-headed wizard had used a fear spell to enrage him, making him get up to continue fighting. The illusion he saw must have been of his family being killed, which is why he fell into a rage. At that moment, Goblin Bao placed the bolt onto the crossbow. "Boss, it's ready." Li Chen looked at the ogre's tear-filled eyes and, for some reason, felt a pang of compassion. "Miss Hannah, ask him if he wants to join my army." Miss Hannah couldn't believe it. She suspected that Li Chen had lost his mind. That ogre was dangerous, and with a few screws loose, it couldn't be tamed at all. But she still complied, chattering away in the ogre language. After a while of communication, Miss Hannah shook her head at Li Chen. "He says that Little Green and Furry are both bad. Little Green will hurt everyone, and Furry has captured Jiao and Mimi." Li Chen scratched his head, feeling that this guy's way of speaking was really like that of a mentally challenged child, so he spoke in the same manner. "Miss Hannah, tell him that Little Green is not bad, Little Green is good, and Furry is the bad one. Let him play with Little Green will feed him well and take him to fight the bad Furry, then bring back Jiao and Mimi." Hannah mumbled something about the goblin being fine, and Li Chen shot her a glare, prompting Miss Hannah to quickly translate. She communicated with the ogre for a while longer. "He says he won't believe in Little Green unless you swear to Hong Hong." Li Chen asked, "Who is Hong Hong?" "I know this one," Miss Hannah said, patting her chest. Hong Hong means the earth goddess in ogre language. It is said that the earth goddess has 4 children: the thunder giant, the mountain giant, the plain giant, and the ogre. The ogre is the youngest child of the earth goddess, born with defects. Not only is he shorter than his brothers, but he also has an intellectual disability. When the earth goddess issues a divine oracle and communicates with her children, there will be earthquakes, rumbling sounds, so the ogres call the earth goddess Hong Hong. Now Li Chen understood. He immediately raised his finger and swore, "I swear to the earth goddess Hong Hong that I will rescue this ogre's family from the dog-headed people." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook with a rumble. Li Chen was startled. Was there an earthquake? A distant, heavy female voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "This is what you said." The earthquake stopped, and Li Chen was stunned as he looked at Miss Hannah. "Did you just say that the earth goddess's divine domain causes earthquakes?" Miss Hannah was also taken aback. Yes. Li Chen gasped. Would this oath not be officially recognized? Ding! A system notification sound rang in his mind. "You have attracted the attention of the ancient main god, the earth goddess. The earth goddess has issued you a quest to rescue Dang Dang's family. Quest success, reward of 1,000 experience points. The earth goddess's blessing grants +5 to all attributes: earth element affinity, ogre clan favorability increased, proficiency in ogre language. Failure penalty, the earth goddess's curse: as long as your body touches the ground, you will weaken. Ogre clan's hatred: all ogres will despise you, thinking you are bad and will beat you up. Ding! An ogre has joined your army, please check the soldier management interface." Li Chen was stunned by this series of information, then immediately filled with ecstasy. He had attracted the attention of a main god, and after completing the quest, he could receive the other party's blessing. Great! Dog-headed people, You have already paved your way to death. Li Chen opened the soldier panel, and the ogre named Dang Dang had entered his army. Roster: a level 7 soldier, an adult ogre. Li Chen clicked on Dang Dang's entry to check his attributes and found that his vitality attribute was an astonishing 120 points. Such terrifying vitality, no wonder he hadn't died after being shot with so many crossbow bolts. However, his intelligence showed -3, indicating that the ogre clan was indeed low in intelligence. Li Chen called over the goblins, and together they worked to pull out the crossbow bolts embedded in Dang Dang. During this process, a large amount of blood and internal fragments were torn out, and Li Chen's eyes twitched. He was really afraid this guy would just die on the spot. Fortunately, the other party only bled a few hundred kilograms, howled a few times, and then was fine. Dang Dang shouted at Li Chen. "Hulu gadoo." Li Chen asked Miss Hannah, "What did he say?" "He said he's hungry and wants to eat until he's full." Li Chen responded with an "oh," and had someone bring dried meat to feed him. After consuming half a crocodile's worth of meat, Dang Dang finally said he was full. Li Chen noticed that after Dang Dang had eaten so much, the terrifying wounds on his body had actually stopped bleeding and scabbed over. Goodness! This recovery ability is incredible. No wonder he can survive even with internal injuries. Truly worthy of being a member of the race known as the 4 Sons of the Earth Goddess. The troops stayed in place for over half an hour, and Dang Dang regained his ability to move. Seeing that it was about time, Li Chen planned to lead the troops back to the tribe. When Tyok approached him, he was holding a completely black stone, though its colors could be faintly seen. "Chief, this is iron ore." He pointed back at the black mountain where spiders were active. "That mountain seems to be a super open pit iron mine, and it's the highest quality iron ore. Li Chen's eyes widened upon hearing Miss Hannah's translation. Are you sure? Tai Oak nodded. Yes, Chief, I'm very sure. I've never seen iron ore of such quality in my life. The iron extracted from these ores will definitely be of great quality, and the iron tools made from it will be even better. Li Chen looked at the ore in his hand, his breathing becoming heavier. Tai Oak, if I give you enough manpower, can you smelt iron? Tai Oak nodded. Li Chen was overjoyed. Tai Oak, if you can smelt iron, I will grant you a reasonable request. After the battlefield was cleared, Li Chen led the people back to the tribe. At this moment, the Goblin tribe was a scene of devastation. Li Chen's small wooden house had turned into ruins, with holes dug by the dog-headed people everywhere, excrement scattered around, and the bones of prey littering the ground, creating a massive garbage pit. One Ear saw the potatoes he had painstakingly planted being dug up and thrown everywhere, and with a sorrowful cry, he grabbed a handful of potatoes and began to weep. Finally grew so many, all ruined, all destroyed, woo woo woo. Seeing the food destroyed like this, Li Chen's expression darkened, and he raised his hand to slap the dog-headed shaman beside him, causing him to yelp and fall to the ground. TMD. Why did you destroy the crops? The dog-headed shaman immediately knelt on the ground, whimpering. Li Chen couldn't understand the dog-headed language and looked at Miss Hannah. Miss Hannah translated, he said the dog-headed people like to live in caves and don't eat vegetables, so they didn't know those lumps were food and dug them all up. Li Chen glanced at the dog-headed shaman who was looking at him with big, pitiful eyes and huffed, not pursuing the matter further. Now they were on the same side, the past could only be left behind, and it was better not to say anything that would hinder unity. He said to Miss Hannah, tell him to hurry up and learn the Goblin language, it's too troublesome to communicate with translation. Also, throw all the captured dog-headed people to him. If anyone dares to escape or cause trouble, I'll make him an example. After saying this, Li Chen called Tai Oak over and pointed to the pile of crocodile skins on the ground, saying, Tai Oak, I'll give you manpower and tools to make 20 sets of crocodile armor according to the size of the big goblins. He pointed at Dang Dang, who was lying on the ground eating potatoes. Make him a full set of armor too, and do it quickly. Whenever you finish, I'll move against the dog-headed people's stronghold. Tai Oak responded affirmatively, indicating he would complete the work as quickly as possible. Li Chen wanted to process the hardest back armor of the crocodile. This thing had extremely strong defense, and once made, it would be no different from iron armor, just difficult to process. Tai Oak brought a set of blacksmith tools from Goblin Fortress, which included many iron chisels. Using the chisels, he punched small holes in the crocodile's skin, and once connected in a line, he could cut the crocodile's back skin. Then, using crocodile tendons as connections, he could easily create a set of heavy crocodile armor. Li Chen planned to annihilate the dog-headed people with overwhelming force while minimizing casualties among his own, so he had to put some thought into the armor. In addition to the crocodile back armor, Li Chen threw all the crocodile leather to the ordinary goblins, instructing them to craft it into protective gear and boots. With the soft armor, these not-so-tall fellows gained considerable survivability on the battlefield, as a reward for their previous efforts in eliminating the dog-headed people and fighting bravely. After arranging the production tasks, Li Chen began extensive military training. All goblins, except those involved in production, were required to undergo military drills. Running, standing at attention, stabbing drills, and formation training were all scheduled. Under the threat of the 3-strike 1-kill rule, the goblins obediently completed all military training. The ordinary goblins had to train, and Li Chen's system soldiers had to train as well. Now, the number of soldiers under Li Chen's command had increased to 40, and he recruited 20 more ordinary goblins to fill the ranks, then led them briskly to the riverbank, where they were to hunt the crocodiles. Upon reaching the forest about 100 meters from the riverbank, Li Chen instructed the goblins to set up crossbows, then turned to Miss Hannah beside him and said, you stay with Dang Dang, he only understands what you say. Take him to hide a bit further away. I'm afraid the crocodiles will scare him off if they see him. Once the crocodiles come ashore, you can let Dang Dang attack from the side and cut off their escape route. Miss Hannah sighed, patted Dong Dong's tree trunk like thigh, and led him to hide on the side. Miss Hannah felt quite good about herself now. She was not only a translator but also a language teacher, and now she had to assist in combat. Ever since being captured by this goblin, her life had become so hectic that it felt like her hormones were out of balance. She recalled her time as a wizard apprentice, being summoned by her mentor to do all sorts of chores, only able to sleep 6 hours a day. Damn it! So annoying. Miss Hannah walked away, feeling wronged. Li Chen said to Goblin Spear, go catch some fish to lure the crocodiles over. The more, the better. Goblin Spear immediately ran out, and Li Chen hoped he would attract as many crocodiles as possible. According to the mechanics of Mountain Blade, the more enemies killed in battle, the more experience, dinars, and equipment dropped, including rare items. After about 10 minutes, Goblin Spear returned, clutching a large handful of fish entrails, the strong stench detectable from afar. Following him were more than 20 crocodiles, drawn in by the entrails in his hands, closely trailing behind him. Prepare.
Li Chen jumped onto a crossbow, bringing the crocodiles within 20 meters. At this distance, he was
confident he could shoot them down. Fire!
With a whoosh, 5 crossbow bolts shot out, pinning 5 crocodiles to the ground from 20 meters away. Some died on the spot, while others, with their tenacious life force, writhed violently, but the bolts pierced through their bodies, nailing them to the ground, leaving them to struggle in place until death. The remaining crocodiles continued to crawl forward, and
reloading was no longer an option.
Within 3 steps,
"You can go,"
Li Chen shouted to Miss Hannah, who was hiding in the forest.
Miss Hannah signaled Dang Dang to attack, and Dang Dang charged out from his
hiding spot, taking several large strides to reach the back of the crocodile group. He grabbed the tails of 2 crocodiles, lifting them up as if they were children, and then, following Miss Hannah's command, spun the 2 crocodiles around like a windmill before slamming them down hard onto the ground.
With 2 dull thuds, the 2 crocodiles were knocked out, suffering multiple fractures.
The appearance of the ogre, a massive creature, sent the crocodile group into a panic, causing them to scatter. However, once the crocodiles were on land, their speed was akin to that of maggots, and they could not outrun the ogre. The ogre easily caught up, grabbing their tails with both hands, swinging them down and smashing them again and again. The horned crocodile turned around to bite him, but Dong Dong's legs and arms were very thick, with a tough layer of keratin, making it impossible for the horned crocodile to get a proper bite. A few minutes later, the luckiest horned crocodile ran over 70 meters, only to be caught by Dang Dang, who grabbed its tail and swung it around to smash it to death. Finally, it was time to wrap things up. Li Chen stepped forward with a long spear, instructing Dang Dang to flip the dazed horned crocodile over, aiming for the heart in its abdomen with a thrust of the spear. He single-handedly killed nearly 10 horned crocodiles, earning a substantial amount of experience points. After repeatedly defeating several waves of horned crocodiles, Li Chen leveled up twice and gained a large amount of tenar and materials. He allocated all his attribute points to vitality and then added his specialization points to two-handed weapons. That great sword was now Li Chen's best weapon, and he planned to practice with it for a long time to come. After leveling up, Li Chen checked his storage. This time he had wiped out over 20 horned crocodiles, resulting in new items dropping. Horned crocodile egg. Bury the egg in the sand for 15 days to hatch horned crocodile pups. Horned crocodile gland emits a very pungent smell that can attract all horned crocodiles within a 2 to 3 kilometers radius, a precious magical material. Li Chen felt that the horned crocodile egg was temporarily useless, but he could try hatching it later to see if he could tame horned crocodiles as livestock for meat. The horned crocodile gland was intriguing. There was no need to laboriously lure monsters anymore. By placing the gland at a pre-established position, horned crocodiles would come rushing in to their deaths. During several days of monster grinding, Li Chen's level skyrocketed, reaching level 18. He allocated all his attribute points to vitality in preparation for the upcoming battles. Li Chen's vitality attribute reached 17, his height grew to 185 centimeters, and his body was now all muscle, with his head becoming more angular. Besides his own improvements, the goblins in his troop also gained a lot of experience, and all the goblins were promoted to big goblins. Moreover, Li Chen acquired his first level 3 soldier, the goblin spear, which had followed him from the beginning, finally accumulated enough experience to upgrade from a level 2 soldier to a level 3 soldier. The upgrade from level 2 to level 3 had branches, allowing the big goblin to be upgraded into 3 types of soldiers. 1. Goblin Rider. 2. Goblin Warrior. 3. Goblin Archer. The first option was cavalry, requiring vitality 15, control 20, endurance 15, cunning 15, social 10, intelligence 10, with riding skill plus 100 and proficiency in polearm weapons plus 100. The second option was melee warrior, requiring vitality 20, control 15, endurance 15, cunning 15, social 10, intelligence 10, with proficiency in one-handed weapons, two-handed weapons, and thrown weapons all plus 100. The third option was archer, requiring vitality 15, control 20, endurance 15, cunning 15, social 10, intelligence 10, with proficiency in bows, crossbows, and running skills all plus 100. Since there were currently no animals available to serve as mounts, the first option was immediately ruled out. As the goblin spear had always used melee weapons, Li Chen spent 200 dinars to upgrade the goblin spear to a goblin warrior. After confirming the upgrade, the goblin spear, who was chatting and joking with other goblins, let out a gasp. And then his height began to rise until it stopped at 1.8 meters. His body also became muscular, with his mass nearly matching his best condition, and the horned crocodile leather armor he wore was starting to feel a bit tight. The goblin spear felt the power of the dragon surge within him, his strength increasing dramatically, and he looked at Li Chen with surprise. Li Chen took this opportunity to give a speech, encouraging everyone to fight bravely and painting a grand vision. The morale of the goblins was boosted, and Li Chen also gained 1 point in charm proficiency. After that, it was a frenzy of training soldiers and killing horned crocodiles. During this process, the goblin archer also accumulated enough experience, and Li Chen upgraded him to an archer, replacing his crossbow with a human longbow. The crossbow made by Li Chen was, after all, an emergency product.
Although the learning cost was low, it could never compare to a proper bow and arrow. Now that the proficiency of the goblin bow had reached 100, it could unleash the full combat power of the bow, so there was no need to equip the crossbow anymore. After a few more days of training, 3 more big goblins had become level 3 soldiers, and Li Chen promoted them all to goblin warriors to enhance the troops' line-holding capability. Li Chen initially wanted to train the soldiers for a few more days, but the dog shaman found him to report his situation. The dog shaman spoke in somewhat halting goblin language. "Boss, tomorrow is the day I need to return to the tribe with prey. If I don't deliver enough meat for 100 dog-headed people to eat for a day, within 3 days, the chief will see it as treason and he will lead troops to exterminate us." It seemed that the training was about to come to an end. Li Chen asked, "What's the situation with the dog-headed people tribe? Tell me in detail." "Well, it's a long story." The dog shaman began to explain that in the eastern forest there was a large area that served as the hunting ground for the dog-headed people, with many dog-headed tribes scattered throughout. These dog-headed people were not united. They fought among themselves over hunting grounds and the dog-headed people who had previously confronted the goblin tribe actually had the strength to eliminate the goblins. However, if they sent troops, other dog-headed tribes would take advantage of the situation and steal their female dog-headed people, so the dog-headed people and the goblin tribe were in a relatively balanced state, until a dog-headed person named Lonya arrived from further east. He was tall and strong, covered in scales, a dog-headed person with dragon blood. For some reason, this guy had taken a family of ogres hostage. He led the ogre family to attack a dog-headed tribe, killed the leader of that tribe, and then integrated the dog-headed people within the tribe to attack other dog-headed tribes. He grew stronger and stronger, and there were vague signs that he aimed to unify all dog-headed people. While Lonya was pursuing his unification efforts, he heard that there was a group of goblins west of the Great Tree, so he sent out 30% of his troops and easily wiped out the goblin tribe. Then the dog shaman stayed behind to control the goblin tribe, and every month he had to deliver enough meat to the large tribe. Li Chen squinted slightly. Lonya, a formidable figure from the east? This guy's emergence had unified the fragmented dog-headed tribes, and their military strength had surpassed 1,000. Such a level of troops would be difficult to handle. Li Chen licked his lips and began to pace back and forth. The enemy was strong, but Li Chen was unafraid. There could only be one king in the magical forest, and if he wanted to ascend to the top, he had to eliminate Lonya's dog-headed tribe. Lonya was a significant test for Li Chen. If he won, he would directly settle in the forest area developed by the dog-headed people. Starting construction from the already developed area would be much easier than starting from the primitive forest, not to mention he could plunder so many dog-headed people. But if he failed, Li Chen could only run back to Goblin Fortress and the dog-headed troops would likely pursue him, leaving him to become a wandering goblin. Lonya, huh? Let's bet everything and see who can become the king of this forest. Li Chen beckoned to the dog shaman, who wagged his tail and ran over. In 3 days, you will return to the dog-headed tribe. I will send someone to hunt so you can bring back enough prey. The dog shaman's mouth dropped open. Be boss. I can't go back. I will be killed. Li Chen patted the dog shaman's shoulder. Calm down. No one else knows about your betrayal. Lonya still thinks you are loyal. Fangxin, you just need to deliver the meat honestly. The dog shaman thought about it and agreed. But why? The dog-headed tribe was already the enemy, right? Why still send meat back? Li Chen smiled and called over the supplies. Materials, take people to step on and pick the red poison fruit, the more the better. The materials quickly harvested a large amount of red poison fruit, and Li Chen sent people out to hunt, bringing back all kinds of prey. Li Chen had the red poison fruit crushed into juice, then used a small knife to make a small incision in the prey's abdomen, stuffing the red poison juice inside. After preparing the prey, all of it was strung together, and Li Chen called over the dog shaman. You take 20 dog-headed people to deliver this meat to the dog-headed people tribe. Once the goods are delivered, you leave immediately. When you return, I will reward you for your military achievements. Food, lodging, female, dog-headed people, you can choose. The dog shaman's eyes instantly curved into a crescent moon, and his tongue stuck out. Woof woof. I guarantee to complete the task. Woof woof. The dog shaman and 20 dog-headed people set off with the spiced prey towards the dog-headed people tribe. Li Chen hoped that this poison meat would bring chaos to the dog-headed people tribe, and whatever it could kill would be a bonus. After watching the dog shaman leave, Li Chen called over Knight Leo and 7 soldiers. Li Chen pointed to the prepared horned crocodile leather armor and wooden shields with axes on the ground. I'm giving you a chance to rid yourselves of your slave status. Pick up your weapons and help me fight to defeat the dog-headed people tribe, and I will return your freedom. Knight Leo and a few human soldiers exchanged glances, and Knight Leo took the initiative to speak. My lord, after we help you defeat the dog-headed people, can we have our slave status lifted and be given sufficient standing? The translator, Miss Hannah, was taken aback, looking at Knight Leo in confusion. While Knight Leo made a helpless expression, they had nowhere else to go. After hearing the translation, Li Chen asked, don't you want to return to the human world? Knight Leo shook his head with a bitter smile. There is no place for us in the human world anymore. Those who participated in the rebellion would be scorned even if they went to other countries. In comparison, here with you, we have the opportunity to gain a higher status through strength. Li Chen was quite pleased with this fellow's sense of the situation. Very well, Knight. Leo, I now appoint you as the squad leader for these 7 human soldiers, leading them to follow the flank of my troops. When we achieve victory, I will grant you a piece of land, allowing you to live as a human landlord. Now, go find Taiyok and ask for a set of heavy armor. As for the fate of those who betray me, you won't want to know. On the other side, the dog shaman led his team over mountains and hills, arriving at a giant banyan tree. This banyan tree was enormous, requiring more than 20 people to encircle it hand in hand, and it stood over 50 meters tall. However, its branches were completely bare, with a flock of black crows perched on it, the entire tree presenting a dead gray color. Within a kilometer radius of this large tree, not a blade of grass grew, as if some pollution existed. The dog shaman's team passed by the giant banyan tree, glancing at it instinctively. As a follower of the cursed dragon, he sensed that this thing was very ominous. He urged the team to quicken their pace, soon crossing the banyan tree and arriving at the hunting grounds controlled by the dog-headed people. Here, there were actually small paths on the ground, which were hunting trails worn down by the dog-headed people over time. Once on the hunting trail, the dog shaman's team moved much faster, reaching a large cluster of tribes before nightfall. Numerous dog-headed people were active here, either digging holes to sleep in or setting up simple tents made of animal skins. If Li Chen were here, he would be surprised to find that the dog-headed people tribe already possessed pottery. Many dog-headed people were setting up bonfires, cooking various meats in clay pots over the flames. The kind of meat that had not been bled, not cleaned properly, and cooked without seasoning, the smell permeated the dog-headed people tribe, extremely unpleasant. However, upon closer inspection, it would be found that only a few dog-headed people had pottery, while most still ate raw meat directly. It was unclear whether it was due to insufficient pottery production or if they simply preferred raw food. Entering the tribe, the dog shaman swallowed hard, feeling a bit nervous. Li Chen had warned him that he had stuffed a very deadly poisonous fruit into the prey he brought back, and eating it would basically mean reincarnation. Poisoning his former employer, if discovered, would likely lead to a brutal death. However, now that he was here, the dog shaman took a deep breath and strode forward. The dog-headed tribe was filled with barking, the smell of blood, the stench of excrement, and the burnt odor from the dogs. The ground was littered with sewage, feces, broken bones, little two-tailed fairies, and dog-headed pieces resembling a giant garbage dump. The dog shaman's troops were carrying a large amount of meat, and all the dog-headed people were staring at him with blood-red eyes, with many eager to snatch the meat. When the dog shaman saw one of the dog-headed people reaching out its filthy paw to steal meat, he snorted coldly, raised his cow bone staff, and chanted a spell, instantly casting a weakened version of the fear spell. Purple-black energy clung to the dog-headed thief, which let out a howl as purple-black mist enveloped its eyes. It collapsed to the ground, screaming in terror, witnessing the most horrifying sight of its life. This scene frightened the other dog-headed people, who realized the dog shaman was not to be trifled with and retreated. The dog shaman snorted again, intending to lead his troops forward, when suddenly a group of tall dog-headed warriors clad in bone armor approached. The leader, holding a stone hammer, pointed it at the dog shaman and shouted, "Sorcerer, why do you attack your own kind? Explain your reasons." The dog shaman snorted once more, adopting an arrogant posture. "This guy tried to steal the meat I offered to Chief Longya, so I taught him a lesson with my sorcery." The bone-armored dog-headed warrior nodded. "Your reasoning is sufficient. You are innocent." He raised the stone hammer and approached the dog-headed thief writhing on the ground. "You committed theft of tribute. You are guilty." He lifted the stone hammer and smashed it down hard. With a crack, the skull of the dog-headed thief shattered, and it died on the spot. The bone-armored dog-headed warrior said to the dog shaman, "Follow me. I will escort you to present your tribute." The dog shaman followed him to a tent area. The ground near the tent area was all black, stained with blood and grease. Usually, the dog-headed people would place the tribute meat here, but now there was not a single piece of meat in the tents. The dog shaman placed the meat down and was about to sneak away, feeling a bit anxious about doing something bad, but the bone-armored dog-headed warrior's words stopped him. "You are the first to deliver tribute this month. You are qualified to meet Lord Longya and present him the finest meat." The dog shaman, who was just about to escape, froze, his dog eyes spinning with a bold idea. "The goblin chief is clear about rewards and punishments. If I deliver the poisoned meat to Chief Longya and kill him, will the goblin chief reward me with 10 female dog-headed people?" With this thought, he rubbed his hands together, his dog eyes crescent-shaped, and he began to laugh wickedly. The dog shaman selected a hen from the prey and was about to go meet Longya when he was stopped by the bone-armored dog-headed warrior. "Chief Longya prefers cooked food. Take this chicken, cook it, and then present it. I'll take you to find a pot." The dog-headed warrior led the dog shaman to a campfire where there was a clean pot. The dog shaman slightly processed the chicken feathers, tossed the whole chicken into the pot, added water, and once it was cooked, he took the chicken soup to meet Longya. Longya's residence was a particularly large tent made of animal skins, where he and his subordinates were dining.
Longya sat on a throne made of beast bones, towering in stature, resembling a small mountain just by sitting. He had the unique fur of a dog-headed person, with scattered golden scales, making his body appear bumpy. The dog fur and scales intertwine, as if afflicted with some skin disease.
This is actually a manifestation of the impure bloodline of the dragon.
This guy is a dog-headed man born from a dragon, carrying the dragon's bloodline, but not much of it, which is why the dragon scales are so scattered.
Longya's golden pupils looked towards the
entrance of the tent, and he saw the dog shaman walking in with a bowl of soup.
Chicken soup is here.
The dog shaman had a sly grin on his face as he placed the chicken soup on the table, and all the dog-headed men present were watching him.
The dog shaman swallowed nervously, instinctively sticking out his tongue to cool off.
All the dishes are ready, why aren't you all eating? The dog-headed men present turned their gazes towards Longya in the center. These dog-headed men were once the leaders of various tribes, and after being beaten by Longya, they chose to submit.
Without Longya's command, they dared not
eat first. Longya glanced at everyone, no one dared to move, and he was very satisfied. He tore off a chicken leg from the pot, opened his mouth to bite, but suddenly he smelled a strange odor coming from
the chicken leg.
Longya halted his action, his golden pupils narrowing slightly. He brought the chicken leg to his nose and sniffed. He recognized the smell, it was the scent of the red poison fruit. His golden pupils turned towards the frail dog-headed shaman in front of him, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted.
A traitor? Interesting. The dog shaman trembled under Longya's gaze, instinctively
clamping his tail with his legs, feeling as if he might be scared to death. I won't disturb you, I'll just leave. The dog shaman wanted to make a quick escape, turning to leave, but Longya called out to him, you can't leave. The dog shaman froze in place, not daring to move. Longya stood up from the chair made of beast bones, towering at least 2 meters tall. He approached the dog shaman, a mocking
expression on his face, circling around him.
This action made the guilty dog shaman tremble even more violently, his teeth chattering and producing a clattering sound.
Longya stopped in front of the dog
shaman, extending the chicken leg in his hand towards him. Dog shaman, you've worked hard guarding the goblin tribe for me, this chicken leg is a reward for you. The dog shaman shivered, this chicken leg was poisoned. The goblin chief said that eating this would make one stretch their legs and roll their eyes, and he didn't want to do that. The dog shaman's tongue flicked out even faster, panting heavily, utterly terrified. His behavior was so abnormal that the other dog-headed men present noticed and began to whisper among themselves.
Why aren't you eating? Could it be there's poison inside?
You're
too scared to eat.
Longya's cold voice rang out, and the dog shaman whimpered in fear, hurriedly taking the chicken leg and then taking a small bite.
Oh dear. Chief Longya is just joking, where's the poison? Nuanuanua, this chicken leg tastes absolutely wonderful. Eat up, Chief Longya, everyone, eat. Why are you all looking at me?
The dog shaman, drenched in cold sweat, looked at everyone while still
urging them to eat the chicken.
Longya indeed returned to his seat, tearing off another chicken leg and swallowing it whole, and the other dog-headed men, seeing this, also reached out their claws to tear
apart the chicken and share it cleanly.
The dog shaman, seeing that they were really eating, was overjoyed, already envisioning the chief rewarding him with 10 female dog-headed men. He said to everyone, I won't disturb you, I'll just leave. He tried to leave again, but Longya's words made him lose control of his bladder. Dog shaman, you're an incompetent shaman, you don't even know that the red poison fruit
loses its toxicity when cooked.
The dog shaman, scared to the point of wetting himself, wanted to run, but 2 dog-headed guards outside the tent blocked the entrance completely. The dog shaman crashed into the chests of the 2 large dog-headed men, bouncing back and landing in his own urine. The other dog-headed men were also shocked, not understanding why this guy wanted to poison Longya, but seeing him in such a pathetic state, they looked at him with mocking eyes, eager to see how he would beg for mercy. Then something unexpected happened. The dog wizard not only did not beg for mercy but slammed his
hammer on the ground and cursed, "Hey, damn it!
Since everyone knows now, I won't perform this play anymore.
I am the infamous Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of gods, the sole legitimate master of the magical forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff, the dog of Qin Shi Huang.
The poison in this soup was put in by me, and even if it doesn't kill you, don't think you can survive. It won't be long before the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of gods, the sole legitimate master of the magical forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff, the dog of Qin Shi Huang, leads an army to come over. None of you will survive. Ah. The dog wizard laughed maniacally, while the dog-headed people present exchanged glances, wondering if this guy was
really going to be the dog of so many people at once?
Longya curled his finger, and 2 dog-headed guards at the door came in and restrained the dog wizard. Take him for interrogation and pry the information about those people out of his mouth. The dog-headed guards responded affirmatively and dragged the dog wizard out of the tent. Soon, screams could be heard from outside. Longya sat in his seat, his expression serious. He hadn't expected so many named enemies to suddenly appear. With the Goblin King and the enslaver of all races, such powerful names must belong to strong individuals, and he had to take them.
Seriously. However, the dog wizard was interrogated until midnight, beaten to a pulp, yet he still said nothing, appearing resolute and unyielding. Longya was somewhat impressed. What kind of mind-altering soup had those guys fed the dog wizard to make him so devoted? Longya naturally didn't know about the horse riding and hacking system. The dog wizard was a system-certified NPC, restricted by the system, and wouldn't do anything detrimental to Li Chen. But it didn't matter. The dog wizard had brought many dog-headed people, and Longya didn't believe the others would be as tough. Sure enough, the guards easily extracted information about the goblin tribe from these dog-headed people. When he learned that a troop composed of hundreds of goblins had returned to the original goblin tribe, a dangerous smile appeared on his face. It seemed there was going to be another battle, but not long after, that smile turned into anger. The meat that the dog wizard brought as tribute was divided among the dog-headed tribe, and most of the dog-headed people didn't like cooked food. After receiving the meat, they ate it directly, all of them falling victim. The worst part was that in the dog-headed tribe, strength was paramount, and the first to receive the poisoned meat were the elite backbone big dog-headed people. Over 100 big dog-headed people were now clutching their stomachs on the ground, howling in agony, while simultaneously suffering from diarrhea and vomiting blood. Meanwhile, Li Chen, who was studying a new type of crossbow, heard the system notification sound in his ear. Ding! Your companion, the dog wizard, has been captured by Longya. Ha! Li Chen looked bewildered. What happened? The dog wizard was captured? Did the poisoning get exposed? He felt like everything was going wrong. Damn it, this guy was more of a hindrance than a help. The smell emitted by the mixture of red poison fruit and meat was very faint. Even the dog-headed people wouldn't notice it unless they sniffed carefully, and if they did, it would just smell like the fragrance of fruit. If the dog wizard had followed orders and put down the poisoned meat before leaving, he definitely wouldn't have been caught. Did this guy go against orders? Did he do something unnecessary? The dog-headed tribe would surely be furious, and a decisive battle was probably imminent. However, Li Chen wasn't worried about that. Looking at the 5 modified crossbows in front of him, he felt very confident. In that case, let's have the decisive battle early and see who the true ruler of this forest is. Early the next morning, before dawn, Li Chen ordered to prepare food, and after feeding all the soldiers, he led the troops westward, intending to choose the battlefield in advance. Now his troops had a lot of ranged weapons, so he needed to select an open battlefield to engage the dog-headed people. The troops climbed over mountains and hills, quickly arriving at a massive banyan tree, and Li Chen immediately chose this spot. For some reason, this area was completely barren. Apart from the enormous banyan tree at the top of the small hill, there was not a blade of grass for a mile around. Li Chen led the troops up the slope, reaching the banyan tree, and began to set up their positions. 5 crossbows were set up at the highest point, while the goblins tied sharpened wooden stakes together with vines to assemble barricades. These barricades were placed on the flanks of the troops, ensuring that the enemy could only advance from the front, allowing him to concentrate his elite forces to confront them head-on. With all preparations complete on Li Chen's side, he climbed the eerie gray-black banyan tree, standing at the highest point to look towards the direction of the dog-headed tribe. He saw birds startled from the distant forest, knowing that the enemy was about to arrive. Miss Hannah came to the base of the banyan tree and shouted loudly to Li Chen, "This tree is strange. I sense an ominous magical aura from it." Li Chen shot her a glance. "Come on, sister, anyone can see that. Look at this tree, it's pitch black and not a single blade of grass grows within a mile. Do you need any profound knowledge to figure that out? If you have any deep insights, just say them quickly. I'm very busy right now. If there's nothing else, go play with Dong Dong, he will be of great use later." Li Chen's tone was not very pleasant. He was about to face an enemy force 2 to 3 times his own, and a single misstep could lead to total defeat, which put him under some pressure. Miss Hannah huffed, clearly dissatisfied with Li Chen's attitude. Li Chen glanced at her and called out to her, "Miss Hannah." She turned back, looking at Li Chen's serious face. "Miss Hannah, if I lose, you should run back to the human world and live in hiding. The world is vast, and there will always be a place for you. Don't return to Goblin Fortress. If I die, the goblins will revert to chaos, smearing themselves with mud, and they won't smell the humans anymore." After saying this, Li Chen continued to fix his gaze on the distant forest, while Miss Hannah stood there in a daze, tugging at her clothes, her expression very uneasy. Li Chen stared intently at the forest in the distance, the startled birds increasing in number and getting closer. Finally, after about 10 minutes, a loud horn sounded from the edge of the forest. "They're coming!" Li Chen took a deep breath and shouted to the goblin troops below, "The enemy is here, according to our previous preparations, form up." The goblins quickly sprang into action, forming square formations. Generally, Li Chen's 40 system soldiers and 8 humans stood at the front, clad in heavy horned crocodile armor, wielding the best iron weapons, and holding shields. They were Li Chen's core team. Behind these heavily armored infantry were 30 spear-wielding goblins, tasked with finding opportunities to stab through gaps with their long spears to inflict damage on the enemy's attacking force. On the left and right sides of the formation, behind the barricades, were goblins armed with various pole weapons, 100 on each side. These goblins were the first to follow Li Chen, having gone through several rounds of training, with 6 hours of military training each day, and feasting on monster meat. About 30 to 40 of them had surpassed a height of 1.3 meters, showing signs of evolving into greater goblins. Although they were not system soldiers, these guys had been trained by Li Chen into qualified soldiers, all wearing horned crocodile soft armor, and with their pole weapons and barricades, they could hold the flanking defense line without issue. Then there were over 30 archers among the goblins, led by goblin archers, using the bows and crossbows left behind by the greater goblins, serving as the core of their ranged attack force. Finally, there were 5 modified crossbows. Li Chen had developed a special type of ammunition, which will be set aside for now. On the other side, the dog-headed army had also arrived. With the sound of horns, a dense mass of dog-headed soldiers emerged from the forest, standing on the barren ground. At the forefront were over 100 large dog-headed men, standing between 1.6 to 1.8 meters tall, comparable to the big goblins. With their fur, tusks, and claws, the naked dog-headed men were indeed stronger than the big goblins. However, this was a full-scale war, and both sides were equipped with armor and weapons, making this inherent advantage negligible. The dog-headed men wielded stone hammers and axes, wore bone armor, and carried simple wooden shields, their quality far inferior to Li Chen's big goblins. Behind the dog-headed men was a horde of smaller dog-headed men, numbering around 1,000, a chaotic mass of various dog breeds with all sorts of flashy fur colors, resembling a ragtag army. They behaved like a ragtag army too, barking incessantly, occasionally urinating on the spot, and some even biting each other out of annoyance. They were unarmed and seemed clueless about their purpose on the battlefield, perhaps hoping to fight with their claws, tusks, and iron troops. After the ragtag dog-headed men made their appearance, something heavyweight arrived. 4 towering ogres emerged from the forest, collectively carrying a massive palanquin, atop which sat a throne made of bones, with the tall dragon tooth seated upon it, shimmering in the sunlight like gold, exuding an air of superiority. His golden eyes fixed on the goblins on the small hillside, narrowing slightly. The lowly goblins surprisingly did not rush forward to engage in battle. Instead, they formed ranks, which displeased him greatly. He glanced at his disorganized dog-headed army with a cold snort, feeling even more irritated. He raised an oddly shaped large knife made of unknown material beside him and pointed forward, attack. The fact that these goblins could form ranks reminded Dragon Tooth of the east he had come from. There, armies also formed ranks, and those that did often had greater combat effectiveness than the chaotic ones. He sent out the ragtag dog-headed men to test the mettle of this group of goblins. With the order given, the ordinary dog-headed men howled as they marched toward the goblin high ground, a chaotic scene with incessant barking and no organization whatsoever. From his perch in the tree, Li Chen saw the enemy launching their attack and shouted down to the goblins below, "Get ready for battle. The enemy is coming. Hold the line in front and you'll earn military merit if you make it back. Load the wooden arrows on the crossbows and shoot at will." The goblins by the crossbows immediately sprang into action, placing wooden arrows into the grooves of the crossbows and pulling the triggers to shoot. They were firing wooden arrows, with no iron tips, merely sharpened by fire, cheap items that Li Chen had had hundreds made. 5 wooden arrows were shot, covering several hundred meters, and landed among the advancing dog-headed men. The dog-headed men stood quite densely, and all 5 arrows struck true, impaling 5 of them to the ground. The 5 dog-headed men howled in agony. They did not die immediately but were pinned to the ground, struggling and wailing, while the other dog-headed men panicked and avoided them like a plague, with no one stepping forward to help. The goblins quickly reloaded, especially Dang Dang, who squatted by a crossbow, manipulating it like a toy, quickly turning the crank to the limit, ready to fire again. Thus, one crossbow shot at a rate of 7 to 8 seconds per round, while the other 4 shot at a rate of 1 round every 2 minutes. A large number of thick, long wooden arrows rained down into the dog-headed men's ranks, knocking them to the ground, the cries of agony and barking accompanying the dog-headed men as they advanced, visibly throwing their ranks into chaos. From his vantage point in the tree, Li Chen observed the confusion among the dog-headed men, noting they were nearly 200 meters away. He called out to the goblin archers, "Begin the barrage." The goblin archers immediately shouted to their fellow goblins, "Raise the crossbows, fire." As he spoke, he directly drew his bow and shot an arrow. The goblin archers also raised their crossbows and fired. Over 30 crossbow bolts were launched, striking into the dog-headed troops and knocking down several of them. "Knock," the goblin archer shouted, yet he did not stop, shooting arrow after arrow. The goblins set down their crossbows, using their feet to press the crossbow arms and their waists and shoulders to draw the strings. With so many muscle groups involved, even goblins with the physique of children could manage to draw the bow. The reloading speed of the crossbows was quite fast, about 1 shot every 12 seconds, making the firepower density somewhat considerable, further intensifying the chaos among the dog-headed men. Li Chen noticed that the organization of the dog-headed men was quickly collapsing. Despite their numbers nearing 1,000, they were nothing more than a disorganized mob, having never undergone proper training. Li Chen jumped down from the large tree, donned his helmet, drew the great sword from his back, and ran to the front lines. "Everyone, hold the line. Heavy infantry, charge with me." Li Chen roared, selecting heavy infantry with the number key 1 on the battlefield control panel, F1 for tactics, and F2 to follow him. Li Chen charged towards the dog-headed men, with the heavily armored goblins and humans following him into the fray. Li Chen realized that these dog-headed men were merely scattered troops. They had already reached their limit by advancing with their crossbows and bows. With a little more force, they could easily be scattered. Li Chen rushed to the front of the dog-headed men, swinging his great sword in a sweeping motion. The 8-kilogram sword spun and directly cleaved one dog-headed man in half, the remaining force embedding the sword into the waist of a second dog-headed man, pulling it out with his intestines trailing behind. Two-handed weapon proficiency +1. The 40 system soldiers behind him followed closely, howling as they charged into the dog-headed ranks, shields crashing, axes chopping, and in an instant they toppled dozens of dog-headed men. Knight Leo raised his axe and shouted to the nearby human soldiers, "Brothers, we're getting rich. We're free from slavery." He kicked one dog-headed man away, sending the fellow screaming into the dog-headed crowd, knocking over several of them. Then, the 1.9-meter tall Knight Leo, with a muscle mass of 1.5 Nua, roared, raising his wooden shield for a shield charge, knocking a dog-headed man aside. His axe swung down, cleaving open the heads of 3 dog-headed men. He wielded the heavy axe with the grace of a rapier, clearly a master of martial arts. He glanced at Li Chen, who was fighting fiercely at the front, watching as this guy swung his great sword with ferocity, sending chunks of dog-headed flesh flying, and sighed inwardly. "Ah, my comrade isn't supposed to use it like that." Li Chen was unaware that someone was criticizing him from behind. He wildly swung his great sword, slaughtering the dog-headed men before him, with constant notification sounds ringing in his ears. Ding! Two-handed weapon proficiency +1. Ding! Experience +4. Ding! Two-handed weapon proficiency +1. Ding! Experience +4. With this wave of slaughter, Li Chen's experience and proficiency skyrocketed, causing him to laugh heartily, his speed of killing increasing even more. Experience! These adorable doggies in front of him were all experience points. He was covered in blood, still laughing, appearing almost like a demon to the dog-headed men. Alongside him, the heavily armored goblins were also rapidly killing. They pounced, biting and scratching, yet could not break through their full-body defenses, creating chaos. Eventually, it was unclear which dog-headed man let out a mournful cry, starting to turn and flee, prompting the others to follow suit, yelping and tucking their tails between their legs. An unorganized army behaves like this. Even if they outnumber the enemy tenfold, when faced with a concentrated attack from elite forces, they will immediately collapse. Li Chen wiped the blood from his face and ordered the goblins, "Chase them down, kill." As he spoke, he strode forward, cutting down a dog-headed man from behind. He had to seize the opportunity of the enemy's rout to expand their victory. Li Chen and the heavily armored infantry continued to chase and kill, taking down dozens of dog-headed men, but it ended there. Li Chen stopped. About 300 meters from the edge of the forest, the enemy's elite big dog-headed men and 4 ogres were there, and getting surrounded would be disastrous. "Stop!" Li Chen ordered the troops to halt, planting his great sword into the ground, leaning on it as he gasped for breath. After a burst of action, Li Chen, clad in 3 layers of armor, felt somewhat fatigued. "Return!" Li Chen instructed everyone to turn back, and they all turned, panting, stepping over the corpses of the dog-headed men they had slain. He spat a mouthful of saliva, hoisted his great sword, and was about to head back when he noticed a pair of fiery eyes watching him. Li Chen looked towards the skeletal throne held by the 4 ogres, where a big dog-headed man with gilded, battle-hardened skin was staring at him. The 2 aspiring rulers of the magical forest locked eyes, both recognizing the other's extraordinary presence. "Ah, my nemesis!" Longya stood up from the beast bone throne, picking up an oddly shaped knife made of unknown material, pointing its tip directly at Li Chen, ready to say something about fate. However, before he could speak, Li Chen spat a thick phlegm in Longya's direction, then struck a pose reminiscent of a yellow-haired punk looking for trouble. "What are you looking at, your mother?" Although Longya couldn't understand goblin language, insults didn't need translation. Visible lines appeared on his forehead as he cursed loudly, "Lowly goblin, I will tear your throat, break your bones, and kill all your kin." Li Chen watched Longya barking like a dog, dug at his ears, and walked away. He couldn't understand a word. Seeing the goblin ignore his barking and turn to leave, Longya became furious and ordered his big dog-headed men, "Prepare to attack. Kill all the goblins." As his command was given, several former dog-headed tribe leaders began to regroup their forces, pulling the scattered dog-headed men from various corners, gathering them around the big dog-headed man. Longya looked at the elite big dog-headed men under his command, feeling quite satisfied. In his view, the number of his big dog-headed men was several times that of the goblins across from him, so victory was assured. Li Chen returned to the position and saw the dog-headed men regrouping. He immediately ordered his men to line up again in preparation for the enemy. This time, the big dog-headed men had all come. It was the core force of the dog-headed men, and caution was necessary. Li Chen commanded the ballista, shoot at the ones holding shields. After they have covered half the distance, switch to barrel arrows. Goblin archers, shoot freely once they are within range, but don't shoot at those with shields, target those without. 5 ballistae concentrated their fire on the big dog-headed men, the immense power giving the wooden arrows significant
lethality, often piercing through simple shields and even shattering bone armor, impaling the big dog-headed men and pinning them to the ground. This left the big dog-headed men in shock, causing unrest. Among them, after all, they were big dog-headed men, strong beings that were rare, with pride that wouldn't easily dissipate. However, what awaited them was an even more terrifying blow. The big dog-headed men had taken 7 or 8 shots from the ballista and had already covered half the distance when the ballista began to change ammunition, loading a cylindrical type into the grooves. This was the barrel arrow, which contains 6 arrows packed into a wooden barrel. The iron arrowheads used for these arrows were taken from arrows confiscated from humans. The shafts of these arrows were thicker and longer than ordinary arrows, capable of carrying more kinetic energy, and were thinner than the arrows fired from the ballista, allowing 6 to be packed into the wooden barrel at once. Once fired, these arrows spread out like a shotgun, causing area damage, but the downside was a relatively shorter range. The wooden arrows from the ballista could reach up to 900 meters, while the barrel arrows had a limit of around 700 meters. If the enemy had shields, they would need to be packed in even tighter. Li Chen saw that the large dog-headed man was about 400 meters away and shouted to the goblin controlling the crossbow, "Fire!" 5 crossbows instantly launched. The whooshing sounds echoed as wooden barrels were propelled out with great force, but due to structural reasons, they quickly lost momentum from the air pressure and fell aside. The 6 arrows contained within had enough residual force to continue flying forward. These 30 scattered arrows struck a small area, crashing into the shield-bearing large dog-headed man squad, causing a wave of screams. After all, these arrows shot from crossbows easily pierced through the makeshift wooden shields and struck into the bodies of the large dog-headed men behind. This wave killed more than 10 large dog-headed men, causing the dog-headed man squad to become somewhat unstable. The dragon tooth, which was supposed to hold the line, was also shocked, not expecting these goblins to possess such terrifying weapons. They couldn't let the enemy shoot a second round, they had to close in. Dragon Tooth shouted to a dog-headed man leader below, "Sound the horn." The horn blared, and the somewhat wavering dog-headed men paused, then began to howl, accelerating their charge, seemingly intent on breaking through Li Chen's defenses in one go. Seeing this, Li Chen shouted, "Hold steady. Everyone, hold steady. Prepare for the impact." As he shouted, he selected heavy infantry with the number key 1 on the battlefield control page and shield wall with F8. The heavy infantry immediately moved closer and raised their shields. Then he shouted to the spear-wielding goblins behind the heavy infantry, "Pikes, extend out. Find the gaps and extend out." The spear-wielding goblins extended their pikes through the gaps in the heavy infantry and firmly clamped the spear shafts under their armpits. Li Chen yelled to Miss Hannah, who was staying back with Dang Dang, within 3 steps, "Water ball technique. Water ball technique." Miss Hannah quickly moved behind the heavy infantry, raised her staff, and began chanting a spell. In no time, a water ball formed on her staff, about the size of a water cooler jug. "Go!" Miss Hannah threw the water ball onto the ground in front of the heavy infantry, soaking the earth. She quickly conjured 4 more water balls, drenching the front of the position, but just as she was about to conjure the 5th water ball, the charging large dog-headed men had already arrived. These creatures howled as they charged forward, crashing into the heavy infantry's shields. The sight of the neatly aligned shields being pushed apart did not occur. At the very center stood the level 3 goblin warriors, taller, stronger, and more resolute, who firmly held their ground against the impact as per Li Chen's orders. Both sides began to stalemate, pushing against each other. "Stab! Stab! Stab!" Li Chen shouted loudly, snatching a spear from a spear-wielding goblin, raising it high above his head, and thrusting it wildly outward. He didn't care whether he hit anyone, but every now and then he received notifications of experience points plus 24, letting him know his attacks were still effective. The goblin archer in the back was anxious. Now that both sides were mixed together, he had no angle to shoot. He saw dog-headed men surrounding the outside of the barricade, and goblins were striking the dog-headed men with various long weapons, but dog-headed men kept rushing in through the gaps in the barricade, grabbing goblins and biting them, while some even managed to seize the long weapons being swung. The goblin archer immediately ordered the confused crossbow-wielding goblins, "Move to the sides, shoot at close range." Saying this, he ran to the side, drew his bow, and almost face-to-face shot an arrow into a dog-headed man's head. Other crossbow-wielding goblins saw this and followed suit, pressing their crossbows against the dog-headed men's faces to shoot. This method had nearly 100% accuracy, with very high lethality, stabilizing the flanks in coordination with the long weapon goblins. "Stab! Stab! Give it your all, stab!" Li Chen shouted over and over again, his roar stimulating the nerves of the goblin spearmen, forcing them into mechanical thrusts. The military training they had undergone came into play. The goblin spearmen stood in place, just like they did during drills, responding to Li Chen's call with thrusts, as if they were marching in time. The attacks from the goblin spearmen were effective, with their spears piercing through, resulting in 1 or 2 screams. The once fierce dog-headed men suffered a heavy blow, leaving a small row of corpses in front of the heavy infantry's shield wall. However, it must be said that the dog-headed men were still brave. Wielding stone hammers or stone axes, they
relentlessly struck at the shield wall, completely unconcerned about being pierced by spears. The big goblins were not to be outdone either, occasionally delivering shield bashes to push the dog-headed men back, then swinging their axes outward, almost every strike smashing into the heads of the dog-headed men. As both sides engaged in brutal close-quarters combat, Li Chen kept a close watch on the battlefield. The enemy outnumbered them significantly, completely surrounding the front. The dog-headed men were packed tightly together, pushing against one another, creating utter chaos. Most importantly, the water balloons thrown by Miss Hannah had made the ground very wet, and the constant stomping of the dog-headed men turned the ground into a muddy mess, causing many to slip and fall. After a long time without breaking through the goblin position, the attacking forces of the dog-headed men became even more disordered. Li Chen felt it was time, discarded his bloodied spear, opened the battlefield command interface, selected the ogre Dang Dang from the separate group using the number key 2, and initiated a charge with F1 F3. Dang Dang, who had been lounging by the tree, let out a roar, picked up a massive tree stump from the ground, and charged straight at the dog-headed men. Li Chen promptly commanded the heavy infantry at the front to spread out, clearing a path for Dang Dang. The dog-headed men at the front thought the goblin shield wall was about to collapse. They broke through the defense line and were ready to rush in for a fight, only to be met by the roaring Dang Dang. The dog-headed men were so frightened that their fur stood on end, and they turned to flee with their tails between their legs, but the ground had become so muddy from their own stomping that in their panic to escape, many of them fell. Dang Dang charged directly into the chaos among the dog-headed men, swinging the tree stump left and right, sending the dog-headed men flying in all directions, quickly causing casualties among 4 or 5 of them. The other dog-headed men were startled. They had little morale to begin with and took off running. Some of the larger dog-headed men, however, were bold, charging forward with weapons and desperately swinging at Dong Dong's legs. But with his horned crocodile armor and tough skin, the stone weapons couldn't harm him at all. Instead, the dull impacts only served to infuriate Dang Dang. He let out a roar, his weapon swinging even faster, and the massive tree stump came crashing down repeatedly, turning any dog-headed man who dared to attack him into mush. Even a light brush from the stump would send a dog-headed man spinning away, ending up with broken bones and torn muscles. With just his own strength, Dang Dang scattered the large dog-headed men. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen selected all his troops and charged in, swinging his great sword in a frenzy. Li Chen's forces attacked with full force, causing the dog-headed men to panic and flee, some even urinating in fear as they ran. This was a physiological reaction. When they were truly scared, Li Chen led his troops in a wild chase and slaughter, leaving a trail of corpses on the hillside. At that moment, Li Chen felt a deep sense of regret. He dared only to lead 40 system soldiers into battle, not willing to charge alongside the other goblin troops. The main reason was that up to this point, Li Chen still did not trust the goblins' quality. He feared that if these guys got carried away, they wouldn't listen to his orders to retreat and would charge into the enemy's stronghold without a way out. He also didn't have any generals to lead troops, so every time the enemy was defeated, Li Chen could only chase them down with a little over 40 system soldiers. Otherwise, if the entire army pressed forward together, once the enemy broke, he could chase them down to death, and the battle would end early. I need to find a way to cultivate goblin generals who can lead troops on their own, Li Chen secretly resolved, stabbing a large dog-headed man's back with his sword, earning 24 experience, and ordered the troops to halt. They had chased to about 300 meters from the dog-headed man's base. Going any further would be dangerous. Li Xiao looked at the twisted expression of Longya in the distance, still pointing like a big sky-seeking wild. Forced to raise, I'll kill you within 3 days, ha, spit. After throwing out some trash talk, Li Chen led the troops back the way they came, completely unconcerned about Longya's murderous expression. After 2 rounds of defeat, the morale of the dog-headed men had suffered a severe blow. Not only that, they had lost over 300 men, with bodies strewn across the goblin positions and the hillside, a sight that was chilling to behold. In contrast, the goblins had only suffered single-digit losses, and the bodies had been carried back to their positions by the enemy, leaving everyone wondering if they were going to eat them or what, which left all the dog-headed men feeling extremely discouraged, having paid such a price for nothing. Not only the ordinary dog-headed men were disheartened, but the leaders of the dog-headed men were also pained. Although they chose to obey Longya, those who died were their own subordinates. If they lost all the young and strong, how would they explain it to the elders back home? Lord Longya, what should we do? Should we continue the attack? At this rate, all the warriors of the tribe will be dead. One dog-headed leader couldn't help but complain to Longya, who shot him a cold glance, scaring him into silence as he slinked away. Longya ordered, reorganize the troops and prepare for the third attack. All the dog-headed leaders present began to bark anxiously, clearly dissenting against Longya's command. Longya ignored their unease, prying a piece of bone from the beast bone throne and throwing it to hit the ogre carrying the throne. The ogre was covered in gray, with a very thick layer of skin, and stood over 6 meters tall, significantly taller and sturdier than Dang Dang. This was a mature ogre over 200 years old, at the peak of its strength. The mature ogre glanced back at Longya, anger in its eyes. Longya stared coldly at him, unafraid of the giant. The two locked eyes for over 10 seconds, and the mature ogre huffed, shifting its gaze and muttering a few words in ogre language. The other ogres set the throne down from their shoulders and picked up nearby wooden stakes, lining them up. Lanya said to the other dog-headed leaders, "This is where the probing ends. Now I will send ogres into battle, and your tribesmen will follow behind them. Once the ogres smash through the goblin lines, your people will charge in and tear apart every green creature." The dog-headed leaders all breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy only had one ogre, while they had four, giving them the advantage to win. They immediately went to gather their tribesmen, preparing for the third attack. No one noticed Longya's unease. He looked towards the goblin position, where Dang Dang was squatting on the ground playing with mud, feeling very puzzled. Why is this ogre helping the goblins? Doesn't he care about his own young? Seeing the enemy deploy 4 ogres, Lee Chen shouted to Miss Hannah. Miss Hannah, ask Dang Dang if those 4 are his lumberjacks. After Miss Hannah chattered and asked Dang Dang, he immediately became excited. He said those are his Gugu Gaga and Gaga Gugu, but Jujui and Mimi are not here. Combining the context, Lee Chen roughly understood that it meant his grandparents and parents were there, but his sons and daughters were not. Lee Chen groped down, pondering how to deal with these ogres. Goblin Bao reminded him from the crossbow, "Boss, the enemy is within range. Should we switch to iron-tipped crossbow bolts?" No shooting. Lee Chen hadn't forgotten his mission. He needed to rescue Dong Dong's lumberjacks. Otherwise, with the Earth Goddess's curse upon him, he would have to become the Pirate King. Lee Chen looked at the 4 approaching ogres and said to Miss Hannah, "Miss Hannah, tell Dang Dang and his family that Little Green is good and is here to help them fight the bad furry ones. After defeating the bad furry ones, Little Green will take them to find Jujui and Mimi." Miss Hannah translated faithfully, and then they saw Dang Dang howl a few times at the 4 ogres, causing them to stop. The following is the exchange among the ogres. Dang Dang, Mom and Dad. These little green people are good. They are here to help us fight the bad dogs. After we finish, they will take us to find the dolls. The middle-aged ogre on the opposite side replied, "Kid, these little things are too bad. Can the little green people be trusted?" Dang Dang hurriedly assured, "They won't." Hom Hom said, "We can trust the little green people, or else Hom Hom will make their boss weak." The middle-aged ogre and several other ogres exchanged words and finally reached a consensus. "Kid, Jujui, and Mimi are in the hands of the golden bad dog. We can't help Little Green, or he will harm Jujui and Mimi. But since Hom Hom is here and Hom Hom approves of Little Green, we can't attack him either. How about this? We just stand still and do nothing, not helping anyone, and wait until Little Green defeats the golden furry one and rescues Jujui and Mimi before we dare to help Little Green fight the furry ones." After the exchange, Miss Hannah conveyed the result to Lee Chen, who was overjoyed. The ogres would no longer assist the dog-headed people, making the next steps much easier. A decisive battle was imminent. Lee Chen shouted loudly to the surrounding goblins, "Step out of the formation and line up in squares according to our usual training." The goblins quickly ran out of the formation and lined up in squares in front of it. Heavy infantry formed one square, long-haired hands formed another, and 100 long-pole goblins stood in a square, with 2 squares formed, while the archers lined up in a row at the back. This series of actions was completed within 30 seconds, which was already excellent for the cold weapon era. Once the formation was complete, Lee Chen commanded loudly, "Raise your weapons. Advance. Kill. 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 Kill." The goblin formation brandished various weapons, marching in unison, shouting "kill" as they advanced. The advancing dog-headed people were stunned. Their side was a chaotic mess, while the opposing formation was orderly, weapons glinting, and armor complete, instilling a primal fear in them. "Everyone, don't scatter. Advance. Stab. Slash. Kill. Kill. Kill." Lee Chen shouted, his voice uniting all the goblins, making them feel stronger than ever before. The dog-headed people sensed the fear, especially as the 4 ogres stood still while the opposing ogres continued to advance, occasionally letting out roars. In the back, Lanya saw some dog-headed people trying to flee again and became furious, pointing his deformed knife at the nearby dog-headed leader. "You, get to the front and stabilize the troops, or else, die." The dog-headed leaders, intimidated by his authority, whimpered as they ran into the crowd of dog-headed people, stabilizing most of those who wanted to escape. Lanya looked at the ogre standing still, his face filled with murderous intent. He had been careless, not bringing the ogre cubs with him, and now he had no way to threaten the ogres. In fact, he had no choice. Even the ogre cubs were over 2 meters tall, like little giants, and no one could restrain them. He could only think of ways to imprison them. Moreover, if he brought the ogre cubs with him, the adult ogres wouldn't feel threatened by him. Instead, they would charge at him madly to crush him and rescue the ogre cubs. Damn it! Goblins actually have a way to communicate with ogres. Those damned bastards! Lanya felt that he was at a disadvantage, and the ease on his face vanished. On the battlefield, the kobold leaders entered the front lines, slightly calming the terrified kobolds. The kobold leaders exhausted their accumulated prestige, allowing the kobolds to clash with the goblin phalanx. The distance between the two sides closed, and a heavy, anxious atmosphere spread between the two armies.
When the soldiers on both sides could see the wrinkles and stray hairs on the faces of their opponents, Li Chen shouted kill and jumped directly into the kobold crowd, slaughtering 2 kobolds in an instant. The heavy infantry also shouted kill, in unison, raising their shields and swinging their axes as they charged into the kobold ranks, quickly killing a large number of kobolds. The spear-wielding goblins also chattered loudly, thrusting their spears forward and stabbing them into the enemy's abdomens. The two sides became entangled in a melee, but the goblins maintained their formation, standing relatively close together, while the kobolds remained a chaotic mess, and for a moment they were directly overwhelmed by the goblin forces. Some kobolds seized the opportunity to get close to the goblins, attempting to attack with their fangs and claws, but the goblins were equipped with horned crocodile armor, which completely absorbed the damage. The goblins' attacks were quite formidable. Their iron weapons could easily slash the kobolds open, especially the spears, which had a DPS that nearly rivaled that of the heavy infantry. Each thrust silenced the enemy, proving to be the king of cold weapon warfare. As the two sides fought fiercely, the number of kobolds quickly dwindled, and the goblin forces advanced step by step, leaving behind a trail of kobold corpses. Li Chen was covered in blood. He had personally killed dozens of kobolds, and his level had risen by 2, though he had no time to allocate his attributes. Kill! 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 Li Chen shouted as he swung his weapon, maintaining the morale of the goblin troops. Indeed, as long as the goblins heard his voice, they would charge forward without hesitation. Finally, after about 10 minutes of contact, the kobolds had lost 20% of their forces and could no longer hold on, scattering in disarray. Ah! Don't run! Don't run! A kobold leader shouted to maintain order. Li Chen saw this guy and kicked him down, then brought his greatsword down hard, ending the creature's life. Li Chen shook the blood off his sword and noticed that the main force of kobolds had fled again, but this time it was a complete rout, disappearing into the forest without looking back. Li Chen saw the edge of the forest, where Langya shot him a fierce glance before following the troops into the woods. After the battle, Li Chen breathed heavily, his sword and armor covered in blood, and he felt extremely exhausted, but he was still eager to check the victory data. You have achieved victory. Enemies killed 489, enemies captured 56, experience gained 612, friendly casualties 5, loot obtained, grain X69, stone axes X35, bone knives X18, reinforced beast skin armor X80, dog teeth X60, dinars 1234. Seeing that he had leveled up twice, Li Chen allocated his attribute points to intelligence, and the excess specialization points to engineering. He opened his warehouse and tossed out items like beast skin, stone axes, and bone knives to equip the goblins. These items could only be said to be better than nothing, enhancing the goblins' melee capabilities in the absence of iron weapons. Li Chen gathered all the participating goblins together, recruiting those among them who were taller than ordinary goblins and showed signs of breaking through to become big goblins, filling the vacancies left by the fallen system soldiers and bringing the troops to full strength. At the very front, among the goblins, 1 goblin warrior and 4 big goblins had fallen. They faced enemies that outnumbered them 2 to 1, and losses were inevitable. Fortunately, their sacrifices were worthwhile, as they had killed more than half of the 100 or so dog-headed men, thanks to the equipment advantages provided by the horned crocodile armor and iron weapons. Among these big goblins at the forefront, 4 had accumulated enough experience to level up, and Li Chen directly promoted them to goblin warriors. After allocating their stats, Li Chen surveyed the battlefield before him, littered with corpses. The dog-headed men had suffered heavy losses, especially the elite big dog-headed men, who were nearly wiped out, enough to make Langya feel heartbroken. However, Li Chen's side was not faring well either, although only 5 system soldiers had died. Over 100 ordinary goblins had been injured or killed. Even though they wore horned crocodile leather armor and wielded iron pole weapons, the inherent frailty of goblin bodies could not be avoided. Under the onslaught of the dog-headed men, goblins were occasionally dragged from their positions and killed. Li Chen looked at the victorious goblins. Their faces were filled with exhaustion and relief. If they hadn't been the ones surrounded, some among them would have already fled. The question now was whether to strike the drowning dog-headed men harder or to pursue and continue the fight. The dog shaman and ogre pups were still in Langya's hands, and the earth goddess's task was not yet complete. The dog-headed men had to be dealt with. However, Li Chen felt that his troops were too fatigued, and since this was an ambush battle, they had only achieved victory by setting up their positions in advance. If they entered enemy territory, where the enemy was fully armed, the outcome would be uncertain. The dog shaman had not been killed by Langya for some unknown reason, and the ogre pups could not be harmed. Otherwise, Langya would face the wrath of 5 adult ogres. So, retreat. For now, develop for a while, and then return to deal with the dog-headed men. Having made his decision, Li Chen ordered the goblins to clean up the battlefield and withdraw. As they left, Goblin Spear ran up to him and asked, "Boss, with so many dog-headed men corpses here, should we turn them all into barbecue?" Li Chen glanced at the 56 captured dog-headed men and, after some thought, shook his head. Relay. My orders, do not consume the corpses of dog-headed men. Violators will be dealt with by the warlord. In his heart, Li Chen already had a basic outline of a future monster nation, which would primarily
consist of goblins with various other intelligent monsters living in communities. The dog-headed men would undoubtedly have a place in this nation. For various races to coexist for the long term, respect is essential, in addition to the military strength of the dominant race. After all, they were not lacking in food at the moment, so it was best not to sow the seeds of division at the very beginning. Upon returning to the tribe, Li Chen had Miss Hannah use healing spells to treat all the injured goblins. Once the goblins were healed, he also treated the captured dog-headed men. Li Chen fed all the captured dog-headed men until they were full, then told them that from now on, they would be members of the tribe. If they worked well here, they would be able to eat their fill of meat. The intelligence of these dog-headed men was not much higher than that of goblins. Some did not understand their current situation, but after being fed and seeing the threat posed by the goblin spears, they settled down. After resting for a day, Li Chen immediately arranged for the tribe's production and construction. He sent some goblins into the forest to look for wood mice and rewarded the successful goblins with the opportunity to breed. The urgent task was to increase the goblin population. Enough manpower was needed to eliminate the dog-headed men's tribe. Then, he began constructing a base. The first facility built was a pen for storing wood mice, a task that was easily accomplished as the goblins wove it together with branches. As long as there was enough food, the wood mice would not run away. The second facility constructed was a nursery to increase the survival rate of goblin pups. 5 ogres participated in the construction. These big guys had immense strength. After the goblins chopped down the large trees, the ogres could smash the stumps into the ground with large stones, completing the nursery in less than a day. The third construction was the blast furnace. In the previous battles, the number of dog-headed men killed by goblin spearmen likely exceeded 100. A thrust from a spear, even from a physically weak goblin, could easily kill a dog-headed man. In comparison, the killing efficiency of polearm-wielding goblins was much lower. Li Chen had previously inspected the battlefield, and the bodies behind the barricades on both sides numbered less than 50, with many being killed by bows and crossbows. The low efficiency of polearm weapons was evident. To eliminate the dog-headed man tribe, Li Chen needed to form an army composed entirely of spear-wielding goblins, and for that he had to start smelting steel. Li Chen called Iron Orc to his side, and with the help of Miss Hannah as a translator, they engaged in a long discussion, ultimately establishing a plan for smelting steel. First was the ore, which was very easy to obtain. They could send people to the areas where cave spiders were active to collect it, as it was essentially an open-pit mine filled with high-quality ore. Once the materials were brought back, the ogres came into play. They lifted stones to crush the iron ore, the finer the better. Seeing their efficiency was a bit low, Li Chen had them find stones the size of a human head, slowly drilling holes in the center to make stone hammers. With proper tools, the ogre's efficiency improved significantly, and a large amount of ore was crushed into powder, consuming only 3 bags of grain per ton. Next was charcoal, which was made by building a clay kiln and burning it, then similarly crushing it into powder for later use. After that came the reducing agent for smelting the ore, which could be limestone. There was a limestone mine near Goblin Fortress, so Li Chen sent the fastest goblin archer to make a trip to bring back a large quantity of limestone. He also had him bring back at least 300 goblins who had undergone military training and participated in 3 rounds of 3 draws and 1 kill, as they needed labor here. While waiting for the limestone, Iron Orc brought good news. He had found the raw materials for making the blast furnace. Refractory clay. Smelting iron required building a blast furnace, and given Li Chen's current conditions, he could construct 2 types. One was a single-use furnace, where they could simply stack clay into a cylindrical shape. It would be destroyed after 1 use, producing low-quality pig iron in the form of coal slag with a low yield. The other was a reusable blast furnace, capable of smelting a large amount of iron ore at once. The interior of the blast furnace was made with refractory materials to create firebricks, with high temperatures inside and openings of varying heights. The tuyere could blow air into the furnace to increase the temperature. The slag outlet allowed waste to flow out, and the iron outlet let molten iron flow out. This was the type Li Chen wanted to build. He led his team to a fast-flowing small river, finding a flat area along the bank. He cast an inquiring glance at Iron Orc, who nodded to indicate that this was the right spot. Li Chen waved his hand. Get to work. The goblins and ogres immediately sprang into action, with the ogres pushing large stones to narrow the river, making the water flow more rapidly. They then drove wooden stakes into the turbulent area to set up a water wheel, which was connected to a power bellows that would pump a large amount of air into the blast furnace. The construction of the water wheel consumed 80% of the tribe's labor force, halting other projects. The new goblin offspring had not yet been born, which worried Li Chen a bit. Fortunately, Goblin Archer returned, bringing a large quantity of limestone and 500 goblins, effectively transferring half the population of Goblin Fortress over. With the addition of 500 goblins, the construction speed of the water wheel increased further, and a few days later, a well-functioning water wheel and automatic bellows were completed. Without much time to spare, Iron Orc began to stack the furnace body with firebricks, which were made from the refractory clay he had found, combined with limestone. Refractory clay is quite easy to find. Li Chen had read in the Encyclopedia of Travelers that there seemed to be some components exceeding the standard in refractory clay. If he couldn't find refractory clay, he could also use quartz to make refractory bricks. Additionally, the blast furnace water wheel was something he had seen in the Encyclopedia of Travelers. These were all theoretical knowledge, and he wasn't sure if they could be applied. So, he communicated with Taiyok for a long time, asking this experienced master for his approval before starting the project. Li Chen and Taiyok personally built the blast furnace, continuously discussing and improving along the way. Miss Hannah felt very shocked. It was strange to see a goblin and a human working together so harmoniously, chatting while mixing mortar. She thought that if it weren't for the language barrier, she would have been kicked out long ago. Naturally, she couldn't understand what kind of sparks would fly between a goblin wanting to create a great enterprise and a technology enthusiast. After the first wave of goblin cubs was born, the blast furnace was finally completed. It was a cylindrical structure 5 meters high and 1.5 meters in diameter, connected to a bellows, which, in turn, was linked to the water wheel. On both sides of the blast furnace were 2 wooden towers, allowing people to stand on top and feed iron powder and coal powder into the furnace. Li Chen and Taiyok climbed the wooden tower, exchanged glances, and began to add materials to the furnace. They were about to smelt the first batch of molten iron. They first placed branches and wooden sticks into the furnace, ignited them, and immediately poured in coal powder, while the bellows connected to the water wheel began to blow air. The furnace temperature rose rapidly, and Taiyok shouted to add materials. Li Chen scooped up a handful of ore powder with a shovel and poured it into the furnace, while Taiyok added a handful of limestone powder, followed by another handful of coal powder. This process repeated back and forth, waiting for one layer of materials to burn through before adding the next, until Taiyok signaled to stop. The smelting process lasted nearly 10 hours, from morning until evening. Li Chen and Taiyok were covered in soot, but their eyes were fixed intently on the blast furnace. It should be ready, Taiyok said uncertainly, mainly because they were using a new smelting method and he wasn't sure if it would succeed on the first try. Then let's open the furnace. Li Chen also felt uncertain. The two approached the blast furnace with sticks, and Taiyok poked open the slag outlet, letting the red slag flow out. Upon seeing the quality of the slag, Taiyok's face lit up with joy, knowing it was likely a success. He ran over to Li Chen and gestured an 8 with his fingers. Li Chen was overjoyed. An 80% success rate was basically assured. As the slag was nearly cleared, Taiyok signaled that they could open the iron outlet. Li Chen understood. Through their communication during this time, they had developed a tacit understanding and could communicate simply without Miss Hannah translating. Li Chen poked open the iron outlet and the bright red molten iron flowed down. Upon seeing this, Taiyok let out a howl and jumped up. It worked! It worked! Li Chen laughed heartily as well. Conquering the entire magical forest would start with this batch of molten iron. Li Chen patted Taiyok on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. From now on, you and your son are no longer slaves. You and your son can choose to come and go freely in my tribe. You will live in the best houses, wear the best clothes, and eat the best food. When my tribe develops in the future, I will give you a piece of land, making you a landlord. What do they call it in the human kingdom? A title. I bestow upon you the title of Baron Taiyok. Miss Hannah was taken aback and then stammered as she translated. Freedom, power, status. This ordinary blacksmith had gained all of this, while she, a rare magician, was merely a cold translation machine. Upon hearing the translation, Taiyok knelt down with a thud. My lord, as long as you can protect my son's safety, I will serve you with all my strength. Li Chen was very pleased with his declaration and personally helped him up. Iron ore, your work isn't finished yet, keep going. The molten iron flowing out isn't ready. At this point, it's just pig iron, too brittle to make weapons, and the carbon content needs to be reduced. Simply put, high carbon content means pig iron, which is too brittle and can only be used for casting. A moderate carbon content is steel, which is neither too hard nor too soft, making it an excellent material for weaponry. If the carbon content is too low, it becomes wrought iron, which is too soft and has high metal ductility. Li Chen needs to make a spear, requiring steel, so he must lower the carbon content of the molten iron. This isn't difficult. Iron Orc's expertise allows him to blow air into the molten iron, stirring it to increase the contact area between the iron and the air. Additionally, there's folding and forging, repeatedly reheating and hammering, which Iron Orc used to do. If blowing air, the blower would use cold air, causing the molten iron to solidify quickly. A reheating duct must be created to blow hot air for rapid large-scale processing of pig iron. For now, they can only rely on folding and forging to reduce carbon, but fortunately, the tribe has ogres as humanoid power hammers. Li Chen fed Dang Dang and his family well, then brought them to the blast furnace, pointing at the blocks of pig iron on the iron mat. Come on, Dang Dang, let's play the big hammer game. On the red hot stuff, there's a reward if you play well. Dang Dang sat by the iron mat, holding a hammer. The human-sized hammer felt like a toy in his hands, and he began to pound the iron blocks on the mat. Iron Orc adjusted the iron blocks repeatedly, while Dang Dang just had to focus on hammering. When he felt it was about right, he called for a stop and tossed a potato to Dang Dang. Dang Dang took the potato and ate it, then burst into laughter, celebrating his victory in the game and receiving his reward, making him very happy. The first things made were the large iron hammer and the big iron mat for the ogres to use, allowing them to forge iron more efficiently. Once the ogres had forged the iron blocks sufficiently, Iron Orc would cut them into suitable sizes and then shape them into iron spearheads. Li Chen designed a small spearhead, very light and shorter than a human spear, with a spear shaft about 1.5 meters long, making it more suitable for the shorter goblins. If it were longer, it would be unwieldy for them. When the first polished spear was handed to Li Chen, he was filled with excitement. He gathered everyone in the tribe, and amidst their puzzled gazes, he raised the spear and shouted, "This is a day to remember. From today onward, we officially enter the Iron Age. Our productivity will soar, our soldiers will be equipped with iron weapons, and we take another step towards civilization." After shouting, Li Chen let everyone go to eat, and all the goblins fell into a sea of joy. Although they didn't understand why the leader was so happy, as long as they could eat their fill, they too could be happy. Among the cheering crowd, Steward Mon found Miss Hannah and asked what Li Chen had said. Upon hearing Li Chen's declaration of civilization and seeing the iron spear raised high, his unease turned into something tangible. It shouldn't be. Goblins are chaotic beings. Why can the goblins here develop in peace? He bit his finger with his teeth, tearing off dead skin, causing blood to flow. If he really can establish a monster nation, then humans. The goblins took a day off to celebrate the Iron Festival, and all the goblins felt that their leader was generous, feeding them well, and the future looked very promising. However, the next day, Li Chen began a massive military drill, and the freedom-seeking goblins fell into hell. Stand straight. Anyone who dares to move will get 10 lashes. If you offend 3 times, you will be killed. Li Chen, with a large sword on his shoulder and a stick in hand, patrolled in front of 500-person formations. The 500 stood in perfect order, like tofu cut with a knife, standing in formation with chests out and heads held high, their right hands gripping a wooden stick heavier than a spear. No one dared to move, all eyes fixed on the back of the former's head, standing at attention like real soldiers. Those who dared to stir had already been hanged from the large trees surrounding the tribe. It should be noted that they initially had 6 formations, and over 100 goblins had been killed. Li Chen was also helpless. Goblins were chaotic beings, and without ruthlessness, it was impossible to train them. He had also noticed that among 10 goblins there were all kinds of personalities. Some were brainless, some had communication barriers, some were sadistic followers, some were lustful followers, and some were lazy, showcasing a diverse group. To train this bunch, Li Chen could only transform into a slaughtering brother, focusing on kill, kill, kill. No matter the command, if it wasn't corrected after 3 attempts, he would just kill. After all, the first wave of over 300 goblin pups had already entered the nursery, and in 15 days they would mature to replenish the ranks. Fortunately, Li Chen's slaughter had intimidated the goblins. Out of 600, he had only killed 100, and the rest could understand human speech, proving that goblins were indeed quite intelligent. They were just filled with the waste of the emperor. Li Chen approached the formation, his eyes wide like a tiger, scanning the goblins one by one. The goblins all shrank their pupils, tensing their bodies, not daring to move, not even their eyes. Did they know why the boss's mixed breed was so white? It was stained with brain matter. When he cracked open goblin skulls, Li Chen took a rough look around, feeling secretly satisfied. In his own view, this batch of goblins would be ready for battle in 2 months. Plus, the blacksmith shop could produce 30 spearheads a day, so 2 months later would be the day of the goblins' demise. Li Chen tossed aside his military baton and shouted to the goblins, "Everyone, rest. For half an hour, disperse. Disperse." The goblins shouted in unison, and some immediately collapsed, gasping for breath. Standing for an hour was a psychological and physiological torment for the chaotic goblins. It wasn't that no one had thought about simply escaping the tribe to become wild goblins, but that hero who tried was chased for 30 kilometers by Li Chen and the dog-headed men, brought back to face their punishment, which was for all goblins to hit him 10 times. With over 500 people, each hitting 10 times, the ones behind were just pounding meat paste, and they were really hitting hard. Then Li Chen required the goblins to urinate on the minced meat, which greatly shocked the goblins who had begun to develop a collective consciousness. None of them wanted to become minced meat, mixed with excrement. Even goblins felt that enduring such humiliation was worse than death, and the phenomenon of escape never occurred again. The goblins dispersed to take advantage of their rest time, and Li Chen called Goblin Spear over. Later, you take 4 warriors, each responsible for 1 formation, and teach them how to use spears, practicing until dinner. Goblin Spear responded affirmatively, and Li Chen began inspecting the tribe. First were the system soldiers. These big goblins were undergoing training from the Knight Leo, who was teaching them how to properly use shields and axes, enhancing the big goblins' combat achievements. Other human soldiers were also professional soldiers, teaching one-on-one with the big goblins. They had a language barrier, but through speaking, drawing, and practical combat, the big goblins' combat skills improved rapidly. Li Chen then inspected the farmland, where humans and dog-headed men were mainly active. One human could manage a piece of land well with 10 or so dog-headed men.
Additionally, it should be mentioned that young Master Lance and Butler Mon were two useless individuals who contributed nothing to the tribe. Once high and mighty, they now had to dig in the dirt for food, and the stark contrast in their hearts turned them into petty bosses. Li Chen found an old farmer at the edge of the field to communicate with. He had learned some human language and could barely manage to communicate through speaking and drawing. The old farmer told him that the forest soil was very fertile and the climate was excellent. If they planted wheat, they could harvest 3 times a year. But if they wanted to increase production, they needed a water channel like Goblin forts and to dig deeper into the land. Li Chen had someone reward the old farmer with 10 pieces of jerky, saying that he would send people to dig the water channel. And as for digging deeper, wasn't there an ogre? They could make a large pickaxe similar to a deep-sea titan for them, which could plow 10 acres a day without any problem. After a round, Li Chen arrived at the nursery, a simple wooden hut, but inside there were straw and animal skin beds for insulation, and adult goblins on shifts providing water and food. Except for those with congenital disabilities, almost all the other goblins could survive. Goblins, like the two-tailed little fairies, were quite resilient. At that moment, it was time to feed the goblin cubs. One Ear, carrying a large clay pot filled with cooked meat paste, came over with a dozen goblins. Upon seeing Li Chen, One Ear scampered over to greet him. "Boss." Li Chen looked One Ear up and down and smiled. "Not bad, you're about to purify into a big goblin." One Ear beamed, as he had done a good job as the executive vice chief, and Li Chen fulfilled his promise by giving him 100 strips of crocodile jerky. This guy finished it in just 10 days. Perhaps it was the magical effect of the meat that started his evolution, and now he stood at 1.5 meters tall, looking like he could grow more. However, after consuming so much meat, he had gained weight, his belly round and plump, vaguely resembling the former chief. Li Chen asked, "How's the hunting going lately? Any pressure?" "No, the hunting team has crossbows, so it's easy to catch prey. Plus, with the fish baskets by the river, hunting isn't a problem. It's just that we don't have enough hands for cooking. We're busy from dawn till dusk every day." Now, with the tribe including 300 cubs, the population had reached over 1,100, with more than 500 full-time soldiers, over 100 dog-headed people and humans responsible for farming, more than 100 in the blacksmith shop, and only about 100 left for hunting and logistics. One Ear led these 100 people to check the fish baskets in the morning, then returned to prepare meals for over 1,000, went out to hunt, came back to continue cooking, and had to manage the goblin cubs, leaving One Ear exhausted to the point of developing fatty liver. Li Chen patted One Ear's shoulder, feeling a bit emotional. "Oh, my executive vice chief, you've worked hard. The tribe is short on people. The hardships are only temporary. Once the new generation of goblins matures, I'll allocate some manpower to you. Work hard, and life will get sweeter." One Ear shivered. He always felt there was something terrifying in the boss's words. He thought he had to do something, or he would really be worked to death. "Boss, if we're short on people, we can raid." My hunting team reported that they encountered other goblin tribes while hunting, and sometimes there were conflicts. But we have crossbows, so we always win. Li Chen's eyes lit up immediately, and he hurriedly asked, "How many people are on the other side? How many big goblins are in their tribe?" "The numbers vary. Some tribes have around 50 people, while others have over 200. As for big goblins, each tribe has at most one. Goblins are like this. There can only be one big goblin leader in a tribe. If any other goblin shows signs of purification, the big goblin leader will kill them. Therefore, goblins cannot develop unless the leader evolves to a higher level, allowing subordinates to become big goblins, which would improve the tribe's population quality." Li Chen immediately ordered, "One Ear, tomorrow you get me a few guides. I'm going to deal with those wild goblins." Li Chen felt that just training without action wasn't a solution. He needed to seize the opportunity for real combat. Additionally, he had noticed during the last battle that there was no commander capable of leading a troop, making it impossible to execute complex tactics. This time, he could let his subordinates try leading troops too, see if they could cultivate some talent. Next, One Ear continued his work, instructing people to bring food into the nursery room, where the goblin cubs quickly gathered around, chattering noisily. One Ear held a wooden spoon, banging it against the pot, and then roared, "Shut up! Go get bowls! Line up!" The cubs, frightened by the authoritative goblin, fell silent and obediently went to fetch ceramic bowls. Li Chen carefully observed the activities of the cubs, wanting to understand the goblin race better. These goblin cubs were already 5 days old, well-fed and capable of movement. Li Chen discovered that the goblin race had impressive inheritance. The initial intelligence of the goblin cubs was remarkably high, as they could naturally understand goblin language, spoke within 3 days, and had a well-formed worldview. Human children needed 10 years of exploration to develop basic survival skills, while goblins could discern benefits and dangers in just 5 days, displaying a strong social inclination towards the powerful. Sounds impressive, right? Wow, achieving the level of a 10-year-old human child in just 5 days, our goblins are truly amazing. But the problem is, this impressive inheritance seems to have been interrupted. Once goblin cubs grow into adult goblins, they no longer receive the inheritance from their bloodline and can only rely on the skills of a 10-year-old child to navigate the monster forest.
Goblins are also chaotic beings, often devouring each other, and with the attacks from beasts in the forest, natural disasters, and starvation, the goblin race simply cannot develop. The goblin population has lost the ability to give birth to females. The goblin inheritance is chaotic and interrupted, and the goblin god was killed by the gods in the system entries. TSK, interesting. Things are happening in this world. In that moment, Li Chen thought of many things. The path ahead was shrouded in fog, but he was not discouraged. He had already established a preliminary order system, and as long as he implemented military law and education, goblins could also be tamed. Once his power grew stronger, exploring the secrets of the divine would not be a problem. While he was contemplating how to proceed, he suddenly heard One Ear angrily curse, pulling out a small branch from his waist and yanking out a goblin cub that had cut in line, swinging the branch to give it a good whack. Do you dare to cut in line again? Do you dare to cut in line again? You little brat, breaking the rules now. You won't even survive the first round of 3 draws and 1 kill outside. The goblin cub's bottom turned bright red from the beating, and it cried out, then was punished by One Ear to face the wall at the door, forbidden from eating. This scene left Li Chen dumbfounded. One Ear, with his big round belly, wearing a shirt made of beast skin and a grass rope tied around his waist, only emphasized the size of his belly. One hand on his hip and the other holding a stick pointing at the wall, the misbehaving goblin cub sobbed as it faced the wall. Isn't this the disciplinary director? Li Chen gasped, seeing One Ear so adept at educating goblin cubs. He hadn't even taught him these methods. He suddenly recalled that when One Ear had just reported on the wild goblin tribe, he seemed to have mentioned numbers like 50 and 100. How did he learn math? Could it be that, like educating goblin cubs, he was self-taught? And that little goblin he had just beaten was obediently facing the wall. From Li Chen's perspective, when this guy grows up, he would either learn to exploit the system and get caught, or steal something and get hanged, or think that oppressing other goblins would bring benefits, becoming a super goblin, feeling invincible, and getting killed for moving around during military stance. But now, with One Ear's bamboo shoot stir-fry shattering this guy's super goblin dream, he also learned to line up and obey the rules. Could this help him successfully pass the goblin coming-of-age ceremony designed by Li Chen, the 3-hour military stance? Children should be taught from a young age, and goblins are no different. Eating more bamboo shoot stir-fry when young means not having to face 3 draws and 1 kill when they grow up. Thinking of this, Li Chen beckoned to a goblin named One Ear who had just finished his meal, smilingly saying, "Oh, my dear brother One Ear, you've been promoted. From now on, you are the tribe's executive vice chief and the director of education." The next day, Li Chen collected all the spears from the tribe and distributed them to a 100-man goblin squad. He then selected 5 from his system soldiers to serve as commanders, goblin spear, goblin bow, and 3 goblin warriors. He instructed the 5 to take turns commanding the goblin squad to attack wild goblin tribes, promising that whoever captured the most prisoners would earn the title of Invincible General and receive 100 pieces of jerky. This ridiculous title didn't matter much to anyone, but the 100 pieces of jerky were quite tempting. So all 5 goblins were full of enthusiasm. Li Chen allowed the 5 commanders to go out, but the other 4 were not allowed to speak and could only watch the first guy command. On the first day, the first warrior led 100 spear-wielding goblins to ambush a tribe of 300 wild goblins. In the first warrior's view, attacking the tribe with the largest population would naturally yield more captives. However, the result left him dumbfounded. As he charged towards the wild tribe with his spear goblins, they were spotted by the enemy's hunting team, which sent a warning to the tribe. The enemy's big goblin chief immediately gathered his subordinates to resist these invaders, and both sides fell into a fierce battle of fewer against more. But Li Chen's goblins, armed with spears and armored with horned crocodile leather, were not afraid of being outnumbered. With a flurry of thrusts, they made the wild goblins scream. Then, the wild goblins fled without a care, slipping into the grass and disappearing, leaving no chance for capture, leaving the first warrior completely bewildered. After the battle, when counting the spoils, only 22 wild goblins were captured, although over 100 wild goblins were killed. However, what Li Chen wanted were captives, not corpses, so he could only give the first warrior a poor evaluation. Although the commander performed poorly in this attack, the soldiers did exceptionally well, with the spear goblins killing over 100 enemies without a single casualty. Li Chen promoted 20 brave goblins to the positions of team leaders and deputy leaders, rewarding each with 10 pieces of jerky. The team leaders and deputy leaders jointly led 8 goblins, effectively becoming grassroots officers. The other goblins who did not participate in the battle felt restless. They vaguely sensed that the army was beginning to establish a hierarchy, and the ambitious goblins secretly gathered their strength. On a new day, the spears were distributed to another group of goblins, and the second warrior led these guys into battle. Unlike the first warrior, who charged in recklessly, the second warrior waited until nightfall to make his move. The second warrior was among the first batch of system soldiers recruited by Li Chen, and he had participated in the night coup with Li Chen, so he had learned the art of night raids. However, not all leaders were as incompetent as the fat pig chief, who didn't even post night sentries. Halfway through the charge, the second warrior was spotted by the night sentries, and the wild goblins hurriedly got up to defend themselves. The ambush failed, and the second warrior cursed angrily, ordering the spear goblins to launch a strong attack. The battle ended in the middle of the night, and the second warrior undoubtedly achieved victory. Although this raid was not very effective due to being discovered by the enemy, it was still much better than the first warrior's reckless daytime charge. Many wild goblins were asleep at night. Even with the early warning, they didn't react in time and were caught off guard by the spear goblins. After counting the results, the second warrior captured over 60 prisoners, 3 times more than the first. His operation wasn't a grand success, but Li Chen saw his progress, which was exactly what he wanted. The second warrior upgraded his tactics based on the first warrior's experience. This kind of thinking ability was what Li Chen aimed to cultivate, so he rewarded him with 10 pieces of jerky, making the first warrior feel a pang of regret. When the third warrior was about to set off, Li Chen held a small meeting. Brothers, our soldiers' equipment, organization, and morale are already capable of overwhelming 90% of the forces in the monster forest. Victory is just barely passing. To excel, we must think. I want to see your thoughts, see your tactics improve upon those of your predecessor. Think carefully about how to do better based on the tactics of the one before you. Warrior number 3 pondered for a moment and then led his troops out. Li Chen's words had kept him thinking all day, and in the end he chose to launch his attack at night, but he made improvements to his tactics. After charging into the wild tribe, he had his men kill the resistors and capture the timid ones while he himself rushed straight to the center of the tribe, finding the opposing goblin chief and engaging him in battle without a word. The attributes of the goblin warrior were over 10 points higher than those of the big goblin, and the opponent couldn't last 3 rounds before warrior number 3 killed him with an axe. Then, warrior number 3 held up the chief's head and roared at the surrounding wild goblins, "Your leader has been killed by me. From today on, I am your new leader." The wild goblins, seeing their old leader dead and a new one born, all stopped in their tracks, accepting the bindings of the spear-wielding goblins, and surprisingly, not many fled. After counting, aside from the more than 30 goblins killed in the initial raid, over 160 wild goblins were captured. Capturing so many prisoners was impressive. Their numbers combined were even greater than the previous 2. Li Chen immediately patted warrior number 3 on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "You did very well, swiftly taking down the enemy leader and intimidating the entire tribe. I saw your thought process, and I reward you with 10 pieces of jerky. Additionally, I will give you a name. From now on, you shall be called Gobu Chang." Li Chen casually bestowed a name upon him, causing the guy's face to flush with joy. Seeing the envious looks from his companions, he felt secretly pleased, and the emotion of glory began to sprout within him. On the 4th day, it was Gobu Miao's turn to go on an expedition, the earliest of Li Chen's followers. Li Chen still took care of him, placing him at the back. The further back one was, the more they could absorb the experiences of their predecessors and make better tactical arrangements. Gobu Miao thought for a long time and still decided to launch his attack at night, opting for a decapitation operation, but this time he actually divided his troops. He thought Gobu Chang's tactics were already impressive, having captured over 150, and to surpass that, he needed to catch a few of the fleeing wild goblins as well. So how to catch them? Surround them. He sent people to encircle the wild tribe, then charged in to kill the wild leader while the spear-wielding goblins surrounded from all sides, preventing the wild goblins from escaping. That was his plan, and that was what he did, but an error occurred during execution. He divided the spear-wielding goblins into 4 groups to surround the wild tribe from 4 directions, and he charged in to kill the wild leader. However, due to poor communication and coordination among the spear-wielding goblins, the encirclement was not timely, allowing dozens of wild goblins to escape. Li Chen was overjoyed. He had been cultivating officers with the ability to divide troops, and unexpectedly, Gobu Miao had figured it out on his own, boldly executing a divided encirclement. Li Chen praised him greatly and rewarded him with a day of fun with the wood rat. Finally, it was Gobu Gong's turn, and everyone looked at him with a bit of schadenfreude. They felt the tactical iterations had become impressive. Gobu Miao's tactics were already the highest version, and Gobu Gong should have no way to innovate. But Gobu Gong's approach left everyone stunned. He did not set out at night, nor did he send anyone to surround the wild tribe. Instead, he had the spear-wielding goblins hide far away while he himself stealthily approached the wild tribe. Because he was acting alone, he was not discovered by the hunting team of the wild tribe. When he got close, he drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and shot the wild tribe leader in the head. Under the bewildered gaze of the heavy wild goblins, Gabo leisurely walked into the tribe and chopped off the leader's head with an axe. "From today onwards, I am your leader. Who is in favor, who is against?" Gabo brought an entire wild tribe back, shocking the other 4, who all looked at Li Chen, waiting to see what he would say. Li Chen scratched his cheek and said to everyone, "Well, this is the suppression of traditional tactics by advanced weaponry. Pay attention and learn well. I declare that Gabo has earned the title of Invincible General and is awarded 100 pieces of jerky." The 4 looked at Gabo, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Gabo proudly waved the bow in his hand. "Take in disciples." In the following days, 500 spear-wielding goblins launched attacks, targeting the surrounding wild goblins, training while also acquiring a large amount of labor.
The wild goblins entered the tribe, and regardless of the situation, they were beaten up, making them howl, first cultivating a sense of obedience.
Li Chen dispatched spear-wielding goblins who performed well in battle to manage the wild goblins.
The initial step was a 3-hour military posture drill, which was the first step to getting the wild goblins to shed their wild nature.
The spear-wielding
goblin captain held a spear, staring intently at the formation's edge. Anyone who moved would be met with a military baton followed by a line drawn on their body. If they committed the offense 3 times, they would be stabbed to death with a spear. The training to shed their wildness generally took about 3 days, mainly due to the current lack of labor. After 3 days, they could be put to work. Out of 10 wild goblins, typically 7 to 8 would successfully shed their wildness, resulting in a significant population increase for the tribe, and the logistics and hunting teams were fully staffed again. The spear-wielding goblins went out daily to catch wild goblins, and in actual combat, their military skills rapidly improved, while the 5 commanders also became familiar with commanding troops. The blacksmith shop produced more and more spears, with half of the goblins equipped with iron spears, bringing the day of exterminating the dog-headed people closer. Li Chen began leading people to hunt horned crocodiles, partly to upgrade all the big goblins in the army to warriors, improving the quality of the system's troops, and partly to gather food. The population of the army was currently too large, and land cultivation would take at least a month before it could yield results. The tribe relied on a hunting team of over 100 crossbowmen and large patches of wild potatoes near the mine. These resources barely supported the tribe's operations, but if they were to deploy troops, the consumption would double, which would be insufficient. Therefore, Li Chen had to personally hunt horned crocodiles. With the dual boost of reality and the system, Li Chen's capital for troop deployment rapidly increased. When his warehouse was filled to more than half with system meat, a delegation from Longya unexpectedly arrived, bringing along a crippled dog-headed shaman. Li Chen received the delegation in his new residence, where a large dog-headed man wearing a beast tooth necklace bowed to him. "Respected goblin leader, my leader.
Longya sends you greetings. There has been a deep misunderstanding between us, and as neighbors, we should coexist peacefully."
Li Chen glanced at the dog-headed shaman, who had one leg crippled, patches of fur missing from various places, and all the fur on his head shaved clean, with his tail chopped off.
He clearly had suffered severe punishment and looked quite miserable. Li Chen clicked his tongue, thinking he would never see the dog-headed shaman again, but unexpectedly, Longya had not killed him? He naturally did not know that the dog-headed shaman, being a system NPC, would not do anything harmful to Li Chen, and even after severe punishment he had not yielded. This greatly impressed Longya, as he had never seen a monster show such loyalty to someone, and by some twist of fate he decided to keep him. Li Chen pointed at the miserable dog-headed shaman.
"My subordinate has been tormented by you to the point of being half dead.
Is this what you call a misunderstanding?" The envoy calmly replied, "Goblin
leader, your subordinate poisoned our tribute meat, killing nearly 100 of our warriors.
Not killing him is already a great mercy from leader Longya. Now that the Dragon Tooth leader has released him, we have shown our sincerity. What do you think, goblin leader?" Li Chen's eyes widened as he glanced at the dog wizard Yin Yin. Is this guy really that good at poisoning? He killed over 100 ogres in one go?
If this poisoning hadn't succeeded, with Dragon Tooth bringing 200 ogres to the battlefield, the outcome would have truly been uncertain. Sitting on the bone throne, he felt a wave of luck wash over him. The beast bone throne was something Dragon Tooth had left behind when he fled, and Li Chen had taken it as a trophy for his own room. However, the craftsmanship was too poor. It was uncomfortable to sit on. Li Chen stood up, pointed at the beast bone throne, and said to the envoy, "I have received Dragon Tooth's goodwill. The monster forest is vast, and there is no need for us to attack each other. You can return this pile of bones. This is my stance. However, my mage has informed me that the ogres are very angry because their children have been imprisoned. They are extremely restless, and I cannot restrain them for long. If you want lasting peace, return the ogre cubs and let them reunite." "Yes, goblin leader, I will convey your stance to the Dragon Tooth leader." The envoy bowed, his face filled with joy. Being able to take back the throne that was left behind last time was a significant achievement for him. The envoy left with the beast bone throne and Li Chen's words, while Hannah, who was responsible for translation, approached Li Chen and asked, "Do you really want to coexist peacefully with him?" Li Chen shot a glance at the guy. "Remember this, Miss Hannah, there are only 2 types of goblins in this world, cunning and treacherous and cunning." After saying that, he stared at the dog wizard, who, upon meeting Li Chen's gaze, stammered, unsure of what to say. Li Chen raised his large hand, and the dog wizard whimpered, closing his eyes in anticipation of a beating. However, Li Chen's hand merely landed gently on his bald dog head, giving it a light rub.
"Ah, you've had a hard time."
Although this guy brought trouble upon himself, he had at least completed the task, taking down so many ogres, which directly led to victory in the subsequent battle.
"Boss." The dog wizard was taken aback, then
his face filled with emotion.
Boo-hoo, the boss, now he owed even more gratitude, a debt that could never be repaid.
"Alright, stop whining. You've been with Dragon Tooth for so long, what's the situation?"
"Over there? Tell me."
Li Chen inquired, and the dog wizard slowly began to recount. In short, after Dragon Tooth's defeat, he immediately began mobilizing for war upon returning to the tribe. The physical differences between male and female ogres were not significant. However, females were valued more because they could give birth to ogre pups, so they were generally protected within the tribe. But now, facing threats from outsiders, the female ogres were also being mobilized. Additionally, Dragon Tooth was integrating more wild ogre tribes, trying to gather more troops. The dog wizard mentioned that when he was released, Dragon Tooth's tribe had doubled in size, and he was also training soldiers, equipping the ogres with wooden spears and wooden shields, learning from past mistakes. Li Chen merely scoffed at this. He now had iron tools, and crushing a Stone Age army was not a problem. His goblins grew quickly, matured fast, and if they disobeyed military orders, they were killed on the spot. The soldiers trained under such pressure had an incredibly strong organizational capability. Would Dragon Tooth dare to train his soldiers like this? With 100 men, if he managed to kill 20, that would be good. If he was unlucky, he might lose 40. Could the ogres withstand such torment? Li Chen laughed heartily, continuing to lead his troops to hunt crocodiles, completely ignoring Dragon Tooth's maneuvers. Anyway, once he was ready, he would definitely annihilate Dragon Tooth. 3 days later, the ogre envoy returned, this time bringing a 2-meter-tall ogre cub. Li Chen immediately sent someone to call over the working ogres to recognize their kin. When 5 adult ogres saw the cub, they shouted Mimi, and all embraced it, crying loudly. Miss Hannah translated, they say Mimi has finally returned, and they will never be separated again. Li Chen nodded. Previously, Dang Dang had told him that their family used to live in a cave, leading a carefree life. Due to insufficient food, all the adult ogres went out to hunt, leaving 2 young ones at home, which resulted in the Dragon Tooth raiding their home and capturing the 2 cubs, thus gaining control over the ogre family. Li Chen said to the Goblin envoy, there is still 1 ogre cub in your hands. If you truly want peace, then release him as well. The envoy chuckled awkwardly. Goblin Chief, although Chief Dragon Tooth also desires peace, he needs guarantees. He will take care of the other ogre cub, and perhaps in the future, after we achieve long-lasting peace, Chief Dragon Tooth will release the other ogre cub. Li Chen snorted. He understood the implication. If their 2 families fell out in the future and Li Chen dared to use the adult ogres in battle, Dragon Tooth would kill the ogre cub. Li Chen didn't care about that. He could handle Dragon Tooth's forces relying solely on ordinary goblins. He waved his hand, signaling the goblin envoy to leave, and went directly to check the blacksmith shop by the river. Over the past few days, the blacksmith shop had produced more than 500 iron anchors, equipping all the elite goblin troops. Taiyok asked Li Chen about the next task, and Li Chen instructed him to produce 40 iron helmets with face guards to enhance the battlefield survival capabilities of the goblin warriors. Due to the lack of ranged attack methods among the goblin warriors, Li Chen also had him produce javelins so that when goblin warriors engaged enemy infantry, they could throw a round of javelins to disrupt the enemy's charge formation. After arranging the new production tasks, Li Chen continued to lead his troops to level up. The number of goblin warriors in the system army increased, until one day Gobu Bao accumulated enough experience to level up, becoming the first level 4 soldier in Li Chen's hands. Goblin Senior Archer, Vitality 25, Control 30, Endurance 25, Cunning 25, Social 10, Intelligence 10, Proficiency in bows, crossbows, and running skills all increased to 200. Li Chen spent 250 dinars to click upgrade, and Gobu Bao's muscles bulged, especially in the chest, back, shoulders, and arms used for shooting, becoming at least at the level of a Kunyuo. Excited, Li Chen took Gobu Bao to the fields to test his archery skills. He pointed to a tree 100 meters away. Shoot at it. Gobu Bao raised his hand and shot an arrow, which whizzed through the air and struck the tree trunk in the distance. Li Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. Not only was he fast, but he was also accurate. He pointed to a tree 150 meters away, and after aiming for a while, Gobu Bao shot again, hitting it. Beautiful. This time shoot the tree with the red leaves. Li Chen shouted excitedly, directly increasing the difficulty to 200 meters. This time, Gobu Bao aimed for a long time and raised the bow high. He released the arrow, which traced a parabolic arc and landed in the ground in front of the red leaf tree. Gobu Bao shook his head in disappointment. This bow is too soft, it's not good to use. Seeing that Gobu Bao's shooting technique still had room for improvement, Li Chen realized the bow was indeed soft. He took out the noble bow from the writing and chopping warehouse and handed it to him. Try this bow. Gobu Bao took the noble bow, pulled it a few times, and nodded in satisfaction. This bow has more power. He knocked an arrow, aimed for a while, and shot. The arrow struck the red tree 200 meters away. Great! Hit again! Gobu Bao, this bow is a gift for you. Li Chen was overjoyed. He now had a sharpshooter capable of accurately hitting targets 200 meters away, which held significant strategic importance. After practicing that day, all 40 of his system soldiers became level 3 goblin warriors, and even one level 4 senior archer emerged. With the spears and other weaponry ready, the 500 goblin spear wielders were well trained, and tomorrow would be the time to deploy. That evening, Li Chen organized a banquet with an abundance of food. All the members of the tribe were very happy, feasting and drinking, and some even ran to the beast pen to indulge with the wood rats, showing no signs of panic. About the war the next day. Achieving military merit not only meant extra food but also the chance to rise above others, and everyone was filled with determination. After the banquet, Li Chen returned to his small wooden house, accompanied by his dog, Wu. He lay on the fur-covered wooden bed, quietly gazing at the crude ceiling. Wu stood by the bed with a staff in hand, anxiously asking, "Boss, are you sure you want to do this? The fear spell may not cause actual harm, but it's very painful." Li Chen urged, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Wu, feeling helpless, began to perform the ritual. Before long, a mass of purple-black energy coalesced, which he directed towards Li Chen. The energy directly entered Li Chen's body, causing his breathing to quicken, but he did not resist. Instead, he relaxed and accepted the energy of the fear spell. His consciousness began to fade, and a purple-black mist enveloped his pupils, making him see his greatest fears as if in a dream. It was many years into the future. He, Li Chen, had unified the monster forest and established a monster empire. Countless trees had been felled, turning the primeval forest into arable land, where rows of towering ogres wielded pickaxes, plowing like oxen, followed by goblins with hoes, meticulously cultivating and sowing various crops. A grid of irrigation ditches crisscrossed the fields, straight and orderly, as if measured and excavated by a professional engineering team. Every 100 meters along the river there was a large water wheel drawing river water into the ditches. The crops harvested from the fields were gathered by goblins and loaded onto carts, sent to rural areas inhabited by intelligent monsters, and then concentrated for transport to large towns. Tens of thousands of villages and thousands of towns made up the monster empire, home to more than a dozen different intelligent races. There were goblins, humans, dog-headed people, ogres, and other intelligent monsters, all legal citizens of the empire. Although the coexistence of multiple races occasionally sparked racial conflicts, under Li Chen's racial policies, the empire continued to develop positively. Until one day, the so-called good and orderly camp of universal values collectively launched an attack on the empire. Humans from the west, orcs from the south, elves from the north, and dwarves from the east gathered nearly 100 crusading legions to besiege the empire from 4 directions. The crusading legions entered the empire's territory, killing every monster they could see. They destroyed farmlands, burned villages, occupied cities, and committed acts only those of the evil and chaotic factions would do, showing no remorse simply because they were attacking an empire composed of 80% intelligent monsters. They even spared no effort against their own kin who had joined the empire for various reasons. Humans hanged their kin as heretics, elves condemned theirs as blasphemers and burned them with magical flames, orcs threw their kin into the arena, and dwarves cast theirs into the deepest caves to starve to death. Faced with such a national crisis, the highest ruler of the empire, Li Chen, mobilized for war, forming nearly 100 legions to begin the war of defense. At the start of the war, due to the empire's more advanced weapons and enlightened military strategies, the advantage initially lay with Li Chen, with some legions even pushing back towards the human capital. However, later, the gods sent their earthly representatives, the heroes, these godlike beings wielding various divine artifacts capable of single-handedly challenging entire legions, resulting in heavy losses for the empire's legions. Misfortunes did not come alone. Various miraculous creatures that had long hidden in their caves emerged to attack the empire, each of these towering beings possessing immense destructive power, impervious even to magical iron balls. Under the siege from multiple fronts, in less than a year, the battle line was pushed back by the punitive army to the capital of the monster empire. Tens of millions of imperial citizens were slaughtered by the punitive forces, and forbidden spells exploded in towns like nuclear bombs, causing irreversible damage to factories and land, leaving the empire a mere shell of its former self. In the final scene of the illusion, Li Chen saw himself standing at the highest point of the royal capital, his body covered in wounds, the golden armor dented and battered, and the artifact sword in his hand broken. Before him lay the once prosperous royal capital, where nearly 1 million intelligent monsters had lived, developing a unique economy, technology, and culture. It was the pride of the empire. But now, foreign troops were hunting down imperial citizens here, capturing them and pushing them into corners to be killed in batches. Towering armored behemoths, dozens of meters high, roamed the highways, destroying homes like bulldozers, while the highway beneath them, wide enough for 3 behemoths to pass simultaneously, was once a marvel of engineering, a transportation artery spanning over 1,000 kilometers from north to south of the empire. This city was dying, the wind blowing and carried the scent of gunpowder and blood. Li Chen, filled with unwillingness and hatred, stared intently at the tens of thousands of foreign troops rampaging through the royal capital. Finally, a golden dragon swooped down from the sky, hovering before Li Chen, her golden pupils, larger than Li Chen himself, gazing at him with mockery. A breath of dragon fire descended, and Li Chen was physically obliterated. The empire declared fallen. Li Chen awoke with a start, struggling in his dying moments, beads of sweat pouring down like rain. In the illusion, the country was invaded and destroyed by enemies, citizens were slaughtered in batches, and the immense shame and unwillingness swept through his heart, causing his heartbeat to soar to 180. Boss, Li Chen suddenly turned around, his expression twisted, eyes filled with murderous intent, staring the dog shaman into stumbling back on one leg and falling to the ground. Boss, it's an illusion. No matter what you see, it's just an illusion. Only then did Li Chen realize, closing his eyes and rubbing the corners of them, when he opened them again, the murderous intent had faded, leaving him feeling much more exhausted. Dog shaman, what I saw in the fear spell, was it really just an illusion? Seeing Li Chen return to normal, the dog shaman sighed in relief. Boss, the fear spell I learned is from the statue of the cursed dragon I worship, so naturally, I can use this kind of spell. I don't really understand the specifics. Li Chen responded with an O, realizing it was a case of specialization, akin to someone who can use a smartphone but doesn't know how it works, and apply talent. To learn more spells, he would have to continue worshipping the cursed dragon. Miss Hannah was different. She was an academically trained high-tech talent, having thoroughly researched the principles of spells, allowing her to progressively study more advanced spells, even developing spells on her own. Noticing Li Chen's silence, the dog shaman added, the sister of the cursed dragon is the fabled dragon. Perhaps there is some connection in the spell structures between the two. Li Chen waved his hand for the dog shaman to rest, muttering to himself as he looked at the shabby roof, is there a commonality between the fear spell and the prophecy spell? The next morning, 6 formations gathered in the center of the tribe, consisting of Li Chen's system soldiers, equipped with horned crocodile heavy armor, iron masks, iron axes, a throwing spear, and wooden shields. Then, there were 5 spear-wielding goblin squads, equipped with horned crocodile light armor, hard-horned crocodile helmets, and short spears, commanded by 5 system soldiers. The troops stood in formation. Their military appearance disciplined. 2 months of military training had thoroughly transformed them into soldiers. Li Chen surveyed the surroundings, no one spoke, and the goblins didn't even avert their gazes, staring intently at the back of the head of the person in front of them. He was very satisfied and shouted loudly, warriors, your efforts, the sweat you have shed, the blood you have spilled, will all be rewarded today. From this day forward, we have formed an army. We are the punitive army. As his words fell, the 6 formations shouted in unison, punitive army, punitive army, punitive army. More than 600 people shouted in unison, their voices soaring into the sky. Li Chen raised his hand, and the sound abruptly stopped, as if the mute button had been pressed. Warriors, remember the military philosophy of the punishment army: punish the enemy, punish the monsters, punish the gods. As long as they stand in your way, even the gods must be killed. Kill, kill, kill. The crowd shouted fiercely, their killing intent rising to the heavens. Li Chen drew the long sword from his back. Warriors, though the monster forest is vast, it cannot accommodate 2 large intelligent races. For the safety of our surroundings, I will lead the charge against the goblin tribe. Fellow warriors, whether for the future of the tribe or for your own prospects, please fight bravely. He pointed his long sword towards the goblin tribe. All troops, advance. Earn military merit and be granted titles. Earn military merit and be granted titles. The phalanx shouted and began to march, while the hunting team left behind. In the tribe and the young goblins came to see them off. The hunting team goblins looked at the spear-wielding goblins with envy. Not only were they better equipped, but they also had the chance to earn rewards for military contributions. The young goblins simply thought it was cool, especially the sight of Li Chen commanding the entire army, which was deeply etched in their minds, igniting their admiration for strength. Besides the main population of goblins, humans, ogres, and kobolds also came to see them off. The ogres hoped that Little Green would bring back the chirping, continuously howling in their language, as a blessing. The kobolds only felt it was impressive, not at all thinking there was anything wrong with this troop attacking the goblin tribe. At this time, there was no sense of national awakening. If they wanted to fight, let them fight. As long as they could still have enough to eat here with the goblins, that was enough. Among the crowd, Butler Mond hid behind everyone, his expression grim. Li Chen and his followers displayed a strong sense of sociality, and Li Chen's various methods had transformed the goblins from wild creatures into controllable individuals who could contribute to society. Coupled with the goblins' extremely high reproductive rate, if they developed further, they might become a disaster even more terrifying than the evil dragon. He watched as Li Chen led the troops away, cautiously, making his way to young Master Lance's side. Young Master Lance clicked his tongue in wonder, feeling that Li Chen's troop had quite a good momentum, comparable to the professional soldiers of the royal capital, but it had nothing to do with him. He picked up a hoe and planned to go tilling the land. These days, he had been tilling every day, and the luxurious silk clothes he wore had been replaced with rough cloth suitable for work, making him look sturdier and darker. He had just taken a few steps towards his field when Butler Mon leaned over. Young Master, let's run. Young Master Lance nearly stumbled into the irrigation ditch, and he hurriedly looked around, confirming that no one was near before he sighed in relief. He stared seriously at Butler Mond. Do you know what you're saying? There was a goblin who deserted before, and the chief led the kobolds to chase him for 30 miles to bring him back. Do you want to die? Butler Mond explained, young master. He has already set out, who knows how long it will take for him to return? The one left behind is that goblin with only one ear. He doesn't understand kobold language and won't cooperate well. Moreover, I found that as long as we smear mud on ourselves, the kobolds won't be able to smell us.
Young Master Lance shook his head.
Even if you can evade tracking, it will take at least 40 days to run from here to the human kingdom.
What will you eat? What will you drink? What will you do if you encounter monsters?
Young Master Lance listed the difficulties one by one, causing Butler Mon to frown deeply.
Why was young Master Lance so negative? Did he not dare to fight for such a precious opportunity to escape? Butler Mon interrupted his muttering. Young Master, tell me honestly, do you not want to leave? Young Master Lance's words came to an abrupt halt.
He did not respond, only sighed.
Butler Mond was incredulous. Young Master, you, Butler Mond, what good would it do to return to the kingdom? Since my father participated in the rebellion, we have
lost our right to exist in human society. Moreover, I have had enough of the nobles' deceit and treachery. It's too complicated, and dealing with all this is truly exhausting.
Instead, here,
he shook the hoe in his hand, pointing at the farmland sprouting with green shoots. Here, we work, reap the harvest, feed ourselves, and continue to labor. How simple it is.
Besides, someone asked the chief before,
and he said that the ownership of the newly cultivated land belongs to the collective, but individuals can have usage rights for 60 years.
How many people can live for 60 years? Doesn't that mean the land essentially belongs to oneself?
Steward Mon looked at young Master Lance, feeling a chill in his heart. He actually saw a yearning for life in young Master Lance's eyes.
Young Master Lance's attitude left.
Steward Mon, incredulous, a former human noble, now a peasant under a goblin warlord, had somehow found inner peace.
This is unbelievable. Young Master,
Steward Mond cried out in despair.
Do you know? That goblin chief is a great calamity.
Goblins have always been chaotic and disorderly. Once they develop to a certain extent, they self-destruct.
Scholars have found that the strongest wild goblin tribe
has only about 400 members, but look here, the population is already in the thousands, and they have no civil war, no splits.
That goblin warlord can currently muster 500 professional soldiers, and in the future, he could raise 5,000, 50,000. Young Master, do you know how much of a disaster it is for goblins to hold order in this world? We must return to the human world, alert the kingdom's higher-ups, and have them send an expeditionary force to eliminate this goblin warlord.
Young Master Lance furrowed his brow in silence, making Steward Mond anxious. He hoped to take someone with him. Miss Hannah and Knight Leo had already set out, and the only person he could think of was young Master Lance. After a long silence, young Master Lance turned his back and went to the land, digging as he spoke. It doesn't matter, I really don't care about the rise and fall of the kingdom.
I just want to live a peaceful life now.
Speaking of which, my whole family was killed by the kingdom, and I hold a grudge against them. While the goblins have no hatred towards me, we haven't lost many people at the hands of the goblins. Moreover, as the chief said, this is the monster forest, we are the invaders, and it is only natural for
them to enslave us. Sigh, let it be. Steward Mond, don't persuade me anymore. I won't go with you, and I won't betray you. If you want to leave, go by yourself. Steward Mond took a few steps back in shock.
He never expected young Master Lance to be so fallen.
Could it really be that he had to escape alone? With such a long journey, could he return to the human kingdom?
He recalled Li Chen's actions, building water wheels, digging canals, developing land, constructing blast furnaces for iron smelting, training troops. The chaotic goblins were managed so orderly by him.
This goblin warlord must be eliminated immediately, even if it was just him.
For the future of humanity, Steward Mond decided to head west alone, his gaze as resolute as if he were about to embark on something monumental. Meanwhile, Li Chen led his
troops into the dog-headed people's controlled area.
Originally, they needed to pass through the gray-black banyan tree, but he chose to let the dog shaman take them on a longer route.
There had been too
many corpses left from the last battle there. Li Chen only took away the dead goblins, while hundreds of dog-headed corpses lay rotting. He feared that the bodies would breed disease, so he opted for a detour.
After nearly half a day's journey, the troops entered the dog-headed hunting grounds.
Here, Li Chen noticed signs of dog-headed people moving in the forest ahead. Those were the sentinels arranged by
Longya to monitor the goblin tribe.
As soon as the sentinels saw the goblins invading in large numbers, they immediately turned to run back, wanting to report the news. But a whistling sound filled the air, and the fleeing dog-headed sentinels fell to the ground, struck by arrows. Gobo raised his noble bow, killing every sentinel he could see, though quite a few still managed to escape.
Boss, there are too many trees in the forest.
Just now, I missed several sentinels, and they ran away.
Li Chen said nonchalantly. It's fine, we never expected to eliminate all the sentinels. Just kill as many as you can, and don't let them get close for reconnaissance.
The troops moved onto the hunting trail, which was very narrow, with primitive forests on both sides, allowing only one person to walk through at a time. Before long, the dog shaman at the front of the troops suddenly stopped, raising his head high and sniffing the air for scents ahead.
Boss, there's a strong stench up ahead. I remember there's a small goblin tribe
around the corner, with no more than 100 members. Li Chen drew his sword and issued a battle command, and the goblins quickly took out their weapons and advanced in an orderly manner.
After running
A few hundred meters, an open area appeared ahead on the hunting trail where several beastskin tents and caves inhabited by goblins were located. The goblins had originally planned to earn military merit by charging in with their spears, but there were only a dozen old, decrepit goblins present, some of whom had lost all their fur and looked like they wouldn't last much longer. This left the goblins dumbfounded. Could killing these old creatures really count as military merit? The old goblins, seeing the goblins rush into the tribe, showed no fear, lying on the ground and exposing their bellies to make it easier for the goblins to kill them. They were simply too old. They could smell the goblins coming from far away, but they had no strength to escape. After the younger goblins took their young away, they could only stay here and wait for death. This was the norm in the monster forest. The weak and elderly members would be ruthlessly abandoned. Goblin Spear weighed the axe in his hand and asked, "Boss, what should we do? Should we kill them?" Seeing that these old goblins posed no threat, Li Chen waved his hand. "Put away your weapons. Killing these old dogs doesn't count as military merit. Everyone, set up camp and cook. We'll rest here for the night and continue our assault on the enemy tomorrow morning." The goblins, disappointed, put away their weapons and followed orders to take out the clay pots and start a fire to cook. Miss Hannah looked at the feeble old goblins and felt a pang of compassion. She approached Li Chen and asked, "What do you plan to do with them?" Li Chen stared at the boiling clay pot in front of him, tossing in dried meat and vegetables. "What else can we do? Ignore them. My goal is to destroy the Dragon Tooth regime and take over the goblins, not to commit genocide. In the future nation he would establish, there would certainly be a place for goblins. For the sake of racial harmony, it was better to hold back in the early stages of war. At least, slaughtering defenseless old dogs was not in his interest." Miss Hannah hesitated, wanting to say something, but Li Chen shot her a glance. "The troops only brought 15 days worth of food. If you want to feed them, use your own rations. When they're gone, you'll have to find more. Saving outsiders? Not a chance. If you want to save them, then use your own share. When it's gone, you'll starve." However, if Miss Hannah really did give away her rations, out of pity, Li Chen would give her a thumbs up and let her sit at the same table as Chang Xian during meals in the future. Miss Hannah was indeed kind-hearted, but she wasn't foolish. How many people could she save with her own rations? It was still up to Li Chen, the troop leader, to make the decision. After thinking for a moment, she had an idea. "Leader, to make a race completely obedient, military strikes are not enough. You also need to show them kindness. Only then can your tribe achieve long-term peace." Li Chen chuckled, amused by her use of honorifics. This woman, after all, she was a candidate for the marriage system in the game, and what she said wasn't without reason, so he decided to give her some face. He loudly ordered the troops, "Save the pot water for the old dogs. I truly have a kind heart." The next morning, the troops continued to march, and Li Chen encountered many abandoned villages left behind by goblins, with only old, decrepit goblins remaining. The troops faced no disturbances along the way. Li Chen knew that Longya was deliberately gathering his troops, planning to have a decisive battle with him. Sure enough, on the third day of marching, the army arrived at the core tribe of the dog-headed people. From a distance, the dog shaman issued a warning, saying there was a very strong smell ahead, with a massive number of dog-headed people clustered together. Li Chen immediately ordered the troops to prepare for battle. He organized the troops, lined them up, and led them out of the forest to an open area. In front of them was the core tribe of the dog-headed people, with numerous beast skin tents and pits in sight, followed by a dense mass of dog-headed people, numbering over 2,000. The dog-headed people had long known that the goblins were coming and had gathered at the edge of the tribe, barking threats towards the goblins, their barks merging into a continuous buzz that was quite annoying. Knight Leo rushed to Li Chen's side, his tone somewhat anxious. "My lord, the enemy's numbers are 4 times ours. It would be best to retreat and devise a new plan." Li Chen didn't even look at him, carefully observing the chaotic dog-headed people across from them, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Knight Leo, have your men prepare for battle. Today is a good day. I want to write in the future textbooks that on September 12, 4352 of the Age of the Gods, the Punishment Army, under my leadership, annihilated the Longya regime, establishing the Empire's dominance in the magical forest." Knight Leo was a bit worried. The enemy's numbers were indeed 4 times theirs. How could this goblin warlord be so confident? He naturally didn't know that Li Chen's confidence stemmed from the technological superiority of iron weapons, as well as the strong organization cultivated through extensive military training in the 3-to-1 kill ratio. Longya could muster 2,000 people on his own territory, which seemed impressive, but it was merely an illusion. In reality, he had no ability to command so many people or lead them into Li Chen's territory to launch a long-range attack because his troops lacked organization. A group of barbarians who couldn't even line up or coordinate in battle, no matter how numerous, could not defeat a well-organized army equipped with iron weapons. Li Chen stepped out of the ranks and shouted loudly at the dog-headed people across from him. "I know many of you are here against your will. You do not wish to be my enemies. You only want to live peacefully in your hunting grounds. You are being coerced by Longya. Now I give you a chance, withdraw from the battlefield and I will kill Longya. You will no longer have to live under his tyranny." He added in his heart, "You will live under my tyranny." Miss Hannah translated in real time, causing a slight stir among the dog-headed people whose already low organization
further declined.
Among these dog-headed people, there were many female dog-headed people, brought in by Longya to fill the ranks, which had caused dissatisfaction among the leaders of various tribes. Now, hearing Li Chen's words, the small leaders were shaken.
Enough!
Just as the dog-headed people were about to do something, a loud roar came from behind.
A dozen large dog-headed people carried a
throne made of beast bones to the front, and Longya sat on the throne, his gaze coldly fixed on Li Chen. Li Chen thought to himself that this guy really loved his beast bone throne. He had to bring it to the battlefield. It wasn't like he hadn't sat on one before. What was so good about that hard seat? Longya raised his bizarre large knife and pointed it at Li Chen. Foolish creature. That goblin over there is not your kin. Would you rather believe his words than mine? If we cannot unite to crush him now, you will be enslaved by foreign races. Do you think the foreign leaders will treat you better than I do? This statement calmed the agitated dog-headed people somewhat. Indeed, even if Longya was bad, he was still one of their own, while the goblin was an outsider. Seeing the morale returning to some extent, Longya waved his bizarre large knife. Attack! Kill these invaders! Everyone, charge together! Crush them! Longya was afraid that Li Chen would say something else to shake their resolve, so he ordered the troops to launch an attack. This time he didn't conduct the so-called probing, he pushed his troops forward all at once, relying on sheer numbers, using the chaotic strategy of overwhelming the master with a flurry of punches. In truth, he had no other choice. He couldn't employ tactics because the organization of his troops was too low. Out of more than 2,000 men, he could only command fewer than 500 effectively. To maximize the advantage of numbers, he could only wait for the enemy to come to him, pushing his troops forward in a chaotic rush to engage in a desperate battle, which was a choice he had to make. In comparison, Li Chen could gather 500 to 600 men and march for 3 days to launch an attack at the doorstep of Longya, which was already a significant victory. Li Chen brought Miss Hannah back to the rear and shouted loudly, "Warriors! For the safety of our tribe, the evil Longya regime must be eradicated. This is the battle to establish the punishment army. Victory belongs to us. Raise your spears and punish the enemy. Kill 3, earn the rank of deputy captain. Kill 5, earn the rank of squad leader. Kill 10, earn the rank of deputy company commander. Warriors, it's time to earn military merit and titles. Kill, 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 kill." Li Chen's shout boosted the morale of the troops by 3 points. The goblins in formation, with their eyes bloodshot, stood tall with their spears, all shouting in unison to kill. The cries of kill merged into one, and the momentum of the 500 men surprisingly overshadowed that of the 2,000. With their spears held high, the speed of the dog-headed men's charge slowed. They were afraid. This hesitation reduced the lethality of their charge by several percentage points. The scenario of the dog-headed men crashing into the goblin formation and being slaughtered did not occur. Instead, the 2,000 men advanced slowly, pushing the front lines forward into the attack range of the spear-wielding goblins, only to be pierced by a spear. At the moment blood was drawn, both sides turned red-eyed and engaged in a brutal melee, but overall, the spear-wielding goblins managed to stab down the dog-headed men. On the other hand, although the dog-headed men held wooden spears and shields, some of them, in the heat of the moment, actually discarded their weapons while running or didn't know how to use them when engaging, instinctively clawing and biting at the goblins. This army, composed of completely untrained monsters, was a disaster on the battlefield. They charged to the front of the spear-wielding goblin formation, causing little damage and instead turning themselves into corpses. The spears designed by Li Chen for the goblins were 1.5 meters long, which was quite long for goblins around 1 meter tall. Any longer and they wouldn't be able to wield them effectively. This length of spear could not form a Macedonian phalanx but could only be used as a close combat thrusting spear. However, Li Chen still trained the goblins to coordinate when using these short spears. The main tactic was to have a goblin company form 3 rows, each with 33 men. The front row was responsible for thrusting their spears to kill the enemy. If a fierce enemy charged into the spear formation and broke through the first row of spear-wielding goblins, the second row would then thrust their spears to kill the enemy that disrupted the formation, ensuring the integrity of the spear line. In practice, this coordination proved effective. Indeed, some dog-headed men recklessly broke through the defenses, tackling the spear-wielding goblins and trying to bite them with their sharp teeth. However, before they could inflict any damage on the goblins clad in horned crocodile armor, the rear row of spear-wielding goblins would launch a counterattack, finding the right angle to thrust their spears and kill the intruder quickly, filling the gap left behind. In short, this was an army trained under extreme military discipline. Compared to the raucous dog-headed men, the spear-wielding goblins were more afraid of violating military law, which made them exceptionally brave on the battlefield, with 500 to 600 men seemingly pushing the 2,000 men forward to kill. In the distance, Longya watched as his troops melted away like snowflakes, his face twisted in extreme rage. He had thought that being able to muster over 2,000 men made him strong, but who would have thought that this time the enemy had also grown stronger? They had more numbers and better equipment. How on earth did that damned goblin manage to achieve all this? Could it be that he truly could not defeat them despite giving it his all? Longya decided to use the ultimate
means. He shouted to a special gnoll beside him. It's time, release that thing. The gnoll, whose dog fur had been completely shaved off, revealed skin covered in many strange runes. After hearing Longya's command, he looked somewhat worried. Chief, our people are mixed in with the enemy, and with my current magic, I can't control that thing 100%. I'm afraid it might harm our side. Longya glared fiercely at the guy. Hurry up. If we lose this battle, everyone will be enslaved by the goblins. They will kill your males for meat and make your females serve them. Do you want that? The runic gnoll fell silent for a few seconds, then turned and ran towards the tribe. Soon, the ground began to tremble slightly. Kill, kill, kill. Behind the formation, Li Chen felt completely refreshed. He watched as the gnolls were slaughtered by spear-wielding goblins, experiencing the thrill of operating F2A well. He didn't even need to give much direction, just watching was enough to secure victory. But Longya was, after all, a formidable leader capable of uniting the gnolls, and he couldn't just wait to be slaughtered. The tremors in the ground grew stronger, and Li Chen sensed something was wrong. He looked deep into the gnoll tribe and, without knowing when, a terrifying giant beast was stomping towards them, having crushed tents in its path. What the hell? Li Chen was shocked. It was a gray-black creature, draped in thick skin, standing 7 meters tall and over 10 meters long, with a cross-section as large as 2 adult ogres. The beast had 6 legs, each as thick as a tree, and on its massive head was a giant horn and 4 eyes, giving it a somewhat rhinoceros-like appearance. Li Chen yanked the equally stunned dog shaman in front of him. What the hell is that? This is a giant armored beast. That guy can actually control a giant armored beast. He must have sold his soul to the cursed dragon. The dog shaman muttered, and Li Chen couldn't understand what he was saying. Growing impatient, he gave him a slap on the ears. Damn it, that thing is coming closer. Say something useful. The dog shaman immediately snapped back to attention. Boss, when I was in the gnoll tribe, I met another follower of the cursed dragon. That guy specializes in squeezing his soul into animal bodies to control them with a soul-snatching technique. But that guy could only control a giant bear at most. He couldn't possibly control such a massive creature like the giant armored beast unless he found something precious to sacrifice to the cursed dragon, or he swore that his soul would serve the cursed dragon forever after death. Otherwise, his spell wouldn't be upgraded, and he couldn't control such a powerful beast. Li Chen anxiously asked, is there any way to prevent it from getting closer? Can your fear spell drive that beast mad? In the time they spoke, the giant armored beast was getting closer and closer. Now his troops were entangled with the gnolls, and they couldn't even break free. If that beast got too close, the casualties would be huge. No, boss, the fear spell can only hit the giant armored beast, but the one controlling its body is an external soul, and the fear spell can't affect an external soul. Li Chen grasped the key point. So, as long as we kill the casting shaman and cut off the external soul, it will be fine, right? The dog shaman quickly nodded. Yes, master, as long as we kill the shaman controlling the giant armored beast, it will revert to its wild state and at least won't come straight for us. As he spoke, he pointed to the back of the giant armored beast, where a wooden tower was perched, with about 10 gnolls standing on it, seemingly protecting something. Boss, I'm certain the caster is there. Even if that guy has offered his soul to the cursed dragon and upgraded his spell, he can't control such a large beast from a distance. He must be inside that wooden tower, lying on the back of the giant armored beast, with his skin pressed against it to reduce the consumption of controlling the beast. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least now there was a direction to solve the problem. But as he looked at the giant armored beast's leg, which resembled a piledriver and stood over 7 meters tall, he wondered how he was supposed to get up there. Dealing with the 10 or so dog-headed guards above wasn't the problem. Climbing up was the real issue. This massive creature was on the move, and if he wasn't careful, he could easily be turned into a meat paste underfoot. The opponent was moving, and there was nothing to grab onto. It was tricky. As he pondered, Li Chen caught sight of the crossbows nearby. Due to the lack of open space, they hadn't been used. Suddenly, he had an idea and shouted to the goblin warriors who were on standby. Come here, lift 5 crossbows and follow me. The goblin warriors immediately ran over, 2 by 2, lifting the crossbows. Li Chen led the way, retreating into the forest and then moving excitedly toward the side of the dog-headed tribe. The forest was filled with large trees and shrubs, making it very difficult for the warriors to carry the crossbows. Fortunately, the giant armored beast wasn't moving quickly. It would occasionally stop, take a few steps, and then continue, much like a high-ping warrior. Li Chen suspected that the giant armored beast and the foreign spirit were fighting for control of its body. Seizing the opportunity, he maneuvered his team to the side. Right here. Set up the crossbows. Everyone quickly set up the crossbows and replaced the bolts with iron-tipped arrows, specifically designed by the iron orcs to penetrate armor, more effective than modified spears. With everything ready, Li Chen pointed at the exposed side of the giant armored beast. Shoot at its side. The crossbows immediately aimed at the target and fired. 5 massive bolts shot out rapidly, embedding themselves deep into the beast's side, with over 20 centimeters of metal arrowheads buried inside. But that was all. It didn't cause any substantial damage. The giant armored beast didn't scream. or show any signs of distress. It was as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Li Chen realized that the foreign spirit's control over the giant beast's body was incomplete, otherwise, it should have felt pain. If it couldn't even perceive pain, it naturally couldn't control its body effectively. Refer to EVA for details. Although the bolts didn't harm the giant armored beast, they had created a bridge, allowing those below to climb up onto its back using the arrows embedded in its abdomen. Li Chen drew his great sword. "Brothers, follow me." He led all the goblin warriors forward. The goblin warriors were somewhat fearful. After all, their enemy was a giant beast. Li Chen shouted, "Whoever can climb up and kill the people on the giant beast will be promoted to squad leader." Although he could use the system to force everyone closer, that would diminish the soldiers' initiative. To execute the complex tactic of climbing up and killing the wizard, they needed to want it themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the goblin warriors sprang into action. Being certified as level 3 soldiers by the system, their intelligence was comparable to that of adult humans. Having served under Li Chen for so long, they had developed aspirations to rise above their station, and the highest military rank of squad leader was what they desired. The goblins' greedy nature kicked in. They were willing to fight for power. About 40 goblin warriors charged forward with a roar, and the fastest among them reached the giant armored beast's feet first. He leaped up, grabbing one of the bolts, eager to climb. The large dog-headed man in the wooden tower on the beast's back noticed the climber and lifted a large rock, smashing it down hard. The rock struck the goblin warrior on the head. Although he wore an iron helmet, it still dazed him, and he let out a shrill scream as he fell, crushed under the giant armored beast's foot, turning into goblin paste. Li Chen shouted, "Throw the javelins! Kill them!" The goblin warriors quickly took out their javelins and hurled them at the giant armored beast's back. One of the 3 large dog-headed men on the beast fell, and soon the 40 or so goblins overwhelmed the 10 or so remaining, allowing the goblins to begin climbing again. In the distance, Lanya felt anxious. He couldn't let the goblins climb up. He jumped down from the beast bone throne and charged towards Li Chen with over 30 large dog-headed men. Seeing the enemy approaching, Li Chen also led half of his troops to meet them. The 20 dog-headed men led by Lanya were his elite guards, very strong, and when they clashed with the goblin warriors, they surprisingly fought to a standstill. Li Chen faced Lanya, raising his hand to deliver a powerful slash. Lanya blocked with his unusual large sword, and Li Chen retreated, thrusting straight at Lanya's face. Lanya dodged, and Li Chen crouched down to execute a sweeping kick, but Lanya jumped to avoid it. Just as he intended to take advantage of Li Chen's crouch to swing his sword and regain the initiative, Li Chen had already planned this move. He grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and threw it at Lanya's face. Lanya was startled, quickly closing his eyes and retreating a few steps to create distance. He was furious and roared at Li Chen, "What a despicable trick! This is not the behavior of a warrior. I challenge you to an honorable duel." Li Chen dug in his ear and shouted, "Within 3 meters." Miss Hannah, the translator, appeared beside him. Without waiting for him to ask, Miss Hannah translated, "He says you are not a man and wants to duel you." Li Chen chuckled, reaching behind him to pull out a well-strung crossbow. "Tell him I accept the duel." When Miss Hannah saw the crossbow hidden behind him, she instinctively leaned back, her eyes filled with sympathy for Lanya. Poor golden retriever, so honest, how could he fight against the cunning and sly goblins? Miss Hannah translated, and upon hearing that Li Chen agreed to the honorable duel, Lanya howled and charged forward, raising his unusual large sword. Having just been ambushed by the goblins, he wouldn't make that mistake again. Die! Lanya rushed in, aiming to chop Li Chen down with a single strike, but Li Chen stood his ground, not dodging or avoiding, not even raising his sword in defense. "Ha! What's wrong? Why is this guy smiling? No matter, die for me." Lanya was already in front of Li Chen, raising his sword to strike, and then Li Chen pulled out the crossbow from behind, almost face to face, shooting the bolt into Lanya's chest. Lanya let out a howl, staring in disbelief at his chest, where half of the bolt remained outside while the other half was embedded inside. "You!" Lanya roared in fury, but Li Chen had already jumped aside. He reached back, swapped for a new hand crossbow from the warehouse, and shot another bolt at Lanya's chest. Lanya, in a panic, dove to the side to avoid this arrow, and Li Chen seized the opportunity to charge in and slash down, severing Lanya's tail. "Awah!" Lanya yelped, but there was no time to mourn his lost tail, as the next attack came in the form of a great sword thrust. Lanya rolled to the side again, dodging the sword. Li Chen pursued, aiming for another strike, but at that moment, Lanya's elite guards reacted, and one large dog-headed man swung a stone axe at Li Chen's chest, causing him to stagger back a few steps. The large dog-headed man took advantage of Li Chen's unsteady stance, swinging the stone axe repeatedly, but all strikes hit Li Chen's armored scales, causing no damage. Li Chen quickly regained his balance, charged forward, and collided with the large dog-headed man, sending him staggering back. Then, with a horizontal sweep of his great sword, he knocked the man over. Having dealt with the interceptor, Li Chen was about to chase after Lanya to kill him, but after this delay, Lanya had already been quickly pulled back by 2 large dog-headed men, while the other dog-headed men stood bravely in the way, blocking Li Chen's path. Li Chen cursed under his breath, engaging
In battle with a few goblin warriors and large dog-headed men, and within minutes he had wiped them out completely. At this point, Lanya had already disappeared and Li Chen had no choice but to focus his attention on dealing with the giant armored beast. With the distractions gone, the goblin warriors could focus on climbing. Another goblin warrior found a good angle, leaped, grabbed a crossbow bolt, performed a pull-up and hooked his foot onto another bolt, successfully stabilizing himself on the belly of the giant armored beast. The dog-headed creature on the beast's back spotted him and risked peeking out to lift a stone to throw down. The goblin warriors on the ground immediately threw their spears for cover, but the dog-headed creature still hurled the large stone down as it was struck by a spear. The goblin warrior clinging to the giant beast's side was hit on the shoulder by the stone, letting out a muffled grunt, yet he remained tightly pressed against the beast and did not fall off. Li Chen let out a sigh of relief for him, but upon seeing another dog-headed creature raise a stone again, he quickly grabbed a crossbow from the warehouse, aimed, and shot. The dog-headed creature let out a scream and fell into the wooden tower, the stone still in its hand. The goblin warrior clinging to the giant beast seized the opportunity to climb quickly. Whenever a dog-headed creature attempted to throw a stone, Li Chen would shoot for cover. When a dog-headed creature tried to stab him with a wooden spear, he grabbed the spear and pulled it down. After a brief struggle, the goblin warrior found a chance to leap up, directly jumping onto the back of the giant beast and into the wooden tower. At this point, Li Chen could no longer see what was happening above and could only hope for his success. A few screams from the dog-headed creatures came from inside the wooden tower, and the giant beast, which had been charging towards the battlefield, suddenly stopped, standing still in place. The purple-black mist in its basketball-sized eyes dissipated, revealing its original black and white pupils. It paused for a moment, then let out a loud roar before seeming to regain its senses and turned to run, crashing into the dog-headed creature's tribe like a bulldozer, destroying everything in its path. The goblin warrior on its back hurriedly climbed out of the wooden tower, found the right moment, and jumped down, crashing into a beast-skin tent. The giant beast quickly dashed into the forest and disappeared, and Li Chen hurriedly led his men towards the tent. This guy was a hero, and if he was injured, he needed to be treated quickly. Fortunately, the tent provided some cover, and the goblin warrior did not get hurt from the high jump. Before Li Chen and the others could assist him, he walked out of the tent on his own. Seeing Li Chen and his men rushing towards him, he took off his helmet, a silly grin on his face, and shook a hairless dog-headed creature's head in his hand. Hee, boss, I did it. I want to be a squad leader too. Hee. Li Chen rushed over and gave the guy a heavy pat on the shoulder. Great job. What's your name? From now on, you are the first squad leader in the punishment army to be promoted for merit. The goblin warrior's expression froze for a moment. Boss, you don't remember me? I'm Consumable, that's the name you gave me. Li Chen was also taken aback, carefully examining the goblin warrior before him. Hey, he really did look a bit like Consumable. He had randomly named this guy back then and had forgotten it himself. Consumable's performance hadn't been particularly outstanding, so Li Chen had forgotten him. Not long after, he never expected that today he would achieve such a great feat. In fact, Consumable had been holding back his frustration these days. All the original members who started the venture with the boss had become squad leaders. As an elder, and one who had been given a name by the boss, he had to become a squad leader too, otherwise, it would be embarrassing in front of the original brothers. Li Chen felt awkward for forgetting the hero's name, but the battle was not over yet. The main force of the dog-headed creatures was mixed up with the spear-wielding phalanx, and it wasn't the time to delay. Just as Li Chen was about to order the goblin warriors to join the battlefield and quickly end the fight, suddenly, his eyes caught sight of the golden tail left by Longya, and an idea struck him. Li Chen rushed over, grabbed Longya's tail, and picked up a branch to hold it high above his head. Within 3 meters, Li Chen shouted, and Miss Hannah, who had been on the edge, shivered as if electrocuted and hurried over to Li Chen's side. Li Chen shouted out, Longya is dead, surrender and you won't be killed. Miss Hannah saw the golden tail and understood his meaning immediately. She cast a spell and shouted in goblin language that Longya was dead and that they would not be killed if they surrendered. Her voice, amplified by the spell, became very loud, spreading across half the battlefield. The goblins, already demoralized by the deaths, looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what to do. Li Chen, along with Miss Hannah, rushed to the front of the battlefield where she continued to shout for their surrender, while Li Chen held the golden tail high, trying to ensure every goblin could see it. The goblins were stunned. Only Longya had such beautiful golden fur in the entire tribe, and the loss of a tail was a severe humiliation for them. In goblin culture, a challenger had to cut off the tail of the old leader to qualify as the new leader. Longya had failed to protect his tail, which in goblin customs was equivalent to being stripped of manhood, causing their morale to plummet to zero. A rout ensued, with some of the more marginal goblins fleeing into the forest. Those in front of the spear-wielding goblins could not escape. They could only throw down their weapons and lie on the ground, exposing their bellies, which was the goblin way of surrendering. Li Chen ordered the spear-wielding goblins to surround the surrendering goblins, and this battle could then be declared a victory. He heard the system's notification. You have achieved victory.
Enemies killed 56 captured enemies, 760 experience gained, 130 own casualties, 2 loot obtained, grain x5, stone axe. Obtained dinar, 340. The rewards were pitifully small, but there was nothing to be done. The main force in this battle was the spear-wielding goblins, which the system did not recognize, while the elite system soldiers were kept in reserve by Li Chen. As it turned out, the reserve played a significant role when fighting the giant armored beast. However, this also meant that this battle had almost nothing to do with Li Chen, otherwise, the experience gained could have leveled him up several times. Li Chen closed the system panel and ordered Miss Hannah. Within 3 meters. Go count the casualties, and report the numbers to me. Heal the injured with your healing spells. Miss Hannah hurried off to work, her face set in determination. There weren't many people under Li Chen who could count, and Miss Hannah was truly being worked like a horse. Goblin spear. Come report. Li Chen shouted to the goblin group, and the blood-soaked goblin spear hurried over. Looking flustered. This guy had been fighting alongside his squad and was covered in blood, utterly exhausted. You take your men and separate the captured goblins, males, females, and big goblins. Tie up the big goblins and female goblins securely. The other goblins can be ignored for now, it's fine if they run away. Li Chen's forces were too few, and the number of captured goblins was too many for him to manage. He could only focus on controlling the most valuable big goblins and female goblins, believing that if these important captives were secured, the other goblins would not run amok. Goblin spear. Acknowledged and immediately went to carry out the order. Li Chen then called Goblin Bao over. You immediately take 30 warriors and the dog shaman to hunt down Longya. This guy was hit by my crossbow bolt, and the arrowhead was coated with red poison juice. He definitely won't get far. Goblin Bao responded affirmatively and ran off with his men in the direction Longya had fled. After arranging everything, Li Chen took a deep breath, looking at the goblin tribe filled with corpses, and laughed heartily. From today onwards, there would be no organized armed forces in the monster forest, which meant his rise was unstoppable. Suddenly, Li Chen's laughter stopped, and his expression turned serious. He recalled the scenes of a fallen nation he had seen in his vision, as well as the golden dragon that had dealt him a fatal blow, and his fists clenched tightly. Li Chen opened his personal panel. In the recent battle, he had killed several large dog-headed men, and with the battle settlement he leveled up to level 20, gaining a point in attributes. He allocated the attribute point to intelligence, bringing it to 5 points. His mind felt clearer, as if he could think about more complex matters. His learning ability and memory had improved, making his previous dullness seem like that of a deer. Just as he was immersed in the joy of his improvement, Miss Hannah approached him and cleared her throat to report the battlefield casualties. Your troops lost 68 men, with 32 severely injured. 3 of Knight Leo's subordinates were killed in action, and light injuries are not recorded. You killed 32 large dog-headed men and 712 ordinary dog-headed men. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. His troops' losses were under 100, and they had killed 7 times more enemies than they lost. All the hard work he had put in was not in vain. Seeing the corners of Li Chen's mouth lift, Miss Hannah knew he was pleased and reminded him, you should pay attention to your soldiers. They are very restless right now and want to see what rewards you will give them. Having killed over 700 enemies, according to the promise Li Chen made before the battle, he could promote over 200 to vice captains and more than 100 to squad leaders. Li Chen was happy about this. He would soon expand his army, and the new battalions would need officers, which could be drawn from these meritorious individuals. However, that would have to wait until they returned to the tribe. The current issue was how to manage, or rather, how to exploit the dog-headed men. Although they had won on the battlefield, the real challenge lay in governance. Mishandling could trigger ethnic issues, and dealing with public order would be truly troublesome. Currently, he had a limited number of goblins, but how many wild dog-headed men were scattered in the forest? 2,000? 3,000? Or 4 to 5,000? These scattered dog-headed men posed little threat, but what Li Chen wanted was for them to genuinely submit and become his core population, capable of mobilizing for construction or conscription. Li Chen pondered carefully. Perhaps the intelligence attribute he had just added was taking effect, and he quickly came up with a solution. He looked at the captured dog-headed men, who had been divided into 3 groups. One group of over 40 large dog-headed men, another of over 200 female dog-headed men, and the last of over 400 male dog-headed men. He couldn't digest so many captives, so why not release the least valuable male dog-headed men? This would not only be a kindness but also reduce management costs and allow them to return and spread the word, solidifying his rule. Having thought of it, he acted. Li Chen took Miss Hannah to the male dog-headed men and shouted, "Listen up. The evil dragon tooth regime has been destroyed by me, and you are now liberated. From now on, you are all subjects of me, the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of gods, the sole legitimate master of the magical forest, and the people of Arthur Louis Romanoff Qin Shi Huang. I, the Great One, have decided to forgive you and let you go back." The male dog-headed men, upon hearing the translation, became excited. The goblins' steel spears had terrified them, and being able to return safely to the hunting grounds was wonderful.
Li Chen let them digest the information for a while before continuing. I have won the war and conquered this land, everything here belongs to me, including all the prey. If you want to liven my hunting grounds, you must continue to pay tribute to me. I give you 1 month to inform your tribe's leaders to come to my tribe. I will allocate hunting grounds.
If anyone dares not to come, be careful not to get any hunting grounds.
After saying this, he instructed the goblins to put away their spears and released all the male dog-headed men.
Watching the panicked dog-headed men flee, Li Chen
felt a twinge of regret. These were all laborers, and if used well, they could cultivate a lot of land. But his goal is to create a modernized monster nation, one that organically combines various races. Slavery cannot allow the other party to exert their subjective initiative, and the upper limit of a slave state will never be high. What a pity! Li Chen sighed and ordered the troops to loot the dog-headed people's tribe.
This is the core territory of Longya, where thousands of dog-headed people live.
The backward tribe of dog-headed people doesn't have any decent food or valuable items, but a large number of animal skin tents are very precious.
Currently, there aren't many wooden houses in the goblin tribe, and many goblins sleep directly on the ground.
With these tents, the goblins at least have a place to
shield them from the wind and rain.
The troops lingered in place for a day, mainly because the goblin archer who went out to hunt Longya hadn't returned.
Li Chen was a bit worried and wanted to send someone
out to look for him, but the system showed that the goblin archer's life status was very stable, so he probably hadn't encountered any danger, and thus he didn't send anyone out.
After waiting another day,
Li Chen suspected something might have happened, and finally, the goblin archer returned with the warriors. He had a guilty look on his face and came to Li Chen with the dog shaman.
Boss, it's my incompetence. I couldn't catch Longya and let him escape. The dog shaman knelt down and started barking.
Boss, it's all my fault, my lame leg dragged everyone down, woof 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 woof.
This guy cried and
went to hug Li Chen's thigh, but Li Chen felt annoyed and pulled his leg away. Stop pulling at me, explain the situation in detail. The two began to explain in a flurry. The dog shaman's nose was very sensitive, and he followed the bloody scent of Longya eastward, but because his leg was crippled by Longya during his capture, he couldn't move quickly. The others needed his dog nose to guide them, so they were forced to slow down.
Moreover, as they chased, the dog shaman discovered that Longya's scent split into 3 directions and spread out.
The goblin archer judged that Longya and his 2 personal guards were acting separately, and the 2 guards had smeared themselves with Longya's blood, which interfered with the dog shaman's sense of smell. The goblin archer ordered the troops to split into 3 and pursue in 3 general directions, agreeing to chase for a day, and if they still hadn't caught up, they would regroup and return to the dog-headed people's tribe, while he would take the dog shaman to chase
eastward. The result was obvious. None of the 3 groups caught anything.
Li Chen sighed helplessly. He had cut off one of Longya's tails and shot him with a crossbow bolt dipped in red poison, yet this
guy didn't die from the poison.
He wondered if it was the dragon's bloodline at work, or perhaps he was just lucky. Maybe this person was destined to survive. Seeing the 2 looking dejected and panicked, Li Chen spoke to comfort them. You did your best. If you couldn't catch him, then forget it. Let's regroup.
We are preparing to return to the tribe. The 2, seeing that their leader didn't punish them, breathed a sigh of relief.
They were genuinely afraid that the leader would kill them with a single blow. After all, the leader sometimes executed 1 out of 3, and it was quite brutal. In fact, they didn't know that Li Chen was also helpless. To develop, the goblins needed to have sociality, but the goblin's nature leaned towards the wild, which is antisocial.
Li Chen could only use extreme methods to help the goblins break away from their wildness.
Li Chen had completely different attitudes towards the goblins before and after they broke away from their wildness.
The goblins before breaking away were,
in his eyes, not humans at all. They were beings that could be killed at will. But the goblins after breaking away were recognized by Li Chen as humans who could make mistakes and could be educated and cultivated. Goblin archers and the others didn't need to be afraid of making mistakes, as long as they didn't actively seek death. Li Chen was very tolerant. Li Chen let the goblin archer take people to eat and rest, and soon they would set off back to the tribe. But the dog shaman suddenly said, Boss, although I didn't find Longya, I found where he hid the ogre cubs.
Hearing that the ogre cubs had been found, Li Chen was overjoyed. Didn't that mean the task given by the earth goddess was completed?
He immediately had the dog shaman lead the way, and they arrived at a cave whose entrance was blocked by stones,
leaving only a small vent at the top.
The dog shaman pointed at the cave and said, When I was tracking Longya before, I smelled a strong stench here, similar to that of the ogres in the tribe.
I suspect Longya has hidden the ogre cubs here.
Li Chen approached the cave entrance and indeed detected a strong odor, reminiscent of adult ogres. He felt somewhat relieved that the entrance was blocked by stones.
Longya wouldn't be able to kill the ogre cubs while escaping.
He waved his hand, and the goblins went to move the stones. Once the entrance was cleared, a 2.5-meter tall ogre cub lying on the ground
came into view.
Li Chen was stunned by the sight. The child was so starved that it was nothing but skin and bones, its large head contrasting sharply with its frail body, resembling a lollipop.
Drag him out,
Li Chen ordered, having them pull the cub out of the cave. This fellow could barely stand, and it seemed that if he waited any longer, he would probably starve to death.
Li Chen quickly retrieved some
beast meat from the warehouse and stuffed it into the cub's mouth. The ogre cub, catching the scent of meat, began to chew eagerly. In no time, the cub finished a piece of meat, its vacant eyes regaining some sparkle, and then it looked at Li Chen with a face full of longing, sensing a familiar smell from this little green creature. Li Chen took out more meat and kept feeding it to him. The ogre cub obediently continued to eat. It consumed nearly 100 goblin-sized portions of food, and its dry, frail frame visibly filled out. After replenishing its energy, the ogre cub sat on the ground, looking at Li Chen with curiosity. Li Chen reached out to pat its big bald head, and the cub didn't resist, instead grinning foolishly. Li Chen called over Miss Hannah to translate for this silly fellow. Tell him that his parents and grandparents are with me, and that he should follow me back to see his family. Upon hearing the translation, the ogre cub excitedly danced around, standing up on its own and obediently following Li Chen. Li Chen noticed that this guy occasionally nibbled on his fingers and scratched his butt, showing no signs of the psychological trauma of being imprisoned, thinking to himself that this child had a big heart. With everything settled, Li Chen led the troops back, and a few days later, they returned to the goblin tribe. Li Chen made a triumphant return, bringing back a large number of animal skin tents and female dog-headed people, which plunged the remaining goblins into a sea of joy. The goblins felt that although the wood rats were already great, the furry dog-headed people seemed pretty good too, and they looked for opportunities to try and snatch some. Li Chen ordered all the goblins to rest for 2 days, and after 2 days, they would bury the fallen goblins and reward military merits. After everyone dispersed, Li Chen took the ogre cub to the riverside blacksmith shop to let him meet his family. While forging, Dang Dang saw the little green fellow return with a chirp, and he let out a loud shout, running over to hug the ogre cub and howling. Other ogres, upon seeing this, also gathered around, their howls echoing through the blacksmith shop, and the scattered ogre family finally reunited. Li Chen stood by, chuckling, as he heard the system notification sound. Ding! You have completed the task of the Earth Goddess, successfully rescuing the ogre family, gaining 1000 experience points plus 5 to all attributes. Earth element affinity, natural favor from ogres, and proficiency in ogre language. Suddenly, a series of crisp sounds crackled through Li Chen's body. His height shot up significantly, his muscles expanded, reaching nearly 3 Nuwa in strength, and a surge of power filled his entire being, likely giving him an overall strength of 7 Nuwa or even 6 Nuwa. Li Chen was overjoyed. He clenched his fist, realizing that his immense grip could probably crush a person's hand. He compared his height with Miss Hannah, who was 1.7 meters tall, and found that he was now over a head taller than her, estimating his height to have reached 2 meters, about the same as Langya. Moreover, Li Chen felt a strange affinity while standing on the ground, as a continuous stream of power surged from the earth into his body. Li Chen knew this was the blessing of the Earth Goddess at work. He felt terrifyingly strong now, capable of running 100 kilometers without tiring. In addition to the boost in physical stamina, his mind became clearer, and his fluency in ogre language allowed him to understand the nonsensical roars of the Dang Dang family, as well as their body language when they waved their arms. He could communicate with the ogres without needing Miss Hannah's magical translation. His current 5 attributes were Vitality 22, Control 5, Endurance 5, Cunning 5, Social 5, Intelligence 10. Immersed in joy, he was approached cautiously by Tai-O, who inquired about work instructions. My lord, the battle is over. Should we continue producing spearheads? Li Chen reined in his smile and thought for a moment before saying, we will have a long period of development ahead, so we can temporarily set aside spear production and focus on agricultural tools first: hoes, axes, sickles, and saws. We need to ramp up the production capacity of these items. He pointed at the ogres huddled together, howling. We should design picks suitable for their size, ones that can dig deep into the soil. Li Chen felt that the current lack of heavy machinery made the ogres, these colossal beings, a form of advanced productive force. Their immense strength rivaled that of machines, and with the Earth Goddess's blessing, their endurance seemed endless. As long as suitable tools were developed, they could deeply cultivate the land in large quantities. The yield of crops from deeply cultivated land would double, but human deep cultivation was quite difficult. Therefore, if he could make good use of the ogres, Li Chen would never have to worry about food shortages and could enter a mode of mass production. Tai-O nodded. As you wish, my lord. I will create tools suitable for the ogres. Do you have any other instructions? Yes, the tribe needs more steel. I want you to build more blast furnaces, more water wheels, and more bellows. I also want you to train more talents. Teach them everything you know. For every blacksmith you train, you can add a mark to your merit book. Tai-O, do you understand what I mean? Tai-O immediately bowed deeply. Rest assured, my lord, I will not keep anything to myself. As long as you provide protection for me and my son, I will serve you wholeheartedly. Li Chen was very satisfied with his declaration and let him continue working. After Tai-O left, a one-eared ogre approached, his eyes darting and his demeanor flustered, as if he had done something shameful. Li Chen asked in confusion, my executive vice chief, do you have something to report? The one-eared ogre trembled slightly and suddenly knelt before him. Boss, while you were away fighting, a human escaped. I sent someone to chase after him, but we couldn't catch him. Li
Chen's expression turned cold. The steward Mond had escaped, and as a slave, this was a serious offense that made him very displeased. What happened? Speak clearly. The one-eared ogre shivered and stammered. Not long after Li Chen led the team away, the steward Mond had fled. He didn't know how he managed to get some food, stole some scraps for making horned crocodile armor, and even took an axe. Having made these preparations, he immediately set off on his escape, running west along the river. With Li Chen away fighting, all the management of the tribe fell to the one-eared ogre. He had to manage the hunting team, supervise the blacksmith shop, and spend a lot of time each day managing the nursery, where the goblin pups could easily eat each other if not watched closely. In short, the one-eared ogre was overwhelmed with work, and he had lost weight, even neglecting his favorite cassava. The day after Li Chen left, the one-eared ogre conducted a routine count of the human farmers and suddenly realized one was missing. He immediately sought out someone to inquire, but since he couldn't speak the common human language, he had no way to communicate with the human farmers and didn't know who the runaway was. There was no other choice. One Ear could only order the hunting team to put down their work and pursue the escapee. He had initially wanted to bring the dog-headed people from the tribe along, but he couldn't speak their language, making communication impossible. The dog-headed people didn't even know who sent to track, so the hunting team had to set off on their own. Fortunately, the goblin hunting team often hunted in the forest and had learned some tracking techniques. They followed the traces left by the steward Mon toward the west. Eventually, they found an abandoned axe and a large amount of wood shavings by the river, but then they lost all traces. One Ear finished speaking, lowering his head and not daring to look at Li Chen. Li Chen thought to himself that the steward Mon was truly ruthless. He looked to be in his 50s, half buried in the ground, yet he dared to venture alone into the monster forest. Moreover, this old fellow was also quite meticulous. Knowing he couldn't outrun the hunting team, he stole an axe to make a simple raft, used scraps from the horned crocodile to avoid attacks by the river, and then floated downstream into the human world. Although it was uncertain whether he could return alive to the human world, it had to be said that this old fellow had some skills, with a precise grasp of timing. If he were present, with Miss Hannah as a translator, communication among the various races would be coordinated, and he would definitely not have been able to escape. Li Chen patted One Ear's shoulder to encourage him to get up. This isn't your fault, you've done well. Go arrange for 100 coffins to be made, then take a day off. I'll handle the rest. Only then did One Ear breathe a sigh of relief and hunch away. Li Chen turned to look at Miss Hannah beside him, who appeared somewhat pale. She understood what Li Chen meant. While the steward Mond had escaped, it left them, the remaining personnel, in a precarious situation. This decisive goblin was actually quite open-minded towards them humans. Aside from the initial difficulty in attacking and killing a few human soldiers, there had been no further conflict. But now that Mond had fled, could this situation still be maintained? As Miss Hannah pondered, Li Chen's cold voice rang in her ears. Miss Hannah, go call young Master Lance over. Miss Hannah's heart sank. Indeed, with Mond's escape, how could young Master Lance not know? She opened her mouth to say something, but upon meeting Li Chen's icy gaze, she couldn't get the words out and could only sulkily run off to fetch young Master Lance. However, when she returned to Li Chen's side, she not only brought young Master Lance but also summoned Knight Leo. Li Chen glanced at Knight Leo, who shrugged with a somewhat helpless expression, as if to say that this was still his former superior and he couldn't just ignore the trouble. Li Chen withdrew his gaze to look at young Master Lance, who had changed significantly during this time. His face had darkened considerably and his body had become more robust, losing the appearance of a noble young master and resembling an old farmer who often worked the fields. Seeing him like this, Li Chen's anger dissipated somewhat. This guy hadn't caused any trouble since coming under his command and had focused on farming, seemingly accustomed to life here, making him a model of reformation. Before fleeing, Mond would surely have informed him to escape together, but now that he was still here, it indicated his stance. However, how to handle this matter would depend on the upcoming questioning. Do you have anything to say to me? Li Chen gave him the opportunity to explain, allowing him to formulate his answer before responding. Young Master Lance slowly knelt on the ground, his expression very calm. My lord, I am the son of a noble from the kingdom of Sassos. My family's fief is near the kingdom, and I am among the most powerful of the powerful. My lord, the borders of the Sarsos kingdom adjoin the monster forest. With your current momentum, it won't be long before you confront the kingdom. You need to understand the kingdom's political, military, and cultural landscape, as well as the composition of its various families. This knowledge is something only someone like me, who has received noble education since childhood, can provide. After saying this, he fell silent. Li Chen's brows twitched at these words. This young Master Rans was indeed a clever man. He didn't engage in any evasive arguments but directly stated his value, and that value truly stirred Li Chen's interest. The human kingdom was his future enemy, and understanding their tactical layout for the future would be very beneficial. The monster forest was wild and untamed, and he had no other way to find a second core noble of the human world. Thus, the value of young Master Rans was exceedingly precious. While he was deep in thought, Miss Hannah kept signaling to Knight Leo, who twitched his lips in response. He understood what Miss Hannah meant. She wanted him to plead for young Master Rans. He recalled that he had done quite well under young Master Ranz's father in the past, and young Master Ranz had treated him well too. With a sigh, he pleaded with Li Chen, "My lord, I am willing to forfeit my military achievements from this battle. Please spare young Master Ranz's life." Li Chen looked at Knight Leo for confirmation. "Are you sure this is worth it?" Knight Leo nodded helplessly. "After all, young Master Ranz is my lord. I cannot watch him die." However, he squatted down to meet young Master Ranz's gaze. "Young Master, after this, we will owe each other nothing. I hope we can dissolve our lord-vassal relationship, if that's all right." In young Master Ranz's eyes, there was 40% bitterness, 30% helplessness, 20% relief, and 10% hope for the future. "Knight Leo, your family has put you in this situation, and yet you are still willing to do so much for me. I am already very grateful. From now on, you are a free man. Please take care of me in the future, Uncle Leo." The two exchanged a glance and smiled, then turned to Li Chen. In truth, even if Knight Leo had not given up his military achievements, Li Chen would not have killed young Master Ranz. But this was a way to give him an out. He spoke, "In that case, I pardon young Master Ranz for his failure to report, and Knight Leo, your military achievements in this battle are waived. If you can accept this, we can all go our separate ways." The few of them bowed to Li Chen and left. Li Chen was very tired after handling the tribe's affairs, so he returned to the luxurious wooden house, removed his armor and weapons, took a comfortable hot bath, and lay down on the fur bed to rest. Before falling into a deep sleep, his mind raced as he contemplated the issues exposed by Butler Mon's escape. The tribe currently consisted of goblins, dog-headed people, humans, and ogres, which meant there were for different languages, especially with the ogres whose communication involved body language as well. The tribe members could not communicate effectively at all. Right now, the tribe was small, and with Miss Hannah as a translator, they could barely manage. But what about in the future when the tribe's numbers reach tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands? The tribe needs a universal script. Li Chen murmured. He wanted to develop a new type of writing based on the Goblin language, which all other tribe members would have to learn. However, creating a script was too difficult, at least it was beyond what he could accomplish at the moment, so he had to set it aside for now. He began to think about another exposed issue. There were too few management talents in the tribe. With his departure, the entire burden of the tribe fell on Er. Fortunately, the dear executive vice leader was good at math, otherwise, the tribe would be in chaos. However, he couldn't just push Er to the limit. After only a few days away, he returned to find Er had lost a lot of weight. If he kept managing the tribe for a few more days, he might just collapse. As for cultivating management talents, Li Chen had a quick idea for achieving results. You can find goblins among the meritorious ones who have the potential to evolve into big goblins, teach them mathematics, and transition them from the army to lead hunting teams or farming teams. Those who perform well can even be promoted to the position of deputy chief. This approach not only cultivates management talent but also provides a place for those who have contributed, a win-win situation. As for whether the goblins can handle management positions, Li Chen believes they can. The intelligence of big goblins is no different from that of humans, and after the baptism of military law and war, big goblins tend to become more rational. While they cannot create characters now, they can use existing numbers. Arabic numerals are simple and easy to understand, and perhaps they can even teach some basic arithmetic. Knowing mathematics, simple management should not be a problem. As he thought about this, Li Chen's consciousness grew heavier, and before falling asleep, he chuckled to himself, "Damn it, teaching goblins mathematics, he must be the only one in all the realms doing this." 2 days later, on a small hillside in the northwest of the goblin tribe, 5 spear-wielding goblins stood in a neat formation, dressed in soft armor made from horned crocodile, holding their polished long spears, standing like sculptures. Behind them was the goblin hunting team, arranged in groups of 30, also standing in formation, and further back were the bewildered goblin pups, dog-headed people, humans, and ogres. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the top of the hill, where over 100 graves had been dug, with wooden coffins at the edges containing the bodies of fallen goblin soldiers. The goblins were confused. They did not understand why the chief wanted to bring back the bodies of their comrades and go through the trouble of making wooden boxes for burial. They may not understand, but since the chief ordered it, they would follow through. Compared to the various races and monsters who had no idea what Li Chen was planning, humans were clearly aware of the situation. Wasn't this just burying fallen soldiers? They had seen such scenes back in their homeland. Usually, a high priest of the god of light would preside over such events, citizens would offer flowers, and soldiers would be buried with great honor. But here were goblins. Could monsters also pay tribute to the fallen? Though there were 1,000 questions in their hearts, humans still pretended to be solemn, standing in the back and not daring to speak. Li Chen stood before everyone, dressed neatly and with a solemn expression. He surveyed the crowd and shouted loudly, "Warriors! You are currently in a state of ignorance, your thoughts are chaotic, and you do not understand what a nation is, what a people is. You are confused about everything I do. But it doesn't matter. As time progresses, culture develops, and knowledge accumulates, you will awaken to the consciousness of nation and people. you will understand why we stand here today, spending a great deal of time to bury these fallen warriors. At that time, you will return, come back here, and pay your respects to the brave who have died." After speaking, he looked at everyone, allowing them to digest his words. The goblin formation stirred slightly, their brows furrowed and expressions uneasy, feeling something stirring in their minds, a certain emotion beginning to take root. As chaotic beings, goblins instinctively resisted this emotion, but it was futile. In the future, Li Chen would guide them through various social activities, allowing these emotions to occupy their savage brains, leading the entire goblin race into a civilized society. As Li Chen issued the burial order, the goblins picked up tools to bury the coffins, working for nearly an hour, and over 100 mounds appeared on the hillside. Li Chen placed a wooden sign in front of the gravesite, and on the sign, the following words were carved in a common human language: 70 goblin warriors and 3 human warriors are buried here. They died in a conflict during the era of the ignorant tribal wars, making outstanding contributions to local safety and the future prosperity of the tribe. Year 4352 of the Age of the Gods, October 1st. Li Chen took out a white rose and placed it in front of the wooden sign, bowing his head, closing his eyes, and remaining silent. The big goblins also entered a mode of mourning, although their minds were filled with chaotic thoughts, at least their actions were in place. At the back of the group, Knight Leo and Miss Hannah stood together. After listening to Miss Hannah's translation, Knight Leo was filled with admiration. "Now I understand why that old man Mond is so determined to return to the human world. Just look at this one here, he is doing everything he can to nationalize the wild goblin tribes, and I believe he will succeed within 10 years. Miss Hannah nodded in agreement as this special goblin repeatedly refreshed her worldview. Suddenly, Miss Hannah remembered something. Previously, Li Chen had asked her to carve certain words in the common human language on a wooden plaque, which included the names of the 3 soldiers who had died. She asked Knight Leo, "What do you think about the fact that your 3 soldiers' names are also inscribed on the tombstone?" Knight Leo crossed his arms and silently watched Li Chen, who was bowing his head in mourning. After a long time without a response, Miss Hannah decided not to press further. Knight Leo felt very conflicted. It was comforting to see the soldiers recognized after their deaths, but the recognition came from goblins. Was this an honor or a disgrace? He truly couldn't understand this strange goblin warlord. After the mourning, Li Chen began to confer ranks, mainly appointing a company commander, 30 squad leaders, and 100 deputy leaders. Since this was a collective operation, the military achievements were shared among everyone, but how to allocate them to individuals was a matter of discussion. Li Chen chose to let the company commanders select the bravest warriors themselves, allowing them to receive their ranks first, while others would have their achievements recorded for future rewards. To avoid anyone feeling it was unfair, he provided substantial material rewards for those who did not receive ranks, giving each person 50 pieces of jerky, and in addition, allowing them to find wood rats for 3 days of indulgence. Li Chen announced that they could use the jerky to approach the kobolds. He had asked the dog shaman about this, and the dog shaman said that as long as there was enough meat, the kobolds would be willing to help the goblins breed. They weren't human, and their moral views weren't that complicated. This relieved Li Chen. The weak moral concepts of the monsters could actually aid in the integration of races. After the ranks were conferred, the goblins became excited. Those who received ranks felt superior, strutting around with their chests puffed out, while those who did not still felt good with their material rewards. Li Chen ordered a 3-day celebration, after which they would begin major construction. The goblins rushed off to find female kobolds with the jerky they had received. Li Chen glanced at the mounds of graves scattered across the mountain and turned to leave. He intentionally combined the funeral and the rewards, hoping to cultivate a sense of honor among the goblins. Goblins are creatures with weak emotional ties, making it incredibly difficult to instill a sense of honor, but an army without honor has no future. Li Chen hoped the goblins would connect the fallen soldiers with the rewards, creating the illusion that death equated to reward. Future funerals would become increasingly extravagant and splendid, making the goblins feel that dying was worth it. After 3 days of revelry, nearly all the female creatures in the tribe were pregnant, and the tribe was about to experience a population explosion. The spear-wielding goblins had no time to savor the 3 days of madness and were immediately dispatched by Li Chen to hunt in the forest. With the tribe's population exceeding 1,500, and with the next wave of goblin offspring on the way, the number of mouths to feed would surpass 2,000. This many hungry mouths put pressure on Li Chen. He had to send out numerous hunting teams to catch prey and transform the fishing tribe into an agricultural tribe before the hunting resources in the forest were depleted. The era of major construction had begun. Trees were being felled, and stumps were being dug out of the ground. The ogres, wielding pickaxes resembling deep-sea titans, stood in a row, driving their pickaxes deep into the ground and pulling forward, excavating half a meter of soil. Behind him followed goblins and dog-headed men carrying hoes, meticulously tilling the land and planting wheat, potatoes, or vegetables. The primeval forest was dying, and the cultivated land spread like a virus. The rough yellow earth road was built alongside the fields, and to allow farmers to live on the land, Li Chen constructed a village for 100 people at intervals. In the future, Such villages would stretch throughout the empire from north to south. In addition to the agricultural development, the scale of the blacksmith shop was also expanded, with Taeok erecting the second water wheel, the second large bellows, and the second blast furnace. The blacksmith shop upgraded to a steel workshop, and Taeok had 50 skilled goblin blacksmiths who could forge all the knives, swords, and farming tools themselves, along with 100 goblin blacksmith apprentices who could produce some simple rough blanks. Almost every 10 people in the tribe could have access to a blacksmith, making iron products very abundant in the tribe. After more than a month of construction, the once dirty and chaotic goblin tribe was now filled with wooden houses, and the original primeval forest had been largely cleared for farmland, with the usable population of the tribe reaching 2,000. Feeding so many people was a huge burden, but fortunately, Li Chan's earlier decision to release those dog-headed men had paid off. The leaders of the various tribes of dog-headed men came to kneel before Li Chan, expressing their submission and begging for the right to hunt. Li Chan generously allowed them to keep their current hunting grounds and required them to pay a tribute of 30% of their catch. The leaders of the tribes all knelt in gratitude for his mercy. From then on, every day, dog-headed men brought meat into the goblin tribe to pay taxes, which helped the tribe's food supply return to a safe level. The large population provided Li Chen with a significant labor force, allowing him to undertake several projects simultaneously. He built a simple school, where goblins with official positions were required to attend classes. The curriculum was very basic, recognizing 10 Arabic numerals and performing addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, just that simple, and nothing more in-depth. Now, the goblin tribe had no written language, but that didn't matter. As long as the goblins mastered mathematics, the tribe's management system would step into a new era. As for the teacher, it was, of course, a one-eared goblin, a self-taught math whiz. Li Chen verbally taught him a set of lesson plans and instructed him to educate the goblins at the school, using a reward system of hit with a stick and then give a sweet date for motivation. Goblins who couldn't learn would be beaten severely, while those who did would be rewarded with meat or sent to gather cassava. It seemed that the graduation rate at the school was quite high, with at least 90% of the students graduating. Additionally, Li Chen wanted to build a wall to enclose the core residential area of the tribe. After all, it was still the cold weapon era, and the defense of a wall was quite necessary. Li Chen also wanted to construct the wall to have the tribe recognized as a town by the system. This way, he could hide system soldiers in the town and manage the territory through the system interface, which would be much more convenient. However, Li Chen felt that if he was going to do it, he should do it well. Wooden walls were too shabby, and he wanted to go straight for stone walls. To build stone walls, he needed to quarry stones, which were easy to find in the mountains, but the adhesive was harder to come by. Fortunately, a lime kiln had been built at Goblin Fort, allowing for the construction of walls with lime. Li Chen immediately arranged the tribe's work and took his troops to Goblin Fort. 3 days later, Li Chen climbed mountains and crossed rivers to reach Goblin Fort, which had not changed much since he left, only the population had increased and there was a bit more cultivated land. Li Chen shook his head. Without his guidance, the goblins' initiative was still too lacking. The goblin tribe was on the verge of becoming a small town under his leadership, but Goblin Fort remained the same, which left him somewhat disappointed. Li Chen entered the castle, where Goblin De welcomed him. "Boss." Li Chen responded with a grunt. "Report on the situation at Goblin Fort." Goblin De scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of how to express it. After hesitating for a while, Gobu spoke up. "The population of Gobu Fortress is that large." He gestured with his hands to indicate a size. "The new land we've cultivated is so vast, the grains harvested by humans fill the warehouses to the brim, plus the meat from hunting and fishing, we have so much jerky." Li Chen felt overwhelmed and quickly told him to be quiet. "Gather your subordinates, I'll have someone count." His system soldiers had received a math education and could read numbers. After a busy half-day, Gobu returned to report. "Boss, there are currently 1,400 adult goblins in Gobu Fortress, of which 200 are big goblins. The food and jerky in the warehouse should be enough for 1,000 people for 2 months, and the land can support 500-person villages for farming." Li Chen nodded. With such a food surplus, he could accomplish something significant. He opened the system management page, clicked on town, and then on warehouse. The accumulated supplies in the warehouse during this time included axes times 53, hose times 53, grains times 889, meat times 264, fish times 105, and lime times 1050 bags. There are only this many iron tools. It seems the iron ore brought by humans has been exhausted. In reality, the blacksmith only forged 53 iron tools, so the system only has 53. However, there are over 1,000 bags of lime, nearly 2,000 bags when combined with what we have in reality. After counting his possessions, Li Chen immediately ordered Gobu, "I want you to take half the population and build a hardened road from Gobu Fortress to the tribe." Gobu nodded but still raised a question. "Boss, what is a hardened road?" Li Chen took him to the lime kiln, collected some lime, then went to the riverbank to gather sand and gravel, mixing them in proportion with water, and used it to level the ground. "I want you to use this material to build a road wide enough for 10 big goblins to walk side by side. Don't worry, I'll be here for a long time to teach you." You can ask me if you have any questions. Li Chen was also worried that the goblins would mess up his road. He wanted a smooth, straight path to the tribe, not a bumpy one. For many days afterward, Li Chen stayed in Gobu Fortress, training the goblins to use cement for road construction. Li Chen had never mixed lime or built roads before, but he had seen others do it and figured it out through trial and error. During this process, he made many tools, such as a large stone roller for compacting the ground, wooden tools for lake mud, mixing tools, and rudimentary measuring tools that could help level the road. Clumsily, the goblins began to construct the hardened road. To speed up the construction, Li Chen made a trip back to the tribe, transporting over 1,000 bags of cement through the writing warehouse to the tribe, then formed a construction team on site to start work on both ends. Once this road was completed, the goblin tribe's iron tools could be delivered to Gobu Fortress, and the lime from Gobu Fortress could be sent to the tribe. A month later, both construction teams had become skilled, so Li Chen handed over the road construction to Gobu, allowing him to oversee it while he continued to plan for the tribe's future. That night, Li Chen lay on his bed, feeling relaxed, while the dog shaman stood by the bed, holding a staff, looking uneasy. "Boss, do we really have to do this? The fear spell is really painful. Don't you feel uncomfortable?" The dog shaman couldn't understand why such a good boss had become addicted to the fear spell. This thing could scare others for a lifetime with just one try. Yet the boss repeatedly requested to experience the fear spell. Did the boss have some peculiar preference? Li Chen shot him a fierce glare. "What do you know? I suspect the fear spell has the ability to foresee the future. I want to guard against bad things happening in the future, so hurry up and cast it for me. Otherwise, I'll slap you." The dog shaman let out a reluctant whine and began to perform the ritual. The purple-black energy condensed on the staff, and the dog-like witch thrust the staff forward, sending the purple-black energy into Li Chen's body. Li Chen made no resistance, relaxing his body and mind to accept this energy. The purple-black mist enveloped his eyes, and he once again saw the illusion that terrified him the most. However, this time it was not the distant future of a fallen nation. The environment had changed. This time he saw vast farmlands, water wheels, and villages, but the surroundings were clearly less advanced than last time, resembling a not-so-distant future. Especially when he saw several scenes showing that the hardened road he had overseen the construction of was not yet completed. He confirmed that the future he was seeing should be within a year. In the illusion, Li Chen saw a village of about 100 people near Goblin Fortress, where goblins were returning from the fields with hoes on their shoulders, lying down on the beds in wooden houses to rest, waiting for the village's communal meal. They thought they would spend a peaceful day like this, but suddenly, a massive fireball crashed into the village, exploding and destroying a wooden house. Then more fireballs rained down, like cannonballs into the village, igniting it in an instant. A large number of goblins were burned to death, and those who survived rushed out of their homes, their faces filled with confusion, completely unaware of what was happening. While the surviving goblins were in a daze, suddenly, a volley of sharp arrows shot in from outside the village, accurately exploding the goblins' heads. Four strangely dressed individuals charged into the tribe, beginning to slash and kill indiscriminately. These individuals were either clad in full plate armor, wielding shields the size of doors, capable of smashing goblins with a single charge, or wearing wizard hats, holding staffs, and able to hurl fireballs after a brief incantation. Alternatively, there were those in leather armor, holding longbows with long pointed ears and beautiful features, elven archers. Each of their strikes was deadly and precise, and in less than 5 minutes they had wiped out the goblin village. Among these four, the most striking was a brown-haired young man in half armor, wielding a magnificent longsword, always wearing a warm smile like the sun. This man was not tall, appearing to be around 1.60 m, and looked quite young, resembling a 17 or 18-year-old boy. The intricate patterns on his one-handed sword were quite complex, and the guard was shaped like a goddess with outstretched arms. With a casual swing of his sword, he effortlessly sliced a beam as thick as a person's waist in half. After the four had killed all the goblins in the village, the apparent leader, the sunny young man, pointed his sword towards Goblin Fortress in the distance, and the four charged towards it. In less than half an hour, Goblin Fortress was engulfed in flames. Next, the four followed the hardened road, slaughtering along the way, and every village of 100 people was annihilated. In less than a day, this strange human squad had reached the goblin tribe. Li Chen led a fully staffed squad of 5 goblins to charge, but the 4 invaders were incredibly strong, quickly causing the spear-wielding goblins to collapse in disarray. Ultimately, Li Chen led 40 system soldiers to confront them, engaging in a fierce battle, severely injuring the shield-wielding man and lightly wounding the elven archer, but Li Chen was shot in half by the sunny young man. In the moment before losing consciousness, Li Chen saw the wizard embracing the sunny young man, using a powerful lightning spell on his hand, saying something with a face full of admiration. Li Chen often communicated with Miss Hannah in the common tongue of humans, and he recognized the words of the lightning wizard. "Wow, the hero has become even stronger, Ga. I'm gonna smash you, hero. I'll blow you to bits." Li Chen was so frightened that he jumped up from the bed, throwing straight punches, hooks, and sweeping kicks into the air, acting like a madman, which made the dog-like witch whimper and retreat to a corner, hugging its head and trembling. Li Chen vented his panic for a while before stopping, gasping for breath. This time the illusion was different. It seemed to show scenes from within a year, where a 4-person hero squad ventured deep into the monster forest, completely wiping out the monster regime he had just established with just the 4 of them. The terrifying strength of the 4 people made Li Chen's heart race to 180. He couldn't forget how his troops melted away like snowflakes when they charged in, and in the end he brought in the fearless system soldiers, only to replace the burly man with heavy injuries, and then he was cut in half by the hero's sword. A fierce sense of unwillingness surged in his heart. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Li Chen pushed open the door, took a deep breath, his chest swelling like a bellows. Within 3 meters, he roared, his voice almost turning into a tangible sound wave that spread throughout the goblin tribe. After waiting for a while, the disheveled and haggard Miss Hannah, with dark circles under her eyes, quickly ran in front of Li Chen. What is it? Miss Hannah gritted her teeth, wondering what madness this goblin was up to again. Now she was just like his secretary, always on call, unable to sleep well in the middle of the night, feeling like she was about to have a hormonal imbalance and break out in acne. Li Chen ignored Miss Hannah's sulky face and hurriedly asked, "Have you seen 4 people in the human kingdom? One is a muscular man with a door-sized shield, another is a super thunderfire chicken mage, a proud elf archer girl with a flat chest, and a short-haired sunny warm guy. Aren't they the hero team blessed by the goddess of life? How do you know them?" Before Li Chen could finish his description, Miss Hannah blurted out, "The short-haired sunny warm guy you mentioned is called Leon, the 375th blessed of the goddess of life, the earthly representative of the divine, also known as the hero. His Highness Leon, a respectful title, is not only powerful but also adheres to the virtues of knighthood, a gentleman renowned across the 4 human kingdoms. His companions are all outstanding individuals. I once saw His Highness Leon from a distance in the royal capital. He is really handsome." Miss Hannah covered her face with her hands, swooning, with little hearts popping up above her head. But Li Chen's expression grew darker. It seemed that what he saw in the illusion was real, otherwise there wouldn't be such an accurate reflection in reality. If everything he saw in the illusion was true, then his forces being destroyed by the hero team and himself being slain by a sword could also happen. Li Chen gripped the great sword in his hand, pushed past the lovesick Miss Hannah, and stepped outside, taking a horse stance in front of a beam. Miss Hannah was pushed aside by Li Chen and muttered in dissatisfaction, "What are you doing? Are you going to tear down the house?" Li Chen took a deep breath, slowly raised the great sword, and when the power he had accumulated reached its peak, he shouted and swung the sword fiercely, cutting the beam that one person could embrace in half. Without the wooden beam for support, the ceramic tiles on the roof began to fall with a crash, and Miss Hannah hurriedly ran out of the wooden house, stomping her feet in anger. "What are you doing? Ouch!" Li Chen sheathed his sword and glanced at Miss Hannah. "Miss Hannah, stop swooning. The His Highness Leon you mentioned already has a thunderfire chicken female mage by his side. Not only does she have thunder, but she can also continuously cast fireball spells, and she doesn't stink. You have no chance anymore." Miss Hannah instantly fell into a low mood, mumbling something about how thunder was a developmental deformity, that continuous fireball spells had no technical content, and all sorts of incomprehensible complaints about how everyone stank. Li Chen ignored her and locked himself in the wooden house. In the illusion, he saw the hero Leon could cut through the beam with a single sword. He could do that too, but he had to take a horse stance, accumulate power, and carefully aim to swing the sword to barely achieve such an effect. But that guy could do it with a casual swing. How terrifying must that power be? Plus, the 3 companions of the hero were also very strong, and they had wiped out his forces with just 4 people. What should he do? Damn it, do I have to abandon this place and run away? The hero blessed by the divine was too strong. He wasn't confident he could deal with them, and the tribe didn't have such supermodel level combat power. But he really didn't want to give up on relocating and starting over. And who knows if the hero squad has any tracking methods, or if they are just coming for him. After all, the social structure of goblins is the same all over the world. Knowledge and power are held by the leader. The hero squad must be planning to kill the leader before they give up. What to do? What to do? What should I do? Li Chen was in a state of anxiety, pacing back and forth in the room. Eventually, feeling too exhausted, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In fact, with his current physique, he could go 2 or 3 days without sleep without any issue, but after experiencing a fierce spell, his nerves were extremely weakened, which led him to fall into a passive sleep. After falling asleep, Li Chen had a dream. In the dream, he recalled a video he often watched on Bilibili in his previous life titled Encyclopedia of Transcenders, where a particular phrase was revered by many transcenders as a Bible. Marksmanship is also a way, ballistics is also a path, 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal, add a bit of sugar and Big Ivan. To the west of the monster forest lies the human world. It is said that in ancient times, when the gods could still walk the earth, the world continent was neatly divided into several independent pieces, with each god owning a piece of land, creating various creatures in their own image. Later, for reasons unknown, the gods could no longer set foot in the world, and the races they created began to develop in a barbaric manner.
As time passed, geographical changes caused the continental plates to shift and merge, leading to the races beginning to border each other and erupt into wars. Among them, the human race, one of the major races, withstood the invasions from foreign races and engaged in civil wars, splitting and reuniting until now, forming a situation where 4 human nations jointly govern the southwestern continent. Among them, the kingdom of Sarsos has a long border with the monster forest. Due to the abundant magical elements in the monster forest, it breeds powerful magical beasts, which occasionally invade the human kingdom, causing significant casualties. To fend off the beast invasions, the kingdom has built many castles and walls along the border, which posed considerable difficulties for the fleeing steward, Mond. At this moment, Mond looked like a beggar, with tattered clothes, wounds all over his body, and he appeared to have aged 30 years. However, he had finally arrived back in the human world. He found a secret passage known only to the nobility, crossed the border, and reached the core territory of the kingdom of Sarsos. With the belief of exposing Li Chen to the public, he spent several months heading west, carefully hiding himself. Now he was a rebel and had to be cautious, only by finding acquaintances in the royal capital and using their mouths to relay the goblin situation to the upper echelons of the kingdom could he attract attention. He managed to reach the royal capital by begging, and then found himself at the door of an acquaintance, a noble from the capital. But before he could even see anyone, he was captured by the guards of his acquaintance's house and was swiftly judged, ready to be burned at the stake. Steward Mond was tied to a cross in the city square of the royal capital, with easily flammable firewood piled beneath him. A green-robed official shouted loudly to the passing citizens, "Citizens of the royal capital, look at this pathetic stray dog, participating in a shameful rebellion. He should have been sentenced to death, but His Majesty the King is merciful, allowing him a way out, exiling him to the monster forest. Yet he dared to defy the law and sneak back into the kingdom. This despicable fellow can only be purified by fire, both body and soul. Burn him." The official's shouting made the passing citizens stop in their tracks, pointing and whispering about the steward Mond on the stake. "Who is this person?" someone asked. "Come on, are you from the countryside?" "This guy is the steward of the Kosovo family, the one that supported the prince's rebellion to seize power." "Ha? Why would the prince rebel? Isn't he the only heir to the throne in our country? The throne will eventually be his. Why would he rebel? Come on, you really don't know? His Majesty the King worships the goddess of life and has received her favor. He is 110 years old this year, and the prince is almost 80. Do you understand now?" "Oh, I see." A murmur spread among the crowd, unsure of who had first picked up a stone to start smashing the steward of Mond, and everyone immediately followed suit. They were uninterested in the power struggles of the kingdom's elite, but they wanted to see blood flow like a river. The steward of Mond was subjected to a barrage of blows and insults, his heart filled with extreme sorrow and rage. He shouted desperately to the crowd about the threat of the goblins, but no one believed his words. In a fit of anger and despair, he struggled fiercely, but his body was tightly bound to the stake. He roared in anguish, "You ignorant fools, you have no idea of his power. That guy. He brought order to the chaotic goblins. That guy is establishing systems, regulating goblin behavior, reclaiming land, building infrastructure, and training a professional army. With the goblins' breeding rate, in less than 3 years, they could become a great calamity for the empire, and you will all be enslaved by goblins. We must act quickly. Kill that guy quickly, hurry up." His voice was extremely ragged, like rusty knives scraping against each other, painful to the ears. The citizens in the square had gathered nearly 10,000, momentarily stunned by his shouting. The square fell into a brief silence, followed by uproarious laughter. Goblins, even in the human world, could occasionally be seen in some more primitive forests. At such times, a farmer with a pitchfork could easily wipe out a goblin nest, though they were annoyingly hard to kill completely. A creature that farmers could easily slay could become a great threat to the kingdom? Ridiculous. An official standing by the stake shook his head with a laugh and ordered the soldiers beside him, "Execute." The soldiers raised their torches, ready to throw them onto the pile of wood, but a clear and vibrant male voice rang out in the square, reaching everyone's ears. "Wait." This voice seemed to possess some kind of magic, causing everyone to stop their actions, including the soldiers who were about to ignite the fire. The crowd automatically parted to make way, and 4 individuals, as if adorned with a dazzling effect, walked forward, their faces proclaiming, "I am the protagonist." Upon seeing these 4, the official immediately donned a flattering smile. "Respected Prince Leon, may I ask what instructions you have?" Indeed, the newcomers were the hero team that Li Chen had seen in his hallucination. The warm-hearted Leon stepped forward, gazing directly at the frenzied steward of Mond, while the official explained, "Prince Leon, this man is a traitor to the kingdom, having returned to the capital from exile without permission, and he has violated the laws of the kingdom. We are executing him by burning." The official feared that Prince Leon would intervene in their execution. Heroes generally did not meddle in the kingdom's mundane affairs, but who could say for sure with such powerful heroes? Leon, the hero, understood the official's unspoken words and explained, "My lord, I am only interested in the special goblin mentioned by the prisoner. May I ask a few questions?"
The official sighed in relief, stepping aside to indicate that he could ask whatever he wanted. Leon approached the steward of Mond, looking into his eyes, and gently inquired, "Sir, you said that this special goblin would become a great calamity for the kingdom. What makes him so special? Is he exceptionally powerful, perhaps blessed by an evil god?" The steward of Mond met the hero's clear gaze, his mind slowly regaining clarity. "No, he is not particularly powerful, but he has brought order to the goblins, which is far more terrifying than individual strength. Do you understand what I mean?" The steward feared that the only person willing to listen to him might not have the education to grasp his meaning, and that would mean his death was in vain. But fortunately, the hero was evidently smart enough to understand the steward's point. "I see, as long as farmers receive adequate training in military discipline, they can fight alongside knights, and the same goes for goblins. If a rational leader truly emerges and manages the race with order, then the goblins could indeed become a great calamity for the kingdom." Leon spoke with a serious expression, and Butler Mond let out a sigh of relief. Finally, someone was taking it seriously. However, an official nearby couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha, Your Highness Leon, don't listen to this madman's nonsense. Goblins are just a bunch of dwarfs. 10 soldiers can wipe out 100 goblins. What threat could they possibly pose? This madman just can't stand the wildness of the magical forest and is looking for an excuse to run back to the kingdom." Upon hearing this, Butler Mond was enraged again, spitting a mouthful of saliva onto the official's face. "You arrogant, foolish Jurassic. You must have inherited your dead father's position to be in your current role. The kingdom is declining because of idiots like you." The official, having saliva spat on his face and then being scolded, was furious. He snatched the torch from a soldier's hand and threw it into the pile of firewood, which instantly engulfed Butler Mond in flames, causing him to let out a piercing scream. The brave Leon wanted to save him, but the burly shield-bearer behind him held his shoulder. "Don't move. Regardless of the circumstances, he is a rebel, and we cannot interfere with the execution of secular law." A strange light flashed in Leon's eyes, and his hand, which was reaching out to save him, slowly lowered. Butler Mond's screams grew fainter, and before he was completely burned to death, he kept praying, begging to kill that goblin. The fire completely consumed Butler Mond, and Leon's expression was grave. He pondered for a long time before suddenly waving his red cloak and saying to his 3 companions, "Get ready, we are heading to the monster forest immediately." Li Chen, who was on the brave's mind, was actively preparing for battle. He paused the labor-intensive work of hardening the road and began to expand his army. The troop size was directly increased to 1,000 men, 10 companies. With so many professional soldiers, they could dominate a region in the monster forest, but this did not give Li Chen even a shred of security. The brave team was too strong. Killing goblins was like playing a game of meat pigeons. It was like chopping vegetables. To deal with the brave team, he still needed to improve the quality of his troops. Li Chen wanted to upgrade the system. Soldiers in his hands to level 4, so he led them to hunt monsters everywhere. However, the experience required for a level 3 soldier to reach level 4 was too much. After several days of grinding, only the first goblin spear he had recruited had accumulated enough levels to become a senior goblin warrior. The progress was too slow, and the returns were not high. Li Chen thought of an idea. Why not upgrade all his non-system soldiers, the spear-wielding goblins, into big goblins? As long as he recruited spear-wielding goblins into the army and took them out to hunt for 2 or 3 days, they could level up into big goblins. After upgrading, he would kick them out of the army and recruit new spear-wielding goblins. Repeating this process, wouldn't 1,000 spear-wielding goblins become 1,000 big goblins? With this thought, Li Chen began recruiting spear-wielding goblins to hunt monsters. Whenever a spear-wielding goblin leveled up into a big goblin, he would kick it out of the army list with a kick and then recruit ordinary spear-wielding goblins. After several consecutive days, the tribe produced over 200 big goblins. Of course, this was still not enough. The ultimate plan to deal with the brave was still gunpowder. While leading the troops to hunt wild monsters, he was also exploring the surrounding resources to see if he could find sulfur and saltpeter. In his previous life, he had read the Encyclopedia of Transcendence several times, which explained very clearly how to purify raw materials and manufacture black powder. 1 saltpeter, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal was just a catchphrase. The Encyclopedia of Transcendence detailed more precise ratios. With so many hands under him, he could conduct multiple experiments. As long as he could find sulfur and saltpeter, he was 100% confident he could produce black powder. Hard work pays off. During one of the wild hunts, Li Chen led his team to chase a pack of over 30 magic wolves and discovered a volcano, where he found a large amount of sulfur. Li Chen was overjoyed and immediately relocated 200 goblins from the goblin tribe to this place, establishing a gathering point and then mining sulfur. Now that sulfur is available and charcoal can be produced on its own, all that's left is saltpeter. This stuff can be scraped off the walls of the toilet, where some white crystals form. That's saltpeter. However, scraping it this way yields very little, and the production of black powder simply cannot keep up. Li Chen thought about contacting the heroes. He needed at least several hundred kilograms of black powder, or he would have no foundation at all. Scraping that little
bit of saltpeter from the toilet. He would be grateful to make a kilogram of black powder, but that wouldn't be enough. To mass-produce black powder, he still needed to find nitrate. Nitrate appears loose, pale yellow, and has a bitter taste when licked. Before the development of advanced chemical industries, the main method for humans to obtain nitrate was by mining nitrate soil. Li Chen immediately sent a mission to the hunting team, instructing them to look for nitrate soil. Whoever finds it first would be awarded the title of Super Invincible General, 100 strips of jerky, and unlimited access to wood rats. Thus, the goblins of the hunting team all hoisted their shovels and, like possessed individuals, began digging everywhere, tasting the soil. Some goblins even applied to Li Chen to bring enough food and ventured over 100 kilometers away from the tribe. They found many powerful monster gathering spots, suspected coal and copper mines, and other minerals, but no nitrate soil. This left Li Chen in despair. During this time, he had made many simple tools and had refined the saltpeter scraped from the toilet walls using plant ash, successfully producing half a kilogram of black powder, which he turned into an explosive. The test explosion was very successful. If wrapped with steel balls and iron pieces, it could easily kill enemies within a range of 10 to 20 meters. But the lethality of this thing was still too low. He didn't believe the hero team would be killed by such a small firecracker. He needed at least 10 to 20 kilograms of explosives, with continuous explosions, to have a chance of taking them down. So the question returned to the starting point: where could he find nitrate soil? Li Chen was so worried his head was spinning, he could only urge the hunting team to explore further areas. At the same time, he put the eastward migration plan on the agenda. If there was no other way, they would have to run, at least to save their lives. Fortunately, there was still hope. Li Chen could never have imagined that he would obtain a large amount of nitrate soil in such a bizarre way. One day, after returning from hunting, Li Chen rested in a goblin village of 100 at the edge of the forest. He kicked out the 30 upgraded big goblins from his team, telling them to report back to their original squad, and spent some dinars to recruit 30 spear-wielding goblins, planning to continue hunting. However, before he could set off, the wild monsters came looking for him. A group of dog-headed people ran out of the forest, carrying meat on sticks. It was a supply team from the dog-headed tribe. But these dog-headed people were very strange. They looked panicked and ran very fast, as if something in the forest was chasing them. The leading dog-headed person saw Li Chen in the village, immediately dropped the meat, and rushed over to kneel in front of him, howling, "Ah, woof 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 woof." Li Chen scratched his chin. He didn't understand the dog-headed language, couldn't comprehend the barking, and could only send someone to find the dog shaman or Miss Hannah. However, before the two translators could arrive, several staggering figures emerged from the edge of the village forest. Everyone turned to look at those figures. With white, bony frames, deep eye sockets, and blue ghostly flames, swaying as they walked, looking like they would fall apart at any moment. Damn! Skeleton soldiers! Li Chen quickly drew the great sword from his back, and the system prompted that he had entered combat mode. The newcomers were classified as enemies. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and ordered the 30 spear-wielding goblins he had just recruited, "Go! Deal with them!" The spear-wielding goblins rushed forward, stabbing wildly at the skeleton soldiers. The spear, being a piercing weapon, didn't do much damage to the skeleton soldiers. Some spear tips passed through the ribs of the skeletons. But there were many spear-wielding goblins, and several long spears easily pinned the skeleton soldiers to the ground, while the skeletons flailed their bony limbs. The goblins looked at each other, puzzled about how to kill the skeletons. Li Chen noticed something resembling soulfire inside the skulls of the skeleton soldiers and commanded, "Smash their heads with stones." The spear-wielding goblins complied, finding large rocks to crush the skeletons' heads. After a series of crisp sounds, all the skeleton soldiers fell silent. A victory notification echoed in Li Chen's mind as he glanced at the loot: grains times 3, weathered bone powder times 3, high-density bone powder times 1. He scratched his head, wondering what use the bone powder had for him. Was it for fertilizing crops? Just as he was pondering, Miss Hannah and the dog which were called over. Miss Hannah gasped upon seeing the skeletons on the ground. "Oh my god, it's a necromancer's doing." She stepped forward and poked the bones with her staff, easily shattering them. She sighed in relief and patted her chest. Thank goodness, low-level undead, probably naturally generated." Li Chen asked, "Miss Hannah, is there anything noteworthy about these undead?" Well, undead specifically refer to creatures that come back to life after death due to magical erosion of their bodies, often appearing in skeletal form. Because hard bones can store more magic. In natural conditions, certain special terrains accumulate more magic, and if animals die there, they can generate undead. However, since the naturally accumulated magic is limited, these undead are quite weak. Li Chen found it quite fascinating. It sounded like grinding small monsters for leveling up. Miss Hannah continued, "There's also a type of undead that is artificially created, and those are extremely powerful. The magic injected into the bones is several times, even dozens of times, more than what occurs naturally. Evil necromancers love to do this. They quietly raise an army of undead, posing a huge threat to the kingdom, so they must be eliminated as soon as they are encountered." As Miss Hannah spoke passionately, suddenly, a rustling sound came from the forest, and more than a dozen skeleton soldiers emerged.
Ha! Why are there more? Miss Hannah exclaimed in surprise.
Li Chen waved his hand, and the spear-wielding goblins immediately charged forward, knocking the skeletons to the ground with their spear shafts and then smashing their heads with stones. Miss Hannah stepped forward to examine the skeletons, her face filled with confusion. Something's not right.
Why are there so many?
Normally, in natural conditions, the magic accumulation in the terrain is limited and the number of undead generated shouldn't exceed single digits, but this is just too many.
Li Chen
looked at the dog-headed people who had brought the meat and said to Miss Hannah, "The skeleton soldiers must have followed them here. Ask them what happened."
Miss Hannah hurriedly translated, and both sides barked for a while. Miss Hannah looked surprised.
"They said they came to deliver meat and passed by the battlefield where the goblins fought last time. All the corpses left there turned into skeletons and
chased after any living beings."
Li Chen recalled the sight of his first battle with Longya, that strange black-gray tree. That place was peculiar. Within a mile of the black tree, not a blade of grass grew. And both the dog witch and Miss Hannah had mentioned that the tree exuded a very ominous aura.
Could these skeleton soldiers be?
He immediately ordered the several company leaders who had been with him,
"Gather all troops, we're going to check out the black tree." The troops quickly prepared, and 1,000 spear-wielding goblins marched boldly toward the black tree.
As the army emerged from the lush forest onto
the barren land, they immediately spotted hundreds of aimless skeletons wandering near the black tree. Do-do-de-do-do-de.
For some reason, the sound of an electric guitar suddenly echoed in Li Chen's ears. The skeletons in the distance spotted the living beings at the forest's edge and began to claw and rush toward them.
Li Chen commanded, "Charge!
Break their legs, but don't damage their skulls."
He wanted to train his troops and didn't wish for non-system soldiers to participate in the kills.
As long as the skull isn't damaged, skeleton soldiers won't die, so as long as the skeleton soldiers are incapacitated, the system soldiers can finish them off to gain experience. With nearly 400 skeleton soldiers charging in, it was quite intimidating, but Li Chen had 1,000 goblins, all armored and wielding iron
weapons.
The goblins rushed in, banging away. The skeletons' bones were brittle, and one by one, they crawled on the ground with broken legs and waists.
Once all the skeleton soldiers lost their ability to
move, Li Chen ordered 30 system soldiers to finish them off. He commanded that each could only smash the skulls of 10 skeletons, which would be enough to level up to a big goblin. The goblins, armed with axes, went in and quickly dispatched 10 skeletons with a flurry of blows. Seeing over 100 skeletons still on the ground, Li Chen thought about trying to feed all this experience to a level 4 soldier to see if he could upgrade them to level 5. He looked at the only 2 level 4 soldiers in his army, Goblin Spear and Goblin Bow, one a seasoned warrior and the other a seasoned archer. Who should he upgrade? His gaze swept over the faces of the crowd, finally resting on Goblin Bow. This guy was an archer, had the highest DPS during leveling, and he was already a level 4 soldier, so he would gain the
most experience.
The experience needed to level up from 4 to 5 was certainly a lot, and the recently promoted Goblin Spear probably wouldn't be enough, but Goblin Bow might just be on the brink of leveling up. Li Chen ordered Goblin Bow, go ahead and kill these skeleton soldiers. Goblin Bow borrowed an axe from someone and went to smash the skeletons' heads one by one, the cracking sounds
echoing around.
After he smashed the last skeleton's head, Li Chen received the system's victory notification in his mind. He glanced at the loot: grain times 120, weathered bone powder times 71, high-density bone
powder times 42, magical bone powder times 3.
After a quick look at the loot, Li Chen excitedly opened the soldier interface, scanning through a pile of upgrade options. All the goblins could level up to level 2. What thrilled him the most was that the only archer also lit up with an upgrade icon.
Ah, finally! Damn it! Finally, I can upgrade.
Tears almost welled up in Li Chen's eyes. After so many days, he finally
had a level 5 soldier. Without hesitation, he clicked to upgrade, staring intently at Goblin Bow.
Goblin Bow's pupils dilated as he felt a surge of power flooding into his body. His height increased slightly, his physique changed little, but his body density rose a notch. Li Chen opened the soldier management interface to check Goblin Bow's attributes: Goblin Sniper, Vitality 28, Control 30, Stamina 28. Cunning 20, Social 10, Intelligence 15, Proficiency in bows, crossbows, and running skills all at 350.
Li Chen gasped, wow, 350 proficiency in bows and crossbows. In a hack-and-slash game, that would mean sniper level.
And Goblin Bow's intelligence reached 15 points. No wonder his gaze had become so profound. Goblin Bow savored the changes in his body and suddenly knelt before Li Chen with a thud.
"Boss, we respect you so much."
He knew where his changes came from and immediately pledged his loyalty to Li Chen.
Damn it, why was his vision getting blurry? Was it tears? No, it was the boss's brilliance too. Dazzling.
Goblin Bow instinctively lowered his head to wipe his eyes, but looking at the ground beneath his feet, he murmured,
"Yellow soil?" He rubbed it with his fingers. It was very soft. He then took a bit of mud and licked it. It was bitter.
Li Chen patted Goblin Bow's shoulder, activated his speech skill, and painted a bright future for everyone, gaining +1 in charm proficiency.
Miss Hannah stepped forward, her
expression serious, pointing at the large black-gray tree.
You must destroy it immediately. That thing is a netherworld tree. Li Chen was filled with question marks. What is a netherworld tree? Miss Hannah explains solemnly. Scholars believe that our world can be divided into 3 realms: the real world, which is the plane we currently inhabit, the divine realm, the abode of the gods, and the underworld, the place where the souls of the dead go. The 3 realms are separated by barriers, allowing only souls to communicate while matter cannot interact. However, these barriers also have cracks, and the underworld tree is a plant that grows from the fissures between the underworld and the real world. It releases a territorial aura into the surroundings, contaminating the soil of the real world and turning it into barren underworld land. If left unchecked, the underworld land will expand, and more powerful undead creatures will crawl out from it. Her expression was serious, clearly indicating that the underworld tree was a dangerous existence. Li Chen was ecstatic. The underworld tree would spawn undead. What was this? This was a monster spawn point. These days, he had been leading people around to grind levels, running until his legs felt like they would break, and the nearby prey was becoming increasingly scarce. The horned crocodiles by the river had even been upgraded to a level of protected species. He was worried about where to grind and improve the quality of his troops, and now a monster spawn point appeared? Li Chen was so happy he almost wanted to dance, but it was the first time he had seen Miss Hannah so serious, so he felt it was best to explain things properly. After all, she was one of the few talents under his command, and he should coax her a bit. Just as he was about to speak, the goblin archer, who had been kneeling in the dirt, tugged at his hem and held up a handful of loose yellow soil for him to see. Boss, is this the saltpeter you wanted us to find? Li Chen was taken aback. He had just been curious about what the goblin archer was studying on the ground. It turned out there was a discovery. He carefully observed the yellow soil in the goblin archer's hand, and it looked like saltpeter. It was loose in texture and had similar properties to saltpeter. He dipped his finger in it, licked it with his tongue, and tasted a bitter flavor. This was indeed saltpeter. He suddenly looked around at the land, centered around the underworld tree. There was loose yellow soil for a radius of 1 kilometer. Damn! A huge surge of excitement coursed through him like electricity, almost making him leap into the air. Miss Hannah saw Li Chen shaking there, drooling, and rolling his eyes, completely unresponsive to her warning. She reminded him with dissatisfaction, "Hey, are you even listening to me? The underworld tree must be destroyed. Otherwise, the underworld land will increase, and the leaking aura from the underworld will spawn even more powerful undead creatures. Let me use a series of fireballs to burn it down. I tell you, I can use a series of fireballs now too." Saying this, she proudly puffed out her chest. In fact, the series of fireball technique was quite difficult, but who told the goblins that? There was a powerful lightning-wielding female mage beside Prince Leon who could also use the series of fireballs? Her competitive spirit was ignited, and Miss Hannah stayed up late to practice diligently, eventually mastering the series of fireballs, though the power of the series was lower than that of a single fireball. "Let me show you the fruits of my labor." Miss Hannah raised her staff, ready to chant a spell, but Li Chen's eyes bulged, jumping in front of her, pointing a big heavenly prison at her nose. "You want to mess with the underworld tree? Stay away from my tree. The tree is just sitting there, quietly, not doing anything. Why should it suffer attacks from you despicable, foul-smelling monkeys? Is it just because the tree is black? Do you discriminate against black? Damn you, you wicked Hakina, how could your thoughts be so malicious? I can't help but ask." Miss Hannah was completely stunned. The iron fist from the 21st century of Blue Star almost knocked her into the ground. Li Chen initially confirmed that the soil around the underworld tree was saltpeter and immediately conducted more detailed tests. He had people light a bonfire to obtain extremely high-temperature redwood charcoal, then threw the saltpeter onto the redwood charcoal to burn. High-quality saltpeter would make a crackling sound when it came into contact with the high-temperature charcoal, indicating a high content of potassium nitrate. The test was very promising. Throwing a handful of saltpeter into the fire pit caused it to crackle continuously, showing that the potassium nitrate content was indeed very high. This also explains why nothing grows around the underworld tree. Nitrates can actually be used as fertilizer, and it's high-quality fertilizer, but the concentration of potassium nitrate in the nitrates is so high that it becomes toxic to plants. That's why nothing grows in this area. The excess fertilizer has burned the land. After the tests, Li Chen looked at the underworld tree with eyes full of affection. Perhaps to others, this tree was a manifestation of death, but to him, the tree was simply a natural industrial treasure bestowed upon him. He even thought about having a few children with the tree. Li Chen had already made plans. Once he dealt with the hero squad, he would spend a massive amount of manpower to build a wall around the underworld tree to protect it. Additionally, he needed to research how to increase the chances of the underworld tree spawning skeleton soldiers. This thing was a monster spawn point, and if used well, he wouldn't have to struggle to grind in the wild anymore. While thinking, Li Chen saw the skeletons on the ground and got an idea. He ordered the goblins throw the skeletons around the underworld tree. From now on, don't throw away the bones you get while hunting, gather them all here. The goblins obeyed the command and picked up the skeleton frames to throw them around the underworld tree.
Although Li Chen didn't fully understand the underworld tree's skeleton spawning mechanism, skeleton soldiers
must have skeletons, right?
he believed that piling a large number of bones around the underworld tree would likely increase the chances of spawning skeleton soldiers.
Once the goblins finished piling up the
skeletons, Li Chen opened the writing and slashing system and scattered all the bone powder he had obtained from monster drops onto the skeleton pile.
After doing all this, Li Chen relocated 200 goblins
to this area to facilitate the mining of nitrates. Additionally, he had the ogre family encircle the underworld tree with large wooden stakes, creating a simple prison so that the skeleton soldiers that spawned would be trapped, waiting for Li Chen to come and farm them. With matters concerning the underworld tree temporarily settled, Li Chen led his team to mine several tons of nitrates and returned to
the goblin tribe.
He immediately began the preparation of black powder, starting with 3 small factories located far from the tribe, mainly for processing and purifying the 3 raw materials.
Then he
constructed a synthesis workshop for the final synthesis of black powder. Because this stuff was too dangerous and could easily explode with a small mistake, the black powder factory was built with the
strongest concrete.
At the same time, the amount of black powder that could be synthesized at each workstation could not exceed 500 grams, and thick concrete walls separated each workstation.
This way, even
if an explosion occurred, it would only kill the operator, reducing the chances of a chain reaction.
The synthesis workers were chosen by Li Chen to be the big goblins.
These guys, who had intelligence no different from normal people, were more reliable than ordinary goblins, but not by much. To improve the yield and to avoid seeing Patrick Star in another world, Li Chen conducted strict training for the workers, making sure they absolutely had to follow the production procedures, otherwise, they would be executed publicly. For this reason, he lived and ate in the powder factory for over a month, watching over the workers like a principal. He trained the workers to develop a sixth sense. Whenever Li Chen appeared behind them, they would sweat profusely, and the procedures were executed 100% according to the rules. After nearly a month of safety production training in the workshop, turning safety production into muscle memory and implanting it in the big goblins' minds, Li Chen finally felt a bit more at ease. The factory began to steadily output black powder, but Li Chen wanted to increase the potency of the black powder by granulating it.
The Transcender Encyclopedia mentioned a method, adding starch. Li Chen had
someone make a stone mill to dehusk the wheat dropped by monsters and grind it into flour, grinding it multiple times until it was as fine as possible. The flour was mixed with water to form a dough, similar to making dumpling skins, and then placed in water to knead the dough, continuously kneading until the water was filled with a milky liquid. The dough was set aside, and the milky liquid was allowed to settle for a day. The water was poured off, and the sediment was starch. The starch was naturally dried, and it could be sifted or ground to remove large particles. Li Chen wanted both. He ground to remove large particles and sifted to obtain fine starch. Starch mixed with water turns into a paste, and while stirring, black powder is added until it becomes a dough. Using a mold, the dough is pressed into cakes to increase density, which are then air-dried, crushed, and sifted to obtain relatively uniform granulated black powder, enhancing its power while also providing some moisture resistance. After half a month of hard work, Li Chen finally secured a stable and large source of gunpowder, completely mastering a weapon of immense destructive power. How to utilize the power of black powder became a new area of research. The first option was definitely a bomb, the simplest and most direct method of destruction. To unleash the destructive power of black powder, it needs to be compacted so that it can explode in a confined space. For example, bundling it into a bomb is one way. However, the monster forest is a tropical rainforest with high humidity, making it easy for the bombs to become damp. If the hero arrives then, the bombs would be rendered useless, which would be quite amusing. Li Chen chose to use explosive barrels. He had Taiyou create a cylindrical iron mold similar to a mineral water bottle structure, which would serve as the main body of the explosive barrel, weighing 3 kilograms and capable of holding 10 kilograms of black powder. Once the explosive barrels were produced, Li Chen ordered the workers to paint a black coating on both the inside and outside of the barrels to eliminate static electricity and enhance safety. The black paint was derived from a type of tree Li Chen found while foraging. The bark was stripped, boiled, and filtered to obtain a substance similar to lacquer. However, the black liquid produced from this tree had a terrible smell, and the painted surface lacked luster. Put simply, it looked unattractive, and no one would genuinely use it for furniture. Fortunately, the appearance of the explosive barrel was not a concern. The black powder was packed tightly. A cotton wick soaked in potassium nitrate was inserted into the opening, and the top was sealed with concrete, followed by another layer of black paint for moisture resistance. A barrel resembling an oversized mineral water bottle was thus completed. Li Chen, accompanied by the system soldiers, ventured deep into the mountains and placed the explosive barrel among a cluster of large trees, igniting the cotton wick. A few minutes later, the wick reached the black powder, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the forest, startling birds within a 3-mile radius. The goblins Li Chen brought along were terrified, screeching in panic, desperate to find a crevice to hide in. If they weren't system soldiers, they would have likely fled by now. Silence.
Li Chen shouted, and the goblins finally quieted down. He approached to inspect the blast site. A strong smell of gunpowder lingered in the air, and there was a half-meter deep pit in the ground. The nearest tree had been blown apart, and trees within a 10-meter radius were affected. If this were used against goblins, the lethal range would be at least 20 meters, but against a hero, that was uncertain. Li Chen thought that to blow up a hero, the explosion would need to be right in their face, with a lethal range likely within 5 meters, mainly because the hero performed too strongly in illusions. If it were too far, they might just end up with a face full of dust. Li Chen sighed in relief. Regardless, he now had the means to confront the hero. However, a new problem arose: how to deliver the explosive barrel within 5 meters of the hero. The first thing that came to Li Chen's mind for throwing the explosive barrel was a ballista. However, it lacked the power. The explosive barrel weighed 13 kilograms, and the ballista couldn't launch it. What about an advanced design catapult? The catapult had enough power, but it was too large. The hero's team would react quickly and would definitely dodge if they saw something flying toward them. Moreover, the catapult was too cumbersome and slow to react, so that wouldn't work. What if they had an ogre throw it? The ogre had immense strength, so throwing it wouldn't be a problem, but like the catapult, it lacked agility. Additionally, the ogre's fingers were too large to ignite the explosive barrel properly. Even if they had a goblin ignite it and then hand it to the ogre to throw, the length of the fuse would be an issue. If it was too long, the hero's team would run away. If it was too short, it would be worse. The clumsy ogre could end up blowing up the barrel in its hands, leading to a direct encounter with a bang. So, could they make it into a landmine? It's one thing to have a plan, but the real question is where the brave adventurers will come from. Without being able to predict the enemy's route, this strategy is useless. After much contemplation and finding no good solutions, Li Chen decided to temporarily abandon the idea and focus on developing other offensive methods for black powder. Speaking of other offensive methods for black powder, the most essential one is the musket. Smoothbore muskets have a low technical difficulty. As long as the production is standardized and the materials are solid, their power is still quite formidable. Coincidentally, the Encyclopedia of Traversers mentioned musket manufacturing, and Li Chen, being someone extremely interested in firearms, could practically recite the production process of smoothbore muskets. Just the thought of commanding a group of musketeers, unleashing unparalleled firepower to crush other forces of this era, made him a bit dreamy. Unable to wait any longer, Li Chen rushed into the steel factory to find Tai Oak and explained what he wanted to create. The two sides discussed for nearly 3 days, drawing numerous blueprints while communicating and refining the manufacturing tools. The tools were quite simple, so there's no need to elaborate. Overall, producing smoothbore muskets was very easy, and with the current production conditions, it could be done. Li Chen had seen pictures of smoothbore muskets before. Their barrels were not round but hexagonal, which is typical for forged barrels. Producing smoothbore muskets is easy, but quality control is the challenge. Handcrafted smoothbore muskets have inconsistent calibers, and the ammunition cannot be standardized. If the bullets are too large, they won't fit, and if they are too small, the gas seal won't work, causing the projectiles to fail to absorb all the kinetic energy, resulting in reduced power. Therefore, Li Chen had to put in a lot of effort into quality control. Fortunately, coming from the future tomato star, he had many tricks up his sleeve for quality control. For instance, determining how much steel is needed to forge a barrel in advance, cutting it just right. Another example is after determining the musket caliber, manufacturing a cylindrical iron pipe, heating the steel until red hot, and wrapping it around this iron pipe. The resulting musket caliber would match that of the iron pipe. Additionally, many traversers use a method where each worker is responsible for manufacturing a single part, improving their proficiency with that specific component and increasing the yield of finished products. The theory was feasible, and the only thing left before scaling up production was finalizing the musket design. While others would need to spend a lot of time experimenting, Li Chen's era had already thoroughly explored muskets, so he could directly copy historical data. He set the musket caliber at 20 millimeters. After all, black powder isn't very powerful, and to increase lethality, the caliber must be larger. The barrel also needed to be long enough to allow the projectile to absorb sufficient kinetic energy, so he fixed it at 1,100 millimeters, adding a stock, making the total length of the musket 1,300 millimeters. With such a long gun plus a bayonet of 20 to 30 centimeters, it was practically a spear. With everything ready, it was time to forge. The sound of hammering echoed through the blacksmith shop, thanks to the ogre providing the power hammer. Shaping the steel was simple. In less than half a day, a smoothbore matchlock gun that looked a bit rough but was made of solid materials was born. In the testing area, Li Chen used a measuring spoon to pour a scoop of gunpowder into the muzzle, compacted it with a ramrod, inserted the projectile, and compacted it again. He poured black powder into the ignition chamber, lit the match cord, secured the gun to a wooden gun rack, and aimed the muzzle at a large tree 50 meters away. The trigger of the musket was connected to a string, and from a safe distance, Li Chen pulled the trigger. The spark from the match cord ignited the ignition chamber, and with a bang, the gun fired, the recoil knocking over the wooden gun rack, and thick white smoke billowed out, leaving a new hole in the distant tree. It worked! Tai Oak
shouted excitedly, running over to pick up the musket for a closer inspection. No barrel explosion, it really has the spell to fire iron balls, this is amazing. Taeok was thrilled. After studying with Li Chen for so many days, he initially didn't believe Li Chen's description of creating a weapon that even mortals could wield with powerful spells. But after the success, he gained a new understanding of the power that steel could unleash. Perhaps the blacksmith's mundane status would be elevated because of this weapon. Taeok was obsessively stroking the hexagonal gun barrel, yet he failed to notice that Li Chen, who had been silent all along, was looking at him with eyes full of murderous intent. Li Chen slowly drew the dagger from his waist. At that moment, thinking of the fleeing butler Mond, he strongly suspected that this crisis involving the hero was instigated by Mond. Those not of my kind must have different hearts. With such an advanced weapon as a firearm, Taeok, who participated in its entire manufacturing process, must have learned how to use it. If this person had treacherous intentions and returned to the human world, then Li Chen's eyes narrowed into a slit. The dagger was about to be fully drawn, and the killing intent bursting from his pupils made him resemble a venomous snake poised to strike. The poor Taeok remained oblivious, still exploring the firearm, continuously expressing his admiration. Rest assured, my lord, with the ogres here and the 150 goblin workers in the factory, producing 50 to 60 guns a day is no problem. He kept his head down, his eyes only on the firearm, as if he couldn't see the world around him. Li Chen's motion to draw the dagger came to a halt. If he wished to rule the world, to build a comprehensive multiracial empire, how could he lack even this little tolerance for others? Today he might kill Taeok for possibly leaking the firearm secrets. Tomorrow would he kill Miss Hannah for developing some special magic array, and the day after would he kill him for the new dark arts researched by the dog witch? It could only be said that strengthening management, providing talents with what they truly desire, and retaining talents is the key to long-term development. The dagger was sheathed, and Li Chen approached with a smile, patting Taeok on the shoulder. Taeok, the upcoming mass production work will be entrusted to you. Remember, quality control is key. Do not cut corners, and ensure that standard projectiles can fit into every gun. Work hard, and life will get sweeter. Yes, my lord. No problem, my lord. Taeok hurriedly assured him, and Li Chen secretly decided to assign a squad of goblins to watch over Taeok. If he tried to escape, he would kill him, and then he left to attend to other matters. Taeok watched Li Chen walk away, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. Just now, he truly thought he was going to die. Li Chen's solidified killing intent pierced like a thorn, making him feel that life and death were merely a thought away from Li Chen. I must be more valuable, Taeok murmured, getting up from the ground, disregarding the fatigue from days of sleepless research, and ran to the steel factory to forge madly. After a night's rest, Li Chen found Taeok again. The firearm had taken shape, but the faithful companion of the firearm, the bayonet, was still uncertain. However, this small bayonet posed a challenge for Taeok. Li Chen wanted to create a bayonet 30 centimeters long that could fit onto the gun barrel. He drew a sketch resembling the socket bayonets popular in the 18th century. Taeok looked at the blueprint, shaking his head like a rattle drum. No, it's too long and too thin. Forcing it to be made would easily break it, and the circular socket at the end of the bayonet is also very difficult to process. He took a sword to show Li Chen. My lord, look, this sword can be made this long because the blade is wide enough, giving it sufficient strength. The bayonet you need is too thin. The sword had a blade length of about 70 centimeters, weighed 2.5 kilograms, and the widest part of the blade was approximately 5 centimeters. At a glance, Li Chen understood the sword could be made long because the blade was thick enough, but the bayonet was just a thin iron rod, making it impossible to achieve such slenderness with current smelting technology. Li Chen sighed and no longer insisted. He recalled a news story he had seen before, where a certain major country could not produce qualified bayonets and had to resort to using the single-function triangular military bayonet. The triangular shape provides stability, and the structure of the triangular bayonet is certainly stronger than that of a flat iron blade bayonet, but it is functionally limited, unable to perform slashing or slicing actions, nor can it serve as a tool knife. It was a choice made out of necessity. Li Chen said helplessly, since a long bayonet can't be made, let's go for a short one. If the socket is hard to process, we can make it thicker. The materials were inadequate, so they improvised the structure, at least allowing the musketeers to have close combat capabilities. Once alchemical technology improved in the future, they could switch to longer and better bayonets. The two began a long discussion, sketching and writing on the blueprints, and eventually, a bayonet with a blade length of about 15 centimeters featuring a thick and clumsy collar at the end was born. The bayonet was forged by iron ore, and after quenching, it was fitted onto the musket. The 1.3-meter musket had a 15-centimeter bayonet attached, making the overall length 1.4 meters, which was not quite adequate for close combat functionality. Li Chen turned the musket over and over, smacking his lips, thinking it was better than nothing, strong enough to solve the issue of having or not having one. Li Chen ordered iron ore to produce them as quickly as possible. The steel mill began to work day and night, with the blast furnace continuously pouring molten iron, while 5 adult ogres hammered the gun barrels like human meat-powered hammers. Duang duang duang. On the first day, due to inexperience and insufficient worker coordination, only 4 muskets were produced and 2 were deemed substandard by Li Chen. On the second day, 8 muskets were completed, with 3 classified as substandard. As their skills improved, Li Chen rewarded the workers with material incentives, a meal of monster meat and wood rat. This greatly boosted the workers' morale, and on the third day, the musket output surged to 15, with only 1 being substandard. For a long time afterward, the workers became increasingly skilled, and the speed of musket production accelerated until it stabilized at around 20 per day. This output was already substantial, but Li Chen felt it was still insufficient. To equip a 1,000-man army would take at least 2 months. He couldn't wait that long. Who knew when the hero squad would arrive? He thought of the Goblin fortress certified by the system, or a blacksmith shop could produce a knife, and a knife would appear in the writing and hacking warehouse, allowing for double production capacity wherever they moved to make guns. Li Chen quickly relocated the blacksmith factory to the Goblin fortress, leaving only 50 Goblin blacksmiths in the tribe to smelt iron. 5 days later, the workers and a large amount of raw materials arrived at the Goblin fortress and began production at lightning speed. When iron ore informed Li Chen that the first musket had been completed, he excitedly opened the management page of the writing and hacking town and indeed saw a musket on the warehouse page. Name: sturdy matchlock smoothbore. Gun weight: 4.5 kilograms. Weapon type: crossbow. Damage: 300 piercing. Ammunition flight speed: 230 meters per second. Effective range: 150 to 250 meters. Evaluation: a matchlock smoothbore gun made with very solid materials. The 1.1 meter long barrel provides considerable accuracy and lethality, commonly used for shooting within 100 meters, with remarkable effectiveness at close range. The bayonet is relatively short, and its close combat stabbing capability is debatable. Li Chen was overjoyed. With double production capacity, he could fill the 1,000 muskets in a month. He considered building a gunpowder factory in the Goblin fortress to also gain a double buff for gunpowder production. However, considering that building a factory required a large workforce and the threat of the hero squad was imminent, Li Chen abandoned this idea. A few days later, as the number of muskets and gunpowder increased, live ammunition training for the troops was put on the agenda. In a bare field, a scarecrow stood, and in front of it lined up a row of Goblin musketeers, all aiming their muskets at the scarecrow. Li Chen raised his sword and waved it forward. "Raise your guns! Fire!" The line of Goblin musketeers fired. In unison, white mist billowing from the gun muzzles, obscuring whether they hit the target scarecrow. Li Chen ordered again, "Fix bayonets." The Goblin musketeers drew their short bayonets from their waists and fitted them onto their muskets. "Charge! Kill!" Li Chen shouted, and the Goblin musketeers yelled as they charged forward, thrusting their bayonets at the scarecrow ahead. New weapons required new training. To unleash the power of the muskets, the troops' discipline and obedience were demanded at a higher level. Especially for volley firing, the training process was fraught with difficulties. The musket goblins, unfamiliar with firearms, often fired their guns inexplicably ahead of time, causing the other goblins in the ranks to do the same. If this happened on the battlefield, premature firing could lead to the loss of the best strike opportunity, and the likely consequence would be defeat. To instill discipline in the musket goblins, Li Chen broke 10 military sticks, yes, 10 sticks for each of the 10 squad leaders, before they finally managed to practice a semblance of coordinated fire. After 3 more rounds of volley fire, Li Chen glanced at the darkening sky and ordered the goblins, "Everyone, return to the camp. Clean your guns. Squad leaders, conduct inspections. Those who don't clean their guns properly will forfeit dinner." Dismissed. The goblins marched back to the barracks in unison, while Gobu walked over to Li Chen. "Boss, I've noticed a problem. A company has 100 people, and when lined up, the farthest soldier is over 200 meters away. The orders from the squad leaders can't be heard by the soldiers at the back. When commands to advance, retreat, or fix bayonets are given, the farthest soldiers are always a beat behind, especially after firing several rounds. The ringing in their ears makes it even harder for them to understand the commands." Li Chen nodded repeatedly, his gaze towards Gobu filled with admiration. Truly, with an intelligence of 15, he was smarter than the other goblins, able to identify and raise issues. "Very good, Gobu, you're doing great. Keep up your observations and your thinking. I've already considered the problem you raised. I had Taio create a military whistle system. I've developed a set of command signals for the whistles. When the time comes, I'll distribute whistles to all the squad leaders and will focus training on the whistle commands." Gobu looked at him with admiration, realizing that his boss thought further ahead than he did. The two began to chat casually about how to train the musket soldiers to maximize their combat effectiveness, and as they talked, Gobu brought up another matter. "Boss, don't you think the training intensity has been too high lately? I feel the soldiers are struggling, they seem restless, and I worry that if this continues, something might go wrong." Li Chen paused for a moment, then shook his head. "A powerful enemy is coming. We must strengthen ourselves in every second we have. If the soldiers are training hard, then we'll increase their rations. Once we get through this wave of hardship, we can ease up on the training intensity.
Not knowing when the hero squad would arrive, Li Chen always felt a sword hanging over his head, and this pressure translated into the grueling training of the musket goblins. The musket goblins needed to train for 12 hours a day. They were either firing their guns or preparing to fire. When the guns got hot, they stood at attention, ran, did push-ups, and when they cooled down, they continued firing. The training volume was so intense that even Rambo would be exhausted. The hero squad was too strong. Cutting down goblins was as easy as slicing vegetables. They were being rigorously trained now, not just to improve their skills but to enhance their chances of survival. Gobu had nothing more to say, considering the military discipline in place. He felt it unlikely that anything serious would happen, so he didn't dwell on it and returned to check the soldiers' gun cleaning results. However, it wasn't long before Li Chen tasted the bitter fruit of his impatience. One day at 6:30 a.m., before dawn, Li Chen stood at the barracks door, blowing a metal whistle. As the whistle sounded, the musket goblins instinctively jumped out of bed, quickly donned their gear, grabbed their well-oiled muskets, and rushed out of the barracks to line up in front of Li Chen. They quickly reported their numbers, and after that, the squad leader would shout that a certain company was ready. There were rewards and punishments for assembly. Those who assembled first would get a larger share of monster meat for breakfast, while the last to arrive would have to run an extra lap during morning exercises. Today, the first company to finish lining up was Gobu's, and he shouted that they were ready. Li Chen nodded at him, and Gobu beamed with pride, knowing he could eat a bit more for breakfast. The musket goblins kept rushing out of the barracks, some fast, some slow, with squad leaders continuously reporting their readiness. At this moment, in the 8th Company's barracks, the squad leader, a third-level goblin warrior, was roaring at the soldiers to get out of bed quickly. He roughly yanked the fur blanket off the sleeping soldier, pulling the groggy soldier from his dreams. "Get up, you lazy bunch. Do you want me to kick your butts with my horned crocodile leather shoes?" The goblins scrambled up in a panic, hastily putting on their clothes, but one bald goblin remained lying in bed, sound asleep. "Get your ass up." The squad leader of the 8th Company rushed over, yanked the blanket off the bald goblin, and slapped him a few times. To his surprise, the bald goblin, suddenly enraged, roared like a heavy sleeper disturbed, and punched the squad leader in the chest. "Get the hell off me. I'm dead tired. I just want to sleep, ah." This roar stunned the other goblins in the 8th Company, their faces filled with pain. Goblins were inherently chaotic beings, yearning for freedom and disorder. Being bound by military law was already unbearable, and with the intense training and accumulated fatigue, they all felt like they wanted to die. The squad leader, struck by a punch, looked incredulous, then immediately furious, charging at the bald goblin and hammering him while cursing. "Do you want to die? Get up and train right now, or face military punishment." Li Chen's military law had developed to be relatively mild, divided into 3 levels. The lowest level involved breaking bones with a baton, the middle level meant execution, and the highest level was a 3-strike execution. Generally speaking, once the threat of military law was issued, no goblin dared to act out, but the bald goblin was truly driven mad by the training, and he actually screamed, "I'd rather die right now than be worn out to death." He charged at the 8th squad leader, attacking him. The 8th squad leader was a level 3 goblin warrior, significantly stronger than the average goblin, and in an instant he had the bald goblin pinned down, hitting him while cursing. "Rebellion. 3 strikes and you're dead. I'm going to request a 3-strike execution from the boss." This statement was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the other goblins to snap. They looked at each other, confirming the despair in each other's eyes, which quickly transformed into hatred and madness. As if they had agreed upon it, they suddenly howled and charged at the 8th squad leader, punching and kicking him. The squad leader hadn't even reacted before he was overwhelmed by dozens of hands and feet, knocked to the ground, unable to speak. The bald goblin struggled to crawl out from the crowd, glancing at them with a twisted, crazed expression. He ran to his bedside, grabbed his own firearm, and, using the technique he had practiced nearly 1,000 times, loaded the gun with powder and shot, igniting the fuse with a match faster than he had ever done in training. He pushed through the frenzied crowd to reveal the 8th squad leader, aimed the gun at his chest, and without a word, pulled the trigger. At this point, everyone understood the tone of this book. It was not a novel focused on goblins raiding various otherworldly beautiful girls, but rather a story about developing a farming and military power in another world. In the later stages, the protagonist would train more armies, face more enemies attacking him, engage in larger-scale battles, and witness more high-tech changes in warfare. But war was not everything. The establishment of a nation by monsters, the social ecology of monsters, and the laws of monsters were the aspects I wanted to focus on. How monsters could build a lawful society, how various races could coexist harmoniously, and the modernization of a monster nation, at least to the level of a World War I country, were things I hoped to write about. Additionally, let's discuss the power system of this world. It is a world of medium magic, where heroes can defeat armies of hundreds, but when the army numbers in the thousands or tens of thousands, even heroes can be worn down to death. The scenario of a single person destroying a nation is impossible. The power system is similar to that of Warcraft, where hero units are strong but can also be exhausted by small soldiers. This book still focuses on the warfare of legions. Finally, let's talk about the achievements of this book. It's not great, with daily earnings around 20 meters, but I personally quite like this genre. So I plan to continue writing. If you want to support me, please leave more comments. I read through them one by one whenever I have time, super humble. Also, a reader asked me to draw a map. I've been thinking about this other world for a while now, and the world map is already in my head. I'll find time to sketch a rough version. Oh, and in the last chapter, the protagonist wanted to kill Tayo using hidden firearms technology. Some said the protagonist lacked magnanimity, but I actually feel that this part shows the protagonist's great magnanimity, allowing Tayo to continue living. It seems to have had a bit of a counterproductive effect. I personally think this part had some depth to the protagonist. What do you all think? Let me know so I can optimize the plot. A gunshot shattered the tranquility of the early morning, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. Although military law prevented the gun-wielding goblins in the formation from whispering to each other, their eyes darted around, eager to find out what had happened. As soon as the gun fired, Li Chen's expression darkened, and a red system prompt appeared in the upper right corner of his view. The gun-wielding goblin had killed a goblin warrior. What the hell? A mutiny. All troops, listen up. Surround Barracks 8. Li Chen immediately ordered, and the gun-wielding goblins quickly dispersed, forming a tight circle around Barracks 8. After a moment of madness, the soldiers of the 8th Company, seeing their captain dead on the ground, snapped back to reality, their minds filled with a single thought: we're doomed. Outside the gate, the barracks were already surrounded, former comrades aiming their firearms at them, and everyone's heart sank to the bottom. The thrill of the earlier explosion was now matched by deep regret. As they were at a loss for what to do, Li Chen's voice came from outside. 8th Company soldiers, listen up. Lay down all weapons. Exit the barracks and assemble in formation. There was a commotion inside the barracks, with soldiers hurling insults and accusations at each other, but no one took the initiative to step outside. Li Chen immediately gave the order. Light the fuses. Raise your guns. Aim. Upon hearing this command, the soldiers of the 8th Company knew that they were about to be shot, and they hurriedly rushed out of the barracks without their firearms, assembling in formation as usual. Li Chen signaled to the Goblin Spear, who led his soldiers to charge in, using their firearms to control the 8th Company soldiers. Li Chen entered the barracks to inspect, and at a glance he saw a corpse on the ground, with a fist-sized hole in its chest, an effect only achievable by shooting with a firearm. Li Chen squatted down and squeezed the corpse's bones. They were soft and broken in multiple places, indicating that the victim had been beaten before being shot. This was a sudden mutiny, a consequence of the military's ideological training lagging far behind its drills. Li Chen's expression darkened as he walked out of the barracks and stood before the formation, staring at the 8th Company soldiers. Their hearts raced. Here it comes, the death stare from the boss. We're doomed. Li Chen wanted to directly order the execution of the 8th Company soldiers. Regardless of the reason, killing an officer meant only death awaited them. But suddenly, he remembered the pile of 13-kilogram explosive barrels stored in the warehouse. He hadn't figured out how to deliver them within 5 meters of the hero yet, but it seemed he had found a solution: goblin bombs. Goblin soldiers are fast, agile, and can seek out enemies on their own. If several charge together, surely some would reach close enough to the hero's team to explode, right? As for the fear of death, there was no need to worry. He could recruit them as system soldiers and use the battlefield command system to force them to charge. Li Chen's murderous intent slightly receded. Since there was a use for them, they couldn't all be executed. However, since they dared to kill an officer, they still needed to be punished, otherwise, it would be disastrous if other companies followed suit. He shouted loudly, 8th Company, all squad leaders and deputy leaders, step forward. The 10 squad leaders and 10 deputy squad leaders of the 8th Company all stepped forward and lined up in front of the formation. Li Chen then gave the order. 8th Company, 1, 2, 3, report. As soon as the goblins of the 8th Company heard they had to report, they trembled in fear. What did this mean? A 1 in 3 execution. The thing they feared the most had come. The counting of 1, 2, 3 slowly began, filled with dread, as all the goblins prayed that their number wouldn't be called. After the counting was complete, Li Chen shouted, those who called out 2, step forward. With a whoosh, 1/3 of the goblins collapsed to the ground. They were the ones who had called out 2, and they knew their fate was sealed. They had become the targets of the 1 in 3 execution. Li Chen waved his hand, and the musket-wielding goblins from other companies rushed forward to drag out those who had called out 2. Li Chen had all the officers of the 8th Company and the execution targets escorted to the shooting range, where they were tied to the scarecrows used for target practice. Li Chen pointed his sword at the bound individuals. Soldiers, these people are traitors. These despicable beings have killed their commander, and that is wrong. Incorrect. Unacceptable. It is time for them to pay the price. 1st Company, form firing line. The soldiers of the 1st Company, also known as the Goblin Spear Unit, quickly ran to form a line. Raise your guns. 100 soldiers raised their muskets, aiming at the warriors of the 8th Company. Fire. Bang 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out. White mist
enveloping the area as 100 rounds of 20 mm projectiles shot into the bodies of the 40 execution targets within 20 meters, blowing them apart into a bloody mess, leaving them no chance to scream in pain, instantly killing them. The soldiers of the first company were in shock. They had trained for so long but had never shot living beings with muskets. Now, seeing the incredible destructive power of these weapons, they were astounded. After the first company finished shooting, the second, third, and fourth companies followed suit, continuing the execution. Li Chen wanted every soldier to participate in the punishment of the traitorous soldiers, making them understand the consequences of betrayal. Once the execution was over, nearly 1,000 rounds of large-caliber projectiles had left the shooting range pockmarked, and there was no need to collect the bodies. They were all shattered, and the remains could be used as fertilizer. The soldiers rebuilt the shooting targets, preparing for today's training, while Li Chen watched the busy soldiers, lost in thought. This betrayal served as a wake-up call for him. An army without a soul truly cannot stand. There's an old saying that goblins are emotionally detached creatures. They lack a sense of honor, a spirit of contribution, and even foresight. Li Chen had informed the army about the threat from the hero squad, but even knowing such a threat existed, the soldiers still rebelled, due to the difficulties in training. An army without a soul and a sense of honor cannot go far. Even with the terror of military law to restrain them, the soldiers cannot unleash their initiative, and the army's potential will remain limited. Honor. How to cultivate a sense of honor in emotionally detached goblins. This was too difficult. Li Chen felt like he was going to crack. It seemed that the predecessors who had crossed over didn't have any guiding principles. There were few who had crossed over as goblins, and those who did were usually invincible and went off to conquer beautiful girls from various races, never discussing how to cultivate a goblin army. Li Chen scratched his head in frustration, and as he thought, he considered a compromise. Since it was temporarily impossible to cultivate a sense of honor in the goblins, why not first cultivate their sense of humiliation? There's a saying, knowing shame leads to courage. Perhaps for the goblins, this approach would yield surprising results? Li Chen immediately gathered the troops, found a deputy coffin, and had the commander of the 8th Company collected. He instructed the soldiers of the 8th Company to carry the commander they had killed up to Martyr Mountain, the mountain specifically for burying fallen goblins. He had the goblins from other companies stand in line, watching as the soldiers of the 8th Company dug a grave with their bare hands to bury the commander they had killed. Once they finished the burial, they were required by Li Chen to kneel before the grave and repent. He took the banner of the 8th Company, waved it high in the air, drawing everyone's attention to it. The company flag was very simple, even rough, a rectangular piece made of burlap with the numbers 1, 2, and 3 painted in black, representing the various company numbers. Li Chen shouted, "This is a shameful betrayal. The soldiers of the 8th Company cruelly killed their company commander. They have thrown honor aside. Since the soldiers of the 8th Company have abandoned their commander, the 8th Company has no reason to exist. I hereby announce the disbandment of the 8th Company. From now on, there will be no 8th Company, and the soldiers of the 8th Company are to be deemed traitors." With that, he picked up a torch and burned the 8th Company flag to ashes. The goblins watched in silence as the military flag was consumed by flames. Li Chen scanned their faces and noticed some goblins looking serious, their brows deeply furrowed, lost in thought, which brought him a sense of joy. Even if just 1% of them were moved by the disbandment, that would be excellent. Ideas are contagious. As long as they are guided properly, other soldiers will also feel fear and shame regarding the disbandment. Once this sense of shame is firmly established in the army, a sense of honor will not be far behind. With a sense of honor, the army will gradually develop a military spirit. Training continued, maintaining a very high intensity, unaffected by the recent betrayal. Li Chen would never allow the situation of the goblins to improve due to a grassroots rebellion. Any signs of insubordination must be violently suppressed. If the goblins become accustomed to expressing their demands to superiors through violence, it would lead to catastrophic consequences in the future. However, the problem was evident, and Li Chen still needed to make changes. The training intensity could not be lowered, so improvements had to be made elsewhere. First, Li Chen appointed a vice company commander under the position of company commander, also assigning a systems soldier to take on the role. The vice company commander, besides assisting the company commander in commanding the troops during wartime, also had the task of listening to the soldiers' demands during peacetime. This mutiny made Li Chen realize that goblins also had a desire to express themselves, but the military management system he designed was very crude. The only language from superiors to subordinates was military orders and the military baton, leaving no channel for subordinates to communicate with superiors. He needed to establish a channel for subordinates to express their voices to superiors. Li Chen gathered the vice company commanders together and conducted 3 days of lessons, spreading some talking points. These included concepts of military honor, military shame, and the theory of brave threats. The vice company commanders themselves did not fully understand the significance of these talking points, but that was not important. Li Chen wanted them to mechanically recite these ideas to the soldiers, imprinting them in the goblins' minds like a thought brand.
It didn't matter if the soldiers didn't understand. What was important was that they knew such concepts existed. He also wanted the vice company commanders to actively listen to the soldiers' demands. It was a bit challenging for Goblin officers to engage in heart-to-heart talks with Goblin soldiers. These guys only had thoughts of sha-sha and chow-chow, and asking them to care about their kin was simply absurd. But it didn't matter. Li Chen directly provided behavioral guidance to the company commanders. If a soldier approached the vice company commander for a heart-to-heart talk, the vice company commander was to empty his mind, put on a listening facade, and once the soldier finished speaking, pat him on the shoulder, take him out for a good meal, and let it go. There was no way to provide more detailed guidance. The public's awareness was still undeveloped, so a rough framework had to be established first. Whether it had any effect was irrelevant. What Li Chen needed to do was to build up brick by brick. Cultivating the Goblin's sense of shame was one brick, cultivating their sense of honor was another, and continuously laying these bricks would eventually lead to the construction of a nation. With improvements in personnel matters, Li Chen also increased the material rewards for the soldiers. He developed a thick soup made from the blood and entrails of magical creatures, stewed with vegetables. This thing is to goblins what braised pork with vermicelli is to humans. Li Chen began incorporating this goblin specialty dish into their dinners to boost the training enthusiasm of the goblins. He also found a few humans skilled in brewing, having them make alcohol from wheat and potatoes, which was then provided for free on the soldiers' rest days to alleviate the mental fatigue of the musket goblins. These measures greatly stabilized the morale of the musket goblins. If they were all Li Chen's system soldiers, he could see their morale rise from a yellow state of around 40 to a stable green state of 70. With internal issues resolved, training continued to be prioritized. Day after day, the musket goblins trained, their use and coordination of the muskets becoming increasingly proficient. Sometimes, under the command of the military whistle, the musket goblins would fire a neat row of muskets, and Li Chen would have a vision, seeing elite lobster soldiers before him. The disgraced soldiers of the 8th Company were not idle either. These men, who were supposed to be executed, were assigned special training by Li Chen. Running, sprinting, over and over again, firing muskets, physical training, and standing at attention were all cancelled. Instead, the disgraced soldiers tied iron barrels to their chests every day and just ran. To protect their knees, they only trained for 2 hours a day, with the rest of the time dedicated to rest and relaxation. Li Chen even arranged for someone to massage the lower leg muscles of these disgraced soldiers, helping them quickly release lactic acid to ensure they could continue training the next day. The disgraced soldiers were thrilled. Going from 12 hours of training a day to just 2 hours, was this heaven? They laughed all day, running past the training ground, seeing the musket goblins standing dumbly at attention, their faces full of pride, thinking those guys must be envious of them. However, the disgraced soldiers had no idea what the iron cans they wore on their chests were for, nor did they notice the musket goblins looking at them with the eyes of the dead. Days passed, and Li Chen led the troops on several long-distance runs from Goblin Fortress all the way to the Goblin tribe, and then back again. This trained the officers in coordinating troop movements and also allowed them to eliminate the newly spawned skeleton soldiers by the tree of the underworld, upgrading the goblins to big goblins. Now, all 900 goblins in his 9 companies had become big goblins, forming a considerable armed force. This made Li Chen feel both proud and worried. After months of high-intensity training, the goblins had come to realize the status of the musket as an equalizer, and Li Chen feared that one day these little rascals might suddenly say, "I think I can take down the boss with one shot," and then turn their guns on him. This scared Li Chen so much that he sought out Iron Orc to make a set of bulletproof armor and helmet overnight. Iron Orc said the muskets were too powerful, and to withstand bullets, the armor thickness would need to be increased, but doing so would make the armor very heavy. Li Chen understood this. The materials he designed for the muskets were very solid, capable of penetrating the plate armor of humans in this era with a single shot. Fortunately, quality could be compensated for with quantity. Li Chen felt that with his current physique, wearing armor weighing 40 to 50 kilograms was no problem at all, while a full set of armor would weigh around 25 kilograms, with a thickness of 1 to 2 millimeters. So, with 50 kilograms of material, if he only protected his chest and head, a helmet and chest-back armor set could be made with a thickness of about 10 millimeters. This should be sufficient to defend against musket fire, right? Iron Orc first made a 10mm thick iron plate and then conducted test shots with the musket, ultimately concluding that it could withstand musket projectiles from 70 meters away, barely meeting Li Chen's requirements. Li Chen had Iron Orc measure his body and hurried the crafting of the plate armor and helmet. In addition to increasing his own defense, he also wanted to design a weapon for the officers, allowing them to kill any traitorous soldiers at any time. The incident with the 8th Company leader was a knot in Li Chen's heart. If the goblins ever decided to rebel and suddenly turned their guns on him, hundreds of muskets firing together would be something even a deity couldn't withstand. Li Chen contemplated a hand cannon with a length of 60 centimeters and a caliber of 40 millimeters, designed to fire a large number of small steel balls. When soldiers were lined up, this device could easily knock down 4 or 5 soldiers at once. With both the company commander and deputy commander firing together, they could instantly Kill 10 soldiers with intentions of rebellion, definitely able to intimidate the remaining troops. This hand cannon would also significantly enhance the close-range output capability of the troops. Li Chen shared his ideas with Taio, instructing him to develop and produce a short-barreled hand cannon. After arranging for the production of the new weapon, night fell. Li Chen had only been sleeping once every 3 days, and with nothing to do in the dark of night, he picked up a hammer to forge iron. Over the past few days, he had visited the blacksmith shop multiple times, crafting many of the firearms tools himself, which had raised his forging proficiency to 52, unlocking the second option in forging skills. The 2 skills were 1. Steel processing, 2. Attribute bestowal. The first skill allowed him to forge steel, making it easier for him to acquire steel, but the blacksmith shop could already mass-produce it, so it was hardly in short supply. The second skill was impressive, allowing him to add attributes to forged items, equivalent to enchanting. Without hesitation, Li Chen chose option 2. He couldn't wait to test the effects and immediately began forging. He wanted to create a great sword for himself. He had previously given his sword to Knight Leo, and with his enhanced physical condition, he could wield a heavier sword. He aimed to forge a two-handed great sword weighing between 10 to 12 kilograms. He placed the heated material on the anvil and tossed a potato to Dang Dang. Dang Dang treated the potato like a sunflower seed and swung the large hammer. With the humanoid forging hammer, the steel blank quickly took shape. Li Chen performed quenching and sharpening, and a sword measuring 1.6 meters in length and quite thick appeared in his hands. Name: exaggerated weight, two-handed sword weight, 11.5 kilograms. Swing speed, 75 swing damage, 130 stab speed, 71 stab damage, 63 length, 1.6 m attributes, sharpness plus 10 description. If this is a sword, it's rather too large. Upon seeing the special attributes, Li Chen immediately ran outside, found a beam that one person could embrace, took a horse stance, and swung the sword fiercely, directly cutting the beam in half. This time, the force he used to sever the beam was much less than before. With this divine weapon, the gap in strength between him and the hero had narrowed a notch. Li Chen twirled the sword joyfully, like a child who had just received a toy. Regarding bestowing attributes on forged items, he had even more profound uses in mind. If he were to create a lathe in the future and wanted to make a lathe cutter head, the strength of ordinary steel would not meet the requirements. However, if the lathe cutter head he forged himself had attribute enhancements, would it qualify? Excitement surged. The writing and slashing cheat had great potential. Perhaps his faction could soon enter the Steam Age? But that was a matter to discuss after resolving the hero crisis. He prepared the steel blank to start forging other weapons before the morning whistle for military training. He had plenty of time, and anyway, he wouldn't feel tired even if he stayed awake for 3 days and nights. Li Chen heated a piece of steel, placed it on the iron mat, and once again took out a potato to throw to Dang Dang. Once Dang Dang was charged up, each 100 swings of the hammer consumed only 1 potato. The sound of clanging echoed through the blacksmith shop, and after a while, Li Chen completed the weapon he desired. It was a special gun barrel 2 meters long, with thickened walls, and the single barrel weighed a whopping 20 kilograms. Li Chen wanted to see if he could pile on materials, sacrificing mobility to create a smoothbore sniper rifle version. The chamber of this gun barrel was very large, capable of holding 3 times the amount of propellant of a conventional firearm, and to prevent bursting, the chamber was extremely thick. After finishing the gun barrel, he didn't need to personally produce the other parts, he could directly take them from other workers for modification and assembly. Before long, Li Chen assembled various parts together, resulting in a super long firearm measuring 2.3 meters, and it even had enhanced attributes. Name: heavy flintlock gun with reinforced barrel weight, 24 kilograms. Weapon type: crossbow. Damage: 725 piercing. Ammunition flight speed: 570 meters per second. Effective range: 300-600 meters. Attributes: precision plus 10 evaluation. This is a cannon, this is a cannon, this is a cannon. Woohoo, precision plus 10. Li Chen was thrilled to see the accuracy attribute appear, his heart racing wildly. He had intended to create a sniper rifle with such a long barrel, but to his surprise, it also had an accuracy attribute. This was simply explosive luck. At that moment, it was time for the morning military training, and Li Chen ran to the barracks door with the gun, blowing his whistle. All the soldiers rushed out of the barracks and lined up. Li Chen loudly ordered, "All company leaders, lead your troops in orderly training. Go Bu Bao, step forward and come with me." Go Bu Bao eagerly left the ranks, following behind Li Chen, his small eyes fixed on the large gun on Li Chen's shoulder, his face flushed with excitement as if he had found his true love. Upon reaching the shooting range, Li Chen handed the large gun to Go Bu Bao, pointing at a scarecrow target 300 meters away. "Can you see that target? Take a shot and see if you can hit it." Go Bu Bao rubbed his hands together in excitement, took the gun, and lay down to aim at the distance. The gun was too long and heavy, so it had a bipod at the front, allowing Go Bu Bao to aim more easily while lying down. After aiming for a while, the scarecrow target looked about the size of a grain of rice from 300 meters away, but he was a level 5 goblin sniper with a crossbow proficiency of 350, so seeing it clearly at 300 meters was no problem. He fired.
The flint struck the powder chamber, the gunshot rang out, white smoke billowed, and Gobu Bao let out a scream, clutching his shoulder in agony. Li Chen rushed over to help Gobu Bao up, who exclaimed, "It hurts. It hurts too much. If I fire a few more shots, my bones will break." Li Chen realized this wouldn't work. The recoil was too strong for Gobu Bao to train effectively. Later, you go find Tai Oak to make a piece of iron shoulder armor and attach it to the stock. That way, the recoil can be dispersed a bit. Gobu Bao understood, and Li Chen looked at the target. With his eyesight, he could still see it clearly with focus. The writing and hacking system enhanced firepower overall. The scarecrow's right arm disappeared. "Ouch! You hit it with the first shot, you're good." Li Chen patted Gobu Bao on the shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. "No, boss, I was aiming for the scarecrow's chest. This gun's trajectory is off to the left." Li Chen's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked directly into Gobu Bao's eyes. "Gobu Bao, you are now one of the smartest goblins. I hope you understand that if we cannot overcome the hero crisis, we will all die and we will lose everything we have now." He pointed at Gobu Fortress, then at the military camp, the land, and the water wheel by the river. Gobu Bao's expression became solemn. "Boss, why do heroes want to exterminate us?" Gobu Bao raised a question. Although he had heard Li Chen's speech to the deputy company commander about how heroes would burn their houses, destroy their crops, and kill them all, those propaganda speeches didn't explain why heroes would do such things. Li Chen turned his back, looking towards the west. "Gobu Bao, there are many races in this world, but resources are limited. Each race must occupy more resources to survive, and killing the other side to prevent them from occupying resources is the most effective means." Gobu Bao pondered this. "Boss, just like our war with the dragon teeth, it's essentially a struggle for resources." Li Chen nodded. The monster forest could only have one ruler, which indeed could be considered a resource struggle. "Gobu Bao, our development has frightened the heroes. They believe that in the future, we will compete for many resources and become enemies of humanity. For the sake of humanity's interests, heroes will kill us without hesitation." He wouldn't care whether we were truly a threat, wouldn't care if it was adult goblins or goblin pups that were being killed, wouldn't care if we suffered in death. He would swing his sword casually, chopping you into pieces, and then, amidst the compliments of human females, he would laugh heartily with pride. I define this behavior as anti-intelligent bioticism, and the hero is an anti-intelligent biotic molecule, along with his companions, forming an anti-intelligent biotic group. Gobu Gong grew increasingly furious as Li Chen spoke, finally letting out a sharp gasp, his eyes bloodshot. "Hero! Damn it! Kill him!" Li Chen's voice came softly. "But the hero is very strong. And his companions are strong too, terrifyingly so," Gobu Gong shouted in anger. "We have firearms. We have 9 companies. We also have ogres." Li Chen shook his head. "The hero is very strong. Very, very strong. Even I, with the entire tribe, have no confidence in defeating him." Gobu Gong was confused. In his eyes, the boss was the most powerful being, incredibly smart, absolutely invincible, but how strong could a hero be if even the boss had no confidence in defeating him? Seeing that he had subdued Gobu Gong enough, Li Chen patted his shoulder and looked him in the eyes. "Gobu Gong, defeating the hero is not impossible, but I need you to cooperate 100%. Gobu Gong was first bewildered, then his face filled with determination. "Boss, what do you want me to do?" Li Chen lifted the long firearm from the ground and slapped it against Gobu Gong's chest. "Gobu Gong, I need you to quickly master long-range shooting. When the hero's team arrives, I will send someone to fight him, and what you need to do is stay away from the battlefield, find a suitable location, at the right moment, shoot a man with short brown hair. He is the hero. Remember, the hero is extremely, extremely strong. Until you are 100% sure, you must not fire a shot, even if all 9 companies perish. Even if I am killed by the hero, you must wait. Before you are sure you can shoot, do not light the fuse. Do not aim the gun at the hero, do not look directly at him, clear your mind, and it's best not to have any thoughts of killing him. He is very alert, and he might react the moment you think of killing him." Li Chen had seen many works from other worlds in his past life, and generally, heroes like this have a strong sixth sense. Just glancing at them could be noticed, let alone aiming a gun at them. He said all this to Gobu Gong to emphasize the importance of the situation, and now seeing his serious expression, Li Chen knew he had succeeded. In the kingdom of Sassos, there was a town called Boya, bordering the monster forest. It was a large town with a population of 150,000, boasting 10,000 professional soldiers, and was the easternmost stronghold of Sassos. Due to the abundant wild goods produced in the monster forest, the bodies of magical beasts were precious magical materials, and the adventurers' guild in Sassos was very developed. At this moment, the hero Leon and his companions entered the adventurers' guild, causing waves of gasps along the way. The adventurers looked at Leon with admiration, continuously calling him "Your Highness Leon." The hero Leon smiled warmly and politely nodded to everyone. He walked straight to the reception window of the Adventurers Guild and placed 2 gold coins in front of the receptionist. "Beautiful lady, I need a map of the monster forest. May I ask if there are any in stock?" "Ah, Your Highness Leon, the receptionist exclaimed, not expecting to see the hero renowned across 4 nations at the border, momentarily lost in admiration. The hero Leon merely smiled, but the great thunder sorceress beside him was not pleased.
Hey, Lord Leon is mine. You have no chance now. She clung to the hero Leon's arm, using the East African rift to perform a mechanical, repetitive friction motion. I'm sorry.
The receptionist then realized her rudeness and hurriedly apologized. Leon the Brave smiled gently and patted the shoulder of the great mage Thunder.
All right, Julie, don't be rude now.
He made an apologetic expression towards the receptionist.
Miss, the map. Oh, sure, please wait a moment.
The receptionist stood up and went to the back room, and soon returned with a parchment map, laying it out in front of Leon the Brave.
Leon glanced at it and asked, Miss, do you know the exile location of the Kosovo family? Which route did they take? The receptionist
didn't understand why the hero was asking this, but still traced a circle on the map with her finger. The exile location of the Kosovo family is here, in a desolate area where adventurers usually don't hunt.
Too deep into the monster forest, it's very dangerous, and there are no roads. The route the Kosovo family took to the exile location should be.
Her finger followed the river marked as the Holy River. They should have gone east along the Holy River. During the dry season, parts of the riverbank will be exposed, making the path much easier.
Leon the Brave pondered over the map for a moment, folded it
up, thanked the receptionist, and exited the Adventurers Guild with his companions. The 4 quickly left the city, found the Holy River, and ran along it into the monster forest. The hero team moved
eastward at a speed several times faster than the most skilled goblin hunting team.
Young Master Lance's group lost half their members on the way to the exile location, but the hero team was laughing and
joking, as relaxed as if on a picnic.
At night, the hero team set up camp by the great river. The shield-wielding man carried a huge bundle on his back, and when he opened it, tents and cooking utensils were all revealed. The elf began to set up the tent, while the shield-wielding man gathered firewood and called out to Thunder, the chicken-cooking mage.
Hey Julie, give me a hand. Julie leaned her head on the
hero's shoulder, not turning back, and raised her hand to cast a fireball spell, igniting the pile of wood. The shield-wielding man whistled as he started cooking.
The hero and the female mage looked at
the great river. At that moment, the full moon hung high, and the vast river surface reflected the moon's image, creating a stunning scene.
Prince Leon. Julie began to feel feverish, snuggling up to the hero. Let's get married, Prince Leon, and have 100 babies. Julie gazed at the hero's handsome face, saliva almost dripping. Leon the Brave smiled gently. Sorry, Julie, my heart only belongs to the goddess.
Julie gritted her teeth.
It's tough, but Prince Leon is so handsome, even if my rival is the goddess, I won't give up.
Leon the Brave chuckled. Compared to becoming lovers, they were already
the most important partners, and that was enough.
Suddenly, the hero spotted a massive creature on the river's surface in the distance and exclaimed,
Look, it's the Lord of the Holy River. Everyone who was busy turned to look at the river and gasped in amazement.
It was a colossal creature whose body was over 100 meters long just above the water. If it weren't for Leon the Brave's extraordinary
strength, one might think it was an island. It looks like a big loach.
The elf named Wendini came to the riverbank, arms crossed, speaking with an arrogant tone.
Leon the Brave quickly made a shushing gesture. Wendini, you mustn't be rude.
The Lord of the Holy River is a legendary creature. Many people who rely on the river pray to it, and seeing it brings good luck.
The elf named Wendini huffed again, but didn't say anything more.
The group watched the giant fish for a while, and the shield-wielding man reminded, All right everyone, it's time to eat. They gathered around the pot to eat, and Leon took a sip of soup, instantly feeling healed. Maxie, your soup tastes good no matter how many times I drink it. The shield-wielding man named Maxie smiled warmly and served everyone a bowl of soup.
For the next
few days, the hero team traveled during the day and rested at night, completing in just 10 days the journey that young Master Lance's group had taken over a month to finish. The hero team discovered many things along the way: human corpses, abandoned tools, and horse carcasses. They would occasionally stop to collect the bodies of the deceased. Leon, the hero, wore a serious expression as he stood before a grave mound that held the remains of 5 people who had died on the road of exile. The elf Wendini stepped forward and placed a flower at the grave, her face showing no sadness or joy.
Don't worry about
them, at least they didn't suffer much before they died. You should pray for those captured by the goblins. They are the ones truly living in hell.
Disturbing images flooded Leon's mind, and he clenched his fists tightly. I will drive out all the filth. No matter what those enslaved by goblins have become, I will bring them home.
Wendini thought to herself that they were traitors, and there was no way to bring them home, but she kept her thoughts to herself. The team continued onward, and around noon, they arrived at a special forest area, discovering many signs of upright creatures' activities. After careful examination, Wendini confirmed that the traces belonged to goblins, as well as dog-headed men.
Dog-headed men? Leon asked, puzzled. Wendini nodded. It's definitely the dog-headed men. They seem to be acting alongside the goblins. Judging by the traces, they must be hunting together. Leon's expression darkened. Goblins were an extremely xenophobic group, and the only two scenarios for a dog-headed man to join a goblin tribe were to be eaten or to give birth to goblin offspring. The traces before them indicated that the goblins were utilizing the dog-headed men's keen sense of smell for hunting, and this organic combination of monsters released a very dangerous signal. After advancing a little further, they made another discovery. A white concrete monument was embedded in the ground, with the exposed part inscribed in a common human language. Warning: you are entering the territory of the Alliance of Intelligent Beings. Armed individuals carrying armor, swords, bows, crossbows, or staves are prohibited from entering, otherwise, it will be considered provocation, and the Alliance of Intelligent Beings will hold your affiliated forces accountable. Above this text was a circular emblem with 4 stars inside. This was the prototype of the national flag designed by Li Chan, with the 4 stars representing goblins, ogres, dog-headed men, and humans, all recognized members of the Alliance of Intelligent Beings. The Alliance of Intelligent Beings was Li Chan's banner to the outside world, and it was a large umbrella that could encompass anything. In the future, if any intelligent race was recognized by Li Chan to join, they would simply add a star to the circle. This is a declaration of statehood for monsters? Julie studied the monument closely and then burst into laughter. Interesting. Ha ha ha. She jumped behind the monument, then jumped out, then back in again, and out once more. Hey, I jumped in again, and now I'm out. Come on, hit me, you fool. Look, I have the prohibited staff. Behind me is the Mage Guild. How will you goblins hold the Mage Guild accountable? She was hopping around when suddenly a crossbow bolt shot out from the forest towards her. Watch out! The big shield warrior rushed in front of Julie, and the bolt struck his chest plate, leaving no mark at all. The 4 immediately entered combat mode, drawing their weapons. The big shield warrior raised his shield while the others hid behind him. They looked towards the source of the attack and saw over 30 bow-wielding goblins, with a dog-headed man glaring fiercely at them. The leading goblin shouted, "This is the territory of the Alliance of Intelligent Beings. That big female. You have entered our territory carrying a prohibited staff, which is a crime. Surrender immediately, blah blah blah." The goblins spoke in their language, which the hero team could not understand, mainly because they hadn't expected the goblins to communicate with them and hadn't activated the translation magic in advance. By the time they were curious about what the goblin was saying and activated the translation magic, the goblin had already finished speaking. "Damn it! How dare you ambush me, Zinniai!" Julie had a very fiery temper. Upon seeing the goblins, she couldn't be bothered to chatter. She simply raised her staff and cast a fireball. Her fireball was far more powerful than Miss Hannah's. One fireball landed in the midst of the goblin hunting party, exploding with the force of a 75mm mountain cannon shell, sending goblin flesh and blood flying as they screamed in agony. But that wasn't all. Following the first fireball were 3 more, a series of explosions and flames erupting among the goblin hunting party, directly reducing their numbers by more than half. The surviving goblins were terrified, dropping their bows and crossbows and fleeing. "Wow! Chase them down, kill, kill, kill!" Julie shouted excitedly, charging after them, and the others followed suit. Leon glanced back at the stone tablet and then joined the chase. The goblins stood no chance against the hero team. Even in the forest, they were relentlessly hunted down, with fireballs and arrows flying everywhere, and the goblin hunting party was soon reduced to single digits. The last goblin, just before dying, pulled a ceramic cylinder from his pocket, lit the fuse at the end, and pointed the head towards the sky. Whoosh! Bang! A small firework shot up into the sky and exploded, while Leon swiftly severed the last goblin's head with his sword. Leon looked up, seeing the white smoke left by the fireworks in the sky. He didn't know what it was or what it was for. Was it magic or something else? There was no magical fluctuation, either. Just as he was about to ask Julie, the sound of fireworks exploding echoed again from the distant sky. 1, 2, 3, continuously. Leon stared at the distant fireworks, murmuring, "They know we're coming." In front of Goblin Fortress, the musket-wielding goblins in training all looked up in unison at the fireworks in the distant forest. Li Chen's expression hardened as he roared at the soldiers. "Enemy attack! Get into combat positions as trained. Commanders, keep your troops in check. Anyone who dares to leave their position will be executed on the spot." He put the whistle in his mouth and began to blow sharply. The goblin musketeers snapped out of their training state, quickly grabbing their weapons and running to form ranks in front of Goblin Fortress. The goblin musketeers moved with incredible speed, lining up 50 in a row, filling the area in front of the fortress. Their ranks were as straight as if measured with a ruler. They had practiced this countless times, with not a single extraneous movement. The new cardboard cartridges filled with gunpowder were taken out from wooden boxes coated with moisture-proof paint by the squad leaders. This type of ammunition, which combined gunpowder and projectiles, was very convenient for loading. Soldiers only needed to bite open the powder bag and stuff the black powder, paper, and projectiles into their guns. The only downside was that Li Chen's paper mill couldn't produce oil paper, so the cardboard cartridges were not moisture-proof. The bullets issued to the soldiers had to be fired within 2 days, or the chances of ignition would significantly decrease? The Goblin Musketeers were busily preparing, and the hero team had also arrived. A dozen Goblin hunting team members rushed out of the forest in a panic, running towards the fortress like madmen. They hadn't gone far when a dozen arrows shot out, accurately striking them in the back of the head, followed by several fireballs that turned their bodies into mush. The 4 members of the hero team burst out of the forest, momentarily stunned by the vast farmland before them. They had expected to see a settlement devastated by goblins, but what lay ahead were neatly divided plots of farmland, flourishing green crops, more orderly than some lord's estates. Look over there. When Dini pointed at the goblins below the fortress, who were lined up in neat rows, their eyes fixed intently on the group. The others felt a shock again. With so many goblins gathered together, how strong must their leader be? It had been nearly 100 years since such a large goblin tribe had appeared. Maxi raised his shield and stepped to the front. I've never seen the weapons in their hands. Everyone, get behind the shield. What should we do next, Prince Leon? Should we charge in and eliminate them directly? Oh, my fireball spell is itching to be unleashed. Julie waved her staff, ready to make a big impact. With these goblins lined up, her fireball could take out a dozen of them in one shot. Leon also wanted his companions to muster their courage and rush in to defeat the enemy, but the goblins were already making a move. Li Chen sent out a recruited Sinner soldier, who was unarmed, holding only a round flag of the Alliance of Intelligent Beings as he approached the hero. As he got closer, Wendini raised her bow to shoot, but the hero held her back. Let's hear what he has to say. The 4 present could all cast spells, though their focuses differed. They activated their translation magic, eager to hear what this suspected messenger goblin had to say. The Sinner soldier stopped about 30 meters in front of the hero, recalled Li Chen's words, and shouted loudly, armed individuals ahead, listen. You have entered the territory of the Alliance of Intelligent Beings and have cruelly killed our citizens. I now issue you a final ultimatum. Lay down your weapons and accept punishment, or we will take military action. The expressions of the 4 were quite strange, TMD, after traveling across the continent. For so long, having eradicated at least 800 goblin nests, this was the first time they had received a final ultimatum from a goblin. They couldn't help but laugh, but Leon the hero did not laugh. His mindset shifted slightly. Why did it feel like a simple goblin extermination mission had turned into a guilt trip for invading another country? Julie, with the shortest temper, laughed heartily, and then raised her staff to unleash an instant fireball spell, blowing the goblin messenger into a pile of flesh. This is too amusing. These goblins are so entertaining. A bunch of goblins playing the game of Kingdom Lords, and they can even arrange their troops. I can't wait to catch their king. Ha 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 ha. After laughing, she charged into the farmland, rushing towards Goblin Fortress. She needed to get close enough to unleash her fireball with maximum power. The others followed her lead, not wanting to let their companion go alone. But Julie ran too fast, and with little weight on her, the heavily armored Maxi couldn't catch up to provide cover. On the wall, Li Chen saw the enemy launching an attack, and they were running exceptionally fast, with the foremost being a mage, a threat second only to the hero. He was overjoyed. He ordered the goblin spearman beside him, prepare to fire. The goblin spearman whistled in rhythm. The soldiers in the trench immediately perked up, slightly adjusting their matchlocks, aiming at the human female running in front. Li Chen coldly watched the 2 approaching thunderclouds, silently calculating the distance: 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. At around 150 meters, the thunderclouds stopped and began casting spells. Li Chen thought it was a good opportunity and shouted, fire! The goblin spearmen raised their pistols and fired into the air, and all the matchlock goblins in the trench simultaneously ignited their guns, sending nearly 1,000 projectiles hurtling towards Julie. As the running hero Leon's pupils constricted, he sensed a great terror ahead and shouted urgently, Julie, get down! Unfortunately, it was too late. Only the hero was blessed by the goddess of life, possessing a strong sixth sense, while the others were merely stronger mortals, unable to perceive the threat in advance. At the moment the guns fired, Leon's body went limp, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. His companion, the powerful mage who admired him so much, had vanished completely before his eyes, leaving only a puddle of minced flesh and tattered mage robes on the ground. The only intact item was the large purple mage hat. Leon, what should we do? Continue the attack or retreat for now? Leon. Maxi tried to rouse Leon, urging him to give orders, but Leon was just a 16 or 17-year-old boy who had previously sailed smoothly through life under the protection of the goddess of life. He had never encountered such a situation. Now, his companion and ambiguous love interest, Julie, had turned into Julie paste, and Leon's brain simply crashed. He was in a daze, but the cruelly trained gun-wielding goblins were not dazed at all. Before turning into paste, Julie had cast 4 fireballs. 2 landed in front of the line of gun-wielding goblins, exploding into the ground, while the other 2 landed within the line, killing or injuring about 20. Several gun-wielding goblins with broken legs and feet screamed in agony, but the others showed no fear whatsoever, not even glancing at the dead. One could only say they had been forged by Li Chen. Losing this many was just a drop in the bucket, a mere rounding error in their kill count. Who were they trying to scare?
They quickly blew into the firing chamber to clear the residue, grabbed the leather powder pouch hanging from their chests, poured gunpowder into the firing chamber, and closed the powder chamber lid. They pulled out the cardboard cartridges, tore open the powder bags with their teeth, stuffed the entire cardboard into the gun barrel, compressed it with a ramrod, took a breath on the match cord, and pressed down the match hammer to prepare it for firing, raising their guns, waiting for the shooting command. The entire process took about 25 seconds, and Li Qin felt this speed was too slow. If they evolved to flintlock guns, they could save the time spent adjusting the match cord, saving a second or two. If they used breechloading, they could save another second or two, if they could conquer the firing pin, the percussion cap. Boss, ready. Goblin Spear raised his pistol. He had just finished loading his gun, and generally speaking, when he completed loading, the soldiers would have finished loading as well, serving as a reference standard. Li Chen looked towards the distant hero squad, which had initially divided the infantry into lines out of fear of the mage's fireball spells. Now that the mage was gone, they need not worry about excessive casualties and could adopt a more concentrated and sustained 3-section firing formation. Li Chen ordered, change formation, 3-section firing, prepare to fire continuously, keep the pressure on the enemy. Open the city gates, let the suicide squad in. Goblin Spear put the whistle in his mouth and blew it according to a special rhythm. The company commander and deputy commander below heard the whistle and ordered the troops to change formation into 3 rows. Once the formation was complete, the first row of gun-wielding goblins raised their guns and fired, then passed their guns to the ones behind them to keep firing, continuously projecting firepower. The heroes in the distance were still in a daze. One could only say that the heroes, renowned across the 4 human nations, were just boys after all, their minds not mature enough, relying entirely on the goddess's protection to conquer the world. Although they had sailed smoothly thus far, they easily faltered in extreme situations. Like now, the gun-wielding goblins had completed a round of reloading and formation change, while he was still standing there in a daze. Fortunately, the big shield warrior, Maxi, was reliable enough. He ran in front of the hero, raising his large shield to protect him from the impending attack. The elf Wendini also ducked behind the two to take cover. Just as they completed their defense, a barrage of bullets erupted, and Maxi tensed his muscles against the shield, dozens of bullets crashing against it, shattering and sending sparks flying, producing a series of grating metallic sounds that made one grimace, with numerous dents appearing on the large shield. Maxi felt as if he had been hit by a magical bear. The impact of so many large-caliber bullets nearly made him lose his grip on the shield. He could only plant the shield into the ground and brace his entire body against it. After making adjustments, the 3-shot musket goblins quickly fired their second and third rounds, the shields clattering incessantly under the fierce firepower that left the 3 unable to lift their heads. At this moment, the brave Leon snapped back to reality from feelings of friendship and bonds. His eyes burned red with a desire for vengeance for his companions, but reason told him to retreat and regroup for now. He immediately shouted, Maxi, we need to fall back to the forest. The weapons used by these goblins were too strange. They needed time to think. Everyone hide behind me, we'll retreat slowly. Maxi shouted, raising his shield and stepping back slowly. Bullets kept striking his shield, making his retreat painfully slow, but if they maintained this momentum, they could still manage to escape. However, at that moment, the booming sound of the muskets suddenly stopped, just stopped. Very abruptly. Hiding behind the shield, Leon suddenly felt a wave of panic. An overwhelming terror was approaching. What was it? Leon peeked around the side of the shield and saw 5 large goblins had somehow appeared to the side. Another 5 were coming from the opposite direction. They were being sandwiched from both sides. These large goblins had exceptionally developed leg muscles and moved with incredible speed, running across the uneven farmland as if it were flat ground. They carried no weapons but wore a beastskin coat that bound a pitch-black cylinder to their chests. Run! Run fast! Leon the Brave immediately warned his 2 companions. Although he didn't know what that black canister was, his sixth sense was never wrong. The other 2 trusted Leon immensely. Many times in their past adventures, they had relied on his sixth sense to get out of trouble, so without a second thought, they began to flee. Leon and Wendini were fine. Both were quick and managed to retreat into the forest after a few swift dodges. But Maxi couldn't move as fast. He was clad in heavy armor and carrying a massive shield that could withstand multiple rounds of musket fire, making his burden immense. Leon and Wendini had already entered the forest, and when they looked back, Maxi was still running in the field, mainly because he was unwilling to abandon the large shield, which slowed him down considerably. Behind Maxi, 10 self-destructing goblins charged at him like the wind, closing the distance at a terrifying speed, and it looked like Maxi was about to be caught. Cover me! Leon the Brave drew his sword, chanted a spell, and unleashed a beam of magical sword light. The sword light shot out, cleaving one self-destructing goblin in half from top to bottom. Wendini drew her bow, shooting arrow after arrow, each one capable of killing a self-destructing goblin, her accuracy terrifying. However, the self-destructing goblins had undergone specialized training, running as fast as Olympic hurdle athletes, and they were closing in on Maxi at a frightening pace. Leon and Wendini attacked with all their might, killing one self-destructing goblin after another, until only one remained. The last self-destructing goblin was quite
Clever, it ran to directly behind Maxi, using his body to shield itself from incoming attacks. Maxi! Leon cried out in despair. Maxi, unaware of the situation, instinctively turned to look, only to lock eyes with the self-destructing goblin that had come up behind him. The goblin's face was twisted with fear, yet it still pushed itself to keep up with Maxi's pace. The distance was sufficient. This self-destructing goblin followed the procedure it had practiced hundreds of times, shoving a cap filled with fuses against the bottleneck. Boom! A violent explosion engulfed the surroundings, shrouding Maxi's body in thick smoke. The massive door shield was hurled high into the sky by the blast, then fell to the ground like a gravestone, and hanging from the handle of the shield were two thick arms clad in gauntlets. As the smoke cleared, a mangled body lay on the ground. To Li Chen's surprise, the big shield warrior was still alive. He revealed that the goblin was his system soldier and he would receive notifications when his system soldiers killed enemies, just like the kill notifications in Mount and Blade 2. But there were none now, which proved that the opponent was still alive. Li Chen was shocked by the big shield warrior's resilience, but since the opponent was now injured and no longer a threat, he shifted his focus and began to think about how to deal with the hero. At that moment, the hero and the female elf dashed into the forest, and he was contemplating the pros and cons of sending people into the forest to encircle them. If he sent the self-destructing goblins, given the dense vegetation in the forest, the chances of the self-destructing goblins reaching the hero and detonating themselves would greatly increase. Li Chen still had 40 self-destructing goblins under his command and was about to send them all out when suddenly, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably, and his eyes felt prickly, as if someone was waving a needle in front of him. Not good. Li Chen felt a chill run down his spine and leaped to the side. Just as he crouched down, a sharp arrow shot past the spot where he had just been standing, embedding itself in the wooden wall behind him. Li Chen got up and looked back, noticing a fist-sized hole in the wall. From the edge of the forest to Goblin Fortress, a distance of about 12 to 1300 meters, this arrow had the power of a sniper rifle. Li Chen glanced towards the forest's edge, where the hero and the female elf had just rushed in, now standing at the forest's edge. They were staring intently at Li Chen, their hatred almost palpable. Wendini had just charged her bow and shot a sniper arrow, but unfortunately, the goblin leader was too alert, and she missed. Wendini stomped her foot but did not shoot a second arrow. She slung her bow behind her back, knelt on the ground, spread her arms to embrace the sky, and began to chant a lengthy spell. Li Chen sniffed. He smelled moisture. There was humidity in the air. After Wendini finished her chant, the next moment, it actually started to rain sun showers at Goblin Fortress. The sun showers drenched the line of gunner goblins. The rain was fast and heavy, soaking everyone within seconds, and also wetting their gunpowder in fuses. Li Chen's expression changed. Damn it. No wonder they were heroes. Just by using firearms a few times, they figured out how this thing worked. They were incredibly sharp. Now it was bad. His most powerful display had lost its effectiveness. How could he compete with the hero now? After casting the spell, Wendini felt weak all over and nearly collapsed. Leon caught her waist and helped her up. Wendini's face was full of exhaustion, her beautiful eyes fixed on the boy, whose once handsome face was now filled with pain and hatred. I'm sorry, Leon, this is all I can do. The spell had completely drained her body, and now she could barely draw her bow. Leon slowly helped Wendini up, offering her a bitter smile. I'm sorry, Wendini, it's my fault that everyone fell into danger. I will take revenge for everyone. Leave the rest to me. Wendini nodded, staggering into the forest. She had no combat ability left and would only be a burden to Leon if she stayed. After Wendini retreated, Leon, the hero, drew his sword, and a terrifying aura erupted around him, his gaze cold as he pointed his sword at Li Chen on Goblin Fortress. Li Chen met Leon's gaze from a distance, squinting his eyes and shouting coldly, "Do you think we won't fight just because we don't have firearms? Pass my orders, fix bayonets." Chirp, 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 chirp. At the sound of a short whistle followed by two long ones, the gunner goblins swiftly drew their bayonets and attached them to their gun muzzles. Li Chen issued another command: 2nd and 3rd squads, 1st echelon charge; 4th and 5th squads, 2nd echelon charge; 6th and 7th squads, 3rd echelon charge; 9th and 10th squads, 4th echelon charge. 1st squad stay behind to supervise. Anyone who turns to flee will be killed without mercy. After saying this, he turned to look at Goblin Fortress, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Goblin Spear, I'll give you 3 seasoned warriors. You'll sneak into the forest from the side and bring me that female elf's head. If you can't do it, then just take your own life. Goblin Spear felt a chill in his heart and immediately saluted. I guarantee I will complete the task. He led the 3 seasoned warriors out of the city from the back, taking a wide detour to enter the forest from the flank, quietly making their way towards the forest behind the hero. Just moments ago, Li Chen had seen clearly that the female elf nearly fainted after casting her spell. Controlling the weather was no small feat. He didn't believe this woman could shoot such powerful arrows again. Since she dared to invade his territory, she should leave her head behind. At this moment, the hero Leon entered a berserk state, his face filled with murderous intent as he stepped forward, his speed increasing rapidly. Behind him, the goblins with firearms began to run.
Meanwhile, a special military whistle sounded from the ranks of the firearm goblins. Peep, 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 kill. This was the charge order. The second and third squads of firearm goblins charged forward, with their bayonets, letting out a sharp cry as they rushed towards the hero without hesitation. Facing the charge of 200 firearm goblins, Leon snorted coldly, his speed increasing even more.
At the moment
of contact, Leon casually swung his sword, a flash of light slicing the leading squad leader in half. The squad leader of the third squad howled as he rushed up, raising his axe to strike down, but Leon met it with a sword strike, cleaving the axe like tofu, and without any restraint, he turned the squad leader into minced meat.
As the two sides collided, Leon was not overwhelmed by the charge of over
200 goblins. He seemed like a humanoid tank, effortlessly cutting through the firearm goblins, sending blood and flesh flying. Leon slashed left and right, his sword cutting through iron like mud, instantly
killing about 10 goblins and clearing a small space.
One goblin howled as it lunged at Leon with a bayonet, but Leon swiftly struck, slicing the firearm goblin in half, and with a second strike he sent
the goblin's head flying. 3 more bayonets stabbed from behind, and Leon turned, unleashing a flash of his sword, killing all 3 goblins.
He was like a god of war, attacking left and right, with 200
goblins wailing in despair.
Amidst the flying blood and flesh, his armor was stained red, then washed off by the sun and rain, only to be stained red again.
After nearly 10 minutes of slaughter, fewer than
100 of the 200 goblins remained. They were terrified and dropped their firearms, scrambling to flee. Leon panted heavily, watching the fleeing goblins with a smug smile on his face. This was how goblins should be slaughtered, and then fleeing, just a bunch of rabble. However, he did not realize what it meant for an army to flee after losing 50% of its numbers.
But it didn't matter, he was immediately shocked by the goblins' next move.
He saw that the panicking goblins did not return to their ranks but were instead met by another group of goblins holding firearms, who stabbed their bayonets directly into the fleeing goblins' bellies, killing them on the spot. Leon's eyes widened in disbelief. These deserters were ones he had intentionally let go, based on his previous experience of exterminating goblin nests. If one goblin fled, the rest would follow. Once the rabble had run away, he could save some energy to hunt down that special goblin leader. However, all of this turned to dust as the first squad of firearm goblins killed all the deserters, and the rout did not occur. The other goblins stood firm in their positions. Li Chen's voice came from the city wall.
Second echelon, advance. Kill the hero, seal the general title, and let the deserters die.
The soldiers of the 4th and 5th squads raised their bayonets, shouting as they charged towards the hero amidst the peep 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 of the military whistle. Just as Leon finished dealing with one wave of enemies and was catching his breath, the second wave of enemies arrived immediately, leaving him no time to adjust his breathing as he quickly raised his sword
to meet them.
The two sides collided once more, and it was still a scene of limbs flying and screams echoing.
Leon simply changed his combat style, starting to use more energy-efficient methods to kill enemies, such as thrusting and a swift cut to the throat.
This time, Li Chen did not wait for the morale of the second wave to drop to 0 before sending the third wave into battle.
With the addition of fresh forces, the goblins fought even more fiercely, launching wave after wave of attacks, causing Leon's stamina to dwindle.
Leon breathed heavily, exhausted like an old ox that had plowed 10 acres of land. Beneath his feet, a pile of corpses formed a small hill, yet the stabbing blades coming from all directions continued relentlessly. Leon could no longer evade all the attacks. He relied on his fine armor to withstand some of the blows, only needing to protect his handsome face and the back of his head. A dagger from the left, a rifle but from the right, struck Leon, making him stagger. He swung his sword with all his might, severing the neck of a goblin in front of him, blood spraying onto his face, momentarily blinding him. In the brief moment he wiped his eyes, he felt something hit the back of his knee,
causing him to grunt and kneel on one knee.
Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and quickly turned his head to the side, just as a rifle butt smashed into his shoulder plate. Leon seized the musket with one hand, grabbed the barrel, and swung it around fiercely, the butt striking the original owner's head with a loud thud, splattering brains everywhere.
Just as he dealt with the
threat behind him, a squad leader charged at him, swinging an axe down fiercely. The squad leader was either a goblin warrior or a seasoned fighter, immensely strong. Leon raised his sword to block, but the blade was forced down a few inches. Leon was utterly exhausted, his heart filled with shock. Why were these goblins so fearless? Why couldn't these goblins be shaken off? Leon pushed the axe back with all his strength, and as the squad leader swung a second time, he thrust his sword, piercing it into the squad leader's mouth, ending him. Leon wanted to rise, but the musket goblin had managed to force him to kneel, not allowing him to do as he wished. A goblin shouted and grabbed his waist, trying to pin him down. Leon retaliated with a sharp elbow strike, smashing the goblin's nose into its face,
killing it instantly.
The goblins, now bloodthirsty, all pounced on Leon, the scene descending into chaos, with hands grabbing, feet holding, and arms wrapping around his waist.
Leon
couldn't break free, howling as he was pressed to the ground, and then one by one, the goblins piled on him, forming a mountain. On the city wall, Li Chen was overjoyed. It worked. Just as this thought crossed
His mind, he suddenly felt the magical elements in the air become exceptionally dense. With a loud bang, the pile of bodies pressing down on Leon exploded, human bodies spinning into the air. Ah! Leon let out a thunderous scream as he stood up from the pile, the gathered magical elements swirling into his body like particle effects, a pair of pure white wings extending from his back, and the sword in his hand becoming sharper. Die! All goblins must die! Leon raised his hand and unleashed 10 sword lights, killing 10 goblins. He lowered his body like a spring filled with power, then burst forth, charging into the goblin horde and slaughtering them at will. The goddess pendant hanging on his chest cracked and turned to dust. It was his most precious treasure, and he was furious now. The goblins' screams echoed throughout the battlefield again, their lives melting away like snowflakes. Li Chen's expression darkened further. The damned hero actually had a second phase and had grown 2 pairs of wings, seemingly increasing in speed. This was too much. The goblins around Leon were quickly reduced to single digits. Even the fleeing goblins were caught and killed by him. It seemed this guy had truly gone mad with killing. Li Chen glanced at the 3 companies below the city wall, 300 men, and realized there were so few left. Could they possibly defeat the hero? He noticed Leon occasionally casting fierce glances his way, those eyes seeming to say, "I will kill you." Li Chen slammed his fist against the city wall, a fierce killing intent bursting forth from his eyes. Want to kill me? Then let's see whose blade is faster. He knew this guy had locked onto him, and running away was pointless. Since that was the case, he would shoulder everything and fight to the death. Li Chen drew the great sword from his back and leaped down from the not-so-high city wall. He landed among the 3 squads of soldiers, looking into their eyes. The soldiers' faces were filled with fear, they were terrified. The distant hero was slaughtering indiscriminately, surrounded by corpses. Rather than being a hero of the goddess of life, he was more like a chosen one of terror. The soldiers of the 3 squads were extremely restless, wanting to flee, but the next moment they heard the familiar sound of the military whistle. Tweet, 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 tweet. A short and a long note, the charge signal. All the goblins instinctively raised their bayonets and charged towards the rampaging hero. Aha! Their eyes were filled with fear, yet they still screamed and charged forward. Instinct told them to run, but day after day of training, the officers' angry shouts, the military clubs, the brutal discipline, and the leader at the front made them defy their biological instincts and charge towards death. Soldiers, put everything on the line. Kill this despicable invader, kill this evil anti-intelligence biological entity, and defend our homeland. Li Chen hoisted the great sword onto his shoulder, shouting as he charged, with the 300 soldiers behind him shouting and charging as well. Among these goblins, 1/3 were system soldiers, stationed in Goblin Fortress and certified by the system. That's why Li Chen dared to initiate the final charge. Even if the other 200 ran away, at least 100 would follow him to confront the hero. Fortunately, goblins are social monsters. Once everyone charged, they all got hyped up. The power of the group was immense. Despite being terrified, no one fled. Transformed into his white wing form, Leon, blessed by the goddess of life, had his translation magic automatically activated. He understood Li Chen's charge declaration and was left dumbfounded. What the hell? I'm the invader? Goblins defending their homeland? I'm an anti-intelligence biological entity now? It felt absurd, but upon reflection, what he was doing did seem quite similar to invading another country, didn't it? The monster forest, in the eyes of human secular values, indeed belonged to the monsters. Monsters establishing a nation in the monster forest seemed reasonable, right? So, was his current behavior still just? Leon looked at the charging goblins. Their faces were filled with fear, yet they still held their weapons and charged at him, looking just like human soldiers defending their homeland, charging at the invincible demon race. Leon felt a bit dazed, questioning the righteousness of his actions. Li Chen charged forward, raising his great sword and striking down fiercely. Leon quickly regained his senses, raising his sword to block, thinking he would easily deflect this strike and then cleave Li Chen in half. But what he didn't expect was that Li Chen's sword was extraordinarily heavy and charged with power, knocking him back several steps. Leon gasped. This goblin was surprisingly strong. Without waiting for him to steady himself, Li Chen charged again, swinging his sword at the hero's waist. Leon didn't have time to react and was sent flying by the blow, but he didn't fall. The 2 pure white wings behind him flapped a few times, helping him stabilize his form. He looked at Li Chen in disbelief. How could he, blessed by the goddess of life, be knocked away by a single strike? Li Chen was also feeling the impact. Those 2 strikes felt like they hit an anvil, numbing his hands and making his bones ache. The armor on the hero's body was dented where it was struck, but Li Chen noticed something was off. That was a very thin armor, unlike the 10 mm thick precious material he wore. Yet, how could such a lightweight thing withstand the heavy sword's attack? It must be made of special materials. If it were any other time, Li Chen would have thought of 1,000 new industrial uses for materials, but now he could only focus his mind and continue attacking the hero. Just as he was about to charge at the hero again, the hero steadied himself and unleashed a sword light, causing Li Chen to instinctively dive to the side, landing in the muddy water. The spot where he had been standing was cleaved into a trench by the sword light. Li Chen wanted to get up quickly, but the sun shower kept pouring down, making the farmland extremely muddy and slippery. He found himself unable to stand up for a moment. Leon saw this as a good opportunity and rushed in, intending to finish Li Chen with a single strike, but the gun-wielding goblins charged in, surrounding him, forcing him to engage in a chaotic melee with the minions. 2 sword strikes killed a fierce sergeant, and Leon wanted to break out of the encirclement to find Li Chen, but waves of goblins kept coming, their bayonets and rifle stocks raining down on him like a storm. Damn invaders! Die! Die! You want to take away the land we've worked so hard to cultivate, you damned bastard! You even want to steal my beloved wood mouse, leave your life behind. Leon cursed inwardly. What the hell does stealing your wood mouse even mean? He concentrated magic into his sword, which began to glow, and he swung out a powerful sword light, slashing down 7 or 8 goblins in front of him. The goblins that were struck let out a series of wails, collapsing to the ground as corpses, but the other goblins were not frightened, or rather, the system's soldiers were not frightened. They continued to pounce on him, stepping over the bodies of their fallen comrades. Leon unleashed 3 more powerful sword lights in quick succession, killing over 20 more. This terrifying sword light took a toll on him, and the pure white wings on his back dimmed a bit as he began to breathe heavily, showing signs of fatigue. The goblin assault was like waves. No matter how hard you pushed them back, they surged forward madly, as if it were an inexorable law of nature. Leon panicked. Why? Why were these goblins so fierce? What on earth was going on? Goblins, these monsters, weren't they supposed to be easily wiped out by any farmer? Why were the goblins before him as formidable as a battle-hardened human army? Leon suddenly recalled the words of the steward Mond before he was burned to death in the capital square. You must kill that guy as soon as possible. That guy is using order to regulate the goblins. He is cultivating land, building infrastructure, and training a professional army. If he is allowed to develop further, he will definitely establish a monster nation, and he will become a great threat to humanity. At that moment, Leon fully understood the steward Mond's words. That guy must be killed. He must be killed. Leon made up his mind. This was not only for the future of humanity but also because of a vague unease in his heart. Clearly, his companions had died at the hands of these goblins, but why did he feel a sense of guilt for invading their land? Kill that special goblin. Everything will end. Ha! Where is that special goblin? Leon slashed down a few more goblins in front of him, searching for Li Chen's figure. Suddenly, a sharp sensation came from behind Leon. He instinctively swung a sword light backward. Li Chen took the sword light with his plate armor, grunting in pain, but he resolutely raised his great sword and struck down fiercely. Leon's eyes widened in an attempt to dodge, but it was too late. Li Chen's great sword came crashing down on the 2 chicken wings behind him. Ah! Leon let out a fierce scream as his magical wings were severed, and he was hit by a violent backlash of magic, feeling as if his mind was being torn apart by chaotic magic. He covered his head and unleashed several sword lights, killing the goblins in front of him, while a few managed to leap out of the encirclement, landing in the distant mud and retching. Li Chen looked at the wings slowly dissipating on the ground. He had just been curious whether the thing growing behind the hero was a physical entity or a magical creation, and now seeing it slowly fade away, it was undoubtedly a magical creation. Although he didn't know what the wings were for, the hero could barely stand, so this thing must be very important. The hero must have suffered a severe blow. Leon had indeed been heavily injured. Those wings were a blessing granted to him by the dissipated magic from the shattered pendant of the goddess of life. The wings acted like a vacuum cleaner, drawing the magic from the air into his body, allowing him to quickly recover his magic and unleash the massive sword light more rapidly. However, this thing had been severed by Li Chen, and his magic recovery had returned to normal, making it impossible for him to use the sword light without restraint. Li Chen touched the armor on his chest, where a terrifying slash mark appeared. He stomped down, shattering the 2 wings, spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, and charged forward with his great sword, followed closely by the other goblins. Leon angrily thumped his head. The backlash from the magic left him dizzy and nearly unable to stand. The goblins charged again, and with no other choice, he reached into his armor and pulled out a glass test tube containing some kind of blood-red potion. He tossed the entire potion into his mouth and bit down on the glass tube. Leon grunted, blood red filling his eyes, his body trembling violently as he steadied himself and coldly glared at Li Chen. You damn it, you still have a third phase. Li Chen roared in anger and charged forward with a sword strike. Then something that shocked Li Chen happened. Leon's speed surged several times, and with a speed that left after images, he swung his sword, cutting Li Chen's exaggeratedly heavy great sword in half. Then, in a flash, Leon swung down at Li Chen. Li Chen's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, instinctively stepping back and raising his left hand to block, but his left hand, along with the armor, was severed. Before the pain could register in his brain, Leon kicked him in the chest armor, sending him flying over 10 meters into the mud. After doing all this, Leon spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura diminished to more than 3 times. The remaining goblins rushed up to fight him, but his sword-swinging speed became extremely slow. After the explosive use of the potion, he entered a weakened state, yet he still slaughtered the goblins, causing them to scream in agony. Li Chen, who had been kicked away, felt dizzy. He thought he had hit the jackpot. His chest armor was completely caved in, and several ribs were broken. Li Chen coughed up a large mouthful of blood, staggering as he tried to get up, but he simply couldn't do it. After struggling for a while with no success, he raised his left hand to look. His entire left arm was gone, leaving only a neatly severed wound that was gushing blood. Li Chen directly plunged the severed end of his left arm into the mud, forcibly using the dirt to slow the bleeding. As Li Chen attempted to rise, the remaining goblins began to flee as Leon killed them. Their morale had hit rock bottom, and they fled into the forest, disappearing completely, leaving only a dozen system soldiers still battling Leon. Leon swayed, covered in blood. He looked like a severely injured man on the verge of death, yet he still stood there with his sword raised. The last few system soldier goblins charged at once. Leon thrust his sword to the left and slashed to the right, killing the goblins one by one as they fell into the mud. The last gunner goblin lunged at Leon with a bayonet, but Leon tilted his head to dodge the stab. However, his stamina had reached its limit, and his speed in evading was a bit slow, resulting in his ear being pierced off. Leon let out a scream, covering his ear, and casually swung his sword, killing the last gunner goblin. At this point, the armed forces that Li Chen had painstakingly cultivated were completely annihilated. The battlefield returned to silence, and Leon stood in the rain, gasping heavily. Due to consuming the explosive potion, his eyes were blood red, and he had lost his ability to perceive color. Everything in his vision was black and white, a side effect of the potion that was irreversible. In this black and white perspective, he saw a rainbow appear in the distant sky, as if the goddess was celebrating his victory. The great goddess of life sheltered him, and the brave Leon once again triumphed over the evil monsters. The rain had stopped, and the air was extremely clean, but the strong smell of blood lingered. Leon looked at Li Chen, who was lying in the mud, his teeth suddenly clenching. He never expected that a goblin could push him to this extent. He staggered towards Li Chen, who struggled to get up, but the kick from the hero had shattered countless ribs, and with one hand lost in the ground covered in mud, he simply couldn't rise. Leon walked step by step to Li Chen's side, stepping on his chestplate. He looked down at Li Chen, his sword pressed against his throat. Beast, is the kingdom's game fun? With the sword against his throat, Li Chen no longer tried to get up. He looked into Leon's crimson eyes and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The rain has stopped, he said. Leon frowned. This was not what he wanted to hear. He wanted to hear the goblin's miserable pleas for mercy. What do you mean? He cough cough. Li Chen laughed as he coughed up more blood, his expression suddenly turning frenzied. What I mean is, my lord, the times have changed. A hand cannon suddenly appeared in his intact right hand, the muzzle aimed directly at the hero's head. Leon felt his heart gripped by the claws of a dragon, a sense of crisis crashing over him like a tide. Li Chen pulled the trigger, and in the blink of an eye, Leon's expression turned to terror. He raised his left hand to shield his face, but it was already too late. The steel balls and iron sand covered his face. With a bang, the gun fired, and Leon stumbled back 2 steps before collapsing straight down into the mud. His head was not blown apart by the steel balls, but his face was riddled with holes. The air fell into silence. Only Li Chen's heavy breathing could be heard. Is he dead? Has he finally died? Li Chen asked himself, his tense body relaxing, a wave of extreme fatigue washing over him. He was so tired, he wanted to sleep. Just as he was about to completely relax, his heart tightened suddenly. Something was wrong. The hero was not dead. The cavalry system did not display a kill notification. Li Chen felt a chill run down his spine, and the next moment, the hero crawled up from the mud like a ghost returning from hell. His body was covered in mud and blood, various unknown pieces of internal organs hanging from the gaps in his armor. His once handsome face had turned into a devil's visage, large steel balls tearing apart his facial muscles, the entire left cheek ripped away, exposing his jaw. His eyes had also been destroyed by the steel balls, losing the ability to see. Leon covered his face, screaming in agony. He could not see, which filled him with extreme panic. After the initial shock, Li Chen's facial muscles gradually twisted together. Damn it! Can't you die? Are you so unwilling to die? Li Chen roared, a surge of power rising from his battered body as he pushed himself up from the muddy ground with one hand. He quickly accessed the warehouse page, retrieving a hand cannon. He immediately raised the hand cannon to shoot at Leon, but this thing felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds to him now. Li Chen could only lift the cannon with his bleeding left arm, using both hands to forcefully aim the muzzle at Leon's head. Leon was blind, but his sixth sense remained. A great terror approached, and he bent down with his back to Li Chen, bracing himself with his sturdy back armor to absorb the attack. Li Chen pulled the trigger, and with a loud bang, the steel ball shot out, hitting Leon's back and sending sparks flying. Leon let out a scream and charged forward several steps. The tremendous recoil caused the hand cannon to fly out of Li Chen's hands, but he didn't care. He took out a second hand cannon from the cavalry warehouse, raising the muzzle to aim at Leon's back. However, this time, before he could fire, Leon swung his sword, the blade spinning as it shattered the hand cannon, the flying blade also slicing Li Chen's right hand in half. Li Chen let out a painful groan as several fingers and parts of his hand cannon fell into the muddy water. Had he lost all his attacking capabilities? Li Chen's eyes were like those of a venomous snake fixated on Leon's back. This guy had completely annihilated his army, which was the foundation of his rule. Destroy my foundation, and we cannot coexist. Leon felt Li Chen's gaze, the intense killing intent, sending chills down his spine. He let out a terrified scream and stumbled toward the edge of the forest. He was actually afraid. He was afraid. The renowned hero of the 4 human kingdoms, blessed by the goddess of life, was actually afraid. He wanted to escape, and Li Chen immediately gave chase. The two of them stepped into the mud, making squelching sounds. They fell several times due to the slippery ground, both of them gasping for breath, their heavy breathing like a bellows, their hearts pounding like drums. He ran, he chased, he was like a bird with clipped wings. In the end, Li Chen caught up with Leon. He raised his right hand, which had been severed in two, and punched Leon in the back of the head, turning his already mangled hand into a mixture of flesh and bone. Leon's head, whatever it was made of, suffered no damage from Li Chen's punch. It merely elicited a muffled grunt from him. After that punch, Li Chen's stamina was completely drained. He bent over and gasped for several breaths before continuing the chase, exhausted. Like a zombie, Li Chen got close to Leon again, wanting to throw another punch. Suddenly, Leon turned around and Li Chen felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, letting out a muffled groan. Looking down, he saw a dagger stabbed into his belly. This dagger, made of some unknown material, pierced through Li Chen's ultra-thick armor without any resistance. Realizing what had happened, Li Chen's eyes turned bloodshot. He lunged forward with all his strength, grabbing Leon's head and biting down hard on his ear. Ah! Leon screamed in agony, pulling out the dagger and stabbing it into Li Chen's stomach again, repeating this several times. Li Chen completely ignored the stabbing, biting down fiercely on Leon's ear, then yanked it hard. Leon screamed, realizing that stabbing his stomach was not causing any fatal injury. He raised his hand, trying to stab Li Chen in another spot, but Li Chen quickly wrapped his arms around Leon's armpits, lifting the dagger-wielding hand high above. The two struggled for a while. Leon tried to push Li Chen away, but Li Chen's arms were like iron bands, tightly gripping his waist, making it impossible for him to move. In the struggle, Leon managed to slam his shoulder into Li Chen's eye socket, causing one of his eyes to become a bloody mess. Eventually, Leon's last bit of strength was exhausted, and the two stood face to face, embracing in the mud. Why can you do this? Leon asked, his voice choked with tears. Li Chen spat out Leon's ear. He wanted to say something, but suddenly, with his remaining eye, he saw a flicker of firelight on a small hill 400 meters away. The exhausted Leon felt a strong warning of impending death and wanted to evade. Li Chen bent down, burying his face in Leon's chest, holding onto his body tightly, leaving him no chance to move, forcing him to stand still. Let go of me. Let go of me. Leon screamed in terror, but Li Chen's blessing from the Earth Goddess took effect. A faint trickle of power surged from the ground into his body, allowing him to keep the frenzied Leon in place. Let go. Let go. Let go. Leon frantically elbowed Li Chen's back, causing Li Chen's back armor to dent. He was hit so hard that he spat out several mouthfuls of blood, yet he still held onto Leon tightly. Let me go. Zzz. Bang. A sound of twisted metal rang out, and the struggling Leon Mon stiffened, then his body went limp, followed by the sound of a gunshot. A large hole appeared in Leon's back armor, his body shattered by a bullet, life rapidly draining away. If it weren't for Li Chen holding him, he would have collapsed into the mud. Ugh. Leon spat blood, and Li Chen leaned close to his ear. Speaking in a devilish voice, Leon the Brave, the kingdom game is truly a lot of fun. Remember, I am the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of gods, the sole rightful master of the monster forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff. Xin Shi Huang. Go to the goddess of life and give that bitch my regards. One day, I will kill all her priests in this world, burn down all the temples, destroy all documents related to her, make the world forget her, and erase her from this world. Ha. After saying this, Li Chen's body went limp, and he collapsed into the mud while holding onto Leon. His vision began to blur, as an ink-like darkness was about to engulf him. Just before losing consciousness completely, he saw Goblin Bo rushing over in a panic, carrying that oversized flintlock. Li Chen thought to himself that this guy actually waited until the end to fire, but well done. Goblin Bo shouted for him, but Li Chen no longer had the strength to respond, so he threw away the flintlock and ran out of his sight, seemingly to call for help. Not long after Goblin Bo left, Goblin Spear came over. He had several arrows stuck in him, and was holding the head of the elf Wandini. Seeing that Li Chen looked like he was about to die, he casually tossed the head into the muddy water and ran off to call for help as well. Eventually, after an unknown amount of time, Miss Hannah appeared in his line of sight. Miss Hannah looked down at him from above, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and complexity. Sarso's kingdom, the royal capital, the main temple of the goddess of life. It was a grand and majestic marble building, housing a massive statue of the goddess of life, with other deities from the goddess of life system below it, as well as 375 statues of past heroes. These statues were meticulously polished by the priests every day, ensuring that not a speck of dust would touch them. But today, while the priests were
polishing the hero statues, cracks appeared on the statue of the 375th hero, Leon. The on-duty priest, noticing this anomaly, hurriedly ran to find the high priest. The high priest was an old man with white hair, and with the help of several young priests, he arrived in front of Leon's statue, where the cracks had already spread all over. The high priest's cloudy eyes suddenly widened as he reached out to gently touch the statue. With a crack, the statue, covered in cracks, shattered into pieces. The high priest rolled his eyes back and his frail body fell backward, with a group of priests behind him catching him in a panic. The elderly high priest gasped several times, lamenting, "Leon the Brave has fallen." His voice echoed through the temple's dome, spreading throughout the upper echelons of the Sarsos kingdom along with the temple's bell, triggering a strong tremor. The representative of the gods walking among mortals was dead, and the balance of power among the four nations was disrupted. This news swept through the human nations like a storm, and the already discordant four nations began a series of military mobilizations. A heated atmosphere filled the air, as ambitious individuals attempted to seize a huge benefit from this incident, and this storm engulfed the entire continent. However, for the time being, this storm could not reach the monster forest. Li Chen's consciousness gradually returned from the darkness. He instinctively tried to move his body but couldn't even open his eyelids. After trying for a long time, he remained in a state of sleep paralysis, realizing that his body had not yet recovered, so he didn't force it. He didn't know where he was at that moment, but he could feel the soft animal skin and a warm sensation flowing into his body from the outside, which gave him a sense of security. He began to let his mind wander, recalling the last moment of the battle, when the hero was pierced by Goblin Bao's shot, and Li Chen sighed, thinking that this guy was just too damn hard to kill. He was just thinking about the hero when a pop-up suddenly appeared in his mind, shaped like the major event pop-ups that occur only when significant changes happen in the world, reminiscent of Mountain Blade. The first pop-up read, "You have killed the earthly representative of the goddess of life. Your relationship with the goddess of life, -100. Your relationship with the church of life, -100. Your relationship with the kingdom of Sassos, -100. Your relationship with the Sassos royal family and the nobility, -100. Li Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. Killing a mere hero had stirred so many people? Speaking of which, how could someone with the ability to single-handedly annihilate an army have a good relationship with the upper echelons of the kingdom of Sassos? If it were up to Li Chen, he would never allow an infantry regiment to run rampant in his territory. The hero's strength was roughly equivalent to that of an infantry regiment, and it seemed he was not under the kingdom's jurisdiction. So what exactly was the hero's position? What was the relationship between secular powers, heroes, and gods? Li Chen clicked his tongue again. His understanding of this world was still too limited, and he needed to enhance his information gathering in the future. He focused his consciousness on the pop-up, and immediately another one appeared. The news of the hero's death spread like wind to the ears of the adults. The world was brewing war. The four human nations were on the brink of civil war. The southern orcs were about to invade the kingdom of Sassos. Golden dragons were crawling out of their nests, crossing the sea to fly towards the dwarven mountains, and the demon race was moving south to wage war against the elven empire. My lord, it is time to join the fray. Li Chen smiled. This was interesting, very interesting. Killing a little hero could actually trigger a world war. Chaos was good. Only in chaos would he have the chance to reap the benefits. Li Chen cheerfully clicked on the pop-up again, and yet another one appeared. Your battle has attracted the attention of the god of war, a deity with no stance, only wishing to see war. Whether in one-on-one combat or large-scale battles, he would cast his gaze upon it, and you, my lord, simultaneously fulfill two of his needs. The god of war has issued you a command: become his follower and bring him more war. Yes or no? The sudden attention from a deity made Li Chen raise his guard. He carefully examined the pop-up information and found that choosing to become a follower of the god of war would grant him a substantial boost in attributes. Vitality 20, Control 20, Stamina 20, Cunning 10, Social 10, Intelligence 10. Li Chen almost couldn't help but choose yes. With so many attributes, it would double his strength. He felt the hero's vitality attribute should be around 35. If he agreed, he could probably overpower the hero. But unfortunately, Li Chen still chose no. War was merely a means. He couldn't frequently use this means just to please a deity, as his own power would only lead to destruction through endless wars. A regime-serving war would only be temporary and pitiful. After choosing no, the system popped up another prompt. Because you rejected the god of war, he felt very angry. Favorability -10. However, he believes you will still bring him more war, so he will continue to watch you. Favorability +5. Vitality 3, Control 3, Stamina 3, Cunning 2, Social 2, Intelligence 1. Li Chen felt a surge of power enter his body. Wow. Even rejecting him granted attributes. This seemingly sadistic deity had some guts. If used as a tool, it didn't seem bad. He could allow some citizens to worship the god of war in the future. Li Chen opened his personal attribute panel. He had leveled up twice, which
surprised him. Just fighting against the hero's team, he hadn't even landed a critical hit and he had gained a bit of marginal experience to level up twice. He directly allocated the attributes to intelligence and added his specialization points to spells. Then, he clicked on two-handed weapons. His proficiency in two-handed weapons had reached 82. After exchanging a few blows with the hero, he surprisingly gained so much proficiency in dual-wielding weapons. This is also reflected in the original mount and blade, where forging high-level weapons at the blacksmith's shop significantly increases forging proficiency. In this other world, heroes are considered top-tier units, so it's normal to gain 10 or more proficiency points after hitting one a few times. For the two skills to choose from, Li Chen selected Strength and Health. Strength increases the vitality of soldiers by 1 point, troop cap plus 5. Health increases personal and troop health by 50. Additionally, there was another skill choice. Crossbow proficiency was at 54, he shot at the hero and gained over 20 proficiency points. Li Chen chose Proficient Crossbowman, which increases the proficiency of the troops. Crossbowman by 50 and speeds up loading. The musket was certified as a crossbow by the mounted combat system, so choosing this was reasonable. Running proficiency was at 67, he chose Unity, which reduces the movement speed penalty for large troops, as more troops mean slower movement, and this skill can significantly improve that. Reconnaissance proficiency was at 43, he selected Night Stalker, which increases troop movement speed at night. Tactical proficiency was at 25, he chose Loose Formation, which increases the damage dealt by archers to enemies. Command proficiency was at 72, he selected Combat Tips and Fortified, which increases experience points for leading troops and the chance to recruit captives. Management proficiency was at 37, he chose Simplified Military Management, which reduces the dinar consumption of simple troops. After a round of skill allocation, Li Chen's overall combat power increased. He then opened the family page, and his family level rose to level 2. The family level in mount and blade increases with reputation, which is gained through battle settlements and special events. Raising the family level can increase the number of troops led, with level 1 adding plus 25. Li Chen's current troop count is a base of 20 plus level 1, 25 plus level 2, 25 plus 10 from the skill choice, totaling 80 soldiers. With so many soldiers, Li Chen was very satisfied. The system-controlled troops increased, which was very beneficial for him to control the tribe. He then opened the warehouse to see if there were any dropped items. He didn't have high hopes. According to the drop rate mechanism of Mount and Blade, a sufficient number of enemies must be defeated to drop valuable items, and with only 4 members in the hero's party, the drops would likely just be a few bags of grain. However, when he saw what was lying in the warehouse, he was so excited that his eyes widened. Werewolf Serum removes negative status effects. Within 10 seconds of use, double strength, then rapidly loses stamina. There is a chance of transforming into a werewolf with excessive body hair growth, liver and kidney failure, and decreased sensory abilities. Mithril chestplate, a chestplate made of mithril. Only dwarves and mages can forge this precious mithril. Heroes chapter, only those recognized by it can become heroes. Note, all races, ethnicities, and regimes with a certain population base will give birth to heroes. The worldview and actions of heroes will protect the races, ethnicities, and regimes from which they arise. Heroes are the spiritual embodiment of their respective races, ethnicities, and regimes. Only individuals who are extremely focused on collective interests will be recognized by the heroes chapter. We goblins need our own hero, Li Chen shouted, startling Miss Hannah, who was casting healing magic by the bed. The two stared at each other wide-eyed. Li Chen didn't expect to suddenly be able to move, and Miss Hannah didn't expect Li Chen, who had been asleep for 7 days, to wake up suddenly. Miss Hannah coughed and pushed the green energy orb from her staff towards Li Chen. He immediately felt an extremely comfortable energy enter his body, then spread to his limbs, healing his injuries. Li Chen blinked. His vision returned, and when he looked at his hands, the ones that had disappeared had returned. Wow! Miss Hannah, is your healing magic really that amazing? It can regenerate severed limbs. Miss Hannah rubbed her eyes, looking quite exhausted. It's not limb regeneration, it's reattachment. If you look closely at your arm, the scar from where it was severed is still there. Li Chen carefully observed his arm and indeed saw a faint scar. But my eyes. The eyeball was slightly ruptured and a healing spell fixed it right up. That's impressive too. After Li Chen finished speaking, the two fell into silence, unsure of what to talk about. After all, they were from 2 different races. Miss Hannah stood up. I'll go call your subordinates. Li Chen watched her walk to the door and called out to her. Miss Hannah, thank you. Miss Hannah paused for a moment before stepping out. Li Chen didn't know what she was thinking. She could have let herself die but still chose to save him. Was it because she feared that if he died, there would be no one to restrain the goblins? Not necessarily. It wasn't something as simple as love. There were more complex motivations driving her actions, perhaps a consideration of what can you really achieve? Let me see. A few minutes later, Goblin Spear, Goblin Bow, 1 Ear, Goblin Big, and Dog Head which entered the room. Boss, dog head which howled like a dog and immediately knelt by the bed. Boss, you've been asleep for 7 days. The dog head tribe somehow heard that you died and has refused to pay us tribute. Li Chen narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint shining brightly. It's fine. We didn't have time before, but now, we have plenty of time to deal with the dog head tribe. Previously, due to the hero crisis and the insufficient goblin population, he couldn't control the hunting grounds of the dog heads, and his tribe's relationship with them was quite tenuous. This relationship was very dangerous. What Li Chen wanted was complete control, and it was time to thoroughly deal with the dog head tribe. Li Chen looked at Iron Orc. Iron Orc, I will give you new blueprints next. I want you to manufacture a new firearm. Li Chen was ready to upgrade his weaponry. A single rain magic had rendered all the firearms in his troops useless, which was unacceptable. He needed weapons that could operate in all weather conditions. Given the current circumstances, he could only upgrade the matchlock guns to breech loading. Flintlocks, he had a relatively mature case in mind that he could directly copy. As you wish, my lord. Iron Orc bowed with his hand on his chest, his eyes filled with respect for Li Chen. After fighting the hero down to single digits, and finally defeating him through a duel, he had completely earned Iron Orc's respect. At that moment, he felt honored to serve such a lord. Li Chen turned to Goblin Spear. Goblin Spear, how many soldiers do we have left? Goblin Spear's eyelids twitched, and a flash of sadness crossed his eyes. Boss, there are none left, not a single one. It's just me and Goblin Bao now. Li Chen fell silent. What about Goblin Chang? The supplies? The squad leaders? Goblin Spear's face twitched. Boss, they're all dead, all of them. Li Chen's brow furrowed deeply, his fists clenched tightly, and he finally let out a long sigh. Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Alliance's strength. Have someone collect the bodies of the fallen warriors and send them to Martyr's Mountain for burial. Goblin Big, go prepare. Concrete, I want to build a statue on Martyr's Mountain to remind future generations of this war that nearly led to our extinction. To remember the fallen 10th Punishment Battalion. A week later, Li Chen recovered his health. He brought the Goblin hunting team into the troops and restored the 10th Punishment Battalion's formation. The newcomers received the blood-soaked battalion flag at Martyr's Mountain and swore an oath in front of the statue of the fallen. Li Chen stood in front of the 10th Battalion, glancing back at a statue over 10 meters tall, composed of multiple individuals. The base of the statue was made up of the bodies of goblin marksmen, piled into a small hill, on top of which lay the hero Leon, who was being pinned down by the surrounding goblin marksmen. The expression on hero Leon's face was twisted as he struggled desperately, like a beast ready to break free from its cage and unleash terrifying destruction. The musket goblins rushed in from all sides, fiercely suppressing the beast. Below the statue, it was temporarily inscribed in a common human language. On April 6, 4353, the goddess of life blessed the hero Leon and his gang of 4 anti-intelligent creatures, who invaded the alliance of intelligent beings and were annihilated by the 10th Company of the Punishment Army at Goblin Fortress. In this battle, the 10th Company of the Punishment Army was nearly wiped out, with 812 casualties. Li Chen scanned the text, pondering that the creation of characters should be prioritized. It felt a bit off to have human writing on his monument. After the new 10th Company inherited the banner from the previous generation, they immediately began training. The new 10th Company performed quite well, as they were promoted from the hunting team and had some foundation. Li Chen assigned the troops to Goblin Spear and Goblin Bao, letting them lead the training. At this time, both had reached the maximum level of 5, one being a Goblin Warrior and the other a Goblin Sniper, with intelligence reaching 15 points, allowing them to fully understand Li Chen's military policies and regulations. What made Li Chen trust these two the most was that they witnessed the fall of the old 10th Company. There was an unshakable sadness and unwillingness in their eyes. These two already had a sense of honor and shame. They understood what an army was, and Li Chen believed that entrusting the army to them would pose no problems. Li Chen focused his energy on the development of new weapons, specifically the breech-loading flintlock. Flint is a common mineral, hard in texture, and can easily ignite when paired with a fire striker. Previously, when searching for sulfur and nitrate, the goblins had discovered something resembling flint, but at that time, production was not focused on this matter, and Li Chen didn't pay much attention, only marking the location on a simple map. Now that he had the time, he personally explored the area and found that the goblins had indeed discovered flint, and it was of very high quality. Li Chen relocated 200 goblins to the flint mine to establish a village for flint development. With the flint issue resolved, Li Chen began researching the breech-loading flintlock. At that time, the elf had used magic to make it rain, causing all firearms to malfunction, which infuriated Li Chen. If the troops had been able to use firearms then, he was sure they wouldn't have suffered even half the casualties against the hero. However, before the appearance of the firing pin and fixed ammunition, firearms really had no good solutions to weather issues. The flintlock's flint ignition could only handle light rain. If the firing mechanism was wrapped in oiled cloth, it could fire once, but after that, it would have to resort to bayonets. The steel factory had a room exclusively for Li Chen, where only he was allowed to enter, containing drawing tools and various parts. At this moment, Li Chen was using a charcoal pencil to sketch on paper, choosing to copy the 1819 model Hall flintlock for the new breech-loading flintlock. This was the world's first widely equipped breech-loading flintlock with a loading principle similar to that of the Franchette cannon. This gun's loading speed was much faster than that of muzzle-loading guns, and during shooting, there was no need to adjust the match, achieving a peak firing rate of 9 rounds per minute. Infantry firing in formation was also not afraid of open flames igniting black powder and causing accidents, allowing for a more concentrated formation. In short, the flint ignition mechanism was more advanced, with many benefits. However, this breech-loading gun was not without its drawbacks. It had poor gas tightness. Due to the gap between the chamber and the barrel of the breech-loading gun, a large amount of gas would leak during ignition, resulting in lower range and power compared to muzzle-loading guns. But that was not a problem. If the power was insufficient, they could simply increase the amount of black powder loaded for each shot. Once Li Chen finished the drawings, he tossed them to Tai-O, instructing him to study the samples, and then began to tally the spoils of war. First was the great thunder-roasted chicken mage. This fellow had been turned into minced meat by nearly 1,000 muskets, and the most valuable item on her staff, was reduced to rubble. Li Chen handed the rubble to Miss Hannah to see if there was any value left. Miss Hannah shook her head repeatedly, saying that the magical patterns inside were already ruined and suggested using it for firewood. However, there was still a gain. They found several high-purity magical crystal cores among the minced meat. Miss Hannah said that these magic crystals are artificially synthesized and contain a large amount of pure magical power. Wizards can make contact with the magic crystals through their skin and then absorb the magical power within to replenish their own consumption. At that time, Li Chen asked Miss Hannah where these things came from. Miss Hannah replied that they were synthesized by the Magic Guild, but she didn't know the specifics of how they were produced. This item is an important commodity of the Magic Guild, and only the Magic Guild in the whole world can synthesize it. At that moment, Li Chen's heart sank. What are magic crystals? They are energy storage devices. He still remembered that during the First Illusion, the Monster Empire was destroyed by nuclear-like attacks that obliterated everything. With spells that have the power of nuclear bombs, Li Chen didn't believe that the magical power stored in the human body could cause such destruction, but with external energy storage, it made sense. Humanity in this world has mastered nuclear-like weapons. Li Chen made up his mind to figure out how magic crystals are manufactured. This thing is a strategic technology that needs to be mastered as soon as possible. The mounted combat system lived up to expectations, and one of the two choice skills included this technology. But the specifics would be discussed later. The remaining spoils included a shield the size of a pockmarked door, which was not made of any special metal, just a very thick steel plate, and was of no value. Li Chen had someone make a wooden box to store it properly. In the future, when he developed further, this could be put on display in a museum. There was also a wooden magic bow covered in many magical inscriptions. The user could activate the inscriptions to make the arrows more accurate and powerful. A critical shot could even shoot an arrow straight to a kilometer away, with power comparable to a large-caliber sniper rifle. This bow was given to Goblin Bow, as using a firearm would waste Goblin Bow's DPS. This bow, even without magic, was still a strong bow, making it just right for him. Next, Li Chen took out the chapter of the hero from the mounted combat warehouse. This item was palm-sized, resembling a shield, and looked like a knight's job change item from the Fire Emblem. Li Chen was very envious of the power displayed by the hero and tried to obtain the strength mentioned in the article. However, after studying it for half a day and even dripping his own blood on the article, it still showed no reaction. He suspected that either he was not recognized by the chapter of the hero, or his influence was not large enough to meet any of the criteria recognized by the chapter of the hero, such as species, ethnicity, or regime. It was somewhat regrettable, but he can only store the chapter of the hero in the warehouse for now. After putting away the chapter of the hero, Li Chen began to fiddle with the mithril armor. This armor was thinner than Li Chen had imagined, only as thick as a fingernail, yet as hard as a material with strong mutual interaction, weighing less than 2 kilograms, truly a miracle of material science. Li Chen was greatly shocked and threw a gauntlet into the furnace, trying to melt it down. However, he failed. With his current technology, he couldn't even get the mithril to glow red. Li Chen speculated that this material either needed to be forged with magic or required extremely high temperatures, regardless of which, he couldn't achieve it. This set of armor could only be stored in the warehouse for now. In the future, if he had the opportunity, he could take it out to melt down mithril into molten iron. It would be a shame not to use such excellent high-temperature and high-pressure resistant materials for some industrial purposes. Finally, Li Chen opened a box and looked at the hero's sword inside. This sword was entirely snow white, with many magical inscriptions on the blade, and the guard was a statue of a goddess, exquisitely crafted. Li Chen wanted to pick up the sword, but to his surprise, when his hand grasped the hilt, he couldn't lift it at all. This sword was absurdly heavy. Oh, resisting me? Li Chen felt a consciousness within the sword that was strongly resisting him. The magical inscriptions on the sword flickered between light and dark, seemingly absorbing the magical power in the air, making itself heavier and heavier. Am I going to be stumped by you, an object? Li Chen also got serious, gripping the hilt with both hands and exerting force together. He finally lifted the sword off the ground, but that was all it did, just barely off the ground. He felt like he was holding a heavy iron. Matt, was he going to the battlefield to fight or to work out? If the sword couldn't even be swung and was cut down by someone, it would be bad news for the bodybuilding world. He directly threw the sword to the ground, baring his teeth and shaking his arm. Oh, I don't believe it. Li Chen lunged forward, trying several times but unable to lift the sword completely, exhausting himself in the process. During a break, he felt the consciousness within the sword mocking him. Li Chen's gaze turned dangerous. He had many production plans to implement and no time to tangle with a sword. He looked at the sword on the ground and coldly said, I know you can understand me. I'll give you one last chance to serve me, and your name will be known throughout the world alongside my army. As soon as he said this, Li Chen felt a wave of inaudible laughter coming from the sword. I am the pure sword bestowed upon the mortal realm by the goddess of life. Every one of my previous masters has been a hero of the goddess of life. Only great and holy individuals can wield me. You are just a filthy, lowly goblin. Li Chen fell silent for a moment, then laughed, starting with a light chuckle that turned into a loud laugh and then into a maniacal cackle. After laughing, he looked at the sword with a face full of mockery. You are nothing but an object, a tool for others to wield. Who gave you the audacity to be so proud? A hero? That guy's corpse was thrown under the tree in the underworld by my men. It will turn into a skeleton soldier and be killed by me for the second time, the third time, the 100th time. And you, filthy, right? Lowly, right? Come, let me show you what filthy and lowly really means. Li Chen lifted the sword and directly exited the steel factory, dragging it toward the restroom. This was exhausting, and he was sweating profusely. Passing by the blacksmithing workshop, Li Chen saw the ogre Dang Dang sitting in front of a large iron anvil, and his eyes lit up. Li Chen found a chain, tied it to the sword's hilt, and called out to Dang Dang, Dang Dang, come help me. Dang Dang, with a silly expression, dropped the heavy hammer and came over to Little Green. Li Chen handed the chain to Dang Dang. Here, Dang Dang, hold this and come with me. Dang Dang pinched the chain with 2 fingers and lifted the sword, following Li Chen toward the restroom. The restroom in the steel factory was an open-air rural latrine. Previously, production capacity was insufficient, and everything was geared toward production, so the restroom was poorly built and extremely foul-smelling. The stench could be smelled from a distance, and the sword sensed something, erupting in intense fear. No, no, filthy ogre, put me down, put me down. I command you in the name of the pure sword bestowed by the goddess of life. No, no, no. Dang Dang looked around. Who's talking? Dang Dang thought he misheard and continued following Li Chen toward the restroom. The sword grew increasingly terrified, the magical inscriptions on the blade glowing brighter, and the sword became heavier, but this weight was nothing to the ogre, who continued to stride toward the restroom. You can't do this. You filthy goblin, I am a sword from the heavenly realm, stop. Li Chen ignored the sword's screams and glanced into the pit. 120% saturation, a very rich golden mine. Satisfied, Li Chen looked at the sword, his face revealing a standard sinister smile, the kind where the corners of his mouth reached his ears. No matter what your name was before, from now on, everyone will only remember the name I give you. Shit. Sword. The sword trembled all over, frightened. Please, can I have another chance? Li Chen shouted at Dang Dang. Dang Dang, throw it in. Dang Dang casually tossed the chain into the pit and then started picking his nose. This pure sword, bestowed by the heavenly realm and used by the 375th hero, screamed in despair as it plunged into the filth. Juices splattered, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. The pure sword was gone from the world, but a sword in the shit remained. After completing the epic masterpiece Sword in the Shit, Li Chen returned to his luxurious 120 square meter wooden cabin and began to contemplate the future of the monster nation, confirming the direction for future development. The name he gave to the nation was the Alliance of Intelligent Beings, with a flag featuring a circle enveloping stars, each star representing an intelligent race. The Alliance of Intelligent Beings would absorb various intelligent races from the continent as citizens, forming a multiracial, multi-ethnic nation. To maintain national stability, Li Chen would ensure that goblins comprised 60% of the core population and 80% of the military. Given the reproductive capacity of goblins, this was easily achievable. The superstructure would arise from the infrastructure, with the basic management unit of the alliance being small villages of 100 people. These villages would control land, cultivate it, and collect taxes. Each village would have a village chief and deputy chief, along with team leaders and their deputies overseeing agricultural work, and during wartime, the management system would directly transform into a military command structure.
Li Chen sat at his desk, using the most precious ink to write and draw on parchment. The paper produced by the paper mill he was overseeing was inadequate for such important national policies. It was better to write them on parchment. He dipped his quill into the ink bottle and meticulously crafted the future of the alliance.
Li Chen encountered a dilemma: the internal demand of the alliance,
or rather, the economic issue.
What are the demands of monsters?
For humans, it is simple. People want food, land, housing, comfortable clothing, luxury goods, and to hold positions of power to realize their personal value.
But what are the demands of monsters? After careful consideration, Li Chen discovered that there was some overlap between the needs of monsters and humans.
For instance, food, housing, and warm clothing were all in demand by goblins, dog-headed people, and ogres. Li Chen defined this demand as basic needs, which all races must strive to address, and it also served as the foundation for their integration.
However, once basic needs were met, there were divergences regarding advanced needs and self-actualization.
Everyone knows the advanced needs of humans, the thoughts and resource mobilization people
engage in to fulfill these needs form human society. Now the question arises: what are the advanced needs of monsters, and what does self-actualization mean for them? Without clarity on this issue, the alliance of intelligent beings would merely be a facade.
Li Chen scratched his head in frustration as snowflakes fell heavily, instantly covering his desk with the crystallization of his worries. He felt that daydreaming was futile, so he stepped out of the room and went outside, casually grabbing a farming goblin and
asking this promising young man, if you were given a chance to realize your dreams, what would you want to do most right now?
The farming goblin was startled and trembled in fear when the boss grabbed him, but upon hearing the boss's words, he became excited.
Could it be that the boss had noticed his diligent farming efforts and was going to reward him handsomely? Boss, the farming goblin shouted excitedly. I want a copy. Alright, get lost. Have you finished planting the fields? No? Then why aren't you out there farming?
All you do is copy, copy, copy. That will only harm you.
Instead of wasting time on that, you might as well cultivate a few more acres. The farming goblin ran away in tears. Li Chen pulled a few more goblins and asked them about their dreams, receiving the same responses as the initial farming goblin.
Li Chen was speechless and went to find the dog-headed shaman, asking him if he had
any dreams.
The shaman's eyes turned into crescent moons, and drool began to flow.
Boss, my dream is to find 10 female dog-headed people of different colors and then, really copy. Get the hell out of here. Li Chen kicked the guy into the water
ditch, thinking the shaman might express a desire to learn more advanced spells or something similar, but instead, his dream
was so simple.
Li Chen then ran to the blacksmith shop, wanting to inquire about the dreams of ogres, but when he saw Dang Dang sitting
by the large anvil, hammering away while picking his nose, he hesitated. Maybe it was better not to ask. Well, since we're here, Li Chen pulled out a potato and tossed it to Dang Dang, asking, Dang Dang, what is your dream? Dang Dang cracked the potato
like a sunflower seed, poked his enormous pinky finger into his nostril, and dug out a lump of rich ore, pressing it against the
beam, waiting for the high temperature to bake it into an S-like raisin. What is a dream? Li Chen explained, it's something you really want to do but can't do at the moment.
Dong Dong's large, pointed head underwent a brainstorming session, his eyes gradually losing focus as the mysteries of the universe were being unraveled. I just want to wait until Jojo and Mimi grow up and find them a good partner. Li Chen didn't expect the ogre to say something so normal, but upon reflection, it seemed, wasn't that
still a copy?
Alright, Li Chen gave up. Inheritance and reproduction were indeed the greatest needs in the current tribe.
Before enlightenment, the internal needs and self-actualization of the monsters would not be liberated. Now, Li Chen was here asking questions, akin to a reporter asking, are you happy?
Li Chen returned to his house, sat back at his desk, and picked up a pen.
He felt like he was getting somewhere. The monsters didn't lack higher needs, but their basic production hadn't been satisfied. Where would the monsters get their higher needs?
He feared that if the monsters had no higher needs, the alliance would develop abnormally.
However, once the alliance's resources were sufficient, higher needs would naturally emerge.
The only issue was that the physiological foundations of the monsters were different, leading to different higher needs. At that time, Li Chen could adjust policies and
economics based on the varying needs. Li Chen quickly recorded in the universal human language, changed the paper, and began to study. A new question: how to define the citizens of the alliance. Like humans, a newborn baby is a citizen from the moment it is born.
This approach is fine because human infants have little destructive power. They gradually learn during their growth and then join
society. But what about monsters? Damn.
Take goblins, for instance. They are born capable of killing their mother.
If you put them
together, they would immediately start cannibalizing each other.
Once adults enter society, goblins would exhibit a certain sociality,
drawn to the strong, and would spontaneously gather around the big goblin. However, this sociality is small-scale, chaotic,
unmanageable, and stagnant, a narrow sociality.
Because the members are mentally unstable, coupled with copying and killing, if such
Beings are released into society in large numbers, it would truly create an unbreakable alliance. Fortunately, Li Chen still had some ideas. He decided that citizenship in the alliance must be obtained through examination. Taking goblins as an example, Li Chen planned to create a completely independent closed facility for child rearing. At this stage, goblin cubs would not be recognized as citizens, they could only be considered prospective citizens. They would need to undergo learning, military training, and develop stable personalities, and after assessment they would become individuals suitable for the development of alliance society, at which point they would be granted citizenship and then assigned to the army, hunting teams, or other production organizations. Other monsters would also need to undergo such assessments in the future. Monster cubs and human infants are vastly different. Monster cubs are born with destructive power and must be strictly restrained and guided. This brings us to education. Li Chen's education for goblins was somewhat rough: 3 whips and 1 kill, very effective but not sustainable, as the population loss was too high. The 3 whips and 1 kill should not be abused, it should be treated as a final punitive measure. He needed gentler educational methods to give more goblin cubs the opportunity to join society. To this end, Li Chen designed a 3-step educational method. The first step involves goblin cubs from birth to the 15-day juvenile stage. During this stage, goblin cubs are physically weak, and the educational content mainly focuses on discipline, such as lining up for meals, learning Arabic numerals, and later, recognizing characters. The first stage will instill in the goblin cubs the idea of obeying the collective and learning mathematics. 15 days later, the goblin cubs' bodies slowly matured, and at this point, they could join high-intensity military training and obedience training. Beatings, angry scoldings, and collapsing from exhaustion would be the daily routine during this phase. The second phase lasts for 1 month. Once they get through it, they will have initially completed the means leaving the wild. The first 2 phases will not cause casualties, focusing mainly on education, but the third phase will be very brutal. The third phase will directly enter militarized training, lasting for 3 months, where a large amount of military posture, discipline training, close combat weapon training, and firearms training will become the norm. In this high-intensity training, some goblins will definitely not be able to endure it. Aside from those who genuinely cannot due to physical reasons, others will receive 3 warnings from the instructors. After 3 warnings, sorry, you can only start over. If the goblins collectively rebel and escape, then the ultimate solution of 3 draws and 1 kill will come into play. Li Chen hopes that this situation occurs as little as possible, so the instructors in the first 2 phases will repeatedly warn the goblins to obey orders once they enter the third phase. Li Chen has no choice. A society will gradually develop towards civilization. If the goblins want to join a civilized society, they must undergo brutal training, otherwise, society will only see a bunch of vagrants, thieves, murderers, and scoundrels. After enduring hardship, once the goblins get through the third phase, they will gain citizenship and will no longer be beings whose lives can be taken away at will, unless they violate laws and military regulations. Li Chen put away the parchment, called for a goblin named Air, and taught him the 3-step education method for him to practice. Then he called Miss Hannah over and asked, "Miss Hannah, my people need written language. What do you suggest?" For long-term development, written language is necessary, but Li Chen currently has no clue and needs the opinion of the linguist, Miss Hannah. Miss Hannah thought for a moment and said, "I suggest directly learning a mature writing system. This is the fastest and most effective way." Li Chen narrowed his eyes, watching Miss Hannah with a gradually dangerous gaze. "Oh, then does Miss Hannah have any recommendations?" Without thinking, Miss Hannah replied, "Of course, it's the common tongue of humanity. Humans are one of the 4 ancient races, and the common tongue has developed for over 4,000 years. It is a very advanced language. Moreover, the magical script of human spells is derived from the common tongue, so learning the common tongue provides a foundation for magic." Miss Hannah spoke passionately, her face showing pride, but Li Chen only looked at her meaningfully. "Hey, haven't you already learned the common tongue? Can't you just promote it?" Miss Hannah blinked her big eyes, looking at Li Chen innocently. Li Chen silently stared at her, and the two fell into silence. Miss Hannah gradually sensed something was off. Why was this goblin looking at her with such a dangerous gaze? Seeing Miss Hannah panicking, Li Chen waved his hand. "Miss Hannah, I'm tired, you can go now." Miss Hannah thought to herself, has he really gotten tired after saying just 10 words? She turned back 3 times as she walked towards the door, and just as her hand brushed against it, she realized something, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. She mechanically turned around and said in a trembling voice, I didn't mean that." Li Chen let out a heavy breath. "It's fine, you can go. I need to rest." Miss Hannah trembled as she retreated, leaving Li Chen alone in the room, the air feeling somewhat stiff. Li Chen sat in the chair, his expression very grim. Written language is a cultural carrier of a nation, a manifestation of its spirit. A nation without its own written language is like a tree without roots, easily blown down by a strong wind. Especially
In this magical world, the written languages of various races may very well stem from their bloodlines existing to communicate with the powers of heaven and earth. Without their own writing system, it is like a dog shaman who can use spells but does not understand the principles behind them. These principles, as a member of the academic community, Miss Hannah surely knows. Was it intentional or accidental? Li Chen murmured to himself. If Miss Hannah did it on purpose, deliberately guiding him to spread the universal language of humanity, then she would be in danger. If it was accidental, the danger wouldn't be any less. It would mean he could no longer adopt the suggestions she provided, as she wouldn't even know if her words could cause harm. Li Chen himself wasn't a deity, unable to detect every potential disaster. If he followed Miss Hannah's advice to formulate national policy and implement it could lead to a grave mistake. It's really not feasible to discuss matters without our own people. Li Chen's head was spinning. He needed knowledgeable and broad-minded individuals, but his own people were a bunch of infants under 1 year old, while outsiders had ulterior motives, making things difficult. Just as Li Chen was feeling troubled, there was a knock on his door. Come in. The door opened, and Miss Hannah's head peeked in. Li Chen was taken aback. Why was she back again? Is there something else? Miss Hannah hid her body behind the door, cautiously revealing her face as she said, well, if you want to create characters, you could try archaeology. When I was studying at the academy, my mentor researched some tablets from the Age of the Gods, 1,000 years ago. The mentor believed that the characters recorded on the tablets might be from the normal period of Goblin heritage, before the Goblin god died. Supplementary chapter on setting explanation regarding the three-step education method and citizenship acquisition, which wasn't clearly explained before. Let's discuss it here. Some readers feel that goblins, as the main race, currently bear 99% of the battles and deaths in the alliance of intelligent beings, yet goblin cubs must undergo the harsh three-step education method to gain public identity simply because of their innate chaos and danger. Meanwhile, humans, due to their relatively controllable nature, are granted citizenship at birth, which seems unfair. I feel like I'm leaning towards the human side. To be honest, I'm quite happy that there are readers seriously contemplating the rationality of the policies of the monster nation. Spolasi. Let me explain. First, the three-step education method only applies to goblins because of their chaotic attributes. They must undergo re-education to de-wild before becoming stable members of society. In contrast, dog-headed people, ogres, and humans, due to their physiological differences, will receive different forms of education. The three-step education method is exclusive to goblins. Secondly, the three-step education method is not a cruel exploitation of the main race. On the contrary, it is a form of welfare, a manifestation of the protagonist's bias. The alliance of intelligent beings must be an orderly nation. Chaotic goblins entering society will only face death if they break the law. The progressive three-step education method formally enhances their survival capabilities in an orderly society. Moreover, the most brutal methods of elimination will diminish as productivity improves, and the protagonist will have more resources to invest in education, allowing educational experiences to accumulate and evolve from common methods to extraordinary ones, or even disappear. I also conceived a plot where everyone becomes a goblin. After all, the three-step education method cannot reform some extreme goblins. The protagonist initiates a plan for everyone to become goblins, as the intelligence exhibited by goblins is no different from that of adult humans, significantly increasing their chances of integrating into society. Therefore, the three-step education method greatly enhances the strength and abilities of goblins, akin to compulsory education, and initially, only goblins benefit from this capability enhancement. Do you still think the protagonist is biased towards outsiders? One more thing, human infants, due to their stability, are granted citizenship at birth. Isn't that too biased towards humans? I can only say that in my conception, if there is no bias towards humans, they wouldn't survive in the alliance of intelligent beings. Humans need at least 14 years to develop the ability to survive independently. By the time they finally grow from infants to adults, the goblins have already achieved military honors and titles, having worked for over a decade. While humans are still growing, goblins have already engaged in production and combat, accumulating wealth. Brothers, perhaps we should consider what national policies to implement to prevent humans from becoming a minority in the alliance of intelligent beings. Laughs. Also, I'm wondering how to educate dragon hatchlings when the dragons join us in the future. Many novels portray dragons as powerful, greedy, and extremely selfish. Their entry into the alliance would bring immense military strength but also instability. I've already conceived several plots of betrayal, so there's plenty to write about. Lastly, it's difficult for authors to write about things they haven't seen. How should a nation of monsters operate? After reading so many novels, I haven't seen any that detail this, and there are no references. So if anyone has sharp questions or interesting ideas, please let me know. I'm eager for talent. Fire. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire roared, bullets flying. The gun-wielding goblins stood on the city walls, shooting down the skeleton soldiers near the underworld tree. During this time, Li Chen's forces had acquired a large number of animal bones, which were
thrown near the underworld tree, forming a mountain of bones.
every day, skeleton soldiers were reconstituted under the influence of the underworld tree, igniting soul flames and crawling out from the mountain of bones. Li Chen had led his men to farm skeleton soldiers several times, upgrading all the new 10th squad goblins to big goblins, which gave him some understanding of the underworld tree. 1. The more bones there are near the underworld tree, the more skeleton soldiers will spawn. 2. The bone powder produced by the writing and slashing system acts as an adhesive. When bones are combined to form skeleton soldiers, the bone powder participates
in the synthesis.
The more there is, the more skeleton soldiers will spawn, and the higher the quality of the bone powder, the more skeleton soldiers will be produced. 3. Skeleton soldiers crawling out from the pile of bones have a 50% chance of emerging
as upright humanoid skeletons, a 30% chance of emerging as beast-shaped skeletons on all fours, a 10% chance of emerging as a mixed
mass of bones that is unidentifiable, which looks large enough to form a skeletal giant, but it was eliminated before it could
succeed, and a 10% chance of emerging as a deformity.
So far, no flying skeleton soldiers have been discovered. It's unclear whether this is due to a lack of flying animal corpses or other reasons. For the stronger a person was in life, the stronger the skeleton
soldier that crawls out after their death when their bones are placed near the underworld tree. For example, the body of a hero could
produce a level 5 soldier, complete with a bone shield and bone sword, leaping out of the wooden stakes surrounding it.
Fortunately, Li Chen was present at the time and ordered a volley that turned it into dust.
5. The bodies of strong individuals that are repeatedly
resurrected become weaker each time.
It is speculated that the magical power within the strong person's body condenses into soul flames, which, when extinguished, consumes a large amount of magical power. Again, with the hero, the first time it crawled up, it was a level 5 soldier. The second time, it was a level 4 soldier. By the third time, it was only a level 2 soldier, and later, it mixed with other bones, becoming indistinguishable, truly turning to dust. 6. The items dropped by the skeleton soldiers include grains, weathered bone powder, high-density bone powder, and magical bone powder.
The magical bone powder appears jade-colored,
and Li Chen collected this for future use. 7. Every day, a steady stream of skeleton soldiers crawls out from the pile of bones. Li Chen farms them once a week, killing 600 to 700 skeleton soldiers at a time. This is too dangerous. The numbers are overwhelming,
and if they manage to escape, it could lead to casualties. Li Chen plans to use the underworld tree as the center, constructing a
stone wall 10 meters high and about 2 meters wide, 500 meters away, so that soldiers can stand on the wall to level up. Other areas will be used to mine nitrate soil, and the excavated places will be filled with ordinary soil, which will be contaminated by the
underworld's aura and turned back into nitrate soil after a month. As the last volley of gunfire echoed, Li Chen received the battle report in his mind.
Without looking, he opened the soldier page and upgraded all the goblins to goblin archers, among which 6 were upgraded to senior goblin archers. He scattered ordinary bone powder into the wooden enclosure, took the grains and piled them
into the warehouse, planning to head back with his men. The new Punishment Army's 10th squad was taking shape, and the new flintlock
rifles were gradually outfitting the troops.
Once the flintlocks fully replaced the matchlocks, it would be time for Li Chen to launch an assault on the dog-headed tribe. However, things don't always go as planned. Li Chen returned to Iron City, which was the Goblin tribe. He intended to develop this place into an industrial zone, naming it Iron City. Just as he was about to order the troops to disband and rest, Taiyok rushed in, flustered. "My lord, it's bad.
The mining team was attacked by cave spiders.
There are heavy casualties. Calm down, what happened?"
Li Chen saw that Taiyok was nearly scared out of his wits and urged him to calm
down before speaking.
After catching his breath, Taiyok explained. The iron mine was actually the nest of the cave spiders, and it was very, very large, with high-quality iron ore exposed on the surface. Usually, the goblins would pick up the ore and leave, avoiding the entrance of the cave spiders, and everything was fine. But Li Chen had been constantly nagging Taiyok about expanding production and industrialization, using terms like 10,000-ton steel furnace that he didn't understand, so he had to personally go to the mine to check the mineral reserves. Upon inspection, they had to get close to the main body of the mine. Taiyok led his men near the mountain, and when they reached a certain distance, actually several hundred meters away from the cave spider's warning was triggered, and a swarm of spiders the size of small cars surged out, chasing after them.
The mining goblins
suffered heavy casualties. Taiyok, being long-limbed, managed to escape, but over 20 mining goblins were killed.
Li Chen stroked
his chin, pondering that the cave spiders needed to be dealt with. After all, there was only so much surface mineral. Once it was picked clean, they would have to dig deeper. For the alliance to develop, industrialization was necessary, and the conflict with the cave spiders was irreconcilable. Moreover, with the cave spiders so close to Iron City, if they ever came to hunt there, the casualties would be significant. Li Chen summoned Gobspear and Gobbao, asking, "How is the troop training?
Can they participate in actual combat? Gob Spear and Gob Bao exchanged glances. Gob Spear replied, yes, boss, they have at least 70% of the strength of the old 10th squad. The main reason for the slower training progress was that Li Chen did not allow for 3 strikes and 1 kill, even executing soldiers required a report to him. Li Chen nodded, 70% was sufficient. Half of this 70% of the troops were equipped with breech-loading flintlock rifles, which had a fast firing rate, so dealing with the cave spiders should be manageable. Li Chen issued the order. Gob Spear, Gob Bao, assemble the troops and head to the mine. Tell the soldiers that those who achieve merit in this battle can be promoted to captain or vice-captain. The Punishment Army's 10th squad quickly assembled and was led by Li Chen towards the mine. The land near the mine was very fertile. Previously, it was covered in potatoes, but now all the potatoes had been dug up and replaced with beets, which were thriving. Li Chen looked towards the top of the mine, where there were numerous large openings, occasionally spotting 1 or 2 cave spiders moving about. He recalled the hunting team's report, which mentioned that they had discovered a massive cave over 10 kilometers away in the mountains, where cave spiders were occasionally seen hunting, indicating that there might be a vast underground cave system. This increased the difficulty of exterminating the cave spiders. The troops would have to descend into the caves to completely annihilate them, which could lead to casualties. But regardless, for the safety of the surrounding areas, the cave spiders had to be dealt with immediately. Li Chen commanded, front crouch, back stand, form ranks. He had the troops line up, preparing for battle. Now that the troops had flintlock rifles, their shooting speed had significantly increased, and they adopted a formation of 1 standing and 1 crouching to enhance firepower density. The goblins quickly moved into formation, and Li Chen's voice rang out. I need a brave soldier to run to the top of the mountain and lure the enemy over. Who's going? The goblins exchanged glances. No one moved. Gob Mao stepped on the foot of a guy next to him, who looked at Gob Mao in confusion. Gob Mao gave him a knowing look, and he instantly understood this was a chance to earn merit. He shouted loudly, boss, Gob Mao, the squad leader, is going. Gob Mao kicked the guy over. Damn it, he could definitely do it, but the boss was clearly giving the little soldiers a chance. Why should he go when you said so? Gob Mao shouted. Boss, the lead soldier of the first squad, Gob Pao, is going. He runs the fastest. The guy named Gob Pao realized this military achievement was for himself and shouted again, boss, I'm going. Li Chen found it somewhat amusing. He had seen their little interaction. Are you sure? Getting caught by a spider is a dead end, and these things can run pretty fast. Gob Pao stood at attention and saluted. Boss, my name was given to me by everyone. Li Chen chuckled. Alright, Gob Pao, let me see how fast you can run. Complete the mission, and I'll make you a squad leader. Gob Pao trembled with excitement, and Gob Mao kicked him again. Take off your armor. What are you standing there for? Gob Pao exclaimed, oh, and quickly removed his armor, tossed aside his firearm, and slowly made his way up the mountain. The others watched him ascend, their hearts bleeding. Damn it, it seemed they had missed an opportunity. Gob Pao climbed step by step, moving very slowly, conserving his energy. As he got closer, reaching about 500 meters from the top, the cave spiders that roamed the summit stopped their movements and began to watch him. Gob Pao walked another 50 meters, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it forward. This action completely enraged the cave spiders. It lowered its head and raised its rear, assuming a dangerously aggressive posture, then stomped its 4 legs on the ground. The cave spider was enormous, the size of a small car, gray in color, and its legs stomped the ground at a certain frequency, seemingly producing some kind of vibration. The vibrations traveled through the ground and into the underground, and the cave spiders that felt it swarmed out of the cave entrance, over 30 of them. More than 30 cave spiders the size of small cars, and Gob Pao was so scared he almost wet himself. He let out a howl and took off running. He really did run fast, charging down the mountain as if he were flying. The cave spiders were not slow either, their 8 legs creating afterimages as they closely pursued Gob Pao, the distance between them quickly closing. Raise your guns, Li Chen shouted, and the firearm goblins all raised their guns. Although the cave spiders were fast, Gob Pao was not slow either. At this rate, Gob Pao could easily run into the ranks, and the cave spiders would enter firing range, just in time for Li Chen to order them to fire and take care of the cave spiders. However, an accident occurred. In his rapid run, Gob Pao didn't notice a rock underfoot. He stepped on it and twisted his ankle. Gob Pao let out a scream as his rapidly moving form fell, rolling down the slope for over 10 meters, landing at the edge of the beet field, howling, unable to get up. The goblins gasped. Behind Gob Pao were 30 cave spiders in pursuit, their long legs and spears ready to pierce him through. He was doomed. All the goblins thought this, and then they saw their squad leader, Gob Mao, charge out, moving as fast as a cheetah, running up the slope even faster than Gob Pao, and he hadn't even taken off his armor. Gob Mao dashed through the pile of beets, earning the title of Beet Destroyer, charging towards the cave spiders without fear. He reached Gob Pao's side, grabbed him, and hoisted him onto his shoulder, running down the mountain. The goblins looked on, their hearts stirred as they saw their usually fierce captain rush towards the cave spider, disregarding his own safety to save someone. Gobu, carrying a large goblin, struggled despite being a level 5 goblin warrior. The weight slowed his running speed significantly. The cave spider, angered by the audacity of the intruders on their territory, quickened its pace. Though it did not roar, its speed increased, the 8 massive legs thumping against the ground, creating a heavy sense of oppression. One of the cave spiders was particularly fast, breaking away from the others and racing ahead, now only 10 body lengths away from Gobu and his companion. The goblins' hearts leapt into their throats, and some couldn't help but shout for them to run faster, while others aimed their firearms at the cave spider but hesitated to pull the trigger. The military regulations were clear. Firing without orders during wartime was a death sentence, a rule emphasized many times, and no one dared to act recklessly. Even if they were allowed to shoot, they wouldn't hit anything at over 300 meters, they could only fume in frustration. As they waited for Captain Lee and Gobu to be torn apart, a sudden command from Lee Chin pierced the air. All units, lower your weapons. Ha! Lower weapons? The goblins were bewildered. Why now? They were confused, but an order was an order, and the discipline instilled in them made obedience instinctual. The goblins complied, and just as they finished lowering their weapons, a loud gunshot rang out, leaving them in shock. They saw Gobu, having slipped away from the group, find a rock to brace his 2-meter-long gun and fire a shot. When they looked again, the cave spider behind Gobu had vanished, its head gone without a trace, green fluid spraying everywhere. Oh, so lowering their weapons was to prevent them from accidentally firing upon hearing the gunshot. Seizing the opportunity, Gobu accelerated, carrying the injured back to the group. Gobu gasped for breath like an asthmatic, dropping the injured goblin at Li Chen's feet before collapsing on the ground. Li Chen looked at Gobu with appreciation, tossed him a water flask made from crocodile stomach, and then turned to the injured goblin, saying, You need to watch where you're running. For your life, you almost got yourself killed. With your recklessness, you might endanger the whole squad. The injured goblin looked dejected, but Li Chen continued, I'll make you a deputy squad leader for now. Let Gobu mentor you and gain some experience. Once he approves of you, I'll promote you to full leader. The injured goblin was overjoyed, feeling that this desperate struggle was worth it. The other goblins were also stirred, realizing that being a deputy squad leader was quite impressive, overseeing 5 teams, 50 individuals, someone they needed to look up to. The leader rewards merit. They thought about how to actively earn achievements in the future, and Li Chen's command came again. Raise your weapons. The goblins snapped back to attention, raising their guns as the cave spider was now within 150 meters. Li Chen waited a few more seconds, allowing the spider to close in to 100 meters before loudly ordering fire. Bang 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 bang. A series of gunfire erupted, white smoke billowing instantly. Over 30 cave spiders in the distance suffered devastating blows, thousands of projectiles sweeping through like a scythe, with nearly all the cave spiders hit by at least one round. The cave spiders exploded with large holes, green fluid gushing out. If a projectile struck a leg, it would sever it completely. Half of the cave spiders collapsed on the spot, while the other half writhed in agony on the ground from their wounds. Such large creatures were brought to an equal status before firearms. The goblin marksmen quickly reloaded their guns, with the breech-loading firearms being particularly fast, completing the reloading in under 10 seconds. Li Chen ordered free shooting, and the sound of muskets rang out. The musket-wielding goblins began target practice, and the remaining cave spiders were shot dead one by one, just like the old Punishment Army's 10th Company, greatly shocked by the power of the muskets. Such large creatures killed so easily, they had grasped an incredible power. After that, several waves of cave spiders emerged from the mountaintop cave, but their numbers had decreased significantly, all being shot dead by the muskets. Half an hour later, no more spiders crawled out of the cave. Li Chen led his men closer to the mountaintop, intending to delve deeper into the cave to take a look. However, there were too many cave entrances at the mountaintop, and he feared that if the troops entered one entrance, the cave spiders would rush out from other entrances and launch a pincer attack, which would be disastrous. He called the ogre family to come and asked them to seal off all the visible caves with wooden stakes, leaving only the largest cave open. This largest cave was over 10 meters high and wide enough for 3 large carts to pass side by side. It was not naturally formed. Li Chen approached the cave wall to examine it closely and discovered obvious signs of mining, connecting it to the cave spider's legs. He solved the mystery. It was the cave spiders that had expanded the cave. Li Chen picked up a piece of ore from the ground to inspect. Having spent so long in the blacksmith shop, he naturally recognized it as high-quality iron ore. He looked into the bottomless cave and felt his heart race. It was all high-quality iron ore. Moreover, someone had already dug out the mining passages. Li Chen drew his great sword and waved it into the cave. Brothers, the inherently evil cave spiders have their doom at hand. Charge! Eliminate them! Li Chen decided to resolve the threat of the cave spiders as soon as possible, so he led his troops deeper into the cave.
Since the cave was very large, enough for the ogres to enter, Li Chen equipped Dang Dang with 3 layers of horned crocodile. Heavy armor, with one hand holding a huge wooden shield and the other wielding a large hoe used for tilling, leading the way at the front. The group descended, the cave so dark that they couldn't see their fingers, but fortunately, all the monsters had night vision capabilities, so cave combat was not an issue. After walking down for more than 10 minutes, the cave walls had not narrowed. As they descended, still maintaining a width sufficient for 3 large carts to pass through, Li Chen, following behind the ogre, wondered why the cave spiders had dug such a wide downward tunnel. It seemed very deliberate. After advancing for a while, a cave spider suddenly appeared around the corner ahead. Li Chen ordered the soldiers beside him, "The enemy is coming. Prepare to fire." The exploration formation organized by Li Chen had the ogres at the front for melee, followed by the system soldiers, with the first and second companies behind them, and other companies guarding the cave entrance. The system soldiers took out their muskets and aimed at the cave spiders around the corner. Fire! Li Chen raised a flintlock and fired first, and the other system soldiers followed suit. The cave spiders that had just emerged from the corner were hit, green fluid spraying everywhere as they writhed in pain and fell to the ground, becoming obstacles for those who followed. These cave spiders were large, with a layer of shell on their backs, capable of resisting large and medium-sized monsters during hunting. Human spears and crossbows should not be able to pierce them. However, facing the powerful kinetic energy of the muskets, the 20mm projectiles could easily shred their shells, creating a massive cavitation effect within their bodies. A single musket shot could take down a cave spider by hitting vital organs. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously. The system soldiers discarded their empty guns after firing and received new ones passed over by teammates to continue shooting. Each system soldier had 2 or 3 people behind them loading bullets, making for considerable output, and the cave spiders at the corner could not charge out at all. The dead spiders piled up into a small mountain, but the black powder ignited produced thick smoke, especially since the cave was a confined space. After just over a minute of firing, the fog became so dense that it was hard to see. The goblins could only shoot blindly, greatly reducing their chances of hitting the enemy. A few cave spiders took the opportunity to rush forward, charging at the ogre. They supported their bodies with 6 legs from behind, while the 2 front legs jabbed like spears towards Dong Dong's chest. Dang Dang was wearing 3 layers of heavy armor. The front legs of the cave spider pierced through the outer 2 layers but were stopped by the third, startled by the giant spider. Jumping at his face, Dang Dang instinctively swung his pickaxe forward, and with a crisp cracking sound, the cave spider shattered. Other cave spiders rushed in, wildly stabbing at Dang Dang, some biting with their venomous fangs, while others sprayed silk from their abdominal glands. These attacks were very effective against medium to large prey, but for a giant like Dang Dang, they were nothing more than a sprinkle of water, unable to break through his defenses. With a loud shout, Dang Dang swung his pickaxe carelessly, and like a deep-sea titan, each strike caused an explosion of goo, the crisp sounds echoing throughout the cave. As Dang Dang attracted the cave spiders, the system's soldiers behind him continued to output damage. After 5 minutes of battle, no more cave spiders emerged from the corner ahead. The fight ended, and Li Chen glanced at the summary: over 40 cave spiders killed, earning more than 4,000 dinars. The loot included grains as well as the venom glands and silk from the cave spiders. He wondered what these 2 items could be used for and decided to keep them for future study. He opened the soldier management interface and noticed that the 12 big goblins could be upgraded, so Li Chen spent some money to promote them to goblin archers. He had them organize their weapons and equipment before continuing to explore deeper into the cave. As they descended, Li Chen discovered many small caves attached to the main cave, just big enough for a cave spider to crawl out. Worried that his troops might explore too far down and be ambushed from behind by cave spiders, he ordered everyone to drag the spider corpses they had previously killed back and block these small caves. Fortunately, these caves were not large, and stuffing 3 to 5 spider corpses was enough to seal them off. Li Chen stationed a small team at the cave entrance to prevent cave spiders from breaking through the defenses after the main force moved on, and then led the troops further down. The deeper they went, the more small caves they encountered. Li Chen was not afraid of wasting time. Whenever he found one, he blocked it. As they descended further, they encountered more cave spiders, including special types. Li Chen roughly analyzed the functions of these cave spiders and even gave them names. For example, the most common type, which was very fast and had a thin layer of armor, seemed to be a hunting type with balanced abilities, which Li Chen named wolf spider. There was also a type with short limbs, no armor, and a very large abdomen, which he named thread spider since it sprayed silk. The cave walls they reached were covered in white silk, the result of this spider's work. Fighting these was incredibly relieving because they had no armor. A single shot from a firearm could burst them. There was a type of spider with reinforced front legs, very large and strong, and its shell had a metallic sheen. The ore in the cave walls was excavated by this type, which Li Chen called worker spider. Another type was named soldier spider by Li Chen. Soldier spiders had thick legs and a very robust shell, possessing
great strength, resembling a small tank. They had decent resistance to firearms, their two front legs formed a shield-like structure, and bullets hitting the top would not cause limb loss but only crack the armor. A second shot to the same spot was needed to inflict damage. However, this creature was still fragile against ogres. When Dang Dang struck down with his pickaxe, it shattered. Just the same. Curious about its internal structure, Li Chen stopped to dissect a soldier spider, the thickest part of the soldier spider's shell was 10 millimeters, and beneath the shell was a mass of tough muscle. Even after the shell was shattered by a bullet, the muscle would still block the projectile, making it difficult to inflict fatal injuries. But it doesn't matter, these things are quite rare. Along the way, we only encountered 3, and they appeared one at a time. A single blow from the ogre shattered them, and the thickness of their shells was just so. After killing another soldier spider, a goblin archer was promoted to a senior goblin archer. After Li Chen finished the upgrade, he had someone light a torch to burn away the thick spider silk in the cave, moving downward as he burned. During this process, many animal bones were revealed beneath the silk, and above the cave, a large number of white silk cocoons were seen bound by spider silk hanging from the cave ceiling. Opening one casually revealed prey, commonly found in the forest. Li Chen realized that this section of the cave was a food storage area for spiders, and as they moved deeper, they might be approaching the core territory of the cave spiders. Sure enough, after descending for less than 10 minutes from the food storage area, the troops arrived at a small cave. This cave was filled with many eggs resembling facehuggers from Alien. These were definitely unhatched cave spiders. Li Chen blasted one open with his hand cannon, and an underdeveloped spider oozed out from the egg. Indeed, spider eggs, Li Chen remarked, intending to lead the troops forward, but his shot seemed to trigger a chain reaction. A large number of spiders hidden beneath the web crawled out, including over 10 highly threatening soldier spiders. A glance revealed that the number of spiders exceeded 100. Li Chen was alarmed and immediately ordered everyone, steady retreat. Steady retreat. The group quickly began to back away, feeling a bit scared, mainly due to the overwhelming number of large spiders, which looked very creepy. Li Chen took out 2 explosive barrels from the storage, thought for a moment, and put one back, fearing that 2 might be too powerful and cause a cave-in. He adjusted the length of the fuse to about 20 seconds before lighting it and tossing the explosive barrel into the spider egg chamber, then quickly followed the others out. The group ran a considerable distance before the cave spiders appeared at the entrance of the egg chamber. Due to their sheer numbers, the spiders began to trample each other, piling up at the entrance. The fuse of the explosive barrel Li Chen threw burned out, and a thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the entire cave. Chaotic debris fell from the ceiling, and a cloud of dust rushed through the cave, turning the goblins into cave dwellers. Fortunately, the explosion did not cause a collapse, but everyone coughed for a while as dust filled the space, making it impossible to see the way. Cough cough cough, retreat. Get out now. Li Chen urged everyone to withdraw. Now, with the dust obscuring visibility, if any surviving cave spiders rushed out, it would be disastrous. He shouted for everyone to run outside, and they stumbled and rushed out of the cave, gasping heavily once they reached the surface. Thankfully, the cave spiders did not take the opportunity to chase them, and no one was injured. Li Chen had everyone rest at the cave entrance and sent someone to bring water and food. They sat down to eat right there. After lingering for more than 3 hours, Li Chen thought the smoke should have cleared, so he led the troops down again, this time bringing 2 additional squads to rotate for practical training. Since they had already gone through once, their exploration progressed faster this time, reaching the explosion site in just over 20 minutes. Li Chen had everyone prepare for battle, instructing Dang Dang to lead with the shield. However, when they arrived at the spider egg chamber and took a look inside, they were shocked. Over 100 spiders were writhing and twisting on the ground, some even upside down, unable to determine direction as they crashed into the walls. Is this the explosion messed up their brains? Li Chen recalled seeing on the animal channel that spiders have a strong ability to sense vibrations. Given the enormous size of the cave spiders in this other world, perhaps their ability to sense vibrations was doubled? Thinking back to when Gob was trying to seduce the spider, the first spider that noticed Gob didn't rush over immediately. Instead, it stomped its feet in place, and then a swarm of spiders rushed out of the hole. That stomping action might have been a way to vibrate the ground, signaling the situation to the other spiders, and the vibrations from the explosive barrel clearly exceeded their tolerance. Li Chen observed carefully. Only a handful of spiders were directly killed by the explosive barrel, but over 100 were injured by the shockwave, unable to tell north from south, unable to stand, looking as if they had been hit by a blast wave. Li Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. By sheer accident, he had discovered the weakness of the cave spiders. He instructed the system soldiers to take their time aiming and shoot the cave spiders, harvesting a wave of experience. Along with the cave spiders killed earlier, 60 out of Li Chen's 80 system soldiers upgraded to level 3 goblin archers, with 26 becoming seasoned marksmen. The troops continued to advance, and Li Chen thought, having burned the food storage and blown up the spawning grounds, what would be the next target? The true core. The answer soon revealed itself. Within 5 minutes of moving down, a woman's voice suddenly echoed in Li Chen's mind. Stop. Do not come any closer, or I will kill you and turn you into my food. Li Chen was taken aback. Looking around, he asked the goblin spear beside him, did you hear someone talking? The goblin spear nodded gravely. Boss, I feel like that voice is ringing in my head. Li Chen's expression turned serious. A creature that could communicate directly in his mind was likely the true master of the cave. Spiders, brothers, get ready for battle. We're about to face a boss. Although everyone didn't know what a boss was, they still heightened their spirits to the fullest, quickly checking their firearms and tightening their armor. Li Chen took an explosive barrel from the warehouse, holding a matchstick, ready to ignite it at any moment. However, the owner of that voice seemed very afraid of the explosive barrel as the woman's voice rang out in his mind again. Ah, bastard, don't take that thing out. Put it away. Put it away now. Otherwise, I'll melt your bones with venom. Li Chen twitched his nose. Was this creature really that scared? It was trembling. Curious about the voice's owner, Li Chen ordered the troops to speed up and head deeper into the cave. The further they went down, the more urgent the voice became. Do not come any closer. Get out. Get out of here. I will kill all of you, then wrap you up and dry you with silk. I will crush you into meat paste with my feet, the kind that can't even hold a single bone together. Don't come over, woo woo woo. I'd show my venomous fangs. From this creature's words, Li Chen envisioned its general appearance. Could it be the queen of the spider nest? Sure enough, when they passed through a passage and reached a massive cavern, a gigantic spider, 2 stories high, with bizarre red patterns on its shell and hundreds of red eyes on its head, appeared before them. Li Chen was stunned. There was such a colossal creature lurking underground not far from the core territory, and it could command the cave spider clan. What a significant hidden danger. Fortunately, this danger had been discovered by him and would be resolved by him. The spider queen's massive body exuded an overwhelming pressure, especially with the red patterns on its shell, which, if stared at for too long, could leave one feeling dizzy. This creature looked like the ultimate ruler, yet the voice that echoed in everyone's minds sounded like a little girl on the verge of tears. Eek eek eek. Get out of here, you green mold. Otherwise, I will kill all of you, you nasty little things. I can squash you with a single step. It poked a massive foreleg forward, making a threatening gesture, but its body honestly retreated until its enormous backside pressed against the cave wall, stopping there. What the hell? How is this a bit cute? Li Chen suddenly thought. Little did he know, the Spider Queen seemed to read his thoughts, and a female voice echoed in Li Chen's mind. Ha, did you just say I was cute? The voice swept away, his fear filled with uncertainty and anticipation, sounding like a little girl trying to be adorable. Li Chen's expression changed drastically. Damn it, this big pest can read my thoughts. You have a death wish. What kind of person aiming for great things would allow others to read their mind? This was one of Li Chen's greatest fears. He immediately went to twist the cap off a demolition barrel, wanting to blow it up. Ah, put that thing down. No, I can't read your thoughts. What the hell? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? His movements to twist the cap became even faster. Ah, no. Quickly put that thing down. It's useless to me. It's useless to me. The Spider Queen's voice trembled, and its massive body, already pressed against the wall, shrank back even more, its 2 enormous forelegs covering over 100 eyes. Like a naive girl about to be ravaged by a strong man, the only thing she could do was cover her eyes and not look. Li Chen's movements paused, and seeing this, the Spider Queen sighed in relief, thinking. Li Chen believed her words, and then she read his thoughts. This pest is so big, one might not be enough to blow it up. I need a few more. Then he took out 3 demolition barrels from the warehouse. The Spider Queen was stunned, and then a huge scream echoed in the minds of everyone present. The Spider Queen charged madly towards the cave entrance, and Li Chen thought this was bad, shouted for everyone to get out of the way, and quickly dodged into the cave, clearing the entrance behind him. The other goblins moved quickly, all dodging aside, except for the ogre Dang Dang, who was still digging in his ears, not understanding why there was such a sharp scream in his head. Dang Dang, run! After dodging, Li Chen saw Dang Dang still standing at the entrance and shouted anxiously. Dang Dang looked at him with a confused expression and then was knocked over by the Spider Queen, its massive body completely rolling over him as it rushed into the cave towards the ground. Li Chen covered his eyes with his hand. It was over. The ogre was such good labor, and he actually lost one here. After a while, Li Chen moved his hand away, only to see Dang Dang sitting on the ground, looking dazed and surprisingly not dead. He looked as if he had been hit by a truck, his expression seeming to ask, who am I? Where am I? Li Chen was also shocked. How did he not die after being rolled over by such a colossal creature? He hurried over to check Dong Dong's body and found that the guy hadn't even broken a bone, just had some scrapes. He breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling the ogre's profile, these guys had tough skin and thick flesh, and as long as their feet touched the ground, they were hard to kill, simply because they were the dim-witted little sons of the Earth Goddess.
No harm done, Li Chen organized the troops to chase after the Spider Queen. With such a large size, if it ran to Iron City, the destruction would be significant. Even if it didn't attack Iron City, if it ran far and came back with a new cave spider clan for revenge, that would be terrible. It couldn't be allowed to escape, it had to be eliminated. The troops quickly ran through the cave, the sound of the Spider Queen's massive feet thudding against the ground ahead. Li Chen figured out why the spiders had made the cave so large. It was for this behemoth to pass through. The Spider Queen burst out of the cave, and Li Chen closely followed behind. He heard a series of gunshots coming from the cave entrance. That was the squad stationed at the entrance shooting at the Spider Queen. Worried about heavy casualties among his troops, Li Chen accelerated and dashed out of the cave. Then they saw the Spider Queen galloping away towards the forest, leaving the several squads stationed at the cave entrance unharmed. The Spider Queen did not attack them, only thinking of escape. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief and led all the troops in pursuit of the Spider Queen. There were hardly any large trees near the mine. The surrounding area had been cultivated into farmland by the goblins, with crops planted, and the terrain was relatively flat. The Spider Queen, with her 8 large legs, moved quickly, causing the ground to tremble with thuds, and soon reached the edge of the forest. The trees in the monster forest were very tall, with 20 meters being common and 30 to 40 meters not rare, while 50 to 60 meters could occasionally be seen. The Spider Queen stood about 2 stories high, around 8 to 9 meters. And with her spider legs, her width reached about 20 meters and her length was around 27 to 28 meters. Such a colossal creature was blocked by the trees. The Spider Queen hesitated, and Li Chen seized the opportunity to lead his troops to rush behind her, not daring to get too close, and ordered everyone to shoot with their firearms from 200 meters away. A series of gunshots rang out, and the bullet struck the Spider Queen's thick shell, leaving only slight marks, unable to penetrate at all. However, this creature cried out in pain, and everyone present could hear its voice in their minds. Ah, ah, ah. It hurts. It hurts, it hurts. Stop shooting, or I'll get angry. Though it claimed to be angry, its body was quite honest. It made up its mind and charged into the forest, its massive body containing immense power, breaking trees as it crashed through, forcibly clearing a path for its escape. It was terrified. The black canister that Little Mold held posed a tremendous threat to it. Li Chen and his men reached the edge of the forest, looking at the Spider Queen in shock. The living trees were full of sap and resilient. How much strength would it take to break them directly, let alone so many trees at once? The Spider Queen had bulldozed through a kilometer of forest, snapping every tree that tried to block her path. At this point, Li Chen had given up on killing the Spider Queen. Was this thing something he could provoke now? He was just a bit unwilling, still leading his men in pursuit. But then fortune turned. After crashing through 2 miles in the forest, the Spider Queen stopped, panting heavily, various bodily fluids expelled as if she had just run 1,000 meters like a couch potato who hadn't exercised for years. Forcing a path through was still too difficult for her. The riflemen caught up with the Spider Queen, firing their guns continuously, but these attacks were like the human armies in Ultraman battling monsters, merely serving to set the atmosphere. Li Chen felt a bit regretful. He should have spent some time studying artillery. No matter how thick this creature's shell was, it was still a carbon-based lifeform and couldn't possibly withstand cannon fire. The Spider Queen panted for 5 minutes, then got up and charged forward another 200 meters before stopping to continue panting. Wah, 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 surface creatures are so terrifying, I want to go home and stay there, boo-hoo. Li Chen thought this creature was quite the homebody, interesting indeed. A blast from a demolition barrel should make it cry for a long time. He opened the warehouse and took out the demolition barrel, the Spider Queen's wails echoing in his mind at the right moment. Ah, ah, ah. Don't take that thing out, put it back quickly. This thing would make a very loud noise, and it was terrified. Previously, it had seen the explosive power of this thing from the perspective of its minions, especially the vibrations. Even from a distance, it had nearly turned its brain to mush. Li Chen didn't care about its shouting, this pest was too dangerous. And he couldn't sleep without getting rid of it. He ordered the troops to stop in place and steeled himself to approach the Spider Queen, who had exhausted all her strength and trapped herself in the forest. Don't come over. Don't come over. If you come any closer, I'll go berserk. The Spider Queen's cries echoed in his mind, her tone filled with fear. It turned its back to Li Chen, its 4 legs covering its head, burying it in the ground, with its rear end raised high, aimed at Li Chen. As Li Chen approached, within more than 50 meters, a sudden sense of danger surged in his heart. If he got any closer, he would die. His expression tightened, and he stopped in place to carefully observe the Spider Queen. He noticed that the Spider Queen's raised rear seemed poised to unleash something. He recalled that spiders could spray silk, right? They have an organ called a spinneret on their rear that secretes silk. In reality, spiders cannot shoot out silk, they lack that function, but this giant spider had such a massive abdomen that it should have a lot of muscles inside, and it wasn't impossible for the pressure to expel the silk. If he got covered in silk, it was very likely that this creature would kill him, and Li Chen felt a wave of dread.
Damn it, you! Why do you know so much about my abilities? The Spider Queen was also unable to hide her true nature, directly revealing her foundation to Li Chen, acting like an ignorant White Lotus. Unfortunately, the White Lotus was facing Li Chen. Li Chen let out a cold laugh, adjusted his stance, and set the fuse of the explosive barrel to explode in 5 seconds. He lit the fuse, hoisted the explosive barrel onto his shoulder, and crouched down, preparing to throw it like a shot put. At over 50 meters, even with a 13-kilogram explosive barrel, with his current strength, throwing it over 30 meters was no problem. Once he had gathered his strength, Li Chen directly pushed the barrel away, and it traced a graceful arc in the air, landing over 30 meters away. After throwing the explosive barrel, Li Chen ran without caring about the screams in his mind. The Spider Queen wanted to run too, but having just crashed through the trees to get in, it had exhausted all its strength. It was trapped in the forest and couldn't even turn around. A few seconds after the barrel hit the ground, the fuse burned out, and a massive explosion echoed, leaving a large hole in the ground. The explosion was 20 meters away from the Spider Queen. At such a distance, not to mention her massive size, even a human would have a certain chance of surviving. But the Spider Queen went limp, her enormous body crashing to the ground, her 8 legs twitching violently, and the venom and silk glands in her mouth lost control. For other creatures, the vibrations from the explosion were negligible, but for spiders, the organs that sense vibrations are hundreds of times more sensitive than those of other creatures. They have a highly developed area in their brains specifically for sensing vibrations, so when the explosive barrel detonated, the Spider Queen felt as if her brain was about to break. Seeing that the Spider Queen had stopped moving, Li Chen circled around to her side. The Spider Queen was trapped in the forest, unable to turn. She had venomous fangs in front and silk-spraying glands behind. As long as he avoided those two areas and paid attention to the spider legs, he wouldn't be easily injured. Right now, Li Chen avoided the Spider Queen's legs and reached her side abdomen, where the Spider Queen had no way to deal with him. Li Chen took an explosive barrel from the storage and stuffed it into the Spider Queen's abdomen. He wanted to blow her to the sky while she couldn't get up. When he stuffed in the third barrel, the Spider Queen's voice echoed in his mind. Hey, can we negotiate? Li Chen paused, then took out another explosive barrel to stuff into her abdomen. You can't be serious. Please spare my life. I'm willing to do anything. Li Chen paused. Again. Oh, anything? Seeing a glimmer of hope, the Spider Queen quickly shouted, yes, as long as you spare my life, I'm willing to do anything. Li Chen stroked his chin, adopting that widely popular Goblin chin-stroking meme expression. Are you saying that as long as I let you go, you won't hold a grudge against me for killing all your kin, driving you out of your lair, and injuring you with bombs, and that you'll serve me wholeheartedly without ever trying to ambush me again? The Spider Queen hurriedly assured. Yes, that's right. Exactly like that. Li Chen roared. Do you think I'm an idiot? Zinniai, you pest. Li Chen directly took out 10 explosive barrels and frantically stuffed them into the Spider Queen's abdomen. Ah, Yamilu. Damn it. What do I have to do for you to let me go? Li Chen paused for the third time, a grin stretching from ear to ear, displaying the standard smile of a wicked god. If you want me to let you go, that's not impossible. Come, join my army and become my partner. Li Chen extended a recruitment invitation to this creature, wanting to see if the cavalry system could recruit it. And it actually worked. The Spider Queen hesitated for a few seconds and then yielded. A pop-up appeared in Li Chen's view. Would you like to spend 199,999,999 dinars to recruit the Scarlet Queen? Yes or no? Li Chen thought he had misread it. How many digits was that? He rubbed his eyes and counted one by one. What the hell? 200 million. Why don't you go rob a bank? Forget it, just die, you pest. Li Chen roared, hastening to pull out more explosive barrels, and in the blink of an eye, he stuffed over 20 barrels. The Spider Queen was also howling madly. We can negotiate. You can bargain. Ah! When Li Chen had just sent the invitation, it felt a surge of soul contract. If it agreed, it would gain something precious and then obey the commands of this green mold. Before it didn't want to sell itself too cheaply, so it set a price it deemed reasonable. But Li Chen's entire fortune barely exceeded 100,000 dinars, not even enough to buy a spider leg, so, just die. Li Chen crazily stuffed explosive barrels into the spider's belly. He had prepared over 60 for the hero, only using 10, so he still had plenty left. But as he stuffed, Li Chen noticed that the recruitment amount was decreasing. 180 million, 170 million, 160 million. For every explosive barrel he stuffed, the price dropped by 10 million. He was dumbfounded. Could it really drop like this? He took out all the explosive barrels from the warehouse and piled them into the Spider Queen's abdomen. Then he saw the recruitment cost drop to zero, even turning into minus 10 million. Li Chen immediately clicked to recruit. Ding! You have recruited the partner Scarlet Queen. Ding! You have received 10 million dinars. The Spider Queen trembled and said, "Now, are you satisfied, boo-hoo?" Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. This creature not only had to join his team but even had to pay for it, essentially paying to work. Name, Scarlet Queen. Race, Giant Demon Spider. Adult, level, 50 affinity, Dark Fire Faith, Demon Mother Vitality 670, Control 300, Endurance 300, Cunning -10, Social -20. Intelligence 35 title, Homebody, a super-aged leftover woman who hasn't stepped out of her lair for 200 years, Charm -5. Poor communicator. Hasn't communicated with intelligent beings for 200 years, unable to master language skills, speaks less if it can, Social -5. Chatterbox, perhaps due to too long without communicating with intelligent beings, it can't stop talking, becoming somewhat annoying. Social -5. Lazy, lacks spirit, just wants to lie down and let its kin feed it, Social -5. Lair Master, Giant Demon Spiders. Are born rulers. Once their reproductive glands mature, they can control their own egg laying, forming a dynasty with 500 to 1000. Kin Spiders. Gene absorption, the giant magic spider can extract useful gene fragments from its prey and store them in its brain. Biosynthesis factory, the abdomen of the giant magic spider is a biosynthesis factory filled with a multitude of incomprehensible glandular organs that can secrete hundreds of thousands of hormones, editing and nurturing subordinates with different abilities. Li Chen carefully scanned this creature's characteristics, clicking his tongue in amazement. The big spider turned out to be an NPC partner, and with so many impressive attributes, what a windfall. This thing is a mobile biological factory that can edit genes to produce different spiders. It's simply exhilarating. Li Chen sat in front of the giant spider's head belonging to the Scarlet Queen, gently stroking its large, glassy eyes, which felt like tempered glass. He smiled and asked, "Little Red, how many subordinates can you control? What are the specifics of your subordinates?" The Scarlet Queen shivered, feeling that Li Chen's gaze was too intense. For comfort. Under normal circumstances, I can control 500 subordinates, and if I forcibly increase the number, it can go up to around 1000. Beyond that, the subordinates will become chaotic, severing their mental connection with me and turning into wild spiders. As for the basic situation of the subordinates, depending on the different gene edits, they will have different attributes. For example, for the individual you named Wolf Spider, I need to consume about 10 goblins, absorb the nutrients, and spend 3 days nurturing the eggs. After laying the eggs, it takes 70 days to develop, and then the wolf spider can be born. The newborn wolf clan can fully mature and participate in hunting after consuming 5 units of goblins and spending 10 days. Li Chen gave the Scarlet Queen a thumbs up. "You're amazing. I'm your boss, and you treat goblins as food units. You really know how to talk." The Scarlet Queen trembled in fear. "Boss, you misunderstood. I just wanted to make it easier for you to understand energy conversion. In fact, goblin meat is not tasty at all. It's rather hard to eat. I usually don't eat goblins, and I don't allow my subordinates to hunt goblins either. They have little meat, are sour, and their blood is cursed." Ugh. Li Chen looked into the Scarlet Queen's 100 red eyes, which were filled with pure ignorance. He took a deep breath, thinking to himself not to get angry. This creature wasn't intentionally belittling anyone, it just didn't know how to express itself, typical of nerds. At least it clearly conveyed that producing a wolf spider requires consuming 5 horned crocodiles and takes 83 days. The consumption was acceptable, but the time required was too much, and the output was low. He inquired, "Do you have any way to quickly increase the number of subordinates?" "Yes, boss. Providing enough food can speed up the development of subordinates. Additionally, gene editing, adding or removing certain organs will also affect the development time. Finally, if I focus on producing only one type of subordinate for a period, I won't need to adjust the hormones, allowing me to lay eggs at the fastest speed, producing more than 10 eggs in a day." This production capacity was quite impressive, and Li Chen was very satisfied. He wanted to create cavalry. The running speed of the wolf spider left a deep impression on him. This creature could move quickly with its 8 legs. Goblin rifle cavalry, wow, that sounds cool. Li Chen rubbed his hands together in excitement. "So, Little Red, can't you edit your own subordinates? Can you develop a new subordinate that enhances running speed and endurance, capable of carrying about 2 goblins? The combined weight of 2 goblins is roughly 160 kilograms. So the riding spider would need to have a carrying capacity of 160 kilograms, enough to support 1 soldier along with armor, weapons, and food for an expedition." After hearing Li Chen's request, the Scarlet Queen entered calculation mode, its massive brain functioning like a computer, simulating various biological models. "Boss, this requires increasing the number of subordinate lungs. Ideally, 3 lungs, and the lungs need to be enlarged, as well as the heart. This will cause the spider's abdomen to enlarge, and the leg muscles will also need to grow. It is estimated that producing such an individual will require 8 horned crocodiles and a development time of 90 days. Li Chen felt that this time was still too long. "Can we reduce the development time by removing some functions? For example, the silk glands?" Li Chen thought that since it was going to be used as a mount, some functions of the wolf Spider were simply unnecessary and could be eliminated. Boss, removing the silk glands will reduce the development time to 95 days, the abdomen will shrink and the individual's running ability will increase. Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt there was potential, and continued, then let's remove the venom glands and fangs. 85 days. Remove the extra eyes, keeping just 4. 82 days. Remove or weaken the vibration sensing organs. Li Chen still remembered the scene where a blasting barrel took down over 100 wolf spiders. Such strong perception was not always an advantage. On the battlefield, with explosions everywhere, a sensitive spider serving as a mount would not do. The Scarlet Queen calculated and said, okay, the development time is reduced to 60 days. Li Chen was astonished. A reduction of 20 days all at once? Yes, boss. The development of the brain is crucial, and vibration perception occupies a large part of our brain. By deleting this function, the brain's development speed will increase significantly. Li Chen understood and continued to express his requirements to this creature, making subtractions while it added. He needed to give the mount spider a mouthpart capable of crushing plants and an omnivorous stomach to broaden its food intake. Relying solely on meat would be too costly. The mount spider also needed to be smart enough to understand the writer's commands, gentle, and not attack the writer. After a series of additions and subtractions, the final calculation showed that the mount spider's consumption would be 7-horned crocodile meats in 75 days. After discussing these matters, the Scarlet Queen's dazed mind gradually cleared, and its massive body slowly rose. Li Chen ordered it from above, get out. The Scarlet Queen backed up step by step, retracing the path. It had crashed into the forest. It crawled straight towards its cave, wanting nothing more than to go home and sleep well after all that had happened. Li Chen slapped its head with a nose poke. Where do you think you're going? The Scarlet Queen looked confused. Ha? What else? Going home to lie down and lay eggs. By the way, boss, hurry up and bring the food, I'm hungry. Li Chen slapped its head again. What do you mean going home? Get to work. We goblins don't have idle folks with such a big body. You just want to lie around? Get your butt to the road construction. To escape, this creature plowed through 2 miles into the forest, and the road connecting Iron City and Goblin Fortress that it had requested to be built was still not completed, which was unacceptable. If you want to get rich, you must first build the road. The ore from Iron City and the cement from Goblin Fortress need to be interconnected. Once this road is completed, a 100-person village can be built on the hardened surface, establishing the foundation of the alliance. Previously, the project was forced to stop due to the hero's attack, but now with the Scarlet Queen, this giant construction vehicle, wouldn't it be efficient to clear the highway? Li Chen kept slapping it to go to the construction site, and the Scarlet Queen immediately began to complain about the sun being too hot, which would darken its shell, and how hungry it was, wanting to go back and lie down to eat. Li Chen couldn't care less about its nonsense and forcibly ordered it to go to the construction site. There would be no rest until at least 30 miles of road were completed today. The Scarlet Queen, a born ruler, had to tragically go to work, but it must be said that it had a talent for construction. This creature only needed to focus on the direction indicated by the goblins at the construction site, inching its body forward, and the trees would snap and break, clearing a path. The goblin construction team followed behind, leveling the land and pouring concrete for hardening. With the Scarlet Queen, the construction team's progress accelerated by several levels. The most difficult part of road construction before was cutting down trees, digging out stumps, and then compacting the ground. If they managed to build over 100 meters in a day, it was considered a great achievement. Now, all this work was taken over by the Scarlet Queen. She could easily snap trees in half, and with a few powerful digs, the roots would be uprooted. Then, by pressing her abdomen down, the ground would be compacted. The only thing the goblins could do was to level the road surface and pour concrete. With nearly 1,000 people working on the road, they still couldn't keep up with her pace. While working, the Scarlet Queen muttered to herself, so tired. I really want to take a break. How about asking the boss for leave tomorrow? By the way, is there an option for leave when working for the boss? I don't need much. Just give me a 50-day break. Speaking of which, if the work is done well, is there a meal? What do we eat? I don't eat much, just one ogre per meal is enough. But ogres smell terrible, and they're so dumb, eating too much makes you dumb too. I have high standards. For food, it must be fresh prey, otherwise I won't eat. This guy was mumbling to herself while pressing down trees, not noticing that among the goblin construction team following her, one fellow was carrying a hoe, his head held high, staring obsessively at the giant spider's rear. So big, Gobva exclaimed. I want to touch it. The Scarlet Queen suddenly stopped, and in an instant, she leaped into the air with unbelievable speed, like a jumping spider, completing a 180-degree turn mid-air. When she landed, her 8 legs hit the ground with a loud thud, causing a violent tremor. The goblins were startled, many of them bounced off the ground and then crashed back down. Gobda was also knocked down, sitting on the ground in a daze, staring at the Scarlet Queen. The
Scarlet Queen's massive head was right in Gobda's face, her more than 100 blood-red tempered glass eyes fixed on him, and the patterns on her body turned a deeper shade of red. "You just said what?" Gobda's body stiffened, and he suddenly sniffed. Your butt is so big and cute, I want to touch it." In the following days, the tribe's development got on track, and the Scarlet Queen stayed at the construction site, working while laying eggs. On the third day, she laid a bunch of eggs and used her body to compact over 60 kilometers of road. Li Chen sent people to transport the eggs back to Iron City using carts, building a warm house to wait for the writing spiders to hatch. He was very satisfied with the Scarlet Queen's work attitude. He had thought she would complain. After all, she had been cooped up in the nest for 200 years, and suddenly being dragged out to work on a construction site would be uncomfortable for anyone. But she just kept working silently, as if she had adapted to the job. Li Chen's life returned to managing the tribe. He now had 4 projects underway: building roads, constructing defenses by the underworld tree, repairing the walls of Iron City to make it a system-certified fortress, and developing a 100-person village. Especially the 100-person village, which was the basic management unit of the alliance. Once completed, it would yield a large amount of tax after the crops were planted. Now he had 2,500-person villages, situated around Iron City and Goblin Fortress, with special production villages for sulfur, flint, nitrate, and ore. Currently, Li Chen's population exceeded 5,000, with military strength over 1,000. The population structure was somewhat distorted, and the demand for food was very high. A significant portion of the food was supplied by Li Chen's cavalry system and the castle's double food production capacity. Li Chen realized that his development had hit a bottleneck. The food produced from the land he had developed was no longer sufficient to support population growth. If he forced population growth, the alliance would likely face famine. But without a population, there was no way to quickly cultivate land, and without that, there was no way to quickly produce food. Unless there is a massive influx of external food supplies, it would be possible to recklessly increase the population in a short time, then cultivate a large amount of land, and by next year, these people could be self-sufficient, with the grain tax they pay allowing for the development of numerous 100-person villages. Li Chen's gaze turned westward, towards the kingdom of Sarsos, where the brave team had yet to avenge their grudge against the punishment Army's old 10th Company. Coupled with the system prompt, it was highly likely that the external world was in the midst of a world war, which presented a great opportunity. It's time to profit from the war, but with the army advancing west, it might take 2 or 3 months, or even half a year, before they can return. We need to stabilize the basics before we can set out. Li Chen called together several of his subordinates to arrange for subsequent reconnaissance. Dog Shaman, you need to make a trip to the Doghead tribe and inform them to immediately resume tribute, and within a month send the chief's son to learn farming, or it will be considered rebellion. The Punishment Army's 10th Company will bring destruction to the rebels with the fire of sulfur. The dog Shaman felt a chill at these words. Tribute was hardly anything, as the Doghead tribe had always been in a back-and-forth struggle. Losing meant ceding hunting grounds and paying tribute, which was only natural, but sending the chief's son. The dog Shaman cautiously glanced at Li Chen and quickly lowered his head. He saw the malice in Li Chen's eyes, almost solidifying into substance. He was doing it on purpose. Rebellion was not permitted. If the Doghead tribe cut off tribute in the face of the Punishment Army's 10th Company being wiped out, that would indeed be rebellion. If the leadership of the Doghead tribe had been more decisive at that time and organized an attack, they might have actually been able to eliminate the weakest alliance. War, slaughter, domination. Li Chen planned to follow this process to completely assimilate the Dogheads. In the era of primitive tribal warfare, national consciousness had yet to awaken. No race was beyond conquest. Li Chen intended to give the Dogheads an ultimatum: those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Tribes that do not send their hostages will be destroyed. The dog Shaman, Siha, stuck out his tongue, feeling very nervous. After all, he was a Doghead and did not wish for his tribe to face destruction. It was a simple sense of ethnic loyalty. His little brain was still somewhat clever, and he came up with an idea. Boss, can we ask the Crimson Queen to make an appearance? As long as the Dogheads see her massive body, they will surely submit completely. Li Chen thought about it and agreed. If it could be resolved peacefully, then of course it should be resolved peacefully. Military threats were merely a means. If there were better methods, he would naturally use them. Li Chen already had a plan to completely control the Doghead tribe. Building roads. Once the hardened roads connected every Doghead tribe, the alliance's control would radiate over all hunting grounds. At that time, Li Chen would abolish the Dogheads' fishing and hunting lifestyle, leading them into the agricultural era, planting crops, domesticating animals for farming, and dividing the Dogheads into 100-person villages. Then, Li Chen would send goblins to cohabitate, using goblins to participate in management, abolishing the outdated tribal chief management system. Conflicts would surely erupt during this process, but once production stabilized, the Dogheads' lives would undergo tremendous changes. The alliance
would always represent advanced productivity, implementing an equal racial policy, cultivating dogheads to take high positions in the alliance, thus completing racial integration. The matter of the dogheads was entrusted to the dog shaman, and the Crimson Queen was summoned from the construction site. With that settled, Li Chen brought up another matter. One Ear, I want you to select the 200 most outstanding goblins from the newborns to join the military and form a national defense army, with 100 stationed at Goblin Fortress and 100 stationed at Iron City. The Doghead tribe cutting off tribute served as a wake-up call, with the main force out on campaign. Some armed forces needed to remain at home. In the future, he planned to maintain two armies, the City Guard for external battles and the National Defense Army to defend the homeland. One Ear responded affirmatively, though with a somewhat troubled expression. Boss, should we promote some outstanding children to participate in tribal management? I manage the school, the hunting team, the 100-person village, and the Iron City warehouse. It's a bit too much for me. One Ear was scared. He knew that when the boss called a meeting, it meant the boss was going out and everything in the tribe would fall on his shoulders again, which would wear him out. Li Chen was also helpless. The expansion was too rapid and the official system was too crude. He was using One Ear to the bone. Well, you should select a few of the best math students and admit them through an exam. Take some people with you to teach them management, and gradually you can delegate some tasks. With such a crude official system, corruption was bound to occur. Fortunately, Li Chen wasn't worried. Once the castle in Iron City was built, all officials would be recruited into the system as residential soldiers in the castle. Li Chen ordered that corruption was not allowed, which would greatly alleviate the problem. After discussing some details about selecting officials with One Ear, Li Chen turned to Taiyok and said, I designed a new type of weapon that I need you to rush to create, test, and finalize. My troops need to be equipped with this weapon before the next expedition. Li Chen placed a large roll of parchment in front of Taiyok, which detailed the manufacturing process of a 6-pound Napoleon cannon, including iron mold casting, barrel casting, and chamber polishing, among others. Taiyok began to study the blueprints on the spot. Li Chen asked, Is there any difficulty? Taiyok shook his head and then nodded. This manufacturing process is somewhat similar to the tower clock I made before, so it should be fine. But, sir, this is a large firearm, right? Casting. Such a large firearm might produce bubbles and there's a chance it could burst when fired? Li Chen asked, Is there a solution? There is, actually. We can use copper for casting. Copper has much better ductility. Li Chen spread his hands. What a pity, we don't have copper. Taiyok scratched his head, noticing the flakes of skin falling as he did so. Having made so many firearms, he naturally knew that the worst thing for a firearm was a burst chamber. The super large firearm in front of him would have a propellant load hundreds of times that of a regular firearm, and if there were air holes in the barrel, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Sir, I need a long time for testing. I can't guarantee anything. Taiyok was somewhat anxious. He feared his value would diminish in Li Chen's eyes. He still remembered the murderous intent Li Chen had shown during the last firearm production. But he also didn't dare to lie. Technology is either possible or not. He had previously cast a large clock and had seen the bubbles. Clearly, those bubbles didn't matter on a clock, but they could be deadly on a cannon. Seeing him so nervous, Li Chen waved his hand. It's fine, go ahead and experiment. I don't even have a clear idea if this thing can be made. Just report any progress to me. Everyone, you are dismissed. A few days after the meeting ended, the dog shaman, accompanied by the Scarlet Queen, traveled along the riverbank and arrived at the Doghead tribe. One of the Doghead tribes lived by the river and made a living by fishing. When they saw a super large spider coming up from downstream, they were dumbfounded. They were even more astonished to see several dogheads sitting on the giant spider. The dog shaman brought 21 dogheads, the earliest ones enslaved due to war, who had already integrated into the alliance, and most of them were female dogheads. The alliance's output was stable, and each of them could eat their fill without having to run around in the mountains every day. They had all accumulated quite a bit of fat, and their fur had become much shinier. The fishing village dogheads were instantly mesmerized. These 21 female dogheads were plump, their fur was bright, they were full of spirit, and their pupils sparkled, super beauties. Woof 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 woof. A bunch of fishing village dogheads stopped running and began to frantically court at the edge of the village. The Scarlet Queen was startled and took several steps back. Hey, 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 what's going on? Why are you shouting at me? The dog shaman felt a bit awkward. Your Majesty, they are courting. Again. Ha, courting who? To me? The Crimson Queen was excited. Could it be that she was quite popular outside? So many little ones were courting, but she already had someone she loved. What to do? It was so hard to choose. The dog shaman jumped down from the giant spider, and the female goblins also descended to the ground. Alright, ladies, this concerns the rise and fall of the goblins. Go spread the word immediately. We must inform the leaders of all tribes to come to the fishing village. The goblins responded in unison and scattered into 21 paths, heading into the forest. After so many wars, the goblins had formed the current situation of 21 tribes through various separations and reunions. As long as they could control these 21 tribes, they could control all goblins. The dog shaman hoped that the leaders of the 21 tribes would come to the small fishing village by the big river to see the Crimson Queen's enormous figure, to understand the might of the alliance, and not to make regrettable decisions. As a shaman, he was well aware of Li Chen's determination to dominate the monster forest. If the goblin tribes did not submit, they would only face death. A few days after the goblin messengers were sent out, tribal chiefs began to arrive at the fishing village one after another. Upon seeing the Crimson Queen's massive form, they all knelt and exposed their bellies to show submission, immediately resuming their tribute. However, they expressed doubts about leaving their sons behind. The dog shaman urged them, "You have already betrayed. Once, you must show enough loyalty for the conqueror to trust you again." The title given to Li Chen by the goblins was previously that of Longya. Rest assured, as long as you do not harbor rebellious thoughts, your children will not suffer any harm. They will learn farming, blacksmithing, forging, and building in Iron City. Once they master these skills, your lives will improve. The conqueror is very merciful. He only asks for your loyalty and will grant you prosperity in return. Did you see those girls? The conqueror did not treat them specially. They simply live under the conqueror's command and have become so beautiful. As long as you submit to the conqueror, you too will become strong and beautiful. The goblin chiefs were moved. Those 21 female goblins were too beautiful, and the sight of so many beauties gathered together was overwhelming. In their tribes, hunting was often a feast or famine situation, sometimes taking 3 or 4 days to catch prey, which left them with sparse and dull fur. Seeing the chiefs swayed, the dog shaman played his final card. Your sons will be under my care in Iron City. As long as they do not break the law, no one can harm them. They can return home once every 3 months, and they can also seek beautiful partners in Iron City to bear healthy offspring. Now the chiefs completely surrendered, agreeing to send their sons. The dog shaman breathed a sigh of relief. The goblin tribes had avoided a fate of destruction. For a long time afterward, the beauties gradually brought back tribal leaders, and upon seeing the Crimson Queen's figure, they were all greatly shocked. With the dog shaman's persuasion, almost everyone agreed to submit. Only one stubborn chief claimed that the goblin army had been wiped out, and they had seen it. The dog shaman replied that the 10th company of the punishment army had been rebuilt and was even stronger. Those with doubts could go to the Black Tree to see. The camp of the 10th company was right there. Afterward, a chief secretly sent someone to the Black Tree to check, but all the scouts were captured. After finding out what they were there for, Li Chen ordered them to be taken directly into the camp to see. The scouts discovered that the goblin army had indeed been rebuilt, and the firing speed of the sulfur weapons was faster, with even more personnel, extinguishing any inappropriate thoughts. Every day, tribal chiefs went to see the dog shaman, who persuaded them to submit, and the goblin messengers slowly returned. By the 5th day, the dog shaman felt it was about time. The chiefs who needed to come had all arrived, and the hostages had all been left behind. The dog shaman personally counted the numbers: 20 hostages, 20 goblin messengers. Why is one missing? The dog-headed shaman's expression darkened as he called everyone together to see who was missing. He knew all 21 messengers. Each one had gone to a different tribe, and the messenger to the Broken Tooth tribe had not returned. It had been 5 days, and the absence of the messenger sent a clear signal. The Broken Tooth tribe had chosen to stand firm. The dog-headed shaman summoned one of the messengers to his side. "You must return to Iron City immediately and inform Lord Conqueror that the Broken Tooth tribe has chosen to detain the messenger and has opted for rebellion. The punitive forces should bring them destruction. Let the flames of sulfur extinguish all disloyal subjects." The messenger acknowledged and ran off. The dog-headed shaman glared in the direction of the Broken Tooth tribe, baring his teeth. Although he did not wish for the tribe's destruction, the stubborn elements had to be dealt with, otherwise, other tribes would think the alliance was weak and incompetent. As for whether it was possible that the Broken Tooth tribe was not the one to rebel, but rather the messenger had encountered an accident and been killed by a beast failing to deliver the message, that was irrelevant. 5 days had passed, and with so many tribes neighboring the Broken Tooth tribe, their hunting grounds overlapping, it was not as if information could not be communicated. Such a significant event would surely be relayed. If they knew what had happened and still did not come, the Broken Tooth tribe had already chosen their path to death. On the other side, in the Broken Tooth tribe, a rebellion had erupted, or rather, it was a characteristic leadership change among the dog-headed people. A young and strong dog-headed man, accompanied by his confidants, fought against the old leader, vying for the position of chief of the Broken Tooth tribe. In front of over 300 dog-headed witnesses, the two leaders engaged in a fierce brawl. The new leader was robust, with sharp claws that left bloody marks on the old leader. The old leader's claws had dulled to the point where they could not break skin, and he was forced to retreat repeatedly under the onslaught. Ultimately, the new leader tore open the old leader's throat with a single swipe, ending his life. The new leader rushed forward.
biting down on the old leader's tail and tearing it off, holding the dim tail high in triumph.
Wang wo wo wo, he shouted, declaring
himself the new king, while the other dog-headed people barked in agreement, acknowledging the birth of their new leader. The new leader's chest heaved rapidly as he surveyed the crowd. Everyone bowed their heads in submission.
The young and strong leader had gained power, feeling as if his life had been elevated. But something still felt lacking. What was missing?
As the new leader pondered, suddenly, he saw a plump, brightly colored, spirited female dog-headed person push through the bushes and walk into the
tribe, coming right up to him and chattering away.
The young leader's eyes widened. He had never seen such a beautiful dog-headed
person in his life.
Instinct overwhelmed reason, and the new leader completely ignored what the female dog-headed person was saying,
leaping forward instead.
The newly appointed Broken Tooth leader was brimming with vigor. Not only had he become the new chief of the tribe, but he had also gained the most beautiful partner he had ever seen.
The female dog-headed person thought that living with
the new Broken Tooth leader might not be so bad after all, considering he was the chief of a tribe, which made him somewhat of
a high-class, handsome figure.
However, she had not forgotten her mission.
On one occasion, after a hunt, the female dog-headed person
caught his arm and said, "Broken Tooth, I have a task here. Lord Dog-Headed Shaman is waiting in the fishing village. You should
go meet him and restore the tribute."
Broken Tooth set down his catch, frowning.
"Hey Guan, look, this wind deer is only enough for 3 claw tribesmen to eat.
If we are to pay tribute, it will only suffice for 2 claw tribesmen. Those despicable goblins want to take our prey without doing anything. Why should they?"
The female dog-headed person named Haiguan was entirely black, and
after living in Iron City for several months, eating well and drinking well, her minimal labor had been participating in farming, which was much lighter than running nearly 100 miles in the forest tracking prey. This had made her black fur glossy and even reflective, which was one of the reasons Broken Tooth adored her so much. Haiguang explained, being attached to the conqueror
brings many benefits to the Broken Tooth tribe.
The conqueror will send people to build sturdy houses, and ogres will come to cultivate
the nearby land, planting food that we can use to feed animals. We won't have to chase prey anymore to fill our bellies. And iron tools, precious iron tools. The conqueror will distribute iron tools to all the people under his rule, which will make our lives much more convenient. Even if our claws break, we can still tear open the hides of our prey to get blood and flesh, and there's enough. Broken Tooth roared, startling Haiguang into silence.
Broken Tooth was a young leader, and young people who have not faced
many setbacks often believe they can achieve anything.
Especially after being nurtured by power and supported by the crowd, he felt unprecedentedly strong. He even dared to confront the goblins, who were said to be extremely terrifying by the tribe. This was also one of the downsides of wild monsters. The old rulers would be killed by the newcomers, and the wisdom of the older generation could not be passed
down. The new generation of leaders had to spend a lot of time trial and error, hindering the tribe's development. Seeing this, Haiguang didn't know what to say and could only remain silent.
Broken Tooth noticed that Haiguang no longer defied him and slowly calmed down. He gently stroked Haiguang's fur, the smooth texture intoxicating him. Other goblins would never have such beautiful fur.
He tore off a
large piece of meat from the wind deer and handed it to Haiguang.
"Eat."
He himself pounced on the wind deer, biting into it with blood filling his mouth.
Haiguang took the bloody piece of meat but did not eat it. After a while of tearing at the prey, Broken Tooth looked up to see Haiguang staring blankly at the meat and asked in confusion, "Eat? Why aren't you eating?" Haiguang replied, I can't eat raw food.
The conqueror requires us not to eat raw food or drink raw water. He said it would make us infected with parasites."
Broken Tooth
was taken aback and then became furious. He had already regarded the alliance as an imagined enemy and felt disgusted by everything about it, even the beautiful Haiguang. He erupted in anger, stood up, grabbed the meat, and forcefully stuffed it into Haiguang's mouth.
"Eat. I command you to eat. We goblins are born to eat raw meat. Forget what the goblins taught you. Now you are mine. You must obey my
orders.
Eat it."
Haiguang was choked and unable to breathe, looking at Broken Tooth in terror.
"You eat it. The goblins' thoughts are polluting your mind.
Forget those damned goblins. I will kill them sooner or later and turn them into food."
Haiguang rolled his
eyes from choking, and Broken Tooth continued to shove meat into him, but the surrounding tribesmen suddenly became noisy.
The commotion
caught Broken Tooth's attention, and when he looked up, he saw a goblin holding a staff, limping, and lacking a tail standing in the center of the tribe, coldly staring at him. Broken Tooth was startled, threw Haiguang aside, and took a few steps back, picking up a stone axe.
Dog shaman, what are you doing here?"
The dog shaman thumped the staff on the ground and snorted coldly.
"A new face I haven't seen before.
It seems old Broken Tooth has been killed by you. He was too old. It was time for someone to challenge him."
Broken Tooth did not respond and signaled the tribe members to prepare for battle.
The dog shaman pointed the staff forward, sweeping it over all the
movers, revealing his fangs as he threatened, "I am the messenger of mourning from the Alliance. The Broken Tooth tribe will be destroyed for its betrayal, and the punishment army will annihilate you all with the fire of sulfur." Now, before the conqueror brings down destruction, leave here, this is your only way to survive, or else, death. The dog shaman was here to deliver the final ultimatum. The Punishment Army's 10th squad had already surrounded this place. In fact, the goblins had already caught a whiff of a peculiar smell of sweat mixed with gunpowder. Broken Tooth raised his nose and sniffed, a jolt running through him as he detected a strong goblin scent in the surrounding forest. He had been too focused on the black light earlier to notice, but now he was alert. Ah, everyone, grab your weapons, grab your weapons. Instinctively, Broken Tooth prepared for battle, and the other dog-headed people picked up their stone axes and bone knives, ready to face the fight. The dog shaman shook his head. They had no idea what enemy they were up against. Well, let their blood serve as a warning to the other 20 tribes not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts. The dog shaman turned and left, while the black light, having just nearly choked on its own flesh, hurried to keep pace with the dog shaman. Just moments ago, she had almost been killed. She had come to terms with reality. Iron City had laws to protect her safety, ensuring she wouldn't be killed at will, but here, if the chief was unhappy, he could easily tear her throat out. Such things were simply commonplace. As Broken Tooth shouted for everyone to prepare for battle, he turned around to see the black light following the dog shaman. Ah, black light. Woof 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 woof, he barked in anger, running up to try and reclaim the black light, but the dog shaman didn't even look back, casting a sudden fear spell that shot into Broken Tooth's body. He collapsed to the ground, howling in terror as he witnessed the most horrifying thing of his life. However, since it was a spontaneous spell, its power wasn't strong, and Broken Tooth quickly recovered, but the dog shaman and the black light had already vanished. Ah, black light. My black light. You are my black light. This guy had lost his mind, immediately gathering all the tribe members, arming them, and following the scent of the black light through the air. In fact, the black light hadn't gone far. She was just over 200 meters away in the forest outside Broken Tooth's tribe, accompanied by countless punitive firearmed soldiers. Broken Tooth spotted the black light among the goblins, his eyes turning red in an instant. Black light. My black light. Give her back to me. He charged forward like a madman, and the dog-headed people of Broken Tooth's tribe barked and followed him, launching an attack on the goblins. Black light. My black light. All he could see was that figure covered in black fur, without a hint of any other color. She was the most beautiful female he had ever seen, and he couldn't lose her. Raise your guns. Black light. My black light. Ah ah ah. Fire. Bang 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 bang. Li Chen pulled his sword from the corpse of a dog-headed person, dragging out a chunk of flesh. He took out a piece of cloth, wiping it while ordering his troops hang up all the corpses and notify the other dog-headed tribes to come and see what happens to those who disobey orders. He tossed aside the bloodied cloth, returned the great sword to the warehouse, and then took a turn around the Broken Tooth tribe. He said to the 2 Goblin Spear and Goblin Bow members behind him, this area has been developed by the dog-headed people. It has a foundation. We need to migrate 200 villagers here. Li Chen decided to start the racial integration right away, wanting the dog-headed people to get used to the presence of goblins. They needed to adapt to the high hunting efficiency brought by goblins using firearms, the risk resistance from goblin farming, the convenience of iron tools, the comfort of housing, and the cleanliness brought by public facilities. The alliance would always represent advanced productivity, and what the dog-headed people needed to do was to envy, actively approach, learn, and integrate. The Goblin Spear and Goblin Bow responded affirmatively. And the Goblin Spear reminded, Boss, this place is 3 days' journey from the tribe. What if other dog-headed people attack them when we migrate over? Heh, do they dare? Equip all the villagers who migrate over with firearms. That way, at least 500 people will be needed, and it would take 3 or 4 dog-headed tribes rebelling at the same time to eliminate them. However, we must remain vigilant and create a deterrent. Li Chen took out 2 pieces of parchment and handed them to the 2. They took the parchment and unfolded it. It was a map. Goblin Spear and Goblin Bow, my 2 captains, I want you to lead the troops along the routes I've drawn on the map, visiting all the dog-headed tribes, and report back to me in a month. The map marked the locations of all the dog-headed people's villages with Arabic numerals. Goblin Spear needed to lead the team through all the odd-numbered villages, while Goblin Bow had to traverse all the even-numbered ones. Li Chen intended to cultivate their leadership abilities, guiding them to different locations using the map. Additionally, they would lead the Punishment Army on a tour of the various dog-headed tribes to intimidate any nefarious individuals. Li Chen instructed the 2, I won't send anyone to check whether you've reached your destinations. There will be no rewards or punishments for doing well or poorly. Even if you deceive me, I won't find out. But whatever decisions you make, before that, please think about the Punishment Army's old 10th Company. The battlefield will not accept any deception. The 2's expressions turned serious. Boss, we guarantee to complete the mission. Li Chen nodded at them just as he was about to discuss the future of the Punishment Army when suddenly, a rustling sound came from a nearby hole in the ground. An old, mangy dog-headed man crawled out of the hole. He gasped heavily for air. While before collapsing, he was too old, his ribs protruding, and the dog-headed tribe had not fed him. It seemed he had been left to starve after losing his hunting abilities. The three exchanged glances, and Goblin Spear drew his dagger, stepping forward to deal with him, but Li Chen stopped him. Go check the hole and see how many old dog-headed men are there. A few minutes later, 5 skeletal old dog-headed men were gathered in front of Li Chen. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of their chests, one might think they were corpses. In fact, these dog-headed men were only in their 30s, either their physical abilities had declined, leading to their expulsion from the hunting team, or they had been injured while hunting and, after recovering, lost their hunting capabilities and were abandoned, waiting to starve. Goblin Spear asked, "Boss, how should we handle them?" Li Chen stroked his chin, pondering. These fellows posed no threat, that much was certain, but did they have any value? Li Chen believed they did. One was the experience of the elderly, which could guide the new generation of society. Not to mention, in their youth, these dog-headed men had hunted in who knows what strange places. What if any of them knew about mineral deposits or special monster gathering spots? Secondly, all living beings have an instinctive fear of death. Who wouldn't want to live a few more years? The way the dog-headed tribe treated their elders was contrary to the nature of intelligent beings. Once productivity increased, such behavior would inevitably be abolished and scorned. And whether you admit it or not, the Alliance now represents advanced productivity, it represents order, and Li Chen intended to firmly occupy the high ground of these concepts. Li Chen said, "Give them some food, if they can live, let them live. It's just 5 more mouths to feed." Goblin Spear and Goblin Bao didn't understand the significance of this action, but they still conveyed the order. Li Chen's intention was not out of compassion for the elderly of a foreign tribe. The forces under his command were too young, the main population of goblins hadn't even reached a year old. But the young would eventually grow old, and when the goblins noticed their declining physical abilities, blurred vision, and deteriorating hearing, they would panic, they would fear, they would wonder if the Alliance would abandon them. At that time, they would remember that the Alliance would support the elderly. When they grew old, the Alliance wouldn't let them die in the mud. With that, the counter-rebellion operation came to an end, and the Alliance's intimidation of the dog-headed tribes reached its peak. Next, they only needed to pave the hardened roads to each tribe, and the 20 dog-headed tribes would become easy prey. Upon returning to Iron City, Tai Oak found him and said the cannons had been made. When Li Chen excitedly followed him to the blacksmith's shop, he saw that lump, a massive steel pipe. He fell silent. Tai Oak looked a bit embarrassed and explained, "My lord, I was afraid of a burst, so I thickened the cannon walls." Li Chen slapped his forehead. "But this is way too thick." Li Chen's cannon was a Napoleon 1841 model 6-pounder, with a caliber of 93 mm, a barrel length of 1.5 meters, a 16 caliber ratio, and a weight of about 400 kilograms. This cannon made by Tai Oak met the caliber and barrel standards, but its weight was just too much. The barrel was incredibly thick, likely made from the iron of 2 6-pound cannons. Tai Oak looked embarrassed. He knew that compensating for a lack of technology with sheer material was quite unrefined, but there was no other choice. The bubbles in the casting couldn't be resolved, and a thinner barrel would risk bursting. Tai Oak quickly added, "My lord, this cannon has a long range. Would you like to give it a try?" Li Chen nodded in agreement. Tai Oak immediately began loading the cannon with gunpowder and projectiles, preparing for the shot. Once he completed all the preparations and was ready to ignite, he turned around to find that Li Chen had already run over 100 meters away. Tai Oak's face darkened. This was a sign of distrust in his casting skills. He was filled with sorrow and ignited the fuse with a fierce determination. With a loud bang, the earth beside the cannon was shaken up by the wooden wheels, and the cannon itself slid back over 10 meters due to the recoil. A projectile shot out, striking over 1,000 meters away, landing in a potato field, sending a pile of dirt flying, and then bouncing back up like a stone. Skipping on water, flying several hundred meters before losing momentum. Tai Oak shouted with excitement, "My lord, the power is tremendous. Truly tremendous." Li Chen walked over to the cannon, thinking that while it was powerful, its weight was also quite formidable. Originally, it was a field cannon that could be pulled by 2 horses, but now it had become a heavy artillery piece. Seeing Tai Oak so excited, Li Chen struck a blow. "Come on, tell me, who will pull such a heavy cannon?" Tai Oak's expression stiffened, and he lost his enthusiasm. "My lord, there's no way to solve the bubbles in the casting of the barrel. If we make it thinner, it might burst." Li Chen also wore a troubled expression. The Encyclopedia of Traversers had mentioned casting cannons, but in practice there were many issues, and he didn't know how to resolve the problem of bubbles in the barrel. The limitations of a traverser's wisdom. The two stood in silence, contemplating a solution. This cannon was too heavy. It could work as a fortress cannon, but it was impossible as a field cannon. Tai Oak frantically scratched his scalp, recalling what he had learned in the kingdom of Sassos, but still had no solutions. "Oh dear. Oh dear. We can't forge the barrel like a musket, can we? With such a thick barrel, how could it possibly be forged? Even an ogre couldn't do it.
Forging could compact the steel, eliminating bubbles, and could also adjust the carbon content of the steel, which had many benefits. However, before the advent of large forging machines, it was impossible to forge such large steel components. This was a very advanced method of steel processing. Tai Ok was at a loss, but Li Chen was suddenly reminded. If an ogre couldn't do it, what about the Scarlet Queen? Li Chen suggested to Tai Ok whether it would be feasible to have the Scarlet Queen forge the iron. Tai Ok was shocked. A legendary creature like the Scarlet Queen, and you want to use her to forge iron? If you encountered a fire dragon, wouldn't you have to catch it to melt the iron? However, it seemed feasible. The cannon barrel was just a big chunk of iron. An ogre couldn't handle it, but the Scarlet Queen, with her massive physique, was stronger than 10 ogres combined. She could definitely do it. It should be feasible, but, my lord, the Scarlet Queen has no place to hold a hammer? Li Chen waved his hand. What do you mean hold a hammer, you fool? Build 2 tall towers out of concrete, place a large hammer in between, tie an iron chain to the hammer, and attach the other end to the Scarlet Queen's leg. She can lift it and drop it. Isn't that a giant hammer? Tai Ok's eyes lit up. A structure similar to a guillotine, just replacing the blade with a big hammer. Exactly. Li Chen clapped his hands. We just need to design the iron mat in hammer shape just right to fit the rough cannon barrel and create a device that can rotate the barrel. We can strike while turning, won't that work? The two began to communicate enthusiastically, even pulling out parchment to write and draw on the spot. Both of them were practical types, relishing the thrill of overcoming unique challenges and creating tangible objects, especially since they had the ability to implement their ideas rather than just dream. After several days of discussion, they finally settled on the construction plan for the super hammer. It was divided into 2 parts. One was to build a high tower resembling a guillotine, as gravity was needed to bring the hammer down. So the tower had to be tall, initially designed to be 15 meters. To ensure the stability of the structure, a large amount of concrete was required, reinforced with hand-forged rebar, and the shape needed to be designed for stability, similar to slicing a pyramid in half, with the vertical space in the middle allowing the hammer to fall. The large iron plate and hammer posed no issues. Sand casting would suffice, as this thing was not afraid of sand holes, unlike that big lump. The theory was feasible, so they began to put it into practice. Li Chen mobilized over 2,000 people to construct the pyramid-shaped hammer column, with the Scarlet Queen acting as a compactor, crawling on the ground to compress it, while ogres transported large stones and goblins mixed the mortar. Even Li Chen brought along system soldiers, shuttling between Iron City and Goblin Fortress, using the mounted warehouse to transport large quantities of lime. With so many people working together tirelessly, the pyramid forging tower was completed in less than a month. The large iron plate and hammer were also finished, and Iron Oak had produced multiple sets of iron chains and a roller group. The iron plate was driven into the center of the pyramid forging tower by concrete, and the large roller group was secured at the very top of the pyramid. To support the weight of the hammer, which was nearly the size of a small car, the upper layer of the pyramid was almost just a pile of thick metal pieces, very sturdy, due to the lack of materials to fill it. To create these metal pieces, Iron Oak directly ramped up production, continuously building 10 large blast furnaces, burning iron day and night. Once everything was assembled, Li Chen looked at this tumor in industrial history, feeling a mix of emotions. He never expected that under such weak technological accumulation he would manage to create a 10,000-ton hammer using rudimentary methods. One could only say that our otherworldly nation has its own circumstances. With everything ready, Li Chen ordered the Scarlet Queen, "Get ready, Little Red, burn yourself for the industrialization of the Alliance." "No way. I don't want to burn myself for some strange thing," the Scarlet Queen complained, climbing up the forging tower, her 6 legs supporting her body, while the front 2 hooked onto the large steel ring at the top of the tower, pulling down hard. The large hammer was lifted effortlessly. Iron Oak, seeing that the roller group was functioning normally, breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly worried that the roller group would crack, which would lead to an accident. He nodded at Li Chen. Li Chen commanded, "Start." A red-hot iron pipe was dragged by an ogre using iron chains and placed beneath the hammer. This iron pipe was cast, with one end blocked and the other end having an octagonal hole that extended into the barrel. The iron plate was not flat, it had a half-octagonal groove on it, and the hammer had another half-octagonal groove fitting together to form a complete octagon, which served as the mold for shaping the iron blank into a barrel. Additionally, there was a complex fixing mechanism around the edge of the iron plate. An octagonal iron rod was used, and the rough barrel blank was placed on the iron plate. The ogre pushed it with a stick, causing the octagonal interior of the barrel to fit into the octagonal iron rod. The iron rod was connected to a set of rotating wheels, and over a dozen goblins worked together to flip the barrel, striking different sides of it. Duong, duong, duong. The large hammer was pulled up by the Scarlet Queen and then dropped, striking the iron pipe and sending sparks flying. The Scarlet Queen's legs could support such a large body, capable of charging through trees and plowing the ground for miles, so one could imagine her immense strength. Pulling the large hammer to 15 meters was as easy as a regular person lifting a 2.5 kilogram dumbbell, emphasizing the ease of it all. The hammer struck for more than 10 minutes and the iron pipe was shaped into an octagon, with the internal muzzle also being octagonal, looking perfectly symmetrical. Taeok inspected it and said, "This set of equipment is operating normally. Next, we need to experiment with shaping." The first iron pipe produced definitely couldn't be used. The workers were unfamiliar with the operation, resulting in uneven stress on the cannon barrel, and they didn't know how much material was needed to forge a cannon. Repeated experiments were necessary for shaping, and only then could the products for mass production be used. Li Chen was very concerned about versatility. However, this experimental product had significant reference value. After the cannon barrel cooled down, Li Chen reached out to touch the inner wall of the barrel, which was somewhat rough and needed polishing. Not only did it need polishing, but it also required drilling and washing, as the inner wall of the barrel was octagonal and needed to be drilled into a circular shape. This required a drill bit lathe and a power supply device. The lathe was easy to manage, it was essentially just a frame to hold the cannon in place. As for the power supply device, historically, steam engines were used, which he didn't have, but he had ogres. By making a series of large and small wheels, several ogres could turn the wheels together, storing energy in the large wheel, which would then output a considerable rotational speed to the drill bit. Drilling a cannon would only require a bag of potatoes. The most challenging part was the drill bit. The drill bit needed to penetrate steel, requiring high strength, typically made from tungsten alloy. Li Chen didn't have tungsten ore, so he had to settle for high carbon steel, and he had a trump card, a skill that endowed forged items with attributes. Li Chen immediately researched the drill bit in the blacksmith shop, spending several days crafting a set of 10 drill bits, from small to large, and installed them sequentially on the lathe, each one entering the cannon chamber to enlarge the inner wall. Once the largest drill bit was used, the inner wall of the cannon was cleaned out, and every cannon had the same caliber, achieving standardization. The next question was about the strength of the drill bit. Would it break during the drilling process? Hardness plus 10 attribute indicated a significant boost. Li Chen placed the experimental cannon barrel on the lathe with the high carbon steel drill bit. Enhanced with the hardness plus 10 attribute, the drill bit spun rapidly, entering the inner wall of the cannon without chipping. The technical challenges of the cannon were temporarily overcome, and the next step was extensive experimentation. Before the cannon was completed, Li Chen began training the artillerymen. He wanted to form an artillery company from the 10th Company of the Punishment Army, creating wooden models of cannons and using sand as ammunition, while also compiling a manual for cannon operations. During the wait for the cannon to be completed, the Goblin Spear and Goblin Bow teams returned, reporting that they had reached the village marked on the map. Li Chen instructed them to hold a meeting with the officers under his command to pass on map reading skills. The company commanders had to learn how to read maps. Besides the development of the tribe, Li Chen's personal growth did not lag behind. His level had reached 28, and he allocated all his intelligence points to wisdom, bringing his wisdom to level 15. This astonishing wisdom directly opened up his meridians, allowing his left brain to attack the right brain and vice versa, with the sharp end responsible for thinking. He finally learned magic and condensed a magic ball. The magic ball was very small, like a little marble, and its power was negligible, extinguishing naturally before it even traveled 2 meters. But as long as he could condense a magic ball, his skill proficiency in magic would increase. Once his magic proficiency reached 25 points, he would unlock a choice of skills, and then his magic learning progress would accelerate, promising great potential. After that, whenever Li Chen had free time, he practiced the fireball spell, and his attribute of 0 divided by 0 magic power began to slowly rise. 10, 15, 30, increasingly more. Every time Li Chen used up his magic power, it would naturally replenish for the next time, and the upper limit of his magic power would increase. However, using up all his magic power would leave him dizzy and nauseous. Li Chen called Miss Hannah over and asked what was going on. Miss Hannah explained that biological manipulation of magic power uses mental strength, and if your mental strength is overdrawn, it would naturally lead to headaches and nausea. So, mage apprentices generally start with meditation, waiting for their mental strength or mana to rise to a certain level before beginning to practice spells. This way, the mage apprentice still has half of their mental strength left, so they won't faint after casting a single spell. Li Chen asked, "Is there any way to quickly increase mana?" Miss Hannah nodded. "Yes, one way is to completely deplete your mana reserves, but you know the side effects, dizziness and nausea. Another way is to train your willpower to increase your mental strength. I suggest you stick to honest meditation. Mana cultivation is a slow process. Wanting to become a big fat person in one bite is unrealistic." Li Chen understood. If he was honing his willpower and increasing his mental strength, wasn't the fear spell a good method? Li Chen immediately called over the dog shaman, patting his own head. "Come on, over here, use your strongest fear spell."
The dog shaman was helpless. Why did the boss like fear spells so much? He began to perform a ritual, directly draining a tube of mana, condensing a huge mass of purple-black energy and flinging it into Li Chen's mind. The dog shaman collapsed after draining his own mana, rolling his eyes and spinning around while vomiting. Li Chen on the bed was also howling in agony, flailing his limbs, and the scene was chaotic. The chaos lasted for half an hour, and both of them were exhausted, unable to move a finger, each one pulling the other down until they were both spent. The next day, they both regained their spirits, groggily getting up. Li Chen opened his personal attribute panel and took a look. His previous mana value was 45. Now it was 65. Gaining 20 mana from a single fear spell was a huge profit. That was at least the amount he would have gained from a week of meditation. According to Miss Hannah, she could throw a fireball spell equivalent to an offensive grenade, consuming at least 40 mana. And now Li Chen could cast a fireball spell of 1.5 standard levels. As for the hallucinations from this fear spell, they were no longer related to national fortune but were very specific things. He saw himself in an unknown space, at an unknown time. A flash of light passed and his hand was gone. Another flash of light and his other hand was gone. Then another flash and his legs were gone. Then came the flashes of blades. He turned into a goblin stabber, and before losing consciousness he saw a huge scythe. It was that scythe that killed him. Because this fear spell was the dog shaman's full-powered strike, Li Chen felt intense mental phantom pain, as if his real self had also been sliced. Another hero-level enemy? No, this enemy is stronger than a hero. Li Chen rubbed his temples. The feeling of being sliced in the hallucination was too real, making him feel a bit uneasy now. Who could break through the army's protection and slice him? Boss. The dog shaman's voice interrupted his thoughts. I'm so hungry. Li Chen responded with an "oh," taking him to the military camp for a meal. The camp's cafeteria was bound by military regulations, so hygiene was somewhat guaranteed. The dog shaman picked up a large bowl filled with a stew of various monster entrails and vegetables. This dish lacked seasoning, which was a bit hard for humans to eat, but it was extremely delicious for monsters. The dog shaman finished it in a few bites, then started licking the bowl with his tongue. Li Chen took a few bites but lost his appetite, pushing the bowl towards the dog shaman. The dog shaman was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, finishing the food in a few more bites. Li Chen asked, "Are you full?" The dog shaman nodded repeatedly, his eyes crescent-shaped. I'm full, I'm full." Li Chen stood up. "Elbow, come with me into the room, continue casting the fear spell." With a crash, a ceramic bowl fell to the ground and the dog shaman's face was filled with disbelief. Still coming?" Li Chen nodded. "Seriously? The information from the hallucination he saw yesterday was too little. It was just him being tortured and killed, and the weapon was a huge black scythe, and then it ended. He needed more guidance from the fear spell to glimpse what would happen in the future." Li Chen pulled the dog shaman into the room, and the dog shaman let out a mournful howl. He was going to be drained by the boss again. The hard-earned magic was about to be drained again. For many days afterward, Li Chen and the dog, which lived in their own little world. Alliance citizens passing by the chief's cabin cast curious glances, but they couldn't make sense of it. However, they let their imaginations run wild, concocting popular stories like The 23 Days and Nights of the Chief, A Dog and a Goblin's Untold Story, and Flowers bloom and fall, nightingales sing at night. In summary, the boss was selling a narrative, and the narrative literature resonated with the people. Li Chen was unaware of the rumors circulating about him outside. Under the repeated baptism of the fear spell, his magic value had grown to 210, and the information he received from his hallucinations became increasingly clear. After waking up once more from the torment of the fear spell, he roughly pieced together the situation. Years later, the population of the Alliance had expanded to around 100,000, with towns and villages scattered throughout the monster forest. One day, in the capital of the Alliance, a bustling town filled with 4-story buildings, an unexpected guest arrived. She was a beautiful beast-man, dressed in a pure white maid outfit, standing about 1.6 meters tall, with black hair and black eyes topped with large beast ears. As she walked, a lazy smile adorned her face, her hands raised in front of her chest, occasionally licking the back of her hand with her tongue while meowing, looking incredibly cute. Her appearance seemed unusual. The street she walked on was cleared, with not a single person in sight, and the soldiers of the punishment army surrounded the area, hundreds of weapons aimed at the maid catgirl. The maid catgirl remained unfazed, stretching lazily under the gaze of hundreds. "Meowha, so annoying, still have to deal with the small fry." A certain officer from the punishment army shouted at her, but she didn't listen at all. The officer's patience wore thin, and he ordered the troops to fire. Hundreds of firearms discharged. The maid catgirl instantly went berserk, dropping to all fours, dark energy swirling around her limbs, special patterns moving like tentacles across her skin, an ominous aura solidifying into substance. Her cattail coiled around a mass of dark energy, which then condensed into a massive scythe. Meow hiss. She let out an extremely sharp scream, leaping over 10 meters into the air, dodging all the incoming bullets. She rolled in the air and quickly descended, and the moment her toes touched the ground, she shot out like black lightning, directly crashing into a punishment army squad's defense line. She spun in place, the black scythe at her tail sweeping through everyone, the soldiers of the punishment army screaming as they were bisected. Even the buildings on either side of the street were cut down. The maid Catgirl unleashed a massacre, sometimes transforming into black lightning, sometimes into a deadly spinning top, with each attack capable of wiping out a squad of punishment army soldiers. Not only soldiers, but the maid Catgirl also killed Alliance citizens. Any living creature that appeared in her sight was harvested by her scythe. Even certain commemorative buildings constructed by the Alliance would be felled by her scythe. The destruction she caused was akin to that of an entire legion. A large number of city guards entered the city, some evacuating citizens while others rushed to the combat zone. As the number of punishment army soldiers in the city increased, even cannons were wheeled into the streets, and the maid Catgirl began to struggle, but it was only a bit of a struggle. She utilized the complex urban layout to evade the main force of the punishment army, landing behind their ranks, killing a large number of personnel with a single strike, leaping onto rooftops, disappearing without a trace, the cannons not even getting a chance to aim at her. Under her agile attacks, at least 30 squads of soldiers were killed, dozens of cannons were reduced to scrap metal, fires spread throughout the city, and refugees fled in all directions. In the vast capital of the Alliance, there was surprisingly no one of equal strength to stop her. Finally, with no small fry left around her, the maid Catgirl set her sights on the largest building in the Alliance capital, the Alliance Council. She leaped across the rooftops and directly charged into the Alliance Council, unleashing a massacre on the guards and various staff inside. In the end, she broke through 10 steel doors and found Li Chen in the safe house 200 meters underground. "Ah, meow, I found you, meow." She playfully winked at Li Chen. "Let me think, meow. The master's request is for you to die in pain, meow." Countless blades flashed, and Li Chen became Goblin sashimi. In the early morning, at the Iron City Artillery Factory, 10 soldiers from the Punishment Army's 10th Company pushed a cannon into position. Taiyok checked the cannon 3 times before instructing the soldiers to begin loading. The soldiers loaded the cannon according to their previous training, their movements very standard. After all, they had practiced on wooden cannons hundreds of times. Everything was ready, and Taiyok excitedly shouted to Li Chen, "My lord, the Type 1 field cannon is ready." Li Chen absent-mindedly nodded, and Taiyok lit the fuse. With a loud bang, the projectile shot out from the cannon's mouth, hitting the distant target, and the cannon recoiled a few meters, successfully firing. "Ah ha 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 ha, we did it! We succeeded! We built the cannon!" Taiyok shouted excitedly. This was a slender cannon with a caliber of 93 mm and a range of 1,200 meters, capable of firing iron balls, stone balls, grape shot, and even a handful of sand. With the carriage and wheels, this cannon weighed only 350 kilograms, easily movable by a single horse, making it a qualified field artillery piece. Taiyok ran up to Li Chen to take credit. "My lord, we should immediately mass-produce this cannon. If you give me another 100 men, I can make one in 15 days. Li Chen casually responded with a hum. "I will give you the manpower, focus on expanding production, and let this cannon be delivered for troop training." Taiyok was puzzled by Li Chen's apparent lack of enthusiasm. He had personally tackled the technical challenges, even living in the blacksmith shop, and now that the product was completed, why was it like this? He didn't dare to ask and went to arrange production. Li Chen felt heavy-hearted. He realized an important issue: the Alliance lacked high-end combat power. The Leon hero was one instance, and the future Catgirl crisis was another. These individuals with extreme power had brought disaster to the Alliance, yet the Alliance had no means to cultivate strong individuals. According to the intelligence currently available, to become a super powerful entity in this world, one could either cultivate magic, which required a long time and could not be rushed, or become a hero, gathering the luck of a race to become extremely powerful. Alternatively, one could worship deities or evil entities, selling faith or souls to gain unstable extraordinary power. Li Chen took out the hero's badge from the warehouse. This was his only key to the extraordinary, but unfortunately he was not recognized by the hero's badge. "I can't do it, perhaps others can." Li Chen returned to the military camp and ordered everyone to assemble, allowing soldiers to take turns touching the hero's badge, but there was no reaction. He then went from village to village, letting the goblins touch it, but still no response. Finally, he sought out the dog-headed people, humans, and even ogres, but there was still no reaction. Li Chen was disheartened. This thing was like a dead object, unresponsive to everyone's touch. He recalled various legendary stories where artifacts could only recognize their master when touched by the destined person, and could not be forced. He could only have a stone tablet made of concrete in front of his wooden house, with the hero's badge embedded in it. The tablet bore the inscription in a common human language: "Those who bear the rise and fall of the nation, and shoulder the state's stability, touch this badge to gain the power to protect the land and its people." Li Chen assigned 2 guards to watch over the tablet day and night, allowing people to approach and touch the hero's badge, but not to take it away. For a long time afterward, Li Chen intensified the training of his troops and began preparing food. The cannon was built and the time to attack the kingdom of Sassos was not far off. Now the only thing left to wait for is the hatching of the Mount Spiders. His soldier management page shows that 20 big goblins have accumulated enough experience to level up, but they have yet to do so, all in anticipation of becoming cavalry. Fortunately, good news came from the Scarlet Queen. She said she sensed the eggs were about to hatch. Li Chen immediately dropped everything and rushed to the warm room to check on the spider eggs. Upon arrival, Li Chen saw over 30 spider eggs, each as tall as a person and as wide as a small car, embedded in the floor of the warm room. These eggs were a dull yellow, with walls made of some kind of fleshy tissue, resembling alien eggs somewhat. At that moment, the eggs were all writhing, seemingly ready to hatch together. Many people present were interested in the Mount Spiders. Several notable figures from the Alliance had gathered to see what the Mount Spiders looked like. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the writhing of the spider eggs intensified, and the creatures inside struggled fiercely, as if trying to break through the eggshell to emerge. The crowd unconsciously moved closer, eager to witness the birth of new life, with Li Chen nearly pressing his old face against the eggshell. The future of the tribe was inside those eggs. The Mount Spiders could not only train cavalry but also be used for plowing and transporting goods. Before entering the industrial age, Mount Spiders would be an important source of power for the Alliance. Perhaps the new life inside the eggs heard Li Chen's hopeful expectations, as the struggling intensified and a sharp protrusion appeared on the egg, as if the Mount Spider was trying to pierce through the shell with its foot. "Come on, kid, you can do it," Li Chen encouraged. The creature inside pushed several times but couldn't break through the eggshell. The shell was too resilient, making it difficult to break from the inside. Li Chen was so anxious he almost pulled out a dagger to help pry it open. The life inside the egg seemed to realize it couldn't break the shell and changed tactics, starting to scrape back and forth. This was much more effective than pushing directly. A seam slowly appeared on the eggshell, with an unknown viscous liquid seeping out. "Great job, kid. You did it. Come out. Let everyone see you." Li Chen was as excited as a midwife, and everyone else was equally curious, leaning in to peer at the gap. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, the eggshell suddenly split open, and a goblin head covered in slime emerged. "Ha!" The crowd gasped and took a big step back. Li Chen was utterly bewildered. How did this goblin come out of the spider egg? After poking its head out, the goblin gasped for air, as if it were breathing for the first time in its life. Then it used its sharp claws to pry open the egg, sliding out covered in various slimes, and sat there, looking dazedly at the crowd. "This guy is actually a big goblin. Why does it have red patterns on its body?" One of the ears voiced in confusion, moving closer to the strange goblin and reaching out to pinch its umbilical cord. "Ha! You still have an umbilical cord? You were born from this egg?" The voice of the ear reached Li Chen's ears, causing him to shudder. He looked at the big goblin, noticing the series of red patterns on its body, which seemed so familiar. Li Chen stiffly turned around and saw Gobda peeking in at the door of the warm room, while the Scarlet Queen lowered her massive head, her hundreds of glass bead-sized red eyes peering into the room. She saw the big goblin inside the egg successfully emerge and began to chuckle, even reaching out with her enormous claws to poke Gobda. Li Chen glanced at Gobda, then at the Scarlet Queen, then back at Gobda, and again at the Scarlet Queen. His expression shifted from confusion to doubt, then to fear, and finally to realization, transforming into deep admiration. One by one, the spider eggs broke open, and big goblins with red patterns slid out. Fortunately, not every one of the more than 30 eggs contained a big goblin. 20 of them hatched into normal Mount Spiders. These spiders were as strong as oxen upon hatching, and their first act was to devour the surrounding eggshells, cleaning up all the viscous liquid. But now everyone present was no longer interested in the Mount Spiders. They were all staring intently at the 10 red-patterned goblins. These red-patterned goblins were born with their markings, clearly not ordinary beings, especially since Li Chen had just begun his journey into magic. He could sense a strong magical aura emanating from the red-patterned goblins, their magical power even more concentrated than his. He pointed at one of the red-patterned goblins and said, "You join my army." He wanted to check this guy's attributes directly through the system. The red-patterned goblin felt that Li Chen's aura was stronger than his own and agreed without hesitation. Li Chen opened the soldier management interface and kicked one goblin archer out of the lineup. With a vacancy in the army, the system popped up a recruitment option. "Would you like to spend 500 dinars to recruit a goblin incinerator?" Recruit? Li Chen was taken aback. Did a recruit really cost that much? He paid and clicked to recruit, and his soldier management interface now had a special unit. Goblin Incinerator Recruit. Vitality 11, Control 11, Stamina 12, Cunning 7, Social 8, Intelligence 14. Li Chen gasped. This guy had an initial intelligence of 14. What delighted him even more was that the Goblin Incinerator was actually a noble unit. In Mountain Blade 2, the types of soldiers players could recruit were divided into common soldiers and noble soldiers. Common soldiers could level up to level 5, serving as the backbone of the army, cheap and effective.
Noble soldiers could level up to level 6,
with better attributes and equipment than common soldiers, making them the elite of the elite. Experienced players in Mount and Blade would
eventually replace their entire army with noble soldiers, making it no problem to take on NPC lords with armies of 2 to 3,000. With a force of 3 to 400, Li Chen never expected to recruit a noble soldier in this way, and it seemed to be a magical unit.
As well, he pulled the Goblin Incinerator recruit out of the warm room and pointed at a large tree, saying, "Use your magic to attack." That tree?
Li Chen had just opened his entry and found that this guy naturally had 120 points of magical proficiency, with attributes in both dark and fire magic, and he could use magic instinctively.
The Goblin Incinerator recruit followed his instincts, raised his hand,
and conjured a fireball, then pushed it out. The distant tree was struck by the fireball and instantly burst into flames.
"Wow, so strong!" Li Chen exclaimed.
The fireball spell of the Goblin Incinerator recruit was different. Li Chen, Miss Hannah, and the female mage of the hero team all had fireball spells that should essentially be called explosion spells. They were attack spells that compressed magical energy to explode, with the flames ignited merely as a byproduct of the magical compression and friction.
In contrast, the fireball
spell conjured by the Goblin Incinerator recruit had flames that burned very red on the outside, but inside was a thick black unknown liquid. After the fireball was thrown, it did not explode violently but instead burst like a water balloon, splattering the black liquid
everywhere. The black liquid was like solidified gasoline, instantly igniting the covered area.
Li Chen thought it was incredible. This was completely a fire-breathing soldier from another world. He immediately said to the Incinerator recruit, "Now let's see how far you can
throw the fireball? How many times can you do it before feeling a headache?" The Incinerator recruit complied, and the test results showed
that the maximum range of the fireball was 70 meters, and after throwing 5 fireballs in a row, he would feel a slight sting in his
brain, barely managing to throw 8 before becoming dizzy.
That was good enough. This was already very formidable.
To have a fire-breathing
soldier without needing specialized equipment, if he could throw a few fireballs at the enemy lines during battle, it would be just
as effective as firearms and artillery. Moreover, this was just a level 1 recruit. Their level cap was 6, leaving plenty of room for improvement.
Li Chen immediately kicked the 10 goblin archers out of his army, sending them to serve as officers in the punishment
battalion, and then recruited all 10 Goblin Incinerator recruits into his army. From then on, Li Chen also had a professional mage unit
under his command. After recruiting the mages, Li Chen had his subordinates prepare the 20 big goblins who were ready to upgrade to mount
the riding spiders.
Originally, the goblin cavalry upgrade line had always been gray, indicating that they had no mounts and could not
upgrade the big goblins to goblin riders.
Now that the big goblins were on the riding spiders, the cavalry upgrade option lit up, and he immediately clicked to upgrade, adding 20 cavalry to his forces at once. Li Chen called over one of the cavalry to ask, "Do you feel
anything special? Can you command the riding spider?" The goblin on the spider nodded. "Boss, I feel a deep connection with it. We can work together seamlessly." Li Chen thought to himself, isn't that exactly the case?
In Mount and Blade, cavalry and mounts are treated as a single
entity by the system.
When it turns, it turns. When it advances, just like communicating with the mind.
It's nothing like
real-life cavalry, where you have to train for years to get the mount to understand various commands.
Li Chen was very satisfied and had
someone bring some horned crocodile meat for the riding spiders to eat. The shells of the riding spiders were still somewhat pale and needed about 10 days to develop. Once their shells turned black, they would be mature. Content, Li Chen walked out of the warm room, intending to take the new soldiers to the edge of the underworld tree to farm some skeleton soldiers and level up, but the Scarlet Queen stopped
him. "Boss, I felt the mental connection with the 20 riding spiders has been severed. What did you do to them?" "Although I edited their
personalities to be very docile, turning into wild spiders might drive them mad and harm others."
"Boss, can you keep them in check?"
Li Chen glanced back at the warm room, where the goblin riders were feeding the riding spiders meat, and the spiders were obediently eating
without any signs of madness.
He knew this was the effect of the system. How could a mount recognized by the system attack its master?
"Don't worry, I have a way to keep them in check."
"By the way, since these 20 spiders have severed their mental connection with you, doesn't
that mean they won't count against your subordinate limit?" The Scarlet Queen could control a maximum of 1,000 subordinates, exceeding this number would cause the subordinates to leave and turn into wild spiders.
But now that these spiders had become mounts, severing the
mental link still kept them controllable, so wouldn't that mean they didn't take up any slots?
The Scarlet Queen nodded in agreement.
And Li Chen was delighted. This meant he could recklessly produce cavalry.
As he was enjoying this thought, Li Chen looked at the goblin, who was picking his nose, and then at the Scarlet Queen, and a question came to mind.
"Xiaohong, what kind of relationship do you two have now?"
The Scarlet Queen immediately became shy, covering her 100 red glass eyes with her 2 front legs.
We're married." Li Chen's eyebrows twitched wildly. Could this be the first couple in the alliance? The goblin noticed the shocked look Li Chen was giving him and sniffed. Boss, big is good is big. Until I find something with a bigger but I don't think I'll change my mind. Li Chen thought to himself that with that mindset he was set for life. There probably weren't many butts bigger than the Scarlet Queens in this world. Li Chen then remembered another question and asked the Scarlet Queen, what do you think about your subordinates and the red-patterned goblins? Are they like children to you or something else? This was important. The Alliance's star count had already reached 5, and the giant demon spider represented by the Scarlet Queen had become a legally recognized race in the Alliance. Li Chen felt that the giant demon spider race was hard to define. After all, the spiders under the Scarlet Queen were vastly different in size, so were these things her children or something else? It was a bit like the social structure of ants. When counting the population, do you only count the queen or do the worker ants count too? The Scarlet Queen nonchalantly replied, what children? These subordinates are just my tools. As for the goblins I give birth to, I only care about Gobdi. It doesn't matter what else is produced. Aren't you goblins also indifferent to your young? Our giant magic spiders are the same. Li Chen expressed his confusion, and the Crimson Queen explained in detail, my subordinates are merely tools that serve me. If I had to make a comparison, they are like the tools forged in your blacksmith's shop. This analogy was quite apt, and Li Chen understood immediately. As for the children of me and Gobu, although they are the fruits of our love, isn't it true that such fruits should be expelled from the body? Li Chen gave a thumbs up. Parents are true love, children are accidents, a classic case. He thought to himself that it was fortunate the Alliance practiced social upbringing and education, so the lack of parental bonds didn't matter. Oh right, boss. The Crimson Queen recalled something and reminded him, boss, I think there's something you should know. Although Gobu and I don't care much about the young, they are, after all, the fruits of love, and I hope they are strong enough. So I tried to enhance our offspring at the genetic level, blending my giant magic spider bloodline with the goblin bloodline. But I failed. The goblin genes are cursed with a powerful bloodline curse, and every gene fragment is densely packed with this curse. This curse rejects the fusion of external bloodlines, which is very strange. These curses lock the goblin genes, making it impossible to exchange genes with other races. Boss, I am a giant magic spider, with super strong bloodline power, on par with the dragon race, yet my bloodline cannot merge with the goblin bloodline at all. How strange, really strange. The more Li Chen listened, the more serious his expression became. He knew the reason for the inability to merge bloodlines. It was the work of the goddess of life. The curse she placed on the goblin race made it impossible for them to genetically merge with other races. Whether goblins breed with humans, kobolds, or wood rats, the resulting goblins are the same, with no distinction of strength or weakness, all standardized. But the goblins born from the Crimson Queen, the new recruits known as goblin incinerators, seemed different. Their red markings on the skin were very prominent, and they were born with magical abilities. Wasn't that innate? Li Chen voiced his confusion, and the Crimson Queen explained. Oh dear, boss, that does not come from the inheritance of genetic bloodlines. I injected a large amount of magical elements into the eggs, and after a series of complex postnatal modifications, they became what they are now. Li Chen understood what she meant. Using Astartes as an example, they weren't born this powerful but were modified later. The difference between being innately strong and being modified later is significant. Li Chen sighed, expressing his helplessness. He had previously seen in the Crimson Queen's profile that she had gene editing abilities, and he wondered if she could acquire goblin genes to change the current situation where goblins could not give birth to females. It seemed that this was not feasible. The goddess of life's curse was deeply embedded in the genetic level, and even the Crimson Queen couldn't resolve it. Li Chen became even more curious about what had happened among the deities. Why did the goblin god die? And why did the goddess of life curse the goblin race? Li Chen felt so small. He was just a minor warlord in the monster forest, completely unqualified to pry into the secrets of the gods. He now craved power, yearned to grow stronger, and desired to understand history. Fortunately, he was a person with goals. He decided that his path to strength would begin with an attack on the kingdom of Sassos. In the next chapter, the conquest of the kingdom of Sassos begins. In the year 4353 of the Age of the Gods, on March 19th, the weather became increasingly hot, the air turned scorching, and people suddenly realized that winter had actually passed. The cold that swept the world merely made the temperature feel pleasant in the tropical rainforest climate of the monster forest. Now, the prolonged heat would become the norm in the monster forest. The sweltering heat increased the citizens of the Alliance's water consumption, and with the heat wave, the Alliance introduced its own laws. These legal texts were inscribed in a universal human language on stone tablets placed in the most prominent locations of Iron City, visible to all passers-by. Of course, the goblin majority citizens of the Alliance could not understand them, but fortunately, the higher-ups arranged for staff to explain the laws to the citizens passing by, constantly shouting out explanations of the legal texts on the tablets.
In summary, it was a single statement: murderers die, thieves are punished. A very crude law, but also very useful, and on the day the law was enacted, the first defendant appeared, Maxi, a member of the hero squad, the Great Shield Man. This guy had been severely injured by a blast from an explosive barrel at close range, losing both hands and feet, and showing signs of internal bleeding. Li Chen thought this guy was doomed, but he surprisingly recovered on his own without any external healing, his vitality astonishing. Later, he learned from human citizens in the Alliance that Maxi was the former leader of the Holy Knight Order of the Kingdom of Sassos. The Holy Knight Order was a religious armed group of the Goddess of Life Church consisting of 3,000 members, all under the faint protection of the goddess, characterized by their strong vitality and difficulty in being killed. Maxi had gone months without treatment, and his severed limbs surprisingly showed signs of slow recovery. Give him half a year, and he might regrow his hands and feet. However, unfortunately, he would not have the chance, as Li Chen brought him out of the dungeon for a public trial in the newly built Citizen Square of Iron City. This trial was very crude. Li Chen read out Maxi's charges while Maxi was chained to a chair, surrounded by the 10th squad of the Punishment Army and citizens of the Alliance who came to watch the trial. Maxi, you, and the hero Leon illegally entered the Alliance territory armed, first attacking the hunting team and killing 158 people, then attacking the Alliance's regular armed punishment army, killing 812 people. Do you plead guilty? As Li Chen stated Maxi's crimes, Maxi sat in the chair and sneered. I've never heard in my life that killing monsters is a crime. His words were translated for the Alliance citizens by Miss Hannah and the dog wizard using translation magic. The citizens of the Alliance were furious upon hearing this, erupting in curses. Li Chen waved his hand, and the soldiers of the punishment army immediately maintained order, quieting the crowd. Li Chen continued. Your crimes are beyond doubt. The Alliance does not need your admission of guilt. The 10th squad of the punishment army is the legitimate armed force of the Alliance. As the former leader of the Holy Knight Order, your private attack on the Alliance's armed forces is an act of war. Maxi, it is time for you to pay the price. The Alliance court sentences you to death, to be executed immediately. Upon hearing this, Maxi not only showed no fear but instead burst into laughter. You are nothing but a ridiculous goblin thinking you can judge me. How laughable. Do you think I would be afraid? Ever since I joined the church and became a member of the Holy Knights, I have dedicated everything to the Goddess of Life and thereafter served Prince Leon. My loyalty has always been to the sage, and you have no right to judge me. He mocked wildly, feeling like a giant despite his lack of limbs, looking down on the surrounding monsters. His words enraged the nearby monsters, and shouts of anger and barking filled the citizen square. If it weren't for the punishment army maintaining order, they would have rushed in and torn Maxi apart. Li Chen let him shout without interruption. Maxi continued to yell, insult, and attack with great force, causing the surrounding monsters to turn red with anger, nearly losing control. But Li Chen sat quietly in the judgment seat, coldly staring at him without saying a word. After a while, Maxi, feeling somewhat tired from his injuries and half exhausted, found it boring to shout endlessly with Li Chen remaining silent. He gradually quieted down. Only after he stopped did Li Chen speak again. Maxi, do you know why I am taking the time and effort to judge you? Why not just end you with a single blow? Maxi frowned, genuinely puzzled. Li Chen stood up, pointing at the 10 soldiers standing around like statues in the punitive military formation. Maxi, open your eyes and look. The soldiers around you are filled with rage. The more you shout, the more they hate you, hate the kingdom of Sassos behind you, hate the temple knights you serve, hate the goddess of life you pledge allegiance to. Maxi looked around and indeed saw those statue-like soldiers, their eyes fixed on him, their fury seemingly ready to burn him alive. He suddenly jolted, realizing something, and shouted in disbelief, do you intend to invade the kingdom of Sassos? Li Chen laughed. Maxi, you are mistaken. This is not called invasion, this is called retaliation. The invaders are you, the group of anti-intelligent beings formed by you and the heroes, who initiated the attack on the Alliance. The Alliance cannot be attacked at its doorstep without responding. You and the hero squad are already doomed, but your individual deaths cannot repay the damage you have caused to the Alliance. The Alliance's wrath needs to be vented, and your homeland, the kingdom of Sassos, will pay for what you have done. Maxi's expression changed rapidly, and then he burst into laughter. You goblins think you can invade the kingdom of Sassos? Ha 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 ha, don't make me laugh. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. This guy laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing throughout the room as if he were trying to gather all the laughter of his next life to release it at once. Li Chen remained silent, waiting for him to finish laughing before slowly speaking. Laugh, Maxi, laugh to your heart's content, but I must remind you, your dear Prince Leon died at the hands of us goblins. And you, Maxi, the former leader of the Temple Knights, were merely dealt with by one of our soldiers. As the leader of the Knights, you should be the strongest in the entire order, right? If someone like you can be taken down in an instant, how long do you think your 3,000 knights can last against us?
This statement finally made Maxi panic. He suddenly remembered that the hero squad had indeed fallen to this group of goblins. Julie was taken down in an instant, and he himself was blown up by a goblin. Although he hadn't witnessed the battle between Hero Leon and Wendini, he had heard about it from the goblin guards afterward. Nearly 1,000 goblins had fought to the death against Hero Leon, and at the cost of almost total annihilation, they had killed him. How tragic! How could goblins achieve this? He had been unwilling to believe such words at the time, but now he stood here facing judgment, and that special goblin whom Hero Leon had specifically wanted dead was sitting in the judgment seat, which proved everything. He suddenly realized that they seemed to have provoked a terrifying existence for their homeland. He began to panic. When a person is afraid, they lose composure. Maxi started shouting and cursing at the surrounding monsters, but this time he no longer acted like an unyielding warrior, but rather like a desperate gambler. He shouted, yelled, and cursed, but the surrounding monsters only looked at him coldly. At first, he found their gazes ridiculous and contemptible, but now he saw the fury in those eyes. A powerful, destructive force was gathering, and this force would surge towards his homeland, Sassos, because of their actions. He became even more frantic, shouting and cursing for longer than before, even ignoring Li Chen's announcement of his execution. Now, his heart was immersed in the fear of his homeland being invaded. This guy's voice had gone hoarse from shouting, his clothes soaked with sweat, sitting in the defendant's seat like a defeated dog. In the final stage, Maxi was pulled down from his seat by the soldiers of the punishment army and knelt on the guillotine, facing his ultimate moment. However, before his death, a special procedure directly shattered his heart. The goblins moved tables and benches in front of Maxi, and Miss Hannah sat on a chair, spreading out a piece of parchment on the table. She dipped a quill into the ink as if she was about to write something. Maxi was puzzled about what was happening, and Li Chen's explanation slowly came through. Although you have caused indelible harm to the Alliance, based on the secular emotions that generally exist among sentient beings, the Alliance allows you to leave a last will. The Alliance will be responsible for delivering the will to the person or force you designate. Of course, we will conduct a review to prevent the leakage of inappropriate information. Now, you have 30 minutes to leave a message for someone or some force. Miss Hannah looked at Maxi with a complex expression. My lord, do you want to say anything to your family? I assure you this letter will be delivered. Maxi was completely caught off guard. The process of leaving a last will was so formal that even many lords in the kingdoms might not have such a procedure when executing criminals. He fully understood that this alliance, led by goblins, was not a ridiculous game of lords. They had offended a real nation. Maxi's heart was in turmoil, not only because they had caused huge trouble for the nation behind them, but also because he began to doubt the righteousness of his crusade against the monsters. After all, if he were attacking a group of barbaric, bloody, and evil monsters, no one would say anything. But what if you attacked the villages of elves, orcs, or dwarves? Attacking these forces recognized by secular values would surely lead to feelings of guilt, making one feel that their actions were evil. Right now, Maxi felt that way, as if they were the evil side, running into this nation called the Alliance of Sentient Beings to wreak havoc, attacking the regular army of this nation. If this were happening to humans, elves, orcs, or dwarves, it would definitely spark a war. They could retaliate without limits, with no procedural or moral errors at all. Maxi's gaze flickered, his body trembled, and the sweat on him began to pour out rapidly. He knelt on the ground, accumulating a pool of sweat. Miss Hannah reminded him what he should say to leave his last will, but he seemed to be shattered, unable to say anything. Half an hour quickly passed, and just before the blade fell, Maxi stammered out a formal phrase, "May my soul return to the embrace of the goddess of life." Li Chen leveled up directly, and Miss Hannah recorded the last words on the parchment. For some reason, as Miss Hannah looked at the few words on the parchment, she sensed a feeling of guilt and panic. The parchment was rolled up, placed in a wooden box, and handed over to an officer of the punishment army for safekeeping. The moment the will was in place, Li Chen drew his great sword, pointing it towards the direction of the kingdom of Sarsos. Soldiers, the brave team under the banner of the kingdom of Sarsos has brought indelible wounds to the alliance. It is time to collect debts from the kingdom of Sarsos. Charge! Use the fire of sulfur and bayonets to punish the invading kingdom of Sarsos. Kill! 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 The new 10th Company of the Punishment Army shouted in unison, and then, under the officer's command, they turned their formation and headed west, while Maxi's corpse had not even cooled down. It is said that when time first flowed, this world had nothing existing in a state of chaos, until several deities from beyond came to this world. To make the world interesting, the deities created various races in their own image, and then they broke through the void and went to another world, leaving only a trace of their avatars. These avatars, through long-term development, split and merged, forming various deities almost unrecognizable from their original divine sources. The deities had their preferred races, and they protected each race with their own power, among which 4 deities favored humans the most. Goddess of life, god of light, god of war, god of trade. Time swiftly passes, the continental plates drift, various races border each other, and war erupts. Humans have average physiques and average magical affinities, lacking much advantage in war, and were once conquered and enslaved by foreign races. Until the four deities chose the first human hero, Donovan Acusicythos re-summoned, the goddess of life bestowed upon this hero the sword of purity, the god of light granted the holy spear, the god of war gave the battle axe, and the god of trade provided the longbow. This human hero led humanity to sweep away the foreign races, opening up a vast territory in the southwestern region of the continent, successfully establishing humanity as one of the four wise races. However, heroes also age, and as the hero's soul returned to the realm of the gods, he left behind 4 children. The hero cherished his children dearly, and to be fair, he entrusted the 4 divine artifacts to each of them, dividing the territory into 4, thus creating 4 kingdoms. The hero's children, grateful for the rights bestowed by their father, split the hero's name into 4 parts, using them as the names of their nations, which is the origin of the 4 human countries today. The punishment army had marched for a month and a half and had reached the edge of the Seisos kingdom. 2. Li Chen's surprise, before the army even entered the territory of the Seisos kingdom, they were attacked by armed human militants. These attackers were not professional soldiers but a group composed of farmers and idle townsfolk. Li Chen sent people to interrogate these humans, and the intelligence gathered was both amusing and absurd. These humans were actually young men trying to escape military service, fleeing into the monster forest. They thought the punishment army was there to capture them and drag them back to fight, and with no time to run, they fought back. The hero Leon had fallen cleanly, leading to an imbalance of power among the 4 human nations, which erupted into civil war. The civil war further ignited the world situation, plunging all races into chaos. The Seisos kingdom initiated a nationwide mobilization for war, requiring able-bodied young men to join the Lord's army nearby, and they had to bring their own weapons, armor, and food. Naturally, the commoners did not want to enlist and tried every means to evade, with one of the best methods being to bring enough food and weapons deep into the monster forest to hide for a year or so. After understanding the situation, Li Chen ordered the entire army, kill anyone who attacks us. If they do not attack, then drive them away. Li Chen was attacking the Seisos kingdom, partly to reclaim lost honor and partly to plunder resources. These matters were of no concern to the commoners. He was targeting the high-ranking lords of the kingdom, and bothering the commoners was pointless, as they wouldn't yield much benefit. Moreover, since they were fighting in another country, if they resorted to the usual kill tactics, it would incite public anger, and encountering large-scale resistance would be disastrous. Therefore, Li Chen restrained his troops, ignoring personnel who did not attack. The army continued to march, encountering many who were evading military service along the way. Some, upon seeing the monster army from afar, were so frightened that they lost their wits and ran away. A few, due to poor visibility in the forest, realized something was wrong too late. The monster army was already upon them, and they could only close their eyes and wait for death. But once the army moved far away, these individuals opened their eyes and found that the monster army had not harmed them. They all breathed a sigh of relief, while simultaneously wondering what had just happened. The army arrived at a human village in the afternoon, and Li Chen opened the map he had confiscated from the heroes team to examine it closely, discovering that they had entered the border province of Halian in the Seisos kingdom. The Seisos kingdom has 12 provinces, and Halian is the easternmost province, most of its border adjoining the monster forest. The governor of Halian province is Callie Taylor, a middle-aged man in his 40s, an earl, whose territory includes the largest town in Halian province, Boya, with a population of 150,000 including the town and surrounding villages. Li Chen's target was to attack Boya. He pointed at the village they were currently in on the map, then at Boya, noting that the straight-line distance between the two was about 80 kilometers, while the winding route was likely over 100 miles. Li Chen glanced at the exhausted troops, murmuring, "The army has been marching through the forest for over a month. They are too fatigued and need to find a place to rest for a while before the final battle." His finger slid across the map, landing on a small castle called Sunbao, just 15 kilometers away. "Let's take this place as a foothold, rest for at least a week, and wait for the troops to regain their combat strength before heading to Boya." With his mind made up, Li Chen folded the map, led the troops into the village, replenished their water at the village well, rested for half an hour, and then followed the dirt road out of the village towards Sunbao. The human village they rested in had about 30 to 40 residents, of whom at least half had already fled. They had heard from the men who ran out of the monster-infested forest that a horde of monsters was approaching. The monster army killed anyone they saw and then feasted on their flesh, instilling extreme terror. Those who didn't want to die had to run. Half of the villagers were scared away, while the other half had no way to escape. These people either couldn't bear to leave their land, or had elderly and children at home. Running out would mean certain death, so they simply locked their doors and windows, praying to the goddess of life for safety. Perhaps their prayers were effective, as the terrifying monster army did not break in to kill them. After the
Monster army filled their water at the well and took a brief rest. They left, not even disturbing the old cow tied at the village entrance. This puzzled the villagers, but then they felt relieved. No matter what, they had survived. After replenishing their water, the troops headed straight for Sunbao, following the dirt road westward from the village. Along the way, Li Chen shouted to the army, "What is discipline?" The soldiers responded in unison, "Do not do what the commander forbids, must do what the commander orders, and ask the commander if unsure how to do it. What is a soldier's duty? To obey orders. What is glory? To defend the homeland, to rise against the strong, to be fearless in battle, to charge into the fray. What is shame? To disobey military orders, to bully the weak, to be cowardly and afraid of death, to shrink back." The shouts echoed, the military flags fluttered, and at a glance, the Punishment Army's 10th company bore some resemblance to a modern army. The old farmers working by the roadside straightened up, shielding their eyes from the sun to observe the troops, so orderly they thought it was some lord's personal guard. But as the Punishment Army drew closer, the farmers realized, oh no, goblins, dog-headed men, ogres, giant spiders. Where did this monster army come from? Run! The monster army is coming. They eat people without spitting out bones. Run! Run! The farmers scattered in panic, their fear spreading like wildfire, as if homing pigeons flying to every corner of the green fields. Thus, a wave of panic engulfing tens of thousands was born. Sunbao was a military fortress with 6-meter-high walls capable of housing over 200 people under normal circumstances, mainly the lord and his personal guards, and during wartime, it could accommodate 500 soldiers for defense. The lord of Sunbao was Baron Zua, who, upon hearing reports from the soldiers that a monster army was approaching the castle, hurriedly ordered the gates to be closed. As a border lord, he was particularly vigilant, often facing attacks from monsters or bandits, so he took the most prudent measures. The wooden gates of Sunbao slowly closed, while the surrounding farmers seeking refuge screamed as they were locked out. These farmers pounded on the castle gates, kneeling on the ground and pleading loudly, "My lord, please have mercy. Open the door. The monster army is right behind us. Please save us." Their cries merged into a chorus, fear almost solidifying into a tangible presence, but the soldiers on the walls merely looked on coldly, showing no intention of opening the gates. The castle space was limited. The families of the lord and the soldiers were already at capacity, and it was impossible to let so many farmers in. Moreover, most of the people below were the lord's serfs, mere lowly peasants. How could they possibly pollute the lord's castle? More and more people were running to the castle seeking refuge, and at one point, over 1,000 had gathered below the castle. They were frantically pushing against the wooden gates, which creaked and groaned. The soldiers were somewhat panicked. At this rate, the gates might be pushed down. The soldiers immediately asked Baron Zao how to respond. Baron Zao was furious and threw away the golden goblet filled with wine. "Damnable rabble! How dare they assault the gates? Shoot arrows to drive them away immediately." The soldiers received the order, drew their bows, and began shooting. A chorus of screams erupted from below, leaving a dozen corpses on the ground, and the crowd dared not block the gates any longer, slowly dispersing. But they did not run far, still surrounding the castle, just no longer daring to approach the gates. They were unwilling to leave. For these serfs, who had toiled the land their whole lives, the safest place was the lord's castle. When enemies came, only by staying within the castle could they survive. Li Chen led his troops along the dirt road, and upon seeing so many people beneath the fortress from a distance, he was taken aback. He thought the lord had ordered the soldiers to line up outside the castle to face the enemy, and immediately commanded his troops to deploy, preparing for a volley of musket fire followed by a bayonet charge to resolve the situation. The musketeers lined up, and the officers blew their whistles, directing the formation to slowly approach the castle. As they got closer, Li Chen urgently ordered the troops to halt. He realized that this group of people were not soldiers at all, but a bunch of ragged refugees. The refugees, frightened by the approaching military formation, screamed in terror, with many kneeling to pray to the goddess of life, creating utter chaos. Li Chen was bewildered. What was going on? He beckoned to Knight Leo in the ranks and asked, "What's happening here?" Li Chen was preparing to attack the kingdom of Sassos and certainly needed a guide, so Knight Leo, Miss Hannah, and young Master Lance, these representatives of the compliant, had all come along. Knight Leo immediately understood the situation, having fought in so many battles, whether besieging a city or being besieged, he had experienced it all. "My lord, these people are likely self-sufficient farmers and the lord's serfs. They heard of your army's arrival and, feeling panicked, sought to enter the castle for refuge. But the castle is too small to accommodate so many, so they were turned away at the gates." Li Chen responded with an "Oh, I see, Knight Leo, I'll give you half an hour to drive these people away with your soldiers." This made Knight Leo tremble with excitement. He suddenly knelt before Li Chen, touching his forehead to the ground and kissing his armored boot. "My lord, I praise your mercy on their behalf." Li Chen quickly pulled his foot back, feeling disgusted. It felt like his armored shoe had gotten dirty. "Get your ass to work. If you dawdle any longer, I'll start shelling Only then did Knight Leo scamper off towards the crowd. The soldiers on the walls trembled at the sight of the over 1,000 demon soldiers. They had never seen such a scale of monsters in their lives. Could the castle withstand them? Baron Zao was called up to the wall by the anxious soldiers, and upon looking out he too was left speechless. However, being a person of higher status, he knew the soldiers were watching him. If he showed panic, the soldiers would only become more frightened, so he put on a calm facade. Soldiers, there are less than 1,000 enemies, while we have over 500 plus the castle. According to traditional castle siege defense, the enemy needs at least 6 times our numbers to take the castle, but now they only have double our strength. The food in the castle is enough for us to last until we die of old age. It won't be long before the Count sends reinforcements. You all need not worry. His words had an effect, and the soldiers settled down. To ease the tension, Baron Zao pointed at the terrified people below the wall and laughed. Haha, look at these pathetic serfs. They will consume the enemy's arrows, dull their blades and axes, and exhaust their strength. By the time the demon army finishes off the people below, they won't have the strength to attack us. Ha 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 ha. This guy laughed quite recklessly, and the soldiers joined in with hearty laughter, as if those waiting to die beneath the city walls were not their kind. As they laughed, a soldier suddenly exclaimed, "Quick, look, is that a human?" Knight Leo arrived at the front of the castle with several human attendants. Knight Leo shouted loudly at the serfs, "Go home. Damn serfs, get back home. This is a war for the lords. It's none of your business. Get lost. This is a war for the lords." This phrase is actually a war agreement among the lords. The territories of the lords are adjacent, and there are many disputes, such as stealing prey, women, and water. At such times, the lords must fight to resolve their conflicts. But with war comes loss, and the lords need to regulate the intensity of the war to a certain extent, at least not attacking the basic production units, the countryside. This is a war for the lords is a declaration not to attack the opponent's countryside. So, when Knight Leo shouted this, the emotions of the people gathered at the foot of the castle gradually stabilized, and then they were driven away from the castle by Knight Leo with a stick. Baron Zao on the city wall was bewildered. What do you mean this is a war for the lords? TMD, the ones opposite are demons. They are demons. This is a damn lord situation. While Baron Zao was confused, the serfs below the city wall had already been driven away. Li Chen ordered the 4 cannons to be pushed up. The soldiers of the 10th Company, reformed into an artillery unit, quickly operated, loading gunpowder and projectiles, and then fired under the officer's shout. The booming cannon fire echoed, and the projectile shot out, crashing through the wooden city gate like breaking tofu, sending wooden splinters flying and even smashing a few infantrymen guarding behind the door. Baron Zao was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his helmet rolling off his head and down the city wall. "What's going on? What's going on?" he shouted in panic, and the soldiers were also at a loss until a voice threw everyone into complete chaos. "The city gate is broken, the city gate is broken." The wooden city gate was shot through with 4 large holes, and the thick gate was swaying precariously. The artillerymen quickly and orderly loaded the second round of projectiles according to Li Chen's artillery commands. "Fire!" the artillery company commander shouted, and the 4 cannons roared again, only 200 meters from the city gate, aiming directly at the target. The sound of cracking echoed as the main structure of the wooden door shattered, losing its blocking function. Li Chen shouted loudly, "Charge in, kill all armed personnel who dare to resist." The gun-wielding goblins shouted as they charged towards the city wall, stopping 100 meters away to suppress the enemies on the wall with their firearms. The sound of gunfire rang out continuously, and soldiers on the wall occasionally fell, screaming as they were shot. The archers tried to draw their bows and shoot, but as soon as they showed their heads, several firearms were aimed at them. In this one-sided suppressive fire, the heavily armored ogre, Dang Dang, charged towards the city gate, wielding a giant pickaxe. The ogre's running speed was not fast, but considering his height of 5 to 6 meters, each step he took caused a small tremor in the ground, creating an extremely intimidating momentum. With a roar, Dang Dang crashed into the city gate, producing a thunderous explosion. Wooden splinters flew everywhere, and the already structurally damaged gate could not withstand the impact and was directly smashed open. The gun-wielding goblins shouted as they surged into the city gate, engaging in a fierce battle with the human soldiers inside the castle. No, it wasn't a battle, to be precise, it was a massacre. The gun-wielding goblins saw the human soldiers, raised their hands, and fired. The human soldiers were crowded together, and with close-range shooting, they could hit even with their eyes closed. After firing, take advantage of the enemy's confusion, charge forward with the bayonet, and even the gods can't save the situation. In the relatively narrow space of the castle, the officers' 40mm hand cannons played a huge role. This shotgun weapon, capable of loading a large number of steel balls, could take down a whole row of enemy soldiers with a single shot, achieving a remarkably high kill efficiency. The sound of gunfire echoed at the city gate, and the human soldiers stationed there were instantly overwhelmed. The musket goblins quickly surged up the castle walls, clashing with the infantry on the walls. How could this happen? How could this happen?
Baron Zhao fell to the ground in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his sturdy castle had been breached so quickly. Was it even 5 minutes? Baron Zhao was dragged into the main building of the castle by a few of his personal guards. It was the largest pure stone structure in the castle, extremely solid. The first floor of the main building had no windows at all, and the entrance was a large iron door. The windows on the second and third floors were also very small, barely allowing a person to squeeze through, so even if the enemy breached the outer walls, it would be very difficult to penetrate. The main building. The cellar of the main building contained plenty of food and water, enough to sustain over 100 people for a year and a half without issue. Baron Zhao and his guards hid in the main building, while the other soldiers, lacking leadership, instantly scattered. The musket goblins quickly swept through every corner of the castle, with human soldiers' corpses strewn everywhere. Li Chen entered the castle, walked up to the human soldiers, and shouted in the common tongue, "Drop your weapons, take off your armor, and those who kneel in submission will live." Over 200 soldiers huddled together in panic, and upon hearing that this tall goblin spoke the common tongue, they began to calm down. One of the soldiers, clad in full plate armor, asked, "If we drop our weapons, how can you guarantee our safety?" "I guarantee your mother." Li Chen snatched a musket from a nearby soldier and shot the guy in the head, the remaining kinetic energy of the bullet killing another unfortunate soul behind him. The crowd erupted into chaos again, and the musket goblins raised their guns once more. These soldiers had experienced the terrifying power of the goblins' weapons and dared not move recklessly. Li Chen shouted, "Anyone who does not throw down their weapons within 10 breaths will be killed. Anyone still wearing armor after 30 breaths will be killed." Li Chen's words in the common tongue sent the humans and soldiers into a panic, while the musket goblins stepped forward with their bayonet guns. The human soldiers could no longer bear it, throwing their swords to the ground and quickly removing their armor, with some fully armored soldiers needing assistance from others. Once they were disarmed, Li Chen waved his hand. "Bind them up, find a large room to lock them in." After saying this, he walked out of the stable, looking at the 3-story pure stone main building of the castle. "Dang dang, use your chisel to smash the door." Dang dang grunted and slowly walked toward the iron door of the main building. As he approached, the musket goblins heard the people inside shouting in panic. Dong Dong's current appearance was extremely fierce and terrifying. He was clad in layer upon layer of stitched crocodile armor, with a massive helmet cast over his head, leaving only a small observation window for his eyes. He looked like an armored giant, and aside from the great mage, who else could make this monster stop? Someone tried to get close to the window to shoot with a crossbow, but after a few gunshots rang out, the crossbowman was killed, and no one dared approach the window again. Dang Dang approached the main building, raised his pickaxe, and struck the iron door hard, producing a sound of twisted metal. The iron door did not detach from the wall but instead deformed significantly while remaining in place. Dang Dang struck several more times, and the entire iron door was misshapen, yet it still did not fall off. Li Chen told Dang Dang to stop. He realized that the people inside the castle had blocked the iron door with stones from the inside, making it impossible to break through. "Should we bring artillery to blast it? Given the stones piled up behind it, it might take a long time to break through." Li Chen brought 4 cannons, each prepared with 100 rounds of various types of ammunition. It sounds like a lot, but without the means to resupply and not knowing how many battles they would have to fight, it was best to conserve what they had. Li Chen circled the main building twice, staring at the small windows on the second and third floors. After a moment's thought, he called up the new recruits from the incinerators. He pulled the new recruits over and pointed at the windows. "Do you see those windows? Each of you pick one, and together, throw fireballs inside until you're exhausted." The 10 new recruits from the incinerators nodded in understanding and chose their positions. As soon as Li Chen gave the order, they simultaneously gathered fireballs and hurled them into the windows. "Ah, fire! Someone come! Quick! It's on fire! It's on fire!" The people inside the building screamed in panic, trying to fetch water to extinguish the flames. But the fireballs thrown by the new recruits were akin to Molotov cocktails, smashing onto the ground and scattering a black unknown substance everywhere. The fire spread rapidly and was difficult to extinguish. The 10 new recruits quickly cast 5 fireballs, equivalent to 50 Molotov cocktails, and the people inside the main building had no time to react before being engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. Now it was not Li Chen who was begging to storm the main building, but the people inside who wanted to escape. Since the fireballs were thrown in from the second and third floor windows, the flames primarily spread on those floors, giving the human soldiers a chance to flee to the first floor. They frantically moved the stones blocking the iron door, and without support, the heavy iron door collapsed. With a crash, the dark, frantic human soldiers rushed out of the main building, only to be captured alive by the gun-wielding goblins, and the battle ended just as simply and easily. A victory notification chimed in Li Chen's mind. "You have achieved victory. Total enemies killed, 311. In the future, set a total kill count, which is the sum of system soldiers and non-system soldiers' kills. Enemies killed, 128. Enemies captured, 254 experience gained, 1230 friendly casualties, 0 you have occupied Sin Fortress, and now you are the master of Sin Fortress. Please choose your attitude towards Sin Fortress: forgive, plunder, destroy. Choosing to forgive will yield very little from the Tanar and confiscated goods, but the prosperity of the castle will not change, and the local gentry's favorability will increase. Generally, players who want to develop well and unify the continent will choose to forgive. Choosing to plunder will significantly decrease the castle's prosperity and the local people's relations, but a considerable amount of loot can be obtained. Choosing to completely destroy will yield a massive amount of loot, but your relationship with the locals will drop directly by -100. The castle's prosperity will greatly decrease, and taxes will drop to single digits. Li Chen was here for primitive accumulation, so he couldn't choose to forgive. As for complete destruction, that was unnecessary. He came to Sin Fortress to establish a foothold, so where would he live if he destroyed it completely? Therefore, he chose to plunder. As soon as he chose to plunder, his 80 system soldiers immediately dropped everything they were doing and rushed into the castle to start smashing and digging. Various chaotic loot was unearthed from every nook and cranny. Precious silks, gold ornaments, coins of gold, silver, and copper, spices, an array of treasures that made Li Chen exclaim he had struck it rich. The plundering lasted for 2 hours before it ended, and the once orderly castle was turned into a garbage dump. A system notification popped up in Li Chen's view again. Your rogue tendencies proficiency +15. Baron Zao's favorability -100. The local gentry's favorability around Sin Fortress -100. The favorability of Governor Callie Taylor of the Greenfield Province -100. The common people's favorability towards you around Sin Fortress +5. Ha, +5? Li Chen was stunned, rubbing his eyes to take a closer look, and indeed there was a plus favorability. He suddenly remembered those self-sufficient farmers and serfs who had been turned away and understood. Damn it, the Lord has long lost the people's hearts. He continued to check the prompts, and next, various family lords appeared with a relationship score of -100, all of them at -100. After he had killed the brave Leon, these lords' favorability towards him had been fixed at -100. No matter what terrible things he continued to do to them, it was just like that. Li Chen expressed indifference. As long as it was done, it was fine. He continued to examine the spoils of war. Velvet ×8, wool ×24, silver or ×28, minerals ×30, salt ×37, leather ×45, grains ×470. Meat ×311, fish ×202, vegetables and fruits ×175, cheese ×83, oil ×44, spices ×21, wine ×13. Gorgeous plate armor ×1, slightly damaged. Plate armor ×4, lord's helmet ×1, slightly damaged soldier's helmet ×27, plate armor gloves ×4, plate armor shoes ×12, chainmail ×49. Gorgeous longsword ×1, battle sword ×190, battle axe ×49, battle hammer ×22, bow ×41, peachwood crossbow ×10, tempered spear ×104, gorgeous pitchfork ×50, dinar 12,800. Li Chen gathered the short melee weapons from reality and the system together, called the soldiers over, and let them each choose one as a reward. As for the armor, it wouldn't be distributed. The entire punishment army was equipped with standardized horned crocodile armor, uniform equipment, and sufficient defense, so there was no need to change the armor, which would disrupt the unity of the troops. Besides the spoils dropped by the system, the quantity of spoils seized in reality was also quite considerable. Various silks, coarse cloth clothing, wrapped, over 300 sets, 9 boxes weighing 400 kilograms filled with copper coins, and 1 box filled with silver coins. 1 small box filled with gold plus other gold products. The total seized gold was about 20 kilograms. A large amount of food was searched from the castle's warehouse and the basement of the main building, enough for 1,000 people to eat heartily for over 3 months, plus the food dropped by the system, enough to last for over 4 months. The food reserves of the troops reached a safe line, and Li Chen felt there was great potential. He ordered the soldiers to settle in the castle, clean up, and start cooking. They needed to rest here for at least a week, otherwise, the fatigue accumulated by the soldiers could not be alleviated, which would affect their combat effectiveness. This would give the Boya side time to prepare, but Li Chen felt that restoring the soldiers' condition was more important. Between 2 harms, he chose the lesser one and still opted for rest. As the troops began to settle down, Li Chen started to deal with various issues. Boss Goblin Bao came to him with 3 gunner goblins who were tied up like zongzi. These 3 violated military regulations, threw away their weapons during combat, abandoned their combat tasks, and attempted to. Li Chen's expression turned cold. Did they succeed? Goblin Bao shook his head. No, they were stopped by the squad leader. Li Chen glanced at the 3 soldiers, who were trembling all over, their green faces turning pale with fear. Now they regretted it immensely, wondering why they couldn't control their little heads and threw military regulations to the back of their minds at that time. Li Chen asked again, which unit are these 3 from? 8th Company, Squad 8. The 8th Company, again the 8th Company. Li Chen had not forgotten that the Punishment Army's old 8th Company had been stripped of its number due to rebellion. Were these three trying to inherit the tradition? He ordered angrily, 8th Company Commander, Deputy Commander, revoke all military achievements in this battle, all squad leaders, deputy squad leaders, and soldiers of the 8th Company, revoke all rewards for this castle assault, and take back all awarded weapons. Squad 8 of the 8th Company. Squad leader, deputy squad leader, dismissed from their positions, demoted to infantry. Squad 8 disbanded on the spot. Soldiers reassigned to other squads. The entire army will publicly criticize the 8th Company for a month. He coldly looked at the three, kneeling on the ground. As for these three, they shall be punished with fist punishment. After dealing with the military discipline issue, Li Chen had Baron Zhao brought up. At this time, Li Chen was sharpening his sword in the castle's blacksmith shop. Baron Zhao's knee was smashed by a gunstock and he directly knelt down. "Ah, you damned goblins! Do you know who I am? A baron! How dare you be so rude!" Li Chen didn't even glance at the man, focusing instead on sharpening his sword. He simply said, "Show me your worth before I finish sharpening my sword." Creak, creak, creak. Baron Zhao's voice was frantic. After all, he was facing a monster and couldn't care less about his identity. If he couldn't satisfy the other party, he would die. I. Baron Zhao stammered for a long time, unable to utter a single word. He couldn't think of what value he had to a goblin. Li Chen was sharpening the sword quickly, already applying oil to the blade. As a finishing touch, Baron Zhao shouted urgently, "Ransom! I can pay a ransom. My cousin is a local noble. He can offer 50. No, 100. Kingdom gold coins." This did not move Li Chen. He polished the great sword until it gleamed, then swung it in the blacksmith shop. With such a large sword, he swung it swiftly, as easily as a twig, the air whistling as the blade danced closer and closer to Baron Zhao's neck. Baron Zhao knew the other party was dissatisfied and had to think hard about what else he could offer. Spare my life. I have connections with the local lords. You will find me useful. I can make the serfs pay taxes and provide you with military provisions. I also know the past of Count Calli. Li Chen's blade stopped in front of Baron Zhao's neck. "Oh, the past of Count Calli? Tell me." As the blade withdrew, Baron Zhao was drenched in sweat, letting out a deep sigh of relief that was close. He almost lost his head. He began to speak slowly. Count Calli, the lord of the border stronghold of Boya, governor of the province of Halian, was the main target of Li Chen's attack this time. Count Calli was a ruthless man who earned his title through military merit, having fought against other human nations in his youth and achieved remarkable feats, rising from a baron to a count. He was originally expected to become a duke, but due to his lowly origins, he couldn't integrate into the circles of the capital's nobility. Li Chen felt a sense of disbelief at this point. Damn, a baron still had lowly origins? How stubbornly corrupt must the bureaucratic system of the kingdom of Sassos be? In his quest to become a duke, Count Calli fought even harder, but no matter how much territory he expanded, he could never become a duke. At one royal banquet, a prince openly mocked him as a country lord, saying that being a count was his limit. Count Calli also realized that, tracing his family tree back 30 generations, he had no connections to the royal family, while all dukes were related to the royal family. He knew he would never become a duke in his lifetime and began to grow complacent. One time, when the old king was leading troops in battle, Count Calli's forces were on the flank. The old king's troops got entangled with the enemy and needed his support, but Count Calli found an excuse not to assist. Afterward, the old king won against the enemy, but his troops suffered heavy losses, and from then on, he harbored a deep hatred for Count Calli. Because Count Calli had achieved great military merit, the old king couldn't kill him for fear of the repercussions, but he wanted to make his life difficult, and there were many ways to do that. The old king sent Count Calli to the province of Halian, which didn't border any other human nations, meaning there would be no wars and thus no military merit. Count Calli, possessing great talent, could only guard the vast green fields, feeling utterly desolate. Just as the old king had intended, Count Calli became despondent after a few years. He began to drink heavily, overeat, and quickly became obese, unable to even mount a warhorse. His personality turned extremely violent and greedy. He would beat his servants to death at the slightest provocation, losing all semblance of the sharpness he once had on the battlefield. Former generals who had fought alongside him could no longer bear to watch and urged him to pull himself together. Even if he couldn't ride into battle, he should at least be a real man and protect the people of his land. Little did he know that these words touched the reverse scale of Count Caliber, who actually smashed the head of the one trying to persuade him with a wine cup. From then on, his trusted subordinates lost heart and left him one by one. Even his wife took the children back to her family, leaving Count Caliber a lonely man. After being left alone, Count Caliber became even more indulgent. He drove his carriage recklessly on the streets of Boya, shooting arrows at passers-by at will, and if he saw a household with young women, he would snatch them away to abuse. It wasn't until later that this guy discovered his true love, pushing his madness to its peak. One day, a troop from the southern orc kingdom arrived in Boya, and among them was a beautiful cheetah dancer. How beautiful was she? If a value of 1 represents a human and a value of 6 represents a pure animal, then this cheetah dancer's value was probably around 2, perfectly balanced. The kind that would drive a furry enthusiast wild with joy. Clearly, Count Caliber was a hidden furry enthusiast. He fell in love with the cheetah dancer at first sight and began a frenzied pursuit. However, by this time, Count Caliber had degraded into an extremely slovenly, fat man with a terrible reputation, so the cheetah dancer naturally rejected him. Driven by his beastly desires, Count Caliber forcibly took her. He not only wanted her body but also her heart. The cheetah dancer would rather die than submit, and Count Caliber subjected her to insane torment, even publicly executing members of the troupe with extreme cruelty. This incident caused a huge uproar in Boya, leading to public panic as everyone feared being captured and abused to death by the Lord. However, after this incident, people were surprised to find that Count Caliber rarely appeared and no one had seen the cheetah dancer again. Boya unexpectedly welcomed peace in this manner. Rumor has it that Count Caliber has locked the dancer in the basement of the governor's mansion, torturing her daily, with soldiers patrolling nearby claiming to hear her screams. Some even said they saw a mage entering and exiting the basement, as Count Caliber used evil magic to torment the dancer. After Baron Zhao finished speaking, he carefully looked at Li Chen. Li Chen was overjoyed. The public discontent in Boya was boiling. The highest official was a tyrant who had not been seen for a long time, and the administrative system was in chaos. The old batch of military officers who knew how to fight had been driven away, leaving only useless drunks in the border cities with extremely poor military capabilities. Wasn't this unstable? The advantage was mine. With his spirits lifted, Li Chen's gaze towards Baron Zhao softened considerably. Have your confidants contact relatives for a ransom. If 100 gold coins are provided, we will release you. Baron Zhao was ecstatic, immediately kneeling to kiss Li Chen's armored boots, even sticking out his tongue. Li Chen kicked him in the face, sending Baron Zhao flying out of the blacksmith shop. Damn it, do human nobles have a problem? Do they like kissing their relatives' shoes? Has porridge hit the other world? Li Chen sent someone to call over young Master Lance, asking what this former human noble thought. Young Master Lance knew that to live a stable life under Li Chen's rule, he had to cooperate, so he began to think. Seriously, my lord, I know about Count Caliber. He is quite famous in the kingdom, hailed as the most talented military strategist in a century, but unfortunately, he comes from a poor background. This man has a brutal character. I heard that during a spring hunt, he deliberately shot the eldest son of a noble with his bow. The local nobles, fearing his status, dared not take revenge and could only swallow their anger, planting the seeds of hatred. My lord, I suggest you release some prisoners of war and have them deliver a message to the surrounding lords that we will only attack Count Caliber of Boya and then leave. Many would be happy to see him dead and would definitely not respond to the call for war, which would reduce their forces. Li Chen thought this was a good idea. He decided to let go of a dozen or so prisoners to deliver the message and then continued to stay in the blacksmith shop to forge. For the next several days, he had no important work and could relax to improve his skill proficiency, with blacksmithing becoming one of his hobbies. Accompanied by the clang of hammering, his forging skill reached 80, unlocking the third two-choice skill. This time, Li Chen chose the complex craftsmanship, which allowed him to understand the properties of various metals and learn the super-complex forging techniques to create intricate industrial products. A wealth of knowledge flooded into his mind, invigorating him. With so much knowledge, his desire to create surged, and he immediately prepared a large amount of materials to start forging. He worked from day to night, and from night to dawn, and after such a long time, he crafted 3 swords. These 3 swords were exquisitely made, with intricate patterns of gold and silver on the hilt and blade, and the sword tips inlaid with rubies captured from the castle, making them true works of art. Li Chen stored the 3 swords in the warehouse and checked their attributes using the system. Name: gorgeous sword, weight 2.4 kg/, speed 120 damage 90, pierce speed 110, pierce damage 80, length 82 centimeters, attributes: sharpness +10, description: crafted with extremely complex and exquisite techniques, adorned with gold, silver, and gems. It is a true masterpiece. Even elves would pay a price for such a sword. Li Chen was very satisfied and said, as expected of me, as he happily ran out of the blacksmith shop with the 3 swords. He gathered his troops, brandishing the sword in front of everyone, making the goblins' eyes widen with greed. Goblins inherently had a greedy nature, and seeing the 3 exquisitely crafted swords, they could tell they were quite valuable, nearly drooling. If they could hang such a sword at their waist, they could look down on others from then on. After showing off for a while, Li Chen shouted, "Goblin spear, goblin bow, step forward." The 2 stepped out of the ranks. Li Chen said to them, "You 2 have made remarkable contributions from the old Punishment Army's 10th squad to the new Punishment Army's 10th squad, participating in all the battles of the Alliance's rise. I bestow upon you both a sword, hoping you will continue to work hard." He handed the sword to the 2, who trembled with excitement. Tears streamed down their faces. How had their leader turned into the sun again? Li Chen still had one sword in hand. TSK, I still have one sword left. What to do? Who should I give it to? As soon as Li Chen asked, the soldiers' eyes turned red with envy. They all wanted to shout, give it to me. But no one dared to speak up. Li Chen felt a bit disappointed. TMD, how can soldiers lack courage? If you want it, just shout. Maybe. If you say give it to me, I might really give it to you. Give it to me. A loud shout pierced the sky, leaving Li Chen stunned as he looked at the person who shouted. It was actually Goblin Pao, sitting on the back of his spider mount. This guy had been promoted by Li Chen to be the cavalry squad leader, temporarily commanding 20 cavalrymen. The cavalry was a new troop type under Li Chen, and everyone was unsure how to train or use them, so Li Chen simply chose a new squad leader to see if he could carve out his own path. Li Chen beckoned Goblin Pao with a finger, and Goblin Pao jumped off the spider, running to kneel before Li Chen. Boss, please give me that sword. His face was filled with greed and desire, drool dripping down. This sword was the shiniest object he had ever seen, and he truly wanted it. Li Chen really handed the sword to him, patting his shoulder in encouragement. Good. If you want it, just say it. Don't hide it away. This is the true spirit of a soldier. He pointed at the others, who looked regretful. You all need to learn from him. When good things are right in front of you, if you don't fight for them, how can good fortune fall upon you? Foolish. The others wailed in despair. Wondering if they had shouted that they wanted it at the time, would the boss have bestowed the sword upon them? TMD, why didn't they dare to speak up then? Their cowardice was truly infuriating. Li Chen smiled with satisfaction. With just one sword, he had stirred up the enthusiasm of the troops. In the future, these guys will definitely seize opportunities for themselves, rather than plodding along like an old ox plowing a field, taking one step at a time with a whip. Gobu ran around proudly, cackling with laughter, and Li Chen kicked him. Once you have the goods, you need to get to work. Take your cavalry and scout towards Boya. Remember the surrounding terrain and the distribution of villages. Just remember, you're only scouting, do not engage with the enemy. If you encounter them, you run. Boss, guaranteed to complete the mission. Gobu strapped on his sword, gallantly mounted his spider steed, and set off with 20 cavalrymen towards Poloya. With nothing to do, Li Chen continued to forge iron to improve his crafting skills. He crafted himself a shiny suit of full plate armor, adorned with extremely intricate gold and silver patterns and studded with gems that sparkled in the sunlight. From a distance, one might think he was a king from some country, looking quite impressive. He also used a special technique to fuse gold, silver, and gems into the surface of his great sword, creating similarly complex patterns, and polished the blade until it shone like a mirror. Anyone who didn't know would think it was a holy sword. Li Chen was happily hammering away when Miss Hannah found him to report something that nearly burned his brain. My lord, the serfs have come to pay their taxes and request you to mediate for them? With a clang, the hammer fell to the ground. What the hell? Paying taxes to me? Asking me to mediate? Li Chen sat in the hall that originally belonged to Baron Zhao, with goblin musketeers standing on either side. The hall doors were wide open, and the bright morning sunlight streamed in. Li Chen held a square piece of wood in his hand and slammed it down on the table, producing a sharp crack. Who dares to speak? What is the accusation? Speak quickly. Several trembling serfs knelt in the middle of the hall, surrounded by goblins, those merciless creatures. They regretted coming forward today, but thinking that not coming would mean death, they steeled their hearts. One serf cautiously said, My lord, we are the serfs of Sinbao, and we accuse the lord of Sinbao. Li Chen's eyes bulged, and he slammed the wooden block down. Again. TMD, are you coming at me? Who dares to accuse me? No. My lord, you misunderstand, we are not accusing you, we are accusing Baron Zhao. The serfs quickly explained. Li Chen took a sip of the flower tea from the golden teapot. What do you want to accuse him of? The serfs looked miserable. We hope Baron Zhao can reduce the taxes, and 80% tax is simply too high, we can't survive. With a puff, Li Chen sprayed the tea everywhere. Indeed, characters in novels drink tea just to spit it out. Li Chen couldn't believe it. 80%. TMD, you guys don't rebel against an 80% tax? The serfs exchanged glances, realizing there was such an option as rebellion. Li Chen waved his hand. All right, Baron Zhao has already been defeated. The master of Sinbao is now me. I decree that all serfs belonging to Sinbao will become self-sufficient farmers, and all the land will belong to you. From now on, you only need to pay 30% tax. Li Chen didn't know how long he could stay in this place, but he was drawing a big pie, distributing things that didn't originally belong to him, and gaining a good reputation in the process. He indeed gained a good reputation. When the serfs heard this, it was as if they had been struck by lightning, standing there in shock. They had never imagined that one day they could attain the status of self-sufficient farmers, let alone own their own land, and even more so, only pay 30% tax. Oh my goddess of life. Is this goblin an angel sent by the goddess of life? They looked at Li Chen's green, ugly face, and were smitten, as if he were the most handsome person in the world without any makeup. Oh, great lord of clear soup.
Someone shouted, and the serfs knelt on their knees, rushing towards Li Chen's plate armor.
Boots, trying to offer their lips. What the hell? Get them out of here.
Li Chen was startled and jumped directly onto the table, preserving the purity of his armored boots.
The musket goblins rushed in, using their gunstocks to smash the serfs out of the hall, while
they shouted about the Lord's grace that was never repaid. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sat back down in his chair. Just as he settled in, a system notification rang in his mind.
Ding! Your favorability with the people of Sunbao plus 50. You have made a deeply resonant judgment. Charm proficiency plus 5. Damn! So much favorability added. And charm proficiency too? With 50 favorability, the surrounding people would surely welcome the royal army. He didn't expect the charm proficiency could be increased through making judgments. He
became interested and slammed the gavel again.
Is there anyone else who wants to report a case? Bring them up quickly. This time, two middle-aged self-sufficient farmers came forward, and as soon as they knelt down, they loudly accused each other. After listening for a while, Li Chen understood. The two had pooled their money to buy a cow, which they both raised together and shared for plowing. However, once something becomes a public good, over time, everyone loses interest and starts relying on the other to contribute more. They accused each other of feeding less fodder, giving less water, and overworking the cow by plowing 2 more acres, essentially a bunch of trivial matters. Li Chen was getting a headache from their bickering and slammed the gavel down hard, quarreling over such trivial matters. Someone chop the cow in half and give it to these two. Upon hearing that the cow was to be killed, the two shouted no, 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 we won't report it anymore, and ran away like the wind. Ding! Charm proficiency plus 1.
The third wave of reports came from 2 families whose sons and daughters had feelings for each other and privately agreed to be together, but the families looked down on each other.
The boy's family
thought the girl's family had too little land, while the girl's family wanted to marry their daughter off to a wealthy man. Both sides
wanted their children to separate.
Li Chen propped his feet up on the table, leisurely using a small knife to trim his nails.
He glanced at the young couple kneeling in the middle. What do you two think? Will you follow your parents' wishes and separate, or will you stay together?
The couple gazed at each other affectionately, but before they could speak, their parents began to argue loudly behind them.
Stay together? Your daughter isn't worthy of my son. How many acres do you have?
If they marry, they'll have to rely on my family to support
them. Humph. You think my family would even want your son?
He can't run a business and has no title.
Who would marry their daughter? To your son?
The back and forth continued, turning the Lord's Hall into a marketplace. Li Chen saw the pained expressions of the couple
in the middle, yet they still focused on each other.
He had a plan and slammed the gavel to silence everyone.
Since neither of your parents is satisfied, let's deal with them harshly. This way, they can't secretly be together anymore. Someone drag this couple away for a severe punishment.
He said this in a common tongue, which the station musket goblins couldn't understand, otherwise, they would have really carried it out. The parents were terrified, thinking what kind of dog official was handling this case, and immediately shouted,
No, 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 my lord, we won't interfere anymore. Let them marry right away.
The parents pulled the couple away, and the young couple looked back at Li Chen with eyes full of gratitude.
Ding! Charm proficiency plus 2.
In the following days, Li Chen judged cases during the day and forged iron at night, continuously increasing the proficiency of both skills. His charm proficiency reached 25.
Unlocking a new skill, eloquence.
Eloquence, when communicating with intelligent beings, it becomes easier to capture their attention and
gain their agreement with your views.
He also gained 1 personality trait.
Merciful liberator. People across the continent have heard
of your deeds in liberating serfs and the favorability of all slaves towards you plus 3.
Li Chen's deeds quickly spread throughout Sunbao and
radiated to other lord territories. Everyone was amazed that there was a goblin who could speak the common tongue of humans, and this goblin was so wise. Some serfs, hearing that the goblin in Sunbao was distributing land, actually escaped from their original lord's territory and came to Sunbao. The original serfs of Sunbao, having become self-sufficient farmers, began to pay taxes in large amounts to
Sunbao.
Various foods piled up in the warehouses, and even Li Chen's system received a large quantity of system food submitted by the villages. Unfortunately, joyful times are always short-lived. A week passed, and the soldiers had relaxed their bodies and minds, and if they
rested any longer, it would be indulgence.
Li Chen gathered his troops and marched towards Boya.
3 days later, the army arrived at Boya.
Along the way, they passed several castles, but those castles had their gates tightly shut, and the lord showed no intention of launching an attack. Li Chen felt that the sowing of discord had worked. The lords who hated Count Caliber refused to send reinforcements to Boya, and Count Caliber was about to pay the price for his tyranny. It was said that Boya could muster 20,000 troops at its peak, but after resting for a week in Sunbao, Boya surprisingly did not send troops to fight him. He suspected that Boya lacked capable generals and did not have the ability to lead an expedition. Li Chen was indeed correct, but not because there were no capable generals.
Rather, the capable generals had left with their troops. Many generals had been driven away by Count Calibur's antics. The remaining generals were currently engaged in a world war, with capable local generals leading their troops north and south. After 2 rounds of filtering, what remained was nothing but a group of good-for-nothings. Even the troop strength was no longer the peak of 20,000, there were only 2,000 city guards, along with various newly recruited militia, totaling just over 5,000. These remaining generals were self-aware. They knew they lacked the ability to lead troops into battle, and with such poor quality soldiers, they could not go to war. So they chose not to engage, waiting for the enemy to come to them, and then pushing their forces forward. Their intelligence network reported that the magical army, primarily composed of goblins, numbered just over 1,000, while their own numbers were 5 times that of the enemy. Advantage was on their side. So when Li Chen brought his army to the foot of Boya, what he saw was a dense formation of human infantry at the base of the city walls. Interesting, they actually abandoned the walls to fight in the open. Li Chen glanced at the tall city walls behind the infantry. The walls were over 25 meters high, very imposing, with arrow towers and several small ballistae visible. Such a level of fortification would be very difficult to breach if the enemy had sufficient troops. Even with artillery, the war could drag on for several months. But now that the enemy's main force had come out to fight, he was confident he could breach the city in a day. In fact, it wasn't entirely the fault of the Boya commanders for coming out to fight. They were afraid that this magical army would scatter to the surrounding villages to wreak havoc, which would lead to significant losses. The serfs and land in the villages belonged to the noble lords, and losing them would be unacceptable. So even though intelligence indicated that the enemy had special long-range weapons, which were very dangerous, after various considerations, they still chose to ignore the intelligence and fight in the traditional manner. The 2 sides faced off about a kilometer apart, and the Boya army sounded the horn, with the human infantry formation slowly advancing towards Li Chen. Li Chen ordered his troops to stop and form a line. This rudimentary line formation could maximize their firepower, though the risk was that the enemy cavalry could scatter them with a charge. Fortunately, after Li Chen scanned the area, he did not see any enemy cavalry, only a few officer rolls and a handful of horses. He also sent goblin scouts ahead to reconnoiter, but still saw no enemy cavalry units. He thought it was likely due to the ongoing world war. The Heluyan province did not border foreign lands, and local armed forces had been dispatched to other battlefields. How could such high-end main forces like cavalry be left here to watch the trees? The artillery company commander of the 10 consecutive shots was named Goblin. He ran over to Li Chen and asked, "Boss, should we fire? The enemy is already within range. No artillery fire. It would be disastrous if we drove the enemy back into the city. Bring them within 100 meters, load the cannons with scattershot, and aim all 4 cannon muzzles at the center of that heavy infantry formation. I want to blow their formation apart." Li Chen pointed at the crossbows and arrow towers on the city wall. After firing the scattershot, immediately take out those crossbows. Gobu replied affirmatively and returned to his troops. Li Chen continued to issue orders to Gobu Spear and Gobu Bao. When the cannon fires, the infantry will fire a volley. Then immediately reload, charge with bayonets, rush up to their faces, and fire another round. Finish the battle with bayonets. After giving the orders, he took his hands off the keyboard and waited for the victory prompt. He was confident that 2 waves of musket fire would take out 40% of the enemy forces. As for the rest, they would just have to scatter on their own. Amidst the military watch and the sound of horns, the 2 sides quickly closed the distance. The humans, numbering 5,000, were divided into dozens of formations, densely packed and intimidating to behold. They raised their spears and swords in response to their lords' shouts, preparing for the final charge. Even the farmers wielding hoes had flushed faces. The lords had said that as long as they could kill the enemy, the spoils on the enemy would belong to them. For these impoverished farmers, even obtaining a piece of iron or a scrap of animal hide could slightly improve their lives. Thus, many self-sufficient farmers and serfs picked up their farming tools and answered the lord's call to war. A small lord, riding a tall horse and clad in plate armor, saw that the distance was about right, drew his sword from his waist and prepared to issue the charge command. "Give me." Before he could finish the word charge, a series of thunderous explosions erupted, like the roar of thunder on a stormy day, startling his horse. The horse reared up, and he fell to the ground. The small lord exclaimed, "What just happened? What was that noise?" Slowly regaining his senses, he heard a sound of metal being twisted and torn, followed by the thud of flesh being pierced, and then a series of screams. He hurriedly got up to check and was stunned. His most elite troops, the heavily armored infantry formation, had suffered a devastating blow. Over 500 fully armored soldiers were taken down by an unknown weapon, their precious plate armor riddled with holes, blood gushing out from the wounds. The 4 cannons each fired nearly 100 steel balls, and at a distance of 100 meters, their lethality was extraordinary, with severed limbs and blood mist swirling, completely draining the morale of this elite fully armored infantry formation. But it wasn't over. Yet just as chaos erupted in the human ranks, the punitive army's line of fire unleashed another round of thunder. A large amount of white smoke spewed from the iron mouths, and thousands of projectiles struck the human line, causing the front row of soldiers to fall in droves. Wails and screams echoed throughout the battlefield, and everyone was questioning what had happened. What on earth was going on? All the humans panicked, the line began to crumble, and the once orderly formations started to break apart, with some already beginning to flee. The small lords desperately tried to maintain order, while the punitive army took the opportunity to complete their second wave of loading. Tweet, tweet, tweet. A short and too long military whistle sounded, and the soldiers swiftly drew their bayonets, locking them onto the muzzles of their guns. Tweet, 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 tweet. The charge whistle sounded, and the goblin musketeers shouted as they charged forward. The lords on the human side were stunned. The enemy had only 1,000 men, yet they dared to initiate a charge. Raise your weapons! Raise your weapons! A silver coin for anyone who kills an enemy, the small lord shouted loudly, but most of their troops were composed of militia, who were panicking and finding it hard to regroup once chaos ensued, and with a countercharge from the goblins, some began to flee outright. At this moment, the goblins had charged within 10 paces of the human soldiers. Whether they wanted to or not, the human soldiers braced their weapons, preparing for the fight. The soldiers of the punishment army urgently halted, raised their guns, and almost pressed the barrels against the enemy's chests to fire. Bang 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 bang. A volley of gunfire rang from the far left of the battlefield to the far right as the human infantry formation was wiped out as if erased by a divine hand, the outermost soldiers collapsing in layers, exposing the bewildered rear ranks. These rear soldiers had yet to comprehend what was happening when the soldiers of the punishment army lunged forward with bayonets. A rout ensued, with the militia formation fleeing first. The minor lord, sensing something was amiss, also fled, followed by the regular troops. Their courage shattered, their minds filled with a single thought: run back to the city. The punishment army pursued, each one hunting down the fleeing soldiers. A few nobles on the city wall were left dumbfounded. Was it over this quickly? One noble shouted anxiously, quick, quick, quick. Archers, crossbows, shoot for cover. Boom, 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 boom. Just as the crossbows were being prepared, the cannons fired. The cannons launched grape shot, which was smaller than solid shot but larger than buckshot, firing 12 projectiles the size of ping-pong balls at once. These ping-pong balls struck the crossbows, severing limbs when they hit humans and directly destroying the crossbows, rendering them useless. The lords were even more panicked now, not daring to stand on the city wall. One lord shouted in a frenzy, quick, close the city gates. Another stopped him. We can't close them. We need to let our soldiers back in. Without troops to defend the city, we're all dead. Several lords agreed, deciding not to close the gates for now and to let some of their troops back in first. However, Li Chen would not allow them to return to the city. With such high walls, if too many were defending, it would be too difficult to breach. So he had made preparations in advance, and now was the perfect time to strike. A dozen riding spiders charged into the fleeing human soldiers, knocking them to the ground. The riding spiders did not attack these human soldiers, they charged straight for the city gates. 10 riding spiders quickly surged past the fleeing infantry, reaching the open city gates. The soldiers guarding the gates were so frightened they stumbled back. Such large spiders were terrifying. On the riding spiders sat 2 goblins, one a rider and the other a new goblin incinerator. The incinerator gathered a fireball and hurled it fiercely into the city gate. With the splattering sound of water balloons bursting, dozens of Molotov cocktails crashed into the city gate, igniting a massive sea of flames. After unleashing the fire, the riding spiders split into 2 teams and ran along both sides of the city wall. This large city had more than one gate, they needed to seal off the other entrances. The human soldiers, having struggled to reach the city gate, were met with despair upon seeing the inferno inside. It was over. They were completely finished. The lords on the wall were frantic, shouting, go to the east and west city gates, hurry to the east and west city gates. Some were reminded and took off running. Others, seeing the giant spiders racing along the wall, realized they were going to burn the other gates, and in their panic simply collapsed to the ground. On the front lines, the gun-wielding goblins wreaked havoc, dragging the bodies of human soldiers from the point of engagement all the way to the base of the wall. In the end, nearly 2,000 people were forced against the city wall, which once provided them with a sense of security but had now become a deadly cage. The humans on the wall attempted to shoot arrows, but the gun-wielding goblins kept their distance, standing 100 meters away to load their firearms, then firing shot after shot. Each gunshot echoed, and several people at the wall fell, their bodies piling up, staining the walls of Boya red with blood. Li Chen saw that it was about time and ordered a halt to the attack. These people's courage had been utterly broken. They could no longer pose a threat to him. Killing them would only waste gunpowder and ammunition. Li Chen's goal was the resources within the city. He called over Knight Leo and pointed at the paralyzed soldiers beneath the city wall. Go, tell them to strip off everything They're wearing, as long as they're clean, they can leave. More than 2,000 people, forced by the threat of muskets and bayonets, had no choice but to undress completely, not even leaving their shoes behind. This way, they lost their threat. Reorganizing them into soldiers would require a great cost, and there was no lord nearby capable of doing that. Li Chen let these naked fellows go, and the main course was next, breaking open the city wall to reap the fruits of victory. He planned to use explosives to blow a big hole in the wall. As for why not blow up the city gate, it was because there were several openings at the top of the gate. Human soldiers could shoot arrows and pour burning oil from those openings, which was very dangerous. Moreover, even if the city gate was blown open, there was still a barbican inside, which had been confirmed by young Master Lance. Therefore, Li Chen chose a relatively flat section of the wall and prepared to blow it up. The walls of Boya were extremely thick, wide enough for 2 horses to gallop side by side at the top. Blowing it open would require a lot of explosives and a certain level of installation skill. Dang Dang detached from the troops and approached the wall, using a pickaxe to smash the wall and pry off the bricks. The human soldiers on the wall saw the ogre dismantling the wall and hurriedly gathered soldiers to shoot down with crossbow bolts, while others attempted to pour burning oil down. Li Chen gathered 4 cannons and aimed them at the wall above Dong Dong's head, unleashing a barrage that knocked down all the crenellations. Then, hundreds of muskets were aimed at Dong Dong's head. Anyone who showed their face was shot, and the human soldiers on the wall suffered heavy casualties, no one daring to interfere with Dang Dang anymore. Dang Dang was incredibly strong, and with a large pickaxe, each swing could knock down bricks. After more than 10 minutes, Dang Dang opened a gap in the wall large enough to fit a tricycle. Li Chen personally ran to the bottom of the wall and stuffed the gap full of explosives, packing in about 100 kilograms. Then he sent people to gather rubble to fill it back in, as sealing the space would increase the explosive power. He lit the fuse and led the main force to retreat, moving back at least 500 or 600 meters. The soldiers on the wall saw the demon army retreating far away. Although they didn't understand why, they hurried to repair the crenellations. Hundreds of human soldiers carried stone blocks to the recently destroyed section of the wall, quickly placing the blocks to provide cover. They worked quickly, trying to repair this section of the wall before the demon army returned, completely unaware that death had already arrived. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, like a titan sneezing. Violent smoke and dust erupted. Hundreds of tons of stone were hurled into the sky, then fell back down, damaging numerous houses in the city. The hundreds of human soldiers repairing above the explosion site vanished without a trace, while those further away were knocked to the ground, spitting blood, and some were crushed to death by flying debris. The earth-shattering explosion stunned the defending soldiers. What terrifying destructive power this was! Even the kingdom's most powerful mages could not cause such a horrific explosion. As everyone stared in shock, the smoke gradually cleared, revealing a massive breach at the explosion site. The human nobles were astonished. The wall had actually been breached. Quick, everyone, go defend the breach. Otherwise, we'll all die. The human nobles gathered several complete infantry squads and had them block the breach. The breach was actually not large, just enough for a small car to fit across. If they stationed enough infantry to hold it, it wouldn't be easy for the enemy to break through. Over 500 human infantry stood at the breach, holding their swords and shields, their eyes fixed intently on the area outside the breach. Outside, the sound of countless footsteps approached, and the human soldiers tightened their grips on their swords. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the demon army did not rush in immediately but paused. For a moment, the human soldiers were puzzled about what the demon army was waiting for, and just as their confusion arose, 2 black, barrel-like objects were thrown in. The 2 black barrels landed in the crowd, injuring 2 human soldiers, and then suddenly exploded. 2 massive explosions ripped through the crowd. A 13-kilogram demolition charge detonated in the dense throne, causing devastating casualties. Various severed limbs flew through the air, and blood and internal organs splattered onto the city walls. Over 500 people were instantly wiped out or severely injured. Those who didn't die were knocked to the ground, vomiting blood and suffering from ringing ears. Roar, roar, roar! The armored giant, Dang Dang, charged into the breach, slamming into the already scattered human infantry. He wielded his enormous pickaxe, crushing human soldiers into pulp as they screamed and fled in all directions. Behind Dang Dang, Punisher army soldiers poured through the gap, swiftly impaling any visible enemies with their musket bayonets. One unit of Punisher army soldiers stormed the city wall, engaging in fierce combat with the defenders there. Another unit rushed to the city gate, their musket volleys scattering 100 human soldiers, guarding the spot before they threw the gate open. The Punisher army surged into Boya with even greater speed. The strategic southeastern frontier town of the Kingdom of Sarthos fell at light speed. By this time, a few human nobles had already fled into the city. They were quick-witted, realizing the city couldn't be held the moment the breach appeared at the gate, and immediately slipped away with their personal guards. Their faces were pale as they looked back toward the city wall. On the highest arrow tower of the wall, 6 goblins kicked down the green banner of the Kingdom of Sarthos. Then, working together, they hoisted a Union Star flag. What do we do? A human noble asked tremulously. How about we bring out Count Carlyle? Isn't he a military genius of the kingdom? He must have a way to defeat the demon army. This suggestion was met with silence from everyone, no one responded. Count Carlyle hadn't been seen for 2 years. Ever since he acquired the leopardess dancer, the fellow had been holed up in the governor's mansion basement, acting as if possessed. Even with the enemy besieging Poloya, such a major event, the Lord of Poloya hadn't appeared. After a long silence, one of the lords said bitterly, "Send men to set fires in the city. Poloya is ours. If we can't have it, then we'll destroy it." The other nobles stared at the speaker in disbelief. Isn't this too cruel? The man glared back at them. What are those looks for? Don't just stand there, send men to set fires. Only with chaos in the city will we have a chance to escape, otherwise, what if the demon army catches up to us? The lords understood the additional consideration and immediately dispatched men to start fires. After the Punisher army occupied a large section of the city wall and controlled one of the city gates, Li Chen led his forces in. He asked young Master Lance, who was accompanying him, "Now I want to control this city. What are your thoughts?" Young Master Lance kept his head bowed, his expression unreadable. "My lord, you only need to control the mercenary guild, the mage tower, the temple of the goddess of life, and the governor's mansion to completely control this city." Reasons. My lord, the organizations associated with these 4 locations have extensive influence among the common folk and all possess private armed forces. You've already dealt with the city guard and the noble troops. As long as you deal with these 4 factions' private armed forces, Poloya will be yours. The young man kept his head down, clearly ashamed of his collaborator actions. Li Chen grinned, patting young Master Lance's shoulder. "After this, you'll be free. You can choose to take a sum of money and live anonymously in another country, or I can give you a piece of land, like Sir Leo, to become a landlord under my rule." Young Master Lance's heart skipped a beat. If he chose the first option, he could foresee himself committing suicide with 8 bullet wounds in his back. He quickly declared, "My lord, there's no place left in this world for me. I am willing to be a landlord under your rule." Li Chen smiled with satisfaction. He liked people who knew how to play along. "Very good. Lead the way. We'll go too." Bad news. "Boss, look quickly." At some point, Goblin Bao had run onto the city wall. He pointed toward the urban area and issued a warning to Li Chen. Li Chen looked towards the city area and was startled. Several huge columns of smoke were rising. There was actually a fire in the city. His expression was puzzled. How could there be a fire in the city? Then he thought of something, and his face changed. Damn! Arson to hinder the enemy. Li Chen cursed loudly. These human lords were truly ruthless. To stop him, they dared to set the city ablaze. Fire knows no mercy. If the flames spread to an uncontrollable extent, this city, home to over 100,000 people, could be reduced to ashes, with casualties beyond counting. Of course, Li Chen didn't care about that. What he cared about was supplies. Food. If the supplies and food were burned, then he would have come for nothing. "My lord." Knight Leo rushed to kneel before Li Chen. "My lord. Right now, the only organized force in the city is you. Please give the order to extinguish the fire. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of civilians will perish in the flames." Li Chen's expression changed rapidly, and Knight Leo slammed his head hard against the ground, producing a dull thud, blood spilling everywhere, making one's head ache just to look at it. "My lord, as long as you give the order to put out the fire, I am willing to give you my soul." Ding! Knight Leo applied to join the troops. Seeing this, Miss Hannah also walked up and knelt before Li Chen. Ding! Hannah Duran applied to join the troops. Li Chen sighed, opened the soldier management page, kicked out 2 goblin archers, and recruited them into the troops. He thought to himself, "I'm a monster. A monster. Humans set fire, monsters put it out. What kind of world is this?" Li Chen took a deep breath and loudly ordered the troops. "Listen to my command, 10th Company, 9th Company, guard the city gates, secure our retreat. The other 8 companies, concentrate the gunpowder and ammunition to one squad, and all other squads rush to the fire scene to provide disaster relief." Although he was determined to put out the fire, he still had to secure the retreat. One could never be sure if enemies would emerge during the firefighting, and that would be a real headache. Each company of the punishment army had 10 squads. The soldiers handed over the easily combustible gunpowder and ammunition to the 10th squad for safekeeping, and then the troops assembled, ready to rush to the fire scene. Young Master Lance reminded, "My lord, first go to the slums to extinguish the fire." The slums are mostly wooden structures, with many illegal constructions. If the fire starts there, it will be uncontrollable. Then lead the way to the slums. At this moment, a massacre was occurring in the slums of Boya City, with noble guards setting fires everywhere. The impoverished residents living there naturally would not allow it, leading to conflicts with the noble guards. The noble guards knew that the demon army had entered the city. If they didn't set fire quickly, they wouldn't have another chance. Each of them was red-eyed, drawing swords and stabbing at the impoverished residents who tried to stop them, instantly killing dozens. Seeing the killings, the impoverished residents dared not obstruct any longer. They could only watch as their makeshift homes were set ablaze. Those were their little homes. Tears streamed down their faces as they looked at the noble guards with eyes full of hatred.
In the chaotic slum, a 13 or 14-year-old girl, with cascading pure white hair stood at the entrance of her makeshift home. She looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening, why the soldiers were setting fire in the slums, and why they were killing people. While she was in a daze, a noble guard ran to her makeshift home and set it ablaze with a torch. "Ah, my home." The little girl was shocked and tried to push the noble guard away. The noble guard, consumed with thoughts of setting fires and escaping, didn't care who it was and kicked her away. The girl was kicked back into her makeshift home, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Don't burn my home." Her eyes turned red. Her little home was being consumed by flames. The girl was about to turn to ashes along with her makeshift home, her eyes filled with tears. As she looked at the noble guard still setting fires, her heart filled only with hatred. "You deserve to die." A strange magical aura began to gather around the girl. Her white hair seemed to gain a consciousness of its own, slowly rising. This strange magical power quickly condensed and aimed at the noble guards. Just as this power was about to be unleashed, a great sword suddenly slashed towards the burning noble guard, directly cutting him in half. "Ha!" The white-haired girl was taken aback. What just happened? A person in exquisite armor with a green head appeared at the door, locking eyes with him. Li Chen looked at the girl in the burning tent, her white hair floating in defiance of gravity. "What the heck is this?" Li Chen yanked the girl out, grabbing her waist and shaking her up and down, then side to side, before grabbing her legs and flipping her upside down. Dizziness swirled in the girl's eyes, but her white hair still floated as if in zero gravity. "Is the gravity in this other world not governed by Newton?" Li Chen scratched his chin, a bit confused about the situation. Miss Hannah was gathering a water ball spell to extinguish the fire when she caught a glimpse of Li Chen messing with a human girl. Upon seeing the girl's striking white hair, which was still floating, she gasped. "Ah, a white-haired witch." Li Chen turned to Miss Hannah and asked, "What is a white-haired witch?" Miss Hannah rushed over, pointing at the white-haired girl in a panic. She is a white-haired witch. Such people have 10 times the magical power of ordinary individuals by birth, and as they age, their magical power increases, but they can't control it at all, making it easy for them to lose control and cause widespread casualties. As she spoke, the circles in the white-haired girl's eyes slowly faded, and she recovered from her dizziness, immediately noticing her shelter had turned into a torch. "Ah, my home." She began to lose control, magical power gathering around her. Miss Hannah was alarmed. "Oh no, she's going to explode. She's going to explode." Li Chen also felt the magical concentration around him surge, so intense that he could inhale massive amounts of magical elements with every breath. "My home." Seeing that the little girl was really about to explode, Li Chen grabbed her feet and spun her around wildly, making her spin like a giant windmill. She fainted, her eyes turning back into dizzy circles, and the surrounding magical energy returned to normal levels. Li Chen tossed the little girl to Miss Hannah. "You take care of this child." Miss Hannah hurriedly caught the girl. "Ha? How am I supposed to take care of her?" Li Chen shrugged. "Just handle her like the other human forces do." After saying that, Li Chen walked away, confident that with Miss Hannah's kind nature, she would take good care of the little girl. As for why he left the white-haired girl behind, Li Chen felt that an individual with such a high magical reserve should be valuable. He would take her along and see if she could be developed in the future. As for the risk of losing control, Li Chen called Goblin Bao over. "Keep an eye on that white-haired girl next to Hannah. If she shows any abnormalities, just..." Li Chen patted the large gun slung over Goblin Bao's shoulder. Goblin Bao nodded in understanding, and for a long time afterward, he carried the large gun while hovering around Miss Hannah. The firefighting efforts continued from morning until around 3 p.m., and fortunately, they managed to extinguish the flames in time, preventing the dozen or so arson points from spreading. The soldiers of the punishment army were exhausted, covered in ash, and lay directly on the ground outside the fire scene to rest, while the civilians of Boya watched from a distance, their expressions complex. They had witnessed the entire process of the nobles committing murder and arson, and also the entire process of the magical army extinguishing the fire. Now they didn't know how to face this magical army. Li Chen walked up to the ash-covered soldiers and shouted, "Assemble!" The soldiers groaned in response, slowly getting up and forming a loose formation. Li Chen shouted, "Warriors, I know you are tired, but our combat mission is not yet complete. There are still organized armed enemies within the city. If we do not eliminate them, we cannot occupy Boya." Everyone looked at Li Chen with tired eyes. Li Chen continued to shout, "Once everything is over, tonight I will provide blood stew and wine." Upon hearing this, everyone began to swallow. Blood stew was a specialty dish of the goblins, incredibly delicious. Their weary bodies felt a surge of energy. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction and ordered, "First and second battalions, go and replace the 9th and 10th battalions guarding the city gate." The 9th and 10th battalions had not participated in firefighting and had been guarding the city gate, watching their rear, and were full of energy. Li Chen wanted to bring these 2 battalions in as the main attacking force. Before long, the 9th and 10th battalions arrived, bringing with them 4 cannons. Li Chen then sent the 3rd and 4th battalions to secure the warehouse area and took the remaining 6 battalions to attack the nearest Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild was a marble Building 3 stories high, with a white flag hanging from the roof, featuring a shield in the center. The building resembled a bank. The first floor was a restaurant where adventurers ate, accepted tasks, and handled various business, while the second and third floors were accommodations where some adventurers rented rooms from the guild. In addition, the Adventurers Guild had stables, a blacksmith shop, an armory, warehouses, and other facilities, functioning as a loosely organized military group. When the disciplinary soldiers surrounded the Adventurers Guild, the main door was tightly shut, and the windows were blocked with debris, revealing the glint of crossbow bolts through the gaps. A large number of people could be seen moving on the roof, preparing large stones and throwing spears to strike the attackers. Li Chen shouted at the Adventurers Guild armed individuals inside, "Listen. In 10 minutes, lay down your weapons, take off your armor, and come out to surrender, or face annihilation." These 10 minutes were not for the Adventurers Guild but for the soldiers to catch their breath. Laughter and curses erupted from within the Adventurers Guild. "Bullshit. Surrender to goblins? Go die. Ha ha ha. Goblins. It's actually goblins outside. I've killed at least 800 goblins. Call me the Goblin Slayer. Are the nobles fools? They actually let goblins in. I thought they were some powerful demon army, but this? I won't be returning the bounty." Listening to these insults, Li Chen called over young Master Lance. "Your family used to be a great noble, and there was an Adventurers Guild in your territory, right? Come on, tell me, what do you rulers think, allowing an armed group that can't be fully controlled to exist?" Young Master Lance replied, "My lord, it's quite complicated. We have 10 minutes. To put it simply, the existence of the Adventurers Guild actually benefited the Lord's rule. First, the Adventurers Guild absorbed idle members of society, particularly those with military strength, providing job opportunities. Second, in cases of adventurers committing murder or arson, one could check the records at the Adventurers Guild to easily find the culprits, stabilizing public order. Third, they paid taxes, and a lot of them. Fourth, the lords occasionally had to go to war and could not fully control their territories. Sometimes powerful monsters would emerge from the mountains to wreak havoc, or goblins would cause trouble, and adventurers were needed to regularly clear them out, thus protecting human safety. Fifth, there was a historical issue. The 4 human kingdoms were founded by adventurers, and the first human hero came from adventurers, making them a cultural symbol of freedom and bravery. Sixth, the Adventurers Guild had become a significant force, with many strong individuals joining, such as Leon's hero team, all registered adventurers. Attempting to move against them could lead to major unrest. 7. Every new president of the Adventurers Guild would guarantee the royal family, great nobles, the Magic Guild, and the High Priestess of the Goddess of Life that they would not participate in the struggle for various interests. My lord, these are the reasons the Adventurers Guild can exist. Li Chen curled his lip. You say so much, but isn't it the rulers who are incapable, lacking the determination to deal with the Adventurers Guild? I don't believe that historically the Adventurers Guild has never caused chaos. Li Chen knew with just a thought that the Adventurers Guild had definitely engaged in disrupting the order of the court. Despite the guild leader's assurances to various powerful figures, when it comes to a lord's chaotic battle, if you are a capable armed force, you will be forced to join the fray even if you don't want to. Young Master Lance nodded in admiration. My lord, your wisdom is astonishing. Historically, the Adventurers Guild has indeed intervened in the private duels of lords multiple times and has reaped considerable benefits. Some lords have wanted to eliminate the Adventurers Guild from their territories, but the outcome is never good. Mainly, there is indeed a demand among the populace, and the adventurers fulfill these needs. Li Chen waved his hand. Nonsense demand. Public safety, job opportunities, maintaining the security of surrounding areas, providing employment, these are the duties of the rulers. The Adventurers Guild is just a private armed force that has grown too large to control. Send my orders, bombard the Adventurers Guild, kill them all, leave not a single one alive. Adventurers are a group of socially idle individuals who wield power. They serve money, do not respect the commands of local rulers, and only look at the tasks posted on the guild's task board, having developed a character that despises authority. Such people are extremely dangerous. Li Chen would rather let go of 10,000 good soldiers than spare 100 adventurers. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannons erupted. Cannonballs blasted open the doors of the Adventurers Guild, and the soldiers of the Punishment Army surged in, gunfire and screams echoing throughout the guild. A few minutes later, a squad of Punishment Army soldiers rushed to the third floor, shooting dead the adventurers guarding the rooftop. They pulled down the white shield flag and threw it down, replacing it with the Alliance's circular star flag. There weren't many people in the Adventurers Guild, around 300, and not many strong ones. In Li Chen's view, those who could be hit and taken down by firearms were not considered strong. However, when they stormed the third floor, they encountered a few armed guild members, all wearing heavy full armor, which the firearms couldn't penetrate, and they charged in, killing several gun-wielding goblins. Later, they were shot in the face with hand cannons by the squad leaders, iron sand blinding them, and then they pried off the helmets and stabbed them to death with bayonets. The upper levels of the Adventurers Guild discovered the archives, which
contained a large amount of operational records of the guild. Li Chen felt that the Adventurers Guild might become one of the main enemies in the future, so he stationed a company there to keep an eye on the documents. The next attack position was the Mage Tower, which was indeed a tower-shaped building, the tallest spire over 50 meters high. Below the tower was a noble manor-style complex, the kind with gardens, without walls but surrounded by iron railings. Li Chen brought up the artillery, aimed at the tallest tower, ready to bombard it. This building was both slender and tall, and with 20 cannon shots, it would surely collapse, directly destroying the mage's defenses. But he was stopped by Miss Hannah. "My lord, the top of the Mage Tower is a precious magical tide observation instrument. There are no more than a handful of such devices in the entire Ha Green province." Li Chen asked in confusion. "What instrument?" Miss Hannah explained. "This world has magical tide activities, similar to various climates. To conduct in-depth magical research, such basic equipment is essential." Li Chen frowned. He was fully prepared to attack the Mage Tower, as each of these mages could cast fireball spells, which were extremely dangerous. He intended to directly level it with cannon fire. But unexpectedly, there was important equipment in the Mage Tower, which was quite troublesome. As Li Chen weighed the pros and cons, a window on the upper level of the Mage Tower opened, and an old man wearing a black wizard hat and sporting a white beard that resembled Gandalf's poked his head out. "Ah, an enlightened goblin, an interesting research subject." Li Chen snatched a firearm from a nearby soldier and raised it to shoot. The old mage moved quickly, dodging the projectile attack with a swift motion. He was somewhat angry. Rude fellow, indeed. No matter how enlightened they become, a goblin is still a goblin. Li Chen silently set down his gun, approached the cannon, and adjusted the barrel to aim at the window. The old mage's expression grew serious. "Wait, there are precious devices in the tower behind me. The girl beside you is right. If you want to conduct magical research, you must understand the changes in the magical tides. You want this device? How about we make a deal?" Li Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "You'd better convince me." "Oh, how terrifying, a goblin actually." Boom! Before the old mage could finish his sentence, Li Chen fired the cannon, and the shell struck the edge of the old mage's window, knocking off several bricks. The old mage was so startled that his hat fell off, and then he exploded in rage. "Quack! Stupid goblin! Do you have any idea how precious the magical tide observation device is?" You, Li Chen, jumped behind another cannon and began to elevate the barrel. The old mage choked, hurriedly shouting, "Stop, stop! What a rude and dangerous weapon! Who on earth invented it? How about we make a deal? You let us leave the city, and I'll give you the observation device. How about that?" Li Chen adjusted the cannon and spat on the ground. "Listen up inside, everyone, throw out your staffs and surrender, or everyone will die along with the Mage Tower." The old mage's face darkened. "Goblin, you can let go of 2,000 soldiers. Why can't you let go of 200 mages? Let your soldiers clear a path, and we will leave quietly. Everything here will be yours, a win-win situation." Li Chen shouted. "Julie is a professor of the Magic Guild, right?" The old mage was taken aback. Why was the goblin mentioning this? He certainly knew Julie, the youngest female professor of the Magic Guild, not only talented but also very beautiful, sent to be by the side of the hero Leon, with an obvious purpose. "Goblin, what does this have to do with Professor Julie?" Li Chen sneered coldly. "Professor Julie of the Magic Guild colluded with Leon and the others to launch a terrorist attack on the Alliance of Intelligent Beings, causing irreparable harm to the Alliance. Shouldn't your Mage Guild be held accountable for the actions of your professor?" The Magic Guild, similar to the Adventurers Guild, also had private armed forces, but the difference was that the Adventurers Guild had no territory, while the Magic Guild did. At the junction of the four human nations lay over 100,000 square kilometers of land, the stronghold of the Magic Guild. There, mage towers stood tall, and magic academies were established, with hundreds of thousands of mages conducting research and teaching, and millions of ordinary people serving them. They developed their own hierarchy, such as students, lecturers, professors, and mentors. Just by the names, one could tell this was an organization that placed great emphasis on research. In fact, once a mage's personal combat power reached a certain level, further advancement relied on research achievements. Although the Magic Guild did not publicly declare itself a nation, it functioned as one, so they had to pay for what Julie did. The old mage remained silent for a while, then sighed as if resigned. "So, are we unable to reconcile? That girl over there, have you told the goblin what the consequences of attacking the Magic Guild's towers are?" Miss Hannah whispered in Li Chen's ear. "Once, a monarch of the Donovan Kingdom coveted the land of the Magic Guild and led an army to invade, only to be completely annihilated by the Mage Army. The Mage Army stormed into the capital of the Donovan Kingdom and forcibly replaced the king." Li Chen scoffed. "As if I do nothing and they won't come to attack me. Everyone prepare for battle, and in 3 minutes charge in with me." Li Chen was still a bit concerned about the device on the Mage Tower, so he decided not to use artillery and planned to lead the troops in a direct assault. He took a set of armored crocodile heavy armor from the warehouse, layering several pieces over the plate armor to better withstand the enemy's fireball attacks. The old mage on the tower saw that Li Chen was preparing to attack and said with a hint of regret, then closed the window and ceased communication. 3 minutes quickly passed. Dang Dang held a large wooden shield, its surface covered with a layer of crocodile leather. He kicked the fence surrounding the mage tower aside and strode into the neatly maintained lawn, followed by Li Chen and the 9 goblin musketeers. The lawn of the mage tower was spacious, resembling a small golf course, with rows of houses comparable to noble residences 50 meters away, and the towering mage tower standing in the middle. Li Chen used Dong Dong's tall frame as cover, holding a hand cannon in each hand, alert to every possible location from which fireballs might be cast. Sure enough, as soon as they stepped onto the open lawn, the mage's attack came. Shadows moved in the windows of the houses across from them, and then a glow appeared. It was the most common attack spell, the fireball, with sparks generated from the friction of magical energy as it coalesced. Li Chen reacted quickly, raising his hand cannons and firing 2 shots of buckshot at the 2 windows. The 2 mages who had just appeared at the windows, ready to cast their fireballs, were hit full of steel pellets and fell to the ground in a cloud of blood mist. There, freshly conjured fireballs also detonated upon hitting them, scattering their remains everywhere. However, Li Chen could only fire 2 shots in such a short time, and the other goblin musketeers were not as fast as him. A few mages from the windows successfully threw their fireballs. These fireballs were concentrated high-pressure magical energy that would explode violently upon impact, with the power varying based on the mage's strength and the duration of the spell's concentration, but generally comparable to 50 to 75 mm shells without shrapnel. The fireballs shot towards the attacking troops. A few were blocked by Dang Dang and the shield, causing little damage, while others landed on the grass, creating small craters, and one hit a goblin musketeer's leg, blowing off his thigh. Ah! The unfortunate fellow with the blown-off leg screamed in agony. Li Chen instructed Dang Dang to hold the large shield in front of the injured soldier while 2 other soldiers dragged him back, where Miss Hannah would provide healing. The troops crawled onto the lawn and exchanged fire with the mages in the houses. The new breech-loading flintlock rifles could be reloaded while crawling and were quite fast, easily suppressing the mages at the windows. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen quickly charged forward, reaching the side of the house in just a few seconds and pressing against the wall. He took out a demolition barrel, lit it, and shoved it into the window before quickly running away. With a loud bang, the demolition barrel blew apart the wall and the house, sending a cloud of dust and debris flying everywhere. Li Chen retrieved a hand cannon and a short axe from the warehouse, jumped through the blasted opening, and the other goblin musketeers followed his lead into the house. As soon as Li Chen entered, he saw a dusty mage on the ground spitting blood. He stepped forward and crushed the mage's throat with a kick, then moved to clear the next room. Hearing screams from the adjacent room, he kicked open the door to find 2 mages kneeling on the ground, covering their ears. Blood streamed down from their ears. They must have been deafened by the explosion. Li Chen dispatched the 2 with 2 swift axe strikes and moved on to the next room. In the next room, he heard loud voices. Listening quietly, he caught them saying, "The monsters have come in, they attacked as soon as we opened the door." Li Chen chuckled, returned to the previous room, grabbed a mage's corpse to use as a shield, and went back to the door, opening it. 2 fireballs shot out with a roar, smashing into the corpse and exploding in a shower of blood and flesh. Li Chen discarded the corpse, raised his hand cannon, and fired a round of buckshot at the 2 mages inside the room. The 2 screamed in agony as they were hit by a barrage of pellets, collapsing to the ground as lifeless bodies. Li Chen switched to a new hand cannon from the warehouse, intending to clear the next room, but as he stepped outside, he collided with a mage who was opening the door to exit. The mage had already conjured a fireball on his staff, and upon seeing Li Chen, he immediately hurled it. Li Chen raised his gun and fired back without even glancing, dodging back into the room. The mage was blown apart by the pellets, and the fireball grazed Li Chen's armor, exploding against the chest of a goblin with a firearm behind him, causing it to spit blood and die instantly. Li Chen glanced back at the unfortunate soul and continued moving forward, encountering many other forms of attack besides fireballs. There were stone spikes launched, ice orbs thrown that could freeze flesh, and an interesting one where a burst of magical energy exploded, not very powerful but extremely bright, like a flashbang. However, all these flashy attacks were no match for the straightforwardness of a firearm. Aiming and shooting with a gun meant death if hit. The spellcasting mages had to split their focus, continuously channeling mana and managing several spells at once. For instance, the fireball spell required 1 spell to compress energy, another to maintain it, and yet another to launch it. A goblin with a firearm could kill with just a finger pull, while a mage had to toil for half a day. Of course, mages were still mages, mastering energy accumulating attacks, which still caused significant casualties. During the process of clearing the outer rooms, mages occasionally shot fireballs from hidden corners or launched surprise attacks from around corners, resulting in the deaths of 8 goblins and injuries of varying degrees to 38 others. After a fierce battle, Li Chen and his team reached a tightly shut large door, guarded by 10 mages outside. A fierce battle erupted. Here, with the 10 mages unleashing exceptionally intense spell attacks, as if there was something important behind the door they were protecting, throwing spells as if they were free, even sustaining injuries to continue casting. The soldiers from the 9 were all tough characters who had emerged from brutal military law, each one charging forward with bayonets after emptying their magazines. Those in front were blown apart by spells, but those behind continued to charge, closing in on the mages, taking one down with a bayonet, and a single charge took out all 10 mages. Open the door. Li Chen shook the blood off his short axe and ordered everyone to open the door. He wanted to see what was worth guarding by 10 mages. The door was slowly pushed open, and screams echoed from within. Li Chen glanced inside and saw about 50 boys and girls dressed in apprentice mage robes huddled in the corner, looking at the monsters outside with terrified eyes. Li Chen immediately felt deflated. He had thought there would be some treasure inside, but it was just this? Mage towers around the world were essentially magical elementary schools collecting children with potential for education, with the top performers sent to the Mage Guild for further study. The children in front of him were just those with magical potential from Boya City, but they were all just a bunch of little kids, not even having staffs, unable to conjure a flame from a lighter, posing no danger. TCH, is this it? Let's go, let's go. Li Chen led his team towards the tall tower. The rooms below were mostly cleared, and there were not 200 mages, actually less than 50. That old mage had tricked him. Li Chen and his team arrived at the base of the tall mage tower, a standalone stone structure with a small wooden door at the bottom. Entering was not a problem, but the issue was that there seemed to be high-precision equipment inside, along with a professor-level old mage. If the old man decided to go down with a bang and blew up the equipment with a few fireballs, that would be quite a loss. Li Chen looked up at the tower. The windows were tightly shut. He thought for a moment and shouted, "Old dang, come down and surrender, or I might just barbecue those apprentice mages." Li Chen shouted for a long time at the base of the mage tower, but there was no response from inside. He tilted his head and said to a soldier, "Go grab a mage apprentice." The soldier turned and left, and before long, a chubby mage apprentice came back, waddling. Li Chen supported the apprentice's waist and lifted him high again, threatening towards the mage tower. "Old dang, if you don't come down and surrender, I'll perform a pig for you." After saying that, he blew off the little chubby boy's hat in one breath, opened his mouth wide pretending to bite, and the little boy started crying loudly. Li Chen didn't use much force, but bit down on the little boy's head and immediately felt something was off. It was greasy, so he quickly moved his mouth away. "Little brat, how long has it been since you washed your hair? Why does it smell so bad?" The little boy cried with tears and snot flowing down, and a huge bubble of snot even hung from his nose. The bubble grew bigger and bigger until it suddenly popped. Li Chen couldn't help but let out a sound in his heart. With that appearance, even if he were a monster that eats children, he wouldn't be able to eat him. Just as he was thinking, with a bang, the door of the first floor of the mage tower was pushed open forcefully from the inside. And the old mage stood at the door, his face full of anger, pointing at Li Chen and cursing, "Damn goblin, let go of that child. I've already surrendered. Are you satisfied now?" Li Chen laughed, put the little boy down, and gave his bottom a slap, causing the little boy to run away crying. He waved his hand, and the soldiers rushed up, binding the old mage tightly with iron chains. The old mage shouted, "Be gentle, you uncultured monsters. I'm 70 years old this year, do you want to strangle me?" Then he glared at Li Chen. "Goblin, what do you want from me?" Li Chen chuckled. "That depends on your attitude." The old mage looked at Miss Hannah beside Li Chen. "Like her? Betraying humanity to serve you, a goblin?" Miss Hannah's face turned red with shame as she shrank back behind Li Chen. Li Chen extended his index finger, gathering a small flame in his hand, and lit the old mage's big beard. "Ah, it's on fire, it's on fire." The old mage blew on the fire on his beard, extinguishing it after a few puffs, but a part of his beard was burned black. "You." He wanted to curse, but Li Chen gathered another flame, and he didn't dare to speak up. His love for his beard was no less than that of a dwarf. Seeing that he didn't dare to act rashly, Li Chen extinguished the flame and mocked, "Old man, why do you have to be so prickly when you speak? Don't the mages of your magic guild also serve elves, dwarves, orcs, and even dragons with spells? Aren't they all foreign races? What? It's fine for you to serve other foreign races, but it's not okay for our alliance to invite Miss Hannah as a spell consultant? Such double standards. How can it be the same? You goblins!" The old mage retorted angrily. Li Chen shrugged. "Well, this is where our disagreement lies. You think we are weak, contemptible, and can be killed at any time, so you send a hero squad to recklessly charge into our territory, wanting to destroy the alliance. But in fact, the alliance is not as fragile as you imagine. Instead, the alliance has killed the invaders, and the alliance's army has come here to demand an explanation for the attacks suffered by the alliance. Old man, your misunderstanding of us is quite deep." The old mage wanted to say something sarcastic, but Li Chen didn't give him the chance and stuffed a cloth he usually used to wipe the blood off his great sword into his mouth. "Don't worry, old man, we will use swords, guns, and cannons to make sounds you can understand, so you can recognize what the alliance really is. Take him down and lock him up. Send 2 squads to watch him. If he makes any moves, shoot him on the spot. As for the rest in place for 5 hours, eat and replenish your strength." After fighting continuously for so long and even saving a fire once, the soldiers were exhausted to their limits. If they were forced to fight again, their morale would be completely drained. It was around 6 p.m. Letting the soldiers sleep until nightfall would not only help them recover their strength but also take advantage of the humans' poor night vision, catching them off guard. After arranging for rest and watch duties, Li Chen and Miss Hannah walked into the mage tower together. He looked up, his face filled with shock, as he saw a complex array of metal components extending from the base of the tower to its peak, tens of thousands of gears and incomprehensible parts forming a slender, column-like metal object wrapped within the stone magic tower. Miss Hannah explained, "This is the magic tide observation device. It is made from highly sensitive enchanted metal combined with magical inscriptions carved into the metal, turning it into a device that is very sensitive to the flow of magical tides, capable of effectively monitoring the movement of magical tides." Li Chen asked, "What exactly are magical tides? What's the use of monitoring them?" Miss Hannah continued her explanation. "The magic in our world flows, and when flowing, magic gathers, it creates magical tides, similar to a current. Observing magical tides serves two purposes. One is to study the laws of the world's operation, allowing people to better understand how our world functions, which is cutting-edge academic research. The other is for the carving of magical inscriptions. Magic particles are invisible but omnipresent. They can pass through matter and the human body, yet they are harmless and almost never cause direct damage to the material world. However, magical tides can lead to a surge of magic particles, which, while still not harmful to the material world, can cause devastating damage to the work of carving magical inscriptions. For example, a staff, which is the most common device for amplifying magic output, requires a stable environment of magical tides to carve magical inscriptions onto it. Otherwise, the carved inscriptions will be washed away by the magic particles and rendered useless." Li Chen was filled with curiosity. This world was truly fascinating, with phenomena like magic particles and magical tides. He decided that once productivity improved, he would invest heavily in scientific research. Such an interesting world must be thoroughly explored. He looked at the magic tide observation device and asked again, "Miss Hannah, can you use this device? Can it be disassembled and taken away?" "Yes, sir. Every mage must intern in the mage tower during their apprenticeship, and learning to use, disassemble, maintain, and care for the mage tower is a required course. If you fail, you won't earn credits and won't be able to advance to lecturer." By the way, Miss Hannah held the position of apprentice in the Magic Guild, but she described that she was already capable of taking the lecturer promotion exam. However, due to the issues with young Master Lance's family, she was affected and could not participate in the promotion exam, being exiled as a mage apprentice, which was her greatest regret. Li Chen instructed Miss Hannah to stay and disassemble the mage tower, promising to provide her with personnel assistance. This task needed to be completed as soon as possible, with the magic tide observation device being the top priority to be taken away. 5 hours quickly passed. The soldiers had consumed a large amount of monster meat and had also rested for 5 hours, recovering a significant amount of strength, reaching at least 70% of their optimal combat capability. With it now being nighttime, the darkness weakened human vision, giving them an advantage. Li Chen led the soldiers towards the Temple of the Goddess of Life, an organization that must be destroyed. What is the Church of the Goddess of Life? To clarify this question, one must first define the Goddess of Life. When one mentions a deity, it often evokes thoughts of omnipotence. However, for Li Chen, coming from the atomic age, humanity had already mastered powers that even deities could not control. Therefore, Li Chen felt no fear of the divine, nor did he hold much respect, merely tools, in his view. He defined the extraordinary beings and gods of this world through productivity and destructive power. Take the hero Leon, for instance. In Li Chen's eyes, his destructive power was comparable to that of a light infantry unit capable of rapid infiltration. As for the Goddess of Life, legends do not mention her personally engaging in battle, but her upper limit is likely comparable to several army groups at the level of World War II, and she has been unable to manifest for over 3,000 years, raising doubts about her firepower delivery capabilities. However, the productive power mastered by the Goddess of Life makes Li Chen very wary. According to the official historical records seized from young Master Lance, note that it is official history, the Goddess of Life has bestowed her grace multiple times, bringing down heavy rains during droughts and rescuing people from famine. The Goddess of Life has also mastered methods to extend human lifespan. For instance, the king of the kingdom of Sassos is 120 years old this year. Young Master Lance's family participated in the rebellion of the Crown Prince, but they failed and were exiled to the magical forest. The rain technology enhances agricultural production, while the lifespan extension technology controls the human elite, who can effectively mobilize national power to serve the Goddess of Life. Regardless of whether the existence of the Goddess of Life is good or bad for the human kingdoms, for Li Chen, the relationship between the two sides is inherently -100. The death of the Goblin God can be simply understood as an armed group represented by the Goddess of Life besieging and annihilating the highest armed forces of the Goblin group. The bloodline curse imposed by the Goddess of Life on the Goblin race prevents them from giving birth to females, which can be interpreted as the Goddess of Life carrying out genocide against the Goblins, but it ultimately failed. The Goblin God made a final stand before his death, preserving the bloodline of the Goblin race.
The goblin legacy became chaotic, devolving into mindless monsters, hunted down and killed, enduring 1,000 years of humiliation.
Racial conflicts cannot be resolved. Historical hatred is deeply rooted. Conflicts of real interests exist. Communication has become meaningless. War is the only means of communication. Clump, clump, clump.
The military boots made of crocodile leather struck the smooth marble floor as squads of punitive soldiers ran swiftly. In the darkness, their green glowing eyes the only visible feature in the night.
Spread out. Find cover. Be cautious of their large-scale attacks. Watch the temple windows. Watch the temple windows. Cannons. Set them up in this position. The punitive soldiers quickly dispersed at the officers' shouts, establishing their offensive fire points. The temple of the goddess of life is very large and grand. Its main structure is a white marble circular dome building adorned with numerous exquisite sculptures. Surrounding the building is an open space the size of a basketball court, completely empty except for a plaza paved with smooth brown-green marble. In the center of the plaza is a square pool containing what appears to be lotus plants, and in the middle of the pool stands a massive sculpture, about 10 meters tall, depicting a goddess in a long dress with flowing hair. One hand cradles a jar from which water flows, while the other hand is raised high, holding a torch. This embodies the dualistic theory of life and the goddess of life's doctrine, suggesting that the combination of fire and water gives birth to life. For cannons were pushed up, sandbags thrown under the tires for stabilization, and the artillery began loading.
As the artillery prepared for bombardment, an elegantly dressed old priest emerged from a balcony of the tall temple dome, supported by
clergy members.
The old priest, frail and aged, with dim eyes fixed on the goblins below, shouted angrily, "Dirty, filthy monsters!
How dare you step into the domain of the goddess? Withdraw at once, or you shall face the divine punishment of the goddess." After a tirade of curses, no one paid him any mind, one reason being that the gun-wielding goblins did not understand the common tongue of
humans, and the greatest disdain is to refuse communication. Seeing the old priest so pleased with his scolding, Li Chen let out a cold laugh. He beckoned Gob to come over, and Gob rode his spider mount to his side. Li Chen pointed at the statue of the goddess of life.
"Knock it down."
The goblin responded with a sound, throwing a rope to tie around the statue's neck.
20 cavalrymen tossed several
ropes, pulling together with force, making the statue sway precariously before it suddenly toppled over. With a loud crash, the 10-meter-high statue smashed onto the marble floor, shattering into several pieces, its head rolling away like a ball for dozens of meters.
"Ah, Lady Goddess! Lady Goddess!"
Old Dang on the balcony howled, his voice hoarse and mournful. He extended his withered
finger, pointing at the goblins below. "You! Damn you, you!" Bang!
A gunshot rang out, and Old Dang's head exploded like a watermelon.
"Fire the cannons!" Boom, 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 boom. Following that
were 4 cannon blasts, cannonballs striking the temple's main gate, creating several large holes, and the gate collapsed with a thunderous crash. Li Chen drew his great sword.
"Warriors! The anti-intelligent biological molecule Leon is a blessed hero of the goddess of life. Leon's actions have inflicted indelible harm on the Alliance, leading to the annihilation of the punishment armies. 10th Company.
Soldiers, wash away hatred with the enemy's blood. Tell your predecessors that you are worthy of taking up the company flag. Charge.
Kill, kill, kill." The soldiers let out a roar.
Rushing forward in a frenzy, among the charging ranks, 10 rough company flags flickered in and out of sight. They stormed through the blasted open gate, firing at the enemies in the temple. The sound of gunfire ringing out incessantly as the enemies gathered in the temple were slaughtered en masse. For cannons were loaded with buckshot, and the artillerymen wheeled the cannons to the entrance. Almost face to face, firing over 100 rounds of buckshot into the enemy ranks, creating bloody paths. There wasn't much high-end combat power in the temple, but there were many ordinary armed fanatics, with less than 100 fully armored defenders, while the rest were fervent believers who had come with their own weapons, numbering nearly 1,000. They hoped to show bravery at this critical moment in the goddess of life's abode to gain even a sliver of her attention.
Unfortunately, the flying projectiles and bayonet thrusts shattered their courage, and even in death, they received
not a hint of recognition.
The gunfire continued until deep into the night, with all enemies eliminated, but the operation was not yet over.
Soldiers, ogres, and artillery began using various means
to attack the heavy pillars of the temple, digging out gaps and stuffing in explosive barrels, a task that continued until dawn.
The fuse was lit, and with the first rays of morning light, the temple of the goddess of life was reduced to nothing amidst the sounds of explosions. Li Chen watched as the temple turned into a pile of rubble, then turned and walked towards the head of the goddess's statue, facing the rising sun. He pulled down his pants and urinated, listening to the system's notifications of Goddess of Life favorability -100, Goddess of Life favorability -100, Goddess of Life favorability -100, and laughed maliciously. Heh, although I don't know why, as a deity, you can't project firepower into the real world.
If that's the case, then you are nothing. Li Chen shook
himself a couple of times, pulled up his pants, and waved to the soldiers.
"Let's go, next stop, the governor's mansion."
Boya is the heart of Ha Greenery, and the governor's mansion is the heart of
Boya. The governor's mansion is located at the very center of Boya, a massive castle with walls, the city within a city. The governor's residence is garrisoned by the governor's personal troops, and its strength depends on the governor's financial resources and enthusiasm for military construction. When Li Chen arrived at the governor's mansion with his troops, he was met with a scene of devastation. The mansion's gates were wide open, armor, weapons, and flags strewn about like garbage. Li Chen led his men cautiously into the governor's mansion, leaving one company to control the walls and gates while the others headed towards the three-story marble building. Split up and search, do not kill unarmed personnel. Bring them to me for questioning, Li Chen ordered as he saw that the people in the governor's mansion had already fled clean. Sure enough, the troops slowly returned, all reporting that they had not seen anyone, but there were signs of looting, likely a wave of 0 yuan purchases made by the staff of the governor's office before fleeing. However, one company commander reported a strong foul smell coming from a room on the first floor, and Li Chen immediately led a team to investigate. This was a small storage room filled with chairs and tables. Li Chen sniffed and indeed detected a foul odor emanating from behind a cabinet. Move the cabinet, Li Chen ordered, and several soldiers rushed to move it aside, revealing an underground entrance from which an even stronger stench poured out, nearly making everyone retch. Ugh! Several goblins couldn't stand it and vomited. The smell was too disgusting and complex, a mix of highly decayed meat, the stench of feces and urine, fresh blood, and mold. Damn! Open the doors and windows for ventilation. The goblins opened the doors and windows, allowing fresh air to rush in and dissipate some of the foul odor. Li Chen waited for about an hour, confirming that the stench had mostly cleared. Tore down the curtains of the governor's office, dipped them in water, and tied them around his face as a mask before leading his team down to the basement. The basement of the governor's office was a different world, vast in space and containing several rooms. Li Chen casually opened a few rooms, revealing various books, antiques, and treasures. In particular, boxes of gold, silver, and gemstones filled an entire room, shining brightly. He thought he had stumbled into a dragon's hoard. Li Chen recalled the rumors about Count Caliber, who had become extremely greedy after a change in temperament, hoarding the wealth of the people, so it was not surprising to gather such a large amount of gold and treasures. Li Chen led his team deeper, carefully searching each room, and the next discoveries were somewhat bizarre. Various glass test tubes and beakers, unknown reagents, organs preserved in jars, and ominous books inscribed with strange symbols. It seemed that some forbidden research was being conducted here. Everyone be careful, don't touch anything, Li Chen warned, moving forward with a shield in hand. What they found next was unexpected. Goblin corpses, a large number of goblin corpses, and even the bodies of goblin infants. This was strange. Why were there goblins in the core of a province? Li Chen took a long spear from the storage room and prodded the bodies. The corpses of these goblin infants had been dead for at least 2 years, reduced to skeletons, with the earliest having died about 6 months ago, each with a fatal knife wound. This was the source of the basement's foul odor. Li Chen frowned deeply. Goblins were everywhere in this world, but their presence here was too strange, and it appeared that someone was deliberately breeding goblin infants, only to kill them immediately afterward. There's a story here, Li Chen murmured. Indeed, there are very interesting tales of love and hate within. Li Chen was suddenly startled. Who? He retreated a few steps, raised his shield to protect his face, and aimed his hand cannon in the direction of the voice, while the other soldiers also raised their firearms and scanned the area, but saw no enemies. Ah, the disciplined goblin army. Such materials I've never seen before, need to be studied well, accompanied by the ethereal voice of an old man. A phantom suddenly materialized in the air. It was an old man with sunken cheeks, sparse long hair, and a body so thin that only his ribs remained. This old man floated like a ghost, his half-transparent eyes revealing deep fatigue and a hint of cynicism, combined with his slightly frivolous tone, giving the impression of a very eccentric character. Li Chen pulled the trigger directly, firing a barrage of projectiles from his hand cannon, and the other goblins also opened fire. However, these attacks could not harm the ghost at all. The bullets passed right through his translucent body, hitting the wall behind and sparking. The goblin marksmen, seeing that their tried-and-true firearm attacks were ineffective, became somewhat flustered, but still proceeded to reload according to their usual training routine. The ghost was very interested in the musket and approached a musket goblin, observing him as he loaded the weapon. The musket goblin stopped loading and jabbed at the ghost with his bayonet, but the bayonet passed right through his translucent body, stabbing the air instead. What a powerful weapon. I didn't even feel a magical fluctuation. Is it made from non-magical materials? It can give ordinary people the ability to rival mages. Interesting, really interesting. He looked towards the tallest goblin, who was equipped with the most luxurious weapons, and slowly floated towards him. You must be the leader. Who created such a weapon? The creator must be a scholar with an extraordinary understanding of the laws of material operation. Tell me, how about it? I really want to communicate with this scholar. The musket goblins blocked Li Chen's path, but he pushed them aside and stepped forward, reaching into the ghost's chest cavity to feel around carefully. He felt nothing. Li Chen withdrew his hand and looked at the ghost. What are you, exactly? A being without a physical form? The ghost looked at Li Chen with amusement and stroked his chin. Oh, a goblin with curiosity, possessing magical power at the level of a seasoned apprentice. TSK TSK TSK, what a rare individual. So, you're not afraid of me? I am a ghost, you know. I'm going to eat your soul. This guy made intimidating gestures as if to scare a little girl, which made Li Chen want to slap him twice. He handed the musket to a nearby goblin to load and crossed his arms. You can't be affected by the material world, and you can't affect the material world either, right? Li Chen learned from Miss Hannah and young Master Lance that there indeed are such things as ghosts in this world. But ghosts need to attach themselves to matter to have an effect on the material world. For example, skeleton soldiers, their soul flames are essentially a type of soul that needs to attach to the skeleton to animate it. If you smash their skulls, causing the soul flame to leave its material attachment, they will quickly dissipate into nature. The kind of ghost in horror movies that cannot be attacked by the material world yet can affect it in return simply does not exist. So this guy, who seemed to be a ghost, was very suspicious, and Li Chen even doubted whether he was truly a ghost. Oh dear, I actually heard the term material world from a goblin's mouth. You goblin have quite an impressive understanding of this world. Li Chen was too lazy to waste words with this guy, leading his people out of the room to search other rooms. Since he couldn't kill the other party, and the other party couldn't affect him, it didn't matter. First, it was crucial to eliminate the dangers in the other rooms. The soldiers exited the room one by one, all ignoring the ghost. They were goblins, not afraid of ghosts. Who were they going to scare? They all exited the room, and the last soldier even casually closed the door behind him, which made the ghost anxious. Hey, rude fellows, do you know who I am? How dare you ignore me? Do you know how many people are willing to pay a huge price just to attend one of my lectures? The ghost's ethereal body passed right through the door and several musket goblins floating to Li Chen's side. Hey, you knowledgeable goblin, in front of you stands a mentor. Oh, a mentor from the Mage Guild. Are you sure you want to ignore a mentor? Li Chen kicked open the door to another room, discovering a large number of goblin pup corpses inside. He glanced at the chattering ghost. Alright, this knowledgeable mentor, tell me what happened here. Why are there so many goblin pup corpses? Seeing that Li Chen finally took him seriously, the ghost let out a chuckle. What happened here is quite interesting. A story of a madly infatuated noble and a beautiful woman. Kukuku. He flew forward, reaching a corner, pointing to a hole that led down to the second underground level, gesturing for them to follow. If you want to know what happened, just come with me. Li Chen hesitated slightly and shouted to the soldiers behind him, leave a small team here to guard the exit. The rest stay alert, don't touch anything, follow me down. The ghost muttered about being cautious, but it was unnecessary, so it flew ahead to lead the way. As it flew forward, it began to tell a story in a bard's tone. A male lion, the bravest and wisest of the pride, who achieved great feats for his clan, was revered by the pride, considered one of the most valiant lions in a century. Unfortunately, the male lion was too dazzling, arousing the jealousy of the Lion King, and was driven into the vast green wilderness. Having tasted the flavor of power, the male lion was unwilling to let go easily. He contemplated rebellion, but perhaps it was the Lion King's subordinates watching him, or perhaps he still had feelings for the pride and didn't want to bring ruin upon them, so the male lion chose to endure. But the anger objectively existed, and if it couldn't be expressed normally, it would distort his character. The male lion's temperament changed drastically. He fell into the sin of greed, madly plundering wealth, his soul replaced by brutality, attacking those who advised him with loyalty. The lions surrounding the male lion were heartbroken and left him. Even the lionesses and cubs departed, leaving the male lion all alone. Loneliness, like a maggot clinging to the bone, pushed the male lion toward the abyss. He frantically attacked every prey he could see, his ferocity instilling fear in others, until the ghost arrived at a tightly closed room and gestured for Li Chen to open it. Li Chen used his spear to pry the door open little by little, confirming there was no danger before pushing the door wide open. Until the arrival of the cheetah, Li Chen glanced inside. It was a very tidy room, with a desk, wardrobe, vanity, and handmade plush toys, resembling a lady's boudoir. In the center of this lady's boudoir stood a luxurious goose-down bed, where a cheetah woman lay with vacant eyes. She lay quietly on the bed, the blanket covering her chest, one hand chained to the headboard. Her eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, like a living corpse, merely mumbling something with her lips. Li Chen had excellent hearing and had already learned translation magic. He heard the cheetah woman's murmurs meaning, "My child, do not harm my child." The ghost flew to the bedside, looking at the dazed cheetah woman with a sympathetic tone as it continued the story. Poor little kitty, at the most unsuitable time, came to the most unsuitable male lion and was torn to shreds in an instant. The ghost, in some way, condensed some mist, which formed into a male lion that pounced on the cheetah, tearing at her madly. The cheetah's slender body was no match for the robust lion, and she was easily left battered and bruised. The male lion could not make the cheetah pregnant, so he sought to win her heart. But how could the cheetah return to him after being harmed? The male lion, in a fit of rage, tortured the cheetah with even crueler methods, even killing other cheetahs, leaving her alone as well. He thought that by doing this, the cheetah would be left with no one but him, and he could win her heart. But harm cannot earn love. The cheetah only felt fear and hatred for the male lion. The more the cheetah hated the male lion, the more insane he became. In the end, the male lion even summoned a sorcerer, torturing the cheetah to the brink of death, then used magic to heal her. Li Chen walked to the bedside, looking at the cheetah woman lying there. The imagined state of being dry and weak did not occur. The cheetah woman bore no injuries, looking very rosy, and the fur on her face was meticulously groomed, very smooth. The ghost's voice continued to resonate. The lion believes he loves the cheetah. He does not wish to harm her. As long as the cheetah submits, he will give her all his love, or at least that is what he thinks. But the cheetah is very strong. No matter what cruel punishment she endures, she has never submitted. She only harbors hatred for the lion. The lion discovered this in the cheetah's eyes, and it drove him completely mad. Why won't the cheetah submit? He thought of a new way to torment the cheetah, a method different from physical torture, a more cruel way, one that targets the instinctual protection of offspring inherent in all living beings. Li Chen took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. He understood it all. No wonder there were so many goblin cubs. The ghost, seeing Li Chen's expression, knew he had grasped what was happening inside. Poor cheetah, constantly giving birth to children, watching them get killed. Maternal instinct exists in all creatures, and attacking this point strikes right at the heart. However, the cheetah did not submit as the lion thought she would. Instead, she went completely mad. But fortunately, there is a glimmer of hope amidst the suffering. The ghost pointed to a bulge under the blanket beside the cheetah woman dancer. Li Chen grasped the corner of the blanket and slowly lifted it, revealing a goblin cradled in the cheetah woman's arms. This was a goblin with 70% of its skin missing, no ears, no nose, and part of its facial muscles gone, exposing its teeth. Li Chen closed his eyes, feeling a pang in his heart. The severely disfigured goblin, feeling the cold after losing the blanket, opened its eyes and looked at Li Chen in confusion. It was the first time it had seen such a powerful kin, awakening the goblin's instinct to admire strength. But growing up in such a deformed environment seemed to have changed this goblin. It did not show submission like other goblins, but stood up, spreading its arms to block the space between Li Chen and the cheetah woman. "Don't hurt my mom." Li Chen was taken aback. Was this what a goblin should say and do? He instinctively reached out to grab the goblin for inspection, but the goblin thought Li Chen was going to harm the cheetah woman and lunged at him, grabbing his hand and biting down on his gauntlet, breaking its teeth. In the process, the ghost began to circle around the bed, its translucent eyes fixed on Li Chen, not missing a single expression on his face. 2. The ghost, Li Chen, and this goblin, raised in a special environment, both held great research value. How many children has the cheetah had? 2. Many, I can't even remember. So why hasn't this child been killed by the lion like his other siblings? Li Chen looked at the goblin gnawing at the gauntlet and asked, following the ghost's lead, why? Because, my child, don't hurt my child. The cheetah woman, who had been dazed, suddenly erupted, grabbing the goblin and pulling him into her embrace. Child, my child, mom. The two held each other tightly, leaning against one another, protecting each other with their bodies. The ghost wanted to continue explaining why this goblin had survived, but Li Chen spoke up. Because this child triggered the cheetah's maternal instinct, she submitted to the lion, begging for mercy, pleading to spare this child. Seeing how much the cheetah cared for this child, the lion felt he had gained another means to threaten her, so he kept this child, torturing him to force the cheetah to submit. This child became a tool for tormenting the cheetah. The ghost shrugged. Ah, clever goblin. Li Chen stared intently into the ghost's eyes. Then now, take me to meet the so-called lion. The ghost smiled and floated out of the room, leading the way forward. Li Chen exited the room, pulling the door shut. Just before it closed completely, he saw the cheetah dancer cradling the goblin, beginning to hum a lullaby from the Orc Kingdom, as if trying to soothe the child to sleep. The door closed, and Li Chen followed the ghost down a long corridor, at the end of which stood a large door carved with a lion emblem, slightly ajar, through which came the sound of a man's furious shouting, occasionally punctuated by the noise of things being smashed. The ghost reached the door and gestured invitingly. Please, come and visit the den of the lion. Li Chen pushed open the door, revealing what was called the lion's den. It was a vast circular space, lined with many decorative swords and knives along the walls, which were adorned with several maps marked with a flurry of arrows, seemingly indicating the direction of troop movements. In the center of this circular space stood a massive round table, occupying almost 80% of the area. On the table was a simulation sand table, depicting a world map of this realm, marking the territories of the 4 human nations, elves, dwarves, and orcs. The sand table was dotted with numerous pieces representing infantry, cavalry, mage corps, and other special units. Directly opposite the door, a huge painting hung on the wall, depicting a dashing man dressed in a red military uniform adorned with a string of medals. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce through to the viewer, and anyone looking at the painting could see a surge of vitality in his eyes. Below the painting was a luxurious armchair, occupied by a man. This man was extremely overweight, his body ballooned into a sphere, and he was very unkempt, with hair and beard that had not been groomed for who knows how many years, long and tangled, with various small creatures weaving through the hair, giving a distant impression of a lion's mane. The fat man wore a military uniform, identical to the one in the painting, adorned with several medals. However, this uniform could not conceal his massive body at all. It fit him like a small coat, with the underarm area even torn. Li Chen led his group into the circular space, followed by the gun-wielding goblins, who spread out around the sand table, their firearms aimed directly at the man across the table. The man seemed mad, completely ignoring the goblins entering the room, his eyes fixated on the sand table through the tangled hair, murmuring, "The 3rd Corps will advance north, the 5th Corps should maneuver southwest, the 12th Corps must infiltrate the enemy's rear." He spoke while adjusting the small flags on the sand table with his hands. The ghost circled the sand table, taunting him mercilessly as it spun. The once great lion, the kingdom's talent, yet here he is, reduced to this in the power struggle. How tragic, how lamentable, how laughable. Cuckoo. Count Caliber paid no heed to the ghost's mockery, instead focusing intently on the sand table, adjusting the flags, launching attacks against non-existent enemies with armies that did not exist. The ghost flashed a mischievous smile at Li Chen, floated to the top of the sand table, and pointed at a certain spot, exclaiming, "Marshal! Trouble! The enemy is attacking from this direction, Marshal. What should we do?" This voice seemed to awaken Count Caliber from his stupor, and he roared at the spot the ghost was pointing to. "Send the 3rd Corps over. The 3rd Corps is seasoned heavy infantry. They will crush all enemies." Count Caliber pulled up a flag and planted it at the ghost's indicated position. The ghost continued to shout, "Praise you, Marshal. You have defeated the enemy, but they are attacking from this direction again." The ghost pointed to another direction. "What? Two-pronged attack. Despicable scoundrels. Quickly send the 12th Corps over. They are light cavalry with excellent maneuverability. They will surely save the day." "Marshal, your command skills have saved us, but new enemies are attacking from this, and this direction." The ghost was like a malicious villain, playing a wargame with a madman who truly believed he was a marshal, beginning to command troops in the void. Li Chen watched this scene with cold eyes, feeling it was both magical and pitiful. Under the ghost's guidance, Count Caliber was having a great time, sending his army to the north, then pulling it to the south, finishing off the west, and then launching a surprise attack on the east. Finally, the ghost let out a cry of astonishment. "Marshal, you have defeated all the enemies. You have unified the 4 human nations, a feat only the hero King Donovan Acusicythos Resamond could achieve. You have matched him. No, you have surpassed the hero king. The ministers request you to ascend the throne, your majesty." "Your majesty." Count Caliber's eyes turned blood red, his face twisted as he pounded the sand table, roaring madly, "Yes, I shall ascend. Issue my command. From now on I am the overlord of the 4 nations. Anyone who disagrees shall be killed." "Your majesty, you have successfully reached the pinnacle of power. The white dove has been released, petals have been scattered, and the people are shouting your name. They are singing praises to the new king." Count Caliber laughed heartily, looking at the sand table as if a monarch surveying his kingdom. But the ghost's voice of praise suddenly turned fearful. "Oh my god, your majesty, the orcs have launched an attack. They want to kill us and plunder our wealth. What should we do?" Count Caliber's expression changed dramatically as he roared loudly, "My legion! Send my legion over." "Not good, your majesty. The dwarves have also launched an attack. They want to occupy our rich territory. My legion can handle it. Can handle it, your majesty. National crisis. National crisis. The elves question your legitimacy and have launched an attack against you. I can handle it. Can handle it." Count Caliber pulled up a bunch of flags and pushed them to the location where the enemies were coming, then pulled up the flags again and threw them in front of another group of enemies. Because the sand table was large, Count Caliber couldn't reach some positions, so he simply climbed onto the sand table, running back and forth, personally leading the troops on an expedition. Sweating profusely. Finally, the ghost shouted, "Your majesty, you have successfully defeated all enemies. Unified the whole world." I unified the whole world? Your majesty, you have left a bold mark in history. Future generations will never surpass you. Goo ha ha ha. Your majesty, bards are singing your deeds. You will become a household name. Good. Give me generous rewards. Your majesty, the elven queen wants to marry you. Ha ha ha. Approved. Let her be my queen. Your majesty, people plan to erect a statue of you. In gold. Very good. Gather all the gold in the country for me. The room was filled with the loud shouts of the 2, twisted emotions saturating the air. Count Caliber was excited to the extreme, even bursting a blood vessel in his eye from excessive excitement, shedding blood tears. But this was not the end of the madness. The ghost, toying with human hearts, pushed the insanity to its peak. Your majesty, your achievements are unprecedented and will never be repeated. All praises in the world cannot express your merits, so the gods intend to reward you. Count Calibur's body tensed up. What? What will they reward me with? They will reward you. Speak, speak. What will they reward me with? Hurry up, or it will be a death sentence. I will kill everyone related to you. Speak. I reward you. The ghost pointed at the ceiling, as if deities were gathering there. I reward you to become a deity. Boom. Count Cali's mind felt like it had exploded. He trembled violently, like an epileptic, even losing control due to overwhelming excitement. Blood gushed from the corners of his eyes, foam spilled from his mouth, and his gaze fixated on the marble ceiling, as if he could see the gods coming to take him. In this state, Li Chen unconsciously looked up, confirming that there was only marble above. The frantic screams of one man and one ghost ceased, and the air fell into silence, as if this madness had come to an end. The ghost's floating form slowly descended, his eyes filled with mockery and malice, his translucent lips pressed against Count Cali's ear. It's just a pity that all of this is merely your fantasy before death. Count Cali's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads, and he stiffly turned to look at the ghost, his face a mask of horror. You said, what? Cuckoo, the ghost pointed at Li Chen. Count Cali, you are about to die. Cuckoo. Count Cali turned to Li Chen and suddenly realized he was surrounded by a group of goblins. Ah, who are you? Goblins? Where did these monsters come from? Guards. The guy was so scared he fell back onto the sand table, which made a loud thud, and some pieces were knocked flying. Guards. There are monsters here. Come over and kill these monsters. He tried to draw his sword, but he had a ghost of a sword. The sword belt had long been discarded somewhere due to his obesity. He rolled under the sand table, took down a decorative bow and arrow from the wall, and attempted to draw the bow. Li Chen raised his hand cannon. Enough. A twisted performance, truly undignified. Kill him. Bang. The musket goblins brought everything from the basement to the surface: books, boxes of gold, various vessels, strange magical materials, all dazzling to behold. Especially the gold, in vast quantities, dozens of boxes, sparkling in the sunlight. 2 musket goblins carried a stretcher and placed it beside the box of gold. On the stretcher lay a cheetah dancer and her child, the severely disfigured goblin. This goblin was on the surface for the first time. He looked up at the sun and asked, "Mom, what is that?" The cheetah dancer tilted her head, squinting slightly at the sky. "That is the sun." "Mom, what is the sun?" "The sun is something that makes people feel warm." In the distance, Li Chen looked at the pile of treasures, biting his lip, desperately suppressing his ecstasy, which caused his face to wrinkle like a chrysanthemum. Miss Hannah beside him thought he was excited about the large haul of gold, but Li Chen's gaze never left the cheetah dancer and her child. Li Chen felt he had found the greatest treasure of this battle. This treasure proved that goblins could also have love. Having taken over the governor's mansion, Li Chen completely controlled Boya, bringing this 2-day battle to an end. A system prompt sounded in Li Chen's ear. You have achieved victory. Total enemies killed 4,507 enemies killed, 825 enemies captured, none either killed cleanly or released. Total casualties 68 Arside casualties, 12 loot obtained, Grain X 1289. Dinars obtained, 150,000. You have become the new master of Boya. Please choose your attitude towards Boya. Forgive, plunder, destroy. Li Chen directly clicked on forgive. If he dared to click on plunder, the 150,000 people of Boya would tear him apart. At that time, daring to plunder Insun Fortress was because it was the private property of the nobility, so you could do as you pleased. But Boya had so many civilians. If you dared to plunder, the iron fists of your worker grandfathers and farmer grandfathers would be much fiercer than those of the brave. After choosing forgiveness, a flurry of notifications about increased favorability popped up in Li Chen's ears, especially the favorability of the commoners in Boya, which increased by a whopping plus 25. Li Chen clicked on the detailed notification: killing Count Caliber plus 10, extinguishing the fire plus 5, forgiving the prisoners of war plus 5, forgiving the town plus 5. Li Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. If he weren't a goblin, he felt that if he walked down the street, someone would say he looked cold and offer him a yellow robe. He opened the soldier management system, and almost all the soldiers had leveled up. After a round of stat allocation, his troop composition changed to level 5 soldiers, Goblin Warrior times 1, Goblin Sniper times 4. Level 4 soldiers, Goblin Senior Archer times 33, Goblin Senior Rider times 20. Level 2 soldiers, Goblin Incinerator times 10. With this wave of upgrades, his army saw a significant boost, and Li Chen felt exhilarated. This troop could easily handle 5 to 6 times the enemy without any issues. Next, Li Chen checked the spoils of war. The equipment dropped by the system, combined with the actual loot, minus farming tools, armed clothing, and cotton clothing, amounted to over 4,000 sets of various armor and helmets, more than 3,000 various weapons, an entire massive warehouse area, and 12 large granaries. Li Chen himself also leveled up by 4 levels. His experience from commanding battles, personal kills, and ultimately executing Count Caliber brought him a wealth of experience. He allocated all 4 of his attribute points to control, raising it to level 12, making him even more agile. He decided to hold off on increasing his intelligence for now. He was the only extraordinary combat force in the Alliance and needed to develop his personal strength. Otherwise, when the catgirl arrived, he would really end up as sashimi. Additionally, this battle earned him a significant amount of system prestige, which could increase his family level. His family level upgraded from 2 to 3, granting him 30 system soldier slots, raising the number of system soldiers to 110. Li Chen immediately recruited a few outstanding achievers from the troops to fill his ranks. After finishing these enhancements in one go, Li Chen felt refreshed. He was now the Lord of Boya, and the resources in the city allowed him to complete his initial accumulation. As long as he could steadily digest these resources, his tribe could directly increase its population by 50,000 to 100,000. Just think of how many 100-person villages could be established and how much land could be cultivated. The alliance would become incredibly powerful as a result. But the current problem was how to transport these goods back to the alliance. Li Chen only had over 900 people, and he couldn't even fully control Boya, let alone transport such a massive amount of resources. Li Chen was in a dilemma. What should he do? Suddenly, he remembered the goblin's rapid reproduction trait and slapped himself. Silly. Transporting food resources back to the tribe was to gain more population. Converting food into population on the spot was just as good, right? Goblins reproduce quickly. As long as they are similar-sized large mammals, they can give birth within 15 days. Depending on the size of the mother, the number of offspring varies. Some large animals can give birth to several at once. Once goblin pups are born, as long as there is plenty of food provided, they can grow up within 15 days. Based on past experience, it takes at least 3 days for goblins to complete their wild training, but that was under initial conditions without external pressure. Here, with humans everywhere, 3 days of wild training was simply not enough. Following that, they would need at least a month of rigorous military training, otherwise, the goblins wouldn't be able to control themselves, and causing public grievances would be disastrous. Moreover, the month of military training would mainly focus on discipline. To master firearms, at least another month of training would be required. This means that, given sufficient food, producing a disciplined but low combat capacity goblin militia would take about 2 months. This timeline was a bit long, but it was unavoidable. The only way to digest such a large amount of resources now was to explode the population on the spot. Since we have chosen to stay in Poloya for a while, we must maintain a good relationship with the people of Poloya. Li Chen called over his 2 battalion commanders and 10 company commanders, issuing a stern warning. We are going to be here for a while, so you need to keep the troops in check. No harassing the local populace. If anyone does something out of line and ruins my plans, don't blame me when my blade falls on my own brothers. The crowd stood solemnly and responded loudly. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, I remember everyone's contributions. Go back and tell the soldiers that in a couple of days there will be great rewards. Hold your posts well for these 2 days. At this critical moment, if you cause trouble and ruin your achievements and lives, you'll be buried in a tight spot. Several officers laughed. After all, they were working hard for the boss's rewards, right? With the boss's guarantee, it would definitely happen. They just needed to follow military regulations and wait for their rewards. Li Chen called over Knight Leo. I'll give you 500 slots. Go recruit some human soldiers to help you with your tasks. Once recruited, immediately disperse them to the towns and surrounding villages to purchase cattle, sheep, pigs, and horses. Li Chen planned to use a glove to interact with humans. After all, there was a racial barrier between goblins and humans, and they couldn't communicate due to the language barrier. Until his own strength improved, he needed to be cautious in dealing with the locals. No problem, my lord, but I need a lot of money. Knight Leo stated his needs. Li Chen pointed to a box of silver coins. This is your operating fund. Remember, you must buy livestock quickly. I will need it soon. He would indeed need it soon, whether for transporting spoils back to the alliance or for increasing the population. Knight Leo had a few human soldiers move the silver away and then brought up another matter. My lord, I've noticed many people trying to escape the city. Should we stop them? After a moment of thought, Li Chen shook his head. No need, let them go if they want. Go. Tell the soldiers at the city gate to let everyone out, but no one is allowed back in. Li Chen was here for plunder, clearly targeting the nobility. If the commoners wanted to leave, so be it. He wouldn't make things difficult for anyone. However, how many could actually leave? In this era of low productivity, ordinary people relied on their small plots of land to survive. If they truly left, they wouldn't be able to make a living elsewhere. Those who could leave were mostly capable but unstable elements. Their departure would benefit the security within the city. Knight Leo went off to handle his tasks, and the troops settled down. Li Chen divided the soldiers into 2 groups, with one part stationed at the eastern city wall, guarding the east gate, which was their escape route. 2 cannons were also mounted on the wall. The remaining soldiers were stationed in the governor's mansion, which had walls and was essentially a huge castle, making it very safe for the soldiers inside. After repeatedly warning against disturbing the locals, Li Chen moved into the governor's mansion with great fanfare. The mansion had a huge bathhouse, surrounded by exquisitely carved statues of men and women. Li Chen had someone heat water, then took off his heavy armor and stepped into the steaming pool, letting out a refreshing sigh. A ghost passed through the wall, immersing
its translucent body in the hot water, pretending to let out a comfortable sigh as well. Ah, so comfortable. Li Chen glanced at the creature. What are you pretending for? Do you have 5 senses? Li Chen was very certain that this ghost was in a state that was invisible, inaudible, and intangible. Even its voice didn't reach the ears but directly resonated in one's mind. This creature was not a being of the material world, it had other means to observe the world, likely through magical means. The ghost sighed and proposed an interesting suggestion. Goblins, how about we cooperate? Li Chen felt that the grime was softening, so he began to scrub himself while saying, I don't even know what you are, how can we cooperate? The ghost simulated a towel and pretended to scrub himself. I'm a mentor, you know, one of those people at the forefront of research in the Magic Guild. The knowledge in my head could change the fate of a country. You, my friend, should understand my value, right? Li Chen remained silent, continuing to scrub himself. Yu Lin also understood that without gaining the goblin's trust, cooperation would be impossible, so he began to tell his story. The ghost, named Zihayten, was the son of a farmer born and raised under the Magic Guild. The purpose of families like his was to farm for the Magic Guild, providing resources and manpower. And Zihayten was selected as an apprentice. According to his own boastful claims, he was very intelligent, always coming up with unexpected ideas, and he was eager to learn, often using knowledge to bring those ideas to life. He then rose through the ranks, from apprentice to lecturer, from lecturer to professor, and finally to a mentor whom everyone looked up to. Being called a mentor proved that he played a leading role in a certain academic research direction, belonging to the group at the forefront of magical understanding in this era. However, this guy also had a strange obsession with taboo research. Goblin, I developed a neural wire that connects the nerves at the site of amputations, allowing disabled people to control prosthetics made from magical materials. Upon hearing this, the indifferent Li Chen straightened his back. Did you succeed? Zihayten shook his head regretfully. No, the purity of the neural wire I developed isn't high enough. It requires high purity magical energy to be created, and I intended for this to be used by ordinary people, but ordinary people have no magical energy and can't use it. Li Chen was puzzled. Your intention is quite good. How is this considered taboo research? Zihayten became excited, looking at Li Chen with an understanding gaze. Exactly. Such a good intention, if it could be successfully researched. How many people could it benefit? But they refuse to allow amputations for live research. They won't even agree to that. Li Chen's eyes widened, feeling as if there was something wrong with his ears. Dude, are you even speaking human language? Seeing Li Chen's expression, Zihayten became furious. You're just like them. I thought you understood me. You're as vulgar as they are, lacking the courage to dedicate yourself to research. Li Chen's face darkened. Are you an idiot? You want to chop off people's limbs and then say they have no spirit of contribution? If you have such a spirit of contribution, why don't you use yourself as the material? Zihayten puffed out his skeletal chest, looking proud. Who says I haven't used myself for research? Look at me now, isn't this the result of my research? After about 10 minutes, under the guidance of the ghost Zihayten, Li Chen found the entrance to the third underground level of the governor's mansion, where he discovered a vast magical laboratory. In a glass dish, he found Zihayten's physical body, submerged in an unknown liquid filled with tubes, and covered in a multitude of magical runes. Zihayten's soul floated in front of his physical body, looking at himself through the glass with a complex expression. I am dedicated to researching the boundary between human life and death. Those vulgar people think I am touching the realm of the divine, calling it taboo research, refusing to support me, and destroying my laboratory. So I will research it myself. I came to the province of Halion, far from the Magic Guild, found Count Callie, and asked him to fund my research. Perhaps he thought I was as crazy as he was, being of the same kind, and he actually agreed. Now you see, my research has succeeded. I have transformed my body into a launcher, my soul has left my body, the human body is not dead, and the soul does not disperse. What a wonderful scientific miracle this is. My existence insults the divine. Governing life and death is not the privilege of the gods. I, Zihayten, can also control the boundaries of life and death. Ha ha ha, this guy laughed maniacally, suddenly stopping, turning around to fix a sharp gaze on Li Chen. My body is here, my soul cannot stray more than 300 meters from it, and for some unknown reason, my soul cannot return to my body. Moreover, I can feel that if my physical body dies, my soul will also dissipate. So, what do you think? Goblin, I have laid bare my weaknesses to you. Is this sincerity enough? How about funding my upcoming research? The knowledge I possess is a precious treasure, and it can be of great use to you. Li Chen looked at the dried-up old man's body in the glass container, thought for a moment, and extended a recruitment invitation to Zihayten. Early the next morning, Li Chen received a report from Knight Leo that 500 human soldiers had been recruited and they could start acquiring livestock. The speed was so astonishing that Li Chen found it hard to believe. No matter how noble the cause, the alliance was still an invader, and the locals should be very resistant to it. Li Chen realized that Boya, or rather the current humans, had not completed their national awakening at all. They were like braids facing the common people, watching the great powers beat the braid army while happily munching on sunflower seeds.
This made Li Chen seriously consider whether he should just stay, develop Boya as the core territory. This thought stirred Li Chen's heart. As long as he implemented a few policies benefiting the people and increased the civilian goodwill provided by the system, it was not impossible. But by the afternoon, a goblin scouting around returned to report that they had discovered the reconnaissance troops of other lords nearby. This made Li Chen realize that whether he could stay was not up to him. The Greenfield province still had hundreds of nobles. If they wanted to, raising tens of thousands of troops would be no problem. Moreover, the kingdom of Sassos had 11 other provinces currently engaged in a world war with the regular army of Sassos on the front lines. If they came to their senses and decided to eliminate him, mobilizing a regular army over would force him to leave. He could only hasten the collection of large livestock, quickly amass troops, and assess the situation when the enemy army arrived, deciding whether to fight or retreat. A few days later, Knight Leo's security forces acquired nearly 1,000 livestock, and they could now implement rewards. The punitive troops gathered at the governor's office. Parade ground, soldiers standing in formation, each one looking intently at Li Chen. After waiting so long, they could finally receive their rewards. They had all seen so many livestock, and the little goblin stood straighter than they did. Li Chen shouted, "Goblin spear, goblin bow, step forward." The two elders walked out of the ranks under the envious gazes of the crowd. Li Chen took out 2 golden medals and pinned them to the chests of the two. "Goblin spear, goblin bow, you two have made outstanding contributions, starting from the alliance and fighting until now, establishing great merit for the alliance. I hereby award you both the Round Star Medal." When he had killed Count Caliber before, Li Chen had seen the old man wearing a bunch of medals on his chest, which reminded him that to build a sense of honor in the army, he could establish a medal system. With his current complex craftsmanship skills, creating exquisitely beautiful medals was not a problem. Thus, he spent several nights crafting the highest level medal of the alliance, the Round Star Medal. Its design was a golden disc, overlaid with silver, with several small silver stars in the center. Those little stars represented the current members of the alliance. This item was extremely collectible, as the number of alliance members would continue to increase. Therefore, the fewer stars on the Round Star Medal, the more it proved that the recipient was a senior among seniors. Moreover, this item also had attributes. One was Pride plus 10, and the other was Glory plus 10, both positive enhancements. Goblin Spear and Goblin Bow were extremely excited. Goblins were inherently greedy, and the medal personally crafted by Li Chen was so exquisite that it was a treasure in itself, greatly satisfying their vanity. For the alliance, they shouted excitedly, and Li Chen patted them on the shoulders. "From now on, you two are promoted to captains. Goblin Spear will be the captain of the first squad, and Goblin Bow will be the captain of the second squad. I will soon expand the army, so you both need to manage your troops well." Goblin Spear and Goblin Bow were even more thrilled. The long-desired power was finally coming their way. Li Chen had them step aside and continued to award others. "Goblin Run, Goblin Boom, Goblin Step Forward." Li Chen called out 20 squad leaders and deputy squad leaders, awarding them the Silver Musketeer Medal, Silver Artillery Medal, and Silver Cavalry Medal. The medals were made of silver, intricately engraved with images of musketeers, artillerymen, and cavalry, looking very exquisite. Li Chen specifically called out Goblin Run and Goblin Boom, awarding them the Courage Medal as well. The Courage Medal was shaped like a star, surrounded by wheat ears, with 2 crossed muskets in the center, worn around the neck on the chest. This was a medal that could be upgraded in levels, with several tiers, similar to the Iron Cross, ranging from level 1 to 7. The higher the level, the more advanced the materials used for the medal. Receiving such a medal proved that one had performed well in their military role and made outstanding contributions. Li Chen planned to make the first and second levels of this medal common across the continent. Soldiers serving in the army would receive a first or second level medal as long as they performed normally and made no mistakes, but advancing further would require increased qualifications and achievements. A counter-officer chattered on about a bunch of things: honor, love, swords and peace, reciting the knightly codes, but the nobles below remained silent. They were all 1,000-year-old succubi. What did they care about the Knights of the 100 Flowers? Earl Fisher didn't expect to rally troops. With mere words, he just hoped to lower the price they would have to pay through his speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, I will cover all the military provisions for this campaign. How about we storm Boya and plunder for 3 days based on our abilities?" Earl Fisher got straight to the point. With this topic, no one felt sleepy. They all straightened up, staring intently at Earl Fisher. Boya was the wealthiest town in the province of Halgreen, boasting a massive population of 150,000 and serving as Halgreen's commercial center. If they could plunder for 3 days and nights, the wealth gained would surpass that of 10 years of farming. The lords began to smile broadly, exchanging words about the military forces they could mobilize. In the end, piecing together their resources, nearly 100 lords could muster 80,000 troops gathering from 4 directions, led by their respective lords to attack Boya. However, this would have to wait until Earl Fisher's supplies arrived and the troops were assembled, which would likely take a few months. Returning to Boya, a month had passed and the first batch of newborn goblins numbered 2,000. These goblins, having undergone initial wildness training, were not yet fully matured. They had just gained the ability to walk upright when they were taken by officers for military training. These newly born goblins, still unaware of their situation, quickly learned what the iron fist of the Alliance's order meant. Those who disobeyed the officers faced the military baton. Those who couldn't maintain their military posture faced the baton. Those who slacked off or made mistakes faced the baton. And those who repeatedly made significant errors faced death as their only fate. Fortunately, the military training, while harsh, ensured ample food, 4 meals a day, with unlimited supplies of carbohydrates, meat, and vegetables. Goblins trained hard and grew as strong as young calves. Due to the large number of trainees in the second batch of 2,500 expected to be born in half a month, training venues became scarce. Reluctantly, Li Chen ordered the use of the Temple of the Goddess of Life, several large parks within the city, and the vast residential areas left behind by fleeing nobles. He had wooden fences erected to enclose these spaces and dispatched veterans to patrol. Anyone caught sneaking out would be shot on sight. So far, the first batch of 2,000 goblins had been training in the camp for half a month without any escapees, indicating that the training of the militia goblins was on the right track. As for the citizens of Boya, after an initial period of fear, they gradually returned to calm. They were surprised to find that the demon army, aside from raiding warehouses and noble assets, had left them completely unscathed. They resumed their normal lives and discovered that their situation had improved significantly since no one was there to exploit them anymore. Among them, the self-sufficient farmers from the surrounding countryside felt the most noticeable change. These farmers would usually take their vegetables to the city to sell. If they could sell 100 copper coins worth of vegetables, they would have to pay a 10 copper coin entry fee to enter the city, then another 10 copper coins as a stall fee, and 10 copper coins in taxes once they reached their stall. That wasn't all. Patrolling soldiers would charge them for drinks, and local gangs would collect protection fees, which would take away half their earnings. After working hard for half a year, various taxes would leave them with nothing. But now, the self-sufficient farmers cautiously entered the city and found that all the exploiters were gone. They could earn a full 100 copper coins. A few bold farmers approached the musket-wielding goblins at the city gate to ask if they wanted to buy their crops. The goblins, unable to understand the common tongue of humans, called for the security forces, and this matter was reported up the chain to Li Chen. Li Chen ordered the establishment of an official market outside the city, specifically for purchasing agricultural products. The first batch of self-sufficient farmers received silver coins from the goblins, leaving them all in shock. Once this news spread, Boya and the surrounding farms settled down completely. The clouds of war dissipated, and people resumed their normal production and lives. However, once life stabilized, some would inevitably emerge to cause trouble. When the punishment army first entered the city, the gangs were confused and subdued, but over a month later, they discovered that the demon army was not disturbing the civilians, only training in a few barracks. They resumed their businesses, began competing for territory, and collected protection fees. A conflict involving over 500 people erupted among the major gangs over territory. The punishment army, upon receiving reports from the public security army, initially thought there was a rebellion. When they rushed to the scene and saw the crowd fighting, they immediately readied their rifles and bayonets, killing over 200 people. The remaining individuals fled cleanly, and later, from the mouths of the injured, it was learned that it was not a rebellion but a gang fight over territory. Li Chen was very dissatisfied upon receiving the news, thinking, "Damn it, I haven't even collected taxes, and now they're collecting protection fees." However, he was not angry. He wanted to use this incident to level up the new soldiers. Goblin recruits needed to reach level 2 to become big goblins who were stronger and wiser, better able to understand military orders and discipline. It was relatively easy for a level 1 soldier to advance to level 2. Basically, after each battle, soldiers who had dealt a few critical blows could accumulate enough experience. In the Alliance territory, goblin recruits could level up by killing 10 skeleton soldiers, and humans were superior to skeletons, yielding even more experience. Li Chen called over Knight Leo to ask, "Now that the work of the public security army has expanded, tell me, how many gangs are there in the city? Where are they located?" Knight Leo nodded in response. "My lord, I was just looking for a time to report this to you. There are gangs on almost every street in Boya. These gangs used to serve the nobles, but now they operate independently. At the beginning of the war, they lay low, but now they have emerged from the sewers, and almost every day there are private fights, leading to extreme chaos in the city's security. Many of the public security army were recruited from the slums, and they know the locations of the gang hideouts. Very well, gather your public security army and come with me to eliminate the gangs." Li Chen opened the soldier management interface, deployed the 110 soldiers he had with him to the garrison in Boya, and then recruited 110 goblin recruits. He also assembled 400 goblin recruits and 200 veteran soldiers from the punishment army, and this formidable force marched towards the gang's hideout. The troops ran quickly through the streets, with pedestrians dodging to the sides, watching the monstrous army in fear, unsure of their intentions. "The Lord has arrived." Knight Leo pointed to a street. "This street is the territory of the Blackwater Gang, and all the members inside are thugs from the Blackwater Gang, numbering over 400. Li Chen asked. So many? How do they make a living? My lord, Blackwater actually means manure. The Blackwater gang
mainly controls half of the city's manure, and farmers outside the city need to pay them to transport manure for fertilization.
Li Chen understood, and with a wave of his hand, the soldiers surrounded the Blackwater gang street. Completely.
Inside the street, the thugs of the Blackwater gang were somewhat afraid, but these guys were also stubborn. One by one, they picked up machetes and daggers, standing in the middle of the street to confront the punishment army. A middle-aged man with a scarred face and a burly build stepped forward, wearing a fake smile and holding a box containing 100 silver coins. He thought it was a lack of tribute that prompted the demon army to come, and he wanted to exchange pleasantries and settle the matter with money. But Li Chen wanted lives, not money. He used the battlefield command system to control the 110 goblin recruits and charged directly forward. The 110 goblin recruits were clad in chainmail, wearing helmets, and wielding short spears, each shouting as they charged forward to stab, the sacred F2 connecting them. The members of the Blackwater gang changed color in shock. Why did this group of monsters attack without warning? What to do? Fight or flee? As the gangsters were at a loss, the 110 howling goblin recruits had already rushed in, thrusting their spears forward, directly taking the life of a Blackwater thug. In an instant, the two sides were entangled in a chaotic melee, the streets filled with wails. These thugs, who were bullies against the weak but cowards against the strong, dared not fight back and began to flee. They had no armor, and with each thrust of the short spear, one fell silent, lacking the courage to resist. The goblin recruits chased after the members of the Blackwater gang, slaughtering them indiscriminately, while the gangsters screamed and ran, bodies strewn across the streets. Eventually, the Blackwater thugs were cornered. Perhaps realizing they could not survive, the remaining 40 or so members began to fight to the death. However, at this point, resistance was futile. After suffering the loss of 5 goblin recruits, all members of the Blackwater gang were killed. A victory prompt rang in Li Chen's ears as he jumped into the soldier management interface where 105 goblin recruits were present, 78 of whom could be upgraded. He spent money to click upgrade, and the 78 goblins gasped in surprise as they all transformed into big goblins. Li Chen kicked these 78 out of the troop and filled the ranks again with the goblin recruits he had brought, then ordered Knight Leo, "Let's go to the next one." In this way, Li Chen spent several days sweeping through the Boya district, cleaning out almost all the gang organizations in the city. Out of 500 goblin recruits, 92 were lost, leaving over 400 who all became big goblins. Seeing the upgrade efficiency was quite good, Li Chen planned to upgrade the remaining 1,500 recruits into big goblins. Li Chen asked Knight Leo, "Are there any bandits outside the city?" "Yes, my lord. The mountains outside the city are rife with banditry, with some bandits claiming the hills as their own, and their strongholds are quite large, relying on the terrain, making it difficult for the noble guards to take them down." "Very well, lead the way. We will go out of the city to exterminate the bandits." Li Chen led his troops out of the city in a grand manner, charging into the mountains, directly blasting open the bandit strongholds with artillery, sending in batches of system recruits to fight the bandits. After half a month, dozens of bandit groups in the mountainous areas around Boya were completely wiped out. With 2,000 goblin recruits, after losing 389, nearly 900 transformed into big goblins, resulting in a terrifying leap in troop quality. Big goblins had better physical abilities than human soldiers, and when equipped with the plate armor left by the Boya garrison, they transformed into heavy infantry. As long as they followed the rules and underwent disciplined training, bringing them to the battlefield would create a terrifying fighting force. After most of the first batch of recruits became big goblins, the second batch of over 2,500 goblin recruits was born and entered military training, prompting Li Chen to think of ways to find monsters to farm. However, with no gang bandits left around, Li Chen found it difficult to locate targets for farming. Should he go to slaughter villages? Li Chen silently opened the system entry. Under his continuous actions, the favorability of the civilians around Boya had risen to 40 points, a level of favorability that the system would not classify as enemies. However, he still had ideas. He planned to create some monsters to farm. The rural areas of this world not only had self-sufficient farmers and serfs but also gentry, landlords, and noble relatives. These powerful figures controlled a large population and land, and if he could provoke them into opposition, wouldn't that create wild monsters to farm? Li Chen smiled maliciously, calling Knight Leo over and instructing, "Disperse your security forces to the rural areas under Boya and say that the new lord of Boya, the Goblin King, Arthur Louis Romanoff Qin Shi Huang, has new orders. From now on, Boya abolishes the serfdom system, prohibiting the enslavement of any kind, and all the land currently cultivated by serfs belongs to the serfs themselves. All harsh taxes and levies are discarded. From now on, only 30% tax is to be paid. Intelligent beings are born equal. No one is anyone else's slave. Perhaps individual abilities may lead to different social statuses, but everyone should equally possess freedom. Go forth, let freedom fly to every corner of Boya." "My lord." Knight Leo was so moved he could hardly speak. In his eyes, this was a manifestation of Li Chen's noble character. Only a saint would give up land and slaves. Grateful, Knight Leo went off to carry out his duties while Li Chen prepared for war.
Since ancient times, touching the land of the landlords meant taking their lives. Li Chen believed that with this decree, a pile of red experience packs would appear on the map.
This decree would also intensify the conflict between the gentry and the serfs, preventing the gentry from coercing the common people to act against him. In short, the sky over Poloya was about to change. The security forces were a temporary troop recruited by Knight Leo from the slums. Those living in the slums were all unfortunate souls just a step away from selling themselves into serfdom.
Many of their
shanties had been burned down by the nobles' personal guards, leaving them unable to survive.
With no other choice, they could only join the security forces to receive a military salary.
The security forces were equipped with a set of armed clothing, a sword, and a monthly salary of 2 silver coins, with very low combat effectiveness and even less fighting spirit. Fortunately, Li Chen did not expect this ragtag army to fight. Their main purpose was to do his bidding.
For instance, right now, 500 security forces were scattered around the farms near Poloya, spreading the news of the abolition of slavery and land redistribution. The news of the abolition and redistribution was like a stone thrown into
water, creating a violent splash. The serfs knelt and cried out, believing this was a blessing from the goddess of life. They had finally gained their freedom. But freedom was something that could not be obtained merely through verbal decrees. One could see the gentry and landlords with darkened faces, gripping their swords tightly. Just as Li Chen had anticipated, once the news of the abolition and redistribution spread, large areas of red enemies appeared on the map. The gentry and landlords in various villages and rural areas already had private soldiers. Once the news of the abolition and redistribution arrived, the serfs became restless, and they immediately connected with each other through distance and kinship, forming alliances for defense. Often, 4 or 5 landlords could muster 100 to 300 soldiers, of which 30% were personal guards equipped with leather armor and swords.
The rest were self-employed farmers hired
with money, equipped with armed clothing and farming tools, and those doing well could even be given spears.
Once these armed groups organized, they would loiter around the serfs every day. The gentry warned them that the so-called abolition
and redistribution was merely a chaotic scheme by the demon army to disrupt the state. Anyone who dared to take it seriously would find their swords falling upon them in rebellion. After all, the gentry were the ones wielding power. In this era, and under their mutual connections, the serfs truly did not dare to act recklessly. Especially after they killed a few unruly serfs, everything returned to calm. The gentry loathed the demon army for daring to issue such a malicious decree, allowing their serfs to entertain wild thoughts. Such demons must be eradicated. However, the gentry were also aware of their own limitations. Their troops could handle the serfs, but dealing with the demon army that had taken Poloya would be like delivering vegetables. Therefore, the gentry planned to request soldiers from other great nobles to eliminate the demon army ravaging Poloya. Then they received uplifting news. Count Fisher had organized a punitive army, and once the military supplies were in place, it would be time for the army to march. The gentry were overjoyed, each gathering food in anticipation of the royal army's arrival. However, before the royal army could come, the demon army arrived first. Li Chen had deliberately given the gentry a week to recruit soldiers. Now it was time to deploy and close the net. He led 500 security troops, 1,000 goblin recruits waiting for upgrades, and 300 veteran soldiers from the punitive army to form a mixed unit, charging towards the farms surrounding Boya. At the nearest farm to Boya, several landowning gentry were drinking and laughing, when one of them slammed his fist on the table.
Damn it! Those cursed monsters, what the hell are they doing with their abolition of slavery and land redistribution?
My serfs aren't even focused on farming anymore. The yield is definitely going to suffer.
This remark resonated with everyone, and another landowner cursed in anger.
At first, we thought the demon army had killed that Count Caliber and left us unharmed, which was fine, but now it seems that these monsters must be exterminated.
TMD. My serfs look at me differently. Now, some even openly discuss abolishing slavery and land redistribution. What do you mean by redistributing my land?
I had to kill a dozen of them just to quiet them down. Spit. The group erupted in a flurry of curses, venting their frustrations. Ha! Just wait, Count Fisher's army has been fully organized, and it won't be long before the supplies arrive and they set off. Kiki, by then, the demon army will be nothing but a bunch of clay chickens. Laughter erupted among them. When Count Fisher's army arrived, they would join in with their own troops and supplies, and surely they could get a share of the spoils. They had heard rumors that when the army breached the city, they could plunder for 3 days, and everyone's pockets would be filled. As the landowning gentry fantasized about the glorious times after the city was breached, a soldier suddenly burst into the hall.
Gentlemen, it's bad. The demon army is coming.
The landowners were startled and quickly inquired how many had come. Over 100, all small goblins, wearing chainmail and helmets, armed with spears. Upon hearing there were only a little over 100, the landowners breathed a sigh of relief. Such a small number of enemies, and they were just small goblins, even with armor. What could they do? The farm had 300 soldiers. The farm owner laughed heartily and drew his long sword. Everyone, the enemy is here, let's go deal with them. The landowners gathered their 300 private soldiers and surged outside the farm, intending to wipe out the invading demon army in one go. Li Chen saw the enemy emerge from the farm and ordered his troops to halt, forming ranks to prepare for battle. He only brought 110 system soldiers and 10 company commanders to hold the line, keeping the larger force hidden in the forest behind him, fearing that revealing them would scare off the enemy. The landowners, accompanied by their private soldiers, saw that the enemy was indeed just over 100 goblins, and they all laughed out loud. These small goblins, like little potatoes, wearing armor and helmets, so what? Adult humans had the advantage in strength, and their numbers were still 3 times that of the enemy. The advantage was on their side. The leader of the landowners rode a horse, and as he looked at the armor and weapons on the goblins, a greedy light shone in his eyes. These weapons were all shiny silver coins, each could be sold for over 30 silver coins. Charge! Kill them all. For every enemy killed, reward 1 silver coin. Upon hearing that there was a reward for killing goblins, the private soldiers became excited, and under the landowners' shouts, they formed ranks and advanced orderly. Li Chen switched to the battlefield command system, dragging the goblin recruit formation closer to the enemy. Among the 110 goblin recruits, 10 company commanders held hand cannons in their hands. Just as the two sides were about to collide, Li Chen took a firearm from his back, aiming at the landowner leader on his tall horse. The distance was less than 50 meters. Li Chen pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the gun fired, and the landowner leader let out a scream as he fell to the ground, dead. The private soldiers were bewildered by what had happened, causing a moment of chaos, and Li Chen seized the opportunity to push his troops forward. The troops charged, and before engaging the enemy, the 10 company commanders raised their hand cannons, lowering the barrels to aim at the enemy's legs, and fired. Boom, boom, boom! A barrage of buckshot erupted, sweeping through the formation of 300 men, exploding a cloud of blood mist from their lower limbs. The private soldiers fell down in droves, their legs or lower abdomens shattered by buckshot, each one screaming in agony, and the formation broke apart. Charge! Kill them all! Kill them all! The squad leaders, having fired their hand cannons, stepped aside. They were not system soldiers and could not absorb experience, disrupt the enemy lines, or reduce their own casualties, so they became overseers instead. The goblin recruits howled as they charged, stabbing the fallen private soldiers with their spears. These goblins were ferocious, and with each thrust of their spears, the private soldiers were brutally harvested. The noble private soldiers swung their weapons, but the chainmail and helmets provided considerable defense, making it not so easy to kill the little potato-like goblins. The goblin recruits, undaunted by death, quickly killed dozens of private soldiers. The landlord leader was taken out at the start, and the private soldiers had already taken 10 rounds of ammunition. Their morale shattered, and they lost the will to fight, each one dropping their weapons and fleeing towards the farm. But 20 mounted spiders had somehow circled around behind them, cutting off their escape route. Although the 20 cavalrymen were no longer bound by the system, they had been together with the mounted spiders for so long that they could understand each other. Under the control of the goblin riders, the mounted spiders pierced the thighs of the private soldiers with their forelimbs or simply knocked them away. The goblin riders also stuffed sand into their firearms, firing a round that knocked an enemy down, waiting for the goblin recruits to deliver the finishing blow. The veterans almost fed the goblin recruits directly, and the goblin recruits lived up to expectations, suffering only single-digit losses while successfully eliminating 300 private soldiers. Li Chen opened the soldier management interface, and with 74 soldiers able to upgrade, he clicked to upgrade directly, adding 74 big goblins to his troops. He kicked these big goblins out of the army and went to recruit goblin recruits from the rear, filling the ranks before marching grandly towards the next village to kill. After the main force left, the security troops stayed behind with more than 30 men, pulling a cart into the farm. They found the residence of the gentry landlord, took away all valuable items, and opened the granary, distributing half of the grain on the spot to the serfs. The convoy returned fully loaded, and as they planned to head back to the city, a serf asked a security soldier, "What should we do now that the masters are dead?" The security soldier replied, "From now on, you are free, the land is yours, and you can live without the nobles." Li Chen led the main force, sweeping through according to the distribution map of the farm seized by the governor's office. The gentry landlords and private soldiers died under the spears of the goblin recruits, turning into nourishment for the big goblins. Although Li Chen did all this to level up, when the swords and blades swung, the heads of the gentry landlords fell, the shackles were shattered, and freedom swept across Boya. Whenever the monster army passed through a farm, pulling out the bloodsuckers and minions deeply rooted there, did the serfs not gain their freedom? The security troops opened the warehouses and distributed grain to them, and the serfs knelt down, crying out for the blessing of the goddess of life. The security troops reminded them, "No, it is not the goddess of life, but the Alliance." The great name of the Alliance swept across the surrounding areas of Boya, and the serfs, once suppressed by the gentry landlords, stirred again, causing panic among the landlords. Forced to retreat, they temporarily abandoned their lands, hiding in the lord's castle and not daring to come out until Count Fisher's punitive army arrived. Li Chen had been sweeping for more than half a month, and the goblin recruits in his hands had changed several times. The big goblins he trained were enough to form a regiment.
He sent the big goblins back to the military camp for training, received a new batch of 1,000 goblin recruits, and planned to continue leveling up. But the gentry landlords had all run into the castle, and with no monsters left to farm, he had no choice but to send the artillery out of the city to bombard the lord's castle. Boom! 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 A series of cannon fire erupted, and the gate of a castle west of Boya was blown open, with the goblin musketeers shouting as they charged inside. They shot at the legs or abdomen of the enemies, knocking them down to the ground. Li Chen took the opportunity to push the system soldiers forward, letting them engage in battle to level up. After so long of grinding levels, Li Chen had roughly figured out that each goblin recruit could level up after defeating 3 to 4 enemies. Therefore, he ordered the system soldiers to personally take down 4 enemies in each battle and then immediately retreat from the castle. The system soldiers followed Li Chen's instructions, charging in for a chaotic kill and then retreating under the cover of the veterans. After that, Li Chen led the system soldiers far away until the system determined they had disengaged from combat. Once they exited the settlement screen, he clicked to upgrade, turning all the recruits into big goblins, kicking them out of the army, recruiting a new batch, and charging back into the castle to kill enemies. The lord inside the castle, seeing his stronghold breached, was already in despair, but when the enemies inexplicably retreated, he reignited his hope. The lord wanted to gather his troops to block the city gate, but the enemies charged back in with a ghostly shout, smashing through his assembled forces, leaving him in a state of confusion. We surrender, the lord shouted from the city wall, and Li Chen shot him dead with a gun. Surrender my ass. I don't accept surrenders, kill. Another new group of 110 recruits charged into the castle, unleashing a new round of chaos. After 3 waves of attacks back and forth, all the enemies in the castle were wiped out, and Li Chen gained 345 big goblins in one go. Li Chen led his men into the castle, where the troops began to cook and count their spoils, while a dying landlord on the ground cursed Li Chen viciously. Dirty goblin. You think you're so arrogant. You think you're so proud. It won't be long before Lord Fisher's army completely destroys you, killing all the monsters and rebellious serfs together. Ha 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 ha. Li Chen didn't even glance at him, walking straight into the lord's hall, where the goblin archer behind him casually shot, blowing the guy's head off. Entering the lord's hall, Li Chen sat on the lord's throne, deep in thought. This castle was the 10th lord's castle he had taken down, against the attacks of cannons and gunpowder. The lord's castles were utterly defenseless, all reduced to experience points. But that was all there was to it. All the bandits, gentry, and lords in the vicinity had been wiped out by him, and he had no place left to grind levels. After killing so many lords, Li Chen learned one thing: a certain Count Fisher had organized an army of 80,000, preparing to attack Boya in a little over a month. This was a big problem, giving Li Chen a headache as he began to count his troops. Elite firearms troops, 900, cannons, 4, cavalry, 20. Big goblin troops, 2,500, all the result of training during this time, all equipped with heavy plate armor, capable of forming a heavy infantry of 2,500 men. Plus, they were all battle-hardened, making their combat power quite considerable. The 3,000 goblin recruits currently undergoing military training had little combat power for now, but if trained for a month, they could barely be sent to the front lines before the enemy's army arrived. The goblins expected to be produced were around 2,000. When the enemy came, these goblins would just be growing into adult goblins, likely with no combat power. This meant that even if Li Chen sent all the goblin pups to the front lines, he would barely have 10,000 available. 10,000 against 80,000, to be honest, he felt a bit uncertain. But if he chose to retreat, he was unwilling. The 12 granaries in the city were filled with food, which was actually Boroya's preparation for war. As long as he could consume them all, it would be enough to produce 100,000 goblins. Li Chen's beautiful plan was to stay in Boroya for a year and a half, breeding goblins, training troops, and consuming food. For every 1,000 trained, he would send them back to the Alliance territory with food arranged by the Alliance for production. Before they became self-sufficient, the food they brought would provide for consumption. Just like that, 1,000 people were sent to the Alliance, allowing it to gain a large population and leap to a new level. Unfortunately, the development of events does not change with individual will. And now, the enemy has come to disrupt things. Li Chen felt quite frustrated. He had gathered all the large livestock around Boya, nearly 2,000 heads. The number of goblins born in a month was between 3,000 and 3,500, and this number was on the decline. Because Li Chen urgently needed population, he disregarded the health of the livestock, leading to a continuous breeding that resulted in a large number of livestock deaths. He was now converting the immobile food into mobile goblins, but this conversion ability was insufficient. Sir, it's time to eat. Just as Li Chen was feeling a headache, Goblin Spear brought a huge silver platter and placed it in front of him. On the silver platter was a large piece of pork chop, several pieces of toasted bread, and a variety of fresh vegetables. Goblin Spear poured a large cup of wine for Li Chen, then carefully exited the hall and closed the door without making a sound. He had been with Li Chen for so long that he knew not to disturb the boss when he was deep in thought, as the boss was contemplating the future of the Alliance. Li Chen looked at the incredibly sumptuous lunch before him and clenched his fists. We can't retreat. There won't be another opportunity like this in the future. Right now, while the fighting is happening outside, the main forces of the Greenfield province have been diverted to other fronts. If we can't digest the fruits of victory this time, and the Kingdom of Sassos reacts by pulling back their troops to defend, I won't be able to fight back. After this battle, the Alliance has already entered the sights of the Kingdom of Sassos. They realize that the monster forest is not safe. There are forces within that can threaten them, and the Kingdom of Sassos will definitely send troops to stir things up. The Alliance's development has hit a bottleneck. If we can't consume this food to gain enough population, when the Kingdom of Sassos' army arrives, the Alliance will have no soldiers to resist. Li Chen suddenly realized that if he didn't absorb this food to strengthen himself now, within a year or two, the Kingdom of Sassos would pull regular troops back from the front lines to defend and launch an attack on the Alliance, which could lead to its destruction. We can't retreat. Retreating now would also mean death in the future. We must fight the enemy to the death. If we win, we secure a future for the Alliance and firmly establish ourselves in the monster forest. Li Chen was determined to fight this battle. Although the enemy had a formidable army of 80,000, he was fortunate to have the cavalry and hacking system. Now he had at least more than a month to prepare in advance with the cavalry and hacking system, allowing him to do many things. To deal with the enemy's large army, he needed to improve the quality of his troops. Li Chen felt that the quality of his troops was too low. With too many new goblins and poor organization, he needed to upgrade them all to big goblins. There were no wild monsters left to farm in the surrounding areas, but fortunately, they had captured 10 castles. According to the game mechanics of Mount and Blade, each castle could garrison 100 to 200 soldiers, and if there were training facilities within the castle, these garrison troops would gradually upgrade. Li Chen immediately stuffed the new goblin recruits into the castles to let them benefit from the training bonuses. The later the enemy arrived, the more elite soldiers would be trained. This was a way to improve soldier quality from the system's perspective, and in reality, Li Chen also launched a large-scale training. The 2,500 big goblins formed the backbone of his forces. He equipped them with the best heavy armor and organized them into heavy infantry. He had these heavy infantry practice combat skills day and night, planning to position them on the city walls and gates to fight the enemy. The remaining new goblins were organized into crossbowmen and spearmen, designated as line fillers. Additionally, it should be mentioned that there was a large military camp in Boya City, classified by the system as a level 5 military camp, capable of garrisoning 500 system soldiers, which Li Chen had filled to capacity. But these preparations were still not enough. Li Chen felt uncertain, so he began to transfer some important assets. He organized 500 goblin recruits, along with 200 oxen pulling carts, to form a return team. This team carried the disassembled magical title observation device, the equipment from West Hayden's magical laboratory, and a large number of books and documents. The return team was led by Gobu Pao, and when the troops were assembled and ready to depart, Li Chen instructed Gobu Pao, "Send your fastest cavalry to the Alliance to bring back the firearms, gunpowder, and artillery produced by them." Li Chen hoped to receive support from the Alliance's firearms before engaging in battle with the enemy's main forces. "Boss, don't worry, I'll handle this personally. I'll ride 2 spiders and return to the tribe as fast as I can. I will definitely deliver the support before the enemy arrives." Li Chen patted Gobu Pao on the shoulder. "Go ahead, and when you return, it will be time to give you more responsibilities." Gobu Pao left with great excitement. He was now a camp leader, and if he took on more responsibilities, wouldn't he become a regiment leader? After sending off the return team, Li Chen began to consider how to take the initiative. The enemy had not yet consolidated their forces, and Count Fisher's supplies had not reached the hands of the various lords. If he could launch an attack now, perhaps he could eliminate some of the unassembled troops, easing the pressure for the upcoming siege battle. But the current problem was that Li Chen was not confident in leading a large army to attack deep into enemy territory. His troops were of very poor quality. Aside from the Punishment Army's old 10th Company, the other goblin units had not undergone long-term military training. If he dared to lead these troops on the road, they would be scattered halfway there, having to relieve themselves 3 times a day before even reaching the enemy's doorstep. This was a lesson learned from past experiences. The Dragon Tooth had gathered so many dog-headed people but couldn't organize them and had to wait at their doorstep. When Li Chen first arrived in Poloya, the Lord of Poloya also lacked the ability to lead troops and was waiting at the gate. Now the boomerang had hit him in the face. Li Chen had rapidly expanded his army nearly tenfold, but the organization of the troops had been completely emptied. Unless he was given half a year to train officers and conduct drills, this army would not be able to launch a long-distance attack. It was not impossible to solve this. He could increase the number of system soldiers among the ordinary soldiers, using the system soldiers who obeyed Li Chen's orders 100% to act as officers and control the ordinary soldiers. But he currently only had a limit of 110 system soldiers, which was not enough. "It's time to become a king," Li Chen muttered to himself. In Mount and Blade 2, as long as a player's family level reaches level 3 or above and occupies a town, they can declare themselves king. After becoming king, one gains their own country, and the number of troops a king can lead increases by 100.
After becoming king, the national policy system is also unlocked, which includes a policy called the King's Guard, granting another 100 troops. Additionally, the king can send NPC subordinates to lead troops or directly turn them into lords. Once a lord has their own castle, they can develop independently. In short, as long as he becomes king, Li Chen can gain a large number of soldier slots with many benefits. A few days later, Li Chen returned to Poloya with his troops, gathering all the forces at the governor's mansion to begin the coronation ceremony. Li Chen stood on the walls of the governor's mansion. With nearly 10,000 goblins arranged in formation below, numerous flags fluttering, and a chilling atmosphere driving away the small fry. Goblin spears, goblin bows, dog-headed shamans, Miss Hannah, and Night Leo stood solemnly behind Li Chen. Li Chen selected the town of Poloya in his mind, clicked on the governor, and set the dog-headed shaman as the governor of Poloya. He said to the dog-headed shaman, it's time, we should establish our own kingdom. The dog-headed shaman immediately knelt and shouted, my lord is wise. What should we name our kingdom? The dog-headed shaman seemed to be controlled by something, mechanically reciting this line. At the same time, an input box popped up in Li Chen's mind. The name of your country is the Alliance of Intelligent Beings. The dog wizard shouted again. Your Majesty, what culture should the kingdom uphold? Two cultural options sprang to Li Chen's mind. One was the native culture of the goblins, and the other was the culture of the place he now ruled, the Sarsos culture. Li Chen directly chose the goblin native culture. Just as he finished selecting, a special system notification rang in his ears. Ding dong! The Alliance of Intelligent Beings has been established. This country may embark on a new journey or disappear into the tide of history, my lord. Go and create your history. The dog wizard spread his arms and shouted. Great Goblin King, enslaver of all races, scourge of the world, destroyer of gods, the one true master of the magical forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff? Xin Shi Huang. At this great moment, please say something to your warriors. Li Chen stood at the highest point of the city wall, looking down at the perfectly arranged army formations below, various swords, guns, and armor reflecting the sunlight. In the front row were 4 cannons and ogre artillery, followed by 10 small formations of gun-wielding goblins, then a heavy infantry formation of 2,500 big goblins. Further back were formations of goblin recruits with crossbows and spears, and finally, a security force composed of 500 humans. They all gazed at Li Chen, and at that moment, they felt a special power compelling them to look at the person on the city wall. As Li Chen looked at these soldiers, a surge of pride welled up in his heart. After all this time struggling in another world, he had finally raised a force strong enough to shake the world. As the pride surged within him, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. The kingdom of Sarsos declares war on you. The kingdom of Resalmon declares war on you. The kingdom of Akusi declares war on you. The kingdom of Donovan declares war on you. The Elven Empire declares war on you. The Dwarven Kingdom declares war on you. The Orc Alliance declares war on you. At a glance, the world was filled with enemies. But Li Chen was not afraid. Instead, he felt that all these factions were nothing but a bunch of clucking chickens. He looked at the soldiers and spoke in a powerful voice. All goblins, all monsters, all intelligent beings, who have been discriminated against by self-proclaimed superior mainstream races, cursed by the so-called gods who claim to be loving and tolerant. For thousands of years, hypocritical and cunning humans have wrapped themselves in the guise of wisdom, calling us by derogatory names like monsters. Proud and arrogant elves have cloaked themselves in nobility, using vile terms to describe us. The evil and arrogant gods have wrapped themselves in greatness, using discriminatory language like weeds to evaluate us. I attacked a human village. The person who says this will be called a criminal by them. I exterminated a goblin tribe. And the person who says this will be called a hero by them. Why? Why is it that when they attack us, it is called justice, but when we attack them, it is called evil? Why is it that when they assault us, it is called a wise and just victory, but when we retaliate, it is called a cunning and evil ambush? Why is their slaughter of us called the cleansing of evil, while our military counterattacks are called invasions? Why? What is the reason? Before, I was perplexed by this matter, but now I finally understand the reason. It's simple, because they do not fear us. They do not fear us. Because they do not fear us, they call themselves great, wise, and brave intelligent beings. Because they do not fear us, they call us evil, shameless, and vile monsters, referring to us as wild creatures that provide resources for their development. Ever since their gods schemed against our gods in a despicable manner, they have become even more unrestrained. They drape all the beautiful qualities of the world over themselves, while pinning all the vile traits on us. They can commit countless cruel acts against us without a shred of remorse, calling it justice, yet refuse to accept any retaliation from us, labeling it as evil. They define themselves as wise beings with legitimate rights, while excluding us from the ranks of intelligent creatures. Li Chen grew more and more agitated, more and more exhilarated, waving his fists and roaring, his voice carrying so that everyone present could hear him clearly. The old 10th Company of the Punishment Army, who had followed Li Chen from the beginning, wore serious expressions. They were all level 4 or even level 5 soldiers, exceptionally intelligent.
and they felt the anger in Li Chen's words. The goblins born in Sarsos felt uneasy. The awakening of national consciousness is inherently unsettling. After all, it transforms them from carefree beasts into social beings. Li Chen's speech. Conti had 2,500 heavily armored goblins engage in combat, then selected the victors to serve as officers, using the system to recruit them, thus allowing him to control a large army. The benefits of claiming kingship didn't stop there. Li Chen found partners in the family management interface. His current partners included Dog Witch, Miss Hannah, Scarlet Queen, and Zihayton. Li Chen was now a level 3 family, able to create 3 independent troops. He appointed Dog Witch, Miss Hannah, and the Soul State Zihayton as troop commanders, allowing them to independently lead a unit and recruit heavily armored goblins nearby to fill their ranks. In Mountain Blade 2, the number of troops an NPC can command is related to their commanding and management skills. Dog Witch had previously been a leader of a tribe with high management and commanding skills, and surprisingly could command 150 troops, but Miss Hannah and Zihayton were quite unfortunate. One could command 65, the other 75. Both were specialized in magical social skills, so it was normal for them to be lacking in other areas. Regardless, this provided Li Chen with nearly 300 system soldiers who could be placed at the front during battle. These fearless system soldiers could easily inspire the courage of other soldiers. Outside the governor's mansion, the 2,500 heavily armored goblins began to fight for power. Once they determined the victor, Li Chen would appoint the winner as a company commander. He planned to reorganize the heavy infantry into 25 companies plus the 10 existing companies of the Punishment Army, totaling 35 companies and 3,500 men, to head north tomorrow and attempt to take down a noble army in one direction. Li Chen led his men towards the city granary, intending to fill the cavalry storage with food, as in reality, the troops carried no supplies and would strike in a rapid deployment. However, after taking a few steps, he was stopped by someone. The severely disfigured goblin, holding his mother, a cheetah dancer, knelt before Li Chen. Your Majesty, he called out, mimicking how those around him addressed Li Chen. It's you. Do you have something to say to me? Li Chen recognized this goblin, the one who made him realize that goblins could also experience love. For this reason, he had arranged for this individual and his mother to stay at the governor's mansion for close observation. However, during this time, he had been leading troops outside to suppress bandits and hadn't observed anything particularly special. The disfigured goblin swallowed hard, his body trembling, a natural instinct of goblin blood towards the strong. Li Chen was the strongest goblin he had ever seen, not only adorned in magnificent armor and weapons but also possessing a social status that crushed him, an existence he could not look directly at. But for the sake of his mother, he bravely voiced his request. Your Majesty, I want to join the Punishment Army. Li Chen was taken aback, not expecting the child to say such a thing. He had arranged for him and his mother to stay at the governor's mansion out of selfishness. The love this goblin displayed had stirred Li Chen's compassion, preventing him from subjecting him to the brutal military training and keeping him close. But who would have thought that this individual would have such high awareness and voluntarily enlist? Have you thought this through? The Alliance's military law is very cruel. Sometimes, even if you don't make a mistake, you could die due to a teammate's foolishness. The disfigured goblin's face was resolute as he held his mother's hand, for the first time looking directly into Li Chen's eyes. Your Majesty, I am certain. I want to enlist. I've watched from behind the fence, and I know I can endure that training. Li Chen asked again, are you really sure? Do you know how precious the choice you have now is to others? He answered very firmly, without a hint of hesitation. Your Majesty, I am sure. I want to join the Punishment Army. I want to uphold the order of the Alliance, and I want to protect my mother. Li Chen looked deeply at this individual. Do you have a name? The disfigured goblin replied, my mother calls me Kanda. Kanda, this word, means little beast in Orcish, similar to how a human mother calls her child little baby. Kanda, I remember you. From now on, you are a member of the Punishment Army. Gobspear. Yes. Give him a set of armor. Give him a standard firearm. Let him go to the most dangerous places. Let him fight in the front lines. Gobspear hesitated. Boss, he's not even a big goblin. He can't even carry a firearm. Sending him to the front lines might just make him a burden to the troops. It's fine, I will grant him strength. Let him become a big goblin. You teach him how to be part of the Punishment Army. Li Chen took out a hand cannon with plus 10 damage from the warehouse and handed it to Kanda. Kanda, I hope you won't disappoint me. The Alliance will take good care of your mother. Even if you die in battle, your mother will receive military benefits and someone will look after her until she passes away. This is the meaning of the order you are maintaining. After saying this, Li Chen left, his expression somewhat pleased. Kanda's voluntary enlistment in the army was to protect his mother. His understanding of this made Li Chen more confident about the future of the Alliance, believing that other goblins would surely have similar thoughts. A few days later, north of Boya, in an area called Red Shirt Forest. This area is filled with a large number of redwood trees which display a beautiful red color. In spring, summer, and autumn, Nobles enjoy autumn hunting here, establishing a permanent presence and creating large clearings. Now, this clearing is filled with a continuous line of tents, with thousands of them in sight, housing tens of thousands of people. This is a military force gathered by over 30 nobles from the northern region of the Ha Green province, consisting of 4,000 professional soldiers and 8,000 militia auxiliaries. They have been gathering here for more than half a month, waiting for the promised military supplies from Count Fisher to arrive before heading south. Today is a good day. 1,000 farmers are driving 500 earth dragon beasts here. These monsters are the size of tricycles, pulling large carts piled with several tons of food. This military supply is enough for the 12,000 troops to head south. The leader of this army is Count Mishuz, who warmly welcomed the supply convoy and then ordered a feast for the entire army, planning to set off the next morning after the celebration. However, not long after the celebration order was given, a messenger rushed into the main tent in a panic to report, "My lord, enemy troops have been discovered 20 miles south of Red Shirt Forest." Count Mishuz, who was drinking red wine, nearly choked. What? Enemies? Where did they come from? He felt something was wrong with his ears. In this situation where everyone was an enemy, how could the understrength demon army dare to march north? My lord, our scouts have confirmed that there are over 3,000 enemies, all goblins. They must have followed the tracks of the supply convoy. Count Mishuz frowned, pondered for a moment, and directly threw away his wine glass. The demon army has some nerve to take the initiative, but unfortunately, they are a step too late. The supplies have already arrived. Now, let them pay the price for their slowness. Gather the troops and prepare for battle. The camp erupted with the sound of military horns. The soldiers in the camp, already well rested, reacted quickly, finding their respective nobles and forming ranks to await orders. Count Mishuz rode a black horse to the front of the formation and shouted to his vassals, "Everyone, just now, my scouts informed me that a demon army actually dared to leave Boya and march north to our homeland, and they number only 3,000. Ha ha ha, I suspect the leader of the demon army must be out of his mind." The lords laughed in response. "Everyone, this demon army must be trying to intercept the supply convoy, but they were a step too late. Now is just right. You all have eaten and drunk enough. We must make sure they come and go without return. Everyone, move quickly. There are only 3,000 of them. If we preserve our strength, we can ask Count Fisher for military merit later." The nobles laughed heartily, drawing their swords in cheer. Who would have thought that after half a month of leisure here, they would receive military achievements as well? Very good, very good. After Count Mishuz stirred the atmosphere, he pointed forward with his sword. "Advance. Eliminate the enemy at the Shanshu Gorge." The so-called Shanshu Gorge is an open space within a vast redshirt forest, featuring a gap about 700 meters wide and 3 kilometers long amidst the densely growing redshirts. Due to its unique terrain, this place is practically a natural battlefield, having witnessed countless private duels among lords. It is nearly impossible to hide large troop formations within the redshirt forest, so both sides would line up their forces directly, competing in numbers and armor, relying solely on brute strength, rendering any tactical schemes useless. When Count Mishuz led his troops to Shanshu Gorge, he was surprised to find the enemy had arrived early, standing neatly in formation across from him, which left him somewhat displeased. But there was nothing to be done. The enemy had fewer numbers and a more agile force, so it was only natural they arrived sooner. Form up, line up, Count Mishuz methodically arranged his troops, and his soldiers began to move, soon standing in square formations. He brought a total of 12,000 men, of which 4,000 were professional soldiers clad in impenetrable full armor. The remaining militia were considerably less impressive, but they were also equipped with spears and armed clothing. Upon seeing the monstrous army across from him, the Count was taken aback. The front line of the monster army was clad in full plate armor, uniformly wielding shields, swords, axes, and maces, which was quite unsettling. Damn it! These armaments must have been seized from the Boya garrison, those useless gluttons of Boya. How could so many precious weapons end up in the hands of monsters? Count Mishuz was furious. Being from the Haluan province, he felt pained by the significant losses suffered by the local armed forces. "Send my orders. Push forward with all our might and overwhelm the enemy. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo, woo woo woo." The sound of military horns rang out as the human formation began to advance, over 12,000 strong marching forward, the sound of their footsteps and the clanking of armor creating a thunderous noise, appearing extremely intimidating. Any poorly organized army witnessing this might consider fleeing. The noble lords began to chat and laugh, even starting to bet on whether the monster army would turn and run. However, to their disappointment, the monster army stood there, unmoving, not even making a sound, which caused some nobles to feel a bit uneasy. The lesser nobles, to ensure their troops maintained order during the march, moved very slowly, almost like a leisurely stroll, stopping occasionally to adjust their formations. Perhaps finding their pace too slow, the monster army unexpectedly began to sing. The singing was incredibly powerful, with around 3,000 voices harmonizing perfectly, as if one person were singing, clearly a result of long training. The nobles stirred. The monsters were actually singing.
Although the nobles could not understand Goblin language, they sensed something was off. Such synchronized singing was no simple feat, indicating strict military discipline, individual trust in the collective, and mutual cooperation. The nobles' expressions gradually darkened. They were curious. What were the goblins singing about? Beside Count Mrs. stood a mage advisor who perked up his ears, activating a translation spell to translate the lyrics word by word for everyone to hear. Raise your muskets against the infantry. Fix your bayonets against the cavalry. Souls united under the banner of the round star, blood-soaked defenders of the Alliance. The flag of the Alliance flutters in the air. Sons of the monster forest, great Alliance nation. Ogres charge forward, spider cavalry brave and fearless. Freedom belongs only to the fearless warriors. Fight for the brothers of the Alliance, die for your Alliance. Born in the Alliance for the sake of order. Unless we are shackled, we will never retreat. Unless we fall here, we will not yield. Neck guards, battle gear, muskets, bayonets. Crocodile armor protects us from blades and bullets. Lift your heads and sing, raise your bayonets. Marching in line, we shall no longer fear. The nobles listened to the translation, their faces displaying an odd expression. A young noble asked in confusion, "Is this a military song?" The crowd fell silent. Weren't monsters supposed to be chaotic and barbaric? How could they have something like a military song? Count Mrs. snorted coldly. So what if they can sing? My jester can sing too. Look, our troops are advancing, and the enemy will soon melt away like snowflakes. On the battlefield, the human phalanx advanced slowly, their ranks orderly, now within 20 meters. Of the monster army, soldiers on both sides could almost see each other's eyes through the gaps in their visors. Li Chen was in the third row of the formation. Due to his tall stature, he could see the enemy approaching over the heads of the soldiers. Raise shields. He put a whistle in his mouth and began to blow. The sharp sound echoed as other commanders controlling the troops joined in. The whistling resonated throughout the formation, lifting the spirits of those within. In the next moment, soldiers from both sides shouted and collided, the clanging of weapons ringing out. Both sides were armored figures, wearing masks and helmets, clad in full plate armor, with chainmail at the joints. Their weapons were long swords, axes, and maces, making a loud clanging sound, yet very few managed to break through the defenses. Plate armor, once donned, essentially rendered one immune to cold weapon attacks, let alone armor-piercing weapons. What kind of strength could break through plate armor? Shield bashes were ineffective. Plate armor was a hard shell specifically designed to defend against shield strikes, and only a few unfortunate souls were knocked out by heavy maces. The armored figures clashed together, various weapons clanging against each other. In the cramped space of the formation, where people were packed tightly, there was little room to swing weapons, making the efficiency of killing very low. As the battle dragged on, some became desperate, discarding their weapons to grab at the gaps in the enemy's armor, pulling them into their own ranks. Others were toppled over, trampled by dozens of large feet, unable to stand, creating utter chaos. If this continued, the noble forces would rely on their greater numbers to exhaust the stamina of the punitive troops, pin them down, and stab at the gaps with daggers, slowly wearing them down. Fortunately, the punitive troops had access to high-efficiency combat weapons. Li Chen held the whistle in his mouth and began to blow in a special rhythm, and responses from other parts of the formation echoed back. He took out a demolition barrel, lit the fuse, and with a powerful thrust, he pressed down his body, launching the 13-kilogram barrel over 20 meters into the continuous enemy ranks. At the same time, several level 5 soldiers scattered along the line, relying on their immense strength, ran out with 5 or 6 demolition barrels. These barrels crashed into the enemy ranks, knocking a few people over without drawing attention. The demolition barrels slowly burned their fuses among hundreds of armored legs, then erupted with a force not of this world. Boom, 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 boom. A series of violent explosions occurred, sending numerous bodies flying into the air, blood and guts splattering everywhere. The crowd was swept away by the shockwave of the explosions, and most could not get back up, creating several large clearings in the mass of people. The crowd erupted in intense screams, bewildered by what had happened. Chaos ensued. In the distance, the nobles stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Count Mashuza's horse was startled, and he struggled to calm it down as he looked toward the front lines, which were in chaos due to the explosions. The demon army took the opportunity to steadily advance, swallowing their infantry into the ranks and stabbing through the gaps in their helmets with bayonets to kill them. Damn it! What is that? Is it magic? The mage advisor beside Count Mashuz also widened his eyes. Upon hearing the Count's question, he quickly shook his head. No, there are no magical fluctuations, and an individual cannot unleash such powerful magic. Count Mashuz panicked. What is it? What on earth is it? That. The mage advisor was at a loss for words. At that moment, there was another change on the battlefield. From the edge of the battlefield, deep within the redwood forest, came thunderous booms, and occasionally, white smoke could be seen shooting out. A scream erupted from the dense ranks of human soldiers, and then they began to fall in droves. Count Mashuz's eyes widened. What's going on? Is the enemy hiding troops in the forest? What kind of attack is that? Indeed, before the battle began, Li Qin had hidden the Punishment Army's old 10th Company, armed with firearms, in the forests on both sides, instructing them to launch an attack after the sound of the explosive barrels. Now, the firearms were wreaking havoc, attacking the human infantry from the side. The forest couldn't form ranks, it was all scattered troops. With so many enemies packed together, they didn't bother with orderly firing, it was a direct, indiscriminate rapid-fire assault. The sound of gunfire echoed through the forest, with a barrage of bullets striking the side of the human formation, almost every shot claiming the life of a heavily armored soldier. The new firearms had a rapid firing rate capable of shooting about 10 rounds per minute, and the continuous attacks stirred up waves of screams among the human soldiers. The human soldiers were in a panic, the sound of the firearms was deafening, like thunder. And then, inexplicably, soldiers began to fall without knowing what was attacking them. Fear spread like paint dropped into water, quickly expanding. Another set of explosive barrels crashed into the human formation, sending bodies flying into the air, and their morale finally shattered. A rout occurred, the human soldiers wanted to flee, but those in front wanted to run, while the militia behind, untouched, continued to push forward, and attacks from both sides came raining down. In an instant, the human soldiers found themselves trapped, unable to escape above or below, forced to endure the damage. Attack! Advance! No retreat! Count Michoud shouted loudly. Although the enemy had some special weapon, he felt that his numbers were many times greater than theirs, and as long as they forced their way in, they would surely be able to resolve the situation. However, the sound of gunfire continued unabated, and from time to time, earth-shattering explosions erupted within the ranks. After the appearance of the firearms, they quickly occupied the battlefield's ecological niche with their deadly attributes, and the human soldiers were suffering horrific casualties. The firearm goblins methodically loaded and fired, unaffected by the absence of lined-up comrades, and being in the safety of the forest, their hand speed was rapid, creating a misty white haze around them. This white mist obscured the vision of the firearm goblins, but it didn't matter. The human soldiers were standing quite densely, and there was no need to aim. They could just point in the general direction and fire, and they would hit. Over 900 firearm goblins scattered throughout the forests between the redwoods, continuously unleashing firepower, causing many casualties on both sides of the human line. After suffering about 10% casualties, the human soldiers' morale had not completely collapsed, but the lords could no longer endure it. If this continued, they would suffer tremendous losses. The mournful sound of the military horn rang out, and the militia in the rear, untouched, began to retreat, followed by over 2,000 heavily armored formations trying to escape. However, over 1,000 heavily armored soldiers and the Punishment Army were caught together and could no longer withdraw. Damn it! Damn it! Count Mizius trembled with rage. In just a short while, he had lost at least over 1,000 of his most precious heavy armored legion, with another 1,000 trapped and unable to retreat. Such losses had wiped out decades of his family's accumulation, and his vassals were on the verge of tears. My lord, one vassal stammered, the demon army has mastered a special weapon. It seems to be true. What should we do? They had learned from Baron Zao and the nobles fleeing from Boya that the demon army possessed a weapon that sounded like thunder, but their cognitive inertia had led them to ignore such a weapon. Now, they were tasting the bitter consequences. After a moment of changing expressions, Count Mizius ordered, "Retreat first, we will." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden metallic distortion echoed from his chest, and an immense force knocked him off his horse. Chaos erupted among the nobles. Count Mizius tried to get up, but he saw a hole the size of a thumb appear in his ornate breastplate, blood gushing out from it. I'm injured. His strength quickly drained away, his eyes rolled back, and he died instantly. In the distant forest, Goblin Bao watched as the human nobles ran in all directions, slowly putting away his large gun. His mission was complete. If it weren't for the noble's splendid armor, he wouldn't have recognized who the human leader was. With the enemy leader dead, the various minor lords began to flee with their troops, leading to a massive rout. The Punishment Army began to steadily eliminate the 1,000 heavy armored enemies who were held back. These enemies were surrounded by the newly formed 25th Company of the Punishment Army, roughly 1 against 3, being hammered down with hammers and axes, the sounds ringing out. If anyone accidentally fell, it was over. Several big goblins would pounce on the enemy, pinning their hands and feet, pulling off their helmets, and stabbing them with daggers. The two sides struggled for about 5 minutes, and the Punishment Army, leveraging their numerical advantage, surrounded the remaining human soldiers. The human soldiers also slowly gathered together, back to back, to fend off the incoming attacks. At this point, both sides were exhausted, panting like dogs, struggling to breathe through their masks. The fighting was tense, heart rates soaring, and after swinging their weapons a dozen times, their lungs felt like they were on fire. However, in this chaotic scene, fewer than 100 had actually died from cold weapons. Both sides had high defense and low attack, making the killing efficiency painfully low. Now that the Punishment Army had surrounded the enemy, they stood there gasping for breath, in a stalemate. But it didn't last long. The gun-wielding goblin pushed aside the comrades in front of him, stepped to the front, and aimed at the clustered human soldiers. To fire.
The sound of gunfire echoed through the encirclement, and the human soldiers were ruthlessly shot down. The armor designed to counter cold weapons was no different from tofu in front of the firearms, pierced through with a single thrust. Human soldiers fell like snowflakes, and with each gunshot, someone dropped, filling them with immense fear, prompting them to shout and attempt to break out. But now the encirclement was completely blocked, and neither side had the strength to push through. The gun-wielding goblin aimed over his comrade's shoulder, pressing the gun's muzzle against the enemy's face to shoot, causing human soldiers to dissolve like snowflakes. 20 minutes later, the surrounded 1,000 heavy-armored soldiers were annihilated. Li Chen shouted loudly, "Everyone, form up!" The military whistle sounded again, and the soldiers, dragging their weary bodies, formed into ranks. With a wave of his hand, Li Chen led the troops steadily in the direction the enemy had retreated. The recent battle had only taken out a portion of the enemy's elite. The main force was still intact, and the strategic mission was not yet complete. Once Li Chen organized the troops, he began the pursuit, chasing for over 10 kilometers but catching no one. The main enemy had fled half an hour earlier, and they were out of reach, but it didn't matter. Li Chen knew the enemy was running ahead, and he didn't seek to catch up, just to scatter them would suffice. The more scattered the enemy troops became, the harder it was to regroup them. However, Li Chen did not dare to let up on the pursuit, fearing the enemy might counterattack. So the troops maintained their formation, which slowed their speed considerably. Li Chen led the chase for over an hour when a convoy appeared ahead. The convoy was moving very slowly, leaving behind a large number of tire tracks that clearly indicated they were carrying very heavy goods. The farmers in the convoy, seeing the demon army closing in, shouted in panic and ran away, leaving behind 500 massive trailers pulled by earth dragons. Li Chen rushed over to take control of the trailers, while the 500 earth dragons leisurely grazed in place. Earth dragons were native creatures of this other world, resembling extinct dinosaurs, covered in scales, with very sturdy limbs, about the size of a tricycle, possessing great endurance and strength, and a broad diet that made them easy to raise. These animals were excellent for both hauling goods and plowing fields, and their presence had completely pushed cattle out of their ecological niche. In human society, cattle had fallen to a status similar to that of pigs and sheep, reduced to mere livestock for meat. Of course, for goblins, these creatures had other uses. An earth dragon could give birth to 5 to 10 goblin offspring at once and could reproduce continuously, making them strong competitors to wood rats. Li Chen jumped onto one of the trailers, pulled back the tarpaulin, revealing it filled to the brim with grain. There were 500 earth dragons and 500 large trailers, all loaded with food. Goblin Spear ran up to Li Chen, rubbing his hands in excitement. "This is great, boss. With so much food, we can increase our numbers by several thousand." They had been with Li Chen the longest and understood his strategy. If they could transport this food back and convert it into goblins, their strength would rise another level, and the number of soldiers they could control would increase, thus expanding their power. Li Chen shook his head regretfully. "Gather all the food and burn it. Kill all the earth dragons." Goblin Spear was stunned. "Boss, so much food. Are we really going to burn it all? And think of how many companions we could breed with those earth dragons." Li Chen shot a glance at Goblin Spear. "Goblin Spear, have you forgotten our strategic objective for coming here? We came to eliminate the enemy troops in one direction, not to gather supplies. Remember the mission." Goblin Spear shrank his neck. Fine, greed had clouded his mind just now, and he hadn't thought it through. The enemy's main force was still present. They needed to be light on their feet and couldn't carry heavy supplies. As for splitting the troops and bringing the earth dragons back, that would require at least 1,000 men. If they were discovered by the enemy on the way back to the city, it would be disastrous. Goblin Spear felt heartbroken but still obeyed the order, directing the troops to herd the earth dragons together and then shooting them with firearms aimed at their necks. The poor earth dragons, unaware of anything, died in the struggle for the interests of the bipedal beasts, ascending to the earth dragon star. The grain was piled together, and 10 incinerator goblins gathered their fireball spells, throwing them into the pile of food, which quickly ignited into a roaring fire that engulfed the grain and the bodies of the earth dragons. "What a pity, what a pity!" Goblin Spear lamented, slapping his leg in distress. At that moment, Kanda, now dressed as a firearms soldier, approached him from behind, puzzled and asking, "Captain, why are you so upset? Isn't it the boss's order?" Kanda had already become a big goblin, having been promoted to a level 3 goblin archer by Li Chen, and was learning how to be a soldier alongside Goblin Spear, but due to his short time in the army, he still couldn't understand some things. Goblin Spear instantly turned serious, staring at Kanda. "Kid, remember this, the boss is the smartest among us. No matter what doubts you have in your heart, when the boss gives an order, you must execute it 100%. Because the boss is always right." "Is the boss always right?" Kanda scratched his head. Gobu Spear slapped his helmet. "Kid, take off the maybe, the boss is always right. You shout 3 times right now, the boss is always right." Kanda stood at attention and shouted, "The boss is always right. The boss is always right. The boss is always right." Gobu Spear patted Kanda's shoulder with satisfaction. "Kid, even though I don't know why, I can see that the boss values you a lot. You must perform well, and it won't be long before you become an officer too." Can I really become an officer? Kanda's tone was a bit unnatural. To him, every officer was stronger than him, someone he had to look up to. His white moonlight. Could he really become an officer? Gobu's spear slapped his helmet again. The boss said, "A goblin who doesn't want to be an officer isn't a good goblin. All goblins should strive to be officers." Shout 3 times 4. Me, I want to be an officer. Kanda stood at attention again and loudly shouted 3 times that he wanted to be an officer. Gobu's spear was very pleased. He drew the sword bestowed by Li Chen and waved it in front of Kanda. "See this? This is what the boss gave me when I became a camp leader. It's beautiful, do you want it?" Kanda's eyes were fixed on the sword. It was the most magnificent item he had ever seen. "I want it. I want it. Wanting it is right. Work hard. For me, obey military orders, and strive for military achievements. When you become an officer, the boss will reward you with a sword too." Gobu's spear was even more satisfied. The boss loved proactive people, and he remembered that Gobu ran that guy who just said what he wanted and rushed to take credit for achievements. Look, he stood out. As the long-standing officer of Gobu, seeing his subordinates succeed made him feel proud, so he passed on all this to Kanda. Kanda became excited for the sword, and also to protect his mother's alliance order, he had to strive to become an officer. "I will work hard for the commander. I want to be an officer too. I want the sword rewarded by the boss." Kanda, this special goblin, had his ambitions stirred up. In the following days, Li Chen led his troops to rampage in the northern region of Halvreen. His troops did not bring supplies, all the food was stored in the cavalry warehouse, and the army moved very quickly. They saw a castle and blew it up, rushed in for a killing spree, and after killing, they directly destroyed it, turning the castle into ruins. Li Chen distributed the food and gold piled up in the castle to the surrounding serfs and sent out the security forces to promote land distribution and the abolition of slavery. In less than 2 weeks, the northern part of Halvreen province was engulfed in chaos. After the northern lord was defeated, it became very difficult for Harry to regroup. Xiao Gu's troops could not contend with the punitive army at all. The entire northern region was in disarray, lacking the ability to deploy troops. Let alone sending troops, no one knew how long it would take to restore order. Li Chen felt it was about time. The soldiers were at their physical limits, so he ordered the troops to return to the capital, Boya. Just 2 days after the troops returned to Boya and had not yet rested, Li Chen received a report from scouts that Count Fischer's vanguard cavalry had entered the territory within 100 miles. After Gobu ran the team back to the city, the cavalry squad was led by the deputy squad leader. He led the cavalry to scout around and saw a human cavalry unit entering the surrounding area of Boya, so he immediately returned to Boya to report to Li Chen. At that moment, Li Chen was training soldiers at the governor's office. Upon hearing the report, he thought, finally, they are coming. Li Chen asked the deputy squad leader, "How many enemy cavalry are there?" "Boss, I saw that the enemy cavalry has only about 300 men. They scattered to scout as soon as they entered our controlled area." Li Chen nodded. This number was normal. With the ongoing world war outside, most of the regular armed forces in Halvreen province had been redeployed, especially the organized cavalry units, which had all been sent to other battlefields. This 300 cavalry was probably gathered from several lords' messengers. Li Chen ordered the cavalry deputy company commander, "Relay my orders to recall all troops from the outer castle." Li Chen had previously captured 10 castles, which were filled with goblin recruits benefiting from the castle's upgrade bonuses. With this wave returning, over 2,000 new recruits should have resulted in more than 200 upgrading to big goblins. Li Chen ordered the troops to halt military training. The enemy's large army was approaching, and they needed to conserve their strength for the confrontation. Li Chen knew that behind the cavalry reconnaissance unit was Count Fischer's main force, nearly 70,000 strong, and with a supply train, the troops would likely extend over 10 kilometers. Li Chen wanted to take some people out to engage and see if they could halt the enemy's advance. This time, he wouldn't bring heavy infantry. Only the old 10th Company of the Punishment Army, firing their guns and then retreating, focusing on guerrilla warfare. However, he was currently unaware of the enemy's large force situation and needed intelligence support. Li Chen instructed the cavalry deputy company commander, "Disperse your cavalry to scout the enemy's large force situation, split into several routes, and see if you can sneak into the enemy's rear to find their supply train." The deputy company commander stood at attention and saluted before leading his troops out to scout. Li Chen took out the monster meat stored in the warehouse and distributed it to the soldiers of the old 10th Company of the Punishment Army. This was all crocodile meat, a delicacy for goblins. The old 10th Company of the Punishment Army was exhausted. They had just rushed back from the north with Li Chen, their legs nearly broken, and after only 2 days of rest, they were to strike again. Li Chen distributed the meat to allow the old 10th Company to rest well, as the cavalry would return with intelligence in a few days. Li Chen began patrolling the city, mainly inspecting the city walls. The walls of Boya were very high and thick enough for horses to run on. It was the largest and most prosperous existence in Halvreen. After Li Chen took control of this town, the daily system tax revenue was 30,000 dinars. Li Chen walked along the city walls with the officers, arranging defenses. He pointed to the distant forest and said, "Send someone to set fire to the forest." Goblin Bao asked, "Boss, why set fire?" Li Chen explained, "If the enemy wants to attack the city, they will need to build siege equipment, which requires cutting down trees. By burning the surrounding forest, the enemy will have to source building materials from far away." Goblin Bao understood and went to set the mountain on fire. Li Chen arrived at the section of the city wall that had been blown up with bombs. Part of it had already been blocked, but it remained a weakness of the town. He said to Knight Leo, "Have the security forces recruit some laborers to speed up the walls construction, and also dig 3 trenches outside this section of the wall as deep as they can." Knight Leo acknowledged and went to take care of it. Li Chen turned to the myriad of lights and said to Miss Hannah, "Miss Hannah, take people to spread the word that Count Fisher will plunder for 3 days after breaching the city." Miss Hannah's face showed concern. "My lord, is this true? Plundering for 3 days, that's too." Miss Hannah had followed Li Chen on the northern expedition and captured many noble lords, so she naturally knew that the plundering for 3 days was true. However, she was reluctant to believe it. How many people would die during a military plunder? Li Chen stared into Miss Hannah's eyes. "You know whether it's true or not, go, spread the word well. It's still possible to escape the city now. If we can't hold out and Count Fisher's army enters the city, it will be too late for them to run." Although Count Fisher spoke of plundering and not slaughtering the city, once the army entered, starting with plundering, the soldiers' beastly nature would be unleashed. Could the officers still restrain the soldiers? Or would the officers even try to restrain them? Miss Hannah left with a heavy heart, and Li Chen watched her figure until she disappeared down the city wall. Li Chen's actions were not for the sake of the people of Paloya but to unify their thoughts. The people in the city were all Sarsosians, and Count Fisher's armed forces were from the Sarsos kingdom. It was uncertain whether the townspeople would act as insiders when the two sides clashed. If the news of the plunder could drive some of the population out of the city, it would increase the punitive army's control over the urban area. As for those who couldn't leave, they would worry about whether the plunder news was true. At least they wouldn't cause trouble for Li Chen while defending the city. In the following days, the people of Paloya were restless. City massacres and plundering were very common in this era devoid of humanitarian spirit. It was rumored that the last city breach and plunder occurred 3 years ago, and it was in other provinces of the kingdom of Sassos where 2 great lords had a private feud. The intensity of the war inexplicably spiraled out of control, and one of the lord's heirs died unexpectedly, leading both sides into a life and death struggle. As the battle progressed, one side was breached and the victors unleashed their troops to loot. The death toll was staggering, with half the population wiped out, and even now, the plundered city had not recovered. With this precedent, capable individuals in Paloya began to flee the city to avoid the calamity of war, leading to a sharp decline in the population once again. Those who remained were mostly unable to escape. They had no savings and would die on the road if they tried to run. Li Chen believed that the people left behind were a source of strength, so he sent Miss Hannah to promote daily in the streets, talking about plundering, killing, and arson, which eventually escalated to massacres, with Count Fisher becoming a demon, leading an army that turned into a demonic force. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen had Knight Leo expand the military, and the security forces quickly grew to 2,000. Of course, 2,000 men had little combat power and were sent by Li Chen to transport logs and rocks. To win the people's hearts, he also opened the granaries, distributing a small amount of grain, enough for 3 days per person, with the security forces going door to deliver it. This action directly boosted the goodwill of the Paloya citizens to 50, and there should be no more backstabbing actions. In that moment, there was a sense of military-civilian unity in the city. Truly, goblins were dying for their country, and dog-headed people were guarding the gates. One could only wonder what Count Fisher would think upon seeing this. However, amidst this harmonious atmosphere, an extremely heinous incident occurred. A goblin rookie squad actually fled en masse, with some being intercepted by veterans. But upon roll call, it was discovered that a small team had slipped away. When Li Chen personally led troops to search the city and found this team, the tragedy had already occurred. My daughter! My daughter! In a shack in the slums of Paloya, a man was weeping bitterly while holding a girl. The girl was already lifeless, with a pool of blood beneath her. A large crowd of impoverished people surrounded the shack, peering in and pointing. The security forces were nearby, struggling to maintain order, with 90% of their personnel recruited from the slums. The slum dwellers had no livelihood and could only enlist. After Li Chen's previous order to put out fires, they joined the security forces without much psychological burden. But the scene unfolding now left the security forces at a loss. A squad of goblin rookies somehow escaped from the barracks and sneaked into a household on the edge of the slum at night. Fortunately, a company of security forces was stationed in the slums, and they were quickly called over by the residents. However, by the time the security forces arrived, it was too late. Everything that should not have happened had already happened. The security forces could only corner the 10 goblin rookies against a wall, blocking their escape, but they had no idea what to do next. To put it bluntly, they were now like a bunch of cowards. How could they dare to act against the master's household? So now, with over 100 of them, they could only trap the 10 goblin rookies in the corner, yet no one dared to take action. Of course, the 10 goblin rookies were terrified, huddled in the corner, afraid to move. The surrounding impoverished people were furious. This was too heinous, and people kept shouting to kill them. The security forces didn't dare to act. Their current identity was quite awkward, and they were very afraid. If they killed these 10 goblins, would they be shot by the demonic army? Although the performance of the demon army after entering the city was more merciful than that of the most benevolent lord, a demon is still a demon. For thousands of years, people have perceived demons as cruel, tyrannical, and chaotic beings. Therefore, the local security forces did not dare to take action. Instead, they surrounded the goblin recruits, becoming a shield to protect these 10 guys. Otherwise, they would have been torn apart by the angry poor long ago. Just as public anger was about to turn into a rebellion, a commotion arose from the back of the crowd, and suddenly someone shouted that the demon army was coming, causing the crowd to scatter in a rush. Li Chen led his troops to the scene, pushing aside the security forces blocking his way, revealing the 10 goblin recruits cowering in a corner. These 10 guys were completely naked, and their weapons were nowhere to be found. At first glance, one might think they had gone feral. Li Chen coldly asked, "Where are your armor and spears?" The 10 goblin recruits trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. The killing intent radiating from Li Chen triggered the goblins' instinctive fear of the strong, and they began to realize the seriousness of the situation. Li Chen glanced at a middle-aged man crying while holding his daughter and said to Miss Hannah, "Go see if there's still a chance to save them." Miss Hannah hurried over to check and then shook her head. "The blood has dried, they are already dead." Li Chen turned to survey the crowd of poor people. Nearly the entire slum had gathered, amounting to 7 or 8,000. They looked at Li Chen with hopeful eyes, eager to see how this great leader of demons would handle the situation. The poor were indeed the foundation of Li Chen's support in Boya. Previously, he had ordered fire rescues, gaining considerable goodwill among the impoverished. Li Chen would not sacrifice his support base to shield a few guilty soldiers. Moreover, military law is merciless. Goblin Bao approached Li Chen and whispered, "My lord, I found out." The matter was quite simple. Li Chen had led his troops north, drawing away all the elite veterans from the Punishment Army's old 10th Company, which resulted in lax supervision of the recruit camp. The makeshift wooden fence Li Chen ordered to be built was unstable, and the recruits would often peek through the gaps, seeing the bustling crowd outside, which made them restless. Goblins, as everyone knows, can't help but succumb to their desires over time, and eventually this restlessness reached a breaking point, leading to a mass escape of an entire company. They split into several groups, trying to sneak out, but a few were intercepted by the patrolling goblins. However, one group accidentally slipped through the wall, resulting in this calamity. Li Chen hated that goblins could not control their desires. Such loss of control was devastating to the establishment of order. Therefore, whenever such incidents occurred, he would deal with them severely. Li Chen ordered Goblin Spear, erect 10 wooden stakes, tie these 10 up, and administer punishment. Call the recruits over to witness the consequences of violating military law. Also, the abolition of slavery and land distribution will not be written about anymore. There was originally a lengthy plot surrounding this, but I think it should be cut. 10 wooden stakes were erected in the slum, and the 10 guilty soldiers were tied to them. Li Chen approached the guilty soldiers and coldly asked, "Where are the armor and weapons issued to you by the army? Where did you throw them?" A few goblins did not dare to speak. The killing intent released by Li Chen had frightened them to the point of losing control, their language management system completely unbalanced, rationality reclaiming their minds, and the warnings of the consequences of violating military law echoed in their ears, filled with deep regret. Li Chen snorted coldly and threw a punch, hitting one of the guilty soldiers in the abdomen, causing him to roll his eyes back. Li Chen walked away, and Goblin Spear stepped forward, his expression equally grim. What a damn disgrace, surrounded by the servant army. He also threw a punch, making one of the guilty soldiers vomit. Goblin Bao stepped forward inside. "Alas, I don't blame you, there are too many temptations here. If it were in the Alliance territory, there wouldn't be so many things to lure you into making mistakes, alas." Goblin Bao threw a punch. Next, the commanders of various troops brought the new recruits to spar. At first, the 10 guilty soldiers still had some semblance of humanity, but later they became nothing more than goblin meatballs, ready to be tossed into a hot pot. Don't think the punishment ended there. An entire new recruit company had escaped. Li Chen ordered that all the soldiers of this new recruit company be dragged to the slums, lined up against the wall in front of thousands of impoverished people, and then executed en masse. The goblin captain in charge of managing the new recruit company was stripped of his officer status, and all the instructors of the new recruit company received a collective reprimand, with all rewards for this campaign revoked. On the other hand, the security troops that had blocked the guilty soldiers received commendations, each awarded 10 silver coins. A series of rewards and punishments fell, causing all the officers in the training camp system to suffer consequences, resulting in a scene of despair. Kanda stood among the crowd, watching the guilty soldiers turned into meatballs, his face filled with shock. It was his first time witnessing military law enforcement, and he gained a new understanding of its brutality. Goblin Spear walked over to Kanda, adopting a mentor-like demeanor. "Did you see that? This is the consequence of disobeying military orders. Remember, the boss said, the army is a whole. Don't think that just because you're doing well, everything is fine. You need to keep your eyes open and watch your teammates. If they make mistakes, you must stop them in time. If you can't, you must report it to the commander. Kanda nodded, his extremely disfigured face serious, as he developed a terrifying understanding of the collective. Li Chen's handling of the situation served as an explanation to the people in the slums. Everyone was convinced, ruthless. So damn ruthless. Over 100 people, just like that, executed. What kind of army is this? The military law is truly terrifying. Li Chen approached the family of a victim, a middle-aged man. The man sat on the ground holding his daughter's corpse, at a loss. At first, he harbored deep resentment towards the demon army, but right before his eyes, the demon army had turned 10 assailants into meatballs and executed 100 new recruits. To be honest, with such a 1-for-100 handling method, he really had no resentment left. He just felt lost, knowing he would soon be all alone. Li Chen took a wooden box from his subordinate, opened it to reveal over 30 gleaming gold coins, and placed it in front of the middle-aged man. The man looked at Li Chen in confusion. Li Chen said solemnly, "The lax military discipline is our fault. Now that the guilty soldiers have been dealt with, the tragedy has occurred. The dead cannot be brought back to life, but the living must continue to live. These gold coins are compensation from the punitive military. Take them and start anew." After saying this, he led his team away, leaving behind the bustling crowd. He believed this handling method should quell public grievances in their infancy. However, he deeply detested the chaotic tendencies occasionally displayed by the goblins, and with the great enemy approaching, he ordered the officers beside him, "From now on, strictly investigate military discipline. We will reinstate the 3 strikes and you're out policy. If soldiers sneak out of the camp again, I will hold the regiment commander accountable." Goblin Spear and Goblin Bow instantly felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly assured him, "Boss, don't worry. We will definitely enforce military discipline. Such things will absolutely not happen again." In the following days, the goblins in the new recruit camp suddenly felt the suffocating tightening of military discipline. Even minor mistakes led to beatings, personal time became extremely scarce, and officers paraded around with guns in front of them, their gazes piercing and frightening. Days passed, and the reconnaissance cavalry returned. Count Fisher's army officially entered the Boya jurisdiction, with the vanguard troops stationed at the border of Boya for rest and recuperation. In addition, the reconnaissance cavalry discovered the enemy supply convoy, located 50 miles behind Count Fisher, with various large vehicles transporting military provisions. The convoy stretched for 4 to 5 kilometers, guarded by over 5,000 elite soldiers. Li Chen was overjoyed and immediately gathered the 10th Company of the Punishment Army, planning to sneak out and steal from the enemy's supply convoy. However, before Li Chen could organize his troops to set out, another piece of good news came crashing in. The Alliance's firearms support had arrived. Gobu Pao brought 3 newly formed rifle companies of the Punishment Army, 2 cannons, a large quantity of fixed ammunition, explosive barrels, as well as 500 newly manufactured rifles, 60 hand cannons, and 80 spider cavalry. Li Chen was very surprised upon receiving the news. The timing was off. How could they arrive so quickly? He hurriedly ran outside the city to meet Gobu Pao. Gobu Pao, accompanied by over 80 spider cavalry, stopped at the city gate, with a large pile of ammunition boxes painted black nearby. When Gobu Pao saw Li Chen, he jumped off his spider and shouted, "Boss, mission accomplished. The support has arrived." Li Chen rushed up and patted Gobu Pao hard on the shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. Good. Gobu Pao, you did a great job. Your timing is perfect. You definitely deserve a promotion. From now on, you are the 3rd commander of the Punishment Army, and the 3rd Regiment will be designated as a cavalry regiment. We currently don't have enough cavalry, but I will make sure to fill your ranks when we return. Gobu Pao instantly beamed with joy, his ugly face transforming into a flower. Now he was considered part of the decision-making circle, and the taste of power greatly satisfied the goblin's greedy desires. At that moment, he noticed Gobu Miao raising his eyebrows at him, and he cast a grateful glance at Gobu Miao. If it weren't for this old commander's support, he wouldn't have even survived the cave spider encounter. Li Chen inspected the pile of weapons. The cannons were fine, standard models. He opened a box, tore apart a cardboard cartridge, and found that the gunpowder was not damp, and the waterproof paint job was quite good. Li Chen asked in confusion, "Gobu Pao, how did you return so quickly?" The distance from the Alliance's territory to the Heluan province exceeds 300 kilometers. Previously, Li Chen led the army for over a month, mainly due to the dense vegetation in the mountains making the roads difficult to traverse, with ups and downs, and managing to cover 10 kilometers a day was already a blessing. Gobu Pao could return alone with the news faster, probably within 20 days, but bringing back so much weight would take at least a month. Yet the current situation was that in less than 20 days, Gobu Pao had returned with a large amount of firearms support and 400 combatants. Gobu Pao explained cheerfully, "Boss, it was the big river. We utilized the big river." It turned out that Gobu Pao had ventured out alone to hurry back with the support, reaching the tribe's territory in less than 20 days. Currently, the alliance was being led by Er and Gobude, and upon hearing that Li Chen needed support, they immediately brought out all the weapons produced during that time. Additionally, the National Defense Army had expanded to 5 companies, with 3 companies converted into the Punishment Army, following Gobu Pao to provide support. During this time, the Scarlet Queen had been laying eggs, and they trained over 80 cavalry, which Gobu Pao also brought along. However, Gobu Pao felt that with so many people and so much material, returning the same way would definitely delay things. If the enemy surrounded Boya, the weapons wouldn't be able to get through. He needed to think of a way to speed things up. Then this clever little guy thought of using the big river. The river flowed gently, usually without visible waves, flowing from east to west, conveniently passing through Boya's jurisdiction. Gobu Pao, who used to be part of the hunting team, often passed by the big river and occasionally saw floating logs upstream. He thought, if they could build rafts from the wood and float down the river westward, wouldn't they be able to march day and night without rest? This clever little guy immediately gathered all the carpenters in the alliance to help him cut down trees and make rafts. More than 10 days later, over 100 simple wooden rafts were completed, filled with supplies and personnel, and pushed into the water, then headed westward. The raft convoy traveled day and night, and in less than 5 days they covered a distance that usually took over 30 days. If it weren't for the time spent building the rafts, they could have delivered the support even faster. After hearing Goblin Run's account, Li Chen couldn't help but break into a sweat, thinking to himself that this Goblin kid was really bold, daring to transport troops using rafts. Didn't he fear that the rafts might capsize? Fortunately, luck was on his side, and such an incident did not occur. The support was successfully delivered. This also served as a reminder for Li Chen that the river flowed from east to west, providing a shortcut into the human kingdom. In the future, if he wanted to raid the human kingdom, he could quickly reach it by making rafts. However, the rafts could only be used once. After floating downstream, they would have to be abandoned, and then they would have to return to the alliance on foot. With the new support, Li Chen felt more confident about the raid on Count Fisher. He first distributed the surplus firearms to the goblins, allowing them to stay in the city for training to learn how to use the firearms as quickly as possible, and then he led 1,200 penal troops armed with firearms and 100 mounted spiders out of the city in grand fashion. The army marched westward. And to increase the troops' mobility, Li Chen brought no supplies except for 6 cannons. Not only did he not bring supplies, but he even ordered the penal troops to discard their armor and helmets, abandoning all protective gear for a truly light deployment. With the advantage of light marching, the troops advanced for 2 days and encountered the enemy's main force 80 miles west of Poloya. Count Fisher was indeed the second largest military noble in Poloya. Their reconnaissance units had long discovered Li Chen, and by the time he arrived, they had already formed their battle lines. Thousands of flags flapped loudly in the wind, and tens of thousands of heavily armored soldiers stood in neat rows across a battlefield spanning 3 kilometers, their long spears pointing skyward, reflecting sunlight that was blinding. The location where the two sides met was a vast field of young wheat, lush and green. When the wind blew, the tender wheat swayed like waves, and the terrain was very open. What a pity, such a good wheat field, what a shame. Li Chen sighed and ordered the troops to deploy. This time, he did not adopt a loose line formation but instead concentrated the soldiers into a square formation, guarding around the 6 cannons. He did not intend for the soldiers to engage in close-range shooting, as getting entangled with the enemy would be disastrous. His purpose here was to harass the enemy, and distant bombardment would suffice. Goblin Run had already taken the cavalry and 10 incinerator goblins, carrying oil to make a wide circle, preparing to attack Count Fisher's supply convoy from the rear. What Li Chen needed to do was to strike Count Fisher head-on, leaving him no time to manage his rear, thus creating an opportunity for the ambush troops. After the enemy army formed their battle lines, they began to advance steadily, with heavily armored infantry holding long spears at the forefront, approaching slowly from 1,500 meters away. Li Chen kept his eyes on the distance of the enemy formation, and when they reached 1,200 meters, which was within the cannon's range, he ordered the artillerymen fire. The artillerymen aimed their cannons at the enemy formation, ignited the fuses, and the booming sound of cannon fire erupted. 6 standard projectiles shot out at high speed, tracing a graceful arc in the air before crashing into the enemy formation. The shells carried immense kinetic energy, instantly plowing a bloody path through the enemy ranks. Their plate armor was as fragile as paper against the shells, limbs flying and blood splattering everywhere. The cries of agony erupted from the enemy's heavily armored infantry, and with a single round of 6 shells, at least 20 people were killed, while many more had their thighs shattered by the shells, lying on the ground and wailing in despair. The situation at the front line was reported to Count Fisher by the cavalry. Count Fisher and several noblemen, riding on horseback, listened to the cavalry's report, and the nobles became agitated. The enemy actually had weapons capable of attacking from over a kilometer away. What were they to do? Even the great mages couldn't attack enemies at such a distance. My lord, what should we do? A young nobleman asked anxiously, the emergence of this new weapon making these traditional military nobles uneasy. What are you panicking for? Count Fisher scolded loudly. The enemy's weapons may have a long range, but their power is average. A single round of their attack can only kill about 20 of our soldiers. Don't forget, we have 70,000. I could have 70,000 stand there for the demon army to kill. How long would it take them to kill that many? Upon hearing this, the other nobles calmed down. Losing a few hundred men was just a drop in the bucket for an army of 70,000. A young man who bore some resemblance to Count Fisher stepped forward and said, "Father, there is a forest on the enemy's left. I am willing to take the cavalry around through the forest on the left and launch a surprise attack from the flank." This young man was Count Fisher's second son, Kes, a handsome lad. His elder brother, the first son of Count Fisher, had gone to another battlefield to earn military merit, which made him quite displeased. He also wanted to achieve military accomplishments, so he took the initiative to volunteer to lead the cavalry in a charge against the enemy. Count Fisher hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right, but you must wait until the infantry gets closer before launching your attack," Count Fisher reminded him, fearing that his son might be killed by the special weapons during the charge. Kes was overjoyed and immediately left the tent, calling for his 400 cavalry to prepare to set off. These cavalrymen were not all from his family but a mixed cavalry unit composed of retainers and messengers from various lords. The 2,000 cavalry his family had raised had already been taken by his brother to other battlefields, leaving him with this meager cavalry force. However, no matter what, cavalry was still cavalry. As long as he could break into the enemy's ranks, he could scatter them. Returning to the front line, 6 cannons roared continuously. The muzzle-loading cannons had a slow firing rate, taking 2 to 3 minutes to fire a single shot. After each shot, the cannon would recoil a short distance, and the gunners had to push the cannon back into position before they could reload and fire again. Nevertheless, the enemy was standing so densely packed that each cannonball could kill more than 3 enemies, and the sight of the dead was horrific. Those hit would not leave behind a complete corpse. The booming sounds of cannon fire echoed, with cannonballs landing in the enemy's tightly packed formation, stirring up a wave of blood and screams. If there were 10 more cannons, they could probably scatter the enemy from a distance. Fear began to take root in the enemy's hearts. The terrifying deaths of their comrades and their cries before dying made their hearts race. However, these men were professional soldiers, with a high tolerance for death. Not a single one turned to flee but instead pressed forward with gritted teeth. Li Chen watched this scene with a tingling sensation at the back of his head. In his expectations, after several rounds of cannon fire, the enemy would break and flee due to the casualties. But this was merely his hopeful fantasy. The enemy possessed the courage and determination to endure significant losses and continued to advance steadfastly. Li Chen felt a slight sense of emotion in his heart and then ordered Goblin, "Switch to grapeshot, fire 1 round, then withdraw the cannons." The enemy had entered within 700 meters. It was time to switch to the more effective grapeshot. These projectiles, the size of ping-pong balls, were bundled together with wooden boards and cotton cloth, resembling a bunch of grapes. This type of ammunition was most effective in combat at a range of 700 to 500 meters. The artillerymen, under the loud shouts of their officer, poked the cannon barrels with a wet brush to clean out the residue from the previous shots. They then poured in the pre-measured black powder, filled a cloth bag, and used a stick to tamp the black powder down into the barrel, finally inserting the grape shot. Everything was ready, and the artillerymen aimed the cannon mouths at the enemy formation. Go Bu Hong shouted fire, and all 6 cannons fired simultaneously, each shooting out 12 grape shots the size of ping-pong balls, totaling 72 shots. Some of these projectiles scattered into the sky, while others struck the ground and disappeared into the earth, but nearly half landed in the enemy ranks, erupting into clouds of blood mist. A large number of enemies fell in disarray. The kinetic energy of the grape shots was terrifying, each one capable of penetrating a person's body and tearing apart another's armor, leaving it lodged within. This round of grape shot fire eliminated nearly 100 enemies. The enemy formation began to stir. The thunderous weapons of the demon army were slaughtering them. The soldiers started shouting loudly, trying to maintain order, but the continuous cannon fire still claimed the lives of soldiers one by one. Some soldiers' steps began to falter, and the once orderly line of troops became uneven. At that moment, the soldiers silently prayed, "Damn it, let that thunderous sound stop." Perhaps the goddess of life heard their prayers, for the terrifying thunder did indeed cease. After firing 1 round of grape shots, the artillerymen immediately switched the cannons to towing mode, and 6 mounted spiders began to move away. They would not give the enemy a chance to close in. Maintain formation, prepare to retreat. Li Chen saw that the enemy was about 600 meters away and took off running. The soldiers of the punishment army maintained a posture ready to switch to combat formation at any moment, retreating in an orderly and swift manner. At this time, Kes had already led 400 cavalrymen around the forest, coming up to the flank of Li Chen and his men. Seeing that the demon lord was retreating, Kes became anxious and, disregarding the fact that the infantry had not yet engaged with the demon army, directly ordered his cavalry, "The enemy is fleeing, prepare to charge. For every enemy killed, each of you will receive 3 silver coins." The cavalry immediately formed ranks, ready to charge. Based on past war experiences, retreating enemies were the easiest to kill. They were only thinking about running. If he led the cavalry forward, the enemy formation would be thrown into chaos, and then the infantry could rush in and engage the enemy in close combat, making it impossible for those over 1,000 enemies to escape. The idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Li Chen kept his troops in formation to prevent the enemy cavalry from charging. When he saw a large enemy cavalry force appear to the left front of the retreat route, he immediately shouted, "Defend against cavalry formation! Defend against cavalry formation!" Li Chen's shout echoed throughout the ranks. With 25 points of vitality, he was like a human trumpet, accurately transmitting the order to every corner of the formation. The soldiers moved quickly. They had already maintained a defensive formation, and upon receiving the military order, they immediately switched to a cavalry defense formation. The so-called cavalry defense formation consisted of a rectangular hollow formation facing the cavalry, with cannons and supplies protected in the center. The side facing the cavalry had 3 rows of musket goblins, while the other 3 sides had only 2 rows, maximizing frontal firepower and preventing the cavalry from flanking through other sides. The musket goblins completed the formation change, and Kess's cavalry charge formation was also ready. "Charge!" Kess shouted, and the 400 cavalrymen lined up in 3 rows, each about 50 meters apart. They gradually accelerated, running towards the goblin formation, and as the horses adapted to the speed, Kess shouted again, "Speed up!" The horses transitioned from a slow trot to a full gallop, their hooves pounding through the wheat field, plowing a path. "Ready your guns!" At full speed, Kess tucked the lance under his arm, aiming the tip at the goblin formation. He felt confident. What kind of trash weapons did the enemy infantry have? With such short spears, the horses would not be afraid at all. They would charge through the enemy ranks without hesitation. In the infantry formation that Kess mocked, Li Chen's loud shout echoed throughout the cavalry defense formation. First row, shoulders up with rifles. Facing the enemy cavalry, the first row of goblins raised their rifles in unison. They looked at the rapidly approaching enemy cavalry, still a bit nervous. It was instinct. Li Chen calculated the distance of the enemy's charge: 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. He did not immediately order them to raise their rifles and aim, but waited for the cavalry to enter the 200-meter range. Delaying the order to raise their rifles would help avoid the soldiers getting nervous and firing prematurely. When the enemy cavalry was about 250 meters away, Li Chen shouted, "Raise your rifles! Aim!" The musket goblins raised their firearms in unison. The enemy charged within 200 meters, and Li Chen drew his great sword, pointing it fiercely forward. Fire! Bang 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 bang! A plume of white smoke erupted, and a barrage of projectiles surged into the enemy cavalry ranks, toppling both horses and riders to the ground. The enemy's charge fell into chaos, with many knights inexplicably falling from their mounts, and the bodies on the ground became obstacles for the cavalry charging from behind. Some cavalrymen, unable to dodge in time, stumbled as their horses' hooves struck the bodies, causing them to fall, sending the riders flying into the wheat fields, not knowing how many bones they broke. Others, trying to avoid the bodies on the ground, turned their horses to the side, disrupting the formation. After a successful volley, Li Chen continued to give orders. First row, crouch, fix bayonets. The first row of musket goblins, having finished firing, did not reload but instead crouched down, planting their gun stocks into the ground, hands steadying the barrels, bayonets pointed at the direction of the charging enemy cavalry, forming a line of defensive stakes. Second row, raise rifles, aim, fire. After the first row crouched down, the second row of musket goblins found their shooting positions. At the command, everyone raised their rifles and fired a round at the cavalry ahead. The already chaotic enemy cavalry fell in unison again, their previously tiered formation now a disordered mess. About face. Third row, advance. The musket soldiers held their rifles vertically against their chests, collectively turning sideways as the second and third rows of musket goblins alternated positions, with the second row moving to the back to reload and the third row stepping forward to prepare to shoot. Raise rifles, aim, fire. The third volley erupted, and another burst of blood mist exploded within the enemy cavalry ranks, causing another row to fall. The screams of men and the whinnies of horses left behind a trail of corpses in the wheat fields ahead. At this moment, Kess had lost his earlier confidence. His face was filled with terror. Just moments ago, a row of cavalrymen beside him had inexplicably fallen, and he had no idea what weapon the enemy was using to attack. Suddenly, he felt a wave of weakness in his right hand, and the lance tucked under his arm slipped from his grasp. He glanced at his left shoulder in horror, where a hole the size of a thumb had appeared in the shoulder plate, blood flowing out from it. Oh, goddess of life! What kind of evil weapon is the demon army using? This guy trembled as he shouted, then charged into the goblin musket line with a few remaining cavalrymen. Kess's horse collided with the bayonets raised by the musket goblins ahead, the bayonet piercing the horse's chest. The horse let out a cry but still charged forward a short distance, knocking a few musket goblins aside. Kess was thrown off, crashing into the artillery protected by the cavalry defense formation, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he died instantly. Several other horses also charged into the musket goblin ranks, losing their momentum after knocking aside a few goblins, only to be toppled to the ground by the surrounding thrusting bayonets. 400 cavalry, under the rapid fire attack of the three-wheeled muskets, were mostly scattered and killed, with only a small number breaking through the anti-cavalry formation, resulting in single-digit casualties. The remaining cavalry attempted to circle around the square formation, looking for an opportunity to charge, only to crash into the muzzles of muskets that had not yet been triggered at other positions of the anti-cavalry formation. Another round of gunfire erupted, and a large portion of the remaining cavalry was wiped out, with dozens of them fleeing in disarray, no longer daring to approach. With the enemy cavalry dealt with, Li Chen hurriedly ordered everyone to retreat. After being entangled with the cavalry for a while, the enemy infantry had already closed in to within 100 meters, a very dangerous distance, and the opposing side began to charge with wild shouts. Li Chen disregarded any formation and directly ordered the infantry to run quickly. He then took several explosive barrels from the warehouse, setting the fuses to about 30 seconds, and tossed them in place, throwing 3 in quick succession before running away. Just as the punishment army had barely made their escape, the enemy's heavily armored infantry charged into the positions they had just occupied. They had been bombarded by the thunderous weapons of the demon army, losing many comrades, and a surge of anger welled up within them. Now, in the final 100 meters, they no longer conserved their strength and launched a final charge, intent on slaughtering the 1,000 damned monsters before them. However, the soldiers of the punishment army were not wearing armor. The heaviest thing they carried was that musket, truly lightly equipped. Upon receiving the order, they all took off running. Even the artillery was being pulled by riding spiders, racing wildly through the wheat fields. At this rate of retreat, it was impossible for the heavily armored infantry, burdened with nearly 30 kilograms, to catch up, and the distance between the two sides quickly widened again. At this moment, the enemy's heavy infantry had already passed over the explosive barrels, the bustling crowd covering them, with no one noticing the threat beneath their feet. Boom! 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 3 massive explosions erupted among the crowd, the explosive barrels unleashing tremendous power in the dense throng, sending dozens of shattered bodies flying into the air, while hundreds were knocked down by the shockwave. The 3 explosive barrels detonated in succession, killing or injuring over 200 people. Li Chen directly leveled up twice. A multitude of broken bodies fell, and many of those knocked down by the shockwave screamed in agony, leaving an indelible psychological scar on the surviving human soldiers, who howled loudly, with many even going completely mad. Now the enemy was truly frightened, no longer daring to advance. The horrific deaths caused by the demon army's special weapons made them unwilling to meet the same fate. Although the fireball spell of the mages in this world could also cause terrifying dismemberment effects, very few were fortunate enough to suffer an attack from a mage. Not many had witnessed a mage's fireball spell, so being killed by explosives was indeed a novel way to die in this world. The human formation halted its advance, chaos ensued, and the soldiers and the lords serving as officers realized that the morale of the troops was about to hit rock bottom. They hurriedly ordered the troops to cease their attack and did their utmost to reorganize. Continuing in such a bewildering manner could truly lead to the disintegration of the army. However, once they stopped, Li Chen did not run anymore. He saw the troops had retreated to about 300 meters from the enemy and ordered them to regroup, then instructed the artillery to set up their cannons again and load them with scattershot for another bombardment of the enemy formation. The artillerymen moved quickly, detaching the cannons from the riding spiders, setting them up, and loading them with scattershot bags. The scattershot bags were standard musket balls wrapped in cotton cloth, with each bag containing nearly 100 rounds. The artillerymen swiftly completed the loading, and Goblin shouted loudly to fire, with 6 cannons firing simultaneously. Over 600 rounds of ammunition shot out, some flying into the sky, some crashing into the ground, and more striking into the enemy formation, erupting in clouds of blood mist and eliciting cries of agony as the human formation collapsed with many falling. The attacked formation disintegrated, and the human troops began to flee. They had been slaughtered like this for too long, even the elite soldiers could not withstand it. Some of the enemy formations were in disarray, and Li Chen was overjoyed. He planned to expand this chaos. Infantry, form 2 lines. Load. The infantry quickly moved into position, lining up in 2 rows, then loading their muskets. Once everyone was loaded, Li Chen shouted, "Front row, kneel down." The first row of musket-wielding goblins knelt. "Raise your guns." The goblin musketeers raised their weapons in unison. Fire! Bang 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 bang! Bang! 1,200 rounds flew towards the enemy. Although 300 meters was beyond the effective range of the muskets, with so many guns and the enemy so densely packed, a single volley still brought down a number of foes. Free fire! Free fire! After the first volley, Li Chen immediately ordered the soldiers to fire freely. He aimed to unleash all their firepower to further increase the enemy's chaos. While a volley was impressive, individual soldiers had different loading speeds, and with free fire, they didn't have to listen for commands, resulting in a higher rate of fire and accuracy. The goblin musketeers began to improvise, loading, aiming, and shooting, creating a chaotic scene. With 1,200 men firing simultaneously, casualties were occurring on the human side every second.
At this distance of 300 meters, the heavy armor of human soldiers had a chance to deflect musket balls, but it was just a chance. Some soldiers still had their lives taken as bullets pierced through their plate armor. In the melee of the cold weapon era, armies had to maintain formation to preserve combat effectiveness, advancing and retreating together. Once a unit scattered, it essentially lost its fighting capability and would be slaughtered by the enemy cavalry maintaining their formation. Officers would often order their troops to march at a slow pace to keep the formation intact. Sometimes tens of thousands of soldiers would spread out, and with a distance of 1 kilometer, it wouldn't be unusual for them to take half an hour to cover that ground. However, this traditional tactic of the cold weapon era faced a disastrous failure when confronted with firearms that had an extremely long range and high combat effectiveness. When 6 cannons finished loading and fired their second round of scattershot, a large portion of the human formation was decimated, leading to a rout. Human soldiers began to flee in disarray, resulting in chaos and even trampling. The cries of despair, roars of anger, and the shouts of officers marked a sudden collapse of morale. The excited Goblin Spear ran to Li Chen's side and shouted, "Boss! The enemy is in retreat. Let's chase them. We can definitely drive them back to their homes." Li Chen occasionally shared tactical concepts and morale with those around him, and with the enemy in disarray, it was indeed a good time to pursue. But Li Chen shook his head. "Withdraw the troops 3 miles, prepare to rest, and we'll launch a night raid." The Goblin Spear grew anxious. "Boss, why not charge? You taught me that in this situation, a forward charge could likely break the enemy in one blow." Li Chen pointed to the enemy, who were spread across 3 kilometers of wheat fields. "There are too many enemies, and we are too few. Didn't you see that the enemy is only retreating from the areas that were heavily targeted? The enemies on both sides haven't been significantly affected. If we let our troops pursue, we could indeed break the enemy's retreat, and that could potentially trigger a rout on both sides. But what if the enemies on the flanks don't break? Have you thought about the consequences?" The Goblin Spear realized that if his troops charged into the enemy's disrupted formation and got entangled with them, they would be surrounded by enemies on both sides, which would be disastrous. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had indeed underestimated the situation. Li Chen didn't blame the Goblin Spear. Having questions showed he was thinking, and thinking led to progress. If the Goblin Spear maintained this mindset, he would eventually be able to stand on his own. Moreover, Li Chen was also tempted to order the infantry to charge and have the squad leaders throw explosive barrels, turning the enemy's retreat into a complete rout. The enemy wanted to boost their morale, but it would take them at least half a month to recover. However, Li Chen did not dare to wait. He feared that there were capable individuals among the opposing forces. The enemies' numbers were substantial, and they had considerable operational flexibility. If 1 or 2 knowledgeable leaders launched a surprise attack, his troops could suffer heavy casualties. After all, both the pursuers and the pursued were in a precarious state. With only the small elite force, it would be disastrous if they were caught off guard by a counterattack. The real battle would be in the upcoming city defense, and there was no need to take unnecessary risks now. Moreover, Li Chen looked up at the thick smoke rising in the distance. The mission to ambush the supplies should have been completed. While Li Chen was entangled with the enemy, Goblin Run had already led the cavalry to make a wide detour, maneuvering to the rear of the enemy's main force. With so many enemies, Goblin Run's maneuvering was inevitably noticed. However, due to the enemy's lack of cavalry and the cumbersome nature of large troop formations, the human army could hardly react in time. Goblin Run's target was solely the enemy's supplies. Without stopping to engage the enemy, the human soldiers could only watch as the giant spider swept past them, with no opportunity to intercept. Based on the scouts' descriptions, Goblin Run could roughly determine where the enemy's supply troops were located, and following that instinct, he indeed found the enemy's supply units. Unfortunately, the enemy was not foolish. Such an important resource was stored in a very precarious location. Goblin Run spotted a U-shaped mountainous terrain, steep and reminiscent of karst topography, with inclines exceeding 70 or 80 degrees, where a large amount of supplies was stationed in the middle of the U-shaped mountain. At the mountain's entrance stood over 5,000 soldiers who, upon seeing Goblin Run's spider cavalry approach, all raised their weapons, forming a formidable barrier of spears. Seeing this, Goblin Run quickly ordered his troops to halt, his brow furrowed in concern. How could they break through a spear formation of 5,000 men to burn the supplies? Goblin Run carefully observed the U-shaped mountain and came up with an idea. "Follow me," Goblin Run shouted, leading his troops to bypass the enemy's guarding forces. The enemy, seeing the giant spider retreat, breathed a sigh of relief. My goodness, such a large spider was terrifying. Goblin Run circled around to the rear of the U-shaped mountain and found a gentle slope of about 70 degrees. He took a deep breath and patted his mount, the spider. "It's up to you, go." The mount spider immediately began to scramble up the steep slope. With its 8 legs, the spider's powerful grip allowed it to climb up the incline, eventually reaching the mountain's peak. Goblin Run let out a sigh of relief and waved to the cavalry below. "Come up, move quickly." Seeing Goblin Run's success, the other cavalry urged their mount spiders to climb as well, and soon nearly 100 cavalrymen had ascended the U-shaped mountain. The summit was over 50 meters above the ground, providing a panoramic view of the surrounding terrain. Goblin Run approached the side where the humans had stored their supplies, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Below, a large number of livestock, carts, food, and tents were gathered. The abundance of supplies was unimaginable. Ha ha, let's get to work, throw down all the explosives and oil cans. Goblin Run shouted excitedly, pulling out a demolition barrel and lighting the fuse before tossing it down the mountain. The human soldiers guarding the supplies below were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that someone could climb such a steep mountain? They hurriedly began to set up defenses, with hundreds of archers rushing to the base, preparing to shoot upwards. However, they hadn't even formed their ranks when several demolition barrels were thrown down, instantly turning them into a mass of flesh. The tremendous power of the barrels sent the supply guards into a panic, and many of the draft animals were killed by the shockwave. Some barrels landed on carts filled with food, exploding and scattering provisions everywhere, plunging the entire camp into chaos. Oil. Start throwing the oil, incinerators. Use fireball magic with all your might. The spider cavalry received the order and began throwing oil barrels down onto the supply pile below. These things were made of ceramic, each oil barrel carrying about 2 liters of oil, and each cavalryman carried 4. A large number of ceramic jars fell like rain, smashing to the ground and spilling oil everywhere. Then the goblin incinerators began to conjure fireballs, igniting the oil. The goblin incinerators were second-tier noble soldiers, and compared to the rookie incinerators, their fireballs were larger, with the power of a shell from an 81mm cannon, and they could fire continuously 15 times in a short period. 10 goblin incinerators frantically hurled fireballs down, and with the large amount of oil, the supply pile instantly erupted into a raging inferno. The supply soldiers wanted to extinguish the fire, but the flames spread too quickly, almost instantly exploding, and with the goblins at the mountaintop occasionally glancing at a demolition barrel, no one dared to approach the fire scene. They could only watch helplessly as the fire rapidly spread, igniting tents, piles of food, and trailers. Some supply soldiers attempted to rescue the livestock that had not been affected by the fire, but Goblin immediately raised his firearm and ordered, "Everyone, aim at the livestock and shoot." He aimed at a ground dragon beast and pulled the trigger first. With a bang, the distant ground dragon beast was hit and fell to the ground, howling. The ground dragon beast was very large, and the firearm could hit it just by aiming at its body. Other cavalrymen followed suit, aiming at other livestock trying to escape the sea of flames and shooting, resulting in a large number of livestock dying, and the trailers filled with food could not be pushed. The fire grew fiercer, with thick smoke billowing, and a large amount of supplies were consumed. The supply soldiers managed to rescue some livestock trailers, standing outside the fire scene with faces full of despair. This wave of ambush had wiped out at least 60% of the supplies. Of course, Count Fisher had an army of 70,000, and with so many troops, there were plenty of supplies, so this loss did not significantly impact Count Fisher. But the outcome of a war is built upon one small victory after another. The fire intensified, not only igniting the grain storage but also slowly spreading to the surrounding forest, soon evolving into a forest fire. Seeing that the enemy had run out of the range of their firearms, Goblin hurriedly led his men down the mountain to regroup with their leader. Goblin took a large detour to avoid the enemy's main force and encountered many human soldiers forming formations to intercept them along the way. However, the spider mounts were quite agile, allowing them to bypass the main road and traverse the mountains, returning to Li Chen's position for rest by evening. Goblin found Li Chen and reported the success of the ambush. Li Chen was overjoyed and patted Goblin's shoulder heavily. "Well done, Goblin. Quickly take your troops to rest. Tonight, come with me to raid the camp." Li Chen had already decided on the strategy for the next few days, which was to continuously harass the enemy with firearms, exhausting them. Especially during night raids, goblins had night vision capabilities, giving them an advantage when attacking the enemy at night. Li Chen ordered the men to dig a pot and prepare food on the spot, cleaning their weapons and equipment. They had to deliver a significant blow to the enemy tonight. On the other side, Count Fisher sat slumped in front of a corpse, the limp body being that of his son, Kess. Count Fisher had thought this would be a simple ambush that would allow his son to achieve military merit, accumulating for his future leadership of a territory, but he never expected that his son would die. Count Fisher's eyes welled with tears, his expression twisted as he looked at his son's lifeless body. He let out a mournful cry, drawing his sword and wildly hacking at the decorations in the tent. 2 soldiers passing by outside saw this and cautiously retreated the way they came. After a while of venting his anger, Count Fisher convened a lords' meeting. In his military tent, he roared angrily at the gathered lords. "Break through Boya. I want to kill every single monster, every goblin, every dog-headed man. I want to chop them to pieces. I want to tear them apart. I want them to suffer the most brutal punishment." The lords lowered their heads, afraid to speak, while a few older ones, familiar with Count Fisher, offered words of comfort. "My lord, please accept our condolences. We will surely do our utmost to breach the city, and when the time comes, we will capture the leader of the demon army and ensure he is torn to pieces." After a round of consolation, Count Fisher's emotions stabilized somewhat and the Lords' meeting got back on track as they began discussing how to deal with the demon army's special weapons. A young lord stood up to analyze. Gentlemen, I was on the front lines at the time. The enemy was equipped with two types of special weapons. One is quite large, requiring over 10 people to operate, mounted on wheels, with an extremely long range, capable of hitting targets over 1,000 meters away, and it has tremendous power, firing large iron balls that, if they graze you, will result in a bloody mess. The other type is slightly less powerful, a personal weapon of the demon army, capable of hitting targets over 300 meters away and can penetrate the heavy armor our soldiers wear. Please look, this is an iron ball I found on the battlefield that was fired by the demon army's weapon. Several soldiers entered carrying wicker baskets. One contained 3 slightly deformed solid projectiles, while the other held a gun bullet. Count Fisher looked at these dirty projectiles, and the thought that his son was killed by such crude weapons ignited his anger once more. Damn it! Who can tell me what the demon army's weapons are? Why can those damned iron tubes kill people? The lords began to murmur among themselves, exchanging their thoughts. One bold lord speculated, could the demon army's weapon be some kind of crossbow? Are these iron projectiles fired from a crossbow? Another lord denied, impossible, a crossbow wouldn't make such a loud noise, and these iron projectiles are too heavy to be shot far. Then what weapon is the enemy using? Magic? As soon as magic was mentioned, everyone turned to the corner where an old man with white hair sat. He wore a wizard's hat and robe, his face very clean, leisurely puffing on a pipe. The old man exhaled smoke rings rhythmically, and seeing everyone looking at him, he stood up and approached the wicker basket, poking the projectiles with his staff. There are no traces of magic in these things, they are mundane weapons. Count Fisher, with red eyes, asked, Advisor Fortier, the Mage Guild has always been dedicated to cutting-edge research. Do you know what kind of weapon this is? Damn it, it killed my son. The old mage named Fortier shook his head. I'm sorry, my lord, but I have never seen such a mundane weapon before, and I can't discern its principles. Count Fisher felt a wave of disappointment. Even the learned mage could not identify the origins of this weapon, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. Amidst the chatter of discussion, the sky quickly darkened, and Mage Fortier placed the pipe in his mouth, taking slow puffs. His lackluster eyes focused on the projectiles, sparking a strong interest. Interesting, a mundane weapon can actually possess power comparable to magic. How is this achieved? I need a sample. Through this research, I can produce a decent paper. Moreover, those old fogies in the Mage Guild should shift their focus from magical research to mundane physical studies. Fortier had previously received a request from the Mage Guild to lead 200 mages to the province of Halgreen to assist Count Fisher in reclaiming Boya and retrieving the important asset, the magical tide observation instrument. At first, he found it tedious, believing such actions were a waste of time and that he should devote his precious energy to research. But now, he was invigorated. He needed to find a way to seize the enemy's weapon for research. What kind of mundane weapon could unleash power similar to magic? This might change the Mage Guild's bias towards magical research. Alas, it has come to this. Let's get some sleep first. Fertile watched as the nobles failed to reach any conclusions and decided to return to sleep. The others did not greet him as he left, nor did they dare to accuse him of rudeness. In this world, a mage held such a transcendent status. Fertile returned to the encampment with several mage apprentices, where over 200 tents were set up, all belonging to the esteemed mages, each one a standalone structure. As Fertile entered the luxurious tent, it was hard to imagine that a military tent could be so exquisite. Animal skin carpets, a writing desk, a bookshelf, chairs, an unknown experimental platform, a massive mirror, these all highlighted the nobility of the mage. Fertile opened a golden box, placed his pipe inside, and set it beside his pillow. He took off his mage robe, donned a soft nightgown, and lay down on the soft, clean velvet bed. He put on an eye mask and stuffed his ears with earplugs, finally drifting off to sleep. The esteemed mage, even while on the march, must live a refined life. However, just as he began to feel drowsy, a thunderous explosion echoed from outside the camp, nearly sending him into a panic. What's going on? What's happening? Fertile yanked off his eye mask and stumbled out of the tent to investigate, while other mages peeked out of their tents, unsure of what was occurring. A soldier rushed into the mages' quarters, shouting anxiously, Masters, be careful of the demon army. They're launching a night raid. Fire! Gobu roared, and 6 cannons positioned 500 meters from the human camp unleashed their fury, firing a barrage of grapeshot. The human encampment was merely a makeshift setup filled with tents and lacking trench or wooden stake defenses. They had no time to fortify, and the perimeter was only lightly defended with some livestock and carts. The grapeshot tore into the camp, puncturing tents and killing many soldiers still lost in slumber. Kill, 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 kill. Li Chen led 310 system soldiers into the camp. He slashed a livestock beast with his sword and then shouted to the soldiers, kill all the livestock. Set fire to the supplies. Set fire to the tents. The soldiers aimed their firearms at the livestock's necks and fired, while the incinerator conjured fireballs to smash into the supply carts, and the punishment soldiers used torches to ignite the tents, hoping to spread the flames in chaos. The human soldiers were startled but quickly reacted, with teams of night patrol soldiers rushing toward the flames to stop the enemy. Li Chen pulled out a demolition barrel and threw it toward the approaching human soldiers. After a series of explosions, bodies flew into the air and half of 100-strong night patrol team was knocked down by the shockwave, the other half losing their morale and fleeing in panic, further escalating the chaos in the camp. But more enemies were arriving from all directions. Li Chen drew 2 hand cannons and charged into the fray, firing both cannons simultaneously, sending a barrage of projectiles that erupted in clouds of blood mist over a group of human soldiers, though many were shielded by their heavy armor. Li Chen set a demolition barrel to detonate on impact, tossed it, and with a loud bang, the enemy was scattered. He charged into the chaotic crowd with his great sword, wildly swinging and cutting down foes, blood and flesh flying, screams echoing. In an instant, he became a figure drenched in blood. The 310 system soldiers closely followed him, bound by their system constraints, never straying, maintaining a tight formation, thus gaining a numerical advantage in localized areas. Equipped with firearms and the entire army's hand cannons, they fired their guns, then their hand cannons, and after that, they set the tents ablaze, engulfing a small section of the camp in flames. Li Chen plunged into a group of human soldiers like a raging bull, wildly swinging his great sword, his strength of 25 points surpassing that of a human by several times. No one could withstand his strike. He had killed more than 20 people in succession. After scattering a group of enemies, he felt slightly fatigued. The relentless slaughter had rapidly drained his stamina. Looking around, he saw that a fierce fire had already ignited, and more enemy troops were arriving. Staying too long was not a good strategy, so he immediately ordered retreat. Then, he led everyone to quickly exit the human camp, running far away under the cover of night. Once over 300 people reached a safe position, Li Chen burst into laughter. The battlefield system automatically calculated the results, revealing that this wave of ambush had taken out 412 enemies, with no casualties on their side. If this continued, the enemy would eventually be unable to withstand it. Li Chen opened his personal attribute panel. He had accumulated 3 attribute points, all of which he allocated to control, raising it to 15. His proficiency with two-handed weapons reached 101, unlocking a choice of skills. Li Chen chose Rapid Strike, which increased his two-handed weapon swing speed by 10%, and after he killed enemies with two-handed weapons, his soldiers would gain a certain amount of experience. Additionally, his throwing skill proficiency also reached 68, as the explosive barrels he threw counted as throwing weapons. He had 2 options to choose from: Athlete, your throwing distance increases by 25%. Accurate, your throwing accuracy increases by 10%. These 2 skills effectively turned Li Chen's explosive barrels into heavy artillery, hitting targets accurately at 50 meters. He then opened the soldier management page, where all 310 soldiers were second-level goblins, with 48 having upgraded. Li Chen spent money to upgrade them to third-level goblin archers, then kicked them out of the troop and recruited goblins to fill the ranks. Such low-risk night raids were also a good way to train troops. After completing all this, Li Chen ordered his troops rest for an hour, check weapons, replenish ammunition, and continue the attack in an hour. Artillery, fire from the farthest distance, shell every 10 minutes. Goblins, take your cavalry, each carrying 2 muskets, and move to 200 meters in front of the enemy camp to shoot and then retreat. Don't pursue accuracy, and don't get too close. Be careful of enemy mages. With everything arranged, Li Chen lay down to rest. He wanted to sleep but was too excited to do so. Realizing this wouldn't do, he called over the dog shaman who was with the team. Do you know any hypnosis spells? Something that can make people fall asleep quickly? Quick sleep was an important skill, especially in the cold weapon era. Being able to fall asleep at any time for efficient stamina recovery was quite powerful. The dog shaman shook his head. No, Li Chen asked in confusion. What spells do you know now? The dog shaman had only used 2 spells so far. One was fear, which Li Chen had used as a fable spell. The other was encouragement, a group spell that could cause hundreds of people to have a burst of energy, ignoring pain for about 3 to 5 minutes, but then quickly becoming lethargic. It only worked on dog-headed people. And that was it. Upon hearing the boss ask this, the dog shaman's eyes immediately curved into crescents. Boss, I've been praying day and night to the cursed dragon recently. She was moved by my sincerity and granted me a very vicious, powerful super dark spell that strikes at both the psychological and physiological levels of the enemy, even making gods tremble in fear. Li Chen instantly focused his attention. What spell is it? The dog shaman grinned wickedly, sticking out his tongue. Woof woof woof. I've learned the unspeakable curse. Li Chen tensed up. Ha? What the hell is that? The dog shaman grinned again. Boss, I've learned the unspeakable curse. Do you want to give it a try? I can cast it on you right now. Saying this, he raised his staff and began to gather the evil spell. Li Chen kicked him into the drainage ditch. Get the hell out of here. Learning some damn unspeakable curse. Is your cursed dragon serious? In the deep of night, Li Chen led the team to launch 3 ambushes, and the various tricks just kept coming. Sometimes the cannons would roar, sometimes Li Chen would lead his team into the enemy ranks, slashing wildly, and sometimes the spider cavalry would charge in, setting fire and killing.
If the enemy concentrated their infantry for defense, Li Chen would lead 1,200 men close to the enemy camp, unleashing a chaotic volley of gunfire to scatter them before charging in to slash. Throughout one night, with over 1,300 men and firearms, Li Chen turned the human camp into chaos, killing nearly 1,000 and burning down a large number of tents. The humans also considered countermeasures. They thought about concentrating archers and crossbowmen at the edge of the camp, but firearms simply overwhelmed. Cold weapons. Once Li Chen used his night vision to see the enemy had crossbows, he ordered the cannons to fire grapeshot to take them out, then concentrated all the gunmen to fire in unison from 200 meters away, eliminating the enemy's archers before charging in to kill. If the human infantry tried to gather for resistance, it would be even worse. Cannon fire, volley fire, explosive barrels, all sorts of attacks turned them into a mass of flesh and blood, leaving behind only corpses. The enemy had a chaotic night, ending up with a scene of devastation and heavy casualties. Finally, the human army endured until dawn, each of them sporting dark circles under their eyes, their spirits extremely low. A night of cannon and gunfire had disturbed their minds, and now they felt a desire to die. Inside Count Fisher's tent, he roared in anger. By the goddess of life, does that damned demon army not wish to rest for even a moment? Who can tell me how to deal with such weapons? The lords also looked grim. The entire army had been set ablaze last night, and none of them had slept well, with many of their soldiers suffering injuries. They had exhausted all means to resist the demon army's night raid, but the objective gap in weaponry existed, and such an advantage could not be smoothed over by strategy. At this moment, the nobles were pondering if the demon army of Boya was equipped with thunderous weapons. Were they here to attack or to die? Seeing no one answer, Count Fisher grew even angrier. He scanned the room and suddenly noticed someone was missing. Why hasn't Baron Ron come? That damned lazybones can't even attend an important meeting. Is he sleeping? A silence fell over the crowd, and an old noble indifferently replied, Baron Ron was killed last night while mobilizing troops to respond to the demon army's ambush. This fellow had very ornate decorations on his plate armor and was sniped by a goblin archer. Last night, that goblin archer had taken down many humans clad in splendid plate armor. Count Fisher was taken aback, then fell into deep thought. Dark clouds loomed over everyone's heads, and they silently tasted the bitterness of their situation. Suddenly, the sound of cannon fire thundered outside again. The soldiers outside the tent erupted into a chaotic clamor, and a soldier rushed into the tent shouting, My lords! The enemy has launched another attack. All the lords were furious, especially Count Fisher, whose face turned as red as a monkey's backside. If this continued, they would be scattered before reaching Boya. At this moment, the old mage, Fortier, sitting in the corner, spoke up. I say, my lords, why not split the army into several routes and march directly towards Boya? Everyone turned to look at him. The old mage Fortier leisurely puffed on his pipe, stood up, and pointed at the marching map on the table with his staff. It's only 80 miles to Boya. A forced march for 2 days will get us to the city. The enemy has at most 1,000 men. They wouldn't dare split their forces to intercept us. In other words, as long as the army marches straight towards Boya without concern, the enemy wouldn't dare to engage us. They must return to defend Boya. Upon hearing this, the lords found it brilliant, not engaging the enemy and directly attacking Boya would force the opponent to return to defend. The lords immediately began to discuss loudly, finding it feasible, and then devised a marching plan, splitting the troops and supplies into 10 routes, surrounding Boya. However, they had concerns again. Damn it, if they reached Boya, wouldn't they be obliterated by the enemy's thunderous weapons? Old Mage Fortier, seeing everyone's concerns, smiled and reminded them, everyone, the enemy's weapons of this kind will definitely not be many. If they had more, would they still be playing around with us like this? The lords thought about it and felt reassured to carry out their tasks. On the other side, Li Chen led his troops to complete another artillery strike, then retreated 3 miles to rest. At this point, Li Chen's soldiers were quite exhausted. After a night of night raids, with both gunfire and cannon fire, their mental state was not great. However, Li Chen rotated them for the night raids, allowing them to catch a little sleep in the late hours, so their condition was slightly better than that of the humans. Upon returning, Li Chen upgraded the soldiers. After a night of fighting, combined with previous efforts, over 700 members of the Punishment Army's old 10th Company had reached level 3. If they continued to grind for another day or two, they would achieve the goal of having everyone at level 3. Everyone, hurry up and eat and rest. We will continue the attack in 2 hours. Li Chen shouted, pulling out some beast jerky from the system warehouse to distribute among the group. He himself ate 5 or 6 pieces of jerky and lay down to sleep. Right there. He didn't care about comfort. His body was covered in blood and he smelled terrible, dirty as could be. In the early days, a little hardship was just part of it. Li Chen used an ammunition box as a pillow, forcing himself to think of nothing and quickly fall asleep. But from a distance, the sound of the spider mounts running could be heard, and the noise was getting closer. Li Chen opened his eyes and sat up, only to see Gobu Pao jumping down from his spider mount, shouting, Boss, the enemy is on the move. They've split into over 10 groups and are heading quickly towards Boya. Li Chen frowned, his mind racing, and then his expression changed. Damn, this is really something. Li Chen instantly understood the enemy's intentions. They had indeed countered his attacks, making it impossible for him to continue harassing them. The enemy was marching forcefully, leaving many vulnerabilities in their ranks, and a strong attack could severely damage one of their groups. However, if he did that, the other enemy forces would reach Boya, and the Punishment Army's old 10th Company would likely struggle to enter the city. After weighing the options, Li Chen decided to play it safe and head back to Boya. However, he wanted to leave a unit outside the city to harass the enemy. Li Chen looked at Gobu Pao and issued a serious order. Gobu Pao, I need to take a team back to the city. I'll give you 2 cannons and have your men load them with ammunition. You find opportunities to attack the enemy outside. Gobu Pao's face was serious. Boss, I guarantee to complete the mission. Li Chen was very satisfied and continued to explain, your numbers are small, but your mobility is strong. Remember, do not engage the enemy forces head-on, maximize harassment while ensuring your own safety. You can attack the enemy's supply lines, eliminate small enemy units, and, if you find the chance, shell the enemy's main camp a few times. In short, imagine yourself as a mosquito and the enemy as a giant beast. Your little mosquito must keep the giant beast from resting. Gobu Pao patted his chest. Boss, I understand. Don't worry, I have 96 brothers with me, and when the battle is over, I will definitely bring all 96 of them back safely. Li Chen was even more pleased. This statement proved that Gobu Pao understood the essence of harassment. Tactics. With nearly 100 cavalry, in a situation where the enemy lacked cavalry, their effectiveness would surpass that of 1,000 men. Li Chen ordered the entire army to assemble, handing over the excess ammunition to Gobu Pao, and then planned to return to the city. As they prepared to depart, Li Chen asked Gobu Pao, if you encounter any unexpected events and lose combat capability, you must lead your team back to the alliance. Remember, you must ensure your own safety. Do you need anything else? Gobu Pao thought for a moment and made a request. Boss, do you have any demolition barrels? Li Chen tossed 30 demolition barrels on the spot. This is all there is, use them sparingly. Up to now, Li Chen only had 60 demolition barrels left, giving 30 to Gobu Pao to create miracles, while keeping the remaining 30 for defense. In the following 2 days, Count Fischer's army completely ignored Li Chen's harassment, advancing at the fastest pace directly towards Boya. Li Chen seized the opportunity to engage in a battle with an enemy in one direction, killing several hundred of them before quickly retreating back to Boya. He dared not linger too long. As enemy troops had already raced ahead of him, one misstep and he would be unable to return to Boya. Moreover, if a certain enemy general were to whimsically decide to encircle Boya, it would be disastrous for him. Therefore, after taking the chance to strike a blow against the enemy, he did not dare to stay any longer and led his men to withdraw. As for Count Fischer, due to making the right decisions, his troops were at the gates of the city within 2 days. Count Fischer, accompanied by a group of nobles, stood outside the cannon range, observing Boya, the largest town in the province of Heluan. Upon seeing the section of the city wall that Li Chen had blown up, Count Fischer's eyes lit up. He pointed to that part of the wall and said to the other lords, this section of the wall has collapsed. Although it has been repaired and there are moats, this is the weak point of the wall. As long as we attack here, we will surely take Boya. The lords nodded in unison, their faces filled with excitement as they looked at the gap. Although Li Chen had made great efforts to repair the breach in the wall, it was difficult to find suitable building materials and adhesives in the surrounding areas, so the repair speed was very slow. The height of the Boya city wall was about 25 meters, and the breach had only been repaired for over 10 meters, with more than 10 meters blocked off with wood. In front of the breach, there were 3 circular moats, each 2 meters deep and 3 meters wide. The lords smiled at these makeshift defenses. As feudal lords, they were all experts in siege warfare, and they had 100 ways to break through these defenses, exactly 100. Count Fischer's mood improved significantly. He felt that the nature of the war was finally returning to familiar territory. He ordered the lords, gentlemen, once the soldiers are stationed, immediately surround the city, construct defensive works, and prepare for the siege. The lords glanced at the surrounding mountaintops, which had been scorched bare by fire, each of them frowning deeply. My lord, the enemy has set fire to the mountains, and there are no building materials to be found within 10 miles. What should we do? Li Chen had been resolute in setting the mountains ablaze, and the surrounding mountainous areas had been completely burned clean. In some places, as soon as the fire stopped, he sent people to fill in the gaps, causing a devastating blow to the surrounding ecological environment. If the environmental activists saw this, they would surely drown him in oil from their wealthy fathers. Count Fischer looked at the distant farms, where there were numerous wooden houses, and the serfs were hiding in their homes, peeking out through the cracks in the doors and windows at the approaching army. He pointed towards those farms, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Building materials? Aren't there plenty? These lowly slaves are the subjects of the demon army. Soldiers, punish them well. Everyone turned to look at the farms, sharing knowing smiles. They had accumulated a lot of resentment along the way, and it was indeed time for the soldiers to vent their frustrations. Moreover, they had learned from the fleeing gentry that these slaves had dared to rebel, and they must be punished severely.
The lords rallied their soldiers and charged towards the farms, their troops moving like bandits, with the tragic suffering known only to the tormented serfs. The poor serfs, who had not suffered a bit under the demon lords' rule, had instead tasted the flavor of freedom. But just a few months later, the nobles' blades had fallen again. Amidst the wails of the serfs, Count Fisher obtained a large amount of building materials. He immediately thought to order the construction of engineering equipment, but the old mage Fortier had a different opinion. "My lord, please wait. Boya is a key stronghold in the Halluyan province, with very sturdy walls and over 10,000 monsters inside. This will certainly be a difficult battle, not to mention the enemy has special weapons. I believe we should not rush to attack, but rather build a camp to prevent the enemy from using special weapons to attack us at night." Count Fisher humbly asked, "Do you have any advice, my lord?" The old mage Fortier exhaled a smoke ring, leisurely replying, "Dig trenches 1 kilometer in front of the camp and hide soldiers within them. This way, even if the enemy uses special weapons for long-range strikes, the soldiers hiding in the trenches won't be harmed. If the enemy charges, the soldiers can then rush out and engage in close combat, returning us to the battlefield we are familiar with." The lords were greatly impressed upon hearing this, praising the old mage Fortier for his vast knowledge. The old mage Fortier smiled without speaking. This method was something they had devised back when the Mage Legion attacked the Donovan Kingdom, after suffering some losses. The most commonly used attack spell by mages, the Fireball, is similar to artillery, just with a shorter range, about 150 to 200 meters, but with a bit of mana, it can be thrown up to 300 meters. A fireball exploding at close range can kill 2 or 3 ordinary soldiers. The Donovan Kingdom's legion was bombarded by fireballs to the point of being unable to care for themselves, let alone think about survival, so they had to adapt and develop the scattered pit tactic. By digging scattered pits and having soldiers hide within them, the spells could not strike the soldiers from a distance. If the mages approached, the soldiers could rush out from the pits, dragging the battlefield into the close combat they were most familiar with. This tactic caused quite a bit of trouble for the Mage Legion and was studied for a long time by the Magic Guild as a typical case. On the other side, Li Chen on the city wall side upon seeing the enemy's large army digging trenches. There were capable individuals among the opposing forces. After suffering a setback, they thought to dig trenches to avoid cannon and gunfire, making it impossible for him to strike the enemy recklessly with artillery. His gaze shifted to several farms visible from the city wall, where Count Fisher's soldiers were rampaging. These soldiers had endured immense pressure on their way here, and tormenting the serfs became their way of releasing that pressure. Li Chen's eyelids twitched violently as he witnessed many unsightly scenes, making him question whether he was the goblin or if the human soldiers across from him were the real goblins. At the same time, he sighed for the serfs in his heart. He had ordered the mountains to be burned and had sent the security forces to warn the serfs that Count Fisher's army would surely seek building materials nearby and that the army would demolish their homes. What good could come from the army entering the village? The security forces had urged them to flee, and Li Chen was even willing to provide some food as rations for their escape. However, no matter what, there were always some who chose to stay in each farm. On one hand, it was a sense of luck, and on the other, they feared the outside world. For ordinary people in this era, the limitations of distance sometimes felt further than life and death. A world 30 miles away was a new world to them. People are afraid of unfamiliar territories, so many serfs chose to stay, entrusting everything to the goddess of life. Unfortunately, the goddess of life did not favor them. Li Chen withdrew his gaze and ordered the officers beside him, open the city gates and roll out the cannons to fire a few shots, create some trouble for the enemy. The enemy's trenches were not yet fully formed, and their artillery ammunition was plentiful, so they naturally had to go out and cause some trouble, slowing down the trench digging process. The city gates opened, and 4 cannons were pulled out by riding spiders. Li Chen led 310 system soldiers to charge within 500 meters of the enemy lines, using the cannons to strike at the enemy army. The enemy's trench digging team lost a few men to cannon fire, but the humans were very determined in their trench digging efforts, starting from several directions simultaneously, with some even digging from small slopes that were out of the cannon's range. Thousands of pits were being dug at the same time. Li Chen could only manage one area and couldn't control the others. Moreover, the enemy had adopted a suspected 3-3 formation for their scattered infantry, lying in the depressions of the terrain, in places where the muskets could not reach. Li Chen looked and thought, hey, what a great opportunity. The enemy is so scattered. If I bring some men up there for a slaughter, we could gain a local advantage in numbers and have a chance to break apart some of the enemy forces. But as soon as I get close with my troops, ready to unleash a volley from the muskets, a bunch of scattered soldiers rise up from other directions, surrounding Li Chen. This frightens Li Chen, and he immediately leads his men back to the city. Looking from the city wall, Li Chen sees that the enemy's formation vaguely resembles a triangle. If you attack any corner of the triangle, the other 2 corners will simultaneously launch an attack, making it an excellent choice for large-scale melee troops to counter small groups of ranged soldiers. Li Chen is puzzled. He feels that every step the enemy takes is so correct, as if they have a wealth of experience dealing with ranged troops. Donovan Kingdom, are you thinking about me? Li Chen is helpless. The enemy is adopting a conservative strategy,
and he has no good way to break the deadlock, so he can only engage in conventional warfare. The human soldiers have been digging all morning, and the trench system is starting to take shape. Now they can stay in the trenches and dig towards the city wall, making it safer. Li Chen looks at the trench approaching the city wall and feels there's nothing he can do but fret. By nightfall, the human soldiers haven't stopped. Shovels of dirt are flying out of the trenches, indicating they plan to work in shifts around the clock. Li Chen knows that once the trench system is fully completed, he won't have the chance to weaken the enemy forces by going outside, so under the cover of night, when the humans lack night vision, he rushes outside, leading his men into the trenches to fight the enemy. Stay close. Don't fall behind. Kill. Li Chen shouts to the soldiers behind him, leaping into a trench and directly trampling an unsuspecting human soldier. There are several human soldiers digging in the trench, and since they are working, they aren't armed or armored. When they see such a large goblin jump in, they nearly die of fright. With a hand cannon in his left hand and an axe in his right, Li Chen begins to slash and kill like a tiger entering a wolf pack. The soldiers behind him, clad in heavy armor and armed with muskets fitted with bayonets, quickly fire at the surrounding human soldiers. The sound of gunfire echoes through the night as Li Chen crazily slaughters in the trench, killing more than 10 people in the blink of an eye and taking control of a trench. The enemy's main force comes to support, including many archers who lie in other trenches, shooting at the trench Li Chen and his men have taken. But Li Chen and his soldiers are all in heavy armor, and the crossbows can't penetrate their defenses. The two trenches are less than 20 meters apart. After a round of fire from the humans, the goblins are unharmed, while Li Chen's side takes down over 30 enemies in return. Seeing the soldiers in the opposite trench suppressed and too afraid to show their heads, Li Chen loudly orders his soldiers, "Everyone, load your ammunition. Load your ammunition. Charge forward. Put your guns to their chests and shoot." The soldiers understand and immediately stop firing, all loading their muskets in unison. Li Chen waits about 20 seconds, feeling it's time, and then charges out of the trench first. "Charge!" The musket-wielding goblins shout as they rush out. The human soldiers, hearing the shout, immediately rise and shoot a volley of crossbow bolts, but they all bounce off the heavy armor of the musket goblins. The human soldiers can only watch in terror as the goblins rush to the edge of the trench, standing above and pointing their muskets down at them, almost shoving the gun barrels in their faces to shoot. Bang 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 bang. In a round of point-blank shooting, over 50 enemies in the trench are killed, and the enemy is completely wiped out. Li Chen looks at the bodies of the archers in the trench, feeling a rush of exhilaration. He feels he has finally mastered the musket. The efficiency of heavy-armored musket soldiers shooting at point-blank range is incredibly high. Ha ha, well done, warriors. Load up quickly. We'll do it again. Li Chen senses the sound of crossbow bolts striking the back of his armor, knowing it's the enemy in the trench behind him, and he plans to replicate the extreme close-range shooting once more. But just then, the great bell on the city wall rang, its booming sound echoing through the night. Seeing this, Li Chen had no choice but to abandon all actions and loudly ordered his troops to run towards the city gate. The ringing bell signified that the goblins on the wall had spotted the enemy's large force encircling them, warning them to flee quickly. Although Li Chen's troops were elite, they could not withstand being surrounded by thousands of enemies. Once encircled, there was a real danger of total annihilation. The enemy was also quite capable, constantly executing encirclement maneuvers. Every time Li Chen led his troops into the enemy ranks, before he could inflict any unacceptable damage, the enemy's flanking units would arrive, keeping Li Chen's ambush in a state of mere scratching the surface. Moreover, Li Chen noticed that the speed of the enemy's flanking units was increasing. At first, he could lead his team to fight for over 10 minutes, but now he could only last less than 5 minutes before needing to retreat. He knew this was due to the enemy establishing rapid response units. These units, consisting of 1 to 2,000 men, were armored and armed with swords, either lying in wait on the slopes or hiding in trenches slightly behind. As soon as they heard the sound of gunfire, they would flank from both sides towards the city wall. If Li Chen was just a moment slower, he would be blocked from entering the city, and then caught in a pincer movement, leading to his destruction. However, Li Chen was not made of clay. After several night raids, he had roughly figured out the operational patterns of the enemy's rapid response units, and he directly set his sights on them, deciding that whoever he targeted was fair game. He first had over 900 musket-wielding goblins hide behind the city gate, then led 310 system soldiers out of the city, preparing to feign an ambush on the enemy. In fact, the enemy had been keeping an eye on the city gate and had long seen Li Chen's soldiers exiting, but they deliberately allowed Li Chen's night raid to proceed because they wanted to outpace him and encircle and annihilate his troops. It was a gamble. Losing would cost them dozens of key soldiers, but winning would mean wiping out the enemy's elite, including a suspected leader. This time was no different. Li Chen's team had already been discovered as they exited the city. Yet he still successfully charged into the human positions, engaging in a brutal melee with the excavation team. As soon as the gunfire erupted, the hidden human rapid response units rushed out from their hiding spots, sprinting towards the Boya city wall as if they were running 1,000 meters. As long as they could reach that place, all the rapidly running human soldiers thought this. The goblins on the wall spotted the rapid response units and quickly rang the bell. Li Chen, who was fighting fiercely with the excavation team, immediately ordered a retreat. However, this time their speed was not very fast, trailing behind the enemy's rapid response units. The enemy's rapid response units, seeing that the demon army's ambush team had not fled in a hurry but instead seemed to be keeping pace with them, were overjoyed. This time they had a chance to complete the encirclement. Each one ran even harder. Yet, their focus was entirely on Li Chen's troops, and they failed to notice that the Boya city wall had also opened, with 4 mounted spiders pulling cannons charging out of the city gate and 900 musket-wielding goblins pouring out as well. Once they exited the city, they charged towards the human rapid response units, closing in at an astonishing speed of about 300 meters. Once they formed up under the officers' shouts, the musket goblins raised their guns in unison. At this point, the enemy was already about 200 meters away, with over 1,000 men on both sides, nearly encircling Li Chen's troops. The human soldiers were extremely excited, too excited. They had caught up. They had finally caught up. However, the next moment, a thunderous gunfire erupted. A barrage of bullets shot towards the human rapid response units, erupting in a cloud of blood mist as human soldiers screamed and fell in droves. The 4 cannons also fired in unison, at a distance of 200 meters. Over 400 rounds swept through the crowd, mowing down a swath of people. After firing, the artillerymen quickly hitched the cannons to the mounted spiders and ran back to the city, knowing they had no chance to fire a second shot, preferring to retreat first to avoid blocking the city gate during evacuation. The human rapid response team awoke from their stupor, only to realize they had been outpaced. The enemy's main force had actually exited the city. Everyone stepped back, panic-stricken. Li Chen led his troops into the left flank of the pursuing forces, tossing 2 explosive barrels to create chaos among the enemy. Then the musket-wielding goblins charged forward, firing at point-blank range, taking down 1 enemy with each shot. After the 900 musket goblins finished their first round of fire, they quickly reloaded and, at the sound of the charge whistle, shouted as they rushed towards the human soldiers on the left, also employing extreme close-range shooting. This round of charge fire decimated 1,000 enemies on the left. The remaining half of the human pursuit team was utterly terrified. My God, over 1,000 people, all dead in less than 5 minutes. Such terrifying combat power. Run, run. It was unclear who shouted, but the rapid response team fled, their comrades' swift demise instilling fear in them, their organization collapsing as they abandoned their gear and ran. They discarded their weapons, tossed aside their helmets, and stripped off their breastplates while fleeing, leaving a trail of various weapons and armor behind, resulting in a spectacular rout. The musket goblins executed the wounded remnants with bayonets, successfully killing over 1,000 enemies, with no casualties on their side. This achievement left everyone present incredibly excited. They all felt invincible. Li Chen wiped the blood from his great sword and, seeing the exhilaration on everyone's faces, felt equally thrilled. He raised his great sword and shouted, "Punishment Army! Mighty!" The heavy musket goblins were momentarily stunned, then all raised their muskets and shouted, in unison, "Punishment Army! Mighty! Punishment Army! Mighty! Punishment Army! Mighty!" The resounding shouts echoed like thunder, their morale soaring to the heavens. In that moment, the musket goblins fully understood the power of unity. As long as they stood together, they could even slay gods. The corpses around them had proven this point. With victory in battle, Li Chen upgraded his soldiers, gaining 43 more goblin sharpshooters, further enhancing the quality of his troops. Then, Li Chen ordered his men to scavenge the bodies. Over 1,000 corpses, all clad in plate armor, were dragged back to equip the goblins, allowing for an additional 1,000 heavy infantry. In the distance, the human camp was in disarray. This time they had been hurt, and no one dared approach the city walls to interfere. Li Chen's troops calmly scavenged the bodies and returned to the city with 1,000 sets of weapons after 20 minutes. The sky soon brightened, and the human positions regained some order, but looking at the over 1,000 corpses by the city walls, their morale remained low. Count Fisher arrived at the front lines and, seeing the soldiers so dispirited, knew this couldn't continue. He issued orders to the quartermaster. Provide the soldiers with drinks, have the kitchen prepare meat soup for lunch, let all soldiers have something good to eat, and advance next month's pay. Distribute it now. The quartermaster complied and respectfully reported, "My lord, the troops have very little drink. I suggest we only provide it to the frontline soldiers and immediately request more supplies from the rear. Additionally, we do not have enough fresh meat. I recommend sending some soldiers to hunt in the forest 10 miles away." The suggestion to hunt also implied raiding nearby farms. Count Fisher nodded in agreement. "Very well, go do it." This series of actions was quickly implemented with great effect. The soldiers' morale improved, especially those on the front lines, who were fortunate enough to drink precious wine. Their digging speed increased, with tens of thousands simultaneously excavating thousands of trenches, connecting them before nightfall to form a trench system, with a large number of soldiers stationed in the trenches. Li Chen, observing from the city wall, felt utterly helpless. There was no way to launch a surprise attack now. He could only watch. The enemy completed their defensive trenches and immediately began constructing offensive siege engines, with large numbers of soldiers wielding axes to fell trees and build massive siege towers. The siege tower would be as tall as the city walls, with a top that could accommodate dozens of people and wooden boards at the front to shield against arrows. As the tower approached the city walls, the wooden boards would be lowered, allowing soldiers to rush up the boards and engage the enemy in battle, resembling a mold landing craft. The tower was enormous and heavy, requiring dozens of earth dragons to pull it to the city walls, with large tree trunks laid on the ground and a planned route to ensure a smooth path. The advantages of the siege tower were numerous, but the old mage Fortier had called the project to a halt. Old Dang looked at the lords as if they were sandbags. I say, my lords, have you forgotten about the enemy's weapon that launches large iron balls? Are you building such a tall siege tower just to give the enemy a target? The lords all felt embarrassed, realizing they had fallen into a habitual way of thinking and forgotten about the enemy's new weapons. The main siege tower was the most effective engineering tool of the cold weapon era, capable of mitigating the disadvantages of the city walls to some extent. It was impossible to rely on a crude ladder to attack the city, clumsily climbing up the walls, right? A single defender on the wall could hold a large section of it by throwing stones. The lords immediately adjusted their strategy and replaced it with a less effective, shorter, and lighter siege device, the ladder. The structure of the ladder resembled a fire truck, with a low body and a large folding ladder on top. This thing was much lighter than the siege tower, and over 100 people could push it along. Once close to the city walls, the soldiers would push the folded ladder, and the iron hooks would latch onto the walls, forming a slope of about 45 degrees upwards. The combat effectiveness of the ladder was significantly lower than that of the siege tower. The siege tower directly delivered soldiers safely onto the walls, and some towers were even built taller than the walls, allowing the attacking soldiers to gain a height advantage. With the ladder, soldiers still had to climb a slope of about 45 degrees to reach the walls, giving the defenders a height advantage, but bushes and falling rocks would be of no use. Although the ladder was not as good as the siege tower, it was certainly better than a rudimentary vertical ladder, and the low profile of the ladder meant that the enemy's iron ball launching weapon should not be able to hit it. This was based on their experience with crossbows, the high crossbows on the walls had no downward angle, and they believed the enemy's thunder weapons would be similar. The lords immediately ordered the construction of over 40 ladders, while Count Fisher also sent people to continue digging tunnels near the weak points of the walls. Li Chen had previously detonated a bomb here, causing a section of the wall to collapse, which was later repaired with large stones for about 10 meters, while the remaining 15 meters were patched with wood. The human soldiers dug 5 trenches, starting to approach the gap. As they neared the gap, the human soldiers switched to digging tunnels, making it impossible for firearms to shoot at the digging team. Several days passed, and the tunnel near the gap was completely excavated, with reinforcements made at the exit. Then the mages began to enter the scene, gathering fireball spells at the tunnel exit, each mage draining their mana and then smashing it against the wooden wall. Boom! 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 A series of 7 or 8 high-grade fireballs shot out from the tunnel entrance, smashing into the wooden wall and directly breaking the wooden stakes used for repairs. Li Chen was called over by the frontline officer, and upon seeing the fireball spells, or rather, what should be called explosive spells, shooting out, he noticed the wooden wall was pockmarked and severely damaged, on the verge of collapse. He immediately took out an explosive barrel, setting the fuse for about 5 seconds, igniting it with magic, and throwing it down the hole below. Boom! A thunderous explosion occurred, collapsing one of the tunnel entrances, killing the mages who had gathered explosive spells inside, with several others buried alive. However, the enemy had several exits, and the explosion caused a slight pause before they continued to throw explosive spells. Li Chen now had only 27 explosive barrels and needed to conserve them, so he refrained from throwing more. He said to the goblin spear, "Go call the incinerator squad over." Before long, 4 mounted spiders raced along the city wall, delivering 10 incinerator goblins. Li Chen pointed to the tunnel entrance below and said to them, "Do you see those holes down there? Throw fireballs inside." The incinerators immediately complied, channeling all their magical power as true fireball spells coalesced in their hands. The incinerators didn't need wands to cast spells. The red patterns on their bodies were a form of magical script, shimmering as they cast, with magic flowing along the lines and condensing into dark red, viscous flames in their hands. 4 fireballs were hurled from the city wall, crashing into the tunnel entrance and triggering a chorus of screams. A few mages inside the tunnel had just gathered their explosive spells, intending to rush out, when the sticky fireballs exploded right in front of them, flames instantly filling a large area of the tunnel. Several mages at the entrance were splattered with the viscous flames, the fire quickly scorching their mage robes clean, then gnawing at their flesh. In that moment, the noble mages faced death just like the foot soldiers. However, the mages still had their skills. Those who weren't caught in the flames immediately cast water spells to extinguish the fire on their screaming comrades. Quick! Cast healing spells together. With moderate burns, there's still a chance to recover, the leading mage shouted, and everyone immediately began to channel healing spells. The medical knowledge in this world was quite underdeveloped, as healing spells could almost cure all ailments, including burns. Several mages gathered healing orbs and pushed them into the bodies of the burned mages, rapidly healing their wounds. After 7 or 8 consecutive healing spells were pushed into the injured mage. He fainted from the pain, and the wounds on his body quickly healed, eventually returning to about 80% of a normal person's condition. Burns were very difficult to treat, and recovering to 80% was already quite good. The injured mage was taken away, and the mages used water spells to extinguish the fire at the tunnel entrance. They were a bit panicked and dared not throw fireballs into the tunnel anymore. Seeing everyone hesitating, the leading mage shouted, "Helping Count Fisher breach the city is Professor Fortier's order, and the precious magical tide observation instrument is an important asset that must be recovered. Quickly gather explosive spells to blow open the wooden wall and increase the army's chances of breaching the city." The mages in the tunnel exchanged glances, and no one moved. They were all esteemed mages, and entering the filthy tunnel was already unbearable. How could they endure the risk of injury or even death? The leading mage, seeing he couldn't motivate them, felt helpless. They were all instructors, and their levels were similar, so it was normal that he couldn't command them. He softened his tone, saying, "How about this? Let's borrow a few sets of armor from the soldiers, wrap ourselves in cloth, and wet it with water so we won't be afraid of the fireballs above." Everyone thought this was a good idea. Even if they were directly hit by fireballs, they could calmly run back and let their colleagues extinguish the fire with water spells. With the life-threatening danger removed, the mages threw explosive spells faster, launching high-energy magical orbs that smashed into the wooden wall, sending wood chips flying, and part of the wall caught fire. The incinerator goblins on the city wall continued to throw fireballs into the tunnel below, but the mages were wearing protective gear, and with colleagues behind them casting water spells to extinguish the flames, the fireball spells kept coming. A few minutes later, as two explosive spells struck the wooden wall simultaneously, the wall finally teetered and collapsed, exposing a gap about 10 meters high and 4 meters wide. The mages quickly evacuated the tunnel, running back to the mage camp, shedding their protective gear covered in mud and smoke. Amidst a chorus of wails, they hurriedly instructed their attendants to boil water for baths, using soap and perfume to dispel the earthy and smoky odors on their bodies, then selected a luxurious set of mage cloaks from the 30 or so carried by their attendants. Finally, feeling a bit more composed, they felt terribly wronged. The esteemed mage actually wanted to dig a tunnel and take on such terrifying risks. How unacademic! The mages participating in the bombardment of the wooden walls had begun to resent the old mage Fortier, who had issued such a malicious order. But no matter how much they complained, they still managed to open a breach in the city wall. Count Fisher ordered the entire army, "Attack! Nobles for the first climbers." The human soldiers instantly became fervent titles. As long as they were the first to reach the wall, they could be addressed as Sir. At that moment, everyone transformed into beasts, determined to rush up the wall and change their fate. The sound of the military horn echoed through the sky as the human soldiers pushed over 40 ladders toward the wall, and the battle for the defense of Boya officially began. Maintain formation. Once the ladders are set up, charge the wall immediately. No hesitation. Nobles for the first climbers. Such shouts rang out from the mouths of the military officers and nobles, stirring the soldiers into a frenzy. Transforming from nameless soldiers into beings worthy of being called Sir was enough to make the soldiers present risk their lives. The human soldiers began to push the ladders, which had several wooden stakes underneath to support over 60 people pushing the cart. The surrounding boards provided a small amount of defense, and with the people pushing from outside, each ladder required over 120 people to push. To prevent fire, the ladders were coated with mud. The fireballs from the incinerators could not directly burn down a ladder, making it a well-thought-out plan. 40 ladders were deployed, with 20 attacking the west of the city and the rest attacking the south and east. The breach in the wall was on the east side, where 5 ladders were attacking. Li Chen's defense arrangement was that he would guard the west city gate to counter the enemy's main assault, accompanied by 500 penal troops armed with firearms and 500 heavy infantry. Goblin's spear would guard the east city gate with 200 veteran penal troops and 500 heavy infantry. Goblin Bao would guard the breach in the wall with 300 penal soldiers and 500 heavy infantry. The north and south walls were overseen by 2 level 5 camp leaders, each leading 100 veteran penal troops and 500 heavy infantry. 4 cannons were set up at each city gate for support. 3,000 spear-wielding goblin recruits were equipped with short spears, wooden shields, small axes, chainmail, leather armor, cloth armor, and kettle helmets. Their equipment was a hodgepodge, and their combat effectiveness was questionable, but they had undergone several months of military training and had developed some discipline. Some of these recruits were stationed on the wall, while most were evenly distributed at the city gates and breach. In the training camp, there were another 3,000 goblin recruits who had received less than a month of military training. Li Chen did not take them out, allowing them to continue their training. Inexperienced recruits could easily make mistakes on the battlefield. If they fled, it would severely impact the morale of the veterans. The siege could last a long time, 6 months to a year. Was not impossible, so he decided to let them continue training, planning to bring them to the battlefield after 3 months of practice. Moreover, Goblin had brought 500 firearms before, so Li Chen selected the best among the new goblins to form 5 firearms militia companies. The combat effectiveness of the firearms militia was not as strong as that of the penal troops, mainly due to their lack of proficiency with the firearms and fewer bullets than the penal troops. These individuals did not go up the wall but were assigned by Li Chen to guard near the city gates, preventing anyone from seizing the gates. As for the 2,000 law enforcement troops, they were led by Knight Leo, whose sole task was to maintain order in the city, assisted by Miss Hannah, who brought human system soldiers. Now, there were only 40,000 people left in the city. Li Chen had caused a wave of panic when he broke the city, killing many while leveling up, scaring off many more, and began to spread the word about the siege, which gradually frightened away a large number of people. The remaining 40,000 were truly the lowest of the low, and many were slaves. Indeed, the kingdom of Sassos was a highly slave-dependent nation. In the city of Boya, with a population of 150,000, after filtering through, there were actually tens of thousands of slaves and a reserve of slaves who could not survive. Li Chen made a decision to drive away the enemy and attempt to bring these people back to the Alliance territory. With so many people joining, the Alliance's risk resistance would greatly increase. However, for now, these individuals were an unstable factor that needed to be monitored closely. Li Chen set up a security zone in the residential area about 300 meters from the city wall. Anyone daring to approach this area would be captured. Both sides were ready, and the offensive and defensive battle began. Li Chen watched as the enemy's siege ladders slowly approached, accompanied by infantry, and ordered the officers beside him, let the enemy come within 50 paces, then fire at will. The siege could last for an unknown duration, so they needed to conserve ammunition. His command was loudly repeated by the officers, reaching the ears of all the soldiers, who raised their weapons and aimed at the enemies below. The human soldiers pushed the siege ladders forward with a very anxious mindset, fearing the enemy's special weapons. But as they pushed the ladders to within 200 meters of the city wall, there was no attack from above. Goblin Hong, standing beside Li Chen, reminded him, "Boss, aren't we going to fire? If the ladders get any closer, we won't be able to hit them." Their cannons had a depression angle of only 5 degrees, and at the 25-meter-high city wall, there were many blind spots where they couldn't hit. Li Chen shook his head as he looked at the more than 20 slowly approaching siege ladders. "Don't fire, conserve ammunition. I want to let the enemy get closer before we strike, to inflict maximum damage." With the muskets and the city wall in place, Li Chen wasn't afraid of not being able to hold the wall. He was worried that the enemy would collapse too quickly and that he wouldn't be able to inflict heavy casualties on their elite forces. So he decided against using the cannons, and instead aimed to kill the enemy up close, delivering a painful blow. The soldiers on the wall stared intently at the siege ladders, with 500 musket barrels following the enemy's movements. Li Chen also took out a musket with +10 accuracy, aiming at the enemy. When he felt the enemy was about 50 meters away, he pulled the trigger first. With a loud bang, a soldier pushing a cart screamed and fell, followed by a volley of gunfire from the other musket-wielding goblins, filling the battlements with thick white smoke. Below, the soldiers pushing the cart immediately erupted in screams, as many of them fell to the ground. Li Chen tossed the musket to a nearby soldier to reload, picked up a new gun, aimed at a human soldier in a trench wielding a crossbow, and fired, blowing the enemy's head apart, leaving a corpse. He grabbed another gun and shot, killing another cart-pushing soldier. 3 men reloaded for Li Chen as he fired rapidly, honing his crossbow skills. While shooting, he shouted, "Everyone, shoot calmly. Take your time, conserve ammunition, and aim for 1 shot, 1 kill." Accompanied by his shouts, the soldiers' firing rate decreased significantly, but their accuracy improved. Below, the cart-pushing soldiers were being shot down one by one. Those inside the cart, shielded, suffered fewer casualties, while those outside faced a grim fate, with several waves of deaths. The siege ladders moved from 50 meters to 40 meters, and over 300 cart-pushing soldiers had died, causing the ladders to stop due to a lack of manpower. This terrifying casualty rate made the subsequent cart-pushing soldiers hesitant to enter. Was this a game? Wasn't the death rate absurd? Wearing heavy armor was of no use at all. Was this just a death sentence? They were all scared and shrank back into the trenches, afraid to step out and take their positions, extinguishing the fervor of the nobility. The frontline sergeants grew anxious and shouted at the soldiers, "Get moving, hurry up and fill the positions. We're only 40 meters away, 40 meters to the base of the wall. Anyone who doesn't move will face military punishment. Push the ladders to the base of the wall and earn 10 silver coins." Under the threat and temptation, the soldiers, with mixed feelings, rushed out of the trenches to fill the positions by the ladders. The ladders, which had just stopped, began to move again, but there were over 500 muskets on the wall. Would it matter how many more came? The sound of gunfire echoed, and the cart-pushing soldiers screamed as they fell, with so many bodies around the ladders that it was almost impossible to stand. The number of casualties was too high, and the soldiers pushing the carts were frightened, beginning to flee. Their escape triggered a small rout among the soldiers in the trenches, and the sergeants could not stop them no matter how hard they tried. In the first siege, the humans left behind over 300 corpses and fled in disgrace. In the core of the human camp, Count Fisher was furious. He roared at his subordinate lords, "Damn cowards! Dare to abandon their engineering tools! Execute all the deserters!" Let the others see what happens to those who flee. Replace them with another group at the front line and continue pushing the carts. Once the order was given, all 200 soldiers who were pushing the carts in the front line trenches were executed, serving as a harsh deterrent to everyone else. However, a new wave of soldiers entered the front line trenches and began pushing the carts, only to be met with gunfire, causing them to abandon their helmets and armor. This time, fearing execution, the soldiers left behind over 400 corpses at the city wall before they fled. The deserters were also aware that returning to the rear would lead to capture and execution. Driven to desperation, a few soldiers conspired to rebel together, killing the sergeants and a minor noble. Over 200 deserters shed their armor, scattering in dozens of directions, running around the trenches, planning to escape directly into the mountains. The supervisory team had no horses and didn't even know how to pursue them. Now Count Fisher was a bit at a loss. Pushing a cart had cost him nearly 1,000 men. Such a level of loss was no longer just a matter of orders not being executed properly, but rather a mistake in decision-making. The enemy's weapons were too sharp. If they continued to fill the gaps with lives, even with 70,000 men, they would not be able to withstand it. At this moment, a lord proposed a desperate tactic. He said that the engineering ladders were only 30 meters from the city wall, and if they acted quickly and decisively, they could push the ladders to the wall in just a few minutes. To avoid precious soldier casualties, he suggested abducting serfs from the surrounding farms to push the ladders. Many of these serfs had families, and the offspring of serfs were also serfs. Landlords would force serfs to marry each other to increase the labor force. As long as they held the families of these serfs hostage, they wouldn't have to worry about them not working hard. This resolution was quickly implemented, and human soldiers swept through all the villages within dozens of miles, gathering over 3,000 serfs with families to push the carts. While the human soldiers went to capture the serfs, the ladders were left in place, and Li Qin contemplated burning the ladders. He called upon the incinerator goblins to throw fireballs, attempting to burn the ladders down. However, as soon as a fireball was thrown from the city wall and struck the ladders, before the ladders could suffer significant damage, water balloons flew out from the trenches to extinguish the fire. Both sides engaged in a day-long battle of offense and defense, with the incinerators working hard to burn down 3 ladders, but due to excessive mana consumption, Li Qin called a halt. In truth, he was indifferent about whether to burn the ladders. He wanted to strike at the enemy's living forces. As long as the siege equipment was not in place, the enemy would remain trapped in the trenches, which was unacceptable. Li Qin gazed at the enemy's position from the city wall, unsure of when the next attack would come, but he knew the enemy was brewing something sinister. After inspecting the morale of the soldiers on the wall, he entered the city tower to lie down and rest. As the leader of the entire army, he had to maintain his spirit. He needed to rest and recover as soon as he found an opportunity, for if the situation worsened, he might have to endure several days without sleep. Lying in bed, Li Qin began to check the system. Out of 310 system soldiers, over 200 could be upgraded. He clicked to upgrade directly, and the Punishment Army's old 10th Company gained another 200 level 3 Goblin archers. After 1 or 2 more battles, the entire Punishment Army's old 10th Company would become level 3 soldiers, truly an elite force with combat experience. After assigning levels to the soldiers, he began to check his own attributes. At that moment, his attributes were Vitality 25, One-Handed Weapon Proficiency 12, Two-Handed Weapon Proficiency 101, Polearm Proficiency 8, Control 12, Bow Proficiency 18, Crossbow Proficiency 78, Throwing Weapon Proficiency 68, Stamina 11, Writing Proficiency 0, Running Proficiency 67, Forging Proficiency 80, Cunning 7, Scouting Proficiency 43, Tactics Proficiency 25, Rogue Habits Proficiency 17, Social 7, Charm Proficiency 25, Leadership Proficiency 72, Trading Proficiency 0, Prayer Proficiency 0, Intelligence 15, Management Proficiency 37, Medical Proficiency 1, Engineering Proficiency 28, Magic Proficiency 28. Li Qin sighed, reflecting that it had been almost a year since he arrived in this other world. From a tribe that relied on foraging, he had transformed into a warlord capable of shaping his own destiny, which he considered quite an achievement. He noticed that his proficiency with the crossbow had risen to 78, unlocking a 2-choice skill, likely accumulated from his experience with firearms. Li Qin directly selected Dynamic Vision. With this skill, as long as he concentrated, the world around him would enter a slow-motion state, similar to bullet time. Li Qin blinked, focusing his attention, and the world around him began to slow down. Sunlight streamed through the gap outside the door, illuminating the dust particles dancing in the air. Li Qin could see the dust moving very slowly, even able to roughly predict their trajectories. Li Qin was overjoyed. This passive skill was fantastic and greatly enhanced his abilities. He didn't take a break, pushing open the door and walking towards the arrow tower on the city wall, a structure about 10 meters taller than the wall itself. Li Qin climbed up the arrow tower, and the squad of the Punishment Army on duty stood at attention, their faces filled with respect as they saw their leader arrive. Boss. Return to your positions. 3 of you come help me load bullets.
Li Chen took out 4 firearms with plus 10 accuracy from the warehouse. These were the guns he had crafted for himself. He leaned the 4 firearms against the city wall and picked one up, aiming it at the people below. The arrow tower was 35 meters high, allowing him to see almost the entire battlefield. Below the city wall, the ground was pockmarked with trenches. The trench 200 meters from the wall either had tunnels or wooden barriers, allowing human soldiers to keep their heads down and avoid being shot by the firearms on the wall. Li Chen rested the firearm on the parapet and began searching for a shooting target. He quickly spotted a trench being dug about 150 meters away. Since it was newly dug, the defenses were not very solid. The soldiers in the trench were focused on digging, their heads occasionally peeking out with slight movements. Li Chen set his sights on one of them. The exposure of the soldier's head was minimal, sometimes appearing and sometimes retreating. A normal person would find it nearly impossible to hit such a small target with a firearm. He saw a tunnel reinforced with wooden signs about 170 meters long. The wooden sign stood at the edge of the tunnel, blocking the view from the city wall, but there was a gap in the middle of the sign through which he could see someone walking back and forth. In the trench, Li Chen carefully observed the gap and realized that this was likely an important traffic route, with someone passing by almost every second. He aimed his gun at the gap, focusing intently to open his dynamic vision and observed the soldiers' patterns through the opening, waiting for the right moment to fire again. The bullet shot through the gap in the wooden sign just as a soldier walked by, hitting him dead on. For the next 10 minutes or so, Li Chen kept firing from the arrow tower. Almost every time he pulled the trigger, an enemy was killed, and he became increasingly skilled at using his dynamic vision. The goblins on the city wall also figured out what was happening. Their boss was target shooting. They focused intently, occasionally catching glimpses of enemies being killed through various gaps. Most of them were goblin archers who naturally understood how difficult it was to achieve such a level of skill, and they all marveled at how impressive their boss was. Watching Li Chen shoot, every time Li Chen fired, the goblins cheered excitedly. However, Li Chen soon stopped shooting. After more than 10 minutes, he had killed 12 enemies, and the remaining foes, no matter how dull, knew they had to hide well. No one dared to expose themselves to give him another chance. Li Chen reluctantly put down his firearm, feeling he hadn't had enough fun yet. Just as he was thinking of taking a break, a series of loud bugle calls came from the human camp, followed by a large number of people dressed in tattered clothing emerging from the camp, entering the trench, and heading toward the city wall. There were so many of these ragged individuals that they quickly filled hundreds of trenches. Li Chen thought to himself that the enemy was finally ready to attack the city, and he shouted loudly to his soldiers, "Get ready for battle! The enemy is coming!" Again, the officers' shouts and the bugle sounded, and the soldiers immediately sprang into action, grabbing their weapons and rushing to their combat positions, setting up their firearms on the battlements. Li Chen carefully observed the enemy below and discovered that the humans entering the trench were not soldiers, but serfs dressed in rags, their faces showing signs of pain. He looked at the ladder only 30 meters from the city wall and cursed, realizing these people were captured to be used as cannon fodder. Li Chen was slightly shaken. These serfs were not foreigners but proper Sasso's people. Such actions were typical of a national army capturing its own citizens to use as cannon fodder, something only the armies of a declining dynasty would do. He felt a headache coming on. These serfs were not his subjects, and he had no psychological burden about killing them, but the problem was that these guys were of low value and would deplete his ammunition reserves. Precious firearm ammunition was one less shot with each use, and now his army had about 40,000 rounds in stock. The men of Count Fisher stood there, and he couldn't shoot them all before running out of precious ammunition. Only shooting heavily armored soldiers could recoup the costs. Seeing those poor serfs about to be sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder, Li Chen ordered his subordinate officers, "Didn't we capture 500 crossbows earlier? Bring them up for the soldiers to use, and tell them to use crossbows against enemies they can't penetrate with firearms, and use guns against those they can." The 500 crossbows were sent up to the city wall and distributed to the goblin marksmen, most of whom were tier 3 goblin archers and were skilled with crossbows, so they could use them right away. Once equipped, the serfs seemed to accept their fate and charged out of the trench toward the ladder. They had been chosen to be cannon fodder, and many had wives and children. If they didn't push the cart, their families would be killed by Count Fisher's army. For the sake of their families, they had to overcome their fear and rush onto the battlefield. After the efforts of the first 2 waves of soldiers, 17 ladders were now very close to the city wall, only about 30 meters away. 3,000 serfs almost simultaneously rushed out of the trench, screaming in terror as they surrounded the ladder and began to push. The cloud ladder was large and heavy, yet with so many people pushing, it was still visibly advancing. "Fire! Fire with all your might!" Li Chen ordered loudly, and the goblins on the city wall began shooting arrows, a torrential rain of arrows raining down on the frenzied crowd below. The crowd let out cries of agony. Those struck by arrows fell to the ground struggling, but no one would come to their aid. Their fate was to bleed to death. The goblin archers remained calm and collected, shooting with their crossbows, especially the bows, which could shoot as soon as an arrow was knocked, much faster than firearms, proving surprisingly efficient at killing unarmored targets.
bolts and arrows rained down from the battlements, met with the wails of the serfs. But these unfortunate souls were far more motivated in pushing the carts than the soldiers of Count Fisher, for the sake of their wives and children. Even if they were struck by several arrows, as long as they weren't dead immediately, they gritted their teeth and persevered, unwilling to fall. Seeing their desperate struggle resembling that of death warriors, Li Chen could roughly guess that their families were under the control of Count Fisher. He felt a bit sorry for them, but with differing stances, he picked up a strong bow and aimed his arrows at the crowd with the utmost speed. The serfs gritted their teeth, enduring casualties, as one body after another fell by the cloud ladder, with serfs stepping in to take their place. 25 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, the area around the cloud ladder was densely packed with corpses, a path of bodies extending to the city wall. Finally, with over 2,000 corpses as a foundation, 17 cloud ladders were pushed to the base of the wall. The folding ladders were opened, the rungs set against the city wall, and the iron hooks on the ladders firmly latched onto the wall. Once the iron hooks of the cloud ladders were secured to the wall, they were difficult to remove. What followed was no longer the serfs' responsibility, and the surviving 1,000 or so serfs were allowed to live. They dragged their weary bodies back to the camp, hoping to reunite with their wives and daughters, only to be horrified to find that Count Fisher's soldiers had transformed into goblins, and everything that could go wrong had. Each of them felt their minds explode, harboring immense hatred, just waiting for the right moment to erupt. Human soldiers began to enter the fray, with heavily armored soldiers first entering the trenches. Once assembled, at the command of the bugle, they charged out of the trenches, up the ladders, and towards the city wall. Count Fisher promised that if the city fell, he would reward the first climbers with the most fertile lands of his family, offering 100 gold coins, with rewards for all those who achieved merit. The soldiers' morale was once again stirred, shouting as they charged upward. 17 ladders, 17 points of entry. A large number of heavily armored soldiers climbed the ladders, while the firearm-wielding goblins set down their bows and crossbows, picking up their more familiar firearms to begin shooting. The soldiers climbing the ladders were exposed, and with the sound of gunfire, their heavy armor was easily pierced, and the climbing soldiers fell with cries of agony. However, the opposing side was truly on a roll, charging quickly and decisively. The ladders were wide enough for two people to ascend together, and these soldiers, shields raised and swords held high, charged forward with fierce cries. Firearms, after all, had a slower rate of fire, and under such an offensive, they couldn't completely block the advance, allowing human soldiers to reach the city wall. But once they got up there, it was truly a slaughterhouse. "The honor of the first climber is mine," a human soldier shouted as he leaped onto the wall, but the next moment he was pushed onto the wall by a dozen long spears. He didn't even have time to react before a goblin wielding a spear shot him dead. More human soldiers jumped from the ladders onto the wall, only to be met by dozens of heavily armored goblins blocking the way. They raised various weapons, striking the enemies to destabilize them, causing them to fall, then shot them dead with firearms. Of course, this was still the best-case scenario, at least they died on the wall. The worst fate was for those who just peeked over the ladder, only to see a dozen guns aimed at them, and as soon as they touched the wall, they were dead. There was another group nearby, surrounded by incinerator goblins, who were throwing sticky fireballs onto the ladders. The ladder was covered in thick mud, temporarily resistant to fire, but the people were terrified. One by one, sticky fireballs exploded above the crowd, scattering the viscous flames everywhere. The human soldiers engulfed in flames screamed in agony, their armor searing hot, and the skin in contact with the armor was in excruciating pain. More importantly, they were on fire and desperate to extinguish it. There was water on the ladder, and those on fire wanted to run back, but the people behind were rushing forward, creating a deadlock. They could only jump down from the sides. From a height of over 10 to 20 meters, they jumped down like dumplings, many breaking their legs and howling in misery. Li Chen stood guard at a section of the wall where the ladder was secured, drawing his great sword. With one swing, he knocked down a human soldier who had just charged up, then struck down hard at the opponent's helmet-protected head. The immense force of the heavy sword crushed the helmet, shattering the skull beneath. Just as he killed one, another enemy appeared on the ladder. As the enemy attempted to jump onto the wall, Li Chen thrust his sword out, sending the opponent tumbling down the ladder. From a height of 25 meters, the enemy let out a William scream, crashing to the ground and dying. With a control attribute of 15, he could better mobilize all his muscles for more effective movements. He single-handedly held a passage, swinging his greatsword left and right, leaving a sea of corpses around him. The wall was as solid as gold, and the ladder had become a stairway to heaven. Anyone who climbed it met death. After leaving behind over 800 corpses, everyone was terrified, and morale was about to plummet. The nobles at the back realized this was untenable. If they continued like this, morale would collapse. Count Fisher felt a pang of frustration. Damn it! Why were these goblins so hard to kill? This was infuriating. He ordered his soldiers, bring Kaso up. Before long, a 2-meter-tall, muscular beastman with yellow-black fur and a tiger's head was brought up by the soldiers. This guy had shackles on his neck and hands, and a slave brand on his pumpkin shoulder. Named Kaso, the tiger beastman stared intently at Count Fisher.
He was originally a minor chief of a tiger beastman tribe in the Orc Kingdom, but after losing a territorial battle against other orcs, he and his tribe were captured and sold into slavery to humans. However, how could a tiger willingly accept captivity? Even though he was bound by iron chains, he still fixed his tiger eyes on Count Fisher as if ready to pounce and kill him at any moment. Count Fisher found a mage to act as a translator and said to him, "Do you see the wall in the distance? I will give you 500 auxiliary soldiers. Take your 500 kin to attack the city. If you succeed, I will grant you freedom and support you in returning to your homeland. How about it?" Kaso's tiger eyes lit up. "Human, swear to your deity." Count Fisher smirked, insincerely swearing, "A goddess of life, as long as Kaso and his kin assist me in breaching the city, I will grant Kaso and his kin freedom and fund his return to his homeland." Is that sufficient? His attitude towards the deity made Kaso frown and snort. "A disrespectful man to the gods, you will pay for your insolence in the future." Count Fisher scoffed. Deities had not manifested in thousands of years. If it weren't for the chosen ones still active in the world, the existence of deities would have become mere myth. Count Fisher waved his hand. "Release his kin and provide them with armor and weapons." Kaso was taken down by the soldiers and returned to the rear of the camp, arriving at a prison area where over 500 tiger people were held in iron cages. All were tall and muscular, each possessing strength of 3 or even 2 nors, and they were naturally fit. The human soldiers opened the cages, releasing the tiger people, then tossed down 500 sets of chainmail. The plate armor was custom-made and could not be worn if it didn't fit, but the chainmail could be adjusted in size, suitable for mass equipping. Kaso's handcuffs and neck shackles were removed, and a human sergeant struggled to carry a double-bladed battle axe and handed it to Kaso. Kaso took the weapon with one hand, swinging it effortlessly. What others found heavy, he could wield with ease. The sergeant pointed to the distant siege battlefield. "First, go down the tunnel close to the city wall, then climb the ladder and kill everyone inside, and you'll be free." "Damn, I forgot you don't understand the common tongue of humans." Kaso ignored the guy's words. With the armor, he felt like the king of beasts once again, raising his double-bladed axe and roaring, "Blood sacrifice to the beast god." The other newly freed tigermen also raised their weapons and shouted, "Blood sacrifice to the beast god." Kaso led everyone charging towards the city wall. Li Chen was happily leveling up, and the section of the city wall he was guarding was piled with dozens of corpses, with even more bodies stacked at the base of the wall, having fallen to their deaths before even climbing up. A human soldier was preparing to ascend the wall when Li Chen swung his sword again, crushing the opponent's helmet and shattering his skull, causing him to fall off the ladder. Li Chen took a breath, feeling like he had just warmed up, thinking the enemies were too weak. When would he get a super soldier to play with? Then, in the next moment, a very swift figure jumped onto the wall and landed in front of Li Chen. Li Chen was startled, and upon closer inspection, he saw that the newcomer was very tall and strong, not wearing a helmet, revealing a furry tiger head dressed in thick armor and wielding a massive double-bladed axe. The tiger man Kaso quickly steadied himself after jumping onto the wall, locking his gaze on Li Chen. Li Chen's shiny armor was a clear sign of a big shot. Kaso let out a tiger roar and issued a 1v1 challenge, then without waiting for Li Chen's consent, swung his double-bladed axe at him. Li Chen saw that the opponent was even bulkier than himself and knew the newcomer was not to be trifled with. He gathered his strength and swung his great sword back at Kaso. The double-bladed axe and the two-handed greatsword clashed in the air with a loud clang, sending sparks flying. Li Chen was knocked back a step, his hands feeling numb. He was somewhat shocked. This tiger man was incredibly strong, and despite having the power of one Kunyuo, he found himself outmatched in strength. The opponent must have at least 3 Nuwa of power. Kaso cleaved at Li Chen with his axe, letting out a tiger roar, and many tigermen rushed up the ladders around them. These guys were fast, almost all jumping directly into the city wall, crashing into the defending soldiers, and upon landing, they swung various two-handed weapons, wildly slaughtering the surrounding goblins. The goblins, who were already prepared, didn't care whether the ones climbing up were human soldiers or tigermen. They pressed their firearms and spears down, killing them mercilessly. However, due to the tigermen's robust physiques, they managed to secure a foothold on the wall and carve out a small area, causing some casualties among the goblins. Some goblins pressed their firearms forward and shot at the tigermen. These tigermen seemed to be built differently. After being hit by the firearms, they howled in pain, but instead of dying, they became enraged, crazily hacking at the surrounding goblins. Li Chen realized they were facing tough opponents and shouted, "All company commanders, hold the line, don't let the wall fall." The company commanders were all level 5 and 4 soldiers, with strength levels similar to Li Chen, all tough goblins. Upon hearing the order, they raised their heavy shields and one-handed weapons, charging in to fight the tigermen, while other goblin marksmen coordinated seamlessly, continuously shooting at close range. If one shot didn't take them down, then 2 shots, if 2 shots didn't do it, then 3. After giving the order, Li Chen quickly raised his long sword to block as the strongest tigerman jumped up again, ready for another fierce clash. Li Chen knew he was outmatched in strength, but his coordination was far superior, so he employed techniques to deflect the force, continuously parrying the incoming double-bladed axe.
The two sides exchanged blows for over 10 rounds, and Li Chen found an opportunity to jump back, creating some distance between himself and his opponent. Immediately, 5 musket-wielding goblins charged forward, their gun barrels aimed at Kaso as they pulled the triggers. Bang! 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 After a series of gunshots, Kaso trembled violently, taking 5 shots directly to the chest. Li Chen grinned, thinking that no matter how strong you are, you can't withstand a musket. He expected the tiger orc to fall. But instead, Kaso staggered a few steps before steadying himself, then let out a roar and charged at the penal soldier who had shot at him, axe raised. Get out of the way! Li Chen shouted in alarm, ordering the musket goblins to fall back. As he raised his sword to meet the charge, he cursed inwardly, wondering if this guy was made of iron. How could he still be standing after taking 5 shots? He swung his sword at Kaso's waist, but to his surprise, Kaso didn't block. He took the blow head-on. Li Chen felt something was off as his sword failed to cut through Kaso's armor. The orc was wearing at least 3 layers of protective gear. Kaso absorbed the blow and then swung his double-bladed axe down from above. Li Chen cursed again, raising his sword to block and deflect the force, and the two resumed their fierce battle. After another 20 quick exchanges, Li Chen noticed that Kaso was starting to tire, panting heavily. Seizing the opportunity, he struck Kaso several times, forcing him to retreat. This guy was incredibly strong, but his stamina wasn't that impressive. However, he was tough as nails, having taken several hits without any visible reaction. Orcs in this world were known for their robust vitality and high physical strength. Their muscle and bone density surpassed that of other intelligent races. Moreover, Kaso was a tiger orc, one of the strongest among orcs, and he was clad in 3 layers of leather and iron armor. Thus, the 5 close-range musket shots and Li Chen's sword strikes were all absorbed by him. Of course, it still hurt. When Li Chen found another opportunity to strike Kaso's waist, Kaso let out a furious roar and erupted with renewed speed, swinging his double-bladed axe even faster. Li Chen was forced to retreat under a flurry of 3 axe strikes in a single second, relying on his deflection skills to counter the blows, sparks flying as their massive weapons clashed. As they were entangled, a large number of tiger orcs surged up the ladder Li Chen was defending. As soon as they landed, they charged at the surrounding musket goblins. The goblins were unable to assist Li Chen, each engaged in their own battles with the tiger orcs, swords and muskets clashing, resulting in casualties on both sides. Li Chen felt a pang of regret. Every soldier lost from the penal unit was a significant loss. He wanted to break free to kill other tiger orcs, but this towering orc kept sticking to him, preventing his escape, and he couldn't kill him just yet. Li Chen considered retrieving a hand cannon from the warehouse to take a shot at Kaso. At such close range, even if it couldn't penetrate the 3 layers of armor, it could shatter his sternum. But with both sides fiercely engaged, any distraction could lead to a fatal opening. If only someone could delay him for a second. Li Chen silently shouted in his mind, and then he saw a musket goblin, knife bayonet in hand, sneaking up on Kaso from behind. It was Kanda. Kanda ignored all the enemies around him, rushing to Kaso's back, first pressing the musket against Kaso's back and firing a shot, then recklessly stabbing at Kaso's calf with the bayonet. The shot was blocked by Kaso's 3 layers of armor, but he had no leg armor, and the bayonet pierced through. Kaso let out a terrible scream and swung his double-bladed axe in retaliation. Kanda, being quick-witted, abandoned the musket and dropped to the ground to avoid the axe. He then raised the hand cannon hanging at his waist and aimed it at Kaso's chest, firing a shot. With a loud bang, a barrage of projectiles erupted, striking Kaso's chest. Kaso screamed in pain. The chamber pressure of the hand cannon was lower than that of a musket, and its projectile power and range were less than that of a standard musket, but at such close range, Kaso took nearly all the projectiles to his chest. He felt as if he had been struck by a charging earth dragon, his chest bones shattered beyond count. Kaso fell heavily, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Then he saw that the goblin he had just been fighting was also raising a weapon that had dealt him a heavy blow, aimed directly at his unprotected face. Kaso's pupils constricted as he raised his massive double-bladed axe to shield his face. In the next moment, Li Chen fired, a barrage of bullets striking Kaso's double-bladed axe, which was large and thick enough to block all the pellets. However, Li Chen had prepared 10 hand cannons in his warehouse, and he retrieved another one, this time aiming for Kaso's chest. The armor on his chest had already been shredded. Another shot would surely kill him. Kaso sensed the threat of death, and his instinctive reaction was incredibly strong. He rolled, somehow managing to tumble down the city wall and into the Boya district. This guy could be considered the first true entrant into the city, as well as the first to be captured. The spear-wielding goblin recruits stationed at the foot of the wall were idly standing around when suddenly, a massive axe clattered down onto their faces, startling them as they rushed over. Kaso fell from a height of 25 meters, not knowing how many bones he had broken. He was alive only due to the orc's extraordinary physical resilience and could barely stand. Li Chen shouted to the goblin recruits below, "Bind him with iron chains and go find Mage Hannah. Have her heal this guy, don't let him die, I need him alive." After shouting, Li Chen looked at Kanda, his face full of admiration. "Well done, soldier." Kanda's severely disfigured face flushed slightly as he held the hand cannon given to him by Li Chen, puffing out his chest. "Your Majesty, the punishment army is mighty. Li Chen waved his hand. Don't call me your majesty, call me boss. That's what other races call me. Be boss. Li Chen nodded, putting away the hand cannon and drawing his great sword. Soldiers, let's drive away. All the enemies together. Yes. Li Chen lunged at the other tiger orcs, starting to push the enemies off the city wall. In fact, even without him, the tiger orcs were already struggling. These guys had started off incredibly fierce, strong and fast, and wouldn't fall even when hit by gunfire, like little supermen. But their stamina was depleting faster, and with many heavily armored big goblins surrounding them and hacking away, the tiger orcs couldn't break through. They were quickly overwhelmed. 20 minutes later, the last tiger orc was pinned against the wall and shot dead by 10 muskets, and all enemies on the city wall were exterminated. Victory! Someone shouted, and all the goblins on the wall cheered, and as they shouted, someone suddenly began to sing the Punishment Army's anthem. It started off chaotic, but as it progressed, it became more synchronized until thousands of voices merged into one. Raise the muskets against the infantry, fix the bayonets against the cavalry, united under the banner of the round star, bloody to defend the alliance. On the human side, the soldiers slumped wearily in the trenches, their eyes tired. They listened to the harmonious singing. Even though they couldn't understand goblin language, they could feel the pride in it, which made them feel even more dispirited, their morale plummeting to negative numbers, a very dangerous situation. In the human camp, inside Count Fisher's tent, Count Fisher's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the gathered nobles. Gentlemen, can anyone tell me? What should we do? The nobles fell silent for a moment, and one noble shamelessly declared, My lord, we have more numbers, please continue the attack, relentless attacks. The enemy will tire, and we will eventually take Boya. Another noble opposed, No. The soldiers' morale is already low. If we adopt such a suicidal strategy, there will be a mutiny. I think we shouldn't be considering how to attack right now, but rather how to stabilize the soldiers' morale. Count Fisher said, Alcohol, provide the soldiers with alcohol, no one will refuse the intoxication of spirits. Last month I had 1,000 barrels of wine transported from the territory, which should help boost the soldiers' spirits. The nobles exchanged glances, and one of them cautiously said, My lord, a few days ago the soldiers reported that the demon army's cavalry attacked the wine convoy, killing all the draft animals and farmers and breaking all the barrels. Ah! Count Fisher lost his composure and roared. That damned spider cavalry had been harassing them for days, mainly operating in their rear and always striking at night. Every night, they ambushed small groups of troops, killing them and then fleeing, occasionally bombarding their main camp with special weapons, with large iron balls, sometimes killing 1 or 2 people, causing panic in the camp. Reluctantly, Count Fisher had to dig trenches in the rear to fend off a mere 100 cavalry. The trenches did prove effective. The enemy could no longer launch reckless surprise attacks. Then they turned their sights on the logistics troops and those hunting in the forest, cutting off their supplies. Count Fisher wanted to cry, damn it, if it weren't for the kingdom's call to war, requiring every lord to provide the requested number of troops, he wouldn't have sent 2,000 family cavalry to the northern battlefield, leading to his current severe lack of cavalry. Being bullied by just 100 enemies like this was too tragic. The lords chattered away. There was no way, the enemy's weapons were too strong. They felt they couldn't capture the city at all. Count Fisher began to have second thoughts about retreating. Should he just give up? But so many had died, all elite members of their families, and with the other lords' losses, the damage was immense. If they couldn't take Boya to recover, the material loss was secondary. The loss of prestige was far more important. This time, no one gained anything from responding to his call to war, and they lost so many people. Would anyone follow him next time? Families could fall from first-class nobility. So, he didn't even dare to consider retreating. Just as Count Fisher was in a dilemma, the old mage Fortier, sitting in the corner smoking a pipe, spoke up. I say, if I can break through the city wall and allow you lords to enter and fight the enemy, do you have confidence in taking Boya? Oh, what good plan does the advisor have now? Count Fisher looked at the old mage Fortier, feigning hope on the surface while inwardly cursing. Damn it, these mages clearly possessed immense power but were unwilling to fight for it. If the mages donned heavy armor, he would have the soldiers escort them to the city wall, and the mages could cast fireballs at the enemy, easily creating a landing zone to take the wall. But this group of self-proclaimed noble mages was unwilling to risk their lives. When he previously asked them to climb into the trenches to help extinguish a fire on the siege ladder, they whined for ages. He didn't even know what use these mages were to him. It was like raising 200 grandfathers. Damn. The old mage Fortier appeared relaxed, slowly packing his pipe with tobacco as he said, I am confident I can create a 10-meter wide opening in the city wall. If we launch the attack suddenly enough, the enemy won't have time to fortify the breach. You can let the soldiers rush through this opening into the city. Can you take Boya? Count Fisher's face lit up with joy. Ah, advisor. Inside Boya, the houses are densely packed. As long as our soldiers rush in, they can easily establish a foothold. Once we enter urban combat, the enemy will lack firing range, and their combat effectiveness will decrease. We can maximize our numerical advantage and easily take Boya. Old Mage Fortier nodded, clenching the pipe-filled With tobacco in his mouth and with a fingertip he released a small flame to ignite the pipe, sitting there smoking in silence. The nobles were bewildered. Wait, why is no one speaking? Everyone exchanged glances, wondering if the old man was just teasing them. Count Fisher reacted quickly. The other party was clearly looking for benefits. But what kind of benefits did they want? Count Fisher recalled the ways of the Magic Guild, which loved to establish colonies, set up magic schools, and recruit children with magical talent. Once these children completed their apprenticeship, they would be sent to the territories of the Mage Guild for further training. This was how the mages of the 4 human nations were monopolized by the Magic Guild. Count Fisher had already regarded Boya as his own territory, and he knew the dangers of allowing the Magic Guild to establish a colony there. He had no intention of agreeing. However, seeing the old man sitting in the corner blowing smoke rings, he realized that if he didn't show enough sincerity, the other party wouldn't reveal the method to break the city walls. Count Fisher sighed and yielded. I've heard that the Magic Academy in Boya is only as large as a few housing districts. That's really too small. It should be expanded. The old mage 40-year chuckled, puffing on his cigarette as he asked, So, my lord, how much do you think it should be expanded? After a round of verbal sparring, Count Fisher ultimately promised that after breaking the city he would allocate 1/10 of Boya's urban area to the Mage Guild as a colony. That's right, 1/10. A large town capable of housing 150,000 people, and, just like that, a portion was beautifully carved out for the mages. This was the value of magical monopoly. With the price settled, old mage 40-year stood up and brushed off non-existent dust from his mage robe. I need 5 days to prepare. Lords, please choose the location for breaking the city and dig the pits under the walls in advance to ensure the element of surprise. After saying this, he walked out of the tent and returned to the mages' camp, gathering all the mages together. Everyone, get ready to create a chaotic magic array. Upon hearing chaotic magic array, the mages' expressions varied. Some looked hopeful, some appeared worried, while many looked confused, clearly unaware of what a chaotic magic array was. One mage asked anxiously, Professor, are you sure we should create a chaotic magic array? It can be quite dangerous. Old mage 40-year nodded. Don't worry, I have participated in the research and creation of chaotic magic arrays multiple times. There won't be any problems, and we only need to make a small chaotic magic array. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and then became excited. Not everyone had the chance to see a chaotic magic array. The chaotic magic array was developed by the Magic Guild to observe the natural magical tide changes. In the southern part of this continent, there is a large volcano and a vast desert. According to legend, in ancient times, a demon god died in the south, and after his death, his body emitted a large amount of fire. Elemental magic, scorching the entire southern region into a desert. As time passed, the fire elements accumulated in the desert, and with the magical tide, they moved northward. When this intense fire magical tide encountered opposing magical forces, such as water elemental magical tides, it would react violently, resulting in a massive explosion. After such an explosion, heavy rain would fall from the sky, and the regions of the monster forest and the southern territories of the 4 human nations would become extremely fertile under the blessings of this rain. In fact, the collision of opposing magical energies causing explosions was not a rare phenomenon. The Magic Guild had discovered this natural occurrence thousands of years ago. However, the professors studying magical tides found that if 2 opposing magical forces collided with enough force, the resulting explosion could trigger a phenomenon known as chaos magic. Simply put, when 2 similar magical forces collide and explode, if the explosive yield is large enough, it can cause a chain reaction, leading to explosions of natural magic in the surrounding kilometers. After the explosion, the magical energy near the blast point becomes chaotic, extremely active, and can penetrate matter, causing anyone who passes through the chaotic magic zone to die in 1,000 wounds. The Magic Guild is currently conducting extensive research on artificially triggering chaotic magic, developing a type of magical bomb that can instantly destroy several kilometers, or even tens of kilometers. However, after hundreds of years, the professors and mentors of the Magic Guild have concluded that with the current magical technology mastered by humanity, it is impossible to trigger chaotic magic. The Magic Guild once linked 200,000 magical crystals together, injecting opposing energies of water and fire into them, and then detonated them using a magic array. They indeed triggered a tremendous explosion that destroyed everything within a radius of 500 meters, but it did not cause a chain reaction, nor did it produce chaotic magic effects. This is akin to piling up as much TNT as you want. It still isn't a nuclear bomb. The professors speculated that perhaps the purity of the artificial magical energy was insufficient, and the detonating magic array needed improvement. Following these cutting-edge studies, a series of auxiliary products emerged, such as small chaotic magic bombs. Returning to the topic, 200 mages began to move, linking thousands of opposing magical cores together, aiming to create a powerful magical bomb capable of collapsing a section of city wall without issue. This required the mages to painstakingly inscribe magical runes, and without a magical tide observation device, they had no way of knowing whether there were magical tide interferences nearby, making this work quite difficult and prone to waste. Fortunately, with over 200 of them, even with a high waste rate, they could still produce a magical bomb in 5 days. The mages focused on the magical bomb, and the perspective temporarily shifted to Gobu Run. After parting ways with Li Chen, Gobu Run first found a cave in the mountains to store the supplies he didn't need, then set out lightly armed to harass Count Fisher's army with cavalry. Gobu Run had deeply grasped Li Chen's guerrilla tactics, never confronting the enemy head-on, always maneuvering and launching surprise attacks, using the fast-moving spider mounts to exploit the advantages of special terrain, inflicting severe pain on the enemy. As soon as they appeared at the enemy's weak points, a volley of gunfire would spell death for them. Gobu Run also frequently launched nighttime attacks, bombarding the enemy's main camp with 2 cannons. The sound of the cannons was so loud that it kept the enemy awake, making them too anxious to sleep. Eventually, Count Fisher could no longer tolerate it and had trenches dug behind the camp, surrounding it, and issued long spears to the infantry, ordering them to stay in the trenches day and night. Now Gobu Run truly dared not approach the bombardment recklessly. He began to target small enemy units, such as those hunting in the mountains, those transporting military supplies from the rear, and those fetching water. Making it extremely difficult for the enemy to operate, they stopped hunting, ceased logistics, and even had to form groups to fetch water. After several days of ambushes, Gobu Run found that all the high-value targets he could attack had been dealt with, and the remaining ones were either unreachable or not worth the cost of the cannonballs, leaving him somewhat confused about what to do next. At this moment, Gobu Run received reconnaissance reports from his subordinates, saying they encountered a convoy coming from the west. Gobu Run immediately led his men to ambush this convoy, killing all the drivers and livestock and destroying all the barrels of goods. At that time, over 1,000 barrels of wine were poured out into the wild, the aroma wafting for several kilometers. Naturally, Gobu Run had people bring back a good amount to the cave, and the cavalry drank to their heart's content. Since Li Chen was not around and the cavalry had separated from the main force, military discipline was somewhat lax, and the cavalry got themselves drunk one by one. Fortunately, they were hidden in a deep mountain cave, otherwise, if the enemy found them, they would have been wiped out in one fell swoop. Gobu Run also got a bit tipsy, but when he saw a fool pouring wine into the spider mount's mouth, getting it drunk, he suddenly became alert. Damn it, I was hurt by wine and lust, and I ended up looking so haggard. Tomorrow, I will quit drinking. The main reason is that we haven't fought any major battles these past few days, and the troops have gradually become lax. If we don't make a change, relying solely on Goblin's verbal education won't bring the soldiers back in line. We must immediately find a valuable target to lift the soldiers' spirits and get them into a combat state. Goblin thought long and hard and came up with an idea. If we can't find a valuable target on the front lines, why not directly poke into the enemy's lair? Right now, the human army is concentrated in Boya, so the enemy's rear must be very weak. With my 100 cavalry being fast and strong in combat, the soldiers can shoot, and the spider mounts can use their 2 strong front limbs to kill. Using 100 cavalry as if they were 300 is no problem. At that time, he would crush the enemy's weak rear guard and then, like the boss, use explosive barrels to blow open the castle gates when encountering a fortress. If he meets nobles, he will kill them. If he meets serfs, he will let them go. Can the enemy in front still feel at ease? Goblin immediately ordered everyone to pour out all the alcohol, saying that they would quit drinking. Then he took all the supplies and headed west, towards the home of Count Fisher to kill. They spent 2 days leaving the Boya jurisdiction and encountered the first castle. As he expected, the enemy's home guard was very few. A medium-sized castle should normally have around 500 stationed inside, but after breaking the castle, Goblin found only about 40 guards, all equipped with cotton armor and armed as second-line infantry. Goblin used explosive barrels to break the castle, and he hardly fired a few shots. He simply used the 2 front limbs of the spider mounts to stab to death all the guards. After that, Goblin killed all the nobles, set the castle ablaze, and then continued west along the main road. On the way, he encountered many merchant nobles, all of whom he killed, because the boss had said that those dressed in finery were the ones who could mobilize social resources, and they were his enemies, so they had to be decisively killed. Conversely, the ragged serfs could be let go. They would become unstable factors for the enemy, and keeping them alive would benefit the alliance. It must be said that this simple distinction really made a difference. Goblin killed many merchant nobles, spreading panic among the upper class of the Halian province, causing rumors to fly. Goblin advanced westward, burning down 5 castles, destroying 8 farms, and killing many nobles, almost all of whom were family members of the generals in Count Fisher's army. When news of the theft of their homes reached the front lines, one could only imagine how chaotic those generals would become. However, Goblin's exploits did not stop there. He continued west along the main road and unexpectedly arrived at a paved road. He still remembered when he was in the Alliance territory, the boss wanted to build a road connecting Goblin Fortress and Iron City for easier communication between the 2 sides. Goblin realized that if he followed this paved road, he would surely find a big city. You wouldn't believe it, but this main road connects to the main town of Count Fisher, Nucia. This is a large town with a population of 90,000, making it the second most important town in the Halian province after Boya. Goblin led his 100 spider cavalry for 3 days and successfully arrived at the city gates. This scared the defenders of Nucia to death. Had the Count's army been defeated? Had the main force of the demon army arrived here? Each one was terrified, and rumors spread throughout the city. Nucia only had 1,000 regular troops, and with the militia and security forces, they could barely muster 2,000 people. Fortunately, they had 15-meter-high city walls, and with the propaganda and reassurance from the city's officials, the people's hearts gradually stabilized. The townspeople thought to themselves, why panic? Nucia has high city walls. Could the mere demon army really break through the walls and rush in? Then the city walls were blown up. Goblin piled all the explosive barrels against the city wall, blew a big hole, and the spider mounts surged in, charging into the city to kill and set fire. This is truly outrageous. The existence of the city walls serves not only as a physical defense but also as a spiritual one for the people. The demon army had barely arrived for a day, and the walls were already breached. Who the hell can stand that? Various rumors began to spread like wildfire, claiming that the demon horde was attacking, that the city would soon be slaughtered, that Count Fisher's army had been defeated, that Count Fisher had been barbecued, and that the guards on the walls had fled in advance. It was a case of scaring themselves, and the city was thrown into chaos. The first to believe the rumors and flee were the nobles within the city, who packed their families and left in their carriages. Seeing this scene, the commoners were thrown into a complete panic. If the nobles were running, then the rumors must be true. This led to widespread riots in the city, with people trying to escape, jostling at the city gates, while those with ill intentions began to seize the opportunity to loot and burn, further escalating the chaos. After the goblins entered the city, they did not engage with the regular army but instead controlled their riding spiders to rampage through the city, killing and setting fires. The mobility of the riding spiders in such a complex environment was absurdly high. They could easily scale a building by placing their front legs on the roof and pushing up with their hind legs. Nearly 100 spiders moved across the rooftops, shooting at the human regular army pursuing them on the main road from safe positions. After 7 or 8 rounds of fire, the human soldiers, unable to reach the spider cavalry, lost 5% of their numbers to gunfire and began to scatter. Once the regular army broke, the auxiliary troops also fled, spreading the rumors even further, and the chaos intensified. Fires broke out all over the city, and a large population fled the urban area. It was a rare sight for such a large town to be thrown into such disarray by just 100 riders. Li Chen, who remained in Boya, could not have imagined that the goblins he had defined as a harassment force would pull off such a grand act, stabbing Count Fisher in the back and laying the groundwork for future victories. Unfortunately, fires were also breaking out behind Li Chen now. A special force was stirring up public opinion in the Boya urban area, attempting to incite rebellion among the remaining personnel, and there were signs that this wind was being fanned by the security forces. On the 4th day after defeating the Tiger Beastmen, Count Fisher had yet to launch an attack. Li Chen received news from the new recruit camp that the 3rd batch of new recruits had completed their training, so he took the opportunity to inspect the new recruits. The 3rd batch consisted of 2,000 goblin recruits equipped with spears, armed clothing, leather armor, and a small amount of chainmail. They stood in the training ground, divided into 20 formations, perfectly aligned and disciplined. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. This batch of new recruits was ready and could be sent to the battlefield. He drew 200 big goblins from the front lines to serve as officers, forming 20 new recruit companies, placing these new recruits at the city gates as reserve troops. When the time came, they would take turns on the walls to experience the atmosphere of battle. After a few rounds, the new recruits would become veterans. As soon as the new recruits left, the vacated barracks were immediately filled with a new batch of goblin pups, about 1,500 of them. The livestock area was still producing, and it wouldn't be long before another 1,000 goblin pups were born. Li Chen reflected that, despite goblins being inherently weak, once they could be effectively organized, their potential for war was remarkable. Who would have thought that when he first arrived, there were only a little over 1,000 of them, and now their numbers had nearly multiplied tenfold, growing with every battle. If this war could drag on for a year or so, they might be able to train an army of 100,000. Li Chen was truly amazed when the grim-faced knight Leo approached him. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Upon hearing someone call him Your Majesty, Li Chen's eye twitched. After all, he possessed a modern soul, and this title felt strange to him. Initially, he had only claimed kingship to leverage the system's military support, just going through the motions. He had told his subordinates not to call him Your Majesty, as the alliance was not an empire. The goblins had always called him boss. But the humans insisted on calling him Your Majesty, and no matter how he tried to change it, it just wouldn't stick. Later, he also understood that these people calling him Your Majesty was actually a form of psychological comfort for themselves. Compared to mingling with a monster warlord, it was certainly more prestigious to associate with a monster king, so they had firmly established the title of king for Li Chen, rendering his own words ineffective. "Well, what do you want to say?" Li Chen replied. "Your Majesty, I've noticed that the security forces have been very restless lately. It seems someone is plotting a rebellion." Li Chen narrowed his eyes, a dangerous atmosphere emanating from him. "Elaborate." Knight Leo slowly recounted the events. Ever since the siege began, the personnel left in the city had been in a state of panic, and a certain special force was exploiting this fear to incite civil unrest, which had also infiltrated the security forces. The gist of this unrest was that the demon army would eventually be defeated by the forces of the kingdom of Sassos, and when the city fell, their second-rate troops would face reckoning. If they wanted to atone and save themselves, it was still not too late, they just needed to storm the city gates, open the doors from the inside, let in Count Fisher's army, and they could wipe their slate clean and even gain considerable benefits. This unrest had a significant impact primarily because the security forces themselves knew that if the city fell, they would definitely be held accountable. Their current actions were no different from those of traitors, and the kingdom of Sassos executed traitors by burning. Moreover, even if the demon army drove Count Fisher's forces away, so what? They were humans, goblins were monsters. Could humans have a future following these monsters? They felt lost about their future. If it weren't for the fact that many people in the city were struggling to survive and joined the security forces for the sake of earning silver coins, along with the goodwill Li Chen had built up among the populace, a riot would have likely broken out long ago. After hearing the whole story, Li Chen looked into Knight Leo's eyes. Tell me, Knight Leo, can you still restrain the security forces? Knight Leo was drenched in sweat. If he couldn't restrain the security forces, the slaughter would likely commence. He hesitated but still spoke truthfully. Your Majesty, if we don't do something to curb this, a rebellion from the security forces is only a matter of time. After saying this, his heart began to race. As a human, he certainly didn't want his fellow countrymen to be killed, but now he was Li Chen's dog, so he chose to speak honestly. Li Chen squinted in thought, then slowly spoke. Knight Leo, go fetch someone from the security forces who can speak. I need to talk to them. Knight Leo acknowledged and was about to go call for them, but after taking a few steps, Li Chen stopped him. Knight Leo, you've been with me for so long, you know me. I do not kill indiscriminately, but if things cannot be salvaged, can you clarify your own position? Knight Leo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, my position is to uphold your interests. Li Chen raised his chin. Very well, you have feelings for your own race and wish to protect them. This is a common sentiment among intelligent beings, and I do not oppose it. But you must remember, you are now an officer of the Alliance. Upon hearing this, Knight Leo's inner tension eased considerably, thinking that His Majesty was truly wise, and he bowed his head. Your Majesty, I understand, if things truly cannot be salvaged, I will be the first to draw my blade. After saying this, he ran off to call for people. Knight Leo rode his horse to the security forces base, which was in the slums, and summoned 40 security force captains and vice captains to meet Li Chen. On the way, Knight Leo kept talking to them, urging them to correct their attitudes and clearly explain any issues when they met His Majesty, otherwise, not only would they face consequences, but the city would likely be littered with corpses. However, these 40 people, feeling lost about their future, hardly listened to Knight Leo's words, their faces filled with worry. Moreover, they were genuinely afraid that this meeting with the monster chief might be their last. In the new recruits' camp, Li Chen sat under a banyan tree while the 40 members of the security forces stood before him, watching him cautiously. Li Chen spoke calmly. I know you are confused about the future. You are thinking that if Count Fisher's army breaks through the city, they will definitely take revenge on you. Even if I win, as a monster, what future can I offer you humans? The 40 captains and vice captains lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Li Chen crossed his legs, pulled out a small knife, and began to trim his fingernails. Goblin's nails grow quickly and need regular maintenance. Let me tell you, I have already thought about your future. Once I drive away Count Fisher's army, I will take those willing to follow me back to the Alliance territory. There, I will allocate 50 acres of land to each household, and the Alliance will help you build houses. There will also be public water facilities on your land. I promise you 3 years without taxes, and after 3 years, only 30% tax, and it will never increase. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd changed, their thoughts varying widely. Some felt this was a ridiculous future, venturing deep into the monster forest. Going to the monster's stronghold, wasn't that handing their lives over to the monsters? If they were chopped up and eaten, who would they complain to? Others were tempted. They were all slaves in the slums, in a situation slightly better than that of slaves, but not by much. What they longed for most was a stable livelihood, and owning land was their beautiful fantasy. If what the monster chief said was true, they were indeed willing to take a chance. Li Chen observed the varied expressions of the crowd and revealed his final bargaining chip. If these people were still unwilling to return to him, he would have no choice but to chop, chop, chop. I swear to the gods that every word I say is true. For those unwilling to follow me, after the war ends, I will give each of you a severance pay of 10 silver coins. You can lay down your weapons and armor and seek your own livelihoods. The green fields are full of refugees, no one will notice you, and you can start anew in other towns. At this point, everyone was truly moved, kneeling one by one to express their submission to Li Chen. Even those who were still dissatisfied dared not say anything. With such a good way out offered by Li Chen, not taking it would mean being pushed off the edge. Afterward, these captains and vice-captains returned to their units, binding a few hundred people and bringing them before Li Chen. The bound individuals cursed Li Chen furiously, glaring at him with hatred. Knight Leo explained to Li Chen, "Your Majesty, these people have been spreading rumors throughout the city. They are fanatics of the goddess of life, and because you destroyed the temple of the goddess of life, they have spontaneously organized to resist you." Li Chen responded with an "oh," waved his hand, and the goblin recruits charged forward with their spears, sending them to the embrace of the goddess of life. The situation in the city was temporarily stable, but external crises followed one after another. In the core of the human military camp, over 200 mages had been busy for 5 days, and after producing a pile of substandard products, they finally created a magical bomb. This thing was a device connected by 1,200 magical crystal cores, about the size of a horse. It looked impressive, but its combat effectiveness was quite low. Li Chen's gunpowder factory could mass-produce explosive barrels, while the magical bomb required over 200 mages to work for 5 days. To achieve the same explosive effect, explosive barrels could be completed in an instant, while the magical bomb took half a day to prepare, which could only be described as a different result of 2 developmental paths. Old Mage 40 slowly arrived at Count Fisher's military tent and said to the lords, "The spells are ready. Are you all prepared?" Count Fisher was delighted. Was it finally ready? He cheerfully began to explain the preparations he had made over the past few days. "Advisor, I have already sent people to secretly dig a tunnel at the southwest city wall. The enemy is unaware. Before launching the attack, we will initiate a feint to draw the enemy's forces to the front line, then arrange a small number of personnel, around 500, in the trenches. We can't have more than that, or the enemy will send more defenders here. Once we launch, these 500 will rush into the breach to hold the line, while soldiers from other positions will charge towards the breach with all their might to secure more ground." Old Mage 40 nodded. "Well then, let's get started. I'll send someone to deliver the spells to the tunnels." Count Fisher trembled with excitement and shouted orders. "Everyone, assemble the troops and prepare for the attack. We will breach the city today, and I want all monsters dead." Wha! The sound of the military horn rang out as soldiers left the camp to launch a feint against the city walls. Outside the fierce front line, a large cluster of linked magical cores was quietly sent into the tunnels, delivered to the base of the city wall. 2 mages stayed in the tunnel, channeling their magic to activate complex magical inscriptions. One mage complained, "This is so annoying, digging through tunnels. Again, my robe is getting dirty. Yeah, damn monsters. If it were a war between lords, the guild wouldn't even get involved. These goblins have gone mad, why are they so fierce?" The 2 complained while casting spells. The magical inscriptions on the bombs slowly lit up, illuminating the entire tunnel. One remarked, "It's really beautiful." The other also sighed in admiration. "Beautiful, right? It cost us 1,200 high-purity magical cores. With our lecturer's salary, it would take 100 years of work." They both clicked their tongues in amazement, lamenting how wealthy the guild was to waste so many magical cores like this. The light on the magical bombs grew brighter, the array of magical inscriptions began to operate, and the 2 stopped channeling their magic and quickly evacuated the tunnel. On the city wall, Li Chen calmly arranged for the soldiers to defend, picking up a firearm himself, calling out the names of the enemies below. Each time he fired, someone fell. This time, the enemy's attack was weak, lacking determination, and they couldn't even get close to the ladders. Li Chen felt that the enemy's morale might have collapsed. The soldiers began to neglect their orders, not daring to act decisively. A smile appeared on his face. If this continued, he thought he could try leading his troops out of the city for a hard fight, perhaps even defeat the enemy and return to the alliance with supplies. However, this thought had barely formed in his mind when he felt the city wall beneath his feet suddenly shake, followed by a powerful wave of magical energy sweeping over him, and then he heard a violent explosion. Li Chen was taken aback, and the other goblins looked equally bewildered, all turning to the southwest, where thick smoke was rising violently, soaring nearly 100 meters into the sky, with large stones crashing down like meteors. "What?" Li Chen exclaimed, nearly jumping up. Was this the enemy's special offensive? As he was in shock, a fierce military horn sounded from the enemy side, and the previously demoralized enemy suddenly rallied, shouting as they charged towards the ladders. The goblins on the city wall quickly regained their composure, shooting at the enemy with the fastest rate possible. Li Chen also reacted. With such terrifying power, what special method had the enemy used to blow up the city wall, similar to how he used gunpowder to breach it? Just now, he felt the magical shockwave sweep past. The enemy must have used some magical means. This was bad. Looking at the explosion's location, it was at least 4 kilometers away. If he led his troops to support, the enemy's main force would surely have already entered the city. The light in Li Chen's eyes flickered rapidly as he glanced back at the city wall, where the enemy was madly charging towards the ladders. There were still 10 ladders left. Li Chen had previously destroyed several, intentionally leaving 10 to lure the enemy up to their deaths. Now that the enemy had a chance to enter the city, the ladders could not be left. If they played around any longer, it would be a disaster. Li Chen took a demolition barrel from the warehouse, lit the fuse, and hurled it fiercely towards the ladder. With the aid of his throwing skills, Li Chen transformed into a heavy artillery piece. The 13-kilogram demolition barrel was accurately propelled onto the ladder. Boom, 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 10 explosions erupted, 10 ladders were destroyed, and those climbing the ladders were blown to bits. In one wave of explosions, Li Chen killed over 300 people and directly leveled up by 2. With the ladders destroyed, this section of the city wall was no longer a danger, and Li Chen raised his arm in triumph. First, second, third, and fourth companies of the punishment army quickly head to the explosion point. Fifth company stay behind. Heavy infantry from the 15th to 20th companies rush to the explosion point for support. He then approached the edge of the wall and shouted to the 500 goblin recruits and 200 musket militia waiting below. Everyone, assemble. Officers, lead your teams to the explosion point for support immediately. After saying this, he descended the wall, stowed his great sword, hand cannon, and musket in the warehouse and sprinted towards the explosion point alone. He allocated the attribute points he had just received to stamina, bringing it to 13 points, and then took off running. Faster! Go faster! Li Chen shouted in his heart. He had to get into position to oversee the defense before the enemy's main force arrived. He knew very well that the enemy could not deploy a large number of troops at the explosion point, as they would be spotted by the goblins on the wall, who would alert him, allowing him to prepare in advance. Therefore, the enemy would only station a small number of troops near the explosion point. Once they breached the city, these few troops would rush in to hold the gap, while the larger, already prepared forces would charge through the breach. The enemy's main force would not be far, within a kilometer, and under prepared conditions, they would charge as soon as the wall was breached, storming in within 3 to 4 minutes. Hurry! Must go faster. Li Chen told himself, though he had already recouped his losses. He had sent back so many troops earlier, along with the magical tide observation device and a large number of books to the Alliance. Even if he lost, he wouldn't be at a loss. But he didn't want to lose. If he lost this time, the Alliance would need at least 10 years to reach its current level, so he couldn't afford to lose. Li Chen ran faster and faster, watching the smoke at the explosion point, his figure like a cheetah, each stride over 3 meters. The heavy armor on him made creaking sounds, and passers-by only felt a flash of gold and silver rush past them, followed by a gust of wind. Li Chen began to feel short of breath, but his pace did not slow. He pushed his lungs to the limit, and ultimately, he ran 4 kilometers in 7 minutes, reaching the explosion point at an unimaginable speed. Unfortunately, he was still too late. The enemy was already prepared, and a breach over 10 meters wide had been blown in the wall, with heavy infantry pouring through. But there was still room for maneuver. The 500 goblin recruits and 200 heavy goblins stationed near this section of the wall were already engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy. Although the enemy continued to swarm through the breach, there was some resistance. To Li Chen's surprise, there were actually security forces fighting alongside the enemy, about 2 companies of them clashing with the foe. Altogether, there were fewer than 1,000 people, slightly alleviating the enemy's assault into the city. Yet, a large number of enemies still surged into the city, and in the blink of an eye, over 3,000 people were embroiled in chaotic combat in this area, with the defenders showing signs of being surrounded and annihilated. Li Chen charged directly into the battlefield, pulled out a demolition barrel, lit it, and threw it towards the breach. A large number of heavy infantry were rushing into the city at the breach, with an extremely high density of personnel. The demolition barrel knocked over an enemy, then exploded violently, tearing apart armor and bodies, various limbs mixed with thick smoke being thrown into the air. The enemy was swept away in droves, and cries of pain instantly filled the area. Li Chen threw 2 explosive barrels into the enemy troops bordering the defending army, scattering the enemy and killing or injuring a large number of them. Those who were unhurt were also greatly frightened, and the resolute offensive diminished significantly, allowing the nearly collapsing defenders to steady their footing. Li Chen drew his great sword and waved it high into the air. Everyone, hold the line. Reinforcements are on the way. Push the enemy back. All the defenders saw that terrifyingly large and beautifully crafted great sword. They knew that only their strongest leader could wield such a weapon. With the leader's arrival, the defenders felt a surge of hope. Those wanting to flee reined in their thoughts, and those lacking strength suddenly found renewed vigor. Kill! Li Chen roared, throwing an explosive barrel into the breach, killing more enemies who had rushed in. Then he swung his greatsword and charged to the front line, hacking away furiously. With 3 deadly strikes, the greatsword sliced through the enemy's plate armor, which could not withstand the sharpness of the +10 weapon, nor could it resist his immense strength. 3 heavily armored soldiers were cleaved through their armor and fell dead. After clearing a section with 3 strikes, Li Chen quickly retrieved a hand cannon from the warehouse, firing into the mass of enemies. He had prepared 10 plus 10 hand cannons in the warehouse. He would fire one and switch to another, firing 10 shots in rapid succession, unleashing an overwhelming output that instantly created a cloud of blood mist among the enemy ranks, carving out a gap. After this explosive outburst, Li Chen shouted again, "Brave soldiers, warriors of the Alliance, follow me, drive the enemy back." His voice was thunderous, every soldier could hear him. The soldiers, who had been fearful and confused, found their resolve upon hearing his voice, rallying to fight alongside him against the enemy. This was why Li Chen had rushed over. He could ignite the soldiers' strength, enabling them to hold on until reinforcements arrived from other areas. The defenders at the west and south city gates were the most numerous and of the highest quality. As long as they arrived, they could hold the line. But the defenders would take at least half an hour to arrive, and they needed to exert all their strength to hold such a large breach. Amidst the fierce fighting, the enemy's assault was also resolute, with heavily armored soldiers pouring in through the gap in the city wall like iron cans, causing the defenders to sway precariously. Especially the Goblin recruits, armed only with long spears that could not penetrate armor and clad only in chainmail. A blow from the enemy's spiked mace would shatter their bones. Kill! Brave soldiers! Kill! Li Chen shouted as he fought, wanting to connect with everyone's hearts through his voice, urging them to hold on. He knew that if he stopped shouting, the soldiers might not be able to endure any longer. While shouting, he also threw explosive barrels, creating bursts of black flowers among the enemy ranks. But it seemed the enemy had wagered everything, ignoring casualties as they charged towards the breach in the city wall. The number of enemies rushing in through the gap grew rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, about 3,000 enemies had surged through, surrounding the defenders. If they could eliminate these goblin defenders, they would be able to enter Boya and unleash slaughter upon the monsters in other regions. Li Chen was drenched in sweat. He had thrown over 10 explosive barrels and killed nearly 100 enemies, but reinforcements from other areas had yet to arrive, and it was clear they were about to be overwhelmed. Li Chen's heart hardened. Had they come to break the city in victory only to be defeated by it now? Just then, he heard a furious roar, followed by a tremor in the ground, as if some colossal creature was approaching. He took a moment to glance back and was filled with joy. Dang dang! Ha 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 ha! Love you to death! Indeed, the newcomer was the ogre Dang Dang. He was clad in 3 layers of armored crocodile gear, wearing a full helmet, holding a wooden shield the size of a city gate in his left hand, and wielding a massive pickaxe resembling a deep-sea titan in his right hand. Each step of Dang Dang, who stood over 6 meters tall, could trigger a small earthquake. He charged into the enemy ranks, swinging his pickaxe left and right, sending various disordered bodies flying into the air. It was a case of death upon contact, destruction with a crunch. Moreover, Dang Dang had a flair for theatrics. He leaped into the crowd with his shield, using his weight to press down on it, crushing enemies beneath. Goodness, he managed to squash over 10 foes in one go. When Dang Dang stood up and lifted the shield, all that remained was a pile of flattened flesh and metal. It seemed Dang Dang found this method more efficient. He discarded the pickaxe and continuously thrust the large shield into the enemies, flattening them into iron skin beings. Eventually, he even tossed aside the shield and simply rolled through the crowd, using his several tons of weight to turn anyone caught beneath him into iron-skinned creatures. Dang Dang appeared to find this amusing, letting out a hearty laugh as he rolled even more joyfully. The enemies were terrified. Some fled towards the city, while others rushed towards the gap outside, colliding with those trying to charge in, effectively blocking the breach. Roar, roar, roar! Dang Dang howled excitedly, grabbing an enemy and using his body as a weapon, wildly battering the crowd and driving them out of the city. In that moment, Li Chen felt that Dang Dang resembled a war god. Dang Dang suddenly burst forth, surprising Li Chen. With his towering stature and armored body, the enemies were utterly unable to shake him, and his presence was intimidating. They were all frightened, crowding at the breach, desperate to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen threw 3 explosive barrels, scattering the enemy forces gathered together, then led his troops to block the gap. With the ogres joining in, the enemies could no longer enter. The situation improved temporarily, but the enemies were regrouping for another attack. Li Chen panted heavily as he looked at the security forces stuck at the breach and shouted, "Who's in charge? Step forward." 2 company commanders emerged from the security forces. "Your Majesty," they both knelt. Li Chen called out, "You 2 have contributed to saving the city. What reward do you wish for?" The 2 were overjoyed, shouting excitedly, "Your Majesty, we wish to be addressed as my lord." Li Chen responded with a sound of acknowledgement. They wanted to be nobles, after all, which was easy to agree to. "Are you willing to return with me to the Alliance territory?" "We are willing. Your Majesty, we and our brothers are all willing." "Very well, from now on, you 2 are promoted to camp commanders of the security forces, and you may expand your security troops by 10 companies. All your subordinates will be promoted to company commanders. What are your names?" The 2 were ecstatic. They had indeed made the right gamble. Previously, they had been patrolling nearby with 2 companies when they saw the explosion and realized the city had fallen. After hesitating for a few seconds, they decided to come to the rescue, risking it all for the future Li Chen promised. They had made the right choice. From now on, they would be honored with the title of my lord. "Your Majesty." The 2 knelt and bowed. "I am Kashi." "I am Keki." Li Chen asked, "Are you 2 brothers?" They nodded. "Your Majesty, I, Keshi, am the elder brother, and Keki is my younger brother." Li Chen opened the mounted combat warehouse and directly tossed out 7 or 8 full sets of armor. "Find a suitable set to wear. I will remember your names. Once we return to the Alliance territory, you 2 and your subordinates will receive further rewards." Then, Li Chen shouted to the goblins' company commanders. Step forward. 10 Goblin Company commanders emerged from the ranks.
You 10 have contributed, all of you are promoted to camp commanders. Take good care of your troops, and when we return, I will replenish your forces. The goblins were equally ecstatic, cheering for their leaders.
Brilliance.
Upon returning, they would definitely expand their ranks. There were no shortages of positions, so it was better to reward the meritorious in advance to boost morale. This wave of actions indeed raised morale. The goblins became restless, no longer fearing the enemies, as if they could see their own military achievements. Not long after the enemies fled through the gap, they organized another wave of defense. Count Fisher personally arrived at the front lines, his roar echoing in the ears of the soldiers. Charge in! Charge in! We must charge in decisively. This is our last chance. Everyone, just get in there. 50 silver coins for each of you. 50 silver coins, a price that could change a person's fate. The soldiers rallied once more, shouting as they rushed toward the breach. Count Fisher was truly at his wits' end. Damn it. They had just charged into the breach, only to be driven back out again. Those damned goblins. Those damned goblins. How could these lowly monsters be so hard to kill? He was now betting everything. If they couldn't break through this time, he would lose the ability to besiege, and more importantly, the soldiers' morale would shatter. Continuous setbacks had made the soldiers accustomed to failure. If they failed again, it would seal their fate. They could not lose. Absolutely could not lose. Count Fisher brought all the noble lords to the front lines, urging them to loudly assure the soldiers of various benefits, and the soldiers listened to them, beginning to charge in with their lives on the line. At this moment, Li Chen had gained control of the breach, especially with the ogre Dang Dang standing boldly at the gap, while other positions were filled with heavily armored goblins, and goblin recruits were bracing their spears behind them. Human soldiers shouted as they charged forward, the two armies clashing together, beginning to shove against each other. The human soldiers realized this was their last chance. One by one they began to push forward, recklessly, risking their lives. The goblins, after all, were outnumbered and were slowly being pushed back. Even Dang Dang was being forced back by dozens of spears. Li Chen continuously threw explosive barrels. Each explosion caused the enemy to pause for a few seconds, but immediately after, they would step over their fallen comrades and continue to push forward, never pausing for a moment. Li Chen threw 3 more explosive barrels in succession. The stock of explosive barrels in the warehouse was rapidly depleting, and finally, only 1 barrel lay lonely in the warehouse. Li Chen hesitated. This was the last one, but the enemy was still madly pushing forward. Their reckless appearance was truly terrifying. He took out the last explosive barrel. Just as he was about to ignite it, suddenly, intense gunfire erupted. A cloud of blood mist rose from the crowd below, and those hit fell down in droves. Li Chen looked up and saw 2 companies of the Punishment Army's gunmen on the city wall, pouring ammunition down onto the crowd below at the fastest speed. Li Chen saw the goblin archer on the city wall. It was he who had brought the reinforcements to the south gate. The goblin archer noticed Li Chen looking at him from below the wall and thumped his chest with his hand. Li Chen's heart raced, and he also thumped his chest in response. Then his voice rang out across the battlefield. Warriors, reinforcements have arrived. Push the enemy out. The goblin archer not only brought 200 gunmen but also 500 heavily armored goblins and 500 goblin recruits. With these reinforcements, the line stabilized slightly, and soon, the defenders from the west wall also arrived. 4 riding spiders pulled 10 incinerator goblins, racing from the city wall to the breach. The incinerator goblins jumped off their riding spiders, reached the breach, and began hurling fireballs madly at the enemy below. The 10 incinerator goblins threw with all their might, the sticky fireballs crashing into the crowd, flames spreading everywhere, and the people below were instantly engulfed in a sea of fire, screaming in agony. The flames formed a barrier, blocking the enemy's reinforcements. The human soldiers at the breach lost their support and were quickly overwhelmed, with the ogre Dang Dang dealing heavy blows, smashing down like a hammer. Count Fisher, seeing the offensive falter again, turned red with rage. He was now a gambler who could not afford to lose. Charge through. Hurry, charge through. No stopping. Everyone, charge through. 100. I'll offer 100 silver coins. He pushed his soldiers frantically, trying to urge them to charge forward, but with the fire raging ahead and the horrific sight of those burned alive, who would dare to advance? This guy was also blinded by rage, drawing his sword from his waist and starting to slash at the soldiers around him, but they were all armored, and he couldn't kill them. The commotion from Count Fisher attracted Gabo, who was commanding the gun-wielding goblins from the city wall. Gabo took one look and thought, wow, such splendid armor and a light green cloak, what a show-off, he must be the human leader. Gabo set up his large firearm and aimed at the opponent. 500 meters. A bit far, he wasn't confident, but what the heck, let's take a shot. With a loud bang, Count Fisher, who was tasting despair, had his left thigh blown apart, the bones and flesh exploded, and if it weren't for the plate armor, all sorts of fluids would have been splattered everywhere. Shot in the leg, Count Fisher looked bewildered, staring down at his left leg, where a large, terrifying hole had formed in the greave, blood flowing out, and he couldn't even feel his left leg. It was only then that the pain swept through Count Fischer's nerves and he fell to the ground, crying out in agony. At this moment, his vassals finally reacted, hurriedly dragging Count Fischer back. Reinforcements rushed in from other positions, and the gap created by the explosion quickly amassed 3,000 troops, especially the gunmen, with 700 of them pouring fire from the city wall, leaving corpses below. Finally, the enemy couldn't take it anymore and began to flee. Li Chen led his men to deal with the remaining enemies, loudly ordering the surrounding soldiers, "Quick, block this place up. Bring 100 gunmen, Keksiki, take your men, and come with me to eliminate the enemy forces inside the city." About 1,000 enemies had just charged into the city, and these people had to be eliminated quickly, otherwise they would pose a significant threat. These enemies were easy to find. They initially rushed towards the East City Gate, trying to open it, but ended up colliding with the garrison defending the East City Gate. That was coming down to support. The two sides clashed together, and the support troops, consisting of 200 gunmen, scattered the 1,000 enemies with 2 rounds of fire. Then they charged into the city, trying to disrupt the demon army. They were ruthless, even setting fire to the city. However, after Li Chen took over Boya, strict controls were implemented within the city and all flammable materials were gathered together. Moreover, the troops entering the city didn't bring any oil, so the efficiency of the arson was very low. But it still caught fire, and Li Chen led his men to chase after the smoke. The enemies were now like startled birds. They were already in the enemy's territory, panicking, and when Li Chen's men attacked, they scattered even more. Li Chen chased down a few larger groups of remaining soldiers, killing them completely before stopping the pursuit. He called Keksiki over and issued orders. The main force of the enemy that entered the city has been scattered. Only a small group remains. You two immediately gather the other security forces and lead them to search the entire city, killing all the enemies that entered. There was a hint of resentment in Li Chen's tone. Throughout the siege, the security forces had only Keksiki present, while the others seemed to be asleep, not showing up even after the battle was over, with only Knight Leo bringing 4 companies. But Knight Leo's defense area was in the north of the city, the farthest security force, and while the farthest reinforcements had arrived, those who could have reached within 30 minutes had not come. Everyone understood the implications. Of course, Li Chen's positioning of the security forces was never as combat troops, with Keksiki shining in front. The others were just rotten potatoes. Keksiki complied and immediately went to the slums to find the other security forces, ordering them to search the city for the remaining troops. The several company commanders of the security forces were respected elders, and, upon hearing the tone of Keksiki's orders, they were quite displeased. One company commander angrily rebuked Kashi. "Ki, how can you speak to your elders like that? You have no sense of propriety at all." Kashi and Kishi looked at each other with mockery. They could sense the dissatisfaction of His Majesty regarding the lack of support from others, and they showed no mercy. Kashi charged forward and kicked the man who had scolded him, sending him sprawling to the ground. The other security troops were stunned. Were the Kashi brothers planning a rebellion? One by one, they drew their swords, ready to fight. Faced with hundreds of blades, Keshi and Kishi were completely unfazed, pointing to the armor they wore. "See this? This is the armor bestowed upon us by His Majesty. We have earned our right to support, and now we are captains. Do you know what a captain is? A captain is greater than 10 of your lieutenants. Come on, let us 2 captains stretch our necks for you to strike. Do you dare?" The 2 removed their helmets and indeed offered their necks. When the security troops heard that the 2 had been promoted, they believed it without question, especially since they were wearing the armor that only nobles could don, while they themselves had only shabby gear. This matter was easily exposed. No one dared to lie, and the crowd looked at the Kishi brothers with a mix of anger and envy. Kashi and Keshi saw that they had stunned the crowd, spat on the ground, and angrily shouted, "Lord Leo is stationed at the farthest north city, and he has already led his troops to support you. You are stationed in the slums, just a 20-minute walk from the breach, yet you refuse to budge. What are you thinking? Do you really think His Majesty is unaware?" The crowd felt ashamed and somewhat fearful. The Kashi brothers pointed their fingers at them and scolded, "Short-sighted fools. Do you think that if the noble bastards break in, we will have it good? Open your eyes and look. The noble lords have never regarded us as human. In battle, they will treat us even less like humans." Kashi and Keshi pointed at the black smoke rising from the city in the distance, where the enemy's remnants were setting fires everywhere. They were still unaware that Count Fischer's final assault had already failed and were trying their best to create chaos within the city. The security troops were furious. Damn it, they were setting fires again and again. What is wrong with these nobles? Keshi shouted, as captains of the security troops, I command everyone to gather the forces and eliminate the enemy remnants and quickly extinguish the fires. You have already disappointed His Majesty twice. Even the wisest monarch will not allow repeated defiance. You know what to do, right? The captains exchanged glances, all expressing their submission. Over 2,000 security troops began to hunt down the remnants and extinguish the fires. The enemy's remnants were already few in number and scattered, unable to withstand the security troops. Groups of 10 or so remnants were chased and killed by groups of 100 security troops.
In the following days, 90% of the remnants were killed and the remaining 10% hid well and could not be found, but they could not stir up any trouble. Keshi and Kishi took the opportunity to establish themselves, rapidly expanding their forces by 2000 and reporting the completion of the expansion to Li Chen. Li Chen approved 500 sets of armor and several high-quality leather armors. Then organized the security troops into 25 companies. For companies led by Knight Leo, 1 company by Miss Hannah, who could not lead troops, her capacity limited to 1 company, and 20 companies by Kishi and Kishi. Afterward, Li Chen conducted a reorganization, allowing Knight Leo to expand by 10 companies, combining with Kishi and Kishi's 20 companies to form a security regiment of 30 companies, with Knight Leo as the commander and a level 5 goblin as the deputy commander. Miss Hannah, due to her inability to lead troops, had her command revoked. He tasked Miss Hannah with gathering all the barefoot doctors in the city with some medical experience to form a medical company. As for the remaining 14 security companies that had not come to support, Li Chen ordered the confiscation of their weapons and armor, reorganizing them into a firefighting company. Later, the military pay for the firefighting company was halved, then the organization was halved again, and eventually, the firefighting company was disbanded entirely, with everyone dismissed without compensation. Additionally, this plundering operation was nearly over. It would conclude in about 10 chapters, after which they would return to the Alliance to farm and then fight other forces. Finally, please give some free rewards. In the human camp, the shot-up Count Fisher lay on a cot, already in a coma, having lost an entire leg. The old mage 40er was responsible for his treatment, as the powerful gun used by the goblin bowman had completely shattered Count Fisher's thigh with a single shot. With such a complete destruction, even the most miraculous healing spells couldn't restore the mass of bones and flesh, so amputation was the only option. The old mage 40er pushed a healing orb into the Count's body, then sat down to fiddle with his pipe, while other nobles came up to inquire about the Count's condition. 40er waved his hand. Rest assured, my lord, the Count is not in life-threatening danger. He has simply lost too much blood and fallen into a coma. He will wake up soon. Just as he finished speaking, a cough came from the bed. Water. I want water. Seeing that the Count had truly awakened, the nobles hurriedly brought a cup of water to him. After the old fellow drank, he regained some strength. He tried to sit up but was held down by everyone. My lord, you are injured. You should lie down for a while longer. Count Fisher was taken aback. Injured? What injury? The others didn't know how to respond. And Count Fisher began to check his body, then saw that the blanket covering him had a depression where his left leg should be. His face turned pale instantly as he struggled to lift the blanket, revealing that his left leg had completely vanished from the thigh down. Ah! Count Fisher let out a terrible scream and fainted again. The crowd was thrown into chaos, the military tent in disarray. After about an hour, Count Fisher finally woke from his dizziness, his face ashen, devoid of any color. The other nobles were also very upset, mourning for themselves. Everyone had accepted the reality that they had lost, unable to take Boya, and all their earlier investments had gone to waste. Count Fisher wallowed in despair for a while before slowly speaking. The city has fallen? A silence fell among the nobles, and Count Fisher felt even more hopeless. They really hadn't broken through. He knew he was finished, having squandered the wealth and prestige accumulated by his family over 5 generations, causing his family to fall from a first-rate family in the kingdom to a second or even third-rate one. He had become the sinner of his family. How would he face his ancestors after death? Seeing him in such a state of despair, the others hurried to comfort him. Although they spoke words of consolation, in their hearts, they were already planning to retreat, their words filled with defeatist sentiments about starting over and returning to regroup. Hearing these words only pierced Count Fisher's heart further, but the blows from fate were not yet over. A pale-faced young noble pushed open the tent, and everyone looked at him, unsure why he was being so reckless. Count Fisher, seeing the young man's face even paler than his own, weakly said, "Is there more bad news? Go on, how much worse can it get?" He wondered just how much worse it could possibly be. The young noble, hearing this, slowly began to speak. "My lord, the enemy has sent 100 cavalry westward, breaking through many of our castles and farms, killing both soldiers and nobles. Now these 100 riders have reached New Asia, rampaging through the city, killing and setting fires. The latest news is that 1/10 of New Asia's urban area has been burned down, with a large number of refugees fleeing the towns, the tax system collapsing, and the enemy still wreaking havoc in the city, causing even greater destruction." With a bang, this news exploded like a bomb in the minds of the nobles. They thought of their loved ones left at home, who might have already met with disaster, and with a scream, they rushed out of the military camp to gather their troops, leaving without a word. Count Fisher, once again, fainted dramatically, and the entire camp erupted into chaos. In the corner, the old mage 40er shook his head, thinking that this group of nobles was truly useless. With an army of 70,000 against less than 10,000 of the enemy, they still failed to capture Boya and ended up in such a miserable state. It seemed that the mission to retrieve the magical tide observation device could not be completed, but since he had finally come out, there had to be some gains. He recalled the special weapons used by the demon army. It was time to collect some samples for thorough research. He stood up, disregarding the other nobles, and walked directly to the camp where the mages were stationed, gathering all the mages together. Everyone, the mission to retrieve the magical tide observation device is abandoned. Pack your things, we are preparing to go to New Asia. Upon hearing that the mission had failed, the crowd felt no sense of loss. Instead, excitement lit up their faces. Finally, this damned mission was finally over. How could noble mages stay with a bunch of stinking soldiers? It was utterly uncouth, not scholarly at all. They all rushed to pack their belongings, but a few mages stayed behind to ask, "Professor, why are we going to New Asia? There are no guild facilities there, shouldn't we return directly to the guild?" Old Mage 40er explained, "I just received news that a small number of cavalry from the demon army are rampaging in New Asia. I am very interested in the special weapons they are using and need to find some samples for research. It would be best to capture a few goblins and inquire about the situation within the demon army." The mood of the crowd instantly soured. TMD, they couldn't go back yet and had to fight the demon army. The enemy's weapons were too powerful. Even as mages, they felt a bit afraid. The so-called wise do not stand beneath walls that may collapse. They didn't want to spend even a minute on the battlefield. But who let old Mage 40er be the leader? They had no choice but to obey orders. Half an hour later, 200 mages finished packing their things, boarded 200 carts, and hurriedly set off for New Asia. Each of them had a cart which contained nearly 100 sets of various clothing, some books, magical materials, food, and bathtubs. To ensure a comfortable journey, each mage was also accompanied by 3 to 5 servants, who were responsible for driving the carts, preparing food, washing clothes, and heating bathwater, making sure the mages were well taken care of. Once the mages left, the nobles, who had been somewhat hesitant, lost their reservations and also took their troops away. They were eager to return and see if their families were still there. The troops gradually retreated, and Count Fischer's army grew weaker by the day. They had come with over 70,000 men, but more than 10,000 had been killed by the demon army, leaving only 25,000 after 5 days of retreat. This 25,000-man army was Count Fischer's private force. They did not retreat because Count Fischer had been in a coma. They feared that if they withdrew, the Count might die from the jolting on the road. Moreover, Count Fischer's retainers discovered that they could not retreat. The 25,000 men posed a limited threat to the demon army inside the city, and the demon army began to grow increasingly restless, sending people to closely monitor their situation, showing signs of a strong attack from outside the city. Experienced commanders knew that the demon lord had set his sights on their 25,000 men, wanting to devour them all. This was not impossible, as long as they dared to move and retreat. The demon army would press forward, and the retreat could easily turn into a rout. Because now the soldiers were eager to flee, only thinking about escaping. No one was willing to stay behind to resist the enemy, and no one wanted to sacrifice their life to block the demon army for others to live. If everyone was unwilling to resist the demon army, then they would all die. As long as they held the trenches, they could still pose a certain threat to the demon army, but if they retreated, they would be doomed. Now, they didn't even dare to think about retreating. Count Fischer's retainers truly hated the other nobles. Those sons of bitches had run away cleanly. Logically, if everyone covered each other's retreat, they could all withdraw safely. But these forced recruits only wanted to hurry back to the city, completely ignoring them, which led to a situation where any movement would mean death. This also made the vassals realize that the tide had turned. Count Fischer's great ship was truly sinking. With Count Fischer still unconscious, the vassals were at a loss, unable to think of food or tea, wondering what to do next. However, heaven does not completely cut off a person's path. Unexpectedly, help found its way to them. Vivian was a choir saint of the Goddess of Life Church, 24 years old, tall and exceptionally beautiful. She had long been blessed by the divine, appointed by the high priest as the choir saint, possessing a high level of magical power, and led 100 choir maidens. The so-called choir was a group of beautiful young girls serving as a promotional organization, the external face of the Goddess of Life Church, and a special armed force specifically targeting monsters. The combatability of the choir maidens was not strong. They could not cast destructive spells like mages, but they underwent special training for years, allowing them to operate a certain special spell together, achieving a complete eradication of monsters in a given area. The choir leader, Saint Vivian, was received by the high priest at the main hall of the Goddess of Life Church in the capital of Sassos, where she was given a mission. The goblin leader who killed the hero Leon had appeared in Poloya and was leading a demon army to conquer the city. The high priest requested Vivian to lead the choir to Poloya, assist the local organized army in exterminating the monsters, save the common people of Poloya, and promote the great love of the Goddess of Life. For the Goddess of Life, for the people of Poloya, I will surely spare no effort in exterminating the monsters. The young girl proclaimed before the divine statue of the Goddess of Life, then led the 100 choir maidens, riding on pure white horses, under the protection of 300 church paladins, heading south, quickly entering the territory of Halion. That day, as night fell, the troops needed to find a farmhouse or a noble castle to rest for the night. They had been doing this all along, and the local lords and landowners welcomed them warmly, eager to host them. The Goddess of Life Church was the state religion of the Sassos kingdom, and They gave 120% respect to the saintess and paladins serving the divine, making the journey of the 400 people quite easy. However, upon entering Poloya, this easy journey was replaced by a heavy atmosphere as they saw countless refugees on the road. The refugees, dragging their families along, struggled to move forward, and this scene made Saint Vivian furrow her brows tightly, her small fists clenched in anger. She believed that these people's displacement was due to the invasion of the demon army. As long as the demon army was eliminated, everyone could return to their homes, and the light of the goddess of life would once again shine upon all beings. The leader of this troop was a handsome young knight who rode his horse beside Vivian and respectfully said, "My lady saint, there is a castle 2 miles ahead where we can rest for the night and continue our journey tomorrow." Vivian had been watching the refugees, her eyes filled with compassion. Seeing this, the knight leader gently advised, "My lady saint, you have traveled all day and need to rest well. Only if you rest properly can we reach Poloya quickly, eliminate the demon army there, and bring peace to the people." Vivian nodded lightly. "Alright, Knight Thor, let's go." Knight Thor cast a loving glance at Vivian and rode ahead to lead the way. He felt he could hardly suppress his feelings for the lady saint any longer. The lady saint was incredibly beautiful, with long golden hair, a teardrop-shaped pure pendant hanging on her forehead. Wearing a lightweight, form-fitting brown leather armor, a pendant of the goddess of life hanging on her chest, an elegant slender sword at her waist, brown knee-high riding boots on her legs, and a light green cloak draped over her back. This outfit made Vivian look like a capable and graceful female swordsman while also highlighting her pure beauty. Since receiving the task to escort Vivian south, Thor's heart has been restless after spending so many days and nights with this woman, secretly watching her every frown and smile. He desperately wanted to confess his admiration to Vivian, but as the captain of the knights, he understood the meaning of responsibility and had been suppressing his feelings. However, he felt he could no longer hold back. He couldn't resist the urge to confess to this beautiful saintess. The 400 cavalrymen galloped quickly along the dirt road, covering 2 miles before finding a noble's castle. They intended to enter the castle, greet the owner, and then find a place to stay for the night. But before they could approach the castle, as they passed a farmhouse by the fields, they were drawn to a series of piercing screams. Vivian furrowed her brows slightly, tugged on the reins, and headed toward the farmhouse. "Captain Thor, let's first see what's happening at the farmhouse and why someone is screaming in such pain." Captain Thor responded affirmatively and led the way as the cavalry entered the farmhouse. When the remaining women caught sight of what was happening inside, their beautiful faces were filled with shock. They saw noble soldiers binding dozens of serfs to wooden stakes, mercilessly whipping them, leaving horrifying lash marks crisscrossing their bodies. The serfs screamed in agony, but they were tightly bound to the stakes, unable to evade the lashes, suffering immensely. Many serfs had already succumbed and lay motionless, clearly dead. Vivian was furious. As a pure and kind saintess, she walked among people to spread the life goddess's compassion. How could she stand by and watch such suffering? She shouted angrily, "Stop it!" The soldier wielding the whip was halted, and the lord who led the abuse opened his mouth to curse, but upon seeing who had arrived, he immediately shut up and quickly knelt before Vivian's horse, exclaiming, "Oh, life goddess above, how fortunate I am to see the messenger of the divine in this remote place." The 4 human kingdoms have strict hierarchies, each with its own national colors. The color of the Sassos kingdom is green, and not everyone can wear green garments. The 400 male and female cavalrymen before her were all clad in light green cloaks, their armor adorned with wings and pure teardrop symbols, representing the influence of the Sassos national religion, the Church of the Life Goddess. The noble knelt quickly, his eyes filled with devotion, his attitude very proper. Vivian could not scold him, she could only frown and inquire, "My lord, messenger of the divine, I am the devout believer Lauren, lord of Hillcrow Castle." "My lord Lauren, why are you tormenting these poor souls?" Vivian pointed her whip at the serfs bound to the stakes. Lauren turned to glance at the serfs, his face filled with disgust. "Messenger of the divine, they are all slaves who dare to encroach upon my land. I am merely administering necessary punishment." Vivian frowned and urged, "Though they are slaves, the life goddess above bestows her grace equally upon all. She does not wish to see suffering, so cease the sin at once." Lauren did not argue, instead, he looked deeply moved. "Messenger of the divine, your compassion has taught me." He waved his hand, and the soldiers immediately released the serfs. The serfs looked at Vivian with gratitude. This beautiful saintess had saved them from their torment with just a few words, and their hearts were filled with appreciation. Vivian dismounted and used her healing magic to mend the injuries of the serfs, who were even more grateful, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at her. "Alright, everyone, please live earnestly. As long as you can find happiness, the life goddess will also feel comforted." Vivian smiled at the crowd, her face seemingly illuminated by a holy light effect, leaving everyone present in awe. At this moment, whether noble, soldier, or serf, everyone felt an immense piety within. Afterward, the 400 riders entered the castle under the gaze of the crowd, where they were received by Lord Lauren and feasted on the most sumptuous food. During the banquet, servants came and went, serving various delicacies to the lords. A little serf girl carried food to the table and then retreated to a corner, waiting Her eyes were fixated on the delicious food on the table. She had never tasted such delicacies in her life. How good could they be? If only she could have a bite. Lord Lauren pointed to the statue of the goddess of life in the Lord's Hall and said to everyone, I have people who worship the goddess day and night, changing the offerings daily, never daring to slack off, hoping only to return to the goddess's divine realm after death. Vivian looked at the statue, where a large amount of food offerings was displayed, and it was quite lavish, even excessively so. Vivian stood up, approached the statue, tore off a bird leg from the offerings, and then handed it to the little girl in the corner who was drooling. The little serf girl was stunned. Vivian smiled at her, took her small hand, and placed the bird leg into her palm. Eat, child, this is food from the goddess for you. The little serf girl's saliva flowed even faster. She glanced at Lord Lauren, who nodded, and the girl immediately began to feast. Yum! So delicious! So very delicious! A look of satisfaction appeared on Vivian's face as she turned to Lord Lauren. Lord Lauren, the goddess has received her respect from her, but the food should go into the bellies of the people, bringing them happiness, don't you think, Lord Lauren? Lord Lauren's eyes instantly welled up. What a beautiful and kind saintess she was. He waved his hand to the steward. Distribute the offerings to the serfs from now on. Do it this way after every tribute. The steward immediately began to distribute the offerings from under the statue of the goddess of life to the serfs. Vivian was very pleased, and at that moment the little serf girl tugged at her cloak. Sister, the bird leg is so delicious, you should have some too. She handed the bitten bird leg to Vivian. Vivian smiled, squatted down, and gently took a bite of the bird leg. It really is delicious. You can eat it every day from now on. The goddess has many offerings, and she can't finish them all, so everyone should help the goddess eat them. What a deeply touching scene, what a picture of joy between ruler and subjects. After the banquet, everyone rested. Vivian was just about to return to her room to rest when she found Knight Thor waiting at her door. Vivian was taken aback, her face turning crimson. How could she not know Knight Thor's feelings for her? For Vivian. That night, the two expressed their feelings for each other, talking late into the night. Love filling the air, omitting 30,000 words. The next day, the 400 riders were revitalized and continued south with great vigor. Lord Lauren stood high in the castle, watching the team leave, with a face full of piety. How fortunate he was, as the most devout follower of the goddess of life, to have the honor of seeing the saintess. Was this the goddess's reward for his devotion? Lord Lauren felt as if he had become 10 years younger. In a good mood, he slowly walked into the hall, and suddenly he saw a small figure drooling at the offerings under the goddess's statue. It was the little serf girl. Lord Lauren was furious. He quickly ran over and kicked her, causing the little serf girl to scream as she flew out and crashed against the wall, motionless. Lord Lauren's face twisted, completely devoid of the piety he had shown when meeting Saintess Vivian. Vile serf! How dare you gaze upon the goddess's offerings? If you dare to taint the goddess's offerings with your filthy paws, I will chop off your hands. The steward, attracted by the commotion, came over, and Lord Lauren shouted at him, immediately bind the serfs who made mistakes yesterday and continue the punishment. Damn slaves, how dare they spy on my land? Vivian's troops took several days to arrive, and upon reaching Boya, they were shocked to find that Count Fisher's 70,000-strong army had actually been defeated. Vivian was received by Count Fisher's household retainer, who explained in detail what had happened during this time and took her to see the still unconscious Count Fisher. Seeing that the commander of the entire army had lost a leg, Vivian's expression turned grave, and she steeled herself against the magical creatures within the city. Vivian first treated Count Fisher as a saint. Her healing magic was of the highest level, and Count Fisher successfully awakened from his coma. Weakly, Count Fisher asked, Lady Saint, may I ask what brings you here? Vivian replied solemnly, My lord, I have been sent by the high priest to assist the army in breaking through Boya and liberating its people. Count Fisher shook his head regretfully. Lady Saint, you have come too late. I have suffered defeat, and the army is in disarray, with only 25,000 troops remaining. Now, it is difficult for us to ensure our own safety. What you may not know is that our 25,000 men cannot even leave. Relying on the trenches, we can still tangle with the enemy a bit, but if we were to break camp and move, the enemy would surely pour out of the city. At that time, the soldiers would be unwilling to fight, and we would be hunted down and killed. Vivian was shocked. How had the situation deteriorated to this extent? Is the demon army really that strong? Count Fisher nodded, painfully closing his eyes. Extremely strong. They not only have weapons that sound like thunder, but their discipline is also very strict. My subordinates told me that those who escaped from the city saw several goblins leaving the camp to have fun, and the demon leader personally captured people, killing all the goblins involved along with that group of over 100. Vivian's face was filled with shock, while Thor beside her had his eyelids twitching. Their paladin order had strict discipline, but at most, a mistake would result in individual punishment, and death was the worst outcome. However, the demon army was even more ruthless, executing entire groups. What kind of terrifying military law could produce such a disciplined army? It was unimaginable. Vivian remained silent for a while, then stood up and looked towards the walls. of Boya. For the sake of the people of Boya, even if the demon army is strong, we must resolutely eliminate them. She turned back to look at Count Fisher on the bed. My lord, as the saint appointed by the high priest, I cannot stand by and watch the people of the city suffer at the hands of the monsters. My lord, please lend me your strength. Count Fisher smiled bitterly and shook his head. Lady Saint, the morale of my soldiers has already collapsed. I can no longer organize an attack, and I fear I cannot help you. No need for an attack. Vivian grasped the pendant at her chest. We only need to hold our ground. Meanwhile, on the walls of Boya, Li Chen looked cheerfully at the human positions outside, feeling that the battle could end in the next few days. Ever since a breach was blown in the wall last time and the enemy launched their most determined attack only to be defeated, they had not attacked for half a month. Moreover, the enemy's forces seemed to have scattered, with troops leaving the positions daily, and the family banners flying over the positions were dwindling. Now, there were only over 20,000 enemy troops left. These 20,000 relied on the trenches that had been dug in advance, still managing to hold the 4 city gates, with over 10,000 main forces stationed at the west gate, where the main camp was also located. Li Chen could see that after many days of failure, the enemy's morale was gone, and their collapse was imminent. Li Chen wanted to eliminate the enemy, at least their main forces, but he was not in a hurry. He knew very well that it was the enemy who should be anxious now. The enemy was currently relying on the trenches, and if he let his troops out, the casualties would likely be significant, and in fact, the soldiers he could send out for battle were limited. 1,200 disciplinary troops, 2,500 heavy infantry, these are the elite, the forces he can confidently take out to launch an attack. The other goblin recruits are fine for defending the city, but taking them out would be quite a challenge. With such a small force, to achieve the highest results at the lowest cost, they must pursue the enemy during their retreat. The shift from retreat to rout is sometimes just a matter of mindset. Now that the enemy has failed multiple times, their soldiers are already longing to return home. Once they start to withdraw, if he sends his troops to chase them down, the enemy will only think about fleeing. And once their morale is disrupted, a rout will occur. Over the past few days, Li Chen has been observing the enemy's position, noticing that they are huddled in their fortifications, not moving. It's not that they don't want to, but they are also aware of the potential for rout and dare not leave. So Li Chen waits, planning to strike when the enemy can no longer bear it and rushes out to retreat. At that moment, he will unleash his entire army to wipe out the enemy's main force of over 10,000 to the west. Li Chen is smiling, fanning himself with his hand, feeling hot. Why is it so hot today? He doesn't think much of it, assuming it's just a change in the weather. At this moment, Goblin Spear runs up to Li Chen and reports, "Boss, the 4th batch of 1,200 new recruits has entered the camp for training, and we can start producing the 5th batch." Li Chen nods in satisfaction. Very good, we need to ensure the training of the new recruits is thorough. This is the foundation of the alliance. As for the 5th batch, let's exclude large animals, feed them some good fodder to raise their strength, and send someone to make trailers. The battle will soon be over, and we need livestock to pull the carts. Due to unrestrained production, many animals have died, and the goblin pups are getting fewer with each batch. As the battle is nearing its end, this explosive recruitment can be moderated, at least large animals can be spared from production and properly nurtured to regain their strength. Goblin Spear agrees and then reaches up to scratch his neck, seemingly feeling very itchy, and soon he has scratched a few red marks on his neck. Li Chen sees this and kicks the guy. "Are you infested with lice? Stay away from me." Goblin Spear awkwardly steps back a few paces. "Boss, I haven't had time to bathe these past few days, I might really have lice. Get lost, take a day off, and come back clean." Goblin Spear laughs and runs off. The next morning, in a room of a certain tower on the city wall, Li Chen gets out of bed, wipes the sweat from his brow, feeling hot. He puts on his armor and steps outside, glancing at the weather. The sun is shining brightly. Wow, what a blazing sun. The summer in Boya is really damn hot. Li Chen begins to inspect the city wall, where soldiers are standing guard under the sun, each one drenched in sweat, yet they still stand firm in the heat. Li Chen nods to himself, with no officers around to inspect. The soldiers still stand straight, military discipline has taken root in their hearts, and this unit has been forged. Li Chen decides to disperse half of the disciplinary troops from the 10th Company to serve as commanders of various units, then reorganize the 10th Company of the disciplinary troops into a guard company, treating it as a merit unit. The merit unit will be equipped with the most advanced weapons and receive the most advanced training. Additionally, he plans to turn the guard company into an officer training camp from which all future officers of other units will be drawn. As Li Chen walks and thinks, he encounters a company commander, who immediately stands up and salutes. Li Chen orders the company commander, "Relay my orders to withdraw the sentries under the sun and tell the soldiers to drink more water due to the heat." The company commander agrees, and Li Chen continues his inspection, but at training camp, commander approaches him. "Boss, many new recruits have fainted from standing at attention in the sun these past few days, and one even died today. Should we change the training regimen?" Li Chen quickly heads to the training camp, where the training has already stopped.
The new recruits are hiding in the shadows, resting, each one drenched in sweat and completely exhausted. The new recruit company commander brings Li Chen to the body of a new recruit and says, "Boss, it's really not that we don't enforce military discipline. Look, this soldier literally died from the sun, and several others have fainted. The weather is just too hot." He spoke while wiping his sweat, even reaching out to scratch his neck as if it were very itchy, nearly breaking the skin. Li Chen remained silent for a moment before ordering, "From now on, military posture and physical training will be held in the early morning and late evening. During noon, stay in the barracks to avoid the sun. You officers will explain the use and maintenance of firearms to the soldiers, infantry tactics, and teach military songs." He glanced at the training ground, where the ground was rippling with waves of heat due to the high temperature. It was damn hot. "Drink more water. Each soldier must drink at least 2 jars of water a day." After saying this, Li Chen inspected the training of the new recruits and hurried back to the city wall, needing to keep a close watch on the main enemy forces to the west, ready to lead his troops into action at the slightest movement. Another day passed, and Li Chen suddenly opened his eyes while lying in bed. Damn! Why is it so hot? He jumped out of bed, drenched in sweat, the bed soaked as if someone had poured water on it. Something's wrong. It's too damn hot. Li Chen wiped his sweat a few times, breathing heavily. He felt the air entering his lungs was scorching. He quickly pushed the door open to find water, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw the soldier on duty at the entrance throwing down his firearm, frantically scratching his neck, even unbuckling his armor, scratching like mad. The soldier nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw Li Chen suddenly appear, hurriedly picking up his firearm and standing at attention, but his body couldn't help but tremble, his eyelids twitching as if he were enduring something. Li Chen's gaze fell on the soldier's neck, which was scratched raw and bleeding. "Are you very itchy?" Li Chen asked, puzzled. The soldier's eyes were filled with pain. "Boss, I'm so itchy. And it's so hot." Li Chen's heart sank. He was 100% sure something was wrong. But what was it? "Soldier, adjust your position." The soldier sighed in relief, put down his firearm, and began scratching furiously, even disregarding Li Chen's presence, stripping off his armor to scratch his body, which was soon covered in bright red scratch marks. Li Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He ran to other positions on the city wall to check on the other soldiers and found that they were all experiencing severe itching and intense heat, with only a few company commanders managing to hold it together. Seeing the soldiers in such agony made Li Chen feel irritable, and he noticed his own neck was starting to itch, so he reached up to scratch it. "Boss!" Suddenly, Goblin Spear rushed up the city wall in a frenzy. "Boss! It's bad, the new recruits are all bedridden." Li Chen was startled and hurried to the new recruits camp, where over 1,000 new recruits were lying down, each one weak and looking as if they were about to die. "What on earth is going on?" Li Chen's heart tightened. He felt danger closing in, but he didn't even know what had happened or how to respond. "Boss, what should we do?" Goblin Spear was even more panicked, scratching his neck from time to time, which was also bloodied from scratching. "Don't panic, stay calm." Li Chen could only say this. His own mind was in chaos, but he had to be the anchor and couldn't show it. "Boss, it's not good." Just as he was thinking of a solution, Goblin Bao ran over as well. "Boss, all the pregnant livestock in the barn have miscarried." "What?" Li Chen was shocked and rushed to the barn to check. Indeed, all the livestock had miscarried, but they were all alive. The goblin embryos had died, but the livestock were unharmed. Why? He felt he was grasping a thread of the situation. "Go get Dogwitch, Hannah, and Leo." Before long, the three were brought over, with Dogwitch being carried. His dog tongue was hanging out, and he was also scratching his body like crazy. "Woo woo, itchy, hot, wah wang wang." With his dog fur, the itchiness and heat affected him even more, and it seemed he could barely stand. Li Chen felt that if this continued, he would die, and quickly ordered the soldiers around him, "Clean his fur." He looked at Miss Hannah and Knight Leo. "You two, do you feel anything unusual? Is it hot or itchy?" The two were puzzled but knew something significant was happening, so Hannah quickly replied, "It is a bit hot, but not to the point of fainting. It's just normal summer heat. As for itchiness, there's none at all." Now Li Chen was 100% sure it's the enemy. The enemy must have done something. He then went to find the ogre Dandan, who showed no discomfort and was eating heartily. He then went to check on the riding spiders, and all 4 were dead. Li Chen looked at the dead riding spiders, his mind racing. Humans and ogres showed no abnormalities, but goblins, dog-headed people, and riding spiders all exhibited strange symptoms. Why? He thought about the commonality among the goblins, dog-headed people, and riding spiders. They all had dark attributes. Ogres had earth attributes, humans had no attributes but could acquire various other attributes through later cultivation. Dark attributes, dark attributes, dark attributes. Li Chen murmured a few times and quickly ran towards the governor's mansion. The governor's mansion was also a new recruit camp, and all the new recruits here were lying down, with some already dead. Li Chen glanced around and quickly ran to the 3rd basement level of the governor's mansion, pushing open the innermost room. "Oh, you've come?" As soon as Li Chen opened the door, a voice came from inside. The ghostly Sidon was directing several mage apprentices to handle some glassware. These apprentices were the little brats Li Chen had released. After taking down the mage tower, since Sidon couldn't affect the material world, he needed others to help with his research. He had asked Li Chen for assistance, and Li Chen had brought the little mages to him. Sidon instructed the little mages to stop their research and then floated over to Li Chen. Noticing his drenched appearance, his eyes filled with seriousness. At first, I had my doubts, but seeing you like this, it seems my judgment was correct. Li Chen wiped his sweat. What do you know about the current situation? Speak quickly. It was too strange. They were 3 levels underground, yet it was still so hot. Sidon circled around Li Chen and stopped in front of him. It's definitely a repulsive magical reaction. Li Chen stared at him, silent. Sidon knew the situation was urgent and spoke faster. To put it simply, there is magical power in every corner of this world: water, earth, air existing simultaneously. Water, fire, wind, earth, light, and dark, they all coexist. Li Chen asked, coexist? Water magic and fire magic can exist at the same time? Sidon nodded. Smart Goblin, you've grasped the key point. The concentration of magical power in nature is not high, and these magics can coexist without reacting, unless some artificial means are used to increase the concentration of a certain type of magic in a specific area. This still wouldn't cause a reaction, because if one type of magic's concentration increases in an area, the other magics in that area will be pushed away. Of course, some magics cannot be pushed away. He pointed at Li Chen's chest. The body of a living being is actually the highest level natural magic array. It can contain magical power within itself, and this magic is stable, not easily displaced by external magical power. When the concentration of a certain external magic increases abnormally and coincidentally, the magic retained within the living being repels the external increased magic, it will trigger a very rare repulsive magical reaction. Li Chen asked, are you saying that as a dark attribute being, I am currently immersed in light attribute magic, which is causing these discomforts? Sidon nodded. That's right. The abnormal increase in magical concentration has pushed away the other magics in this space, and dark attribute beings immersed in light attribute magic cannot escape their internal dark attribute magic, which can only react with the light attribute magic. The first to react is the skin. You feel heat because the dark attribute magic on the surface of your body reacts with the light attribute magic in the air, causing a local increase in skin temperature. Then the reaction intensifies, leading to an itch followed by pain, and eventually every breath you take is filled with intense light attribute magic, severely burning the mucus membranes of your respiratory tract. You will die from suffocation, and then the dark attribute magic in your corpse will continue to react, cooking your body from the inside out. Li Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This method of attack employed by the enemy was nothing short of indiscriminate slaughter of dark attribute beings. What is the enemy? He hoped to find a solution from Zihayten. Zihayten, the mentor, truly did not disappoint him. As far as I know, the only ones capable of significantly increasing the concentration of light attribute magic over a wide area are the choir of the goddess of life. I remember the current choir saintess is named Vivian, who possesses the artifact Pure Pendant. When the choir of 100 people simultaneously chant their spells, they can activate the Pure Pendant, achieving the effect of increasing the regional concentration of light attribute magic. This is the ultimate means the goddess of life uses to deal with monsters. As he spoke, he pointed in a direction, which was to the west, where Count Fisher's main force was located. In my current state, I can observe the magic tide. I see a dense light attribute magic tide gathering in that area. From my perspective, there is a bright magic tide there, as radiant as the sun. The saintess and the choir should be right at that position. Li Chen squinted his eyes. Damn it, the enemy really was full of surprises, with all sorts of strange methods coming one after another. He was just about to pop the champagne, and now here comes a large-scale weapon of mass destruction. What a mess. Li Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at Zihayten's ethereal figure, thinking to himself that this guy was indeed knowledgeable. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't even know what was happening. Zihayten, do you have any suggestions? Li Chen asked humbly. Zihayten thought for a moment and said, I suggest you run directly. The choir's range for increasing magic concentration is only about 20 miles. If you get out of this range, you will be safe. Their collective spell is very cumbersome and requires several days of preparation. They can't chase after you to cast spells. Li Chen shook his head. He didn't think so. If he retreated 20 miles today and another 20 miles tomorrow, wouldn't he eventually retreat to the Alliance's territory? Now the Goblin recruits were all lying down, unable to act. If he chose to retreat, he would have to abandon these goblins. These precious lives were the wealth of the Alliance. How could he let them die? Moreover, he couldn't take the supplies from the city with him, and he couldn't digest all the spoils of war. This was not what he wanted to see. Li Chen took a deep breath and looked into Zihayten's eyes. Zihayten, I think there are other methods. We should charge in and eliminate the so-called choir. My regime has already entered the sight of the human high-ups. If I can't rely on the resources of Boya to grow, when the kingdom of Sassos gathers its army and attacks the monster forest based on its size, I won't be able to stop them, so I can't retreat.
And that so-called choir must be a very important organization. If we kill them, the goddess of life will surely feel the loss. He grinned, filled with malice. The conflict between the goddess of life and the goblin race was irreconcilable, and opportunities to eliminate such an important unit were rare. Zihayton looked at Li Chen with some hope. Are you really a goblin? In the face of such danger, your first thought is not to run away, but to solve it once and for all. TSK. TSK, I really can't understand you. Li Chen ignored the guy's exclamation. Having obtained the information he wanted, he planned to go out and mobilize troops. Zihayton shouted behind him, have your soldiers smear mud on themselves. The earth magic in the water and mud can slightly resist light magic, but only for a while. You must deal with the choir quickly, or the concentration of light magic will continue to rise, and even the earth magic in the soil and water will be pushed away. Li Chen paused for a moment and nodded. Once on the surface, he ordered all the able goblins to cover themselves in mud, providing protection for the immobile goblins. Then he gathered all the officers for a meeting to inform them of the current situation. Upon hearing that their heat and itchiness were due to the enemy's attack, the officers were furious, but a deep fear also arose within them. If the enemy were to swing swords and blades in front of them, they would not be afraid, they would charge forward and kill the opponent with their rifles and bayonets. But this invisible, intangible, and ever-present form of attack truly frightened them. Seeing the fear on their faces, Li Chen slammed the table and shouted loudly, "What the hell is that expression on your faces? Ha! Are you scared? Standing here are the tough bones who have fought their way from the Alliance territory, the ones who can urinate 3 yards against the wind, who have killed enemies more than 10 times their number and achieved great military feats, the officers of the punishment army, a presence that terrifies the enemy. What? Now you're afraid." Everyone present instantly straightened their backs and stopped scratching their unbearably itchy skin, staring resolutely at Li Chen. "Boss, we are not afraid." Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. "That's it. Keep that spirit. You are the soldiers of the punishment army. No matter what enemy you face, you must charge forward decisively, sending bullets and bayonets into the enemy's bodies. The punishment army is invincible." Li Chen shouted. And the officers responded with excitement, shouting, "The punishment army is invincible." They shouted it 3 times, and the atmosphere was stirred up. Li Chen turned and pointed to the west. "Soldiers, the enemy choir is in that direction, protected by the enemy's main force at the core. I want all of you to charge into the enemy's position with me, tear apart their defenses, rush to the choir, smash their skulls, break their bones, rip their throats, and kill every single one of them. Leave none alive." His expression was fierce and crazed as he roared, "The minions of the goddess of life, the choir, have used anti-intelligent biological weapons. These weapons indiscriminately slaughter us. All the pregnant livestock have miscarried. These children didn't even have time to see the colors of this world before being killed by the enemy's evil weapons. First the embryos, then the new recruits, and next our soldiers. Tell me, are you angry?" The goblins breathed heavily, their expressions fierce. Having followed Li Chen for so long, they had developed a sense of honor and shame, and now was the time for Li Chen to reap the rewards. All the officers roared in anger, "Kill them! Kill every single one of them!" Li Chen drew his great sword and shouted to everyone, "All of you, draw your blades!" The officers all drew their swords, some of which were the precious swords gifted by Li Chen, gleaming with gold. Unbeknownst to them, many in the punishment army had earned these swords through their achievements. Li Chen raised his great sword into the air, and while everyone was somewhat confused, Goblin Bao quickly placed his precious sword on top of Li Chen's sword. Others quickly followed suit, placing their swords together, and all the blades clashed against each other. Li Chen's gaze was firm as he looked around, making eye contact with everyone. "Together, we are as strong as 1,000 pounds, and with our armor and sharp weapons, we will sweep away all obstacles. Even if the enemy is a god, we will demand respect and rewards. From today, in the presence of all of you, I declare that the 10th Company of the Punishment Army is upgraded to the 10th Company of the Imperial Guard. You are all glorious officers of the Imperial Guard 10th Company." The officer of the Imperial Guard's 10th Legion gave the order, "Gather the troops and prepare for arms. Tonight the entire army will strike, killing all enemies." As night fell, in the northern city of Boya, 1,500 human soldiers, all part of the security forces, assembled. They donned chainmail, leather armor, helmets, and armed themselves with shields, maces, and various standard weapons. Li Chen planned to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's main force from the west, fearing that reinforcements would come from the guards stationed at the north and south city gates. Therefore, he distributed weapons and equipment to the security forces, dividing them into 2 groups, intending to proactively strike from the north and south city gates, engaging the enemy in close combat to prevent them from supporting their main force. The leader of the security forces at the north city gate was Knight Liu and Keshi. Kashi felt uneasy. His brother was at the south city gate, alongside the deputy commander of the security forces and a large goblin. He was somewhat worried about his brother's safety. Cautiously, he moved closer to Knight Liu and whispered, "My lord, is something wrong? Why haven't I seen the punishment army patrolling these past few days?" Knight Liu, who was quietly waiting for the deployment time, glanced at him. Kid, remember this, don't ask what you shouldn't. Just follow orders, otherwise, losing the hard-earned future is minor, but losing your life is major. Kashi replied obediently, and shrank back, feeling dejected. Knight Leo shot him a disdainful look and snorted. He didn't like Keshi and Keshi. He thought they were opportunists, unlike himself, who followed the king solely for the sake of a future, even if it meant dying in battle. But these two had a whiff of market speculation about them. He knew such people well, always waiting for the right price. If they figured out the current situation, they might turn against him. So when Li Chen called Knight Leo for a meeting to explain the current situation, Knight Leo immediately warned Li Chen not to disclose the situation to the Keshi brothers as they were untrustworthy. Li Chen was keen on listening to advice. Knight Leo had previously served in the capital of Sassos, where political struggles were as fierce as in King's Landing from Game of Thrones, so he had a good eye for people. Li Chen followed his suggestion, separating the Keshi brothers and telling them nothing about the situation, only stating that the security forces would be conducting a night raid outside the city as a routine mission. Keshi felt anxious, but now, trapped within the city walls, with gates tightly shut, he felt powerless to act. What troubled him more was not knowing what was happening with his brother. He couldn't even discuss plans and had to obey orders. If the attack on the enemy outside the city went poorly, he wouldn't even dare to flee, fearing his brother would face repercussions. He could only resign himself to fate. As he was lost in thought, the sound of a military whistle suddenly pierced the air. It was Knight Leo's signal, indicating that the agreed-upon attack time had arrived. The outer city gates opened, and Knight Leo drew his weapon, shouting to the surrounding soldiers, "Everyone, follow me out to kill. 10 silver coins for each enemy killed, and a military title for killing 3. After saying this, he fixed his gaze on Keshi. Keshi knew it was his turn to make a statement. He also drew his sword and shouted, "Brothers, let's kill together. Earn silver coins. Earn military merit." After shouting, he steeled himself and charged forward, his attitude perfectly on point. He sensed that he and his brother were being distrusted. If he didn't show a strong front, life would likely be difficult for them in the future. The 1,500 soldiers surged through the North City Gate into the enemy trenches, engaging in brutal combat, while a similar situation unfolded at the South City Gate. There were over 5,000 enemies in the trenches at both locations, with 20% being professional soldiers and the rest militia and auxiliary troops. With trenches scattered everywhere, it was difficult for large forces to assemble, limiting their combat effectiveness. Of course, the combat effectiveness of the security forces was even worse. They were mostly impoverished civilians, armed with a few weapons and sent to the battlefield, nearly filling the ranks. As soon as they encountered the enemy, they unleashed their street fighting skills, while some panicked and ran in all directions, causing chaos in the enemy's ranks. Fortunately, all Li Chen wanted was confusion. As long as the enemy didn't interfere with his assault on their main force, that was enough. The West City Gate opened, and 1,200 punishment troops, 500 musket militia, 2,500 heavy armored goblins, and 4 cannons, along with ogres, marched out in an orderly fashion through the city gate. Once the troops exited the city, they immediately spread out, with cannons and muskets at the forefront and heavy armored goblins guarding the flanks of the formation. Li Chen glanced at the enemy's position. It was pitch black at night, and there wasn't a soul in the enemy's trenches, but he knew the enemy was ready. As soon as he led his team forward, the enemy would surge out from all sides to fight him to the death. Li Chen drew his great sword and pointed west, raising his voice so that everyone could hear him. "Soldiers, that direction is the enemy. Tonight, we have only one objective: to push steadily forward and kill everyone you see. Advance. Punishment troops are mighty. Punishment troops are mighty." Everyone shouted in unison, their voices soaring into the sky, startling a flock of nightbirds into flight. The troops began to advance, maintaining a rough formation, their steps resolute, the sound of armor clinking echoing in the night. As they reached the trenches, they did not pause at all, directly leaping over the trench, while the cannons were carried along without hesitation. The human positions were crisscrossed with trenches, and if Li Chen wanted to maintain formation, he had to slow down his pace. If the troops became disordered, the enemy could take advantage of their numbers to disrupt them. Fortunately, Li Chen was leading elite troops, along with 310 system soldiers, totaling 4,200 men who could advance and retreat with precision. Once all the troops entered the trench, the enemy finally launched their attack, a wailing sound echoing through the night, followed by the sound of many footsteps approaching from all directions. Enemy attack. Free fire. Li Chen saw a squad of enemy soldiers surge out of the trench, raising their muskets to fire, taking down the first soldier who ran ahead. Enemy soldiers attacked from several trenches simultaneously, their battle cries deafening, trying to charge into the goblin formation and engage in close combat. However, they were met with fierce gunfire, as the musket goblins fired freely at the enemies in the trench. Although the trench allowed the enemy to get closer, it was narrow, allowing at most 2 to pass side by side, and 4 or 5 muskets could easily block it. Many enemy soldiers couldn't even climb out of the trench and were shot dead with screams. Some managed to crawl out of the trench and charge towards the flanking heavy armored goblins, but the trench divided their forces and the heavy armored goblins were lined up. The enemy's reinforcements were limited in the short term, and they were slaughtered by the heavy armored goblins.
The heavy armored goblins were experienced in dealing with the enemy's armored soldiers, using spiked maces to smash helmets, either stunning them or knocking them off balance, then pinning them down and stabbing through the eye holes or chin with slender daggers. After about 5 minutes of fighting, the enemy suffered heavy casualties, especially in the trench that was blocked by muskets, where the dead filled the trench. The enemy was frightened and scattered, and Li Chen shouted orders. Reload weapons, form up, continue advancing. The troops rested for a minute to regroup and then began to advance again. They quickly entered the enemy's territory, where the crisscrossing trenches became more numerous, and the enemy's attacks grew more intense, charging out from various odd places to engage in close combat with the goblins, resulting in a few casualties. The enemy had also dug some traps in advance, and the goblins occasionally stepped into them and fell into pits filled with wooden spikes. However, there were no significant casualties. The soldiers either wore horned crocodile armor or full armor, and falling in would only break the wooden spikes, making it impossible for them to penetrate through. Bang bang bang! Gunshots echoed through the night, the enemy's attack growing weaker. Their morale was already low, and the darkness further diminished their strength. After so many had died, the enemy began to flee, discarding their weapons and turning to run. The soldiers of the punishment army, fueled by momentum, killed every visible enemy and continued to advance deeper into enemy territory. They crossed trench after trench, dispatching wounded foes, and it seemed to be going smoothly, but some soldiers suddenly collapsed as they walked. The deeper they went, the higher the concentration of light magic, and the soldiers felt an increasing sting on their skin. Some of the weaker soldiers even fell to the ground, struggling to breathe, and continuing forward could be life-threatening. They were now attacking the enemy while enduring the effects of toxic gas. Imagine hundreds of fire ants biting you madly. Every breath you take feels like inhaling scalding steam, and your eyes sting so much you can barely keep them open, all while facing the enemy's assault. Li Chen led his team forward about 400 meters into the enemy's position when the enemy organized another attack, this time with around 1,000 heavily armored foes accompanied by 2,000 militia. Under normal circumstances, such a scale of attack would never break through, but the soldiers of the punishment army were extremely weakened by the light magic, allowing these 3,000 enemies to surge into their ranks, creating chaos. Li Chen swung his great sword, wildly hacking at the surrounding enemy soldiers, shouting loudly to encourage his men to fight bravely. The soldiers also fought back with all their might, firing their muskets in rapid succession. After more than half an hour of battle, the enemy was once again forced to retreat, but Li Chen's side had suffered over 400 casualties. More deadly than these losses was the fact that the recent fighting had left the soldiers gasping for breath. They had inhaled too much light magic, which reacted in their airways, causing a burning sensation and difficulty breathing. Many lay on the ground, unable to move, while others clawed at their throats, struggling desperately for air. Almost all the heavily armored goblins were lost, and advancing meant certain death. The old 10th Company fared slightly better. They were all third-tier soldiers with strong fighting spirit and could still hold on. Seeing this, Li Chen immediately made adjustments. All brothers who can't walk, retreat. The Guard 10th Company, continue to advance with me. The goblin musketeers of the Guard 10th Company moved forward, each of them drenched in sweat. Despite being covered in mud, the closer they got to the enemy's core, the denser the concentration of light magic became. The rudimentary protection of the mud was slowly wearing off, and as the light magic touched their skin, it felt like 1,000 fire ants biting them, and everyone gritted their teeth to endure. If it weren't for the old 10th Company following Li Chen all the way, their strong fighting spirit would have caused them to collapse long ago. Li Chen led his elite troops onward. The trenches became fewer, and finally, they reached the outskirts of the enemy camp. From here, they could see thousands of tents ahead, and behind the tents, about 2,000 meters away, there was a small clearing. In the clearing stood 100 women arranged in a square formation, each holding a life goddess pendant close to their chests, eyes closed, singing something with devout expressions. Behind them, transparent wings flickered, similar to those of the hero Leon when he unleashed his power. But theirs appeared to be a youthful version, very transparent, unlike Leon's solidified form. Li Chen felt a wave of heat rolling toward him from the women. They were the culprits behind the increased concentration of light magic. In an instant, his muscles tensed, and murderous intent surged within him. He longed to charge directly into the choir and indiscriminately slaughter them. But in front of the choir stood countless enemy soldiers, shields raised, holding swords and spears, arranged in tight formation, numbering over 4,000, forming a defensive line to protect the choir. Although the enemy formation was extremely tight, with numbers 4 times that of the Royal Guard's 10th Company, Li Chen saw that the eyes of these human soldiers were filled with deep fear. Moreover, the elite fully armored soldiers were only in the front row, while the back was filled with half-armored or unarmored militia. Li Chen let out a wild laugh. He realized that these people were already at the end of their strength, and now standing here was merely a facade. He turned to the soldiers and shouted, "Glorious soldiers of the Royal Guards, 10th Company, open your eyes wide and look. See the expressions on the enemy's faces. They are afraid of you." The soldiers, enduring the pain in their bodies and breathing the scorching air, widened their eyes to observe the expressions of the enemy across from them.
Just as Li Chen had said, the faces of the enemy were all filled with fear. They inexplicably felt a surge of energy, and the corners of their mouths involuntarily curled up in arrogance. Li Chen continued to roar. Glorious Royal Guard's 10th Company, the enemy's expressions are so fearful and ugly. This is what you have earned with your blood and sweat. With your flying bullets and advancing bayonets, you have made the enemy see us as invincible demons. Now, I want you to reinforce this impression in the enemy's minds. Everyone, charge with your bayonets. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone drew their bayonets from their waists and fixed them tightly onto their gun muzzles. Li Chen pointed forward with his great sword. Glorious Punishment Army, glorious Royal Guard's 10th Company, charge with me. Bring your firearms to the enemy's chests and fire. With your most fierce and resolute assault, completely shatter the enemy's last bit of courage. The whole army, charge. Boom, 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 boom. As Li Chen shouted the charge order, 4 cannons loaded with buckshot fired first, blasting 4 gaps in the enemy formation, causing enemy soldiers to scream and fall. Then came the shouts of charge, as the soldiers of the Royal Guard's 10th Company, braving the suffocating light magic, charged at the enemy that outnumbered them 4-1. The soldiers of the Royal Guard's 10th Company firmly executed Li Chen's will, their steps resolute and swift, rushing to the enemy, pressing their gun muzzles against the chests of enemy soldiers and firing, each bullet accurately killing a heavily armored foe. After firing, they did not lose momentum, their eyes red as they thrust their bayonets, toppling the half-armored or unarmored enemies behind the heavily armored ones. Armor was torn apart. Swords clashed, men shouted as they attacked each other, blood spilling everywhere. 2 kilometers away from the battlefield, beautiful girls were singing in unison. The light of the divine shines upon the world, dispelling pain and darkness, guiding the lost souls towards the path ahead, leading the strayed lambs to the true kingdom of the gods. Saint Vivian stood at the front of the choir, guiding everyone in the chorus. Whenever a section was accurately sung by all the characters, the pure pendant on her forehead would emit a pure white light. This pendant and Vivian became the focal point of the magic array, with 100 choir girls becoming the magical text, their singing driving the flow of magic, increasing the concentration of light magic in the surrounding space. The beautiful and sacred voices flowed from the pretty little mouths, forming a stark contrast to the men fighting in the front lines, the beautiful and pure women nearly 2 kilometers away from the brutal battlefield, creating a surreal sense of disconnection from reality. Li Chen was like a wild beast on the battlefield, charging into the enemy ranks, wildly swinging his great sword to kill. He had become bloodthirsty, the intense light magic making each breath feel like drinking boiling water through his nostrils, his skin transforming from an itchy pain to a burning agony, tears streaming from his tear ducts, and his eyeballs felt as if they were being pricked by needles. Kill, kill, kill. Glorious Punishment Army, brave Royal Guard's 10th Company, never retreat. Kill, kill, kill. Li Chen rampaged, his great sword swinging out, smashing the heads of 3 enemies in succession, then he swung out 4 or 5 more times, killing over 10 unarmored foes in less than 3 seconds. He dared not stop. If he did, he would taste the pervasive sting of pain all over his body. He could only transform himself into a killing machine, relentlessly slaying enemies to vent the agony of his flesh. The soldiers of the Royal Guard were the same. They turned themselves into ferocious beasts, each one crazily slaughtering the enemy. They dared not pause, for if they did, the intense pain would lead them to utter despair. At that moment, the frenzied Royal Guard charged forward with an unstoppable momentum, instantly inflicting terrifying casualties on the enemy. The human soldiers collapsed once more. Their morale was already low, and they suffered excessive losses. The so-called glory and wealth were shattered, and the enemy soldiers discarded their weapons and armor, beginning to flee in all directions. Only about 200 remained to continue fighting alongside the Royal Guard. These were the personal guards of Count Fisher, the elite among the elite, who had been beneficiaries of the Fisher family's grace for generations, eating the king's salary, serving the king's cause. At this final moment, the personal guards also risked their lives, desperately repaying the Fisher family's kindness. However, before the mad soldiers of the Royal Guard, these elites melted away like snowflakes, stabbed by bayonets, struck by rifle butts, and shot by bullets, taking their lives with them. Glory and loyalty shattered along with their bodies, mingling with the earth, waiting to rot into dust. Li Chen shouted various inspiring slogans while wielding his great sword to kill. He was covered in blood, having slain over 20 enemies. He saw that the enemies on the battlefield were nearly gone, with the core target still singing in the distance. Knowing he could not delay any longer, he shouted, "Warriors, charge with me! Eliminate the minions of the evil god. Bring them the punishment of death." After shouting, he didn't care how many followed him and strode towards the choir. Knight Thor, guarding beside Vivian, was equally shocked to see the monsters approaching. As a senior military officer of the Goddess of Life's church, he knew all too well how powerful the choir's sacred arts were. No monster could withstand the sacred arts and approach. The pain felt like flames burning their bodies, something no monster could endure. Yet right before his eyes, a demon army had managed to do so. A demon army of less than 1,000, composed of the lowest and weakest goblins, who actually resisted the pain brought by the sacred arts with sheer will and launched such a determined attack against them. At that moment he surprisingly felt respect for the formidable enemy. Holy Knights, engage the enemy! Knight Thor shouted, and 300 knights drew their swords, raising their pure iron round shields as they advanced towards Li Chen and his group. They were the glorious Holy Knights, the earthly messengers of the goddess of life, the sword and shield protecting the world from the harm of monsters. As long as they existed, the members of the choir would not suffer a scratch. The 300 Holy Knights had already gathered together, forming the choir's last line of defense. Upon receiving the order to attack, everyone raised their shields and drew their swords, charging at the oncoming goblins. More than 500 people followed Li Chen into the charge, including ogres, while other soldiers of the punitive army were still entangled with Count Fisher's elite personal guards. These 500 were driven nearly mad by the intense light magic. The severe pain turned their brains into a single thread, with their scant rationality focused solely on obeying their leader's commands. If the leader ordered them to charge, they charged. If he ordered them to kill, they killed. If he ordered them to die, they went to die, the pain robbing them of any ability to think. Kill. Glorious royal guard, slay all enemies before you. Scatter the shadows of the evil god that hang over the goblin race. Strike your weapons at the evil minions of the evil god. Use everything to carve out our future. His roar echoed throughout the battlefield, causing the frenzied goblins to shout in response. In the next moment, two waves of black and green collided violently, unleashing the most brutal slaughter. Firearms shattered plate armor at close range. Holy Knights swung their swords to sever limbs, and ogres sent bodies flying. In front of Li Chen stood Knight Thor, or rather, Knight Thor was the tallest and best equipped opponent Li Chen had faced. He believed this goblin was the special leader mentioned in the intelligence. As long as he killed him, the other goblins would fall into panic, their morale would collapse, and they would scatter. The two sides quickly closed in, and Knight Thor raised his sword to stab at Li Chen. But now, with the buff activated, Li Chen was no different from someone who had been invigorated. He gathered all his strength and swung his greatsword down fiercely. That enormous, intimidating sword, which an ordinary person could use for bench pressing, was swung with the speed of a rapier, startling Knight Thor, who trembled slightly, causing his thrust to veer off, and he raised his shield with his left hand to protect himself. With a loud bang, the greatsword clashed against the iron round shield, erupting into a brilliant spark in the night. Knight Thor grunted, directly kneeling on one knee from the tremendous force of the blow. His shield was the type that fit over the left hand, and his left hand had gone numb, the iron shield dented significantly. Knight Thor's face was filled with horror. How could this goblin possess such terrifying strength? He had no time to think further, as Li Chen had already raised his greatsword to strike down at his head. Although he wore a helmet, the opponent's immense power could definitely crush the helmet and shatter his skull. He hurriedly raised his shield to block, and again there was a loud bang. The shield deformed beyond recognition, and Knight Thor let out a scream, feeling as if his left hand had broken. Li Chen raised his sword for a third strike, and Knight Thor panicked. If another hit came, he would undoubtedly die. He quickly swung his sword, unleashing 3 arcs of light. Upon seeing the sword light, Li Chen's heart sank. He remembered the hero Leon, whose sword could unleash a terrifyingly brutal sword light that easily shattered armor and crushed foes. Damn! This guy can't possibly be a hero-level opponent too, can he? Li Chen stepped back and raised his great sword to block in front of him. The 3 arcs of light struck the great sword, producing 3 metallic clangs. Li Chen quickly checked his great sword and found only 3 thin scratches on the blade, very shallow, causing no substantial damage. Li Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Was that it? The hero Leon could easily break his great sword with a casual swing, and this guy could only leave minor scratches? He was nothing but a weakling. Li Chen sneered and swung his great sword again. As long as he dealt with these 300 heavily armored enemies, he could wipe out those 100 women who were as weak as a chicken. Li Chen quickly closed in on Knight Thor and swung his sword down fiercely. Knight Thor raised his sword to block the force. He held his sword with one hand to counter Li Chen's two-handed strike, but he couldn't block it. The greatsword pressed down on his single-handed sword, striking his shoulder armor and deforming it, shattering Knight Thor's shoulder bone. Knight Thor let out a scream, and Li Chen swiftly raised his great sword again, preparing to strike a second time. Knight Thor internally lamented, and what terrified him even more was that the 500 goblins around him were clashing with his troops, actually overpowering the Holy Knights. Even when the Holy Knights pierced the enemies' bellies with their swords, the enemies would cling to their arms and bite them fiercely with their teeth. With such terrifying combat will, over 300 of them were on the brink of collapse, and the divine Holy Knights were actually being overwhelmed by the monstrous enemies. Just as Knight Thor's skull was about to be shattered by Li Chen, at this critical moment, Vivian, who was commanding the choir from the rear, opened her tightly shut eyes. She gently drew the sword from her waist, the tip aimed directly at the goblins entangled with the Holy Knights, her movements graceful and beautiful. Oh, great goddess! Please grant your power to me, vanquish the evil, dispel the darkness, clear the gloom from people's hearts, take away the suffering of the world, holy light technique. The 100 members of the choir shouted in unison. Holy light! A beam of pure white light, as thick as a small finger, shot down from the sky, illuminating the chaotic battlefield in the center. Immediately, the light expanded into a 50-meter wide circle, turning the night into day, as a massive amount of light energy rained down from the heavens, enveloping the main battlefield. The paladins under the holy light were warmed and rejuvenated, their stamina restored, and the injuries of the wounded healed rapidly. Even the broken bones of Knight Thor were mended, returning him to full strength. In stark contrast, the goblins suffered greatly as the overwhelming light magic enveloped them, reacting violently with the dark magic within their bodies, causing unimaginable pain to all. Although the holy light spell lasted only a fraction of a second, the pain inflicted in that moment was akin to being doused with boiling water. The goblins caught in the holy light fell to their knees, screaming in agony, many of them igniting in flames. All the goblins engulfed by the holy light perished, collapsing in unison to become a burning bonfire. Within a 50-meter radius, all goblins were wiped out, except for Li Chen, who remained standing. Ah! The immense pain forced a scream from Li Chen. As the strongest among the goblins, who often practiced magic, his dark magic was more than 10 times that of others. The repulsive magic he generated reacted most violently. If one listened closely, they could even hear faint crackling sounds, the dark light magic reacting and rubbing against itself. The consequence of this friction was fire, and flames erupted from Li Chen's body. The pain he felt was 10 times worse than when he was bathed in light magic. Ah! Li Chen howled again in agony, while Knight Thor's eyes flickered. Watching Li Chen engulfed in flames filled with a sense of luck. After their earlier encounter, he understood very well that the monster before him was beyond his capability to handle. Thankfully, the Saintess was present, otherwise, they would likely be doomed, and this formidable creature should be going down soon. Just as he thought this, he saw Li Chen, still on fire, stop struggling and raise his left hand, a massive water sphere forming above his head. When the water sphere reached a certain size, Li Chen released it, and it crashed down. With a sizzling sound, the flames on his body were extinguished, and a large amount of white smoke billowed up. Can you still fight? Knight Thor swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. To still be standing after taking a hit from holy light? This guy was truly remarkable. He exchanged glances with the surrounding paladins, and over 100 of them immediately surrounded Li Chen. The other paladins continued to battle the goblins and ogres that had not been engulfed by the holy light, leaving no one to support Li Chen for the moment. Faced with the encirclement of over 100, Li Chen simply scooped up a handful of mud from the ground and smeared it on his face, patching up the dry, flaking dirt. Then he raised his sword, resting the great sword on his shoulder, bent his legs, and suddenly burst forward like a cannonball into the enemy ranks. How fast! Knight Thor's pupils contracted in shock, instinctively raising his shield to block, but recalling how Li Chen had shattered his bones with just 2 sword strikes filled him with dread. As Li Chen charged forward and swung down his great sword, Knight Thor rolled sharply to the left, narrowly avoiding the blow. However, as he dodged, those around him were not so fortunate. Li Chen's missed strike was quickly followed by a powerful swing that cleaved a paladin in half at the waist. The unfortunate soul didn't even realize what had happened until it was too late. Li Chen then charged at the surrounding paladins, beginning a ruthless slaughter. His great sword was heavy and sharp, and with his immense strength, the plate armor worn by his enemies was nothing more than flimsy tin, easily sliced open with a single blow, spilling their filthy entrails everywhere. He continuously killed 4 paladins and angrily shouted to the sky, "Damn it, that hurts." After shouting, he kicked a paladin charging at him in the chest, sending the guy flying backward. His breastplate caved in, ribs broken, and he spat out blood before dying. Li Chen was like a reaper reborn, his great sword dancing with ferocity, creating a pile of mangled corpses. This greatly drained his stamina, but the blessing of the Earth Goddess allowed a steady stream of energy to flow into his body from the ground, replenishing his losses and driving this war machine. Quick, quick, quick! Stop him! Stop him! Knight Thor shouted loudly, urging the other paladins to block him. He saw that although Li Chen was slaughtering wildly, his steps were consciously moving toward the choir. He knew what this monster was thinking. He absolutely could not let him break through the defense. If this monster reached the choir, the terrifying consequences were unimaginable. The other paladins also understood Li Chen's intentions and surrounded him, blocking his path forward. Knight Thor stood in a safe position, continuously swinging his sword light, striking Li Chen's back, leaving cuts on his plate armor. The other paladins, armed by the goddess of life, were incredibly brave. Even after being slaughtered by Li Chen, they showed no fear. They surrounded Li Chen from all directions, dozens of swords and blades stabbing at him simultaneously. However, these weapons without special enhancements could not penetrate Li Chen's super heavy plate armor at all. Facing these ant-like attacks, Li Chen felt quite pleased. He experienced the sensation of being besieged by the Punishment Army's old 10th squad, just like the hero Leon had. So, I've become this strong now? Li Chen felt a small sense of pride in his heart as he swung his sword and smashed a paladin's head in front of him, then turned and slashed another paladin in half. He swung left and stabbed right, leaving a trail of paladin corpses in his wake, and in the blink of an eye, he had killed over 20. He found the guy attacking him from a distance with swordlight quite annoying, so he picked up a round shield from the ground and threw it at him. Knight Thor dove to the side, dodging the flying shield, then continued to gather his magical power to unleash a swordlight, leaving a mark on Li Chen's plate armor. He felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, continuously swinging out several swordlights, rapidly depleting his magic power, and he shouted in his heart, "Oh goddess, doesn't this monster get tired?" Just as he thought this, he saw a paladin smash a two-handed hammer hard against Li Chen's back. Li Chen staggered forward a few steps, spat out blood, and turned to slash the paladin wielding the hammer, killing him instantly. However, his steps became unsteady, and his strong body began to sway. "Aha! He's tired!" Knight Thor exclaimed excitedly. Li Chen did feel tired, even with the blessing of the Earth Goddess, energy continuously flowing into his body from the ground. Facing 100 experienced heavy-armored paladins, the replenishment could not keep up with the consumption. Worse still, the wounds on his body burned by light magic throbbed painfully, his airways swollen and bleeding from the burns. With every breath he took, his lungs felt a strong burning sensation. His steps faltered, his body began to sway, and the great sword he wielded could no longer shatter enemies but merely knock them down. Knight Thor shouted to the soldiers, "He's tired. Warriors of the goddess, let's finish him off in one go." Saying this, he charged forward, wanting to be the first to take Li Chen's head, but Li Chen merely raised his sword and struck the guy's shield, sending Knight Thor flying back along the same path. Knight Thor crashed to the ground, feeling pain all over his body, and he was greatly alarmed. How could this guy still have strength? Li Chen swung out his last sword, squeezing out the final bit of strength. He could no longer hold the great sword, so he plunged it into the ground and breathed rapidly. Like a bellows, a buzzing sound ringing in his ears as his brain spun from lack of oxygen. Li Chen glanced at the battlefield in the distance, where the soldiers of the tent guard were entangled with the remaining paladins. As for the ogre, it was surrounded by enemies, spinning in circles, trying to escape while being hacked from behind. The ogre was slow to react, swinging its large pickaxe only to smash the ground, roaring in anger but unable to do anything against the swift paladins. "I can only rely on myself now. If I can just rest for 10 seconds, I can gather enough strength to fight again," Li Chen thought to himself, feeling the energy flowing into his body from his feet. But the enemies knew he was about to run out of steam and wouldn't give him any time to rest, charging at him with shouts. Li Chen snorted coldly, pulling out 2 hand cannons from the warehouse and aiming them at the paladins rushing towards him. With 2 loud bangs, a barrage of bullets flew towards the paladins, shattering their plate armor and tearing through their flesh, causing them to scream as they fell lifelessly. Li Chen fired twice, killing 3 paladins. Discarding the empty hand cannons, he took out 2 more and turned to fire at the paladins coming from behind. Another round of bullets shot out, knocking down several paladins behind him. Just like that, he kept pulling out hand cannons, unleashing a hail of bullets on the encircling paladins, and in the blink of an eye, over 30 paladins had already fallen to his gunfire. Knight Thor rose again from the ground, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Li Chen. "Why is this monster so hard to kill? Why is it so hard to kill?" Li Chen finished off all the hand cannons in the warehouse, scattering the paladins around him. Feeling a bit of his strength return, he pulled up the great sword from the ground and quickly rushed towards the choir in the distance. "Bastard! Where do you think you're going? Stay here!" Knight Thor was alarmed. The choir was not only an important force of the goddess of life's church, but it also contained his beloved, and he absolutely could not allow that. He discarded his severely deformed shield and picked up his sword, chasing after Li Chen's retreating figure. The other paladins, stunned by Li Chen's killing spree, also regained their courage and charged at him again. Li Chen sprinted a few steps towards the choir, hearing the footsteps of the pursuers getting closer behind him, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, he pulled out a precision +10 musket from the warehouse, turned around, and aimed at the one running in front. This counterattack was a technique he learned from the hero Leon, which had surprised him back then. Now, using this skill, the effect was outstanding. The guy who seemed to be the leader of the paladins was shot in the chest, screaming as he fell. Those shot in the chest were basically doomed. The other paladins shouted in panic for their leader and rushed to help him. In truth, they were a bit afraid of Li Chen and didn't dare to continue fighting, merely looking for an excuse to assist their fallen comrade instead of advancing. This was not their fault, having lost over 50 men to Li Chen alone. Their numbers had been halved without breaking, which showed that the paladins were still quite elite. Seeing 50 people rush to help one, Li Chen laughed mockingly, knowing they were afraid, and took the opportunity to charge towards the choir. But he hadn't run far when suddenly, the concentration of light magic in the surrounding air surged again, and a beam of holy light descended from the sky, illuminating the night as bright as day. "Damn! Not again!" Li Chen shouted, but there was nothing he could do, only lowering his head to shield his eyes with his hands. The saintess, while directing the choir to sing, kept an eye on the battlefield. When she saw her beloved Knight Thor being struck down and spitting blood from the attack of a monster's special weapon, her heart twisted painfully. For the sake of her beloved, she used the holy light spell once more. This large-scale holy spell consumed a lot of energy, and everyone in the choir felt their heads grow heavy. The range of the second holy light spell was only 20 meters, but it perfectly enveloped Night Thor and Li Chen. Night Thor, shrouded in holy light, felt the wounds on his chest healing, the pain dissipating, and he felt as comfortable as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Li Chen, on the other hand, was once again drenched by a deluge from the heavens. The flames that had just been extinguished reignited, turning him into a living torch. Li Chen howled in agony, the flames licking at his skin, burning him to the point of raw flesh, and he no longer had the strength to cast the water ball spell to extinguish the fire. The pain of being burned was excruciating. Li Chen struggled like a demon from hell, screaming in madness without any hope of relief. Night Thor, with a hole in his chestplate, was helped to his feet by others. He looked at Li Chen, engulfed by the flames, and sighed again in his heart. He must be dead for sure now, right? Absolutely dead, right? Then he saw that the torch-like Li Chen had a small glass vial in his hand filled with a scarlet potion. Li Chen tossed the vial into his mouth and crushed it, the red liquid flowing into his belly, instantly turning his eyes blood red and doubling his strength, while driving away all pain. The radiance of the goddess shines upon the world. Those who are kind and benevolent shall be blessed, dispelling all gloom from the world. Great love calls to humanity. The choir of women sang in unison, layers of magical light spreading out. However, they were no longer able to devote 100% of their energy to singing as they had at first. Instead, they opened their eyes and looked towards the distant battlefield. Roar! After drinking the potion, Li Chen let out a furious roar. Werewolf serum removes negative status within 10 seconds of consumption, doubles strength, then rapidly loses stamina, with a chance of transforming into a werewolf, excessive body hair growth, liver and kidney failure, and diminished sensory abilities. Love from the brave Leon. His heart became an engine, driving the blood within him to flow rapidly, the adrenal medulla entering a frenzy, a large amount of adrenaline flooding his veins, carried throughout his body by the swiftly flowing blood. The pain was expelled, his muscles swelled violently, and Li Chen felt an incredibly terrifying power coursing through him, his vitality attribute doubling to 50. His eyes were blood red, and he felt that he could kill all the enemies present, but he knew this was all temporary. This state could only last for a little over 10 seconds. After his explosive transformation, Li Chen did not engage with the paladins, instead crashing through the enemies, blocking his path and charging towards the choir. His thigh and glute muscles were as solid as rock, each step sinking deep into the ground, covering 4 to 5 meters with every stride. The beast-like light flickered in his crimson eyes, fixated on the choir a kilometer away. Stop him! Quickly, stop him! Night Thor shouted with a heart-wrenching cry, shaking off the soldiers supporting him, and was the first to chase after Li Chen. The other paladins also reacted, sprinting to pursue. But just then, a sudden thunderous explosion echoed from afar, a barrage of steel balls raining into the paladin ranks, instantly killing dozens. Goblin led the artillery, braving the magical light in the air, using all his strength to fire this last shot. Goblin's body went limp, collapsing beside the cannon. His airway completely burned and blocked, and with his last willpower he fired the final shot, leaving him with no strength left. The paladins hit by the buckshot instantly lost more than half their numbers, many falling to the ground screaming, morale suffering a devastating blow, and no one pursued Li Chen anymore. They all began to flee for their lives. Night Thor was grazed by a bullet, which tore through his thigh muscle, causing him to scream and fall to the ground. This left him unable to continue the chase, watching with bloodshot eyes as the monster approached the choir. Li Chen had completely lost his mind. His only target was the choir that was singing before him. These damned enemies sang in unison to praise the goddess of life, a strong light magic emanating from the formation they created. The closer he got to the choir, the denser the light magic became, and the flames igniting on his body grew larger, intensifying his pain. At that moment, Li Chen seemed to smell the aroma of roasted meat coming from himself, but the werewolf serum immunized him against all suffering, propelling him forward, engulfed in flames. 700 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. He was getting closer to the choir, and the voices of the choir girls began to tremble, their eyes widened in terror as they watched the flaming monster charge towards them. No! Night Thor, dragging his broken leg, could not catch up to Li Chen despite his best efforts, only able to let out a heart-wrenching scream. 200 meters, 100 meters. Li Chen took the last explosive barrel from the warehouse and ignited the fuse with the flames on his body. He cradled the barrel with one hand and supported the bottom with the other, then hurled it with all his might, a strike that pierced the stars. The explosive barrel shot out like a cannonball fired from a heavy artillery, crossing the 100-meter distance, tracing a graceful arc in the air, and accurately smashing into the center of the choir, knocking over one of the choir girls. The explosive barrel weighed 13 kilograms, and the unfortunate soul struck by it didn't even let out a whimper, instantly crushed to death. The choir girls erupted into chaos. Although terrified, they continued to sing with trembling voices. They were part of the magic formation, and if they stopped singing, the entire formation would be affected. They had been taught that even if mountains fell before them, they must continue to sing without changing their expression. Li Chen used all his strength to throw the explosive barrel. Just as the effect of the werewolf serum wore off, his immense power rapidly fading, a deep weakness bursting forth from the depths of his soul. Plus, after expending all his energy to throw the barrel, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, rolling forward twice. Li Chen had nearly lost all ability to move. His body felt weak and soft, yet his charred face was filled with a smile. He grinned and whispered, 3, 2, 1. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, the ground shook violently, and the explosive barrel detonated amidst the densely packed choir, sending numerous shattered bodies flying into the air. The beautiful harmonious singing turned into chaotic screams after the thunderous blast. The casualties from this explosive barrel were horrifying. All 100 members of the choir were affected, the close-range explosion inflicting fatal injuries. Those closest to the blast were turned into a rain of shattered corpses, while those slightly farther away had their insides ruptured by the explosion, collapsing to the ground. With over 100 nearly all dead. Ha 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 ha, cough cough cough. Li Chen laughed maniacally, feeling the surrounding light magic dissipate at an astonishing speed. Other types of magic were rapidly flooding into this space, diluting the dense light magic, and it wouldn't be long before this space returned to normal magical levels. No! Night Thor let out a heart-wrenching scream as he saw a violent explosion erupt within the choir, the beautiful figure he cared about most engulfed by black smoke. When the dust settled, Saint Vivian lay motionless on the ground, like a wilting flower. Night Thor felt as if his soul had shattered, and life seemed to lose its meaning. He knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he looked at the figure that had been blown to the ground. However, perhaps blessed by the goddess of life, that graceful figure surprisingly struggled to rise from the ground. Saint Vivian knelt on the ground, blood streaming from her eyes and nose, seemingly still unaware of the situation. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and suddenly saw a broken corpse on the ground, her face filled with disbelief as she looked around, surrounded by the bodies of the choir girls. Dear everyone! Vivian felt as if struck by lightning, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. She felt her heart tearing apart with pain. The once joyful group of friends had now turned into cold, shattered corpses. Why? Why is this happening? Overwhelmed with grief, Vivian suddenly sensed a gaze upon her. She immediately turned her head and locked eyes with Night Thor, who was several hundred meters away. At that moment, Vivian felt as helpless as an injured kitten. Reaching out her hand towards Night Thor. Vivian! Night Thor also extended his hand, and the two souls who loved each other merged in that instant, their eyes only for one another, oblivious to the surrounding smoke and bloodshed. What a sincere love, what a tragic affection. However, in the next moment, a gunshot rang out, and a burst of blood mist erupted from Vivian's shoulder as she let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. Night Thor's pupils instantly constricted as he looked at Li Chen, who was almost burnt to a crisp. This monster had somehow straightened up and was sitting on the ground holding an unknown weapon. Damn it! I knew you bastards were hard to kill. Li Chen roared inwardly, discarding his empty firearm and pulling out a new one from the warehouse, struggling to aim. Vivian! Run! Night Thor shouted, but at such a distance, Vivian couldn't hear him. Yet she wasn't foolish, she quickly realized the danger. Li Chen's murderous intent was overwhelming, and without time to think, Vivian clutched her bleeding shoulder and stumbled towards the battlefield's edge. She wasn't running fast, the close-range explosion had caused her significant injury. Normally, Li Chen could easily score a headshot, but now, he was in the worst state imaginable. Even with both hands on the firearm, he was shaking like a Parkinson's patient. To make matters worse, the side effects of the werewolf serum were severe. He was experiencing a conduit effect, with large black circles spreading from the periphery of his vision towards the center, causing him to lose nearly 40% of his sight. After a long moment of aiming, he pulled the trigger, and predictably, the shot missed, hitting the ground beside Vivian and kicking up a small cloud of dirt. Vivian was startled and continued to run forward, feeling as if a vicious wolf was stalking her from behind, intent on using all its strength to kill her. This terrifying murderous intent was something she had never felt before in her life, nearly scaring her to death. Li Chen discarded the empty firearm and retrieved his last gun from the warehouse. This was his final chance. He aimed for a long time, but the longer he aimed, the worse his condition became, losing more strength, the gun barrel shaking faster, and the conduit effect worsening, with 60% of his field of vision turning black. His head buzzed as if teetering on the edge of collapse. At that moment, he couldn't even concentrate enough to use dynamic vision. It consumed mental energy, and he was on the brink of fainting, unable to employ it at all. When the front side of the firearm aligned with the moving figure, Li Chen pulled the trigger for the third shot, then slowly lowered the gun. He missed. Li Chen sighed, watching the distant silhouette of the fleeing figure, feeling a sense of helplessness. Such a dangerous enemy had escaped this time. Next time they attacked, they would be even better prepared, and he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly for a long time. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps nearby, and a figure rushed past him, heading towards the retreating Saintess Vivian. Li Chen was taken aback, then fixed his gaze on that figure. The person was clad in standard horned crocodile leather armor, wearing a negative helmet and holding a firearm with a bayonet attached, a typical goblin soldier's outfit. The only difference from the other goblins was that he had a hand cannon strapped to his waist. In the punishment army, only officers above the rank of company commander are allowed to carry hand cannons, yet this soldier's attire is that of an ordinary soldier, not an officer. There is only one person in the punishment army who is not an officer but possesses a hand cannon. Kanda! Li Chen shouted excitedly. That's right, it was Kanda who charged at the Saintess Vivian. As soon as the battle began, Kanda tried his best to keep up with Li Chen, but being only a third-tier soldier, the excessive light magic made it difficult for him to move. Later, he was struck on the helmet by a paladin's hammer and was knocked out cold. When he finally recovered from his daze and stood up, he saw Li Chen transformed into a fiery figure, charging towards the choir and launching a bomb. With a loud bang, the surrounding light magic quickly dissipated, and the normal concentration of magical energy filled the space, allowing Kanda to slowly regain his physical functions. Kanda was overjoyed. He stood up wanting to join his comrades in battle and kill the few remaining enemies, but he heard the sound of a gunshot. By this point in the fight, both sides were locked in combat, and hardly anyone had the chance to reload their firearms. His own flintlock and hand cannon were empty, so where did that gunshot come from? He looked over and saw it was the boss, sitting on the ground shooting at a fleeing enemy with a flintlock. The boss was injured, having missed twice, and that enemy seemed quite important. The boss pulled out a third flintlock and was still aiming at the enemy who was running away. The enemy was getting further and further away, and Kanda felt anxious. The morale of the surrounding enemies had already collapsed, and they began to scatter and flee, so he charged forward with his bayonet towards the fleeing enemy. Since his gun was empty and he couldn't fire from a distance, he held up the flintlock with the bayonet and exerted all his strength to chase after the enemy. Kill him! Kanda heard the boss's weak roar from behind, and his running speed increased a bit. The disheveled figure ahead was getting closer. That person occasionally looked back and let out terrified screams, fleeing even more desperately. Kanda could smell the fear of that person through the air, and he accelerated to catch up to the enemy's back, then shouted in anger, "Die! You dog of the evil god!" He thrust the flintlock forward, driving the bayonet deep into Vivian's back, causing her to scream in agony as she was forced to the ground by the tremendous force. Ugh, ugh! Vivian was pinned to the ground by the bayonet, making unknown sounds as blood and foam flowed from her mouth and nose, her strength rapidly drained by the bayonet. She tightly clutched the teardrop-shaped pure pendant, seemingly seeking redemption from it. For the Alliance. For order. For the fallen warriors. Kanda stepped on her back, pulled out the bayonet, and thrust it down again, ending the life of the life goddess's saint, Vivian. No! Knight Captain Thor shouted weakly, losing and regaining, then losing again, completely shattering the nerves of this lovesick brain, but soon physical destruction descended upon him. He felt a thudding vibration behind him as the ogre charged at him with a roar. After the ogre chased off all the visible tin men, it couldn't catch up to the enemy, and the only enemy in sight was the kneeling Knight Captain Thor. It lumbered over with heavy steps, rushing up behind Knight Captain Thor, raising its pickaxe high, and brought it down with a mighty smash. Crack! Crack! Knight Captain Thor's bones and blood fused completely with the earth, indistinguishable from one another. In the early morning, the sun rose normally, casting warm golden rays upon the earth, dispelling the morning mist. As the mist cleared, the bodies left behind from last night's madness were revealed. With no human interference, the natural level of magical energy returned to normal, and the rookie goblins in the Boya district all returned to normal, suffering only from slight burns in their respiratory tracts that caused coughing, but otherwise were mostly unharmed. Under the orders of the officers, the rookies left the city to bring back the remnants of the punishment army who had fought all night. Many people have already died. The warriors either fell to the enemy's blades or were burned to charred corpses under the radiance of holy light. The most common cause of death was suffocation from inhaling too much light magic, leading to severe burns in the respiratory tract. The 10th Company of the Punishment Army, no, it should be said the 10th Company of the Royal Guard, suffered heavy losses once again. Originally a force of over 900, now only about 500 remained alive, most of them injured. These 500 survivors bore severe burns and respiratory injuries, and it was uncertain how many would actually survive. Miss Hannah led the medical unit onto the battlefield to provide aid. Among the medical unit were 30 or 40 small figures, dressed in mage robes, casting healing spells beside the injured goblins. These children were magic apprentices recruited by the Mage Tower. When Li Chen breached the Mage Tower, he did not harm them but handed them over to Zihayton for care. Zihayton, knowing that Li Chen's assault would result in numerous injuries, entrusted the mage apprentices to Miss Hannah, allowing them to form a battlefield rescue team to treat the wounded. These little mages had low magical energy and limited spells, but each one could skillfully use healing magic. This was the first spell every mage apprentice learned upon enrollment, and they were required to master it quickly. After all, knowing healing magic could sometimes save lives. So on the first day of their enrollment, they focused solely on mastering it. With the addition of these little mage apprentices, the rescue efforts became easier. Healing orbs were pushed into the severely burned goblins, slowing their injuries and allowing them to survive. After organizing the rescue tasks, Miss Hannah went to find Li Chen, as he was the leader and needed special attention. At that moment, Li Chen lay on the ground, his entire body blackened like charcoal, suffering from severe burns.
If it weren't for the rising and falling of his chest, no one would believe this lump still had life. Miss Hannah knelt before Li Chen, eager to cast a healing spell, but Li Chen reached out and grasped her small hand, pushing her away.
No, don't waste your magic on me. Hurry, go save my soldiers.
Li Chen's voice was extremely weak, as if he were about to die at any moment.
But you. Miss Hannah wanted to say something more, but Li Chen opened his bloodshot eyes and glared fiercely. Obey my orders immediately.
Seeing the determination in Li Chen's gaze, Miss Hannah dared not defy him and complied without hesitation.
Li Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood and lay quietly on the ground, regulating his breath.
Despite his current state, he was not putting on a show by refusing Miss Hannah's treatment. He stripped himself bare and lay on the ground, feeling the blessing of the earth goddess intensifying, a continuous flow of power surging into his body from the ground. This power was incredibly cool, dispelling the pain caused by the burns, and he lay there like a baby in its mother's embrace, feeling extraordinarily at ease. This made him realize that he didn't need any treatment at all. As long as he lay there, others might succumb to septic injuries, but for him, it was merely a sprinkle of water.
So it was better to conserve Miss Hannah's magic and let her save more injured soldiers. These soldiers couldn't recover like he could, and every life saved mattered.
As Li Chen quietly awaited his recovery, he heard footsteps approaching. It was Kanda.
Did you handle it? Kanda nodded, revealing a teardrop-shaped pendant in his hand.
Boss, as you requested, I chopped the corpse of the evil god's minion into pieces and burned it to ashes. There should be no chance of resurrection.
This pendant is something I found on the corpse. It should be a special item.
Li Chen gently opened his palm, and Kanda placed the pendant in his
hand.
Li Chen stored the teardrop-shaped pendant in his warehouse, and upon inspecting its attributes, his breath quickened.
Name: Tears of Purity. Weapon level. Artifact description: a pendant
made from the tears of the goddess of life, bestowed upon the first saintess 4,000 years ago.
Wearing it grants plus 20 charisma and plus 300% spell amplification, limited to pure women. He.
Li Chen murmured, smiling. The goddess of life's teachings had perished, the choir was wiped out, and they had lost an artifact. What a significant
loss. He looked at Kanda.
Soldier. Yes. Relay my orders. The bodies of the fallen warriors are to be cremated on the spot to prevent the spread of disease, and their ashes must be properly preserved. We will take them home. Leave 2,000 new recruits here to collect the spoils, the rest return to Boya to rest. Soldiers, go up the walls, close the city gates tightly, be cautious of the enemy's counterattack, and as for the security forces, each of them will receive 20 silver coins. Let them go to Chessburg, Ottisburg, and Heichenberg
to garrison and await new orders.
They were weak now and needed to recuperate. After all, the security forces were unreliable. If they saw their current state, it would be hard to avoid trouble, so it was better to send
them away first to prevent any incidents.
Kanda acknowledged and went to relay the orders, while Li Chen's mind was filled with the battlefield summary. You have achieved victory.
Enemies killed 3,481 enemies captured. Loot obtained, grain x 480. Shattered Tears of Purity x1. Dinars obtained 25,890. An artifact exploded? Li Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the shattered Tears of Purity. He took out 2 Tears of Purity, one was the actual loot, and the other was from the system. The system's Tears of Purity were dark in color, with cracks in the teardrop itself, and the system's description read, Name: Shattered Tears of Purity. Weapon level: Artifact. Description: a pendant made from the tears of the goddess of life, bestowed upon the first saintess 4,000 years ago. The main body is shattered, and the magical array is severely damaged. Wearing it grants plus 2 charisma and plus 20% spell amplification, limited to pure women.
Li Chen felt he had struck gold, although the Tears of Purity had many restrictions and the application scenarios
were unclear for now. This was an artifact. He decided to keep it for now and study it later.
Li Chen then opened the soldier management page. Out of 310 soldiers, only 128 remained, but all could be upgraded. With a flurry of clicks, 58 of the 128 became level 5 soldiers, and 70 became level 4 soldiers. After finishing the soldier upgrades, Li Chen went to his personal attributes page. After a series of battles, he leveled up 4 times, mainly due to the last explosive barrel that detonated in the choir, giving him a significant boost in experience, as the choir's maidens were all high-level soldiers, and he had taken them all down in one go. Li Chen allocated all his attribute points to stamina, raising it to level 17. He felt that his current strength was sufficient as long as he didn't face extraordinary enemies, but his stamina was still lacking. He planned to increase his stamina, otherwise, every battle would leave him exhausted and in pain. After allocating his points, Li Chen looked at his skills. Several skill proficiencies could be upgraded. Two-handed weapon proficiency was at 127, and he had to choose one of 2 skills. Selecting Shield Destroyer, which allowed him to break any enemy shield with a single strike, regardless of the type.
A conceptual level skill, Li Chen chose it without hesitation. Throwing
proficiency was at 110, unlocking 2 options thanks to the choir's contribution. He chose the first one, arm span, which increased his arm length by 5 centimeters. Longer arms would allow him to use weapons more nimbly, and with longer arms came more muscle, making him stronger. The other skill he chose was Dragon Spine, which thickened his spine, giving him an unbreakable backbone. After selecting the two skills, Li Chen's body immediately changed, his hands grew longer, and his spine thickened. If one were to touch his spine, it would feel like touching an iron pillar. With a running proficiency of 78, he chose Iron Feet, which, as the name suggests, allows him to run continuously and quickly. After allocating his points, Li Chen's vision was bombarded with a series of pop-ups. Ding! Your battle has caught the attention of the war god. You and your soldiers have demonstrated enough bravery, and he considers this a commendable performance, bestowing blessings upon you. Vitality +1, Control +1, Stamina +1. Ding! You have gained the trait, Light Magic Resistance. Your resistance to light magic has increased by 15%. Ding! You have gained the trait, Military Spirit. Your soldiers are united, and when launching a fierce attack on the enemy, there is a high probability that the enemy will flee. Ding! You have gained the trait, Color Blindness, a side effect from the werewolf serum. Perhaps there is a way to restore your color perception, but who knows? Ding! You have gained the trait, Mild Liver and Kidney Damage. The toxins remaining from the werewolf serum are harming your body, but due to the blessing of the Earth Goddess, the mild liver and kidney damage will heal itself in 3 months. Ding! You have gained the trait, Body Odor. The werewolf serum has given you a strong body scent, which some female species find unpleasant, reducing their favorability towards you by -5, while some magical creatures consider a strong body scent a symbol of power, increasing their favorability by +5. Ding! You have gained the trait, Abundant Body Hair. Some female species find you barbaric, reducing their favorability towards you by -5, while some magical creatures consider abundant body hair a symbol of power, increasing their favorability by +5. Ding! You have gained the trait, Super Masculine. Your secretion of male hormones has increased and testosterone levels have risen. You should not waste this talent. Li Chen looked at the numerous traits he had acquired from a vial of werewolf serum and couldn't help but marvel. The traits had their pros and cons, and since there was no choice, he could only accept them and see if he could eliminate the negative traits later, especially the color blindness. Everything he saw was in black and white, and he needed to find a way to resolve it quickly. He closed his eyes peacefully, was carried onto a stretcher, and sent back to the city. He had them taken to the 3rd underground level of the governor's mansion, where they dug a pit in the ground, burying him inside with only his head sticking out, effectively maximizing the blessing of the Earth Goddess to accelerate his recovery. The battle was over, and the objective of this expedition had been accomplished. There would be no large-scale enemy attacks until reinforcements arrived from other provinces of the Sarsos kingdom. Li Chen buried himself underground, exposing only his face, and summoned all the officers for a meeting. The officers were in poor condition, each one coughing incessantly, burned by light magic, with some even coughing up blood, looking extremely unwell. But at least they were alive. The medical unit was treating the dying, and once the dying recovered, the mages would have the energy to treat the injured. Li Chen revealed his burned face and slowly spoke, "Everyone sit down, we don't know how long this meeting will take." The officers sat down, many gasping for breath, all covered in wounds, and every movement caused pain. Li Chen began to call the roll. Goblin Spear, present. Goblin Bow, present. Kanda, present. Goblin. Some responded, while others did not. Those who did not respond were dead. Goblin Boom, is Goblin Boom here? Finally, Li Chen called for his artillery officer, but no one answered him. Goblin Spear quietly said, "Boss, Goblin Boom is dead." Li Chen fell silent for a moment, then sighed and continued the meeting. "Kanda, please report on the statistics of our gains and losses." To cultivate Kanda, Li Chen had previously assigned him the task of tallying the results of this battle. Kanda acknowledged and began to report, his voice filling the basement. "In this battle, our army killed over 6,000 enemies, captured more than 1,000 sets of heavy armor, 3,000 sets of medium armor, and countless weapons. We seized over 10,000 tents and marching equipment, 5,000 bags of military rations, and more than 900 draft animals. We captured an important enemy, a professor from the Mage Tower. A slave named Kaso, a Tiger Beastman, claimed to be the son of the chieftain of the Tiger Beastman tribe. Count Fisher, who stayed in the military camp to boost morale, found it too late to escape after they defeat and was captured by our soldiers. Count Fisher had 5 vassals who were viscounts and 11 who were barons. Our losses, including those who died in battle and those who could not be treated in time, amounted to 311 new recruits, 120 heavy infantry, and 711 soldiers from the 10 guard companies. The bodies of the guard company soldiers have been burned to ashes and properly preserved. Upon hearing that so many more from the 10 guard companies had died, Li Chen sighed deeply. Now, only 200 remained in the 10 guard companies. Li Chen slowly spoke. "When we came, we had only 1,000 men, and with these 1,000, we conquered half of the Heluyan province. With these 1,000, we have now developed into a force of over 10,000, with countless supplies. Now, it's time to bring these 1,000 men home." Li Chen took a deep breath. "Start organizing the return to the city.
The first wave will consist of 1,000 goblins and 500 willing humans. Let's go. Have all the craftsmen in the city build carts and wheelbarrows. Once completed, the second wave will also consist of 1,000 goblins and 500 humans. Li Chen planned to continuously send waves back to the Alliance, each wave bringing back a large population in food, making the Alliance stronger. The process of returning to the city might take several months, mainly because Li Chen was implementing a thorough plundering strategy. The Alliance was just starting out and lacked everything. Even a piece of rag could be of great use. Boya was a large city with a population of 150,000. Although many people had voluntarily evacuated and taken away much wealth, the furniture, curtains, and ironware they left behind were all needed by the Alliance. Especially copper. Boya had many large bells made of copper, which could be used to manufacture copper cannons, valuable items that must be taken. Goblin Spear coughed a bit, spitting out some blood, and casually wiped it on his clothes, saying, "Boss, we've captured too much. Even if we send back 10,000 people in batches, we won't be able to transport it all." Li Chen responded with a grunt. The livestock pens will resume production, and the new recruits will also resume training. After the cubs undergo basic discipline training, they will start transporting goods to the Alliance. In terms of transport order, we will prioritize food, production equipment, cloth, copper, and ironware. Assign new tasks to the security forces to purchase livestock from the outside world. Whether for increasing new recruits or transporting goods, we need a large number of livestock. Goblin Bao reminded, "Boss, we've already cleaned out the livestock near Boya. Then let them go outside the Boya jurisdiction to purchase. We've captured so much gold and silver, let's give it to them to buy. Also, let the security forces spread the word that Boya is buying livestock on a large scale, offering double the market price. Isn't there a saying that goes around, the profit is this much and whoever sells will hang themselves with their own rope?" He believed that once the news of buying livestock at double the market price spread, a large number of merchants would come rushing in. After arranging the return trip, the meeting entered the operational summary phase. Li Chen allowed everyone to speak freely, and Goblin Spear was the first to say, "Boss, our bayonets are too short, they're not useful in close combat with the enemy." Goblin Spear complained about the short bayonets, which were indeed made too short for sturdiness, with a blade length of only 15 centimeters. Weapons should not only kill but also serve as a deterrent. If there were a bayonet longer than 30 centimeters at the end of a gun, it would intimidate the enemy, making them hesitate, which is very effective in life and death battles. Moreover, a longer bayonet could scare horses. Previously, when the enemy cavalry charged their musket formation, a few horses broke through and trampled several soldiers. If they had had long bayonets at that time, they might have scared the horses away. Going back, we can have the factory produce new types of bayonets. Do you have anything else to say? This time, it was Gabo who stepped forward and said, "Boss, I've noticed that every time I shoot the enemy leader with a big gun, the enemy falls into disarray. I think we should equip every company with a big gun so these shooters can specifically target the enemy leaders." Snipers then, Li Chen nodded in agreement. Since Gabo got the big gun, he had been practicing his shooting skills every day. Reloading the big gun takes 3 minutes, making it inefficient in combat, so he always chose to shoot important enemies, as taking out a big soldier wasn't worth it. After multiple kills, he discovered that when those well-equipped, flamboyantly dressed guys died, the surrounding enemies would become chaotic. He felt this had significant tactical value and should be expanded throughout the army. Li Chen readily agreed. "When we get back, let's redesign a sniper weapon. From now on, every company will have designated snipers, and we will concentrate them into a sniper company or battalion." This time, they had captured Count Fisher, and when they caught him, the guy was missing a leg. Later inquiries revealed that his leg had been shot off by Gabo, which directly led to the human coalition losing high-level command and a significant drop in cohesion. The battlefield had already proven that sniping was an effective tactic, so it must be promoted. After Gabo finished speaking, another goblin stepped forward to talk. "Ahem. Boss, we need to find a way to increase the number of healing mages in the troops. Those human brats are too weak. Ahem, they faint after casting a healing spell. Ahem. Many brothers died because they didn't receive timely healing. If every squad had a healing mage, over 200 brothers wouldn't have died." This goblin, who spoke while coughing up blood, was Goblin, the captain of the 3rd Guard Company. Half of his soldiers died in battle, and the other half perished due to delayed healing. The entire 3rd Guard Company was wiped out, leaving him as the sole commander. With the entire company dead, he was left alone, which caused a pang in his heart. This pain stemmed mostly from the loss of power, but there was also a hint of sadness. Goblin's words made Li Chen ponder. He was barely managing to grasp the basics of magic, having learned the fireball and waterball spells. He knew very well that learning magic was not that easy. To learn magic, one must first have talent, then learn the various racial scripts and a bunch of complicated theories, and finally learn the magical script to apply spells. This difficulty was akin to educating an ordinary person to become a college student. Think of how many family and national resources it would take to educate a single college student, let alone in this low-productivity otherworld. Li Chen pulled his hand out of the dirt and scratched his itchy scalp. Let's see if we can organize our own magic academy when we get back. Li Chen thought, if the little mages in the magic academy could learn healing spells, could he cultivate a bunch of applied magic talents? The kind that doesn't study any theory but only focuses on the application of healing spells. For instance, casting spells requires learning magical scripts, and learning magical scripts involves studying other racial scripts, a whole series of learning. Very troublesome. If that's the case, then there's no need to learn the entire magical script, just learning the part that allows for casting healing spells would suffice, enabling mages to release healing spells. If the people from the Magic Guild knew about Li Chen's idea, they would definitely hang him up and beat him. Noble spells are profound and extensive. For a mage to go far, they must have a solid foundation, which has a bit of an academic flavor. Li Chen's approach was essentially putting the cart before the horse, ignoring the principles, skipping the foundation, and directly aiming for a specific spell, which was simply misleading the students. Mages taught this way would be like dog shamans, learning a few spells but not understanding any principles, possibly only knowing those few spells for their entire lives, with no future for development. After that, everyone spoke freely, sharing their thoughts on areas for improvement, while Li Chen was also conducting a self-assessment. He felt that the explosive barrels were useful, but not all soldiers could push a 13-kilogram explosive barrel over 100 meters like he could. To enable ordinary soldiers to use explosive barrels, they should be made smaller, like grenades. Considering that there are many extraordinary creatures in this world and that black powder has limited power, making them smaller would definitely reduce their effectiveness, so the weight of the grenades needed careful consideration. Li Chen also wanted to upgrade the muskets. Given that the Alliance currently had almost no chemical technology, it was impossible to manufacture percussion caps, and fixed ammunition was simply a fantasy, so modern rifles could not be produced. Without progress in chemistry, improvements could only be made structurally. Rifling should be prioritized, and with pointed bullets, the power of the muskets could be maximized without improving the propellant. To mass-produce rifled muskets, power was needed, which meant a steam engine. In the coming period, the Alliance could rapidly increase its population, cultivate more land, enter a phase of development, and develop steam engines, which could significantly accelerate this process, kickstarting industrialization, and then use production levels hundreds of times stronger than other forces to crush all enemies. 5 days later, the first wave of returning teams was organized. 100 heavily armored goblins led 900 new goblin recruits and 500 human serfs willing to accompany them, bringing along 200 draft animals pulling carts, along with numerous shoulder pulls and small carts, into the magical forest. A day after this troop's withdrawal, the second troop followed closely behind, transporting food to the Alliance with the same configuration. Such withdrawal operations were taking place almost daily, with large numbers of people leaving Boya with food, entering the monster forest. Li Chen estimated that within half a month, 5,000 people would be evacuated, while the remaining population would continue to develop in Boya, building more transport tools, producing more goblins, and purchasing more livestock, training 1,000 people, sending off 1,000, until the food in the city was completely consumed. After the third wave of a 1,000-person team set off, Li Chen, who had been buried underground, dug himself out. With the blessing of the Earth Goddess, his recovery speed was exceptionally fast. At this moment, the burn wounds on his body had scabbed over, and it wouldn't be long before the scabs fell off, allowing him to fully recover. However, his current appearance was quite terrifying, with scabs all over his body from the burns mixed with dirt, making him look dark and grimy, and his body hair had been completely burned off, giving him a bizarre appearance that could scare a child into wetting themselves. Nevertheless, Li Chen himself didn't care. He felt that he might have been assimilated by the goblins and didn't place much importance on his looks. In a society composed of monsters, beauty and ugliness were not the primary factors determining a person's charm. Strength and power were the top priorities, and he had both. At this moment, he stood over 2 meters tall, with long and robust arms, and even though he was covered in scabs, one could still see the muscular build reminiscent of a dragon. "Come in," Li Chen called out, and Miss Hannah and Kanda walked in. The two used feather dusters to brush off the dirt from his body and wrapped him in a silk curtain. Li Chen felt the silk was very soft and wouldn't irritate his wounds, which made him very satisfied. He led the two out of the basement and into the hall on the first floor of the governor's mansion, taking a seat in the position of the former governor. The hall of the governor's mansion was very luxurious, with a red carpet stretching from where Li Chen sat all the way to the entrance, and statues of heroes placed on both sides of the hall, with various oil paintings depicting important events hanging on the walls. Sitting in the soft seat, Li Chen looked at the palace-like hall and recalled his broken wooden house in the Alliance, sighing inwardly. Development still has a long way to go, he said to Kanda beside him. "Bring the people up." Kanda replied affirmatively and walked out of the hall. After a while, several soldiers brought in a strong tiger beast man, who was Kaso. This guy was covered in iron chains but still struggled fiercely. Even 4 soldiers working together nearly couldn't hold him down.
He seemed like a real tiger, unwilling to submit, but when he was pushed into the hall and saw Li Chen sitting in the governor's seat, he immediately stopped. Struggling, his tiger eyes fixed intently on Li Chen. Li Chen casually asked, "My soldiers tell me you are the heir to a chieftain of a certain tribe in the Orc Kingdom?" Miss Hannah translated Li Chen's words to Kaso, who stared at Li Chen for a while before chattering something in Orcish. Miss Hannah translated, "He says he is the eldest son of the Blood Tiger clan chieftain, and when he was competing for the leadership position with several brothers, he was poisoned and lost, then captured by his younger brother, who sold him and his guards into slavery in the human world." Li Chen fell silent, pondering for a moment, then nodded. "Take him away, find an iron cage to lock him up, and when the next group heading back to the city is organized, bring him back to the Alliance." The soldiers immediately dragged Kaso out, who looked bewildered. "Wait, is that it? Just one question after bringing me here?" He immediately began to shout and scream, demanding to duel Li Chen, but Li Chen paid him no mind. He planned to take this tiger beast man back and raise him well. Wasn't this guy essentially a prince in exile? This could be a legitimate way to interfere in the internal affairs of the Orc Kingdom. Remember the Mad Count Caliber? His basement had a sand table depicting the world, with the orc tribes located just south of the monster forest. Over the years, the orcs had been trying to expand northward, but due to internal and external wars, the expansion was very slow. Now that Li Chen had taken control of the central area of the monster forest, rapid expansion was on the horizon, and the territories of both sides would inevitably connect. At that time, holding onto Kaso as a card might yield unexpected results. After the tiger beastman Kaso was taken away, another person was brought up, the old mage who had previously guarded the mage tower. This old mage was named Fendiz, a professor at the Magic Guild, whose main task in Boya was to record magical tide data. His job was similar to guarding a weather station, a rather unfulfilling role, and he had likely offended someone important, which is why he was sent here. Those with ability and connections all led their own research teams who would guard a weather station. "Don't push me, damn goblin, barbaric scum," Fendiz cursed, and, upon seeing Li Chen, he shot him a fierce glare. The magical tide observation device had been dropped from his hands. This thing was incredibly precious. Originally, he could have spent 3 years in Boya and returned to the guild to conduct new research, but now, well, Li Chen ignored Fendiz's murderous glare and casually crossed his legs, asking, "Old dang, don't look at me like that. Let's not forget, it was you who attacked the Alliance first, and the Alliance only retaliated. If you want to blame someone, blame your Professor Julie, who initiated a surprise attack on the Alliance with the hero Leon." Fendiz snorted coldly. "Sharp-tongued goblin, an extremely rare specimen. I really want to cut open your skull and study how your brain is structured. But for now, what do you want from me?" Li Chen let out a chilling laugh, scanning Fendiz up and down, his gaze akin to appraising a commodity, making Fendiz feel very uncomfortable. "Professor Fendiz, to be honest, I don't really know what to do with you. Your only value to me seems to be as a sacrificial flag. After all, we are enemies. However, you are a professor, so you should still be worth something. Help me think of a way to leverage your value. Think quickly, or your head might roll, and it won't be easy to reattach it." As soon as the topic of value was mentioned, Fendiz's chin immediately lifted, as if something had made him incredibly proud. This really confused Li Chen. "You're a prisoner of war, what's there to be proud of?" He turned to Miss Hannah, who explained, "Your Majesty, the Magic Guild has a complete process for redeeming mages. According to the rank and position of the captured personnel, there's a comprehensive formula, roughly 351 high-purity magic cores. Little girl, why are you wasting your breath explaining the redemption formula to this monster? Can he even understand?" Fendiz interrupted Miss Hannah, looking at Li Chen with a proud expression. "Goblin, just go find any Magic Guild facility or a lord, and you can demand 351 high-purity magic cores. But do you even know what magic cores are used for?" Li Chen actually did know, as Miss Hannah had been by his side, educating him. "This thing is a rechargeable energy storage device, a currency even more universal than gold. Magic cores can be roughly divided into 3 levels based on purity and magic capacity, with high purity magic cores being the most valuable, equivalent to over 20 gold coins. Their main use is to replenish mages' magic, and they can also be used to power certain magic arrays inscribed on magical items. In short, the price of this little old man is roughly equivalent to 7,000 gold coins, a considerable fortune." Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, old man, you are indeed valuable. Since that's the case, I'll spare your life. Soldiers, take him away." The soldiers immediately escorted Fendiz out of the hall. Fendiz maintained a very proud demeanor, a pride stemming from the powerful protection of the Magic Guild. Even if captured, he had no worries. The system of the Magic Guild would pay a sufficient price to redeem him, a superiority derived from the system. Li Chen watched the old man's back with a playful glint in his eyes. These mages are so valuable. Why not train a special unit to capture mages and then exchange them for money? The next group of people brought into the hall was a bunch of nobles led by Count Fisher. Count Fisher, this old man, was in a dire state. He had lost a leg and needed the support of his retainers to stand, looking utterly weak.
Li Chen was afraid that this old man would die and thus lose his last value, so he had the soldiers bring a stool for the old man to sit and talk. This time, before Li Chen could speak, Count Fisher shouted loudly, "You damned monsters! Damned invaders! If it weren't for my eldest son leading the army to the northern battlefield, you guys would all be dead at the gates of Boya." Li Chen curled his lips. "Old man, you need to understand, it was you who invaded the Alliance's territory first, and the Alliance only attacked you in self-defense, got it?" Count Fisher clearly didn't understand, his old face full of astonishment. "What? Isn't it only natural to kill you monsters?" Li Chen laughed in anger and replied with the same rhetoric, "Then isn't it only natural for monsters to kill you? Since it's all natural, why don't you call your mother?" Count Fisher wanted to retort but was stopped by the noble beside him. This noble was someone who understood the situation. He bowed to Li Chen. "Esteemed sir, what must we offer to gain our freedom?" Li Chen was quite satisfied with this fellow's sense of timing and didn't keep him in suspense. "According to your noble customs, Count, Viscount, Baron, calculate how much you need for redemption yourselves. Oh, by the way, I don't accept gold or silver, it must be exchanged for food and livestock. How much can you offer? Think for yourselves." The nobles began to discuss among themselves. And the noble who had just spoken said, "Sir, if we use food transported by earth dragons as the unit of calculation, we are willing to offer 20 carts of food for a baron, 60 carts for a viscount, and 120 for a count." Before he could finish, Count Fisher roared in anger. "What? My life is only worth 120 carts of food? Damn it! This is an insult to me." Li Chen was taken aback, thinking, is there really such a fool? He then asked with a laugh, "So, esteemed Count, how many carts of food do you think your noble life is worth to redeem?" Count Fisher wore a proud expression. 500 carts. At least 500 carts of food to buy back my life. Put. Li Chen burst out laughing, giving old Deng a thumbs up, while the other nobles looked at him as if he were a fool. Count Fisher seemed oblivious to his foolishness and puffed out his chest. All right, the noble Count Fisher needs 500 carts of food." Li Chen chuckled, but inwardly he was pondering. This guy is a commander, capable of leading 70,000 troops. How could he be an idiot? He must be doing this to raise his own value. Li Chen was right, Count Fisher was indeed trying to increase his worth. He had just suffered a defeat, lost a leg, and was left with nothing, which was a significant blow to his family's reputation. To make up for it, he had to use special means, and deliberately raising the ransom price was one way to do it. If outsiders knew about this, they would surely think, my goodness, a one-legged old man actually wants 500 carts of food for redemption. The Count's family is not to be underestimated. Who knows how many people would reconsider? One could only say that this world is full of clever people. Li Chen had the soldiers take the nobles away, feeling very excited. 1 count, 5 viscounts, and 11 barons, that's 1,020 carts of food. And it's food pulled by the earth dragon beasts. An earth dragon beast can pull nearly 2 tons of cargo at once, so that's almost 2,000 tons of food. Producing an adult goblin, including the food for livestock, costs about 30 kilograms of food, so the food exchanged by these nobles is enough to produce over 60,000 goblins. Adding in the food looted from the surrounding castles in the Boya area, as long as it can be brought back to the Alliance, increasing the population by 200,000, is not a problem. Not to mention there are over 1,000 earth dragon beasts. These giant beasts can be used for plowing or breeding goblins, which is excellent. Li Chen was very pleased to let one baron go, allowing him to return and report the news, preparing the ransom. The climate in Boya is very good, with staple crops able to be harvested 3 times a year, so even after the war, the nobles can still provide the necessary food. At worst, they can make the serfs suffer a bit more. It's not a big deal. These pests can survive even on grass. However, it's uncertain whether the serfs, after experiencing multiple wars and the things Li Chen has done, will become a ticking time bomb that could collapse the nobles. For a long time afterward, peace gradually returned to the Boya area. The military nobles of the Heluyan province suffered significant setbacks and were silently licking their wounds, unable to send troops to interfere with Boya. Li Chen continued to transport Boya's wealth to the monster forest in waves. Meanwhile, the security forces stepped outside Boya's jurisdiction, spreading the news that Boya's demon army was buying livestock at double the price. Many people scoffed at this news. Regardless of whether it was true, the act of delivering oneself to the mouth of a monster was truly foolish, wasn't it? But double the market price, this price still tempted some merchants. Merchants who only cared about profit were willing to sell their souls to the devil as long as the price was right. A few bold merchants began to take their chances, purchasing enough livestock in the countryside, and with anxious hearts, they headed to Boya. Then, to their ecstatic surprise, before they even reached Boya, they encountered the security forces at the outer castles of Boya's jurisdiction. By handing over the livestock to the security forces, they received a substantial amount of wealth. After that, the security forces were responsible for transporting livestock back to Boya. Large livestock were used to pull carts for delivering goods back to the monster forest, while medium and small livestock were used to produce goblins. This delighted the merchants, who were astonished to find that the rumors were true. Monsters were indeed purchasing livestock at double the market price, and there was no need to go to Boya, making it safe. Consequently, all the merchants in the Halluyan province sprang into action, beginning to sell livestock in large quantities within Boya's jurisdiction. Many speculative merchants became immensely wealthy, transporting a batch of livestock to Boya and earning more money than they would have in 10 years of hard work. This frenzy caught the attention of the Merchant Guild, which then decided to intervene. The Merchant Guild is a folk organization that worships the god of trade, with its core influence in the 4 human nations, but it also has branches in the territories of other intelligent races and even dragons, making it a commercial power that spans multiple countries and races. The scale of the Merchant Guild is immense. They managed to acquire over 1,000 livestock in one go, including 400 earth dragon beasts. The security forces found themselves unable to handle this. They didn't have that much money on hand, and Li Chen was worried they might run off with the money, so he didn't give them much. The security forces had no choice but to let them transport the livestock to Boya, where the monsters would pay. The leader of the Merchant Guild was a tall, thin man named Jean Lanbois, dressed in formal attire and exuding politeness. He was the type who sold souls at the right price and was unafraid of the monsters in Boya, leading his team there. He spent several days on the road and arrived in Boya, where he saw monsters all over the city, causing him some panic. However, he noticed that the city was not in disarray due to monster rampage. People were still active in the streets, and the patrolling monster army posed no threat, creating a strange sense of order. Jean Lanbois was received by Keshi from the security forces. The two brothers had been separated by Li Chen for different tasks. One was acquiring livestock outside, while the other maintained order within Boya. Keshi spent money to buy all the livestock Jean Lanbois brought, and Jean Lanbois was greatly shocked as he looked at the gold coins in his hand. He felt that doing business with monsters had great potential, so he called out to Keshi, who was about to leave. "My lord, I wish to meet the great Monster Chief. I have important intelligence to report." "You mean to say that my 100 cavalry were attacked by mages, with the dead dead, the wounded, and the entire army wiped out?" In the governor's office hall, Li Chen's expression was grim as he spoke these words, one by one. Jean Lanbois looked at Li Chen's terrifying appearance, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, and mustered the courage to respond, "Yes, your majesty. Your cavalry was ambushed by a collective attack from mages while attacking New Asia City. The first wave of the mages' attack killed 7 cavalrymen, and the rest were all injured and captured. Our Merchant Guild personnel in New Asia gathered intelligence that the leading mage who attacked your cavalry is named Fudier, a professor sent by the Magic Guild to assist Count Fisher, leading 200 mages. He seems to have taken an interest in the special weapons used by your troops, which is why he ambushed your cavalry to obtain those special weapons." After saying this, he lowered his head, cautiously waiting for Li Chen's response. Li Chen's eyelids twitched rapidly. He felt that things were very bad. The cavalry had been completely wiped out, and more importantly, Gobu was missing and unaccounted for. He was in dire need of a commander who could lead troops independently. And Gobu was exactly that kind of commander. This guy was bold, had ideas, and dared to lead troops to ambush the enemy's stronghold alone, possessing valuable experience in surprise attacks. If he could return and be given a regiment of cavalry, Li Chen couldn't even imagine how terrifying his capabilities would be. As for the leak of the firearms, Li Chen was not worried at all. Firearms were not some high-tech product, and they were weapons that were equipped on a large scale. It was impossible to keep it a secret forever. As long as the enemy put in the effort, they would definitely find ways to obtain firearms and gunpowder through various channels. The advantage that firearms brought him was the ability to crush cold weapon troops in the early stages. And later, when the enemy was hurt, they would definitely use various means to obtain firearms. As for the formula for gunpowder, one could easily find an alchemist or a mage to take a look, smell it, and experiment a bit to figure it out. By the later stages, it was very likely that this world would devolve into a bizarre scene of gunmen shooting at each other, so Li Chen had long been prepared for the leakage of firearms. He was now quite troubled. No wonder he hadn't seen any mages during the final battle with Count Fisher's army. Turns out they had gone to deal with his cavalry. Li Chen rubbed his head and looked at the small-eyed merchant in front of him, asking, "Jean Lanbois, right? I remember your name. The information you brought me is very important. What reward do you want?" Jean Lanbois smiled and rubbed his hands, a calculating look on his face. "My lord, I am a businessman. If possible, please allow me to set up a branch of the trading company in your territory. This will bring great wealth to your kingdom." Li Chen was also tempted. This guy had just brought in 1,000 livestock. With such a scale, doing business with him would definitely not be a loss. If the alliance wanted to develop healthily, it needed to communicate with external forces, and commercial communication was a good channel. Moreover, he now had a pile of gold and silver, and since the alliance had not established a currency system, keeping this wealth was useless. It was better to spend it on food and supplies. Li Chen nodded. "All right, I allow you to set up a trading company in my territory. We will discuss the specifics later. You may leave now. Your Majesty is wise. You will never regret today's decision." Jean Lanbo gratefully exited the Lord's Hall.
The monster forest was a great treasure trove filled with many precious plants and animals, but it was too dangerous to develop.
Now that a monster
regime had emerged in the monster forest, and it was a stable regime. As long as he could establish cooperation with them first, he might secure a place in the trading company.
After Jean Lanbo
left, Li Chen began to consider how to rescue the captured goblins. According to the information provided by this guy, there were still about 30 goblins surviving,
especially Gobu, who
had the ability to lead troops to raid the enemy's rear stronghold. He absolutely could not die. Li Chen gathered several important subordinates together to ask if they had any way to resolve
this matter. The Seoul State Sidon casually said, "Don't you have a professor in your hands?
Use this professor's life to exchange for your subordinates.
It's just 30 goblins, the magic
guild would definitely be happy to trade." Li Chen thought about it and agreed. He might as well use this old lamp Fintus to exchange for his soldiers.
He immediately sent troops to pursue
Jean Lanbo,